After 2.5 years of transmigration, I finally got my class change, only to awaken the most useless hidden class, Bloodthirsty Berserker? Trading health for power, getting crazier the more I fight, with no future prospects? Don't worry, the strongest barrier system has activated. I start with a shield worth 10 times my health, and as long as the shield holds, I'm not considered in combat. While other berserkers are agonizing over whether to lower their health, I've already dropped my HP to 1% to activate a 2000% attribute boost and am slaughtering my way through the Novice dungeon. Damn it! I've finally waited for the class change. Please give me a purple, Buddha bless me. What's purple? If it comes, it has to be gold. Today is the day of my rise, Wangtang. On the sports field of Binding Cities No. 1 high school, over 1,000 senior students awaited their fateful class change ceremony. Lin Chen stood in the crowd, his eyes also filled with anticipation. He had transmigrated to this extraordinary world, coexisting with a demonic abyss, for 2.5 years. Today was his only chance to change his life. In this world, everyone awakens a class at the age of 18. The class ranks are divided into white, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow mythical, with higher ranks signifying greater potential. The ceremony began. One by one, students stepped into the class change formation. Most only received white common classes, with very few blues, causing a wave of lamentation. Finally, it was the school's #1 genius, Lu Menghan's, turn. Next, Class 2, Lu Menghan. The entire field's attention focused on her. As the formation operated, a dazzling purple light shot into the sky. Whoa, purple light. It's really purple. As expected of the #1 genius. The light dissipated, and the class information appeared, Rare Class, Radiant Moon Swordmaster. The entire field erupted in cheers. Next, Class 3, Lin Chen. It was Lin Chen's turn. He was just an inconspicuous nobody, and no one was paying attention. However, as he stepped into the formation, a crimson light, even more intense than Lu Menghan's, shot into the sky, shaking the entire platform. Red light, a hidden class. Damn, another powerhouse. Everyone was shocked again. However, when the class information appeared, the entire field fell silent in an instant. Hidden class, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Bloodthirsty Berserker? Isn't that a variant of the Berserker class? The one that trades health for power, gets crazier the more they fight, and none of them have a good end? Sigh, a hidden class, but it's a dead end. What a pity. The surrounding discussions and sighs were endless. Lin Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He knew the drawbacks of this class. It required extremely low health to gain a power boost, and one would gradually lose sanity in battle, making it impossible to level up normally. His future was bleak. He dejectedly walked off the stage and opened his class panel. Name, Lin Chen. Class, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Passive Blood Feast, for every 10 HP lost, Strength and Agility +1. Passive Blood Rage, at 50%/30%/10%/1% HP, Strength and Agility increase by 50%/100%/500%/2000% respectively. Bloodthirst LV1, active, lose 10 HP per second. 2000%? Lin Chen was stunned by the exaggerated boost. But thinking of the harsh trigger conditions and the side effect of losing sanity, he sighed again. Just as he was completely despairing, a series of electronic sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's class change detected. System binding successful. The strongest barrier system is at your service. The system will provide the host with a shield, which can be directly regarded as health. Damage taken by the host will first be deducted from the shield value. Current shield value, 1000. A system. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. Having a shield would indeed allow him to lower his health without worry, but the problem of losing sanity was still unresolved. Ding! System prompt, while the shield is active, the host is not considered to be in a combat state. Lin Chen froze for a moment, then was overcome with ecstasy. Not in a combat state while the shield is active? This means he could remain sane forever. This system was a perfect match for him. The next day, Lin Chen got up early and headed straight for the school's novice trial dungeon. The hall was already filled with students. Seeing him, they all cast looks of surprise and pity. Lin Chen is here too? How dare he enter the dungeon? Isn't the bloodthirsty berserker supposed to go crazy the more they fight? Isn't he afraid of something happening? Lin Chen acted as if he didn't hear them and went straight to collect a novice dagger. At 8 a.m. sharp, the dungeon opened. Upon entering the dungeon, he found himself on a vast grassland. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen activated his Bloodthirst skill. Bloodthirst, max it out. His health bar plummeted. Health has dropped to 50%. You have entered first stage rage. Health has dropped to 30%. you have entered second stage rage. Health has dropped to 10%, you have entered third stage rage. HP, 10 out of 100. Strength, 114, base 10 plus feast 9 plus rage 95. Agility, 114, base 10 plus feast 9 plus rage 95. Shield, 1000. Level 1, with both stats over 100. More than 10 times that of a normal person. Good. Let's start leveling up. Lin Chen was full of confidence. He raised his dagger and walked towards the depths of the grassland. Soon, a 1-meter-tall, red-eyed rabbit jumped out from the grass and pounced on him. He didn't dodge, letting the rabbit bite his arm. A layer of iridescent light shimmered, blocking the rabbit's teeth. -5. Shield, 995. Completely unharmed. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the shield's effect. He swung his dagger in return. A cold light flashed, and the red-eyed rabbit was instantly decapitated. You have killed a red-eyed rabbit, EXP +5. One by one, more red-eyed rabbits were attracted by the smell of blood. Lin Chen then began a one-sided slaughter. Half an hour later, he reached level 2. By the time the last rabbit fell, he had cleared the entire red-eyed rabbit territory. Name, Lin Chen. Level, LV2, 57. 5%. Strength, 132. Agility, 132. Constitution, 11. Just by leveling up once, his two main stats had soared by 18 points each. He put all 5 of his free attribute points into Constitution. Health determined his damage output ceiling. Just then, he remembered a legend. In this novice dungeon, if you could clear all the monsters in one day, you would receive a mysterious reward. Forget it, let's do it. Lin Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He raised his dagger and charged towards the deeper parts of the plain. Do you want to choose a mysterious reward? The novice dungeon has a total of 5 areas, with the red-eyed rabbit being the first. An hour and a half has passed. Lin Chen continues to ponder the initial question. To be honest, so far it has been quite unexpected for Lin Chen. He originally thought clearing the dungeon with a single strike wouldn't be too difficult, but he didn't anticipate the sheer number of monsters. Just dealing with the red-eyed rabbit has taken him this long, and the subsequent 4 areas will only get harder. He really doesn't know which principal came up with this, even he isn't confident. It's truly perverse. The grass rustles, and a breeze carries a bloody scent. Let's give it a try. The loss from failure shouldn't be too great. According to plan, even if he runs out of time at the end, he should still be deep enough in to not lose too many high-level monsters. But if he succeeds, the reward is still very tempting. After all, the word mysterious sounds quite alluring. Lin Chen made his decision. The second area of the dungeon is a territory called the Withered Leaf Mantis, about half an hour's walk from the red-eyed rabbit's territory. Lin Chen arrived here in less than 10 minutes, not even taking a break. Since he had made up his mind, he needed to speed up to avoid losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. The lush green grass around him began to turn yellow, as if he had jumped from spring to autumn. The withered leaf mantis is a monster that resembles dead grass. It uses the withered grass to disguise itself and ambush passing humans, significantly increasing the difficulty. As Lin Chen was walking, a cold gleam suddenly flashed to his left, revealing the razor-sharp forearm of the withered leaf mantis. From its appearance to the initiation of the attack, it was less than a meter away from Lin Chen in an instant, moving at an incredible speed. But clearly, Lin Chen was faster. He returned the cold gleam, and the mantis flying in midair was instantly sliced in half, without Lin Chen even raising an eyelid. The high agility not only provided him with speed but also sharp perception. He sensed the withered leaf mantis's movement the moment it acted. The ground was littered with the mantis's corpses, resembling dead twigs. Withered leaf mantis, LV2 health, 60 strength, 7 agility, 8 constitution, 6 spirit, 3 blade sweep. The forearm of the withered leaf mantis is extremely sharp status, dead compared to the red-eyed rabbit. Its attributes have improved somewhat, mainly in strength and agility, but its body remains fragile, allowing ordinary students to deal with it, though they need to employ some skills. Lin Chen glanced at it and continued on his way. The withered leaf mantis couldn't be like the red-eyed rabbit, allowing him to wait for it. It was even difficult to discover when it was disguised. Fortunately, it has a characteristic: as long as someone passes by, it will initiate a sneak attack. Lin Chen planned to use his high agility to quickly traverse the area. I wonder how big this area is and how long it will take to finish. The textbook mentioned the area sizes, but Lin Chen really had no concept of numbers, only knowing it was smaller than the red-eyed rabbit's territory. From time to time, mantises would jump out from the grass to attack, their sharp forearms glinting with a dazzling cold light under the sun. But they were all easily dealt with by Lin Chen. He didn't even need to stop his steps, pushing through like a harvester cutting wheat, leaving only scattered twigs in his wake. His experience was rapidly increasing. You have killed the withered leaf mantis, experience +9. You have killed the withered leaf mantis, experience +9. You have killed the withered leaf mantis, experience +9. The experience from the withered leaf mantis increased significantly when he killed the red-eyed rabbit at level 2. He only gained 3 points of experience, while the mantis provided 3 times that. The experience boost was quite pleasant for Lin Chen. For a moment, Lin Chen worked even harder. The flashes of blades and swords dazzled the eyes. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. You have killed the Black Wind Wolf, experience plus 36 ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 4. The Black Wind Wolf is a monster from the 4th area. And Lin Chen had just entered this place. Wow, this reward really isn't something a person can get. Lin Chen gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Including the initial red-eyed rabbit, he had been fighting for over 6 hours straight. Even he felt exhausted, his calves heavy as if filled with lead. He had even lost 200 points from his shield. But this was just the beginning of the Black Wind Wolf's territory. There was still the final boss area ahead, and less than 4 hours remained until the dungeon ended. Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder, is this reward really something someone can obtain? Are we sure this isn't just a joke? The best historical record was reaching level 3 in a day, and he was already at level 4 with so much left unresolved. Roar! At that moment, another Black Wind Wolf lunged at him with a howl, its face twisted and eyes glowing green. Following it was a pack of wolves, at least a dozen of them, each about half a person high. As everyone knows, wolves are social creatures. The ones in the dungeon were no different. They always attacked in groups of 10 or 20, and their attributes far exceeded those of regular adventurers. Black Wind Wolf, LV4 Health, 150 Strength, 19 Agility, 21 Constitution, 15 Spirit, 7. These attributes were already double that of ordinary adventurers, and combined with their pack behavior, they were completely beyond what his classmates could handle. In fact, this place was no longer suitable for his classmates. Before the government established large-scale dungeons, this area served as a team trial ground for students in their later days. It had been a long time since anyone had come here. Should I try going all out in a frenzy? Looking at the pack, a thought suddenly crossed Lin Chen's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. It definitely wasn't worth it just to grab a reward. He would check the information on the Berserker later. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and charged forward again. You have killed a Black Wind Wolf, experience plus 36. You have killed a Black Wind Wolf, experience plus 36. Outside the dungeon, students were gradually coming out. Oh my god, who said this beginner dungeon was easy? Step forward and I promise I won't kill you. I can't take it anymore, I really can't move at all. This has been such a torment. When I get home tonight, my mom has to make me braised ribs. I must reward myself. After experiencing their first dungeon run, everyone realized how difficult it was to level up and how hard it was to kill monsters. At this point, they had no strength left, collapsing in all directions as soon as they exited into the hall. On the other side, the head of the teaching department arrived at the principal's office in high heels. Principal Han, some students have already come out. Would you like to take a look? The head of the teaching department said respectfully, as the students' performance was directly linked to the school's achievements, especially with the large-scale dungeon meeting. Other schools tomorrow, it was a matter of face that couldn't be ignored. Principal Han Mingrui was sitting at his desk reading a book and didn't even lift his head at the sound. There's nothing about the students worth paying attention to, you just keep an eye on them. The head of the teaching department's eyelids twitched. How could Lu Menghan not be worth paying attention to? Other principals were already waiting early in the morning, and she was only coming in now that it was almost over. It had been like this every year. She was almost busy enough to become a principal herself. Well, okay, Principal Han, you carry on, I won't disturb you. The head of the teaching department gently closed the door and left. God, who is leveling up at this point? That red-eyed rabbit was just insane. I only have 1.5 bars at level 1. The mantis monster isn't easy to deal with either. I'm only at 80% of level 1. Right, that mantis is really disgusting. Our team couldn't even get past it with a tank, and I barely made it to level 2, so tiring. What? You made it to level 2? Just barely, just barely. The head of the teaching department walked into the noisy hall, and the teachers from various classes who had been guarding the hall quickly stood up to offer their seats. What's the situation? The director asked without any pleasantries, plopping down into a chair. Well, it's pretty much the same as in previous years. Most students are maintaining above level 1 at over 60%, with a few barely reaching level 2. Yes, that's right, director, but our class actually has 2 level 2 students, so we got lucky. Our class hasn't had any level 2 yet, but director, please enjoy your tea. It's a good variety I brought from home. Several teachers took their seats and replied. Hearing this, the director nodded. This result was not unexpected for her. It had been like this for years, with the first day usually seeing students around level 2. Once they entered the large dungeons later, things would speed up, but there would also be casualties. The director then asked, Lu Menghan hasn't come out yet, has she? The longer one could last in the dungeon, the better the results. Lu Menghan was the most promising candidate to reach level 3 this year. Nothing could happen to her. She hasn't come out yet. The ones coming out now are just ordinary students. Lu Menghan is still in there. Several teachers spoke up, and Lu Menghan's homeroom teacher added, Don't worry, director, I've been keeping an eye on her. Lu Menghan is wearing luxurious gear today. I really think she can reach level 3. The director felt relieved and squinted her eyes, ready to savor her tea. At that moment, a young female teacher hesitantly said, "Director, I need to tell you something. Our class's Lin Chen hasn't come out yet, and I'm worried something might have happened." Lin Chen? The director paused, recalling the hidden class berserker from yesterday. She had been present then. If he hasn't come out, then he hasn't. Maybe he's just too shy to come out early. Young people are like that. No need to worry too much, the director said casually. Berserkers indeed couldn't last that long without blood selling. They had no combat power, and a newbie selling blood wouldn't manage it either. But there were also gaps in the dungeon monsters. It was fine to hide and not fight, and many students in the past had held on to their pride and not come out. It was just this female teacher, who had recently taken her position and lacked experience, that was worried about this. Upon hearing this, the female teacher's expression didn't lighten much. She was clearly still uneasy, and just as she was about to say something else, another teacher interrupted. "Shaoli, stop overthinking it. He's probably just hiding." "Right, you don't know. This kind of situation happened a lot before. There was one who didn't come out until the last minute, and when he did, he still wasn't level 2. Yes, Lin Chen is likely hiding from the monsters. The kid isn't stupid. No need to worry." More than 30 black wind wolves? Just in time. Inside the dungeon, Lin Chen looked at the pack of black wind wolves in front of him and charged forward decisively. At that moment, he felt more and more energized, completely forgetting the fatigue he had just felt. The number of black wind wolves was surprisingly low. Perhaps due to the increased difficulty and their group behavior, the number was far less than in the previous area. This was already the last batch, and it didn't waste much of his time. At this moment, he felt there was a high probability of obtaining a mysterious reward, and just thinking about the mysterious reward made it hard for Lin Chen not to feel excited. More than 30 black wind wolves continuously launched attacks on Lin Chen, sometimes leaping, sometimes flanking, and it was evident that there was strategy involved, with some drawing attention from the front and others launching sneak attacks from behind. Their overall combat power was quite impressive, but it was all useless. Under Lin Chen's high attributes, all their tactics were just flashy. Instead, Lin Chen was like a wolf among sheep, taking them down one by one. With each charge, a whole group would fall, and the wolf pack couldn't even touch his pant legs before meeting their end. Soon, the last batch of wolves was completely wiped out. "You have killed a black wind wolf. Experience plus 36, ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 5, level 5. Hearing the dungeon prompt, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The feeling of leveling up was still delightful. Although the number of wolves had decreased, the individual experience had increased, and he had just leveled up in each area. "I estimate I'm probably the fastest to level up in the whole school." Lin Chen still felt a bit smug. After all, the highest record in history was only 3, and he was indeed quite fast. Moreover, there was still room for improvement. He hadn't cleared the boss area yet, and he hoped to reach 6 today. Lin Chen set off again, walking while using his clothes to wipe the knife handle. There was no helping it. After so much fighting, it was inevitable to get blood on him. The blade itself was fine, but the handle was too sticky, so he could only wipe it with his clothes. At this point, his shirt was completely in tatters, stained with blood. This situation taught him a lesson. He needed to prepare a rag for future dungeon runs. The boss area was a territory inhabited by creatures called flamehorn antelopes, said to be engulfed in flames, and they were the only monster group in the dungeon with magical attacks. Lin Chen climbed to a high slope, and the scenery before him suddenly changed. The originally lush green plain had turned into a scorched earth, all black and gray, as if a fire had burned the plain. In fact, it had indeed been burned, and on the charred ground, antelopes with long horns could be seen everywhere, their 4 hooves and the flames erupting from their heads making it hard to avoid being burned. Flamehorn antelope, LV5 health, 190 strength, 21 agility, 25 constitution, 19 spirit, 29 flame burn. The antelope can transmit flames to all struck targets. They were still high attack, low defense monsters. The school had really put in the effort for the students to level up. He hadn't encountered a single hard-to-kill monster along the way. It was all about honing combat skills. Unfortunately, Lin Chen couldn't enjoy this effort. He looked at his own attributes. Shield, 776/1000 strength, 246, plus 23, plus 205, agility, 246, plus 23, plus 205. He didn't need skills. It was all about one-hit kills. Lin Chen exhaled and charged in again. There were still 2 hours left until the dungeon ended, and he wanted that mysterious reward. The antelopes, seeing the enemy intrude, charged at him as well. Their attack method was quite simple. They used the horns on their heads to ram. As long as they made contact, they could transmit flames, letting the enemy feel the burning sensation. But unfortunately, they couldn't get close. Before they could, a swift, piercing light cleaved them in half, turning them into experience points for Lin Chen. You have killed a flamehorn antelope. Experience plus 51. You have killed a flamehorn antelope. Experience plus 51. You have killed a flamehorn antelope. Experience plus 51. Time remaining until dungeon ends, 00:20:00. Time remaining until dungeon ends, 00:19:59. 20 minutes left. That should be enough time. Looking at the countdown given by the dungeon, Lin Chen silently breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he had dealt with the vast majority of the antelope area, leaving only the final boss. He should be safe in claiming the mysterious reward. However, it had to be said that today had been truly tough. His calves were trembling, and his head was almost numb. He really didn't know which genius principal had come up with this reward. If it was this hard for him, how would others manage? Could anyone really get it? Swish, with one slash, he took down 2 antelopes, and Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. Look at that, even now, he was still one-shotting monsters. He couldn't imagine what kind of divine profession could achieve that. After wiping the knife handle again, Lin Chen arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon, the boss area. Before him lay the vast scorched earth once more, but there were no ordinary antelopes left on the ground, only a giant antelope moving about. The antelope stood nearly 2 meters tall, with massive curved horns blazing with flames, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was the final boss. Blazing Antelope, LV5, Bronze Boss, Health 600 Strength, 49 Agility, 55 Constitution, 60 Spirit, 69 Flames Scorching, Rain of Fire falling from the sky. The attributes are indeed exaggerated. Finally, it's no longer the intensity of a beginner dungeon. Even Lin Chen wouldn't dare to approach without a layer of rage. Looking at the antelope boss, Lin Chen couldn't hide his excitement. Killing this boss would mean a perfect end to today, and he could finally get the mysterious reward he had been longing for. Let's do this. Without further ado, Lin Chen charged in. His high agility made him shoot out like a sharp arrow. The antelope boss, initially wandering leisurely, quickly reacted upon sensing danger. Its not-so-low agility, combined with the distance, allowed it to successfully dodge Lin Chen's strike. After dodging, the antelope's eyes turned red, and a wave of heat burst from its nostrils, while fire began to rain down from the sky, covering a 10-meter radius. It was its skill, the rain of fire. 35, 33, 35. Lin Chen noticed his rapidly decreasing health with surprise. This was the first monster he encountered that could use skills. Truly a boss. Fortunately, he had a shield, and all the fire rain was absorbed by it, not affecting him at all. Moreover, he still had plenty of shield capacity left. Current shield 626. Come on, let's see you dodge this again. Lin Chen raised his sword and attacked once more, his body leaving afterimages. With the distance closed, it had no chance to react this time. Clang! In an instant, Lin Chen's sword struck the antelope, producing a tremendous roar. The antelope blocked the blow with its horns, not dying immediately, but it was stunned and blood spilled from its mouth. Lin Chen wasted no time and struck twice more. Clang clang, 2 more resounding clashes echoed, and the antelope boss fell to the ground. It was completely lifeless. Killing a boss with 3 strikes was certainly something to brag about, but Lin Chen felt no excitement, with nothing unexpected happening. He naturally had no feelings about it. He only cared about how much experience the boss would give and what the mysterious reward would be. After the boss fell, the dungeon notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the antelope boss, gaining 2000 experience. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 6. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved the first day boss kill achievement, gaining an additional experience plus 5000. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 7, 2000 experience, and an unexpected reward. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there to be an achievement for the first day boss kill, which directly granted him 5000 experience. Now, leveling up only required 6,000, equivalent to giving him a whole level for free. Moreover, the boss's experience was substantial. A level 5 small monster gave 50 experience, so 2,000 was equivalent to 20 small monsters. Lin Chen smiled. He finally felt that the beginner dungeon was generous this time, and leveling up twice in one go might even surpass what he could achieve in the wild. At the same time, he was even more eager for the upcoming mysterious reward. If the first day boss kill reward was this good, clearing the dungeon on the first day would be even more impressive. I wonder what it will be? Equipment? Skills? The dungeon seemed to be calculating his results, and Lin Chen closed the Bloodthirst skill and waited quietly. After closing Bloodthirst, his health would automatically recover, and Lin Chen didn't have to wait long. Just as his health passed halfway, the dungeon notification sounded again. Ding! Detected that you have killed all monsters in the dungeon, achieving the first day dungeon clear achievement. Reward obtained exclusive equipment chest X1. Oh my, is it really this generous? Lin Chen was genuinely excited this time, to the point of doubting his own ears. The exclusive equipment treasure chest will automatically select the most suitable gear for your profession. Each piece will significantly enhance the combat power of the professional, and if you open it well, it might even lead to a qualitative change. It is said that an ordinary mercenary once stumbled upon exclusive equipment in a secret realm, and later he became the captain of a mercenary team. Well, it doesn't sound that impressive, but mainly because that mercenary's own conditions were really poor. He was just an ordinary warrior, and managing to become a captain is quite a testament to his strength. It's like a mediocre middle-aged programmer suddenly becoming a supervisor, which shows a glimpse of the situation. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, a flash of light appeared, and a delicate treasure chest emerged before him, shimmering with brilliant colors. Lin Chen stepped forward to pick up the chest, his heart racing uncontrollably. There was no way around it. Encountering such a precious item on the first day was overwhelming. If this thing were auctioned on the market, it would fetch at least tens of millions, with no market price. Not to mention he was a hidden profession, making the suitable equipment even more valuable. Another characteristic of the exclusive treasure chest is that the better the profession, the higher its value. Exclusive gear for a berserker, bloodthirsty sword, blood fiend armor, blood shadow cloak? Lin Chen thought as he directly opened the chest. There were still nearly 10 minutes left in the dungeon, which was more than enough time. The sense of ceremony surrounding the chest was also quite strong. As the lid opened, dazzling light burst forth like the glow of dawn. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Clear Spring Sound Fall. Clear Spring Sound Fall, purple, spirit plus 30 mana plus 300 mana recovery plus 50% Clear Spring, returns 30 points of mana after casting a skill echo, restores 10 mana for each enemy hit by a skill. Limit, skills below. Level 3 Heartspring, passive bonus, reduces all spirit-related debuffs by 30% when wearing this equipment. Lin Chen? Lin Chen was stunned, and very much so. He couldn't understand why he, a berserker, had opened a mage's exclusive equipment. Admittedly, this equipment had excellent attributes in every aspect. It would definitely be a small artifact for a mage, allowing them to recover mana while casting skills and hitting monsters, and even providing a significant combat power boost for some archers summoning things. But the problem was, he was a berserker. He didn't even have a mana bar. All the skills of a berserker consumed health points, which had nothing to do with mana at all. This equipment was completely mismatched for him, like a donkey's lips not matching a horse's mouth, utterly irrelevant. What kind of exclusive is this? Could it be the least compatible treasure chest? Is there such an item? Was that principal who set the rewards deliberately messing with people? I don't understand. Lin Chen was completely engulfed in self-doubt. Even the joy of leveling up was thrown aside. While Lin Chen was questioning his life, outside the dungeon, almost all the classmates had come out, but no one had left. They were all staring at the teleportation portal. Lu Menghan had not yet emerged, and they wanted to see what level she had reached. Do you think Lu Menghan can reach level 3? Dude, that's too low. At this point, can she even reach level 3? You should be asking if she can reach level 4. Indeed, the senior who reached level 3 did it in just 8 hours, and Lu Menghan has already persisted for 10 hours. I deduce she might very well reach level 4. Level 4, my goodness, what does that even mean? I can't even imagine. I'm only at level 1.5 TSK. Amidst the discussions, shock and envy appeared in everyone's eyes. Previously, they only heard about Lu Menghan's reputation as a genius, without any real experience. Now they truly felt it. Having just gone through the dungeon, they were all too clear about the difficulty of leveling up. If she really could reach level 4, it would be unimaginable, a stark contrast akin to fireflies in the bright moon. You little brats, now you know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens, right? Back in class, you all used to call out so happily. At this moment, a group of homeroom teachers followed the head teacher to the entrance of the dungeon. With only a few minutes left until the end, they had no need to sit around, and it was just right to check on Lu Menghan's situation. Among them, the head teacher was especially interested. If she really reached level 4, it would definitely be a huge boost to their reputation when meeting with other schools tomorrow. Meanwhile, the young female teacher at the side still wore a worried expression. Lin Chen hadn't come out yet, and she felt a bit uneasy. Hearing the teacher scolding, the students scratched their heads in response. Oh come on, teacher, don't laugh at us. We were just joking back then, but now I'm really convinced. Yeah. As long as Lu Menghan can reach level 4, oh no, even level 3, I'll acknowledge her as the top genius. You better stop it. Whether you acknowledge her or not, she's clearly the top genius. Everyone turned their gaze to the teleportation portal. Time passed slowly. 6 o'clock sharp. Boom! With a heavy rumble, a burst of light and shadow emerged from the portal. She's coming out, a student shouted excitedly. The other students quickly turned their heads, and soon the light and shadow faded, revealing a real person inside. A boy covered in blood, especially his shirt, which looked like a black rag. Lin Chen? How could it be Lin Chen? He hasn't come out yet? The students were all taken aback, but there was no time for confusion, as the teleportation portal lit up again, and a tall figure stepped out from the light and shadow. Though she looked travel-worn, her elegance and poise were still unmistakable, and even amidst the smell of blood, a compelling sharpness radiated from her. It was Lu Menghan. Her level was clearly visible, level 4. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in excitement. Level 4. Wow, it's really level 4. Incredible. How on earth did she level up? You could cut me into 8 pieces and I still wouldn't be able to do it. Absolutely fierce, no doubt about it. I'm completely convinced. The top genius of our school, Lu Menghan, is amazing. Lu Menghan is amazing. The admiration in the students' eyes was almost overflowing, and the teachers also smiled. The head teacher approached Lu Menghan. Lu, you did very well. You are truly a great example for our school. If she reached level 8 before the college entrance exam, she could get into a good university. Today she had leveled up by 4 levels, securing this year's achievements. As the top school in Binang City, they had their share of pressure behind the scenes, especially since the principal was completely hands-off. Now, there was no need to worry. Lu Menghan appeared calm on the surface, but she was somewhat excited inside. The difficulty of the dungeon was not low for her. Her original goal was only level 3. Fortunately, her profession had a high output, and with her perseverance, she ultimately achieved this surpassing result. Most importantly, she would take the lead and secure first place, so her father wouldn't have anything to say when she got home. Finally, she could have a good rest today. Lu Menghan looked at the head teacher and said, "Teacher, you flatter me. There are many excellent students among my classmates. I can't really be considered a role model." The head teacher's smile froze. What I meant was, you are very outstanding. I didn't mean anything else. In any case, no matter what, you've brought glory to our school." The teachers are very pleased. The other teachers also chimed in with their congratulations. Yes. Lu, you really surprised us. Show them what you've got in the big dungeon tomorrow. Level 4, back in my day, I never reached that high. Congratulations, Lu. Keep up the good work in the future. The teachers really like you. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, the young female teacher at the side let out a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Chen came out, she would be fine. It was her first year as a homeroom teacher, and she wouldn't know what to do if something really went wrong. The female teacher walked through the crowd and came to Lin Chen's side. "Lin Chen, are you okay? Look at all this blood. You should be more careful." "I'm fine, teacher. It's just monster blood. I'm not hurt." Lin Chen's mood was still low, and he replied with little enthusiasm. The female teacher sighed in relief and reached out to adjust Lin Chen's collar. "That's good to hear. Next time, come out a bit earlier. Don't push yourself. You're a low-level berserker. No one will say anything if, what? You're level 7? The teacher, who was just rambling, suddenly widened her eyes and couldn't help but scream. It seemed she saw that Lin Chen's level was 7. What was going on? Level 7? What level 7? The surrounding students and teachers, who were still focused on Lu Menghan, turned to look at the commotion. However, upon seeing, everyone froze in place, dumbfounded. Lin Chen's displayed level. Why was it 7? Were they seeing things? Silence. The entire hall was incredibly quiet. A berserker who couldn't fight monsters on the first day out of the dungeon reached level 7. Not level 3 or 4, but the terrifying, unprecedented level 7 that had never appeared in history. Everyone desperately tried to convince themselves they were mistaken, but no matter how they looked at it, Lin Chen was indeed level 7, without any logic to it, without a hint of ambiguity. "Lin Chen, are you really level 7? The first to come back to her senses was the closest female teacher, still unable to accept this fact, looking up at him in a daze. Lin Chen had no intention of hiding his strength and shrugged. "Of course." Hiss. As soon as he said this, gasps erupted from the crowd. "Of course. Did you have to be so nonchalant about it? Do you think you're at a market buying vegetables? Didn't you see Lu Menghan, with her divine gear and rarity, was only level 4? You're a berserker, and you're 3 levels higher than her? How is that reasonable? How did you do it?" Another nearby female classmate asked, still looking dazed. Hearing this, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. "I suppressed my health. Don't you know that a berserker can suppress health for combat power?" This time, everyone was left speechless. Suppressing health. Could you be any more ridiculous? Everyone knows a berserker can suppress health, but the problem is, it has to be useful. It's well known that suppressing too little is useless, and suppressing too much can be fatal. It's basically a double-edged sword. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a useless hidden ability. Do you think you have a cheat that can directly lock your health? Or are you a combat genius who can suppress health and still take no damage? That's just nonsense. The hall fell silent again. If Lin Chen could hear everyone's thoughts, he would probably say, "I'm not really sure either. Maybe I do have a bit of combat talent." The system couldn't explain it, so this was the only reasonable explanation, even though he didn't need to explain, but having more backing is always good. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear them, and seeing that everyone had lost their reaction, Lin Chen didn't plan to linger any longer. After a tiring day, he urgently needed to go home and rest, especially since the blood on his half-sleeve was quite uncomfortable. Lin Chen stepped outside, and although his classmates were still puzzled, they all made way for him. "Wait a minute, classmate." Just a few steps out, Lin Chen was called back by the dean. He recognized her. The dean was the acting principal of their school, the busiest person, and she was very concerned about the school's performance, named Wang Huilin. "What's wrong, Director Wang?" Lin Chen asked. Wang Huilin left Lu Menghan behind and hurried over to Lin Chen. Lin Chen. "Oh, Lin Chen, I wanted to ask if you would participate in tomorrow's large dungeon?" "A large dungeon?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and then replied, "I will participate, teacher." His original plan was to take 2 days to adapt before heading out into the wild. Although he had indulged a bit today, he had no intention of changing his plans. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Huilin immediately showed a look of secret delight. Although she was Still unclear about how Lin Chen had reached level 7, she was very aware of one thing: Lin Chen was formidable, extremely formidable. As long as Lin Chen was there, they would definitely take first place in tomorrow's large dungeon among the three of them. They might even lead other schools by a significant margin. This was much more reliable than relying on Lu Menghan. Is there anything else, teacher? If not, I'll take my leave. Lin Chen's voice came through. Wang Huilin snapped back to reality and said, well, there's nothing else, but Lin Chen, is there anything you need? I can help you get a piece of equipment below purple grade. This is our school's privilege for outstanding students. You can choose any equipment you want. Ha, there's this condition? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He had been in school for so long and had never heard of this before, instantly alleviating the frustration he felt from being toyed with by the exclusive treasure chest. If possible, teacher, I would like a weapon. Lin Chen directly expressed his desire. Why not ask for it? His novice long sword was practically dull after a day of use. Wang Huilin smiled as well. After all, it wasn't her money, and she had also built a connection with Lin Chen. No problem, I'll bring it to you tomorrow morning. You should head back and rest. You must be exhausted after today. Thank you for your concern, teacher. A sword would be best. After Lin Chen left, all the classmates showed envious expressions. An unknown classmate had gained the favor of the director in just one day and received a purple weapon. The most precious equipment is weapons, and a purple weapon on the market would cost at least several $100,000. Among them, it was very likely that they would never be able to afford a purple weapon in their lifetime. Of course, everyone was just envious. No one felt sour. After all, he deserved it. Reaching level 7 in a day was something no human could achieve. Even if the school didn't provide it, he could quickly obtain it himself. Damn, today really opened my eyes like a small knife poking my butt. I've seen a lot in my life, but if I had known Lin Chen was this strong, I would have teamed up with him. What a scene that would be. So ruthless. To be honest, I wouldn't even dare to dream of this situation. It's too absurd. Wait, hold on. Given the current situation, Lu Menghan is no longer the top genius. She seems to be significantly behind Lin Chen. It's like there's a genius gap. It was unclear which classmate brought up Lu Menghan, but all the students paused. Lu Menghan, the top young lady. She had to be first in everything: academics, talent, sports, and leveling up. This was her first fall from grace. No one knew what it would be like. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze back to Lu Menghan, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Menghan, teachers, I'll head home now. After greeting the teachers, Lu Menghan left the hall directly. Her expression remained calm as usual, showing no signs of abnormality, but her steps seemed a bit hurried. After everything was completely over, Wang Huilin hurried to the principal's office, her steps very light. You said there were no noteworthy students. Today I'll give you a surprise. Knock knock knock, come in. Wang Huilin walked into the office. Principal Han, there's a student with impressive grades. I'm here to report to you. She deliberately kept it suspenseful. Han Mingrui was still sitting behind his desk reading. I told you there's nothing worth paying attention to, just handle it as you see fit. Why are you back again? She's here. Wang Huilin felt a surge of joy in her heart and continued to maintain a serious face. Principal Han, the student's grades are indeed impressive. Are you sure you don't want to know more? I've seen the transfer students this year. What good grades could there be? Just take care of it. It's late. You should hurry up and get off work. Han Mingrui lowered his head, his tone clearly showing impatience. Wang Huilin sighed deeply. Sigh, all right then. I thought having a child reach level 7 was a good achievement, but since the principal doesn't care, I'll leave first. Principal Han, you should also rest early. With that, Wang Huilin pretended to exit the office. As she stepped back, she silently counted. In her mind, 3, 2, 1, countdown complete. Han Mingrui's voice rang out. Wait a moment. That feels good. Did you say someone reached level 7? In the office, Han Mingrui had already lifted his head, a look of confusion on his face. That's right, absolutely true, I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Huilin returned to the office, secretly delighted. She had long wanted to see Han Mingrui lose his composure, always so indifferent and unambitious. Now, Lin Chen's achievement completely broke historical norms, even allowing their school to reach a new height. She could already imagine Han Mingrui's expression in a moment. However, Han Mingrui merely blinked and returned to his usual calm demeanor. The person you're talking about should be Lin Chen. Wang Huilin was puzzled. How do you know? Han Mingrui raised an eyebrow. It's impossible for a normal profession to reach level 7 in a day. This year, our school only had Lin Chen with a hidden profession. Wang Huilin continued to press. But aren't you even a little surprised? She didn't see a hint of shock on Han Mingrui's face. Even if he guessed it was Lin Chen, isn't it too calm? Does he not regard this achievement at all? Han Mingrui seemed to see through everything, chuckling lightly. I know what you're thinking. Lin Chen's achievement is indeed impressive. If he had a regular profession, it would be extraordinary. But he is a berserker. The difficulty of the novice dungeon is low, which gives the berserker room to leverage health. It's a bit of a shortcut. Once the difficulty of the dungeons increases later, his advantages will naturally disappear. Of course, reaching this achievement still proves that Lin Chen has good combat talent and is willing to persevere, but this will lead him to a new problem. The more a berserker kills, the more violent they become, and his lack of restraint will undoubtedly accelerate his descent into madness. There's a bit of a sense of self-destruction for the sake of achievement. Personally, I don't quite agree with this approach. Being steady and methodical might allow one to go further, but everyone has their own aspirations, and it's hard to judge. As Han Mingrui spoke, he seemed to take a bit of interest, stroking his chin and adding some of his own insights. Wang Huilin fell into silence. She understood. Han Mingrui meant that Lin Chen was not a genius but rather a failure, and he would be a failure by tomorrow. Once the dungeon difficulty increases, Lin Chen would be done for, and tomorrow just happened to be the day for a large-scale dungeon, one that required forced grouping. Wang Huilin's mood plummeted. She firmly believed Han Mingrui's words. He was far more profound than she could imagine. Moreover, what he said made a lot of sense, and she understood it herself. But what about tomorrow's dungeon? She had just been thinking about relying on Lin Chen to gain an advantage and boost her reputation, and now that hope was shattered so quickly. Furthermore, if Han Mingrui's implication was that Lin Chen was hastening his descent into madness, then the subsequent college entrance examination success rate would also become a mirage. Good fortune never comes in pairs, and misfortune never comes alone. Just as Wang Huilin was feeling down, another piece of bad news followed. She suddenly remembered the purple weapon she had just promised Lin Chen. If Lin Chen failed, how would he receive the purple weapon? Would she have to pay for it out of her own salary? Hundreds of thousands? Han Mingrui noticed Wang Huilin's poor expression and spoke to comfort her. Director Wang, you don't need to be too disappointed. A year's worth of achievements won't change much. Just do your own job well. Wang Huilin's mouth twitched. Yes, thank you for your concern, Principal. Alright, you've been busy all day, hurry back and rest. Han Mingrui waved his hand and said, then continued to lower his head to read. The sound of pages turning, 2 pages flipped, and Wang Huilin was still standing in place. Han Mingrui frowned. Director Wang, is there anything else? Wang Huilin's mouth twitched again. Well, she decided to be honest with the principal and try to negotiate. After all, it was a matter of hundreds of thousands. If she went back, her husband would probably start a divorce. And if they refused outright, she had already promised. How would Lin Chen see her, and how would her classmates view her? Yes, Principal Han, there's one more small matter. Wang Huilin stammered out the promise she made to Lin Chen regarding Ziwuzi. To her surprise, Han Mingrui showed no sign of blame. Instead, he generously said, no problem, you can just go to the warehouse and pick it up. The future is the future. Lin Chen's current grades are solid. Our school won't disregard the rules over such matters. Wang Huilin was overjoyed and couldn't help but admire him, quickly thanking him before leaving. As she reached the door, Han Mingrui called her back. By the way, notify the school group about Lin Chen's situation tonight so the classmates don't unknowingly team up with him. A berserker going wild is no joke. Upon hearing this, Wang Huilin couldn't help but sigh. Tomorrow's large-scale dungeon was already going to be more difficult, and they couldn't team up anymore. Poor Lin Chen. On the way home from school, Lu Menghan walked side by side with her best friend Lu Xiaoxue. Menghan, what will you do now that Lin Chen got first place? Lu Xiaoxue looked worriedly at Lu Menghan, knowing her family situation well. She had a very strict father, and Lu Menghan had to strive for first place in everything, because her father demanded it. Even the slightest dissatisfaction would lead to beatings and scolding. Now that someone had surpassed her on the first day of leveling up, she couldn't even imagine going home. Lu Menghan's expression was calm. What can I do? I just have to face it when I get back. That won't do. How about this, when you go back, just don't mention Lin Chen, say you got first place. Anyway, you're already level 4, your dad shouldn't think anyone could be higher than you. Upon hearing this, Lu Menghan frowned. She knew her father well. Even though he wasn't there, he probably understood the results of today's dungeon better than she did. There was no possibility of deception. Of course, she didn't want to deceive him. What was. She wouldn't waste her energy on useless things. Since the dungeon ended, she had been thinking about Lin Chen's level. She wasn't someone who easily admitted defeat, but Lin Chen's level was truly frustrating. How did he level up so high? Ignoring Lu Xiaoxue's chattering and strategizing, Lu Menghan continued to ponder her own issues. After passing 2 more traffic lights, Lu Xiaoxue suddenly screamed, Menghan, I know how Lin Chen leveled up to level 7. Ha! Lu Menghan turned her head in confusion, only to see Lu Xiaoxue's eyebrows dancing with excitement, holding her phone and shaking it. Menghan, the school sent a notice saying Lin Chen leveled up quickly today because the novice dungeon was advantageous for his profession. He just took advantage of it. His leveling speed will drop tomorrow. They also said we should all avoid teaming up with him. Lu Menghan's eyes flickered. Show me. Lu Xiaoxue handed over her phone. In the school group, there was a long string of notices from the head teacher, and the content was basically similar to what Lu Xiaoxue said, just more detailed. The focus was on the reason Lin Chen leveled up so quickly. The novice dungeon was simple, giving the berserker room to maneuver, and everyone should avoid teaming up with Lin Chen because of this. Berserkers were dangerous, and their leveling would drop afterward. There were also many replies from classmates. Below. I said, how could anyone level up so fast? Turns out they were just taking advantage of the situation. I thought they were really impressive. Turns out they were just lucky. I was still planning to team up with him. Good thing I didn't. That would have scared me to death. You guys have had enough. No matter how you put it, you're not better than me. So why do you get to give pointers? Oh, so quickly we have a filial son. If he can't even form a team, how can he be better than me? Come on, tell me. How about that? Now you don't have to worry. The first throne still belongs to Our Lady Lu. Seeing Lu Xiaoxue finish reading, Lu Xiaoxue threw her arms around her neck and started teasing again. Lu Menghan raised her head. When have I ever worried? You're just stubborn. Lu Xiaoxue snatched the phone and ran out first. Looking at Lu Xiaoxue's back, Lu Menghan's eyes flickered. So, is it like this? Ah, that feels good. In the small relief room, Lin Chen took a quick cold shower, feeling refreshed, washing away the fatigue of the day. Wrapping a towel around himself, he walked out of the bathroom and pulled out a chair to sit at the small desk. Today's harvest was quite good, although there were some annoying non-exclusive treasure chests. He unexpectedly leveled up to 7, and with the promise of the purple weapon from the headmaster, overall it was very good. If he could reach level 8 before the college entrance examination, he could get into a decent university. Others might struggle for 7 days and not achieve that, but he almost completed the entire journey in 1 day. This is the charm of the system. This is the charm of the shield paired with the Berserker. Lin Chen was in a good mood, sitting at the desk and opening the profession panel. Since leveling up to 5, he hadn't had the chance to allocate points. Allocating points and improving was also a very pleasant thing. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, level, LV7, 1.1%, health 360 shield, 1000 strength, 22 agility, 22 constitution, 36 spirit, 12 free attributes, 10 passive blood festival for every 10 points of health lost, strength and agility plus 1 passive blood frenzy, attribute increase based on different health levels. Bloodthirst LV2. During the skill activation period, you no longer receive any health recovery, and it closes with an automatic recovery of 2 health points per second. Active release, health decreases by 10 points per second. Strength and agility both increased by 2 points per level, and now at level 7, they just reached 22. Constitution increased by 1 point per level. Originally, he should be at 16 now, but he allocated all 20 free attributes before level 5, reaching 36. This value has at least doubled compared to the morning, showing significant progress. As for spirit, it's better not to mention it. Moreover, the active skill Bloodthirst naturally leveled up to LV2 after reaching level 5. The automatic health recovery increased from 1 to 2 per second, which is also a nice improvement, allowing him to recover full health faster after combat. Leveling up here automatically increases skill levels, with active skills increasing every 5 levels and passive skills every time they turn. But wanting to upgrade new skills is useless. He can only buy skill books or have someone teach him, etc. I wonder when I'll have an active skill. Lin Chen felt a bit itchy. Strictly speaking, he currently had no active skills that could fight, but the chance of ordinary skill books dropping hidden profession skills was too slim, and exclusive skill books were too expensive. For now, he could only think about it. The good thing is that even without skills, his combat power is still decent, a bit stronger than an ordinary person. After glancing a few times, Lin Chen began to allocate points. There was no need to hesitate. He allocated all to Constitution. With the Blood Festival passive, adding to Constitution equaled adding to Strength, Agility, and Constitution altogether, which was truly a win. A warm current flowed through, and Lin Chen's Constitution welcomed a change. Physique 3646 health points 360460. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. With 460 health points, even without considering the Berserk state, he could gain 46 points in agility, equivalent to adding 2 strength-based classes. If he included the Berserk state, then it would be like having 20 of them. Comfortable. Having done all this, Lin Chen threw himself onto the bed, feeling refreshed, both physically and mentally. With such an enhancement, he would face the large dungeon tomorrow with even greater ease. The experience gained from a large dungeon would be different from today's trial dungeon. Tomorrow, he would see even greater improvements. A perfect virtuous cycle. Filled with anticipation, Lin Chen planned to sleep. A good night's sleep would allow him to continue leveling up with vigor tomorrow. It was evident that he was indeed tired today, as drowsiness soon washed over him and his body gradually felt heavy. However, just as he was about to fall asleep, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes again. I forgot to check the Berserker information. Earlier, he had wanted to look up the risks mentioned regarding the ultimate Berserk state, so he thought he would check the information when he got back. As soon as he remembered this, his drowsiness receded like a tide, and Lin Chen became incredibly alert again. There was no helping it, he was just someone who couldn't keep things to himself. Moreover, that ultimate Berserk was indeed tantalizing. After all, the bonuses were too high, 2000%, for times that of the 3rd tier, and it could ignore all control effects. If he could activate it, he could clear the dungeon in just 3 hours today. Lin Chen got up and picked up his phone to look it up. The information online was a mix of truth and falsehood, but he was still a student and had access to his school's internal information network. The information there was extensive, covering everything from monster characteristics to skill equipment to class information, and it was rigorous and reliable. This was also an advantage of the school. In university, the resources would be even broader, and the level of information would increase significantly. They were still in high school, dealing with the basics. With a categorized index, Lin Chen quickly found the Berserker section. Berserker primarily focuses on strength and agility, violent and impulsive. Only attacks, does not defend, grows stronger when facing strong opponents. This was the introductory section, and Lin Chen quickly scrolled down. Berserker core skill, Blood Frenzy, health. Decline will provide additional agility, and the lower the health, the greater the increase. When health drops to 50%, it provides 10% to 30%, it provides 50% to 10%, it provides 200%. Why is this just the standard version of the Berserker? Lin Chen flipped through for a long time, only seeing the Berserker from the advanced classes, which was the normal version, definitely not comparable to his advanced version. Ah, found it. Just as he was feeling dejected, Lin Chen saw an appendix with information about his hidden Berserker. A narrative from the owner of the hidden class Blood Berserker. Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly clicked in. I can't tell. Blood? Fresh blood? Ah, the delightful scent. Please, don't push me anymore. I beg you. Stop me. Seeing the first few lines, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown and hurriedly scrolled down. This was a long narrative, and it seemed the author's mental state fluctuated between madness and normalcy. Eventually, Lin Chen found the answer he was looking for at the end. 1%. Ultimate Berserk. Entering this state will instantly plunge you into a rage, losing all rationality. With only slaughter in your eyes, you will want to tear everything in front of you to shreds. Either you die, or everyone dies. This is also the final form of the Berserker, just allowing you to experience it in advance. As someone who has been through it, I advise the younger generation, never attempt this stage, never try it. It is not a power you can control, you must experience it. Do you know the thrill of slaughter? He will make you experience an unprecedented pleasure. Come on, just leave a little more blood. It's almost there. Lin Chen. Turning off his phone, Lin Chen's gaze inevitably sank. The author wrote in a mad frenzy, but everything pointed to one thing: ultimate rage with very strong side effects. It would drive a person directly into madness, and it would be uncontrollable. This was far more serious than Lin Chen had imagined. It seemed to have reached an unsolvable point. His system shield could only protect him from external environmental influences, but this was clearly a direct madness from within. If it couldn't be resolved, it meant he could no longer use ultimate rage and would only be a decoration. After all, it was clearly stated, either you die, or everyone dies. What should I do? Lin Chen fell into deep thought. He certainly couldn't bear to part with this skill. Such a high bonus was right there, but he could only watch and not use it, which was hard to accept. But what good solution could there be? Going mad, losing reason, being violent. Wait, clear spring flowing sound. It can reduce mental side effects. The next day, early morning, Lin Chen set off early towards the city dungeon, and around his neck he wore a beautiful pendant today. The pendant was sky blue, shaped like a droplet, and upon closer inspection there was a shimmering light flowing inside, like water, very beautiful. The pendant was naturally a purple equipment obtained from a special treasure chest. Clear spring flowing sound. Last night he had carefully studied the interaction between clear spring and his rage. First, clear spring could weaken the side effects of ultimate rage. The aura of clear spring reduced all mental debuffs by 30%, and rage also had mental side effects. He had checked a lot of information on this and could basically confirm it. Secondly, ultimate rage was not completely unsolvable. As long as you could kill all living things around you or exhaust yourself, you could eventually wake up slowly. That senior Berserker left behind a narrative, which proved this point. Finally, whether he could activate ultimate rage while carrying clear spring was still uncertain. Clear spring could only reduce it by 30%, and without personal experience, Lin Chen couldn't judge. He didn't dare to mess around in the residential area, as it could easily lead to his own demise. He planned to enter the dungeon today for a practical test. There were no living people in the dungeon, so there were no worries. Lin Chen scanned a small yellow bike and set off towards the city dungeon. The city dungeon was a large dungeon built by the government, quite different from yesterday's school dungeon. The monsters inside could reach level 15, and the difficulty was almost no different from the wild, with the only advantage being complete information and familiar environment. This dungeon would remain open until the students' college entrance exams, still operating for 10 hours a day. The dungeon was located in the central area of Baining City, in a very spacious hall, similar to an airport waiting area. Baining City had a total of 5 high schools, and together they were not few. When Lin Chen arrived, the entire hall was already crowded, with students standing in groups, and teachers coordinating with staff for registration, bustling about. Director Wang, I heard your school has a hidden profession? It leveled up to 7 yesterday? Oh, is that true? Then your school has struck gold this year. Several principals had arrived early and were now chatting together. The one from the first high school was still the director Wang Huilin, who sighed softly. Sigh, don't mention it, our hidden profession is a berserker. It was just a coincidence yesterday, it won't work today. What's the point of it? The other principals showed joy in their eyes. They had actually heard the news long ago and were just confirming it now. If it was a berserker, then it was no big deal. Hey, Director Wang, you're being modest again. A berserker is still good. Leveling up to 7 in a day is enough to prove strength, right? Yes, after all, it's a hidden profession. Director Wang, you're too pessimistic. I think there are just too many good students in Class 1. Director Wang, your eyes have become too discerning. A few principals pretended to comfort her, leaving Wang Huilin with a headache. Lin Chen scanned the area, found his school section, and walked over. As soon as he joined the line, he was met with countless strange looks, accompanied by some whispered conversations. Look, Lin Chen is here. How many levels do you think he can rise today? I estimate he can at most rise 1 level, or maybe not even that. Hee, great minds think alike. There's no loophole for him to exploit today. Stop talking, he's coming over. Lin Chen maintained a blank expression. He had naturally seen the messages in the group chat yesterday. There were some misunderstandings, but nothing too serious. It didn't affect his leveling up, and he didn't need to form a team. In fact, it could be considered a good thing, as it reasonably explained why he leveled up so quickly, helping him avoid some trouble. Lin Chen silently waited for the dungeon to open. Today, the students looked much more relaxed. After experiencing the first dungeon run, everyone was clearly less tense. But they were also very serious, as every day before the college entrance examination was crucial. It could change the trajectory of their entire future. Lu Menghan stood at the back of the crowd, as usual, dressed in tight-fitting battle armor, her posture straight, her face as cold as frost. The surrounding students looked at her with envy. Look, our young lady is back on the throne, she's full of confidence again. Lu Xiaoxue jumped out from the crowd. Lu Menghan's expression remained unchanged. I've always been like this, what does it matter if I'm first or not? Lu Xiaoxue pouted. Yes, you're so noble, you wouldn't be afraid even if Mount Tai collapsed. Enough of that, how are you feeling today? Do you have confidence in surpassing Lin Chen? Since Lin Chen had been sidelined, Lu Menghan's character naturally demanded that she surpass him quickly, otherwise, her father wouldn't allow it. Surpass Lin Chen? Lu Menghan glanced in Lin Chen's direction. Her goal today was definitely to surpass Lin Chen and reclaim first place. But she wasn't too clear about the dungeon situation, and Lin Chen was still 3 levels higher than her. She would have to wait until they entered to assess. Lu Menghan turned back. Why should I surpass him? I just need to level up myself. Lu Xiaoxue was completely speechless. As the dungeon opening approached, Director Wang Huilin returned to the line. Students, you all know the difficulty of today's dungeon. Leveling up is important, but safety is equally important. Except for Lu Menghan and Lin Chen, everyone else needs to form teams. Each team must have at least 3 people, with at least 1 warrior. Don't wait until you get hurt to regret it. The college entrance examination won't wait for you, is that clear? The difficulty of the large dungeon had increased significantly, surpassing what the students could handle alone. Therefore, to reduce casualties, the school mandated team formation for the first 3 days each year. The students were well aware of this rule. They had formed their teams yesterday, but hearing this still left a sour taste in their hearts. Forming teams would split the experience, and it was definitely slower than leveling up solo. But only those with rare professions or higher could break the rules and enter solo. Many looked at Lu Menghan, who was alone, with envy. Then they saw Lin Chen, who was also solitary, and felt a bit more balanced. He didn't need to form a team, while this guy wanted to but had no one to team up with. Wang Huilin couldn't help but sigh. The large dungeon was already difficult for Lin Chen, and not allowing him to team up was equivalent to ruining the child's future. She felt bad about it, but there was nothing to be done. For the berserker. Fortunately, the purple weapon application had been approved yesterday, which was a small consolation. Wang Huilin approached Lin Chen. Lin Chen, this is the weapon I promised you yesterday. It's the knife you like. With that, Wang Huilin pulled out a crimson long knife. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought that after yesterday's notification, Ziwu had also cancelled. Of course, having him around was definitely better, otherwise, he would have to use the ordinary iron sword that had already dulled. Thank you, teacher. Lin Chen politely replied as he took the long sword. Wang Huilin sighed again. Lin, you must be extra careful today. After all, you're the only one. If it really doesn't work out, you can just back out. Don't worry, your profession is special. No one will laugh at you. Lin Chen. Laugh at me? You really don't need to worry about that. Students, line up. No pushing. Everyone enter the dungeon in an orderly manner. Here it comes. Today I'm going to kill 100 monsters. I'm aiming for a level up of 8 today. Count me in. At exactly 8 o'clock, the dungeon opened on time. Under the guidance of the staff, the students began to enter the dungeon. Lu Menghan walked right behind Lin Chen, but she didn't glance at him the entire time. After learning about the situation yesterday, she had lost interest in Lin Chen. Although he was still her target today, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him. If he doesn't surpass today, he will definitely surpass tomorrow. Lu Menghan stepped lightly into the teleportation portal. Once everyone had entered the dungeon, a giant screen on the wall of the hall lit up. The large dungeon had a real-time observation feature, allowing people outside to easily see the number of monsters the students were killing. Lin Shen appeared in a vast desert, the sky dim and the sun shrouded in gloom. The entire world was nothing but endless quicksand and swirling yellow dust. It goes without saying that this was the interior of the dungeon, the land of quicksand. Here, the comfortable environment of the school dungeon was nowhere to be found. Even the air was extremely dry. Lin Shen squinted to adapt, then took out the weapon that Wang Huilin had just given him, as he hadn't had the chance to check its attributes yet. Crimson of the True Righteousness, purple, strength plus 52 agility, plus 52 siphon/tide, can switch forms. Siphon form grants 10% lifesteal, tide state attacks deal an additional 10% damage essence. This weapon can absorb blood to convert into energy, which can effectively resist weapon damage. True Righteousness set, no effect. Requires 3 or more True Righteousness equipment to trigger, as expected of a purple weapon. These attributes, the equipment levels, like professions, are divided into white common, blue advanced, purple rare, gold legendary, and rainbow divine. Generally, white or blue would give about 10 or so points, but this one directly added over 50, which is quite telling. Looking at the crimson long sword in his hand, Lin Shen revealed a satisfied smile. Artificial dungeons do not have equipment drops, so this sword perfectly solved his urgent need. Moreover, the additional effects were very suitable. With a double cut, he could enjoy the damage increase without needing to rely on lifesteal. The other effect seemed to provide protection for the weapon through combat, so he wouldn't have to worry about damage in the future. It felt like it would last him a long time. But this clearly counts as a small treasure. Is the school really this attentive to me? Lin Shen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Is their school this generous? Not dwelling on it too much, Lin Shen took a deep breath, preparing to start his experiment today. He needed to test whether he could activate the ultimate Berserk. The attributes granted by the ultimate Berserk were simply too significant, and it would have a profound impact on him in the future, so he had to figure it out as much as possible. Blood Siphon. As Blood Siphon activated, Lin Shen's health began to drop rapidly. 10 Lin Shen currently had a total of 460 health, with Blood Siphon draining 10 points per second. You have entered Stage 1 Berserk, strength and agility increased by 50%. You have entered Stage 2 Berserk, strength and agility increased by 100%. Soon, Lin Shen reached Stage 3 Berserk, hitting the critical point for ultimate Berserk. Lin Shen touched the sound of the flowing spring at his neck. Shouldn't anything go wrong? To be honest, he was still a bit apprehensive. After all, the self-narrative was quite terrifying, describing complete madness that tore everything apart. Never mind, let's continue. The frenzy wasn't entirely unsolvable. And with the weakening of the clear spring, Lin Shen felt he should be able to take control. The bloodthirst activated again, and Lin Shen's life continued to drop. Life, 30 life, 20. Life 1. You have entered. The final frenzy, power and agility increased by 2000%. Ignore all control. Danger alert, please quickly increase your life value. Danger alert, please quickly increase your life value. Suddenly, it felt like an alarm was ringing in Lin Shen's mind, warning him that his current situation was extremely dangerous. But Lin Shen didn't move. He stood quietly in place, slowly closing his eyes. Ah, the taste of blood. It's been a long time. At that moment, a desert giant scorpion passed by, seemingly catching Lin Shen's attention. Lin Shen suddenly opened his eyes, and the clarity was completely gone, replaced by a pair of blood-red eyes to the extreme. His face showed no trace of human emotion, but rather a sickly madness that sent chills down one's spine. In the next moment, a red shadow flashed by. Sizzle, one of the desert giant scorpion's arms was torn off at the root, and blood gushed out instantly, splattering onto Lin Shen's face like a sharp sword. Lin Shen didn't care at all. Instead, he took a deep breath, revealing an almost obsessive smile. It feels like my cells are cheering. Immediately after, Lin Shen grabbed the other arm of the giant scorpion, just as he was about to tear it off. No, I can't do this. I need to take control. Suddenly, a spark of light appeared in Lin Shen's eyes, and once that light emerged, it spread like a wildfire, quickly overtaking the bloodthirsty color. Moments later, Lin Shen's eyes regained their emotions. Although they were still blood-red, it was clear he had regained some self-awareness. Such intense desire. Lin Shen exhaled deeply. He had just felt a strong desire flood into his mind, making him want to shatter everything in front of him. Fortunately, there was still a stream of clarity to counter it, flowing like a brook, cutting through the overwhelming desire, preserving the last part of his rationality, allowing him not to completely lose himself and still have the ability to control. As for why he had just torn off the scorpion's arm, the desire had come too violently and suddenly for him to withstand it at that moment. Now that he had adapted a bit, he felt much better. After a sigh of relief, a smile gradually appeared on Lin Shen's lips. He was right. With the clear spring flowing, he could indeed control the ultimate frenzy. The brook in his mind just now was naturally the effect of the clear spring. And now that he still had self-awareness and could control himself, it was enough to prove everything. Lin Chen became excited, and very excited. The ultimate frenzy could provide a full 2000% boost. Being able to use the ultimate frenzy, he didn't know how much it could help him grow in the future. Even a mythical profession would not be out of reach. At that moment, his concern for the exclusive treasure chest completely vanished. It was indeed exclusive, absolutely no mistake. He had just been thinking too small. I wonder how high my attributes can go with the ultimate frenzy boost. Lin Chen was filled with excitement, not even bothering with the giant crab beside him, ready to open the panel to check his attributes. However, just then, roar, the giant crab beside him let out a roar and aimed its tail at Lin Chen. Lin Chen froze. Ha, do you want to die? I can help you. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, Lin Chen's eyes turned cold again, devoid of any emotion. A few minutes later, Lin Chen looked at the giant scorpion he had completely dismembered, lost in thought. I seemed to be unable to fully control the ultimate berserk. He realized that in the state of ultimate berserk, he could not be provoked or taunted, otherwise he would completely lose his sanity, only able to slowly recover after tearing apart the creature that had provoked him. Just now, it was the scorpion that suddenly let out a strange cry and aimed its tail at him, leading to this tragic incident. Lin Chen's gaze darkened. This outcome left him somewhat disappointed. The inability to fully control it meant that in most situations he still couldn't use the ultimate berserk. The consequences in the wild or with other humans were easy to imagine. Once out of control, it would be easy to fall into uncontrollable danger. However, there was also good news. At least it proved that he was on the right track. Other berserkers would go completely insane once they entered ultimate berserk, while he could maintain his sanity without being provoked and could recover quickly. This was undoubtedly progress brought by the clear spring-flowing sound. Moreover, it could be concluded that as long as he continued to collect equipment that weakened the mental side effects, this progress could continue to improve until he completely mastered the ultimate berserk. Okay, after going to the wild tomorrow, I'll work hard to earn money and save up to buy mental-type equipment, preferably a dedicated equipment treasure chest. And I remember that clear spring-flowing sound seems to be a set, right? Lin Chen had a new goal to strive for. Mastering the ultimate berserk was a must, of course, but mental-type equipment wasn't so easy to obtain. He still needed to work hard. With his mind made up, Lin Chen exited his contemplative state. He then revealed a mysterious smile. Completely mastering the ultimate berserk was still far off, but in this dungeon, he could use it. This dungeon had no powerful monsters and no other humans. He had no concerns at all. Lin Chen immediately opened the information panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, Level, LV7, 1.1%, Health, 1/460 Shield, 1000 Strength, 1259, plus 45, plus 1140, plus 52, Agility, 1259, plus 45, plus 1140, plus 52. Constitution 46, Spirit 63, plus 51, Passive Blood Festival, for every 10 points of health lost, Strength and Agility plus 1, currently providing 35 Passive Blood Berserk, currently in Ultimate Berserk, Strength and Agility increased by 2000%, ignoring all control. Currently providing 1140. Note, this stage is dangerous, please increase health as soon as possible. Bloodthirsty LV2, during the skill activation period, you will no longer receive any health recovery, closing automatic recovery of 2 health points per second. Active release, health decreases by 10 points per second. 1259. His strength and agility attributes had reached an exaggerated 1259. Who could stand in his way at this stage? Despite being prepared, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel his heart racing. He couldn't even imagine how many levels a professional would need to reach to have over 1,000 on their panel. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered that most of his classmates were still at level 1, with attributes around 10 points, little newbies. For a moment, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted even higher. Okay, time to level up. Today's goal, break through the dungeon. The Land of Quicksand was a vast dungeon, divided into 2 main areas, the outer and core regions. The outer area was relatively simple, with monster levels ranging from 3 to 7, but the lack of precise monster territory division meant that as long as one was in the outer area, there was a chance to encounter monsters of any level and type. Lin Chen hadn't walked far when, ahead, the yellow sand rolled and a massive scorpion jumped out from the sand layer. Desert Scorpion, LV4 Health, 290 Strength, 25 Agility, 21 Constitution, 29 Spirit, 11 Tail Spike, yellow sand armor. No wonder it's a monster from a large dungeon. The level 4 monster already has attributes higher than the level 5 monsters from the previous school dungeon. Ordinary students would need at least a team of 4 to handle it. Looking at the scorpion before him, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to experience the power of ultimate rage. Crimson Blade. The blood-red long knife appeared in his hand as Lin Chen charged towards the giant scorpion. However, just then, roar, the giant scorpion sensed danger and let out a roar, aiming its massive tail spike at Lin Chen. Lin Chen paused. Looking for death? 5 seconds. Later, a dismembered corpse lay on the ground. 3 minutes later, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Staring at the scattered parts of the giant scorpion on the ground, Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Forget it, it's all the same whether I experience it or not. You have killed the desert scorpion, experience plus 22. Lin Chen received less experience due to his higher level, as the experience from the more powerful scorpion was actually lower. In fact, after reaching level 5, his experience gain had already decreased once and now it was further suppressed. For ordinary students, this monster would likely yield over 60 experience. Lin Chen ignored the dungeon prompt and continued on his way. His goal today was definitely not these small monsters. The quicksand area was vast and didn't offer any clearing rewards. He planned to head to the core area to level up. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, Lin Chen moved straight towards the core zone. The core area was very far away. Typically, a teleportation portal would open outside the dungeon in the later days. He knew he wouldn't be able to enjoy that now. Therefore, Lin Chen increased his speed significantly, unleashing all his power, leaving afterimages in his wake and avoiding nearby monsters whenever possible. However, there were still some oblivious ones that forced him to stop. A 2-meter-tall sand giant turned its eyes red after Lin Chen passed by and let out a dissatisfied roar to the sky. Lin Chen had already sprinted 2 kilometers but had to turn back. Looking for death? I'll grant you that. As Lin Chen struggled towards the core area, outside the dungeon. 1 Lia Meng Hankel count, 21 Tu Zhang Ming's kill. Count, 19 3 Chen Schenkel count, 18 real-time information scrolled across the hall's walls as several principals chatted below. Director Wang, Lu Menghan is from your first school, right? Impressive results. Yes, killing 20 monsters so quickly. Her combat talent is quite good. Sigh, when will such good students come to our third school? We really don't have that fortune. Wang Huilin seemed disinterested at the moment. Menghan is quite strong-willed. Her profession is similar to everyone else's. The information screen could display the top 100 students, and with Lin Chen's level 7 strength, he should have been able to make it into the top 100, yet he hadn't appeared at all. This indicated that without blood suppression and team formation, Lin Chen truly couldn't level up. What a pity. The principals felt relieved upon seeing this. No matter how much Lu Menghan excelled, she wouldn't create a significant gap, and the level 7 student not making the list was indeed a relief. Hey, Director Wang, you're being modest again. You're first and still say you're similar to everyone else. Lu Menghan is a radiant moon swordsman, right? That profession is also top tier among the rare ones. Phew, I finally made it. Inside the dungeon, Lin Chen had finally arrived at the core area. Taking a full 2 hours at his speed, this dungeon was indeed not ordinary in size. A light barrier appeared before Lin Chen, standing like a wall of air in the boundless desert. This is the barrier that separates the outskirts from the core, but in fact, it offers no real obstruction. Its purpose is merely to give students a hint. Ahead lies the core area. The difficulty will increase. Please consider your own strength before proceeding. It's more like a warning sign. After all, the boundless desert offers no sense of direction. The textbook mentioned that the monsters in the core area range from level 8 to 12, and there will also be elite monsters present. I've already wasted quite a bit of time. I need to level up quickly. Lin Yu muttered as he strode through the barrier. The long journey had led him to hardly fight any monsters, but he couldn't just avoid them. The experience from the outer monsters was simply too little due to his level suppression. Entering the core area, before him lay the vast yellow sands, but the wind and sand had lessened significantly, and in the distance, some ruins of buildings appeared, covered by the sand. Before long, Lin Chen encountered a monster. It was a short-legged lizard, resembling a crocodile, with yellowish-brown scales on its back that looked as hard and sturdy as armor. Shielded giant lizard, LV8 health for 80 strength, 35 agility, 30 constitution, 48 spirit, 21 thick scales, giant tongue entwined. Indeed, it's above level 8. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Only monsters of higher levels would yield decent experience, otherwise, those outer ones were just too stingy. The giant lizard lay behind a dirt slope, about 10 meters away from Lin Chen. This time, Lin Chen learned from his previous lesson and gave the giant lizard no room to react, instantly bursting forth at maximum speed to kill it. Although entering a frenzy was no big deal, he wasn't keen on continuing to tear that thing apart with his hands. It was somewhat disgusting. Now, with Lin Chen's extremely high agility, the distance of several meters was covered in an instant, the only difference from teleportation being that he could still see the trajectory of his movement. Whoosh! Accompanied by the red glow of the true scarlet, the giant lizard was instantly split in two, the cut smooth as a mirror, and only after a moment did it crash down to either side with a thunderous sound. Following that, blood gushed out as if it had just reacted. Phew, such powerful strength. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes. He didn't even feel any obstruction. It was just like slicing through the air. Yesterday, he couldn't reach such a level when killing monsters. Truly the ultimate frenzy. After the giant lizard fell, a prompt from the dungeon sounded. You have killed the shielded giant lizard. Experience points plus 86. The experience gain is keeping up. Lin Chen noticed that his experience bar had moved about 2%, meaning he could level up after defeating around 50 monsters. This number was not low at all. The leveling speed after level 5 would slow down significantly, and many classmates might level up 2 or 3 times in a day before reaching level 5, only to take 2 or 3 days to level up once afterward. His 2% was far from what ordinary classmates would achieve. Lin Chen continued on, soon encountering another monster, a vulture with pure white eyes, standing far away in the desert, seemingly on the lookout for enemies. Lin Chen applied the same tactic, bursting forth at high speed from a distance. The battle lasted only a second, and the vulture was split in two before it even caught a glimpse of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's experience increased again. You have killed the corrosive vulture. Experience points plus 88. Progressing in levels always brings joy, and since the monsters in the core area are all at least level 8, at this rate, Lin Chen estimated he could reach at least level 10 today. Lin Chen felt elated, and it seemed that controlling his urge to go berserk wasn't difficult, as long as he paid attention to his surroundings and paired it with high agility, he could completely avoid it. Just as Lin Chen was thinking this, he noticed a vulture and a giant lizard fighting not far away, both letting out screeches and cries. Looking for death? Lin Chen's eyes turned blood red, and he immediately shot towards the direction of the sound. 5 minutes later, facing the two completely dismembered monster corpses, Lin Chen. Well, it's not that simple. But in any case, entering a state of madness doesn't really affect leveling up, just a bit nauseating. Lin Chen continued to level up in the core area, sometimes lucid, sometimes frenzied. You have killed the shielded giant lizard. Experience plus 86. You have killed the corrupted vulture. Experience plus 88. You have killed the yellow rock python. Experience plus 96. An hour later, Lin Chen welcomed his first level up since entering the dungeon. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 8. Lin Chen had only been fighting monsters for about an hour, and this speed was undoubtedly exciting. Unfortunately, he was currently in a frenzied state, his mind filled only with the urge to fight. Lin Chen ignored everything, continuing to slaughter with a mad grin. What a wonderful aura, you really make me very happy, do you know? Outside the dungeon, the scrolling screen in the hall refreshed again. 1 Lia Meng Hankel count, 51 Tu Zhang Ming's kill count, 47 3 Chen Schenkel count, 46 Several principals were chatting idly below. I wonder what kind of results these kids can achieve today. Probably about the same as before, averaging around 50 monsters. The highest I remember is 222. That record was set by your school, the 3rd middle school, you remember that clearly. Do you think anyone can break the record today? Hard to say, right now they have plenty of time and energy, but it will slow down later. If anyone can break it, it will depend on Lu Menghan. From the looks of it, Lu Menghan does have that momentum. Director Wang, what do you think? Wang Huilin had set aside her displeasure and pondered for a moment upon hearing this. If I remember correctly, the previous record holder was a mage, who has an advantage in monster farming. Although Lu Menghan is not slow now, she is somewhat at a disadvantage in terms of profession. Whether she can break it will depend on the next refresh. If she can maintain this momentum, there's a chance. The information screen refreshes every hour, and if Lu Menghan can continue to increase her kill count by 25 or more, she would have a chance. However, Wang Huilin felt the hope was slim. After all, in terms of farming monsters for leveling up, warriors and swordsmen could never compare to mages. Of course, in one-on-one combat, it would be a different story. That was just the way it was. During the conversation, the hall screen welcomed another refresh. The principals all turned their attention to it. 1 Lia Meng Hankel count, 73 Tu Zhang Ming's kill count, 66 3 Chen Schenkel count, 65. 10 Lin Schenkel count, 51. This time she increased by 22, a bit slower. Where did this Lin Chen come from? Swordsmen do have some disadvantages. Hey, I haven't seen this student before. The group of principals was evaluating when they suddenly froze. This person hadn't been there before. Where did he come from? And he directly made it into the top 10? Whose subordinate is this? The principals were all confused. They had been watching the screen the whole time, and someone who hadn't even made it into the top 100 2 hours ago suddenly burst into the top 10. In just 1 hour, he killed over 50 monsters. Is this even scientific? Has anyone heard of this person? Not from our 5th middle school. I remember my students clearly. Lin Chen, isn't Lin Chen that hidden one from the 1st middle school? The one who reached level 7 yesterday. The principals furrowed their brows, gradually recalling, and then turned to look at Wang Huilin. Director Wang, what's going on here? Didn't you say Lin Chen was just lucky yesterday and wouldn't do well today? Wang Huilin blinked. I don't know. Wang Huilin, my head is buzzing right now. It must be Lin Chen that she knows, but it shouldn't be. In a large dungeon, Lin Chen wouldn't have had the chance to lower his health, and besides, he really hadn't made a move in the last 2 hours. How did he suddenly make it to the top 10? After thinking for a moment, Wang Huilin said, everyone, don't rush. I estimate that Lin Chen must have coincidentally encountered a relatively weak group of monsters, which gave him the chance to lower his health. After all, this kind of situation isn't unheard of in dungeons. Moreover, Lin Chen might have been hovering just above 100 for the past 2 hours, and with this stroke of luck, he just happened to push into the top 10. That should be the only reasonable explanation, Wang Huilin pondered to herself. The several principals, upon hearing this, were still somewhat skeptical but believed it to some extent. The reasoning sounded a bit far-fetched, but it could be made to make sense. Mainly, a berserker couldn't possibly kill 50 monsters in an hour. That was completely against reason. Everyone relaxed a bit. Soon, an hour passed. The big screen refreshed again. 1 Lin Chen kill count, 1012 Lia Meng Han kill count, 96 3 Chen Shen kill count, 88 the principals. Wang Huilin. Director Wang, what do you have to say this time? Is it still luck? Did he encounter another group of trash monsters? Wang Huilin rolled her eyes. Don't ask me, go ask Lin Chen. This time, she was truly baffled. Another 50, and they were solid kills, surpassing Lu Menghan in just 2 hours. Luck couldn't possibly be that good all the time. It was completely beyond her understanding. Where was she supposed to know? The principals looked at Wang Huilin, all frowning. I just feel like there's something fishy going on. Inside the dungeon. Comfortable. Lin Chen truly experienced the power of ultimate Berserk. The land of quicksand had monsters somewhat scattered due to its vast area. Generally, students could kill about 10 monsters in an hour, and that was already considered good, especially in the outer regions. The core would have even fewer. Yet, he had killed over 100 in just 2 short hours, which was more than 10 times faster, almost like flying a plane. Swish, a bright scarlet light flashed. A yellow-skinned giant python was split in two, the cut still smooth as a mirror. You have killed the yellow rock python, experience plus 112 ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 9 now. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. The more than 100 monsters had just allowed him to level up twice, leaving only 1 level to reach today's goal. Once he reached level 10, his skill attributes would receive a comprehensive boost, marking the first qualitative change for a professional. Moreover, his system shield would also be upgraded. He had learned before that the shield value increases every 10 levels, and Lin Chen was somewhat looking forward to it. Unknowingly, Lin Chen passed through an abandoned earthen wall and entered the ruins of a city. The core area was an ancient city ruin, said to be a small projection of a certain ancient desert kingdom from back in the day. The monster levels in the city will further increase, and their numbers will also grow. My leveling speed should be able to accelerate even more. This information was mentioned in textbooks, and Lin Chen had some impression of it. Before long, Lin Chen encountered a group of humanoid monsters. There were nearly 10 of them, all resembling soldiers, armed with long spears and clad in yellow sand armor, seemingly patrolling in formation. Patrolling soldier, LV11 health, 600. Strength, 50 agility, 48 constitution, 51 spirit, 35 long spear thrust, soldier combo TSK. These attributes, they're in a squad together. Lin Chen, without going berserk, had an average of 20 to 30 attributes. These monsters had doubled his stats and were still a group type. In fact, this is indeed the most central area of the quicksand land. Generally, only in the last day or two can students come here, and it has to be a very outstanding group of students teaming up, and even then, they might not be able to handle it. Of course, for Lin Chen, it's still not enough. No matter how difficult it is, it serves as nourishment for his leveling up. In fact, the harder it is, the better for him, as more difficulty means more experience. Lin Chen did not hesitate and charged out instantly. In fact, he had no time to think. A soldier had clearly spotted him and struck the ground with a long spear, which undoubtedly ignited another side of Lin Chen's ferocity. Lin Chen charged into the group of soldiers like a machine. These beings that usually instilled fear in his classmates now turned to paper. He tore one apart with ease, each kill a complete no-brainer. Some didn't even have time to react before being smashed into dust by his charge. In an instant, the yellow sand filled the air. And the sand soldiers had no real bodies. Upon death, they would often turn into sand, with no blood spilling out. The absence of blood made the frenzied Lin Chen lose interest in further mutilating the corpses, instead opting for a quick kill, immediately turning to the next after finishing one. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's killing speed had increased even further. You have killed a patrolling soldier, experience plus 112. You have killed a patrolling soldier, experience plus 112. You have killed a patrolling soldier, experience plus 112. The high experience gained combined with the frenzied and terrifying speed made Lin Chen's experience soar. It was evident that the number of monsters in the inner city had indeed surged. Previously, after killing one monster, Lin Chen would often find himself still searching for the next one after coming to his senses, but this time, after finishing a wave, the frenzied Lin Chen quickly found another wave to continue the battle. Moreover, these patrolling soldiers seemed to genuinely be on patrol, gathering closer upon hearing the fighting. This nearly filled Lin Chen's downtime, allowing the frenzied Lin Chen to kill to his heart's content. When Lin Chen awoke again, it was already more than half an hour later, surrounded by the remains left by the soldiers, and there was not a sound for miles around. Lin Chen exhaled deeply. He felt the fatigue of the frenzied Lin Chen, as every time he came out of the frenzy, he felt uncomfortable all over. At this moment, he felt particularly exhausted, with his limbs stiff. However, the rewards were immense. In just half an hour, his level had already reached level 10. This speed was unimaginable for ordinary students, even nearly double what he had just achieved. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Finally reached the first transformation of a professional. I wonder how much the shield can increase. Ding. Detected that the host's level has reached. Level 10, shield value begins to upgrade, can it double? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen was a bit curious. To be honest, he felt that 1000 points of shield didn't feel that safe anymore. Monsters at higher levels could hit him for dozens of health points. Although he could still withstand a lot, it was far from being as secure as it was at the beginning. Moreover, he still had to go to the wild tomorrow, where the monsters would further increase in strength. Lin Chen's expectation was to double it to 2000. At this stage, the monsters he could encounter would not exceed 200 in strength at most. As long as he could have 2000, he could at least withstand 10 hits without worrying about being killed instantly. Soon, the system voice rang out again. Ding! Shield value upgrade complete. Current shield remaining 10,000? How much? Lin Chen stood frozen in place, even doubting if he had heard wrong. 10,000 points? With the monster's strength generally below 50 and even his classmates having only 200 or 300 health points, he had obtained 10,000 points of shield? Is this for real? Awesome! After a long period of shock, Lin Chen could only give such a quintessential evaluation. What else could he say? What else could he worry about in the wild? The system is the system, there's no need for anyone to worry about its awesomeness. Then, taking advantage of his moment of clarity, Lin Chen turned off Bloodthirst. Once his health was fully restored, he opened the panel. After reaching level 10, all attributes would receive a boost, and he needed to understand the situation. Moreover, since entering, he hadn't allocated any points, so it was time for an upgrade. As for why he was raising his health, Lin Chen found numbers quite overwhelming. With too many bonuses, he couldn't calculate them all. Name, Lin Chen class, Bloodthirsty Berserker, hidden, level, LV10, 1.1%, health for 80 shield, 10,000 strength, 36 agility, 36 constitution, 48 spirit, 19 free attributes, 18 passive blood festival, for every 10 points of health lost, strength and agility plus 1 passive blood frenzy, attribute increase based on current health. Bloodthirst LV3. During the skill activation, you will no longer receive any health recovery and will lose 4 health points per second when deactivated. Active release, health decreases by 20 points per second indeed. Everything has increased significantly, Lin Chen murmured as he looked at the panel. When he was level 7 in the morning, his strength and agility were 22 and his constitution was 43. By calculation, at level 9, strength and agility should be 26 and constitution 48. Now it seemed that the main attributes of strength and agility had directly increased by 10 points and constitution by 5 points. Just from level 1, it could be said that there was a significant leap. Truly the first threshold for professionals. Lin Chen wholeheartedly agreed. Before level 10, one could only be called a novice, and only after level 10 could one be considered a true professional. There was indeed a qualitative improvement. If he didn't activate Frenzy, Lin Chen should easily be able to handle a level 9 opponent. Moreover, not only attributes but his skills had also leveled up. With the recovery speed of Bloodthirst increasing from 2 points per second to 4 points and the blood loss speed increasing from 10 points per second to 20 points. Although this didn't feel particularly useful, I still need to get an active skill as soon as possible. Lin Chen grinned, then as usual allocated all his free points to Constitution. After level 10, the free points increased from 5 to 8 per level, which was also a nice improvement. A warm current flowed through him, increasing his Constitution. Constitution, 4866 health, 480660 not bad. Lin Chen was very satisfied overall, narrowing his eyes. Progress and improvement were always delightful, and 660 health compared to the morning was almost a doubling, filling him with happiness. Just then, another group of soldiers rushed over, this time with an elite monster standing at the front of the line. Patrol Captain, LV12, Elite, Health, 800 Strength, 60 Agility, 52 Constitution, 80 Spirit, 45 Spear Thrust, sweeping through thousands. Should I try without activating Frenzy? A fleeting thought crossed Lin Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It seemed that rapid improvements always led to a sense of inflation. Without activating Frenzy, he wouldn't have any bonuses and would be no match for the elite monster. Of course, with his current shield, this monster couldn't kill him, but it wasn't worth the risk. Bloodthirst, Lin Chen pressed down on his blood again, and the upgraded blood-sucking speed increased, allowing him to quickly enter the ultimate Berserk mode once more. Accompanied by the surging power erupting within him, the intense desire that had initially flooded his mind surged back. This time, Lin Chen completely let go of his restraint. After all, it was all about leveling up. To be honest, he found that in his Berserk state, his combat talent was far stronger than when he was sober. The frenzied desire propelled Lin Chen forward in an instant, and the captain of the soldiers in front had no reaction at all before being knocked away like dust. The other soldiers were no match either. They had been unable to stop him just moments ago, and now they were even more powerless. In an instant, the yellow sand rose again, and dust swirled as the Berserk Lin Chen fell into slaughter once more. You have killed the patrol captain, experience plus 132, you have killed the patrol soldier. Experience plus 112, you have killed the patrol captain, experience plus 112. An hour later, the leveling speed has slowed down a lot. Lin Chen noticed during his brief moment of clarity that his leveling had indeed slowed. It took him over half an hour to go from level 9 to 10, and now, nearing an hour, he still hadn't reached level 11. Professionals have their experience recalibrated every 5 levels, and it seemed that after reaching level 10, he faced further weakening. Moreover, it was foreseeable that as he leveled up, it would only get slower. The Quicksand Land dungeon was no longer suitable for him. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on the dungeon. Mainly, his leveling speed was just too fast, almost abnormal. I'm leaving work early today, I'll play for another hour before heading out. The highest level monsters in Quicksand Land were only level 12, and continuing to fight would yield diminishing returns. With another hour, he could probably reach level 12, which would be satisfactory. Additionally, he wanted to leave some time to reach the outer teleportation point, as there were currently no teleportation gates in the core area. Lin Chen made his decision, and soon another group of soldiers rushed over. Looking for death? I'll grant you that. Outside the dungeon, 1 Lin Schenkel. Count 322, 2 Liu Menghankel count 152, 3 Chen Schenkel count 139. Director Wang, are you saying Lin Chen is really a berserker? Several principals stared at the big screen, completely stunned. In just 2 short hours, his kill count had increased by over 200. Could this even be something a human could achieve? They were now strongly suspecting that Lin Chen was not a berserker at all, but some powerful hidden class. Wang Huilin rolled her eyes. Are you doubting me? Isn't this something that can be easily checked? Do I need to lie? The principals immediately showed awkward expressions. No, that's not what we meant. Right. Mainly this is just too unbelievable, and we're a bit anxious, sorry. My goodness, Director Wang. Wang Huilin rolled her eyes again and stopped speaking. However, at this moment, she was also feeling quite anxious inside. If anyone was the most confused, it was her. She knew Lin Chen very well, and besides, Han Mingrui had also seen him. Lin Chen should not be able to level up at all. But now, not only was he leveling up, but he was also leveling up significantly, directly leaving Lu Menghan in the dust. This plot shouldn't be unfolding like this. What exactly went wrong? Just as everyone was puzzled, a female principal in the corner suddenly had a glimmer in her eyes. Do you think Lin Chen might already be possessed? Possessed? The principals frowned, their eyes filled with confusion. The female principal spoke again. Think about it, a berserker gets a massive attribute boost when their life is in danger. Most people wouldn't dare to do that, but once possessed, he wouldn't deliberately control his health points, and if he doesn't control it, if he gets that massive boost, wouldn't this result in? The principals paused, shaking their heads repeatedly. No way. By your logic, if he's already on the brink, how can he kill monsters? He would have been killed by them long ago. This dungeon isn't child's play. Right, I understand the berserker's critical state, it's called ultimate frenzy, right? That can only be activated when there's 1% health left. Lin Chen has at most 300 to 500 health. If he leaves a few drops, how can he fight? I wouldn't even be able to manage. The female principal was not surprised, as if she had been prepared for this, and continued. The reasoning is sound, I also understand the berserker's ultimate frenzy. But let's not forget, once a berserker goes berserk, it's not just madness, their combat awareness is absolutely top-notch. The land of quicksand is challenging for ordinary students. But if it's a berserker who has gone berserk, think about it for yourselves. Hiss, accompanied by a sharp intake of breath, several principals were stunned. It seemed they had indeed overlooked this point. Some said berserkers were crazy, others said they were reckless, but no one ever said they were weak. Once a berserker goes berserk, their combat power is no joke. After all, they fight purely on bloodthirsty instinct, making them a true killing machine. There was a record of a second transformation berserker who, with just a drop of blood, tore apart 8 third transformation professionals, and in the end, it was only through carpet bombing that they were subdued. The expressions of the principals changed. If that's the case, Lin Chen really might. What are you all guessing blindly for? Going berserk is also a cumulative process. Lin Chen has only been in his new class for 2 days. How could it happen so quickly? At this moment, Wang Huilin directly interrupted, her tone dissatisfied. This group had blamed her for lying earlier, and now they were bringing up going berserk. Suppressing a berserker required means, which was tantamount to declaring Lin Chen's death sentence. Lin Chen is still a student. Aren't you all responsible as principals when you speak? The female principal scratched her head. I was just speculating. The other principals quickly smiled. We were just thinking, it's nothing serious. Wang Huilin rolled her eyes and stopped speaking. Then, she swallowed twice. Well, actually, she felt the female principal had a point. Although going berserk was a cumulative process, it was also linked to willpower. Lin Chen's willpower, she wasn't too sure about. Could it be he really has gone berserk? Soon, another hour passed. The hall screen refreshed again. Everyone immediately turned their gaze up. 1 Lin Schenkel count, for 82 Liu Menghankel count, 183 Chen Schenkel count, 157. For 80, this time, he gained 160 in 1 hour. Should we call a stop to the dungeon for now? The principals could no longer sit still, exchanging glances and looking towards Wang Huilin. Going berserk was extremely terrifying. If the news spread among the students, the consequences would be unimaginable. Director Wang, what do you think? Wang Huilin's eyes darted around. Just then, a figure flashed from the front portal covered in yellow sand and blood, looking quite disheveled. Wang Huilin was taken aback. Lin Chen, how did you come out? Lin Chen? Is that really him? Upon hearing this, the principals instinctively shrank back. The person who emerged was indeed Lin Chen. At this point, he had leveled up to 12. The monsters in the dungeon didn't provide much experience, so he had come out early as planned. Looking at the tense principals, Lin Chen felt a bit puzzled but didn't think much of it. Oh, I leveled up a bit quickly. The monsters inside couldn't keep up with the experience, so I came out early, Lin Chen said directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the teachers all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could explain, it meant he hadn't gone berserk and was in a normal state. However, soon everyone was left speechless. Leveling up too quickly. The monsters couldn't keep up with the experience. Was that even a coherent statement? It seemed to actually make sense. Several principals looked up at the screen overhead. Wang Huilin quickly walked up to Lin Chen. Lin, may I ask how you managed to do that? As she spoke, Wang Huilin pointed to the information on the wall screen, and the other principals hurriedly perked up their ears. Lin Chen followed her gesture and looked at the wall, suddenly understanding. I compressed my health. Isn't it clear to the teacher that a berserker can gain combat power by compressing health? Wang Huilin was frozen in place. The group of principals also wore stiff expressions. Compressing health? So easily? What you achieved is a record that transcends history, a cliff-like leap, unprecedented, and you just compressed health? Lin Chen was unfazed by everyone's astonishment. After all, he was speaking the truth. He really did compress his health. He spoke again. Is there anything else, teacher? If not, I need to head back. His primary goal now was to go home and take a shower. Although he had learned his lesson and prepared a cloth for wiping his blade today, the ultimate berserker had taught him another lesson. It was even messier than yesterday. Plans could never keep up with changes, and it seemed he would need to prepare a pair of gloves for tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Chen added, by the way, Director Wang, I plan to go to the wild tomorrow, so I won't be coming to the dungeon. Wang Huilin snapped back to reality. Oh, that's fine, of course, that's fine. Wait, you're going to the wild already? Wang Huilin was stunned again. The wild environment could be dangerous and unpredictable, at least requiring a practitioner of over level 10. How could a freshly graduated student just run out there? No way. Do you know what the wild is like? You just leveled up 2 days ago. Wait, how are you already level 12? As she spoke, Wang Huilin's eyes widened again and she was once again taken aback. Only now did she realize Lin Chen was level 12. The levels behind were increasingly difficult to rise. Even considering his current achievements, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach level 12. What was going on? Lin Chen noticed Wang Huilin's confusion and didn't hide it. Oh, teacher, I leveled up in the core area, so I was a bit faster. Core area? Impossible. What level are the monsters in the core area? Besides, the teleportation portal isn't even open yet. Wang Huilin instinctively waved her hands, but her words trailed off. It seemed there was no problem. Lin Chen was level 12. Wang Huilin tentatively asked again, so, you didn't level up in the last 2 hours because you were? That's right, I was on my way to the core area at that time, Lin Chen replied directly. Boom! Wang Huilin felt as if struck by lightning, completely frozen in place. She was stunned. At that moment, she was utterly dazed. Director Wang, is there no problem now? Then I'll take my leave, Lin Chen said. Wang Huilin, still in a daze, replied, nothing, just be careful tomorrow. Being level 12 indeed qualified him to go to the wild. Even if he didn't go, this dungeon couldn't accommodate him anymore. Lin Chen didn't waste any more words and happily left the hall. After Lin Chen left, the entire hall fell into a strange silence. After a long, prolonged silence in the hall, Wang Huilin suddenly burst into laughter. Regardless of anything, the outcome was good. Lin Chen had not failed, and he had broken the historical record. And he did it with overwhelming force. With Lin Chen around, the resources they could obtain next year would be absolutely unprecedented. Wang Huilin quickly approached the several principals. Everyone who just said that Lin Chen had gone mad? She hadn't forgotten their earlier attitudes and was just seizing this opportunity to give them a good scare. They had been competing openly and secretly for results for many years. The principals' faces stiffened. Director Wang, we were just speculating, right? Yeah, you're making a big deal out of nothing. We really didn't do anything. Wang Huilin pressed on. I'm making a big deal out of nothing. You all know the consequences of a berserker going mad, right? If it really comes to that, it's a matter of a life. Can you bear the responsibility? Do you really want our excellent classmates to die? Besides, it was you who suggested shutting down the dungeon, right? If it really gets shut down, it will affect all the students' college entrance exams. A few principals surrendered. Yes, we overreacted, Director Wang is right. Speaking of which, it was the principal of number 5 high school who first brought up the idea of going mad. That's right. It was the principal of number 5 high school. I think she had ulterior motives. Exactly, Director Wang, you should confront her. The principal of number 5 high school was a young woman in her 30s, sitting in the corner, on the verge of tears. Director Wang, it's my fault. I didn't think it through. Seeing this, Wang Huilin finally felt satisfied and returned to her seat with a smile. The principals all breathed a sigh of relief, but soon, the death glare from the principal of number 5 high school returned. Is it all my fault? I had ulterior motives? You weren't saying that just now. The principal's heart sank again. No, that's not what we meant. Then what do you mean? Is it all my fault? Oh no, that's not it, just don't be so anxious. As time passed, students began to emerge from the dungeon. Oh my god, this sandy land is way too difficult. Oh, who says it isn't? My back is about to break. This is so much harder than the school dungeon. I'm exhausted. I thought I could level up a few times today, but I barely made it to level 3. Oh come on, you made it to level 3? I didn't even get halfway through level 2. As soon as the students came out, they collapsed, complained, and wailed in unison. After this day, they had a better understanding of how tough the world was. Leveling up in the dungeon was way harder than listening to lectures in school. They needed to reach level 8 before the college entrance exams, and after 2 days of exhausting effort, they barely made it to level 3. Truly, it lived up to the saying, leveling up is hard, and life is tough. Collapsing on the hall floor, the students turned their attention to the large screen on the wall. 1 Liam Meng Hankel count, 2012 Chen Schenkel count, 182 3 Zhang Ming's kill, count, 178 wow, 201? Are you serious? I used all my strength and only killed over 30 monsters. How did this guy kill 200? Our 4-man team only killed over 50. How did these guys do it? The students looked on in disbelief. Although they knew there were always some tough players every year, experiencing the dungeon's difficulty firsthand still left everyone in awe. The hall was getting more and more crowded. Soon, the crowd suddenly erupted into a commotion. Look, Chen Shen is out. Chen Shen is the genius of our number 2 high school. He's a rare mage, and he went in solo. Wow, he soloed 182 monsters. I wonder what level he's at now. I'm so envious. Oh my, when will I get to shine like that? A distinguished-looking boy appeared at the entrance of the teleportation portal, and the students looked on with envy. Over 100 monsters in a day. They had no idea how many levels he had gained. He wouldn't even have to worry about the college entrance exams. Life would be smooth sailing for him. The spotlight was on Shinshin, who was beaming with a smile. He loved the feeling of being admired. He then unlocked his viewing permissions. Wow, level 7. Are you serious? I'm only at level 3. He doubled my level in just 2 days? Is this the difference between people? I'm dying here. Shinshin smiled even wider. He had reached level 3 in the school dungeon yesterday, and today, under increased difficulty, he leveled up to 4. He wanted to ask if there was anyone else. Striding confidently through the envious crowd, Shinshin approached the group of principals. Hello, principals. First, I politely greeted them, then turned to Principal Wang of the 2nd high school. Principal Wang, I have not failed you. I am already level 7. Shinshin felt a bit proud. Their school had been at the bottom for 3 years, and with this achievement, he had to show off, to make the principal treat him like a treasure, to make other principals look at him with new eyes. With this thought, Shinshin straightened his back a little. A group of principals couldn't help but twitch their lips. If they had to look at this achievement with more respect before, now that they had just seen Linshin. Few principals whispered, Old Wang, is this your student? Isn't this a bit too much? Only a little over 100 kills, and he's already acting like he's accomplished something. TSK. At this moment, the principal of the 2nd high school felt his face burning. He really wanted to say, this is not my student, I don't know him. However, Wang Huilin was very happy at this moment. So you're Chen Shen, right? Level 7? Not bad, just a little behind our first high school students. Keep it up. Chen Shen was taken aback, recognizing Wang Huilin. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Lu Menghan from 1st high school is indeed impressive, but I'm not bad either. Be careful I catch up to you. Lu Menghan from 1st high school was indeed a bit stronger than him now, but the gap wasn't too big. Who could say what the future holds? Lu Menghan? Wang Huilin squinted her eyes, then raised the corners of her mouth. Higher, haha. Yes, Chen, keep it up. The teacher is waiting for you to catch up. Shenshin was full of confidence. Then teacher, you better be careful. The principal of the 2nd high school wanted to find a hole to hide in. At exactly 6 o'clock, the dungeon closed on time. Lu Menghan appeared in the hall, her delicate face covered in dust, looking a bit disheveled, but her eyes were bright with excitement. Today, through perseverance, she successfully leveled up to 8. This even exceeded her own expectations. The historical record for the next day was also level 8, and she had tied the record. Originally, she wasn't sure if she could surpass Lin Chen today, but now it seemed like it wouldn't be a problem. Lin Chen didn't even make the leaderboard? Looks like he really can't do it. Looking at the screen in the hall, Lu Menghan shook her head. Our young lady's results are indeed extraordinary. Congratulations. As Lu Menghan was looking at the big screen, Lu Xiaoxue jumped out joyfully. Lu Menghan came back to her senses. It's not that great, just like that. Lu Xiaoxue pouted and said, but I didn't see Lin Chen. I came out pretty early and didn't see him, and he's not on the leaderboard, so I don't know what level he is. Let's go ask the teacher. Menghan. Saying this, Lu Xiaoxue's eyes lit up as she pulled Lu Menghan along. Lu Menghan twitched her arm. No need. If Lin Chen isn't on the leaderboard, then forget it. Lu Xiaoxue frowned. What do you mean no need? How can you be at ease if you don't ask? Besides, your dad will want to know. Let's go. Lu Xiaoxue pulled Lu Menghan, bouncing through the crowd, and arrived in front of Wang Huilin. Wang Huilin was having a friendly conversation with several other principals nearby. Principal Wang, you can't say your student Chen is not bad. If he keeps working hard, he really has a chance to catch up to us. Oh right, Principal Lu, your students have also made it to level 6, right? Not bad, very good. And the 5th. High school's results are also outstanding this year. It seems our first high school might lose its top spot. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiaoxue directly said, Director Wang, have you seen Lin Chen? I didn't see him when I came out. Wang Huilin turned around upon hearing the voice and was a bit displeased to see Lu Xiaoxue, but then she noticed Lu Menghan beside her, and her frown relaxed. I saw him. Do you have something to ask? Wang Huilin asked in confusion. Lu Xiaoxue replied, Oh, nothing. I just wanted to ask what level Lin Chen is at. How are his results? I'm a bit curious. As soon as she said this, it immediately attracted the attention of many first high school students nearby. Look, Lu Menghan is inquiring about Lin Chen's results. Haha, the eldest young lady is just too competitive. She can't let it go for even a day. But speaking of which, I'm a bit curious about Lin Chen's results today. Why haven't I seen him around? What else could it be? Didn't they say yesterday that Lin Chen was done for? He must have run away early to avoid facing anyone. That makes sense. Lu Menghan felt a bit awkward and tugged at Lu Xiaoxue's arm. Lu Xiaoxue ignored her and gave her a reassuring look in return. Lin Chen's results? Wang Huilin frowned, and her eyes immediately brightened. Lin Chen's results are quite something. The teacher just happens to know. Come on, everyone who wants to know, gather around a bit and I'll explain it to you. Ha? What's going on? Is it really necessary to be so mysterious about a result? What could there possibly be to say? The students were all puzzled, but they still moved a bit closer. The few principals beside Wang Huilin looked even more distressed. This was clearly directed at them, and it seemed never-ending. The principal of the second school glanced at the eager Chen Shen beside him, wishing he could just cover the kid's ears. Wang Huilin spoke up. Before discussing Lin Chen's results, let me ask everyone, do you know what the historical record for the Quicksand Land is? Why are we talking about historical records again? The surrounding students were even more confused. Teacher, you can just tell us directly, what does it have to do with historical records? I remember the historical record was set by a mage, and it was 222 monsters, I think. Oh come on, teacher, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us already. How could historical records possibly relate to Lin Chen? The students all expressed their helplessness, and the principals looked even more disheartened. The principal of the second school patted Chen Shen beside him. Shen, you must be tired too. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow morning. Chen Shen was enthusiastic. It's fine, principal. I find what Director Wang is saying quite interesting. I want to listen. The principal of the second school, Wang Huilin, was satisfied and stopped keeping them in suspense. That's right, Lin Chen can indeed be related to the historical record because he has once again broken the historical record. Lin Chen's results today: he killed 480 monsters, reached level 12, and only took 6 hours. Whoosh, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. 480? 12th level? How is that possible? Teacher Wang, you must be joking. Right. Teacher, you know what the historical record is like. How could it possibly be more than double the historical record? You're kidding, right? The students all showed expressions of disbelief. After all, this was just too outrageous, completely illogical. Wang Huilin had anticipated this and smirked. She immediately pointed to the few principals beside her. Of course, I'm not joking. When Lin Chen came out, these principals were all present. They witnessed it with their own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. A few principals wouldn't possibly lie to you little kids. Wang Huilin spoke with such seriousness that the students couldn't help but frown, turning their gazes toward the principals. The principals? This is truly a calamity. Why hasn't this day ended yet? The principals cleared their throats. What Director Wang said is true. Lin Chen indeed killed 480 monsters today. This meeting is over now, so the teacher will clock out first. Yes, Lin Chen has reached level 12. The teacher indeed saw it with his own eyes. Students from the third school, remember to come early tomorrow. That's all for today. Lin Chen really did it in 6 hours. He left early because his level was too high. Students from the fifth school, come over here. Let's head back. The principals spoke as they stood up and called out while leaving. They left a group of students staring at each other in confusion. It is well known that principals do not lie, nor do they have any reason to deceive them, especially not in such a large-scale conspiracy. So, is it really true? After a brief hesitation, all the classmates were momentarily frozen in place. Lu Xiaoxue opened her mouth. Did I make a mistake? Lu Menghan instinctively clenched her fists. Chen Shen? So, did I just say I needed to surpass level 12? No, the levels don't match. Even if I can kill 480 monsters, I still can't reach level 12. There's a problem, teacher. Chen Shen suddenly shouted. He had caught a key point. He understood the experience from the monsters in the dungeon. Even if he could kill 480 monsters, the higher the level, the harder it became. 480 monsters were equivalent to 3 days of his experience, absolutely. Not enough to reach level 12. There must be a problem. Wang Huilin was taken aback, and then her eyes brightened even more, looking at Chen Shen with more fondness than when she saw Lu Menghan. Classmate Chen, you are right. Your observation is very detailed. The teacher encourages you here, but the teacher just forgot to mention that Lin Chen's 480 monsters were killed in the core area. He only took 6 hours because he wasted time on the way. If you calculate the experience from the core area, it should match up. Upon hearing this, all the classmates were once again stunned. So, Lin Chen really leveled up in the core area? Lu Xiaoxue, Lu Menghan, Chen Shen, in the small single room of the relief house. Refreshing. Lin Chen had already finished his shower, feeling completely refreshed. He draped a towel over himself and sat down at the small table, skillfully opening the information panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, bloodthirsty berserker. Hidden, level, LV12, 0.01%, health, 700 shield, 10,000 strength, 46 agility, 46 constitution, 70 spirit, 23 free attributes, 16 passive blood festival. For every 10 points of health lost, strength and agility plus 1 passive blood frenzy, attribute increase based on different health levels. Bloodthirst LV3. During the skill activation, you no longer receive any health recovery and it automatically loses 4 health points per second. Active release, health decreases by 20 points per second. Item, pure crimson, purple, flowing spring sound pendant, purple. After reaching level 12, his attributes had improved somewhat, with the main attributes of strength and agility each increasing by 10 points, constitution and spirit by 4 points, and he gained another 16 points of free attributes. Thus, it can be concluded that after level 10, each level up increases strength and agility by 5, constitution and spirit by 2, and free by 8, which is almost double compared to before, a very good improvement. While drying his hair, Lin Chen skillfully allocated the free points to constitution. Constitution, 7086 health, 700860. A warm current flowed through, and Lin Chen squinted his eyes. In just 2 days, his progress could only be described as terrifying. His strength had nearly quadrupled, and his level had reached an exaggerated 12. Ordinary people might not even reach level 8 before the college entrance examination, and geniuses like Lu Menghan were only around level 7 or 8, far behind him. This is the power of the system. This is the perfect bond of the strongest shield and the fiercest berserker. As long as he continued to follow the Dark Department's rules, he believed that one day he would achieve his ultimate goal and extend his lifespan. Closing the panel, Lin Chen took out his phone and began searching online for the price of the Flowing Spring Sound set. The Flowing Spring Sound is a complete set of equipment, consisting of a pendant, ring, and bracelet, each with the effect of reducing mental debuffs, and when worn as a set, it would also provide set attributes. Since today he confirmed that the direction was correct, he would definitely continue to collect. He still couldn't fully control the ultimate frenzy, or rather, he could hardly use it. After all, there were hardly any other human dungeons that posed no danger for him to grind. 1, 10, 100,000, 10 million? Lin Chen found the auction price for the other components of the clear spring flowing sound and was directly shocked into exclaiming, here, an ordinary professional could barely earn around 10,000 after a month of hard work, while other regular purple equipment was only about 1 million. But this was asking for 10 million? Staring at his phone screen, Lin Chen's eyes flickered, but soon fell silent again. In fact, he had a certain psychological expectation. The value of such accessory-type equipment was indeed different from ordinary gear. Accessory equipment was extremely rare, and the difficulty of the crafting process was high. The required level of the blacksmith for ordinary equipment and accessories of the same level was different, and often, the price of one accessory could equal that of 5 or 6 pieces of ordinary equipment. Not to mention, clear spring flowing sound was a minor artifact among accessories, with the precious attribute of reducing all mental side effects. Moreover, the lower the level requirement of the equipment, the rarer it was. This could be seen from its inclusion in a special treasure chest. In fact, clear spring flowing sound not only required 10 million but was also priceless, with no selling information available online, and one would have to rely on luck for auctions and such. Lin Chen was well aware of this. He had just arrived too suddenly and was momentarily startled. Nevertheless, Lin Chen glanced back at his entire collection of items worth no more than 2,000 and curled his lips. Well, the road ahead is long. I need to keep working hard. Starting tomorrow, I'll try to save as much money as possible without affecting my leveling up. I'll aim to get clear spring flowing sound as soon as possible. Lin Chen set his future plan. He had to control the ultimate berserk, as the attributes it provided were crucial for his prospects. Of course, he still had to ensure it didn't affect his college entrance examination, which was undoubtedly his top priority right now. A good university could provide permanent attribute talents, which would be a fundamental change. Fortunately, his strength was quite good. Whether it was saving money or preparing for the exam, he should find it a bit easier than the average person. Time to sleep. I'm exhausted from today. Resolute, Lin Chen rolled into bed, having worked hard all day, and even in the ultimate berserk state, he felt utterly drained. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of snoring. On the other side, in the office building of a high school, Wang Huilin walked towards the principal's office in high heels. She rushed over as soon as the dungeon ended, but this time she wasn't there to take credit. Although Lin Chen had brought in impressive results again today, she hadn't forgotten the drawbacks of the berserk state. The faster Lin Chen leveled up, the closer he was to going berserk. She came this time to ask Han Mingrui if there was any solution. Han Mingrui was the strongest professional she knew, even surpassing the mayor. Knock knock knock, come in. A calm voice from inside the office belonged to Han Mingrui. Wang Huilin took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Principal Han, do you remember Lin Chen from yesterday? I came to report something about him today. Inside the office, Han Mingrui was still reading behind his desk. Hearing her, he frowned slightly. Lin Chen? The berserk who leveled up to level 7 yesterday? What about him? Wang Huilin said, well, Principal Han, didn't you say yesterday that Lin Chen was not capable? But he achieved good results again today, which might be a bit unexpected for you. Wang Huilin began to explain what she had seen regarding Lin Chen today. She needed to clarify the situation first, otherwise, there was no need to discuss solutions for an unknown classmate. It wasn't that she wanted to keep him in suspense. However, it was clear that Han Mingrui misunderstood again, as he interrupted her before she could finish. Han Mingrui looked up, a helpless expression on his face. Director Wang, haven't I said many times that you can handle student performance as you see fit? There's no need to report to me. I mentioned yesterday that Lin Chen was struggling, but I didn't say he was completely useless. How can a level 7 student not be better than an average classmate? Alright, just tell me, what level has Lin Chen reached today? Level 8? Level 9? No, I said yesterday that Lin Chen was struggling. He should be at a higher level to surprise me. Level 10? Honestly, Director Wang, you really shouldn't come with this kind of news anymore. Everyone's time is precious. If you have that time, you might as well. Han Mingrui seemed to have been holding back his grievances against Wang Huilin for a long time. Once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop pouring out his complaints. Wang Huilin sighed inwardly. If this situation had happened yesterday, it would have been a perfect opportunity to slap him in the face. Unfortunately, she wasn't in the mood for that today. Seizing a moment, Wang Huilin directly interjected, no, Principal Han, Lin Chen is not at level 10, he is at level 12. He killed 480 monsters today, all in the core area, and it only took him 6 hours. Suddenly, the office fell silent. In the quiet office, Han Mingrui stood frozen, his mouth agape, as if he had been suddenly immobilized. Wang Huilin understood his reaction. Lin Chen's performance today was indeed astonishing. Yesterday, it could still be explained with the word genius, but today, it was completely inhuman. The shock she felt at that moment was no less than what Han Mingrui was experiencing now. After all, she had been watching Lin Chen's progress step by step, so she had some psychological preparation for it. After a long time, Han Mingrui finally reacted, and the first thing he said was, "Are you serious?" His expression seemed to ask if Director Wang was sure she wasn't running a fever. Wang Huilin raised an eyebrow. Of course, Principal Han. How could I joke about something like this? I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Huilin then recounted everything she had witnessed today, from start to finish, in meticulous detail. Once she finished, Han Mingrui seemed to fall into a state of shock again, staring wide-eyed and speechless. Wang Huilin. This time, Wang Huilin didn't intend to waste any more time. She quickly shifted to the main topic of her visit. So, Principal Han, I came to ask if you have any solutions for the Berserker frenzy. After all, you also saw how exceptional this child is. He can bring great help to our school. Wang Huilin understood Han Mingrui's character. He wasn't completely indifferent to the school's performance, but his standards were so high that no student had caught his eye. There had been a legendary female classmate in the past, and Han Mingrui had been very attentive to her, guiding her closely every day with great detail. So Wang Huilin believed that with Lin Chen's current potential, if Han Mingrui had a way, he would definitely help. Han Mingrui seemed to still be processing the shock from earlier, and with this new question, his gaze gradually sank, lost in thought. Wang Huilin didn't disturb him and waited quietly. Director Wang, I understand what you mean. Han Mingrui finally spoke half a minute later, his voice somewhat low and his expression a bit disappointed. He silently walked back to his desk and added, "But you know the drawbacks of the Berserker frenzy, it has always been irreversible and no one in history has ever successfully resisted it. I can't do anything about that." Han Mingrui made it very clear and the office fell silent again. Is it still not possible? Wang Huilan's eyes dimmed. She had hoped that if this could be resolved, not only would it benefit the school's performance but Lin Chen would also undoubtedly shine in the future, becoming a rising star. Now that hope was shattered. Unfortunately, Wang Huilan let out a long sigh, pushing aside her chaotic thoughts. In fact, she knew very well that the Berserker frenzy wasn't something that could be easily resolved. The various historical precedents didn't just represent difficulty, she had come with a certain psychological expectation just to try her luck, so it wasn't too hard to accept at this moment. Then, Principal Han, how long do you think Lin Chen can hold on? Wang Huilan said again, if we can't solve the root problem, we should first deal with the present. She was somewhat uncertain about the Berserker's madness cycle. The scene from the dungeon hall this year was still fresh in her mind. To prevent any surprises, she definitely needed to ask for the authoritative opinion of Han Mingrui, this big shot. Of course, based on her speculation, there shouldn't be any issues in the short term. Historically, the shortest Berserker madness cycle could last for several months, and Lin Chen's willpower seemed quite good, so he should be able to last even longer. It was evident that Han Mingrui was also somewhat interested in Lin Chen, his face filled with regret at that moment. After a moment of silence, he said, how long can he hold on? I haven't seen Lin Chen's state with my own eyes, but, based on my speculation, it should be soon, within a month or so, or even very likely before the college entrance examination. Wang Huilan was taken aback. What? How could it be so fast? Han Mingrui's eyes narrowed, and he continued, the fundamental reason for the Berserker's madness actually lies in the amount of killing. The more one kills, the more negative emotions accumulate. Historically, most Berserker madness occurs at the second transition stage, and with Lin Chen's killing speed, he is not far from the second transition. Another point is that Lin Chen kills too quickly, which will accelerate this speed compared to others. Is that so? Wang Huilan shook her head, understanding, and feeling utterly disappointed, letting out a long sigh in her heart. Han Mingrui then said, by the way, Director Wang, go to the warehouse and get a mental detection crystal. Starting tomorrow, check Lin Chen before entering the dungeon. Be careful with this, I estimate Lin Chen might be faster than I speculated, so we must avoid any accidents. Wang Huilan smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Principal Han, Lin Chen has gone to the wild. He won't come to the dungeon tomorrow. The wild? So soon? Han Mingrui was taken aback but quickly realized, right, with his leveling speed, the dungeon is indeed not enough for him. I forgot about that. Well then, if he's going to the wild, there's no need to worry. The monsters in the wild are more ferocious. I estimate Lin Chen might not come back. Early morning, the relief house. Let's go to the wild. Lin Chen went to bed early yesterday and woke up early today, feeling energetic. At this moment, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, Lin Chen hurriedly packed up and rushed out. His goal today was naturally to level up outside the city. The monsters outside the city were of higher levels and in greater numbers, which could further accelerate his leveling speed. Moreover, he needed to go to the wild to earn money to buy the clear spring flowing sound set, as no equipment materials had dropped in the dungeon. However, before leaving the city, he still needed to prepare some things. Lin Chen took the city bus and swayed all the way to the eastern suburbs of the city. The eastern suburbs were not far from the East City Gate, and there was a very important institution for their binding city here, the Adventurers Hall. The Adventurers Hall is a mixed institution that provides convenience for adventurers, covering various functions such as team formation, task posting, and skill equipment trading. Lin Chen planned to take on a task. Many tasks do not conflict with leveling up, such as collecting some materials, which are easy to do. This way, he could also earn a bit more money. Additionally, he needed to prepare an identification skill. Monsters in the dungeon have the convenience of directly seeing various information, while those outside rely on their own abilities. To ensure safety, an identification skill is essential. Although Lin Chen considered himself not weak, he still needed to be cautious. The hall resembled a large office, with various service windows and information screens hanging on the walls. Adventurers of all kinds moved about, dressed in various styles, some carrying large axes, others wielding long spears, and some dressed in moonlight robes like priests. It was Lin Chen's first time here, and as soon as he entered, the noisy atmosphere immediately enveloped him. The Wolf Fang Adventure team is strategizing for the Dark Forest. We need warriors above level 15. If you fight well, you can join the team directly. Unlimited recycling of green vine grass, each portion priced at 100. Please is 082 professional to window 3 to hand over the task. Please is 082 professional to window 3 to hand over the task. TSK. The overall strength is indeed different after leaving school. Lin Chen noticed that the presence of professionals in the hall was not weak, at least all above level 15. This is quite understandable. These people are seasoned veterans who have been in society for a long time, so it's normal for their levels to be higher. Some who looked a bit older had even reached their 20s in levels. However, It was rare to see anyone above level 30. Once you surpass level 30, you enter the second transition, which is considered a small upper management level in society, and there's really no need for those people to come here. The professional hall is essentially an institution serving the grassroots, implying that most of the people here are actually just low-level workers. Despite their high levels, many probably haven't even attended university. Lin Shen had been in this world for over 2 years and had a certain understanding of its structure. After looking around the hall, Lin Shen found the window selling skills and walked over. "Hello, I would like a skill that can identify monster information. Could you please recommend one?" Identification skills are universal skills, meaning they are the most basic skills. These types of skills are generally sold directly by the government with stable price control. Therefore, this window belongs to the government and the sales personnel are somewhat related to the official system. Behind the window sat a woman in work clothes, in her 40s and wearing glasses. She coldly glanced at Lin Shen. "Where's your number tag?" Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. "What number tag?" The woman's expression immediately turned cold. "The Q number tag." "What number tag? If you don't have a number tag, go get one, and then come back." Lin Shen looked around and saw that he was the only one at the window. Sister, it's just me here right now. Could you just help me out?" The woman rolled her eyes. "No, we have regulations. We can't process without a number tag." After saying that, she turned back and started chatting with a colleague at the next counter. Lin Shen truly didn't expect to be taught a lesson about regulations here. It was also his fault for being inexperienced on his first visit and being careless. In the end, he went outside to find a security guard who led him to the machine to get a queue number, and only then did he successfully buy the identification skill. The identification skill is a small crystal plate. Basic identification skill can probe information of targets not exceeding 10 levels above oneself, ineffective against targets above level 30. What Lin Shen bought was the most basic level with very average effectiveness, but it was barely sufficient since he wouldn't encounter 2 high-level monsters at this stage. Of course, he mainly couldn't afford higher level skills. He only had a little over 1,000 in total, and this identification skill cost him 500. If it were any more expensive, he would be eating dirt. Lin Shen pressed the crystal plate to his forehead, and the crystal plate immediately transformed into a glowing light that entered his body. The method of learning basic skills is always like this. Better ones would be in the form of scrolls, which are taught in schools. After mastering the identification skill, Lin Shen immediately went to the task release area. The number of people in the task area had noticeably increased, with various task information continuously scrolling on the walls, and some people were shouting at the top of their lungs below. "Escort 2 girls to the Southern Valley. Light work with good pay, charged by the day. Come here if interested. Need 100 cold tunnel crystals. Within 3 days, 1,000 each. Must be completed within 3 days. Long-term purchase of goblin finger bones, 200 each, minimum of 10 at a time." Lin Shen stood still for a while, gathering information, and found that most of the tasks were low-level, either low in difficulty or time-consuming, with little pay, basically just hard labor. This was not beyond Lin Shen's expectations. After all, grassroots personnel make up the majority everywhere. Grassroots personnel are just laborers. Here, a typical practitioner at around level 10 can earn a few thousand a month, with better ones making over 10,000. The rewards for these tasks generally stay within this range. Lin Shen had originally planned to find a task with relatively higher rewards. For him, going out to fight was the main focus. Tasks were just a side note. It would be best to find a high-level one, but if not, it would just be a bit of a pity. After searching for a while longer, Lin Shen still hadn't found any high-level tasks. Just as he was about to casually accept one, a voice ahead suddenly caught his attention. "Looking for 2 fighters to explore a secret realm together. Requirements, level under 20, preferably warriors. After completion, resources from the secret realm will be split 70 to 30, or a reward of 500,000. Lin Shen stopped in his tracks, frowning involuntarily. Can people really openly recruit others to fight in a secret realm? According to what Lin Shen had learned, secret realms were extremely precious resources, similar to outdoor dungeons but naturally formed. They not only contained abundant resources but also provided a lot of experience from monsters. However, they were very rare. Ordinary people couldn't even touch them, and one needed specific spatial stones or keys to unlock them. Generally, if someone was lucky enough to find one, they would quietly go in alone, or at most bring along acquaintances. Lin Shen couldn't help but look over with curiosity. He saw 2 young women standing ahead, their appearances exquisite, and their clothing exceptional, looking like young ladies from prominent families. It was evident that the allure of the secret realm was indeed great, as many people in the hall surged forward, each craning their necks eagerly. One of the taller girls frowned as she screened applicants. "Don't crowd, one at a time. You're level 15? No way. We need level 19. Ordinary. Profession? No, we need at least high level." Lin Shen didn't join the crowd. He merely watched for a while before withdrawing his gaze. He was just a bit curious and wasn't tempted. Although the secret realm was indeed enticing, with generous rewards, 500,000 could almost buy the life of a level 20 practitioner. However, he definitely couldn't accept teaming up. It would affect his leveling speed, and besides, others probably wouldn't want him, a berserker. Moreover, who knows if there's a catch to such a windfall, even though these two girls seemed like novices. In the end, Lin Chen chose a relatively decent medium task. Go to the depths of the dark forest to obtain the Goblin King's skull. Time limit 7 days, task reward 100,000. The dark forest began just outside the eastern city, stretching about 30 kilometers, with the deepest part being the Goblin King's activity area. Lin Chen had originally planned to level up in this area, and this task was just right, saving him time. Moreover, the reward was decent. A skull was worth 100,000 huaxia coins, equivalent to a year's worth of labor for an ordinary practitioner. Of course, this was also because the Goblin King was not easy to deal with. Generally, teams of practitioners above level 20 dared to hunt it. Lin Chen had received quite a few disdainful looks when he first accepted the task. After accepting the task, Lin Chen headed straight for the city gates. The practitioner hall was not far from the eastern city gate, only half an hour's journey. A grand and towering city wall separated the human living area from the wilderness. As Lin Chen stepped out of the city gate, the world outside transformed instantly. Towering trees loomed, and weeds grew thickly. It felt as if he had jumped from modern society to a primitive one. The sky darkened by several shades. Brother-in-law, is this outside the city? It looks so terrifying. Less talking, the outside is not like the inside. Be careful, everything is tense here. At the city wall entrance, many practitioners could still be seen, with people occasionally passing by Lin Chen, disappearing into the forest ahead. Behind him, the original city wall also vanished into the mist, no longer visible. Lin Chen adapted slightly and then buried his head into the forest. Exiting from the East City Gate, a vast area was dominated by creatures known as goblins, with levels ranging from 10 to 20. The danger level was not high, making it a common activity zone for practitioners in their teens. The Goblin King roamed at the far end of this area, and Lin Chen planned to level up while making his way there. Once he entered the forest, the sunlight dimmed further, obscured by dense trees. As he walked, Lin Chen's health continuously decreased. He activated Bloodthirst. To fight monsters, one must first lower their health. This was the rule of the Berserker. Not to mention, outside the city was not like a novice dungeon. The difficulty of monsters increased, and without entering a berserk state, he wouldn't be able to fight effectively. Health, 860. Health, 840. You have entered Stage 1 Berserk. You have entered Stage 2 Berserk. After reaching level 12, Lin Chen's health reached 860, and his strength and agility attributes reached 46. Theoretically, if he pushed his health to the limit, he could have 131 in strength and agility. Coupled with the ultimate Berserk's 2000% boost, he could reach a total of 2751, enough to crush any practitioner of the same level. However, this was not a dungeon, and he certainly couldn't use the ultimate Berserk. Lin Chen finally reduced his health to 10%. Health, 80/860. You have entered Stage 3 Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 500%. Name, Lin Chen. Level, LV12. Shield, 10,000. Strength, 714, plus 78, 595. Agility, 714, plus 78, plus 595. TSK, that's quite a drop. After stopping Bloodthirst, Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue at his attributes. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Having experienced the massive boost of the ultimate Berserk, he found the 600 or 700 to be quite unsatisfactory. The difference between 2000 and 700 was comparable to that between a Chi Refining Junior and a Foundation Establishment Master. Fortunately, Chi Refining also has its early and late stages. With 700, he still belonged to the late stage Big Brother, while ordinary practitioners were still below 100, still in the early stages of being small fry. Okay, time to level up. With the boost in attributes, Lin Chen's speed suddenly increased, instantly transforming into a gust of wind and disappearing from his original spot. There were originally some practitioners around, cautiously advancing, but upon witnessing this scene, they were instantly dumbfounded. Brother-in-law, didn't you say the monsters here are strong? How can he run so fast? Isn't he afraid of danger? I'm not too sure. Stop talking. Just stick close to me. This guy is just asking for trouble. Hey, buddy, look at his speed. It's obvious he's a big shot. Who are you to comment? The dark forest was vast, and soon Lin Chen found himself alone without any other practitioners nearby. At the same time, a monster gradually came into Lin Chen's view. It was a green-skinned goblin, about 1 meter tall, with a sharp nose and long ears, resembling a witch. It held a wolf-tooth club in its hand, and its pair of bright red eyes scanned the surroundings, filled with a bloodthirsty glint. Let's try the identification skill first. Lin Chen stopped at a distance, hiding behind a tree, and threw out an identification spell. He had heard that some unscrupulous merchants sold skills that were completely useless. Although his identification scroll was directly sold by the government, there was still a chance of receiving a defective product which cost him 500 coins, so he had to be cautious. Raging Goblin, LV12 Health, 800 Strength, 77 Agility, 62 Constitution, 80 Spirit, 40 Wolftooth. Club, Violent, Berserk. Just as Lin Chen threw the identification spell, a piece of information returned shortly after. It did not present itself in front of him like the panels in dungeons, but rather directly fed back into Lin Chen's mind, equally clear and comprehensible. No need for a refund. Lin Chen nodded as he stepped out from behind the tree, brandishing his crimson weapon. The clear feedback indicated that the skill was functioning properly, so there was no need to return it. It was evident that the monsters outside the city were indeed formidable. The goblins were also level 12, but their attributes were significantly higher than those of the monsters in the dungeons. Their reaction speed was impressive as well. The moment Lin Chen stepped out, he immediately caught the goblin's attention. The goblin's ears perked up and it locked onto Lin Chen in an instant, raising its spiked club and charging at him without a word. Its movements were swift, and its eyes were fierce, the club dancing menacingly, showcasing the brutality of wild monsters. No one would doubt that if a human were caught by it, the outcome would surely be a skull shattered by a single blow. Unfortunately for the goblin, it faced Lin Chen. With a swift motion, swish, swish, 2 clean strikes. The goblin, maintaining its charging posture, fell to the ground without even a chance to react. Its body split in two in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen, naturally, wouldn't waste time with unnecessary chatter. No matter how ferocious it was, 2 strikes were enough to take it down. Kill LV12 Aggressive Goblin, experience plus 162. Lin Chen's experience points increased by nearly 0.5%, a considerable gain. After reaching level 10, the experience from dungeon monsters was further compressed, with 0.2% or 0.3% being a decent yield. It was clear that the experience from wild monsters was indeed abundant. However, Lin Chen's focus wasn't on that. Once the goblin died, he fixated on its corpse, hoping to see if it would drop any equipment or materials. In the wild, it was already possible to collect equipment materials, and with a bit of luck, even skills could drop. To be honest, his leveling speed was such that he no longer needed to worry about the college entrance exam. As long as he kept a steady pace, he would surely do well. While others were still grinding low-level monsters outside the dungeons, some hadn't even reached level 5 yet. Therefore, making money was the pressing matter at hand. After all, the pressure of 10 million was no small feat. If one day he finally found something to auction but didn't have enough saved up, it would be quite frustrating. Lin Chen stared at the goblin's corpse for a long time, but nothing dropped, just a bit of blood oozing out. Lin Chen grimaced. The goblin was merely a low-level monster outside the city, and its drop rate wasn't high. Generally speaking, the higher the monster's level, the greater the chance of dropping good items. Goblins not only had a low drop rate, but the items they dropped were also not very valuable. A typical adventurer operating in the goblin area could only earn around 10,000 after a month of completing quests. Lin Chen was well aware of this, but since it was his first goblin, he still held some expectations. Looks like my luck really isn't great, Lin Chen silently complained as he continued on his way. Most monsters in the goblin area were of this strength, and even in the deepest parts, they wouldn't exceed level 20. Lin Chen pressed on without any reservations. His luck might not be good, but his strength was solid. He didn't have to advance cautiously like others, he could simply hunt monsters aggressively. Not long after, Lin Chen encountered another goblin, brandishing its spiked club menacingly. Once again, with 2 clean strikes, the goblin fell. It must be said that the battles over the past 2 days had made him much more decisive in his actions, almost guaranteeing a beautiful arc with every strike. Kill LV12 Aggressive Goblin, experience plus 162. Kill LV12 Aggressive Goblin, experience plus 162. Goblins are everywhere in the jungle, and you can encounter one every little while. Occasionally, there are even groups of them, and sometimes you can see a male and female getting busy. With such a large and unrestricted number, Lin Chen's experience was rapidly increasing. However, he paid no attention to this, he was focused on the material drops. Finally, after half an hour in the jungle and having killed countless goblins, one of them finally dropped a material. A flash of light appeared, and a bone materialized floating in the air. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, hurried over to pick it up, and activated his identification skill. Goblin Finger Bone, lower grade, has decent hardness, can be used as a material for crafting ordinary armor/weapons. Monsters can drop materials, finished equipment, skill books, and more. This was clearly the most worthless material, and it was still lower grade. Lin Chen recalled a quest he had seen in the dungeon hall, which involved collecting goblin finger bones. 10 of them were worth 1,000, so this one was worth 100 coins. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. However, he wasn't too disappointed. 100 was indeed a bit low, but he understood the principle of accumulating small amounts into a larger sum. Aiming too high was not advisable. Moreover, Lin Chen was aware of the value of the goblin jungle's output, as they were all low-level basic monsters. Everyone earned this way, and the prices weren't too low. It could only be said that his goals were set too high. Silently putting the finger bone into his storage space, Lin Chen continued on his way. After everyone changes jobs, they have a storage space which expands as their level increases. It can hold equipment, materials, clothes, and food, making it very convenient. The goblins in the jungle were still no match for Lin Chen, who could basically take them down with a single strike. Most of the time, he just picked them up along the way, unless he encountered several in a row. He hardly needed to stop. The material drops weren't particularly impressive, but the experience was growing rapidly. Kill LV12 Aggressive Goblin, experience plus 162 kill. LV13 Aggressive Goblin, experience plus 183 kill. LV13 Aggressive Goblin, experience plus 183. As Lin Chen ventured deeper, the goblins' levels gradually increased from the initial level 12 to slowly rising to levels 13 and 14. The goblin jungle was like this: the deeper you went, the higher the goblin levels became, until at the very depths, the goblin king roamed. Most adventurers around level 10 would choose areas suitable for their level to hunt, ensuring safety while maximizing their gains. Lin Chen, however, had no such concerns. His initial target was the goblin king at the deepest part, and depending on the situation, he might even go further in. As the danger level increased, so would the rewards, and with Lin Chen's extraordinary strength, he wouldn't hold back. The upgraded goblins still couldn't stop Lin Chen. Most of them were one-hit kills, and the stronger ones could withstand 2 hits. Lin Chen's progress was rapid, and he was getting further away from the comfortable city. Unknowingly, a day passed quickly. The sky gradually darkened. The goblin jungle spanned over 30 kilometers, and Lin Chen had walked nearly 20 kilometers, placing him in the middle to later part of the jungle. After dark, the wilderness became even more dangerous. The darkness was one factor, and monsters also became more ferocious, as many had a habit of being active at night. Goblins, in particular, became more aggressive at night, so most adventurers would choose to exit the jungle before dark. Even if they didn't leave, they would head to a watchtower to rest and wait for dawn to continue. Lin Chen also planned to stop and continue tomorrow. Although he wasn't worried about danger, after a day of fighting, his physical and mental energy were both depleted, and with nightfall, visibility wasn't great. After killing a few more goblins, Lin Chen cleared out a relatively clean area, sat down on the ground, leaned against a thick tree trunk, and took out some food and water to replenish his strength. These supplies were all prepared by Lin Chen beforehand. He had planned not to return home after heading into the wild. With the college entrance examination just 4 days away, he intended to rush back before the exam to avoid wasting time. Not far from Lin Chen, he could see a bright light in the distance, which was the watchtower in the goblin area. The watchtower was a place spontaneously established by adventurers to reduce travel time, where many adventurers gathered to guard together, and there would be patrols at night, making it a small safe zone in the wild. However, Lin Chen had no intention of going there. To be honest, with his strength, he could walk through the entire goblin area without any trouble. Wherever he was, that was the watchtower, and he didn't need to join in on the commotion. While eating his rations, Lin Chen checked his harvest for the day. 2, 4, 6. 38 goblin finger bones, not bad. Lin Chen hadn't obtained any other materials today, nor had he found any equipment. It was all just goblin finger bones. Fortunately, in the latter part of the day, the goblin levels had increased, significantly boosting the drop rate. Those 38 finger bones were equivalent to 3,800 Great Xia coins. Although he was still far from the clear spring flow, it was already equal to a month's salary for the school security guard, which was quite good. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the future looks promising. After looking for a while, Lin Chen put the finger bones away again. He then opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, Level, LV14, 57.1%. Health, 900. Shield, 10,000. Strength, 54. Agility, 54. Constitution, 90. Spirit, 27. Free attributes, 16. Passive Blood Festival, for every 10 points of health lost. Strength and agility plus 1. Passive Blood Frenzy, attribute. Increase based on different health levels. Bloodthirst LV3. During the skill activation period, you will no longer receive any health recovery and will lose 4 health points per second automatically. Active release, health decreases by 20 points per second. Item, Crimson of the Right Path. Purple. Clear Spring Flow Sound Pendant, purple. Although there wasn't much progress in saving money, his level performance was outstanding. In just 1 day, he had leveled up twice, reaching an impressive level 14. Just 3 days after his job change, he was almost catching up with his classmates. He had to admit that the Berserker didn't need to worry about health issues, which was truly fierce, almost unbelievable. Lin Chen estimated that before the college entrance examination, he might even reach level 20, setting a new record. Without much hesitation, Lin Chen allocated his free attribute points to Constitution. A warm current flowed through him, enhancing his Constitution. Constitution, 90106. Wow, a Constitution of 106, that's really impressive. Looking at the panel, Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. A Constitution of 100 was already on par with the strength of monsters of the same level. Normally, monsters of the same level would have higher attributes than adventurers, as adventurers relied on skills and tactics, while monsters focused on thick skin and meat. Just how terrifying could it be for his constitution to match that of a monster? Of course, it was only him. A normal person couldn't just put all their free attributes into one stat. After sorting out his harvest, Lin Chen had almost finished his meal. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to drowsiness. Being full makes one sleepy. At this moment, Lin Chen felt drowsiness washing over him, and just as he was about to lean against the tree to sleep, he suddenly heard whispers nearby. Big brother, we really hit the jackpot, even finding a quest to explore a secret realm. Those two young girls probably just entered society, they really did make it easy for us. Ha ha, just thinking about the secret realm gets me excited. But brother, do we really have to team up with those two little girls? I see those two girls are only level 13 or 14, why don't we just… I think those two girls are only level 13 or 14, why don't we just take action tonight? Grab the secret realm key and go ourselves, wouldn't that be better? What do you think, brother? Xiao, I can't believe you think that way, it really makes me sigh. I'm sorry. Brother, I didn't mean it that way, I just got a bit muddled for a moment. No, you don't need to apologize. What I mean is, I'm really glad you can think like this. For ordinary people like us, the only way to get ahead is to fight and seize opportunities. Your thinking shows you've grown up, and I'm happy for you. Really? So, does that mean you agree with my reluctance? Are we going to act tonight? Of course I agree, but not tonight. We're still too close to the city, there are too many people around, and we can't be sure those two girls don't have any backup. Let's wait until tomorrow. Once we go deeper into the jungle, we can use the Goblin King to our advantage. Besides, I have something here that can attract the Goblin King. Wait, someone's coming. Who? Show yourself. Lin Chen. I can't even get a good sleep. Lin Chen sighed silently and stood up, walking out from behind the tree. The conversation between the two had been in his ears, and there was no one else nearby, so they were naturally talking about him. Achu, I'm just resting here, do you two want to join me? As soon as he came out, Lin Chen yawned, pretending to have just woken up. He didn't want to cause trouble, he just wanted to sleep. The two talking were about 10 meters away from Lin Chen. One was a level 19 archer with a longbow on his back, and the other was an armored level 18 warrior. Both of them had a wary look on their faces, but when they saw Lin Chen come out, they instantly relaxed. Brother, a level 14 newbie, looks like he's alone, why don't we? The armored warrior cast a questioning glance at the archer beside him. The archer didn't respond, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Little brother, aren't you afraid of danger resting here alone so late? Why don't you come with me to that outpost? It's safer with everyone together. Lin Chen scratched his head. Thanks for the kind offer, brother, but I checked this area and there's no danger, so I won't trouble you. The archer scanned him suspiciously a few times, then said, little brother, you really are quite bold. Then we won't disturb you. Please forgive us for interrupting your sleep. Farewell. After saying that, the archer cupped his fists in salute and turned to leave, with the warrior hurriedly following, looking puzzled. Brother, are we just leaving like this? Didn't you say we were going to rob? Besides, he probably heard our plan. That look of just waking up is clearly an act. The archer didn't stop his pace. Anyone who dares to stay here alone must have some skills. Since he can act like that, it means he doesn't want to cause trouble, so we shouldn't complicate things. The warrior paused. Is that so? Seeing the two leave, Lin Chen curled his lips, another typical case of plotting for wealth and murder. Lin Chen had heard before that the wilderness was not only dangerous because of monsters but also posed significant risks from fellow humans. He didn't expect to encounter it on his first day out. From the conversation just now, it was easy to tell that the two brothers were planning a robbery, and their target was likely the two newbie girls who had posted the secret realm quest in the hall that morning. After all, only those two had posted the quest, and their levels matched the requirement. 4 players below level 20. The whole scenario likely went like this. The two girls kindly invited others to explore the secret realm together, and the archer and warrior stood out in the crowd. But now, relying on their higher levels, they planned to secretly deal with the two girls and monopolize the secret realm, turning the tables on them. It cannot be said that it wasn't cruel. Those two girls lost both wealth and life, which is quite pitiful. Of course, this has nothing to do with Lin Chen. He had no thoughts of being a hero saving the damsel in distress. Everyone has their own life, and his life motto is simply to take care of himself. He just felt a small sigh of regret upon encountering such a situation for the first time. Lin Chen nestled back under the tree to rest, and this time no one disturbed him, so he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, the air in the forest was humid. When Lin Chen got up, he felt stiff in his limbs, his teeth chattering from the cold. To be honest, the dark forest is indeed not very suitable for camping. It seems he will have to prepare another tent next time. This is yet another item that Lin Chen has added to his essential upgrade list following the knife cloth and gloves. Well, people always grow through practice. Lin Chen rubbed his palms together but found it didn't help much, sighing, I might as well kill some goblins. I should warm up as I go. After determining the direction, Lin Chen drew his weapon and set off on today's journey. Today, he continued to push deeper into the jungle. Lin Chen estimated that he would reach the deepest part by the afternoon, but when he would find the Goblin King was another matter. The dark forest is vast, and the Goblin King is not so easily encountered. The resting place from yesterday had seen all the goblins in a large area wiped out, and today, as Lin Chen stepped out of the clearing, he quickly encountered wandering goblins in the forest again. At this stage, the goblins' levels had risen to around 16 or 17, much stronger than those at the entrance, but facing Lin Chen still yielded the same result. Each encounter lasted no more than 2 strikes, and before they could even scream, they turned into experience points for Lin Chen. Kill LV16 Aggressive Goblin, experience plus 222. Kill LV17 Aggressive Goblin, experience plus 250. Kill LV17 Aggressive Goblin, experience plus 250. After killing for a while, Lin Chen's body gradually warmed up and his hands felt hot again. In an instant, his speed increased, shooting straight towards the deepest part like a sharp arrow. Along the way, only goblin corpses were left behind, all with the same death pose, a shallow cut on their necks, while the rest remained intact. This was a new killing method Lin Chen had researched. He found that precise strikes were much less labor-intensive than simply slicing them in half, and the scene was not so bloody, making it very effective. Of course, this principle should be understood by anyone. Mainly, his agility was high, making it easy to achieve. As Lin Chen continued to delve deeper, the materials he obtained today became quite substantial. After spending more than 2 hours, he had collected over 10 finger bones, a speed that was a third faster than yesterday. The higher the monster's level, the higher the drop rate. Looking at the increasingly rich finger bones in his backpack, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Progress brings joy, and accumulation is equally pleasing. These bones will eventually become the matches that ignite his ultimate fury. Lin Chen could only say, the future is promising. Ha! What's this? A level 17 goblin exploded with light after dying. Lin Chen thought it was a finger bone and was about to collect it as usual when he suddenly noticed the shape was wrong. Vine armor, white, constitution plus 8 strength plus 5 what? Equipment. Dropped? Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He thought there was no equipment drop in the goblin area, which was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. It's worth noting that the price of equipment is not comparable to that of materials. Even the lowest level white equipment can sell for several thousand. If finger bones are matches, then this equipment is a tarpaulin. The future is indeed promising. The monster levels in the entire goblin area hovered between 10 and 20, with the latter half mostly above level 17. Lin Chen relied on his high attributes to push through without encountering any obstacles. By the afternoon, he successfully reached the deepest part of the forest, the Goblin King's activity area. At this point, Lin Chen's level had also risen again. He started at level 12 when he first came to the wild, leveled up to 14 in just one day yesterday, and now he was at level 15, an astonishing speed. Lin Chen estimated that if he went home to sleep now and did nothing else, he could still pass the college entrance examination with ease. Historically, the best score for the college entrance examination was level 15, but he still had 3 days left. The jungle before him grew darker, with dense branches nearly blocking all sunlight. Next, it's time to find the Goblin King and complete the quest. After a brief rest, Lin Chen immediately began his search for the Goblin King. Killing the Goblin King and obtaining its skull would earn him a quest reward of 100,000 coins, and he would also complete the task. Lin Chen was quite invested in his first quest. Regardless of the money, the quest hall had a credibility assessment mechanism for everyone. Based on the time taken and the results of completing tasks, credibility points were awarded. The higher the credibility points, the better the tasks one could receive in the future. Conversely, if one failed frequently, it was likely they would not receive any tasks. It was similar to a personal record, and it was connected nationwide. Lin Chen did not want to carry the label of a deadbeat in the future. Moreover, having a task weighing on his mind felt uncomfortable, so it was better to complete it as soon as possible. I remember that the Goblin King likes dark and damp places. I just need to pay attention to the water sources. Although he had never been to the dim forest, he had learned about common monsters like goblins in textbooks, so Lin Chen had some impression of them. He navigated through the jungle, observing his surroundings as he walked. He constantly adjusted his direction based on the environment. Speaking of the Goblin King, Lin Chen felt a bit excited. According to the quest description, the Goblin King was a level 20 bronze boss. It was well known that once a monster had the title of boss, its attributes would increase exponentially. The level 5 boss from the beginner dungeon at school had withstood 3 of Lin Chen's attacks and even unleashed a skill, which was quite telling. Since his job change, Lin Chen had not had the chance to fight properly. Every encounter ended in a single blow, leaving him feeling somewhat stifled. He wondered if this level 20 boss could give him a surprise. Additionally, he was looking forward to the boss rewards. His quest only required the skull, and anything else that dropped would be his. After walking for over half an hour, Lin Chen's pace gradually slowed. Although the surrounding giant tree forest still disoriented him, the air had become incredibly humid, accompanied by the musty smell emanating from the trees. Moreover, it had grown much quieter around him. The Goblin King had a territorial awareness, and generally, no small monsters dared to enter its area. I should be close. Lin Chen wiped his finger on a tree trunk to make a judgment. Continuing forward, sure enough, after a short while, he climbed over a wall made of intersecting tree trunks, and the scenery before him changed dramatically. A large clearing appeared ahead, devoid of chaotic trees, with only a small circular pond in the center floating with various green mosses. The smell in the air had also become more moldy. This is it. A large clearing like this in the jungle was hard to find, undoubtedly the Goblin King's lair. Lin Chen was delighted. He had no reservations and boldly strode in. Although he was unsure of the Goblin King's attributes, he figured it wouldn't pose a threat to him, especially since he had a shield of up to 10,000 points for protection, leaving him with nothing to worry about. The quiet clearing stirred slightly as Lin Chen entered. The soil beneath his feet was very soft, making a creaking sound with every step he took. The water pool ahead rippled with subtle waves. However, there was no follow-up. No monsters emerged to attack him, nor was there any sign of the Goblin King. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Lin Chen frowned as he walked, beginning to doubt his method of determining the Goblin King's location. But the textbook did say that the Goblin King favored dampness, was aggressive, and had a strong territorial instinct. There were no other goblin minions around, and with such a large pool of water, it should have been a perfect match. Lin Chen continued to observe. The entire open area was not large, measuring a few dozen meters in diameter. He quickly circled around. Still, there was no movement, and the air was calm. At this moment, Lin Chen understood. Someone got there first. The Goblin King usually wouldn't leave its lair, and the information in the textbook was likely accurate. That left only one possibility. The Goblin King had already been killed by another adventurer. Lin Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead. The Goblin King was a special monster. Those below level 20 couldn't defeat it, and those above level 20 would find it more practical to hunt elsewhere. Therefore, very few people targeted it, and Lin Chen had taken this task precisely because of that. He didn't expect to hit a dead end on his first attempt. He had wasted more than half an hour. Fortunately, there was more than one Goblin King. In the dark forest, he could still search for another, albeit wasting some time. With a helpless sigh, Lin Chen had to continue looking for the next location. Leaving the Goblin King's territory, Lin Chen followed his previous method, adjusting his direction based on the surrounding environment and the activity range of the goblin minions. This time, after an hour, he found another secluded spot. No goblin minions dared to approach. This time, it should be fine. Looking at the ripples appearing ahead, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy and hurried his pace. However, as he entered the pool area, his previously lifted spirits plummeted once again. No way. Not again? The area around the pool was still silent, with no monsters emerging to attack him. Lin Chen stood by the pool, staring at everything, almost doubting himself. Was his luck really this bad, to encounter this situation twice in a row? Forget it. On to the next place. Taking a breath, Lin Chen didn't dwell on it and set off again. Luck was unpredictable, and complaining was useless. Finding the Goblin King was the priority. It would be dark soon. With the experience from the previous two attempts, and his own high agility, Lin Chen made quick progress this time, finding another Goblin King lair in less than half an hour. The sky gradually darkened, and the already dim jungle became even darker. Lin Chen slowed his pace, and ahead appeared another moss-covered pool, also an open area. As Lin Chen stepped into the pool area, it was quiet once more. Something's not right. Lin Chen frowned. This time he didn't blame luck. The Goblin King was already rare, and there were even fewer adventurers willing to deal with it. It couldn't possibly happen 3 times in a row. There had to be something wrong. Could it be those two brothers from yesterday? Lin Chen suddenly recalled the two black-handed brothers from last night who seemed to have mentioned something about the Goblin King. While he was pondering, a sharp cry for help suddenly came from a distance, accompanied by the roar of the Goblin King. So, those two brothers led the Goblin King away? Hearing the sound, Lin Chen paused for a moment, piecing together his thoughts. He had clearly heard those two black-handed brothers say they wanted to kill the girl who posted the secret realm task to monopolize it, but worried about too many eyes being on them, they planned to lure the Goblin King to take action. He didn't catch much of what happened afterward, but now the situation is very clear. The two brothers have started to take action, and one of them must have some item that can attract the Goblin King, which is why he has been running around to several places without any success, and now there are cries for help coming in. Although this situation is just a guess, Lin Chen feels it's pretty close to the truth, otherwise he can't explain why he keeps coming up empty. Moreover, he seems to have indeed heard something about attracting the Goblin King yesterday, but he didn't catch it clearly. Sorting out his thoughts, Lin Chen suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The good news, the continuous failures were due to human intervention, not just his bad luck. The bad news, the outcome is still the same. Every day is just so unlucky. Lin Chen cursed under his breath and hurried towards the direction of the cries for help. He wasn't particularly worried about the safety of those two innocent girls, mainly, the Goblin King had been lured away. Although those two shady guys didn't seem like particularly strong players, what if they found a way to deal with the Goblin King? Would his task still be completed? This time, he didn't need to observe the surroundings. His high agility allowed Lin Chen to burst forth at full speed, and the frustration from this unfortunate incident only added to his speed. He was someone who disliked trouble. Lin Chen moved through the jungle like an arrow, the shouts growing closer. Before long, the scene of the incident appeared in his line of sight. It was pretty much as he had guessed. It was indeed those two shady guys from yesterday using the Goblin King to kill the girl who was issuing the quest. 3 large Goblin Kings were chasing after the 2 girls, their spiked clubs smashing down with such force that they left craters in the ground, dirt flying everywhere. The 2 girls didn't look as composed as they had in the hall. Their faces were filled with terror as they fled frantically, one of them having her clothes torn off, blood streaming down. However, what surprised Lin Chen was that those 2 shady guys also seemed to be extremely frightened at this moment. They were a bit ahead of the 2 girls, also running for their lives, and their situation wasn't any better than that of the girls. The shorter warrior had even lost an arm. What's going on here? Aren't these 2 the ones who set this up? Lin Chen was puzzled and turned to hide behind a tree branch. Since he had confirmed that the few people posed no threat to the goblin, he didn't want to meddle. He would observe the situation first. As Lin Chen jumped up to the treetops, the 2 shady brothers passed right below him. Big brother, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say only 1 Goblin King would be attracted? How are we supposed to deal with 3? Think of something quick. The warrior shouted, enduring the excruciating pain from his severed arm. He was really about to go mad. They had agreed to lure just 1 Goblin King, let the 2 girls wear down their health first, and then they would step in. By then, they would have the key to the secret realm and get a free boss kill, but instead, 3 had shown up, and they were all acting like they were on a rampage. Normally, they couldn't even handle 1, let alone 3 that were agitated. If they couldn't come up with a plan, they might die here today. As soon as the warrior finished speaking, 2 indignant voices rang out behind him. You heartless scoundrel deserve this. We kindly shared the secret realm with you, and you brought the Goblin King to harm us. If I die here today, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Don't waste your breath on him. With 3 Goblin Kings, rest assured, these 2 scumbags will definitely die today. The 2 girls looked like they wanted to tear him to pieces, glaring at him. As soon as the words fell, a massive spiked club came crashing down, aimed at the girl whose clothes were half torn off. The other girl gritted her teeth and pushed forward with all her might to shove her companion out of the way, and then a layer of light shield sprang up around her. Clang! A huge sound of metal clashing echoed, the light barrier barely blocking the blow, but the girl spat out a mouthful of blood, her condition worsening. The pushed-back girl hurriedly stepped forward. Why are you? I'm fine, let's run. The warrior brother completely ignored the chaos behind and focused intently on the archer. The archer brother's expression was also grim. How? This time I was reckless. I might have been tricked by a swindler. Tricked by a swindler? Is that even a reason? The warrior brother felt extremely frustrated, but the situation was urgent. It wasn't the time to think about these things. Then brother, think of a way. Do we still have a chance? If we drag this out, we're really going to die here. The archer paused. A way? Well, there is one. The warrior's eyes lit up instantly. What is it? Hurry and say. The way is, just as the archer was running, he suddenly stopped and pushed the nearby warrior back. It's for you to die for me. Don't worry, I'll remember you, brother. Boom, the warrior brother flew back in the direction he came from, and due to the force, he was even knocked to the ground. The 2 girls who had just rushed forward were secretly pleased and quickly retaliated. I didn't expect to see you die in front of me before you kicked the bucket. Truly satisfying. It's your brother who brought this disaster, and now your brother is pushing you back to save his own life. This is the fate of scum like you. At the same time, a spiked club came crashing down towards the warrior brother's forehead. However, facing all this, the warrior brother remained motionless, having not moved since. He was pushed back, only his eyes staring blankly in the direction the archer had left, as if asking, why? Unfortunately, no one could answer him anymore. Boom, a spiked club came down, and the warrior brother was smashed into a pulp. The Goblin King seemed very satisfied with his masterpiece, his crimson eyes filled with excitement as he raised the spiked club and chased after them again. So that's how it is. Seeing the pursuing troops pass by, Lin Chen jumped down from the tree branch. He understood now. The 2 black hands had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice. They had originally thought to gain from both sides, but didn't expect to attract too many Goblin Kings, leading to their own peril. Thus, in the end, wouldn't that just mean it would benefit him? From Lin Chen's observation, these few people definitely couldn't outrun the Goblin King, meaning they would all meet a dead end. And if they all died, the equipment, materials, boss, and even the secret realm keys, wouldn't they all belong to him? It wouldn't count as Lin Chen bullying the weak, strictly speaking. It was all just his to pick up. So, fate is on my side. Lin Chen revealed a crooked smile and hurriedly followed the trail. Lin Chen wasn't a ruthless killer of innocence, but he wasn't a good person either. His life motto was to clear the snow in front of his own door and not care about the frost on others' roofs. He wouldn't let go of free benefits, so seeing the 2 girls being chased by the Goblin King, even though he knew they were innocent and pitiful, Lin Chen remained indifferent. Once they died, the secret realm keys would naturally belong to Lin Chen, and it wouldn't count as him taking action. Instead, if he saved them, it would just lead to trouble. Lin Chen hung back at a distance. With his agility, it was very easy to do this. He even took the time to cast an identification spell on the Goblin King. He had been curious about the attributes of the bronze boss since the afternoon. Goblin King, bronze. Boss, health 5000, strength 470, agility 450, constitution 500, mentality 101, armor break strike. The Goblin King charges a powerful blow, the next attack ignores 50% of the target's defense. Rage. The Goblin King enters a state of rage, significantly increasing strength attributes, this attribute truly worthy of a boss. Seeing the information returned by the identification spell, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Normally, the highest attributes of level 20 monsters barely reach 200, but this one directly hit 500, a complete qualitative leap. It even posed a certain pressure on him. Today, he leveled up his base strength and agility to 59, and with his constitution freely added up to 116. Currently, his 3-stage rage strength and agility reached 954 plus the full 52 from his main stat. It barely totaled 1006. Well, looking at it this way, the gap is still considerable, but after all, finally, I can withstand a couple of hits. Lin Chen felt excited. To be honest, he had previously been able to take him down in one hit, which left him with a slight regret as he wanted to hone his combat skills. Now, the opportunity had come. With 3 bronze bosses, Lin Chen estimated he had enough to fight for 5 minutes. 3 minutes. Immediately after, Lin Chen aimed the identification spell at one of the fleeing girls. He hadn't seen the attributes of other professions yet, so it wouldn't hurt to learn more while he had the chance. Normally, using identification on others directly is considered impolite, but given the current situation, Lin Chen felt they shouldn't blame him. Profession, Radiant Mage, Advanced, Level, LV 13. Strength 36, Agility 38, Constitution 45, Mentality 82. The ordinary identification spell could only reveal basic information. It couldn't see deeper skills, talents, or equipment enhancements. The attributes were roughly what Lin Chen expected. Generally, the average attributes of level 10 professionals hover around 60. This one was clearly a mage who primarily invested in mentality, with a slight boost in constitution, overall still normal. However, with this level, they dared to venture into the secret realm, and even openly drag others along? Lin Chen frowned, somewhat curious. The difficulty of monsters inside the secret realm would further increase. Even though he couldn't see skills or equipment, this level of strength seemed a bit reckless, didn't it? Unfortunately, this question was destined to go unanswered for Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen was quietly observing, ahead of him, a Goblin King successfully caught the girl he was watching. The enraged Goblin King wasted no words, grabbing her leg and lifting her up to smash her into pieces with a spiked club. Scalding blood splattered onto another girl's face, and she immediately stopped in her tracks, as if sensing something. She turned around with great difficulty. The next moment, no! A piercing wail echoed through the forest. Accompanied by the sound, the girl charged at the goblin in a frenzy, no longer fleeing, seemingly seeking revenge. She aimed to tear the Goblin King apart. But unfortunately, the chasm of strength was ultimately insurmountable. The girl didn't even get close before being sent flying by the swinging spiked club, dying on the spot. The Goblin Kings, invigorated by the blood, continued to chase after the last human with screams. After the Goblin Kings left, Lin Chen approached the bodies of the 2 girls. At this moment, aside from the chaos on the ground, various equipment, potions, and a secret realm key floated around. When professionals die, all items within their space drop out, which is a major reason why the wilderness is more dangerous for their kind. Lin Chen quickly collected everything into his own space without looking. It wasn't time to check his gains yet. After securing everything, Lin Chen glanced at the mess on the ground and sighed silently. You too should be more cautious in your next life. The first time Lin Chen encountered such a situation, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Even the joy of looting was somewhat diluted. Of course, he wasn't doubting himself. With the silly personalities of these 2 sisters, even if he saved them, this time, it would only be a matter of time before they got into trouble again. It was just a simple reflection. I need to be more careful in the future. I have a system and a hidden class. My future is bright. I can't let others benefit from my efforts. After gathering his thoughts, Lin Chen continued to chase after the Goblin King. As the sky gradually darkened, the trees around him seemed to retreat like a rewind, and the Goblin King's shrill cries echoed in the distance. Lin Chen remained calm and unhurried in his pursuit. However, he was hesitating over a question: should I just take action directly? He had already obtained the key to the secret realm, and there was only a level 19 ordinary player left. Whether he looted or not wouldn't make much difference. If he waited any longer until it was completely dark, it would be inconvenient to fight. Goblins had night vision, while he did not. Moreover, if he continued to chase, he might attract other players, which would be troublesome. While Lin Chen pondered as he walked, after a moment he thought, no, this person knows about the secret realm key. It's better if he dies. If he took out the level 19 Goblin King, he could survive, but if the player had ulterior motives and came back to cause trouble, that would be bad. It's safer if he's dead. Lin Chen made his decision. He continued to take his time. The dim jungle offered no sense of direction, all around were just trees. After running for about 5 minutes, Lin Chen's brows gradually furrowed. This shouldn't be right. How can this guy run so fast? The Goblin King's agility was over 400, while a level 19 player, even if he was an archer focusing on agility, would only have around 150 at most. How could he run for such a long time? Moreover, Lin Chen noticed that the sounds of the Goblin King ahead were becoming fainter, as if, did I lose him? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, holding a longbow and wearing a sinister smile. Brother, could you help me block the Goblin King? Thanks. Whoosh, an arrow shot out from the longbow, striking Lin Chen in the chest. The tremendous force instantly sent Lin Chen flying backward. At the same time, the Goblin King, whose cries had just weakened, became excited again, but this time, the target was squarely on Lin Chen. Thud, the arrow slammed heavily against a tree trunk, producing a muffled sound. Under the powerful impact, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, he merely blinked. He understood. The archer must have some kind of invisibility skill that allowed the Goblin King to temporarily lose track of him, which is why he could evade for so long. However, his invisibility skill likely wouldn't last much longer, and he couldn't completely shake off the Goblin King. At that moment, he happened to spot Lin Chen, so I, a mere spectator, got ambushed? I was used as a shield? The moment he realized this, Lin Chen felt a wave of speechlessness. He wasn't particularly angry. The archer used him as a shield to survive, which was understandable. If it were Lin Chen, he would have made the same choice. But mainly, he had been sitting back, commenting on the situation, holding the power of life and death over others, and yet he ended up being caught off guard. It was simply laughable. Just then, the Goblin King charged forward, swinging a massive wolf-tooth club at Lin Chen. Lin Chen casually blocked the blow, and without paying any attention to the nearby Goblin King, he got up and chased after the archer. He could understand the situation, but he couldn't let others ride on his back. He would deal with the Goblin King later. That arrow could have easily cost someone else their life at the hands of the Goblin King. Lin Chen moved at lightning speed, and under his full burst of power, the Goblin King couldn't even touch him. In an instant, he vanished into the night. Just a moment ago, he had been caught off guard and didn't react in time, otherwise, that arrow would have surely hit him. Ahead, the archer ran with all his might, his eyes filled with the excitement of having survived a disaster. He was already on the brink of exhaustion, at the end of his rope, yet unexpectedly, he encountered another professional at this critical moment, still a level 15 rookie. This undoubtedly gave him a moment to recover his spirit. It was simply incredible luck. Gulp, another vial of mental potion was downed, a refreshing sensation coursing through his body. The archer felt his heartbeat quickening. If he could just have a little more time, he could use invisibility again, and there was a good chance he could escape. And as long as he could escape, that secret realm key would be his. One person, enjoying an entire secret realm all to himself. What a tremendous opportunity. He casually tossed the empty potion vial aside and instinctively glanced back. Seeing that the rear was still pitch black and silent, he revealed a sinister smile. Little brother, bear with me for a moment. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely compensate you. Of course, but I probably won't have the chance. The archer turned back, took out another vial of potion, and just as he tilted his head back, a faint voice suddenly rang in his ear. If there's a chance, you don't have to wait, you can compensate me right now. Lin Chen had already caught up, running alongside him with an easy expression. The archer's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Lin Chen didn't waste words. In an instant, he reached for the archer's neck. He knew this person could go invisible, and he had to learn from experience. Lin Chen's attributes were beyond what the Goblin King could handle, let alone this little archer. Before he could even react, he was lifted up like a chick, and in an instant, life and death were entirely in Lin Chen's hands. The archer's hair stood on end. What speed was this? Why couldn't he even see clearly before being subdued? And why could a level 15 rookie escape from the siege of 3 Goblin Kings? But now was not the time for him to ponder these questions. Brother, spare me. I was forced into this situation and didn't mean any offense, but if you can show mercy, I am willing to offer half, oh no, all my possessions. I just ask that you spare my life. The archer immediately begged loudly, completely shedding his earlier ferocity. No matter what, surviving was the top priority. Lin Chen chuckled lightly at the archer's nervous demeanor. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The archer was taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. Really? Thank you so much, brother. At the same time, he thought to himself, I've run into a naive kid. Lin Chen looked young, probably had never killed anyone, and was likely just here to cause trouble out of anger, not actually intending to kill him. In that case, could he still keep his possessions? The archer feigned gratitude again. Little brother, this is all just a misunderstanding. To show my sincerity, I will definitely offer all my possessions if you just let me go. This time, Lin Chen didn't respond, dragging the archer back in the direction they had come from. The archer realized something and his eyes widened. Are you crazy? Where are you taking me? Are you going to get yourself killed? He couldn't imagine This was clearly heading straight into the Goblin King's lair. Even if Lin Chen had the ability to escape from the Goblin King, was it worth it just for revenge? There were 3 Goblin Kings. No, let me go. You madman. Have you completely lost your mind? The archer began to struggle wildly, but Lin Chen's grip was as firm as iron. No matter how much he exerted himself, he couldn't budge an inch. Damn it! How can he be this strong? As the Goblin King drew closer, the archer panicked completely, begging for mercy without any regard for his dignity. Little brother, I was truly wrong this time. Please, have mercy and spare my life. No, big brother. I'm not a bad person. It was a grave mistake to set my sights on you. If you let me go, I promise to give you all my possessions. I also know secrets about the hidden realm. If you spare me this once, I'll give you the key to the hidden realm. 1. Must admit, when a person is facing death, they can do anything. The archer, who looked to be in his 30s, was now sobbing uncontrollably, but Lin Chen remained unfazed, moving steadily forward. He had not strayed far from the Goblin King, and now they were advancing from both sides. Soon, Lin Chen encountered the Goblin King once more. At this point, the archer, being held up, seemed to have resigned himself to his fate and began hurling vicious curses at Lin Chen. You won't die a good death. Do you think if I die, you'll be safe? The Goblin King will kill you too. He'll crush your bones and tear your scalp. What did I do wrong? I just wanted to live. Where did I go wrong? What's your name? Tell me. I'll be waiting for you. Down there. Forever and ever waiting for you. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. He had initially thought to return the favor, but he didn't expect this person to be so disgusting. Had he known, it would have been better to just crush him. Without wasting any more words, Lin Chen raised his hand and gently tossed him. The archer instantly flew into the midst of the goblins. While in midair, he continued to curse Lin Chen. Remember, I'll be waiting for you. Fortunately, he was interrupted before he could finish, as several Goblin Kings, already furious from the chase, smashed him into a pulp before he even landed. His equipment scattered all over the ground. With that, the 4-man team of the Hidden Realm was completely wiped out. Lin Chen let out a long breath. With the 4-man team finished, it was finally time for his own business. Fight the boss. Loot the corpses. Check the rewards. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. After running all day, he had been waiting for this moment. Meanwhile, the few Goblin Kings who had dealt with the archer turned their attention to Lin Chen, their crimson eyes and nearly 2-meter height exuding in overwhelming pressure. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt even more excited. Just in time to see if you guys can help me stretch my muscles. Additionally, ever since he leveled up to level 15, his experience had undergone another compression, making the leveling speed even slower. 3 level 20 bosses, he wondered how much experience they would bring him. Lin Chen was quite looking forward to it. The 3 Goblin Kings were imposing and menacing. Lin Chen drew his weapon, the Crimson Justice, his eyes gleaming with determination, ready for battle. Well, it couldn't really be called a battle. After all, Lin Chen's attributes were exceptionally high, easily double that of the bosses. The Goblin Kings were mostly on the receiving end, barely able to retaliate. In the best-case scenario, the 3 monsters could barely graze the hem of Lin Chen's clothes, but all their attacks were blocked by his shield. However, at least it allowed Lin Chen to stretch his muscles. He was no longer one-shotting them, and he could withstand several hits. Lin Chen made sure to share the damage evenly, allowing him to loosen up. Ultimately, as Lin Chen had estimated, the battle ended in under 3 minutes. With a final horizontal slash, the Crimson Justice cut through the night, leaving a narrow beam of light. The 3 Goblin Kings fell to the ground simultaneously. Kill Boss Goblin King, experience plus 5,000. Kill Boss Goblin King, experience plus 5,000. Kill Boss Goblin King, experience plus 5,000. Your level has increased to level 16. Your level has increased to level 17. Leveling up twice in a row, not bad. Lin Chen was neither too excited nor disappointed. He was relatively satisfied. The further one goes in leveling up, the harder it becomes. Although level 15 wasn't particularly high, he had already moved past the newbie stage. Other players at the same level might take 10 days or half a month to level up just once, and even he had only managed to level up once today, from 14 to 15, with no progress after that. Jumping 2 levels in such a short time was quite impressive. At that moment, the materials from the Goblin Kings also dropped. All 3 Goblin Kings had dropped skulls, and 2 of them had additionally dropped a piece of equipment floating in midair and radiating light. Upon seeing these items, Lin Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Leveling up was exciting, and the joy from the loot was considerable. He hadn't forgotten his goal of 10 million. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward and collected all 3 skulls. The Goblin Kings' skulls were his mission targets, and carrying a task on his back always felt uncomfortable. Now he finally felt at ease. Moreover, with 3 skulls, each valued at 100,000. That amounted to 300,000. Next, Lin Chen looked at the 2 pieces of equipment that had dropped. Vine chestplate, blue constitution plus 28, agility plus 12, set bonus, none. Requires 3 or more Vine equipment to trigger. Vine leggings, blue constitution plus 12, agility plus 28, set bonus. Blue, high-level equipment, not bad. High-level equipment on. The market usually costs several tens of thousands. Generally, poorer players can't even gather 2 pieces. Plus, since these were set pieces, the price would only be higher. In short, just from the 3 bosses, he had earned over 400,000, which was quite good. Lin Chen squinted as he stored the equipment away. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and only faint moonlight illuminated the forest. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of decay and a strong smell of blood. Lin Chen let out a long breath. A lot had happened today. It was the first time he had seen someone die in front of him, the first time he had witnessed the darker side of humanity, and the first time he had killed. It did affect his mood. To some extent, after all, he wasn't made of stone. Considering his 2 lives, he was just an ordinary person. Although all of this was his own choice, he still needed to calm down. Lin Chen stood quietly in place, and after a while, he said, "It's so cold, I should hurry up and leave. I haven't finished looting yet." A gust of wind swept by, causing Lin Chen to shiver, and he quickly rubbed his arms and got moving. He hadn't picked up the equipment dropped by the archer, nor had he collected the bag from the warrior's little brother he had initially encountered. Now, it was crucial to finish looting the equipment, build a fire, and check his gains. Lin Chen set off again, his eyes shining with determination and a hint of steadiness deep within him. With this experience, he had grown a bit. At the very least, next time he shouldn't need to calm himself down. Lin Chen's actions were not going smoothly. After collecting the archer's equipment, he originally planned to return the same way to find the warrior's little brother's bag. However, it was already difficult to discern direction in the jungle, and at night, it was impossible to see anything. Lin Chen got lost. Ultimately, a journey that took 5 minutes turned into over half an hour before he found his way back. During that time, he even doubted countless times whether someone else had picked it up. Damn it, next time I go out, I need to bring a flashlight. In a relatively dry clearing, Lin Chen cursed as he started a fire. A flashlight, knife cloth, gloves, tent, another item was added to Lin Chen's essential travel list. Mainly, he was a warrior and had forgotten to consider this issue. Many mages had skills that emitted light, so they generally didn't need a flashlight. The flames rose, and soon the surroundings were illuminated. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together and emptied out everything from his storage space. The total wealth of 4 players, he had no idea how much it would be worth. Moreover, there was also the secret realm key, which Lin Chen had been eager to see. With a whoosh, a layer of light spread across the ground, and looking around, there were many scattered items, potions, equipment, materials, all in disarray. Lin Chen began to count them one by one. Beginner life potion, restores 150 health points within 1 minute of consumption. This is average. Lin Chen tossed it aside. Frost moon. Chestplate, advanced constitution plus 26, spirit plus 12. This is good. Lin Chen placed it at his feet. Hundwind bow, advanced strength plus 31, agility plus 22, unique attribute, arrow flight. Speed increased by 20%. Wow, it even has attributes. This must be worth tens of thousands. During his first loot, Lin Chen appeared very excited, maintaining a high level of enthusiasm throughout. 20 minutes later, as expected, killing and looting brings in the gold. Lin Chen set down the last item, his eyes betraying his excitement. The 4 players' loot had brought him a total of 12 pieces of equipment, 4 weapons, 52 potions, and a pile of various crystal materials. Lin Chen conservatively estimated that the total value was at least over 1 million. To put it bluntly, an ordinary player might not accumulate that much in a lifetime, and Lin Chen himself had never seen so much money. Moreover, there was the most important secret realm key. According to the information from the key, the secret realm was a level 20 or below realm, and as long as they cleared it within 2 days of entering, they would receive generous rewards, and it was not far away, located deep within the dark forest. As everyone knows, the resources and experience in secret realms are abundant, and now with the right level and timing, it was an invaluable treasure for Lin Chen. He even wanted to rush over and start grinding right away. He estimated that after coming out of the secret realm, he could conservatively reach level 20, or even have the chance to surpass it, directly achieving the title of the top scorer. If luck was on his side and he could loot enough equipment to gather 10 million, wouldn't the clear spring flow also have a resolution? In the end, Lin Chen still restrained his excited heart. Although the secret realm was tempting, he had already fought all day and needed to rest. It was the right choice to wait until tomorrow to regain his energy before going. Lin Chen carefully sorted and stored the materials scattered on the ground, so that when it came time to sell, it wouldn't be chaotic. Well, he also didn't plan to keep any for himself. The archer's equipment wasn't very suitable for him, and the 2 girls before were also mages, with only 1 warrior whose equipment was completely destroyed upon death. Moreover, the attributes of these pieces of equipment weren't that high, providing little improvement for him, so it was better to sell them and save up for the clear spring. After putting away the equipment, Lin Chen opened the information panel again. He hadn't allocated points for today's level up. Name, Lin Chen class, Bloodthirsty Berserker, hidden, level, LV17, 0.05% health, 120 shield, 10,000 strength, 67 agility, 67 constitution. 120 Spirit, 33 Free Attributes, 16 Passive Blood Festival, for every 10 health points lost, Strength and Agility plus 1 Passive Blood Frenzy, attribute increase based on different health levels. Bloodthirst LV4. During the skill activation period, you no longer receive any health recovery and it automatically restores 5 health points per second when closed. Active release, health points decrease by 20 per second. Item, Absolute Crimson, purple, Clear Spring Flow Sound Pendant, purple, before killing the Goblin King, his strength and agility were 59, and his constitution was 116. Now, after leveling up twice, he had made some progress, and Bloodthirst had also reached level 4, with health recovery increasing from 4 to 5. Although it was still not very useful. I wonder when I'll get a skill book, Lin Chen thought as he looked at the panel. He still didn't have a usable skill, and fighting was still purely manual, which was somewhat monotonous. However, there was no other way. Skills were the hardest to come by, and matching skills for his hidden class were even rarer. He might even have to buy exclusive skill scrolls. This was one of the pain points of hidden classes, and for now, Lin Chen could only think about it. Lin Chen skillfully added freedom to his constitution. A warm current flowed through him. Constitution, 120136. Not bad. With a constitution of 130, he could walk through the city dungeon without a shield. He closed the panel and let out a long breath. In just one day, he had completed his tasks, leveled up 3 times, and earned nearly 1.5 million. Tomorrow, there were even better secret realms waiting to be explored. It was an incredible boost. Time to sleep. Lin Chen added a few more logs to the fire, leaning back against the trunk with complete satisfaction, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as soon as Lin Chen woke up, he felt exhausted, his limbs sore. After days of continuous leveling and sleeping in the wild for 2 nights, his body began to protest. Lin Chen struggled to get up. Just hold on for 2 more days, then I can rest well after the college entrance examination. The exam was very important to him, enough to influence his future prospects. Although Lin Chen's conditions were decent, he still had to do his best. Even though he estimated that his current level was enough to crush all his classmates. Historically, the best score in the college entrance examination was only level 15. After stretching a bit, Lin Chen headed straight for the secret realm. He already knew the location of the entrance through the key yesterday. It was deep in the goblin territory, not too far from him. Of course, before leaving, Lin Chen didn't forget to extinguish the fire. Setting the mountain on fire would only lead to trouble. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. The surrounding ancient trees were still endless, just like other parts of the forest, with no distinguishing features. Lin Chen was not surprised. He first surveyed the area to ensure no one was around, then took out the key and infused it with his mental energy. Instantly, the key floated into the air and began to emit a dazzling light. Under the illumination, a portal slowly began to materialize. This was the way to open the secret realm. Only the person holding the key could enter, and once they did, the portal would close behind them, making it impossible for others to discover. It was a bit of obscure knowledge, but Lin Chen had paid enough attention in school to remember it. Looking at the portal before him, Lin Chen's expression turned serious. While the secret realm offered high yields and rewards, it also represented high risks. There were many rumors throughout history. It was said that some people found secret realms thinking they had discovered immense resources, only to end up perishing inside, with even rare classes not escaping unscathed. Of course, no one should be stronger than Lin Chen. Normally, a full team composed of high-level classes could clear it, similar to the 4 archers from yesterday, and it was clear who would win in a match between 4 archers and Lin Chen. So he should be safe. Soon, the portal took shape. Purple light swirled around it, looking deep and mysterious. Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the portal. The secret realm was called the Moonlit Secret Realm, and one had to exit within 3 days of entering, or they would be trapped inside forever. This was the information Lin Chen learned from the secret realm key. He didn't know anything more. A wave of dizziness washed over him. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, the world had changed color. The entire sky had shifted from day to night, with a full moon hanging high in the sky. The surrounding forest was still vast, but unlike the dry and slender trees outside, here they were all lush and intertwined, bathed in the pure moonlight that seemed to weave through them like gossamer. The overall feeling was one of silence, an overwhelming stillness, as if not even a breeze stirred. Bloodthirst. Lin Chen didn't bother with anything else. Although he was still unclear about the situation and didn't know where he was, it was definitely a good idea to first stabilize his health. 1360 to 1340, 1320. After his health came up, the blood-sucking effect of 20 drops per second was no longer sufficient. Lin Chen waited for a long time before finally entering the 10% threshold. You have entered the 3rd stage of Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 500%. Health, 130 over 1360. Strength, 1110 plus 123 plus 925. Agility, 1110 plus 123 plus 925, 1001. Each small improvement multiplied under the Berserk enhancement. Looking at the glaring numbers, Lin Chen finally relaxed. He began to think about how to navigate this secret realm. Normally, he just needed to keep pushing forward, fighting whatever he encountered, and teleport out when the time was up. After all, as long as he killed monsters, he would gain experience and loot. His strength here shouldn't have much to worry about. However, there was a piece of information in the key that stated if he cleared the dungeon within 2 days, he would receive rich rewards. To clear the dungeon meant there was a high probability of a boss, and to kill the boss, he first needed to know the direction. Otherwise, running to the wrong place would be pointless. Lin Chen turned around in place, looking at the identical vines surrounding him, and suddenly felt dizzy. How the hell am I supposed to find anything? Forget it, I'll just start walking. Lin Chen ultimately gave up on finding a direction. He planned to walk in one direction first, collecting information as he went. If he could find the boss, that would be great. If not, he could at least rule out a wrong direction. A level 20 secret realm shouldn't be too large. A few more attempts should give him a clearer idea. Swish, swish, Lin Chen drew his weapon and made 2 cuts on a nearby tree trunk, leaving a mark to ensure he wouldn't go the wrong way. Otherwise, it would be easy to get lost in this forest. Seeing a cross mark left on the trunk, Lin Chen chose a direction and set off. I wonder what kind of monsters are in this secret realm and how much experience they give. This was Lin Chen's first time entering a secret realm, and he was quite excited. It was said that those who came out of secret realms always returned laden with rewards, directly crossing levels. Most of them were in teams, but Lin Chen was alone, so his gains would definitely be greater. However, it was strange that Lin Chen hadn't encountered any monsters yet. Logically, wherever there were monsters, there should be various sounds, howls and whatnot, but it was too quiet here. Just as Lin Chen was pondering this, the answer came quickly. A long vine suddenly shot out from a nearby ancient tree, instantly wrapping around Lin Chen. The vine seemed alive, coiling around him and starting to squirm and constrict, with sharp thorns trying to pierce into Lin Chen's body. 105, 103 damn. So it's a tree demon. Lin Chen understood why it had been quiet and was startled by this sudden turn of events. Fortunately, he had a shield, so it didn't hurt. After calming down, Lin Chen tried to pull the vine off and easily snapped it. When he looked up again, the once calm ancient tree had twisted, a mass of vines wildly flailing around, and it seemed like facial features had appeared on the trunk, resembling a madwoman with long hair. TSK, no wonder it's a monster in a secret realm. Putting aside its attributes, just its appearance was enough to intimidate. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, then stepped back a bit and cast an identification spell. He needed to understand the monster's information to facilitate his subsequent judgment of direction. Normally, the stronger the monster, the closer it was to the boss, which was also a small detail. Twisted Trey Ant, LV 20 health, 2800 strength, 210 agility, 0 constitution, 280 spirit, 155 entangle, whip. Wow, it's directly level 20? And its stats are so fierce? Despite being prepared, Lin Chen was still astonished when he saw the information that came back. A level 20 monster appeared right at the entrance of a secret realm that only level 20 and below could enter, and its attributes were off the charts. The highest attributes of the level 20 goblins outside barely reached 200, while this one was a staggering 280, almost double. Then the experience must be high too. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy, and without further ado, he charged forward with his sword. Just as Lin Chen stepped back, seemingly out of the trance attack range, it stopped moving. But as Lin Chen rushed back the Treyant immediately resumed its frenzied state, a flurry of vines whipping towards him like a flail, dazzling his eyes. Lin Chen had no particular strategy, he just swung his sword randomly. Although the Treyant had decent stats, it was still no match for him. Every vine that came into contact with his sword was severed at the root, falling to the ground and writhing. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen reached the trunk, slashing down with his sword, leaving deep gashes on the bark. The Treyant seemed to feel pain, going even more berserk, a mass of vines desperately trying to pull Lin Chen out of the trunk's range. It was no surprise that Lin Chen didn't kill it with one blow. The monsters he encountered were getting stronger, making it increasingly difficult to achieve a one-hit kill, especially since this Treyant was a bit stronger than those outside, qualifying as an elite. The incoming vines couldn't budge him an inch, and Lin Chen quickly followed up with 2 more strikes. Swish, swish, 2 crimson arcs of light converged into a cross, and the Treyant instantly stopped all movement as if it had lost power, the suspended vines falling limply. Killed LV-20 Shadow Treyant, experience plus 380. Lin Chen's experience bar increased by 1.5%, which delighted him. The level 20 goblins outside might not even yield 0.5%, this was a full 3 times more. No wonder it's a secret realm. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. If he could kill over 60 of these, he could level up. Given his skill level, taking down 60 monsters wouldn't be too taxing. He had indeed come to the right place. But I wonder how many Treyants there are. The speed of leveling up depends not only on the quality of the monsters but also on their quantity. Lin Chen didn't think that every tree in this forest was a monster, otherwise he would probably be the one running away. He left another mark on the spot and continued on his planned route. His sense of direction wasn't great, so he had to ensure that there were always 3 marks within his line of sight, but fortunately his vision was decent. After walking for a while Lin Chen was marking, he encountered another tree ant right at the tree where he had just made his mark. The tree ant was already low on health before it even started thrashing. Lin Chen reacted quickly, following up with another strike, and the tree ant, having only swung its vines twice, fell dead. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Ant, experience plus 380. Ignoring the experience notification, Lin Chen silently calculated the time. About 5 minutes had passed since he last encountered a tree ant. Assuming he could maintain this momentum, he could encounter around 10 in an hour, which meant he could level up in 5 to 6 hours. Conservatively, he could level up twice a day. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited, but he still tried to keep his enthusiasm in check. This was just his estimation. 2 data points were still too few, and the drop rate was uncertain, making earning money another factor. 5 minutes later, while Lin Chen was on the move, suddenly a vine wrapped around him, and his shield instantly lost 100 points. He had to admit that this tree ant was indeed hard to defend against, attacking suddenly as he passed by, leaving even Lin Chen unable to react. Moreover, the shield isn't as reliable anymore. Each hit deducts 100, so with 10,000 points, it can only withstand 100 hits. Lin Chen glanced at his status, now down to 9,006. I'm about to reach level 20, I hope I can gain a bit more. The tree demon was right beside him, and Lin Chen ignored the vines entangling him, striking down 3 times in quick succession, killing the tree demon, and the vines fell away. A light orb appeared at the roots of the tree. Lin Chen stepped forward to pick it up. Ghost Vine Wood, advanced, contains wood attribute elemental power, can be used for armor or weapon crafting, main material for staff-type weapons. Ghost Vine Wood. Lin Chen had never heard of this material, but according to market prices, advanced materials could sell for thousands to tens of thousands, and anything that could be a main material would be worth at least 10,000, meaning he had just picked up 10,000. After entering for a short while, however, Lin Chen still didn't feel tempted. 1 drop didn't mean much, and he needed to keep observing. It could just be luck. But it seems the number of tree demons can be confirmed. After putting away the ghost vine wood, Lin Chen continued on his way. Soon, an hour passed. During this hour, Lin Chen encountered a tree demon every 5 minutes on average, and 3 tree demons produced 1 piece of ghost vine wood. This meant earning 40,000 in an hour, conservatively 500,000 in a day. Lin Chen finally confirmed it and couldn't hold back anymore. This damn secret realm is truly filled with gold. Demon tree, die. Lin Chen pressed on, enjoying the rapid increase in experience and money. Throughout this time, the number of tree demons and the drop rate remained stable, allowing Lin Chen to have a blast. He even felt like he had regained the feeling of being below level 10. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Of course, Lin Chen didn't forget about the quest. He had been marking his path all along. While farming tree demons was quite enjoyable, finding the boss was definitely the main goal. Unknowingly, the morning passed. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 18. In just one morning, Lin Chen leveled up again, and his backpack also gained 20 pieces of ghost wood, worth at least 200,000. Lin Chen wasn't excited. Before him was a barrier that spanned the heavens and earth, resembling a galaxy. It was clearly the edge of this secret realm. This also meant he had likely gone the wrong way. No matter how small the secret realm, it couldn't be reached in half a day. He probably entered right at the edge and chose the wrong direction, which is why he had reached the end. The fact that the monster levels hadn't changed along the way also proved this point. Otherwise, the deeper he went, the higher the monster levels should be. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the entire secret realm only had one type of monster, but that was unlikely. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed under his breath, accepting this fact. Since he had wasted time, complaining wouldn't help. Solving the problem was what mattered. Finding the direction to the boss wasn't too difficult now. He just needed to do some math. Lin Chen picked up a twig and squatted down. Knowing that the place he entered was not far from the edge, he was currently at the edge. The boss must be in the core area. So, let's assume the secret realm he was in was circular. Lin Chen drew a circle on the ground, then randomly picked a point not far from the edge, and connected this point to the nearby edge. Thus, a pattern was formed. Next, as long as he extended this line infinitely, he would get 2 results. If he was lucky, he would directly cross through the center of the circle. If he was unlucky, he would get a tangent to the circle. If it's a tangent, then next, as long as he takes the midpoint on this line and then makes a perpendicular line, this perpendicular line will definitely pass through the core area, and then he will be able to find the boss. Okay, let's go. Lin Chen threw away the branch and immediately began to retrace his steps. He ran while rubbing his forehead. It took him the whole morning to get here, and Lin Chen didn't dare to run too fast for fear that the tree demon wouldn't react in time. This time, Lin Chen burst into full speed, and with over 1,000 agility he moved like the wind, returning to the original spot in just an hour and a half. I hope luck is on my side, and I can directly pass through the core area. Lin Chen sighed in relief. He had a plan, but time was still a constraint. If he could choose correctly in one go, it would save a lot of time. Adjusting his direction, Lin Chen began the first step of his plan. Extend the line. He walked straight towards the direction he had just faced. Setting sail again, Lin Chen quickly encountered the tree demon. Snap, several vines blocked his path, and Lin Chen entered a new round of leveling up. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Lin Chen didn't forget to slow down, maintaining the same speed as in the morning, making it easier for him to find the midpoint later. As he walked, Lin Chen observed the information about the tree demons. Unfortunately, the tree demon's level hadn't changed, indicating that he was still likely far from the core. The answer was quickly confirmed. After just 2 hours of progress, he encountered the edge again. A barrier like a starry river lay before him, and Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. Great, I can make the perpendicular line now. However, it was fortunate that this time it only took 2 hours. If this area was long and he had deviated from the center again, it would have been even more frustrating. At least this proved that his tangent line was at the edge of the circle, and even if the perpendicular line went the wrong way later, it wouldn't waste too much time. Therefore, Lin Chen wasn't too disappointed, and he still had gains. The tree demons in this forest were very regular. His harvest in these 2 hours was almost the same as in the morning. He had hunted a total of 25 tree demons, and although the experience gained was slightly less due to leveling up, it increased by 30%, and the number of vinewood remained unchanged, with 8 more added. Still a bountiful harvest. After checking his gains, Lin Chen began to calculate the midpoint. He had walked for 5 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon, making a total of 7 hours on this line. Normally, he would say that if he turned back for 3.5 hours, he would be at the midpoint, but that would definitely waste too much time. Lin Chen picked up another branch and squatted down. Knowing that he could cover the 5-hour monster hunting distance in 1.5 hours at full speed, how long would it take him to cover the 3.5-hour monster hunting distance at full speed? Damn it! After calculating for a long time, Lin Chen was so angry that he broke the branch. He had to solve problems even when he entered the next secret realm. He hated math the most. After venting his frustration, Lin Chen had to break off another branch. 63 minutes later, Lin Chen successfully arrived at the midpoint. Going all out was indeed fast, but it was also exhausting. Lin Chen was panting heavily. I hope I can choose correctly this time. From the beginning until now, he had been in here for nearly 10 hours, and he still hadn't figured out the final direction. The time limit for clearing the secret realm was only 2 days. If he chose incorrectly, again, he would be truly helpless. Lin Chen ate some dry rations and took a short break, then began to make the perpendicular line, which meant that the next direction of advancement would be perpendicular to the tangent line he had walked today. This perpendicular line would definitely pass through the center of the secret realm, but which end it would lead to was uncertain. Lin Chen took a deep breath, not hesitating, and set off directly. After all, it was still a 55% probability. Overthinking wouldn't help. Ahead were still ancient trees that seemed to stretch endlessly, their roots intertwined. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint moonlight as if there were no daytime here. It had been like this since he arrived. Lin Chen hunted tree demons while trying to advance quickly. This time he no longer needed to be cautious and could act without restraint. It seems like there are more tree demons. Gradually, Lin Chen noticed that the number of tree demons around him was increasing, from encountering 1 every 5 minutes at the start to 4 minutes, then 3. Lin Chen's face lit up. I must be on the right path this time. After advancing a bit further, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Lin Chen looked up and saw the ancient trees ahead moving, as if they had grown legs, shifting around, and there were so many of them, densely packed, looking like there were hundreds. Lin Chen was stunned. What the hell? How much experience would this give me? Lin Chen was overwhelmed. This was the first time he had seen so many monsters, and he couldn't help but doubt whether he could defeat them. The answer was yes, but he would have to be strategic about it. Theoretically, with over 100 tree demons, 1 whip from each would break his shield, but that was just in theory. They also had size to block and couldn't attack all at once. Lin Chen could handle at most a dozen at a time, and a dozen wouldn't break his defense immediately. With his high agility, he could maneuver freely. A few more strategic moves and he could wipe them out. Lin Chen quickly made his judgment, then licked his lips, wondering how many levels he could gain from over 100 monsters. This was the first time he felt shocked by the secret realm. For safety's sake, just before launching his attack, Lin Chen checked the attributes of the tree demons again. Seeing they were the same as before, he felt reassured. Hundreds of tree demons surged forward, their vines swirling through the air like rain, as if they had formed a formation to block all intruders. Lin Chen took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and shot forward. The group of tree demons was about 10 meters away from him, and Lin Chen reached them in an instant. He didn't have any special tactics for breaking through the swarm, he just aimed to slash at the ones in front. Fortunately, after a few days of training, his swordsmanship had improved significantly. Fast, accurate, and fierce. In just one encounter, a tree demon was instantly slain. The swarm of tree demons reacted quickly. Their previous movements had been chaotic, but now they all locked onto Lin Chen at once. The ground trembled even more violently and thousands of vines rained down on Lin Chen like a fishing net. Fortunately, as Lin Chen had predicted, most of them missed, and only a few actually hit him. 99, 98, 99 shield value. 90/10,000. He lost nearly 1,000 shield points in one round. Lin Chen didn't mind and continued to attack at his own pace, instantly slaying another tree demon beside him. He then began to retreat, as the surrounding tree demons closed in on him. Although he had little combat experience, he knew he couldn't fall into a trap. Retreating while fighting was definitely feasible. The tree demons attacked again, and this time many vines wrapped around Lin Chen, trying to pull him into the group of trees, but it was useless. As Lin Chen retreated, the vines were torn apart. The attack interval of the tree demons seems to be about 2 seconds. Lin Chen slashed while trying to gather information. His speed was fast, and under full force, the blade's light left after images. Often, before one slash ended, another began, the bright red blade light intertwining in the air like a magical seal. This was also the first time Lin Chen fought so hard, showcasing his beautiful swordsmanship. One by one, the tree demons fell, and one by one, they quickly replenished. Lin Chen's experience grew at an astonishing rate. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. I can't hold on any longer, retreat. When Lin Chen noticed that his shield was down to just over 2,000, he didn't hesitate to turn and run. He certainly wouldn't wait until the shield was completely gone before leaving. He had to keep a little in reserve. The fury of the tree monsters at this moment seemed almost tangible, their mouths on the trunks gaping like black holes, intent on swallowing Lin Chen whole. Unfortunately, they weren't very fast. Despite having dozens of roots acting as legs, they were still far behind Lin Chen, who could only watch as he disappeared from their sight. In fact, Lin Chen had been quite at ease while retreating. He dashed 2 kilometers away in a flash, stopping only when he could no longer hear the sounds of the tree monsters. Awesome! This was Lin Chen's first time in a group fight, and he hadn't expected it to be so exhilarating. He felt as if his entire body was invigorated. Although he had actually been running all day and was somewhat tired, he was now filled with energy, his brain buzzing with excitement. It was quite strange. After calming down a bit, Lin Chen began to check his gains. He had been too excited to pay attention to the experience bar. Experience increased by over 30, which means I just killed more than 20 tree monsters. Not bad. Lin Chen was very satisfied. Although 30 experience points wasn't much, he had probably only been fighting for less than a minute. If you counted the actual time spent fighting, it might have been less than 30 seconds, which was already quite impressive. Moreover, there were still so many tree monsters over there. Once his shield was restored, he could go back and take them down again. Lin Chen's shield would start to recover after being unscathed for 10 minutes. 10 minutes felt a bit torturous for him now, and he had nothing to review. He had noticed that the tree monsters weren't fast, so he just needed to follow the routine and continue killing. Lin Chen estimated that there were still over 80 tree monsters left. He could even level up directly to level 20. Plus, the excitement in him made him want to fight, as if he wasn't tired at all. After a long 10 minutes, when his shield was fully restored, Lin Chen was less than 10 meters away from the group of tree monsters. He had anticipated this moment. Across from him, the tree monsters were thrashing about, seemingly agitated by what had just happened, now eager to find Lin Chen and smash him to pieces. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, brandishing his sword as he reappeared before the tree monsters. The monsters froze in unison, and Lin Chen could see the look of shock on their faces, as if they were saying, "You dare come back?" In a good mood, Lin Chen playfully waved at the tree monsters. Without needing to say much, the battle erupted once more. 10 minutes later, after harvesting another batch, the area of the tree monsters fell completely silent. At the same time, Lin Chen had calmed down. At first, he had been quite exhilarated, but as time went on, he grew more fatigued. A full minute of explosive effort was more exhausting than a normal half-day of fighting, and the aftereffects were significant. Now that the excitement had worn off, Lin Chen felt as if his arms weren't his arms and his legs weren't his legs. Every part of him ached. Lin Chen concluded that this was probably his first group fight, and he had just activated the unique, combative, passionate trait of adolescence, which he would call getting high. He wouldn't make the same mistake next time. With this experience, he should have grown. Additionally, Lin Chen increasingly felt the need for a combat skill. If he had an area of effect or ranged skill, the situation would have been much better. His methods were too singular, which was currently his weakness. Lin Chen lay sprawled on the ground in a star shape, taking a long time to recover. As soon as he sat up, he was immediately full of energy. He was tired, but the rewards were immense. He had indeed leveled up to level 20. Every 10 levels, a professional undergoes a small transformation, and reaching level 20 was a significant milestone. Moreover, the system shield would upgrade again at level 20. Lin Chen first opened his information panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, level, LV20, 1.11%, health, 1500 shield, 10,000 strength, 105 agility, 105 constitution, 150 spirit, 52 free attributes, 31 passive blood festival for every 10 points of health lost, strength and agility plus 1 passive blood frenzy, attribute increase based on different health levels, bloodthirst LV5. During the skill activation, you will no longer receive any health recovery, and will lose 8 health points per second automatically. Active release, health decreases by 50 points per second. Item, pure crimson, purple, spring flow sound fall, purple from level 19 to 20. The main attributes of strength and agility increased by 30 points, and constitution and spirit increased by 15 points. Setting aside spirit, all his attributes have surpassed 100. Moreover, bloodthirst has leveled up again, now recovering 8 health points per second, although it's still quite useless. Looking at the panel, Lin Chen was filled with joy. At level 20, he was already a notable figure in the professional hall, and he had only just changed jobs less than a week ago. The allure of the system, the allure of the berserker, the allure of the secret realm. Allocate points. Lin Chen skillfully added his free points to constitution, gaining a full 15 points from 19 to 20. 150181. A warm current flowed through him, and Lin Chen smiled even wider. With a constitution of 180, it's not an exaggeration to say that his base was already higher than that of his classmates. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that the host's level has reached 20. Shield value begins to upgrade. Lin Chen immediately perked up. He hadn't forgotten how the system had upgraded last time. It was quite brutal. Ding! Shield value upgrade complete. Current shield remaining 1000001 10 100,000 10,000 100,000. Alright, having experienced the last upgrade, Lin Chen was somewhat mentally prepared this time, so it wasn't as shocking. The system does its job, just believe in it. With 100,000 points, he should be completely invincible in this secret realm. Lin Chen lay down again, this time stretching out more comfortably, feeling no different from lying in his own bed. Up until now, Lin Chen had been in the secret realm for about 15 or 16 hours. Although he still didn't know where the boss was, he needed to rest now. Today should be the end of it. However, before sleeping, he had one more thing to do. After resting for a while, Lin Chen got up. Around him, materials were spread all over the ground, shimmering like he had stepped into a sea of glowing flowers. He hadn't had the chance to collect the materials dropped by the tree demon earlier. Lin Chen spent half an hour gathering them, and after counting, he found a total of 42 strands of ghost vine wood. Not bad, conservatively worth 400,000. Adding the previous earnings, he had made nearly $1 million today and leveled up 3 times, a perfect conclusion. Lin Chen built a fire and slept soundly. The next day, or rather, it couldn't be called morning, as it had always been night here without change. In any case, after Lin Chen woke up, he still felt exhausted, even worse than yesterday, and his head started to ache. It was clear that a day of fighting, combined with the final burst of energy, had increased the burden on his body. Even a professional with strong constitution couldn't handle it like this. Others didn't have the stamina to fight for an entire day, and even if they wanted to, their strength wouldn't allow it. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had been fighting monsters almost non-stop except for sleeping. Just hold on for one more day, and I'll rest once I'm out of the secret realm. Now there are 2 days left until the college entrance examination, and theoretically, the secret realm can still be explored for 2 days, but the rewards for clearing the secret realm are only available for 1 more day. Lin Chen decided that today would be the day. If he could find the boss and clear it, that would be best. If not, he would give up and leave a day to rest properly, sell off any materials and equipment, and return to school to register for whatever needs to be done. Otherwise, if he ended up with health issues during the exam, it would be a loss. Stretching his body, Lin Chen got up and, as usual, extinguished the campfire before identifying the vertical line he had made yesterday and continued on his journey. This vertical line had cost him a lot of brain cells to create, so he had to follow it. I wonder if there will be other monsters today, he muttered. If it's the same group of tree demons as yesterday, that would be fine too. Lin Chen was unsure of what lay ahead. For now, it seemed like the ancient trees around him had no end. If it was the same group of tree demons as yesterday, with his shield now at 100,000 points, it would definitely be a smooth grind. 1810 to 1760. 1710. Lin Chen could now activate Blood Devour at any time, and it didn't delay his journey. 180. You have entered the 3rd stage of Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 500%. Strength 1608 plus 163 plus 1340. Agility 1608 plus 163 plus 1340. Lin Chen glanced at the panel and closed it. Just then, a rumble shook the ground. Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he hurried his pace, weaving through a thicket. Sure enough, he encountered the group of tree demons again, just like yesterday, with whips of vines flying in chaos all around. But their numbers were even greater, at least double what he had seen yesterday. That's right, bro. It was as if his thoughts had summoned them. He had barely closed his eyes when someone delivered a pillow. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen charged straight in. This time, he didn't bother with any detours. He plunged directly into the heart of the tree demon group like a sharp arrow. With a shield of 100,000 points, even if the tree demons snapped their whips, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. With his high strength and agility, the formation of tree demons was instantly torn apart, and with one charge, 7 or 8 tree demons fell under Lin Shen's blade, their trunks severed in half. My strength has really increased a lot. Lin Shen could clearly feel this change. Yesterday he couldn't have severed a tree trunk directly, but the experience gained has decreased significantly. Yesterday, at level 19, he could maintain about 1% experience from killing a single tree demon. Now it seemed he barely got even 1/5. It was like hitting a wall. Upon sensing the intruder, the group of tree demons immediately responded, tightening their encirclement, with thousands of vines swirling, striking Lin Shen in an instant. After a series of crisp sounds, he lost a layer of health. Shield, 98992. Lin Shen paid no mind. As if in a world of his own, he began to slash through the group of tree demons. If the experience was low for each, he would make up for it with numbers. He was like a lion among a pack of hyenas, killing. Wherever he went, a single charge into the group would create a gap, and nothing could stop his advance. At that moment, these ugly tree spirits appeared to Lin Shen as nothing more than cakes, each one he cut down adding to his experience. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. 10 minutes passed and the surroundings fell silent once more. All the tree demons had been slaughtered, leaving materials scattered all over the ground. Lin Shen picked up the materials, his eyes shining brightly. The secret realm was truly exhilarating. He had just leveled up yesterday, and now his experience bar was half full again, feeling like one more wave would get him to the next level. I just don't know how far the core area is. After collecting the materials, Lin Shen did not rest and continued forward. These tree demons revealed the direction to advance every time they were defeated. Moreover, there were no single tree demons left in the forest ahead. Lin Shen felt as if he was facing a series of checkpoints. Perhaps overcoming these challenges would lead him to the true core area. The forest remained eerily silent, without wind or sound, and the bright moon in the sky seemed to hang low, almost pressing down on his head. Lin Shen moved quickly through the forest. The quiet atmosphere made it easy to lose track of time. He didn't know how long had passed. Suddenly, a tremor broke the silence, and a group of tree demons appeared ahead, this time seemingly more numerous, around 300 of them. Still progressive, huh? Lin Shen increasingly felt that these tree demons were like checkpoints, and they only stayed in one place. If he didn't step into their territory, they wouldn't come out, like steadfast guardians. 300, time to level up. Lin Shen licked his lips and charged straight in. The 300 tree demons still posed no threat to him. The previous 200 hadn't even taken down half of his shield. Lin Shen bulldozed through them like a tank, continuously harvesting the lives of the tree demons. His experience began to rise rapidly. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Killed LV20 Shadow Tree Demon, experience plus 380. Without any surprises, soon, all the tree demons lay dead. Lin Shen's level rose again, reaching level 21. With the death of the tree demons, the path ahead was once again clear. After collecting the materials, Lin Shen continued forward. This time, he hadn't gone far when the scenery opened up before him. The canopy of trees was gone, replaced by a sea of flowers, an endless expanse of blossoms. Dark purple flowers covered the entire ground, stretching to the horizon. Only a straight little path flowed through the center, leading who knows where. A smile crept onto Lin Shen's lips. It seems the tree demons really were checkpoints. I've finally reached the core area. Then, Lin Shen slapped his forehead. So, that means I didn't need to kill all the previous tree demons. I could have just charged through. This place is quite beautiful. Lin Shen surveyed the environment ahead, with flowers blooming all over the mountains, the bright moonlight casting a layer of transparent veil, creating a stunning scene. But the more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it must be. Since this was beyond the tree demons, it indicated that the monster level should be higher, and the danger greater. Lin Shen understood this logic. Of course, he had no real concerns. From what he could see, this secret realm had a moderate difficulty. Just an ordinary secret realm, posing no real threat to him. What he needed to focus on was to speed up and find the boss. There was nothing else to worry about. The exit of the forest faced the entrance to the sea of flowers, a straight little path cutting the boundless flower sea in half, serene and tranquil. And there was only this one path. The surrounding flowers offered no place to set foot. I hope the monster levels are a bit higher, and it would be best if there were more of them. Lin Shen strolled onto the little path, not walking too fast. He still didn't know what kind of monsters were here, not wanting to miss anything. However, he guessed it was likely flower spirits. First tree demons, now flower spirits. That seemed reasonable. Besides, there was indeed nothing else here. Just flowers, nothing but flowers. The faint fragrance of flowers mixed with the scent of earth filled the little path, somewhat intoxicating. The entire world was equally quiet, with only the sound of Lin Shen's footsteps on the dirt path. No monsters? After walking for a while, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Slightly, no monsters had jumped out to attack him, and the surrounding flowers looked just like ordinary flowers, completely non-aggressive. Do I need to trigger something? Lin Chen tried to pluck 2 wildflowers nearby, and they came off easily, but nothing happened. The flowers were just ordinary flowers. The entire sea of flowers was not very tall, only reaching his calves, and he could see everything clearly, unlike in the forest where there might be blind spots. If the flowers weren't monsters, then the whole area might not have any monsters at all. Lin Chen walked for a while longer and found that there was still no movement, which was even stranger. He thought it shouldn't be like the forest, where some were real trees and some were monsters in disguise. Shouldn't the monster's duty be to attack humans? Otherwise, if he could just walk along this path, what would that even be called a secret realm? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen decided to give it a try. He left the path and stepped directly into the sea of flowers, crushing the petals and stems into the mud. Lin Chen moved like a bulldozer, leaving a trail of petals behind him as he wandered for quite a while, yet still nothing attacked him. It was all just very ordinary flowers. What was going on? Lin Chen couldn't make sense of it at all. Forget it. If there are no monsters, then so be it, I'll just move forward. Lin Chen returned to the path and immediately increased his speed. Perhaps this place was indeed just a decoration for people to admire, and the monsters were further back. The entire sea of flowers was vast, and the scenery around was completely the same flowers, same path, and there was no sound. Even at full speed, Lin Chen felt as if he wasn't moving at all. Of course, the physical exertion proved that he was indeed progressing. Throughout his journey, no monsters appeared, and he didn't care, just running with all his might. After all, he was strong. It didn't matter to him what monsters might be lurking. Time passed slowly. In this atmosphere, Lin Chen's sense of time became less accurate. It was probably around 2 hours later. Exhausted, he rested for a while, looked around again, and still found nothing unusual before continuing on. I want to see how big you really are. He still didn't believe that with his high agility he couldn't leave this sea of flowers. Another 2 hours passed. Got it. At the end of his line of sight appeared a row of dark shadows, no longer the monotonous flowers. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He knew he couldn't be outsmarted by a mere sea of flowers. He continued to speed up, and the shadows gradually grew larger. Soon, Lin Chen reached the location of the shadows. It was a forest that looked just like the one he had left before, with the path leading directly to the entrance of the forest. Why is it another forest? Lin Chen frowned. Could it be that this secret realm was truly circular? Monsters were on the edges, and the middle sea of flowers was just for viewing? Did he have to fight tree monsters again? Lin Chen felt a bit frustrated but still plunged into the forest. Now that there were no monsters in the sea of flowers, he had no choice but to enter. However, as soon as Lin Chen passed through the entrance of the forest, he was instantly stunned. Inside the forest lay a ground full of tree monster corpses, all cut apart by sharp blades, scattered haphazardly on the ground. They looked exactly like the batch he had killed before. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. These tree monsters even had the same severed ends as the ones he had previously killed, clearly the same batch. But he had been walking for so long, and there was only one path in the sea of flowers. He couldn't have come back. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly noticed that his shield was not at full capacity. It had actually dropped by a small half. Shield 66666/100000. No way, the sea of flowers is an illusion. Lin Chen understood. His mind was quick, and he instantly grasped the key point. The sea of flowers wasn't devoid of monsters, it was an illusion. From the moment he stepped into the sea of flowers, he had fallen into an illusion, and during that time he had been attacked by monsters. He hadn't just walked along one path but had instead taken a large detour and returned. Otherwise, his shield couldn't have dropped so much. There was no reason for him to come back to this forest. After realizing this, Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. The illusion is a high-level technique that generally only appears in more advanced situations, such as battles after the second job change. Is this secret realm really that impressive? Are they overestimating people too much? It's difficult for normal low-level professionals to break through illusions, including Lin Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been wandering around for so long and still lost so many shields. But now, in this situation, how could he clear the level without breaking the illusion? Lin Chen turned around and looked back at the sea of flowers he had come from. The sea of flowers remained peaceful, stunningly beautiful under the moonlight. What should I do? Wait, maybe I can give it a try. Illusions can interfere with your mind and confuse your senses. But if there are monsters inside, they must exist in reality. It's just that you can't see them. Lin Chen thought of his ultimate berserk state. In the ultimate berserk state, he would be taken over by the blood demon, who, besides being insane, also has top-notch combat awareness. This implies that the sensitivity to enemies is also top-notch. I wonder if it will work. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, caught in a dilemma. The blood demon is a nickname he gave to his frenzied state, and he felt it suited his temperament quite well. According to his feelings, since the blood demon can tear apart any living being that provokes him, it should also be able to tear apart the monsters in the illusion. After all, the monsters in the illusion do exist and will definitely provoke the blood demon. The fact that he lost so many shields proves this point. It's like a passive skill that can act on its own without needing active control. But he wasn't sure if the blood demon could do it without seeing. Relying solely on perception, this would test the blood demon's life perception ability. Let's give it a try, otherwise there's no other way. After thinking it over, Lin Chen made his decision. Having come this far, he certainly couldn't give up, and besides, failing wouldn't affect him much. He had been hesitant to activate the ultimate Berserk state for fear of losing control and falling into danger, but now he understood the intensity of the secret realm, and his shield had risen to 100,000 points, ensuring safety. Moreover, now there was a clear stream flowing towards him, and he would only go berserk if provoked. If the blood demon couldn't sense it, then he wouldn't lose control. There was no risk on either side. Shield 66,666, 77,777, 88888. The shield began to recover, increasing by 10,000 points per second. Lin Chen now fully understood the shield's mechanism. It starts to recover after not being attacked for 10 minutes, at a rate of 10% per second. From the initial 100 points per second to 1,000 points after level 10, now it was 10,000 points per second. Lin Chen looked at the rising shield with a bit of embarrassment. He had just run around in the sea of flowers for a few hours, effectively letting the monsters beat him for several hours. One could only say it was this shield. If it were someone else, they would probably have died 800 times. Mental aspects are also a weak point. I can't be so reckless in the future. I need to improve when I have the chance. Lin Chen was someone who could reflect on himself humbly. He remembered being ambushed by the archer, and he hadn't forgotten how singular his methods were when facing the tree demon swarm. Now he had gained the ability to see through illusions. Once the shield was fully restored, Lin Chen stepped out of the forest again, and ahead was still the stunning sea of flowers, with a refreshing fragrance in the air that was intoxicating. Blood feast. This time, Lin Chen wouldn't let it mess around. He directly began to draw blood. He had been looking forward to the explosive power brought by the ultimate berserk state. Let's see if your illusion is stronger or my blood demon frenzy. 130-81. You have entered the ultimate berserk state. Power and agility increased by 2,000%. Ignore all control. Danger warning, please quickly increase your health. Danger warning, please quickly increase your health. Lin Chen tilted his head back and took a deep breath. The frenzied desire filled his mind, and with the experience from last time, he managed to control himself this time, not losing control directly. Strength 6,352 plus 185 plus 6,000 plus 52. Agility 6,352 plus 185 plus 6,000 plus 52. Flower Sea illusion, give me a little surprise. A place capable of creating illusions must not be easy, and the rewards to be gained would not be low either. Lin Chen closed the panel with a light smile and stood still. Whether he would succeed depended entirely on the blood demon. He didn't need to do anything. That human is back again. Not far from Lin Chen, a flower demon's eyes lit up. The flower demon had the upper body of a woman, with a stunningly beautiful face and long purple hair cascading down her shoulders, her ample bosom wrapped enticingly in vibrant flower leaves. Her lower body, however, was a twisted rootstock, with thorny flowers and green leaves intertwining and plunging into the soil. This was the monster lurking in the illusion, a level 22 flower demon. Around her, there were many other flower demons that looked just like her, and looking around, there was no sea of flowers at all. It was all flower demons, densely packed and countless. Beneath their feet lay a ground full of white bones, forming a world built of bones, including the place where Lin Chen stood, where the ground was also covered in bones, with no trace of the previous path. This was the flower sea under the illusion. As soon as the first flower demon called out, dozens of flower demons around immediately looked up. At this level, they had already gained a certain level of intelligence. As long as they devoured the human in front of them, they could grow stronger. Human, delicious human. Sisters, come quickly, there's a human here. What a fragrant human. Dozens of flower demons rushed towards Lin Chen, their eyes filled with excitement. Humans here couldn't see them, allowing them to absorb nutrients freely. Hundreds and thousands of rootstocks intertwined on the ground, stirring up a sea of white bones. The flower demon in the front quickly reached Lin Chen. Don't fight me for him. She pushed aside a nearby flower demon and opened her gaping maw to bite at Lin Chen, revealing teeth like sharp spikes and a mouthpiece that wriggled like a worm. Terrifying to the extreme. Just as she was about to enjoy her feast, seeking death? A pair of crimson eyes devoid of any emotion fixed directly on her. The flower demon instantly felt a chill run down her spine. It was the first time she felt fear, as if her soul was telling her that taking another step forward would mean death. She wanted to retreat, the thought just forming. In an instant, a pair of hands tore her body apart, and she even saw her own limbs flying in the air. The nearby flower demons were momentarily stunned. Why? Can the humans see them? But they no longer had time to figure out the answer. And you, such delicious flower demons. The blood demon turned its body and charged into their midst, unleashing a massacre. Behind, groups of flower demons were still excitedly rushing towards Lin Chen. It was just that he ran fast before. This time I will drain his blood dry. I seemed to smell the fragrance emanating from him. Hurry, hurry, or there will be no points left. Soon they arrived close. But what they saw was a sky full of flying limbs, a human wildly slaughtering among their ranks. This, not good. Run. The flower demons were terrified, their hearts racing, and they turned to flee in a frenzy. But how could they outrun the blood demon? In the blink of an eye, the blood demon caught up, limbs and blood flying everywhere. No, I don't want to die, someone save me. Damn it, what kind of human is this? Why is he so fast? Don't block the way, get out of the way, all of you. In the entire illusion, there were countless flower demons, densely packed in the thousands. If Lin Chen were awake, he would surely be overjoyed. So many flower demons would provide him with an enormous amount of experience. Unfortunately, he had completely lost his will, and at this moment, the blood demon was in control of his body. The blood demon descended like a god of slaughter, rampaging through the flower demons, violently reaping their lives. The flower demons scattered in all directions, unable to comprehend why a human could be so terrifying, why he could see them. They had never encountered such a situation since their birth. Screams, wails, cries for help, and tearing sounds echoed continuously, turning the entire illusion into a slaughterhouse, a chaotic mess. In the distance, a small flower demon was terrified out of her wits. She desperately ran toward the central area, finally stopping in front of a sleeping bud. Lady Hundred Flowers, help me! The bud was their Lady Hundred Flowers, whose strength far surpassed theirs. Only Lady Hundred Flowers could stop all of this, otherwise, that god of slaughter would surely wipe out the entire illusion. A stalk as tall as a person supported a massive bud, standing on the ground. After the small flower demon's cries rang out, after a while, the bud above the stalk opened, revealing the enchanting face of a woman. What's going on? Why are you making such a fuss? Lady Hundred Flowers frowned, quite displeased with the little demon who had disturbed her slumber. Lady Hundred Flowers, it's a human. A particularly powerful human has broken in. He is slaughtering indiscriminately, we can't stop him at all, and many of our sisters have already died at his hands. The small flower demon hurriedly said, her alluring eyes nearly in tears. It was hard to see such an expression on a demon's face. Next to her, another small flower demon quickly chimed in. Yes, Lady Hundred Flowers, that human is extremely strong and can see through our disguises. Please, Lady Hundred Flowers, take action quickly. Lady Hundred Flowers' expression darkened. Impudence. What nonsense are you talking about? She was even more displeased because she had been disturbed from her sleep. In their secret realm, there were level restrictions. The humans who entered could be at most level 19. She had lived here for decades without incident. How could such a thing happen? The initial small flower demon hurriedly spoke again. It's true, Lady Hundred Flowers. That human is right over there on the outskirts. You'll know if you go see for yourself. If you don't act soon, he will completely destroy this place. Before she could finish, Lady Hundred Flowers' face suddenly transformed into a gaping maw and swallowed her whole. A crunching sound followed, and Lady Hundred Flowers returned to her womanly form, her body surrounded by blooming buds, revealing her slender legs within. Useless thing. Lady Hundred Flowers stepped out, rolling her eyes at the spot where the small flower demon had disappeared, then turned to another flower demon beside her. You, take me to see. The other small flower demon trembled, quickly lowering her head. Yes, Lady Hundred Flowers. The small flower demon led the way, but her stalk-like legs moved very slowly, her face unwilling. She had just escaped from that place, and now returning felt no different from walking to the execution ground. The human's appearance was truly terrifying, something she had never seen in her demon life. She even felt dazed, unable to distinguish who among them was the real demon. Thinking this, she timidly glanced at Lady Hundred Flowers. Lady Hundred Flowers, perhaps you should call Lady Thousand Flowers as well. That human is really powerful. It would be safer this way. Among their flower demon group, there was also Lady Thousand Flowers, who was stronger than Lady Hundred Flowers. She now felt that Lady Hundred Flowers' strength might not be enough. Lady Hundred Flowers' charming eyes narrowed. What did you say? Are you implying that I can't handle a single human? That I need to ask Lady Thousand Flowers to intervene? Although the little flower fairy was afraid, she still mustered the courage to insist again. But that human is really different. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the Hundred Flowers lady's mouth start to deform again, and the little flower fairy had no choice but to quickly shut her mouth. The Hundred Flowers lady rolled her eyes. Useless thing, I see you want to become my nourishment. Hurry up, let's go catch that human. Soon, the two fairies arrived at the area of slaughter where Lin Chen was. Lord Hundred Flowers, it's over there. The little flower fairy still didn't dare to get too close and pointed from a distance. Ahead was still a chaotic battle. Countless flower fairies were crying and fleeing in all directions. And in the distance, one could occasionally see limbs and roots being thrown into the sky, very bloody. However, the Hundred Flowers lady showed no concern, instead licking her lips. Speaking of which, I haven't drunk human blood in a long time. I really miss it. A mere human. So audacious. With a sharp whistle, the Hundred Flowers lady charged into the battlefield. However, just 5 seconds later, she came back out. It was just a head that flew out, a head with one eye wide open that passed overhead, accompanied by a loud shout, "Quick, go! Summon Lady Thousand Flowers!" As the words fell, the head dropped to the ground, lifeless. "I told you it wouldn't work, but you wouldn't listen." The little flower fairy pouted as she waited in place. "Lady Thousand Flowers, it's bad. Something big has happened." The little flower fairy turned back. This time she ventured deeper, arriving at a higher flower bud. After a long time, the flower bud finally opened. A more beautiful woman's face appeared, and as soon as she opened her eyes, anger surged within them. "Audacious! A mere little flower fairy dares to disturb my rest. Do you want to die?" Saying this, her blood-red mouth began to open wide. The little flower fairy hurriedly grasped the key point to explain, "No, Lady Thousand Flowers, it's Lord Hundred Flowers who is dead. She sent me to report. There's an emergency." Lady Thousand Flowers' pupils flickered. "Hundred Flowers is dead? Then tell me, what happened?" The little flower fairy breathed a sigh of relief and quickly recounted the human invasion. Upon hearing this, Lady Thousand Flowers pondered for a moment. "To think even Hundred Flowers was killed in an instant. Then that human you speak of is indeed extraordinary. However, he can kill Hundred Flowers but cannot kill me. You lead the way. I will go capture him." The flower bud completely unfurled, and Lady Thousand Flowers walked out calmly. The little flower fairy raised an eyebrow at the sight. Are you going alone, Lady Thousand Flowers? Should I call a few more Lady Thousand Flowers to come along? That would be safer." Although Lady Thousand Flowers was already very powerful, she felt it was still worth reminding her. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Being cautious is never a bad thing. However, Lady Thousand Flowers' expression suddenly froze. "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" The little flower fairy didn't dare to retort. No. Soon, the two fairies arrived near the battlefield again, and this time, due to the rapid advance of the battle, they had already reached the area of the Hundred Flowers fairies. At this moment, many Hundred Flowers ladies were fleeing in all directions, wailing everywhere. "Lady Thousand Flowers, it's over there." The little flower fairy pointed. "I'm not blind." Lady Thousand Flowers said coldly. She had also noticed the surrounding situation, and it was already good that the fleeing Hundred Flowers group could be killed, but this was where it ended. Lady Thousand Flowers smirked and walked confidently into the battlefield. "I will take action." The little flower fairy stood aside, her brows furrowed. "I still feel like something unexpected will happen. Quick, go summon Lady Flower Fairy Queen." Just as the little flower fairy felt that something unexpected was about to happen, the next second, the unexpected came. The head of the Thousand Flowers fairy flew out, just like the Hundred Flowers fairy before, with a look of horror and eyes wide open. The little flower fairy stared at the head that fell at her feet, her mind shaken. Lady Thousand Flowers is dead too. And it was another instant kill. She originally just wanted to remind Manhwa to be a bit more cautious, never expecting that Lord Manhwa would actually be unable to fight back. Lord Manhwa was already a top-tier combatant, a figure she rarely even saw in her daily life. Not only had she not fought back, but she had also been killed in an instant again? Just how powerful had these humans become? The shocked little flower fairy even forgot to act for a moment, standing there dumbfounded until another corpse of a Hundred Flower Fairy fell at her feet, snapping her back to reality. Flower Fairy Queen. Yes, we still have our queen. The little flower fairy's gaze sharpened, and she immediately turned and ran off. After a while, the little flower fairy arrived at the center of the illusion. This place was far removed from all the noise and chaos, and the surroundings became incredibly quiet. In the middle of a vast open space stood a giant flower bud, about 7 or 8 meters tall, with no stem, quietly resting on the ground like a water lily. Looking at the flower bud, the little flower fairy's heart raced faster, feeling her blood flow quicken. Since her birth, she had never dared to step foot in this place. She had never imagined that one day there would be danger that would require summoning the queen. Inside the bud was their king, the king of all flower fairies, the master of the secret realm, the flower fairy queen. The little flower fairy stood beneath the bud, feeling insignificant under its massive presence, like an ant. Gulp, the little flower fairy swallowed hard, trying to calm her emotions. "Your Majesty, I am just a small flower fairy from the outskirts, sent by Lord Manhwa to report something." The bud remained silent. After a long while, a woman's voice came from within. "What is it? Why hasn't Manhwa come to see me?" The voice was ethereal and melodious, as if it had a magical quality, and just that one sentence made the little flower fairy feel her mind slipping away. The little flower fairy quickly bit her tongue and continued. "Reporting to your Majesty, a powerful enemy has invaded, slaughtering our kind. We are completely unable to resist, and Lord Manhwa has died in battle to protect our kin." The little flower fairy's gentle voice echoed into the bud, which fell silent once more. The entire space plunged into silence, making the little flower fairy even more anxious. She was unsure of the queen's temperament. With such an event occurring, she feared the queen might swallow her in anger. After all, their flower fairy group was filled with arrogant and heartless beings, just like the previous Hundred Flowers in Manhwa. Sometimes she felt out of place, and she had always wondered why they hunted humans. In fact, they could slowly grow in this secret realm without taking risks. If they hadn't hunted humans, today's tragedy wouldn't have happened, and so many of her kin wouldn't have died. She wished to change something, but unfortunately, she was just an insignificant little flower fairy. Time seemed to freeze, and she didn't know how long had passed. Useless. Finally, there was a response. From within the bud, a sharp cry that was not directed at the external enemy but rather a dissatisfaction with her subordinates. The little flower fairy sighed upon hearing this. You say, Qianhua has also died? What about the other Qianhua? Couldn't they stop it? Replying to your majesty, the other Qianhua I am not clear about, but the Qianhua who commanded me was killed in an instant, so the others might. Killed in an instant? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yes, and Lord Qianhua's last words were for me to urgently summon your majesty. After she finished speaking, the bud finally stirred, albeit reluctantly. What a bunch of useless things. The giant flower bud began to unfold layer by layer, revealing a giant woman. About 6 or 7 meters tall, with a stunningly beautiful face and no clothes on her body. As soon as she appeared, she wore an expression of anger and impatience, her arms outstretched. And the falling petals covered her body, concealing her important parts. The little flower fairy quickly knelt down in salute. I pay my respects to your majesty. The flower fairy. Queen did not lower her head. Where are the others? Previously on the outskirts, but he has been pushing forward. He should be in the area of Lord Qianhua now. Crack, a vine struck the little flower fairy's back, leaving her skin torn and bleeding. Next time you come to see me, tidy up your appearance, you uncouth wretch. The flower fairy queen rolled her eyes and stepped forward towards the outskirts. The little flower fairy was in excruciating pain, trying to get up but failing, ultimately blacking out. On the other side, the battlefield had advanced into the territory of the Qianhua fairies. Lin Chen was still like a god of death, unstoppable. Whether it was the little flower fairies, the Baihua fairies, or the Qianhua fairies, he tore them all to shreds one by one. Accompanied by his wicked, manic laughter, the entire illusion seemed to descend into a hell on earth. Ah! No, please! Help me, someone! Save me! Countless flower fairies were fleeing in panic, but they felt it was futile. It seemed they had truly provoked the Grim Reaper, with no way out from heaven and no door to hell. A few Qianhua fairies ran the fastest, but there was no fear in their eyes, only venomous hatred. They still had their queen. Surely, the queen could defeat this human. How dare this human commit atrocities in their territory? It was simply audacious and unforgivable. Damn it! Damn it! Quick! Let's go summon the flower fairy queen. When the time comes, I will crush him and suck his bones. I will make him suffer. As the Qianhua fairies fled, they cast malicious curses while glancing back at the scene. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and the flower fairy queen appeared in their sight. Several Qianhua fairies' eyes lit up. Queen! Queen, you came just in time. Please kill that human. Yes, that human actually dared to kill our kin and commit evil deeds. You must crush him to ashes. The flower fairy queen stopped in her tracks and rolled her eyes. A bunch of useless things. What is the situation now? The Qianhua fairies were not offended and hurriedly spoke up. We have already lost over 1,000 ordinary flower fairies, dozens of Baihua fairies, and several Qianhua fairies. The losses have exceeded half. That human is still advancing, almost killing his way to our side. His strength is indeed extraordinary, and we are not his match. Right, but Queen, you can definitely do it. Please avenge us. Yes, yes. That human is simply too arrogant, daring to kill our kin. Queen, if you catch him, you must torture him severely, making him wish he were dead. Upon hearing this, the flower fairy queen's expression darkened. I don't need you to remind me of what to do. A cold voice rang out, and several Qianhua fairies' expressions changed, falling silent. After a moment of silence, the flower fairy queen suddenly smiled. However, daring to provoke my clan is indeed unforgivable. I find myself somewhat nostalgic for the taste of humans. All listen up. Follow me back. I want to capture this audacious human alive, to be nourished day and night, making him thoroughly remember today's lesson. Several Qianhua fairies were taken aback. They all revealed cruel smiles. Understood. A few Qianhua fairies showed their cruel smiles and followed the flower fairy queen forward. With the queen taking action, they were sure to capture that madman. When the time came, they would make him understand what cruelty truly was. The little flower fairies were still fleeing, and in the distance, one could see limbs flying everywhere, all belonging to flower fairies. The flower fairy queen felt no sorrow. Instead, she was somewhat excited. The death of flower fairies could be slowly replenished, and the stronger the human, the more nutrients they could provide. She hadn't made progress in a long time. Against the tide of demons, several great demons quickly arrived at the true slaughter zone. Queen, it's him, this audacious human. A Qianhua fairy pointed eagerly ahead, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty hue. Following the direction of her finger, the ground was visible, littered with shattered roots and remnants of flowers. A human with blood-red eyes was drenched in blood, resembling a demon as he hunted down the little fairies. Each one he caught was torn to shreds, a sight that was quite shocking. At that moment, the blood demon seemed to sense something, his crimson gaze fixed directly on the several great demons. The few thousand flower maidens, who had been jumping around, suddenly trembled and closed their mouths in unison. Heh, interesting, the flower fairy queen chuckled lightly. To be able to see through their illusions, to slaughter flower demons so effortlessly, and to possess a pure demonic aura, this human was indeed extraordinary, vastly different from those she had encountered before. However, this was where it ended. A mere human barely over level 20. He was not worthy of being compared to her. Human, do you dare to act fierce in front of this king? I'll give you a chance now, kneel and submit immediately, and I can take you as nourishment, allowing you to live a little longer. Otherwise, once I make my move, I can't guarantee you'll be left with a whole corpse. The flower fairy queen did not attack directly but called out casually. After all, she was a level 29 silver boss. A tiny human could never escape her grasp. On the opposite side, the blood demon seemed to understand. Looking at the flower fairy queen, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a wicked smile. The flower fairy queen was instantly enraged. Not only did he refuse to kneel after her kind advice, but he also dared to laugh? Truly arrogant to the extreme. The nearby 1,000 flower maidens quickly chimed in, impudent. Your Majesty is asking you a question. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you know what kind of person our queen is? Kneel and admit your mistake immediately. Yes. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to be humbled. The flower fairy queen waved her hand to silence them. Enough, since this person refuses to drink the wine offered and chooses the punishment instead, I shall teach him a lesson. With that, the flower fairy queen began to emit roots from her body, her long hair starting to fly. However, at that moment, the blood demon suddenly moved, without any warning, transforming into a shadow as he charged towards the flower fairy queen. Her pupils constricted. What? How can he be so fast? This was the last thought of her demon life. The speed of the blood demon was truly astonishing, leaving her no time to react. Bang! A blood shadow flashed by, and the entire body of the flower fairy queen exploded into fragments, raining down like a shower in the air. The nearby 1,000 flower maidens were stunned. The demons were all frozen in place. This, Your Majesty, is she dead? Was she killed in an instant? The sound of exploding snow and rain poured down on them, and feeling the warmth on their faces, they finally reacted. Oh my God! Run! The sky is falling! The sky is falling! Aha! In the moment of realization, the few flower demons fled, their minds filled with a single thought: run fast. They had to run fast. Otherwise, they would surely die here. Screams echoed as the 1,000 flower maidens covered their heads and scrambled away, completely disoriented, oblivious to their earlier bravado, each running faster than a rabbit. But no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the blood demon. If the flower fairy queen couldn't react in time, how could they? In an instant, they were intercepted. Ah, blood, it's truly wonderful. The blood demon licked his lips. The flower demons kept retreating, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, plop, 1,000 flower maiden directly knelt down, pleading loudly, no, I beg you, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. It was all my fault. It was the little demon's fault. I beg you, spare my life. She didn't want to die. She had cultivated for many years and had finally become a 1,000 flower maiden. How could she die here? Seeing this, the other flower fairies' eyes lit up, as if they had grasped a lifeline, and they hurriedly knelt down one after another. Human, oh no, senior, I was wrong too. The little demon didn't know better and bumped into you. I beg you, spare my life. Yes, yes. It was all our fault just now. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I will do anything you want. Senior, the little demon is actually very soft in the face of life and death. Everyone is equal. The flower demons used all their tricks, but unfortunately, it was too late. In a demonic state, Lin Shen was completely devoid of emotion, a madman who only knew how to kill. Whoosh, several red lights flashed, and the flower demons were torn to pieces. If they were given another chance, they might have died more gracefully. Begging for mercy was simply a waste of feelings. The blood demon showed no signs of stopping and immediately went on to track other targets. The remaining flower demons, seeing the flower queen and several great flower lords meet a tragic end, were filled with extreme fear. Each one used all their strength to escape, wishing they could grow a few more legs. But it was still useless. What awaited them was only being caught, death, and being torn to pieces. The blood demon seemed to have found a long-lost release, its smile growing more and more intense, its eyes sparkling, and its manic laughter echoed in the hearts of every flower demon, shaking them to their core. The entire illusion was left with only one tone: slaughter, relentless slaughter. Countless flower demons were slaughtered, batch after batch, piece by piece. No one could have imagined that the flower demon illusion, which dominated in numbers, would one day be completely slaughtered. There was no time in the illusion. It was unclear how long had passed. It felt like several hours, or perhaps a day. The world finally quieted down once more. But the originally boundless sea of bones had already turned into a sea of blood. Is it over? Did I clear the level? Lin Shen woke up again, and in his eyes was a peaceful and serene sea of flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. He was now standing on that initial little path. His memory lingered. On just after the battle had begun, he only felt as if he had been controlled to chop at something, and the desire in his mind grew stronger, causing his consciousness to sink. So, what exactly was his situation now? Just as he was thinking, hiss, ouch, ouch, ouch. A sharp pain surged through his body, every inch of skin, every muscle trembling, as if he had been drained. After washing in a footbath city for 18 days straight, this situation was clearly due to excessive indulgence. Wait, how long did I fight for? Lin Chen lay on the ground feeling a bit frustrated. The ultimate frenzy was simply too harsh on the body. If it could cause this, he would have to use it less in the future. But, speaking of which, after such exhaustion, my level should have a nice boost, right? Lin Chen planned to check his level just to see if he had cleared the level. However, as soon as he opened the panel, he was stunned. He even forgot the pain on his body. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, Level, LV 27, 8.51%, Life 2160. Shield, 100000. Strength, 185. Agility, 185. Constitution, 216. Spirit, 87. Free attributes, 105. Passive Blood Festival. For every 10 points of life lost, Strength and Agility plus 1. Passive Blood Frenzy. Attribute increase based on different life levels. Bloodthirst LV6. During the skill activation, you will no longer receive any life recovery. Closing automatic recovery of 8 life points per second. Active release. Life points decrease by 80 per second. Item, Pure Crimson, Purple, Spring Flow. Sound falling, Purple. Am I really level 27? Staring at the panel, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Extremely dumbfounded. He even doubted if he had read it wrong. He had entered the illusion at level 21. Now he had jumped up 6 levels. And it was 6 levels after the 20th. In a daze, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of being in another world, as if a successful businessman had suddenly lost the memories of years of hard work and his body was taken over by his student self. Just the night before, he was still worrying about the money for an all-night internet cafe session, and now he opened his eyes to find himself at a shareholders meeting. What the hell? What have you done? After a long period of shock, Lin Chen calmed down. Add points, add points. No matter what he had done, his level had indeed risen. If he didn't add points now, when would he? With 100 free attribute points, Lin Chen had never fought such a wealthy battle, causing his hands to tremble for a moment. Damn it, level 27. He had directly crossed over from the student level. If he leveled up 3 more times, he would be ready for a second-class transfer. Normally, level 30 meant a second-class transfer, and the second-class transfer was the dividing line between commoners and the middle class. If you reached the second-class transfer, you could easily outrun many grassroots players, and, with a bit of education, you could even become a high school teacher. Just like Lin Chen's class teacher, who was just over level 30. Lin Chen didn't even know how to describe his current feelings. He hadn't even taken the college entrance examination yet. Physique 216321. Life 2160321. A warm current flowed through him, and Lin Chen's life points broke through the terrifying 3000. It could be said that he had reached a point where he could do nothing and still exhaust his peers just by taking hits. Lin Chen let out a long breath, stretching out on the ground. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, he felt incredibly relaxed. No wonder they say that secret realms are great opportunities, enough to turn a person's life around. Oh right, so does this mean I've cleared the level? What are the rewards for the secret realm? Lin Chen suddenly sat up. Although he hadn't experienced anything with such an exaggerated level, how could the blood demon not have killed the boss? The endless sea of flowers was quiet and peaceful, with a gentle breeze blowing by. Just then, ding! 48 hours have ended, level clearance check completed, calculating reward stat. Ding! Congratulations, you have received an exclusive equipment treasure chest, purple, X1. Ding! Congratulations, you have received an exclusive skill scroll, intermediate, X1. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the Blade of Illusory Moon, purple, premium, X1 exclusive treasure chest, exclusive skill, premium weapon. What the hell? Lin Chen was stunned, but before he could get excited, rumble, the entire earth began to tremble, and the world before him shattered like a glass mirror. The beautiful sea of flowers vanished, revealing a new world. This world was covered in bright red, with white bones scattered everywhere, an endless sea of corpses, an endless flow of blood. Above the corpses lay countless pieces of equipment and materials, shining with colorful lights, covering the entire ground. Gulp! Lin Chen swallowed hard. He understood this was the real world beneath the illusion. This was the work of the blood demon, and at the same time he was completely dumbfounded. He was utterly petrified. In place. I seem to have achieved financial freedom. Lin Chen didn't know how long he spent picking up equipment. This was the first time he felt so at a loss with equipment, not knowing how to respond. Equipment materials were scattered everywhere, a world of equipment materials, some familiar, some unfamiliar, high level and low level. By the time Lin Chen finished picking up, he felt more exhausted than ever, as if there wasn't a single part of him that belonged to him anymore. However, he couldn't rest yet. The level clearance rewards hadn't been opened. Lin Chen took out the clearance rewards he had just received, his eyes filled with excitement. First, it was the exclusive equipment treasure chest. The value of This was needless to say, his first clear spring flow came from here. And the value of the clear spring flow was even more significant as it concerned whether he could unlock the ultimate Berserk. Now that he had experienced the power of the ultimate Berserk, he treasured this equipment even more. I wonder what I can get. Can I get another clear spring? Lin Chen rubbed his hands and opened the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Clear Spring Echo Ring. Clear Spring Echo Ring, purple, spirit plus 51 mana plus 510 mana recovery plus 50%. Clear Spring returns 30 points of mana after releasing a skill Echo, restores 10 mana for each enemy hit by the skill. Limit, skills below 3rd transfer Heartspring, passive. Bonus, reduces all spirit-related debuffs by 30% when wearing this equipment. Clear Spring Echo set attributes, none, requires more than 3 Clear Spring equipment to trigger. Wow, it really is a Clear Spring. Lin Chen held the treasure chest, a surge of excitement rushing through his spine, making him tremble. What had he been working hard to earn these days? If not for the Clear Spring. And even if he earned money, he might not be able to buy it, and he could only wait for luck at the auction. Where else could he get such a direct and satisfying result? One could only say, exclusive treasure chest, awesome. The Clear Spring ring was a water blue ring that looked like a gem, very beautiful. Lin Chen put it away, planning to study its effects later. For now, he checked his gains and looked at the second item. Exclusive skill scroll. The exclusive skill scroll, as the name suggests, can unlock the skill that suits you best. This was also not too much for Lin Chen. He had long wanted a skill that could deal damage. His current means of attack were indeed too singular. Moreover, as a hidden class, his skills might inherently be difficult, making the exclusive scroll even more precious to him. One could say that anything with exclusivity would increase its value for him. The method to activate the skill scroll was very simple, just tear it apart. Lin Chen tore open the scroll, and immediately, a stream of light flowed into his body. Mountain Smash. Leap forward with all your might and smash the ground, dealing 100% strength damage to all enemies within a 1 meter diameter. Is it this simple? Lin Chen frowned. With only a 100% bonus, it was equivalent to a normal attack. Generally, even skills of ordinary classes could reach around 150% bonuses. Wasn't this too low? Was this really from an exclusive treasure chest? Just as he was puzzled, Lin Chen suddenly received another piece of information. His eyes widened. Mountain Smash. This skill will change with the Berserk state. First stage. Berserk deals 150% strength damage. Second stage Berserk deals 200% strength damage. Range increases to 2 meters. Third stage Berserk deals 500% strength damage. Range increases to 5 meters. Ultimate Berserk deals 2000% strength damage. Range increases to 20 meters, causing knockback effect on all enemies. TSK. Now that's more like it. Lin Chen regained his composure. This was indeed a skill from an exclusive treasure chest, and it could even connect with his ultimate Berserk. However, he couldn't help but shiver. To be honest, his Berserk state bonus was already high enough, and if this skill doubled that, he wondered who could withstand his strike. After learning the skill, Lin Chen understood more comprehensive information. Mountain Smash consumed health, costing 100 points of life to use once. This meant that when his health was high, there was no damage, and when it was low, he couldn't use it many times. Although it was a bit of a drawback, it was not beyond his expectations. The characteristic of the Berserker was that all skills consumed health, with no relation to mana. Finally, Lin Chen took out the last reward for clearing the level. Moon Shadow Blade. He remembered that this weapon had the word superior attached to it. Once it reached purple equipment. And above, all equipment was divided into regular and superior. Anything superior represented extremely powerful value attributes. Normal blacksmiths could not forge superior equipment. And even with money, one could not buy it. One could say that a purple superior item was more precious than low-level gold. After all, low-level professionals can't make use of golden gear, but equipping the purple extreme gear is a qualitative upgrade. The blade of Illusory Moon is a slender long sword, as light as a cicada's wing, with purple light swirling over it, adorned with sparkling glimmers, making it visually stunning. Lin Chen looked at its attributes. Blade of Illusory Moon, purple, extreme, level 20 equipping requirement, swordsman. Class strength plus 99 agility plus 99 exclusive. Damage increase of 20% for swordsman class Illusory Moon. Attacks carry illusory energy capable of weakening the enemy's spirit, causing confusion. Moonlight Sword releases a sword energy of moonlight, causing a powerful illusion effect on hit enemies. Note, requires charging. The attributes are indeed strong. Regular level 20 purple gear typically adds about 50 to 60, just like his Zhejiang, which is 52. Equipment also has levels. The higher the level, the greater the bonus, but there's no strict requirement to reach a certain level to equip it. However, if the level is too high, low-level professionals can't utilize it effectively. Generally around a 10-level range is about right. Lin Chen's Zhejiang is a level 20 purple weapon. This light panel adds up to 99, which could nearly double the combat power of a professional with just over 100 attributes at level 20. Moreover, it has a mental attack. Low-level professionals fear and find it hardest to defend against mental attacks, and it also has an active skill, which is outrageous. But why is it exclusive? Lin Chen felt a bit frustrated. Exclusive gear can only be worn by specific classes, and other classes see a significant reduction in effectiveness. He wasn't a swordsman, so he definitely couldn't use it. He was also thinking about getting himself a top-notch weapon. Forget it, I'm not short on a few trifles. I'll just keep this gear to sell, it should be worth quite a bit. After some thought, Lin Chen wasn't too troubled. His strength really didn't matter much, the difference wasn't significant. After all, the attributes provided by the weapon's frenzy didn't count much. His weapon was more about not being empty-handed, and selling it would have a different value. A top-notch piece could buy several lives. Oh wow, after checking the rewards, Lin Chen couldn't hold on any longer and lay flat on the ground. When he picked up the gear, he also noticed that the blood demon had to kill at least several thousand monsters to control him. It was simply chaotic. Who knows how he managed to hold on until now. Once he lay down, every cell in his body immediately cheered. Trembling with joy, Lin Chen felt so comfortable he wanted to sleep there forever. Of course, despite the exhaustion, he was in an incredibly good mood. This trip to the secret realm was simply perfect. His level had skyrocketed to a terrifying 27, leaving him completely worry-free about the college entrance examination. He also obtained the best clear spring, and the ultimate frenzy might be usable in more situations. He resolved the pain point of lacking skills and gained a vast amount of equipment materials. Lin Chen couldn't even estimate their value now, just that. One top-notch piece was probably worth 20 to 30 million, and the rest combined might exceed 100 million. He was now a wealthy generation enjoying financial freedom. Now, he could finally rest easy. With a day left until the college entrance examination, he could enjoy a full day of rest, properly alleviating the fatigue of the past few days, and then greet the exam with a brand new appearance. Of course, the college entrance examination wasn't a big deal for him now, it was just a formality. Just one thing. The best score in previous years was level 15, and he was at 27. Strictly speaking, the college entrance examination was no different from resting. Calculating this way, it seemed he could rest for several days. Lin Chen slept soundly in the secret realm before leaving. After all, he had plenty of time now, so he wasn't afraid of wasting it, doing as he pleased. Leaving the secret realm was quite simple. He just needed to use the mental activation key again. Once he activated it, the key would disappear, meaning he wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm again. Everyone is like this. The key to the secret realm can only be used once. However, after you leave, the secret realm will not close, it will always exist, and anyone who obtains the key will have the chance to enter. It will welcome different types of adventurers one after another. After Lin Chen stepped through the portal and left, the entire illusion of the flower sea fell into complete silence. Time passed, though how long it was, no one could tell. Cough, cough, cough. A gentle coughing sound echoed, and in the center of the illusion, a small flower fairy crawled up from the ground. Ouch, so painful. Perhaps she had pulled at her wound, causing the little flower fairy to furrow her brows. Suddenly, her big eyes widened. That's right, a human has invaded. Ignoring the pain, she quickly got up and ran out as if she had a direction. However, after just a couple of steps, she stopped again. Is everyone dead? The little flower fairy seemed very sad, tears welling up in her big eyes, but before long, she seemed to think of something, her gaze sharpening. If everyone is dead, can I rebuild the order? The little flower fairy was the one who first reported to the queen and was knocked out by the queen for being dirty. She had always disagreed with everyone, hoping to coexist peacefully with humans, but unfortunately, her voice was too weak to change anything. But now, could this be her opportunity? They, the flower fairies, thrived on the earth, nurtured by the moonlight, and after death, new flower fairies would eventually be reborn. And now, she possessed all the resources of the illusion. She could take this opportunity to grow into a new flower fairy queen and then use her powerful strength to govern the newly born flower fairies. Would she then be able to establish a new order? Could she completely transform the flower fairy community into what she hoped for? The more she thought, the brighter her eyes became. Perhaps this human brought not disaster, but a new beginning. Human, if we have another chance to meet, I will definitely make you change your view of the flower fairies. Thank you, the little flower fairy shouted excitedly, her clear voice echoing throughout the flower sea. It kept resonating. In the depths of Goblin Forest, Lu Menghan and Shen Shen walked nervously through the jungle, looking around. As the two best students from Binang City, after several days of dungeon training, they had successfully qualified to venture into the wild. However, due to the high dangers of the wilderness, the school arranged for them to team up for safety. They had no objections and had come to the wild together since yesterday to level up. At first, everything was going well. Their leveling journey was quite pleasant. Being able to venture into the wild before the college entrance examination was indeed a privilege, and the experience from the monsters outside was substantial. They even entertained the idea of splitting up to level alone. But they were unlucky. They suddenly encountered a beast riot that hadn't happened in years, which lasted an entire day. They were forced deeper into the forest, into the heart of it. Now, one was level 12 and the other level 13, while the goblins in the depths were all level 19 or 20, with even goblin kings present. So the current problem was that although they were still alive, they couldn't go back. The distance from the heart to the city wall was unknown, and with their strength the chances of safely returning were almost zero. Wu, Lu Menghan, we're not really going to die here, are we? I don't want to die yet. Chen Xin cried, pulling at Lu Menghan, tears almost spilling. Lu Menghan rolled her eyes. She was speechless at Chen Xin. He looked decent at first but turned out to be cowardly and talkative. In such a situation, normal boys wouldn't show their fear, but this one had no shame, crying on her shoulder all day. Even every time they encountered danger, he let her, a girl, take the lead. He was simply a weirdo. How would I know? Can you stop crying? Lu Menghan said helplessly. If it weren't for the fact that they were classmates who came out together, she really wanted to leave this crybaby behind. But I'm scared. It's not allowed to cry when I'm scared. I'm a rare profession, I have a bright future, I really don't want to die here. Chen Xin showed no shame, nearly wiping his snot on Lu Menghan. Lu Menghan clenched her fists, then released them again. Alright, I know you're scared, but crying like this will attract goblins. Aren't you afraid of goblins? Chen Xin's pupils suddenly contracted. Oh, right. Can't cry, or it'll attract goblins. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Lu Menghan's lips twitched uncontrollably, and in the end, she rolled her eyes and stopped talking. The two continued on their way, and in front of Lu Menghan, there was a glowing crystal ball. This crystal ball could roughly sense the presence of monsters, and it was because of this that they hadn't died during the beast riot, but they had also ventured deep into the wilderness. Walking through the jungle, Lu Menghan's expression was extremely serious. Deep down, she felt quite desperate. She still wanted to pursue greater power, and she didn't want to die here. Especially since she was finally about to go to college, finally free from her father, and now she encountered such a situation. After walking for a while, Chen Xin couldn't hold it in anymore. Lu Menghan, is this little crystal ball reliable? It won't sell us out, will it? I really don't want to die. Lu Menghan gritted her teeth. If it's not reliable, what else can you rely on? Do you have any other methods? Suddenly, Chen Xin thought of something and grabbed Lu Menghan's arm. Right. Lu Menghan, do you know Lin Chen? Isn't he from your school? Contact him quickly, he's so strong, he can definitely save us. Chen Xin said excitedly. Lin Chen had left a deep impression on him during the dungeon, and the next day he had leveled up to level 12 while he was still at level 7. Lin Chen? Lu Menghan raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's Lin Chen. Didn't he come out to the wild a long time ago? He's probably deep in goblin territory. He might even be close to us. Lu Menghan naturally remembered Lin Chen, and the impression was quite strong. The day after the dungeon, she had wanted to surpass him, only to be utterly crushed. So when she got home, her father had given her quite a scolding. With Lin Chen's strength, he could indeed save them, but Lu Menghan sighed. Don't think about Lin Chen. Although he's strong, he's a berserker. Our director said he has too much killing intent. Coming out to the wild is just asking for death. He's probably gone mad by now. You'd better pray not to run into him. He's not much safer than a beast. Also, I'm not familiar with him. And the most important point, how are we supposed to contact him out here in the wilderness? If you could contact him, shouldn't you contact the teacher? Lu Menghan teased with a hint of malice, but Chen Xin seemed to completely miss the implication, his eyes dimming. Oh, then fine. Just keep an eye on your little crystal, don't let anything happen. Lu Menghan. Just then, the bushes ahead rustled, and suddenly a level 20 goblin appeared. Lu Menghan reacted quickly, swiftly pulling Chen Xin behind a tree. The whole set of movements was fluid and quite practiced. They had encountered many such situations before. Her crystal ball couldn't detect presences with 100% accuracy, but fortunately, goblins weren't very sensitive to sense. They just needed to hide well and wait for the goblin to leave. However, this time, the goblin showed no intention of leaving. It wandered around in place, and a few times it almost walked right in front of them. Lu Menghan, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on the little crystal? How are you watching it? Once the goblin moved away, Chen Xin whispered. They couldn't stay in one place for too long, otherwise, if another goblin came out, they would be completely finished. He was already timid, and at this moment, tears were about to flow down his face as he clung to Lu Menghan's waist. Lu Menghan didn't mind. It was strange, she felt no trace of the desire that other men had when it came to Chen Xin, as if he were an exceptionally pure person. Hearing the sound, Lu Menghan let out a deep sigh, a strong sense of helplessness surging within. Horror. She couldn't even handle a level 20 goblin. Perhaps she could defeat it with all her might, but that would only attract more goblins, which would still mean losing. Strength, she had always been called a genius, yet she couldn't even get out of a small forest. Lu Menghan said nothing, her gaze fixed tightly on the goblin. For now, she could only hope that this goblin would leave quickly. However, fate was not on her side. The worst-case scenario occurred. The goblin not only didn't leave, but soon another level 20 goblin wandered over, appearing right behind them and spotting them directly. A sharp, shrill cry shattered the silence of the forest. The two goblins had found their targets and were closing in on the two of them with their spiked clubs. It's over. Lu Menghan's heart sank as she quickly shielded Chen Shen behind her, raising her long sword, ready to fight to the death. Just then, a shadow suddenly lunged forward and the goblin coming straight at them was knocked away. The shadow turned out to be a burly level 20 man, followed by 3 other men of similar levels, looking like an adventuring party. Whoosh! A bowman at the back shot an arrow at the goblin that had been knocked away, while the other two unleashed their skills on the other goblin. Their coordination was incredibly smooth and the battle ended in an instant. So strong. Lu Menghan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Beside her, Chen Shen was overjoyed to the point of tears. Woo, we found people. We finally found people. We're saved. Chen Shen excitedly ran towards the burly man at the front, dancing with joy. Thank you, uncle. Thank you so much for saving us. We've been trapped here for a day. It's so great to meet you. Lu Menghan finally breathed a sigh of relief. These few people were strong and coordinated, so following them should ensure their safety. Lu Menghan cupped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for your righteous assistance. We are students from Baining City. We ended up here because of the beast riot yesterday. Without you, we would have just died at the hands of the goblins. Hearing this, Chen Shen remembered the important matter and quickly spoke up. Yes. We stumbled in here by mistake. It's been so unlucky. You uncles are so powerful. Please take us out. We can't get out. Woo. The burly man at the front suddenly raised an eyebrow. Oh, you say you're students? At the same time, the other men's eyes lit up, especially when they saw Lu Menghan, revealing expressions of surprise. Chen Shen continued to lament. Yes, uncle, you have no idea what we've been through. I'm only level 12. How can I fight a level 20 goblin? We have to take the college entrance exam tomorrow. I really thought we were going to die here. Luckily, we met you. Uncle, where are you going? When are you going back to the city? Lu Menghan sensed something was off and stepped forward to grab Chen Shen. Seniors, we can't repay your kindness. We still have some equipment. If you don't mind, we can offer it all. You seniors must have important matters to attend to. It wouldn't be convenient to take us along, so we won't trouble you. Saying this, Lu Menghan began to take out equipment from her storage space. Chen Shen was stunned. What are you doing? It's not a trouble at all. We finally met someone. How could we possibly get out on our own? Lu Menghan ignored him, finished taking out her own equipment, and directly started stripping Chen Shen of his gear. Chen Shen tried to cover himself, but as a mage, he couldn't resist the swordsman Lu Menghan, and soon he was left completely bare. Lu Menghan placed all the equipment on the ground. It's all here, seniors. We are just poor students, so please don't look down on us. If we have the chance in the future, we will definitely repay your life-saving grace. The dazzling array of equipment sparkled, and the burly man suddenly smiled. As he laughed, the others followed suit, chuckling one after another. Ha, she said she wants to repay us with these items. Oh, don't say it. There's quite a lot here. Students are indeed interesting. Let's grab this equipment and go. Ha. The boisterous laughter echoed through the jungle, and Lu Menghan felt a sinking feeling in her heart. At this moment, Chen Shen beside her also sensed something was off and stammered. What are you going to do? If it's troublesome, we can just leave on our own. What are we going to do? The big man licked his lips, not expecting to encounter newbies in the heart of goblin territory, especially one as attractive as her. What luck had fallen on him? Guess what I'm going to do? The big man stepped forward, his face full of mockery. Chen Shen panicked. Why are you doing this? If you don't want it, just don't take it. We'll give you the equipment. Lu Menghan pulled Chen Shen behind her. Seniors, our equipment is all here. Please show mercy. Killing us won't bring you any benefits. Let us go, and I promise, we won't cause trouble in the future. The big man's smile widened. Little girl, I didn't say anything. Why are you so nervous? Is uncle scary? Enough, Lao Kuai, stop playing around. Hurry up, kill the men, and take the women. At this moment, a man behind spoke harshly. Once a grudge is formed, it must be dealt with cleanly. How could they leave trouble for the future? This was the rule of the wandering world. At this time, Lu Menghan, having removed her equipment, was left with only a thin layer of undergarment, her graceful figure paired with her snow-white skin radiating youthful purity, leaving the onlookers parched. Hearing the word kill, Chen Shen completely broke down, tears streaming down his face. It's over. Why am I so unlucky? I'm going to die. Who will save me? Who will save me? Lu Menghan was also filled with despair, not expecting to have just escaped the dragon's den only to fall into the tiger's lair. She couldn't handle the goblins, let alone this group of professionals. Is this the real world? Lao Kuai couldn't help but swallow hard, no longer hesitating. Be careful next time you go out. Just then, Chen Shen suddenly screamed. Lin Chen! It's Lin Chen! Lin Chen, come save us! Help! He saw Lin Chen! That's right, he saw Lin Chen! Chen Shen's eyes lit up. He couldn't believe he actually ran into Lin Chen at this moment. He truly wasn't forsaken by the heavens. Lu Menghan was taken aback and looked in the direction Chen Shen was pointing. Not far away, a boy was hurrying through the woods, covered in blood and looking disheveled, yet walking with a leisurely demeanor. It really was Lin Chen. Lu Menghan was instantly overjoyed but then thought of something and shouted anxiously. No! Lin Chen, don't come over. There's a group of robbers here, you should run. Although Lin Chen was strong, he definitely wasn't a match for these desperate criminals, and there were 4 of them, all level 20. She couldn't let her problems endanger others. Chen Shen also reacted, gritting his teeth and struggling. Then fine. Don't come over, you should run. Ah, I'm not living anymore. Come on. Lin Chen. Lin Chen had just come out of the secret realm and was on his way back. He had noticed the robbery from a distance but didn't know who it was. Hearing the voices now, he realized one of them was Lu Menghan, while the other was unfamiliar. I didn't expect to run into classmates being robbed on my way home. Lin Chen smirked, he was just passing by. At this moment, several big men also reacted. Are there still experts? Their eyes lit up in unison. Wasn't this just another cake delivered to their door? How powerful could these kids' friends be, especially looking so young? Their luck today was just too good. They temporarily set aside the duo and turned to Lin Chen. However, when Lin Chen approached, they were all stunned. Lin Chen did not hide his level, which was normally visible to anyone below level 10, so his level was clearly visible to them. Level 27? Lin Chen stood still and waved his hand. Friends, these two are my classmates, just give me some face. Friends, just give me some face, Lin Chen said lightly. He didn't want to fight, there were ways to survive even in robbery, and he didn't want to cause trouble, especially since Lu Menghan had nothing to do with him. However, Lin Chen's words left Lu Menghan and the other person dumbfounded. Give you face? Dude, where did you come from? These are several desperate men, level 20 desperate men. You come up asking for face? Although Lin Chen's willingness to risk his life to save them truly moved them, was this really okay? The two planned to continue urging Lin Chen to run. But before they could speak, the burly man in front spoke first. The big man scratched his head. Since the little brother has said this, the older brother naturally understands the rules. You can take the person away. Are you kidding? He knows very well what can and cannot be done in this line of work. After level 20, every level is a significant hurdle, a full 7 levels higher than him. Although the 4 of them might win if they went all out, it would definitely be a mutual loss. That wasn't worth it. At this moment, the other men also came back to their senses and immediately stepped forward with smiles. Ha ha, little brother, what are you talking about? What face? We're all friends out here. Right. You could say this is just a misunderstanding, like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. We didn't know these two little friends were with you, we were reckless. Brother, please forgive us. Enemies should be resolved rather than deepened. In the outside world, avoiding conflict is essential for survival, and no one dares to be careless when it comes to their lives. Lin Chen smiled. You guys are too polite. They quickly responded, not at all. Let's just consider it making a friend. Yes, since the misunderstanding is over, we won't stay any longer. We'll take our leave. Little brother, let's keep the green mountains and clear waters flowing. See you next time. With that, they left quite nimbly, casting a glare at Lu Menghan and the other person as they departed. If only they had mentioned this friend earlier. If it had really come to blows, it would have been disastrous. In a moment, only Lin Chen and the two others remained, and looking at all this, Lu Menghan and Chen Shen were completely dumbfounded. They just left? Are you kidding? What happened to that fierce demeanor just now? Is Lin Chen's face really that effective? The first to react was Chen Shen, who ran over and directly hugged Lin Chen's thigh. No matter what, the crisis was averted. Who knew what he had gone through today, facing life and death multiple times? Brother Lin, big brother Lin. Thank you. Really, thank you so much for saving my life. They almost really killed me just now. Woo woo woo. Chen Shen cried loudly while hugging Lin Chen's thigh. Lin Chen pulled his head up. Who are you? He didn't recognize this person. What was this crying all about? Chen Shen, with tears like a pear blossom, said, Brother Lin, my name is Chen Shen, the top genius from San Zhong. Of course, compared to you, I'm nothing. Back during the large dungeon, your performance left a deep impression on me. I'm your fan. Oh no, you are my idol. Lin Chen. At this moment, Lu Menghan, who was standing nearby, also came back to her senses and walked up to Lin Chen. Thank you so much, Lin. You just saved our lives. If you need anything, just say the word. I, Lu Menghan, will definitely not forget this kindness. Lu Menghan said earnestly. She was not someone who would forget a favor. Without Lin Chen, she might have. In short, she was genuinely grateful from the bottom of her heart. However, she felt a bit awkward, not expecting that a once inconspicuous classmate could grow to this extent in such a short time, able to resolve a life-threatening issue with just a few words. She had even prided herself on being the top genius and had looked down on him before. How ridiculous. Chen Shen reacted, right. Lin, do you need anything? Equipment or something? Saying this, he hurriedly turned around and gathered all the equipment on the ground, including Lu Menghan's, and brought it all to Lin Chen. It's all for you, Lin. Lin Chen. Lu Menghan. Although Lu Menghan was speechless, she had no objections and quietly said, it's not much, Lin Chen, just accept it. There were even her personal items in there, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Chen refused. He was not lacking money at the moment, and didn't care for these trifles which would just take up space in his backpack. No need for repayment, I was just passing by. Now that everything's fine, I'm leaving. With that, Lin Chen lifted his leg, intending to walk away. Chen Shin panicked, dropped the equipment, and hugged Lin Chen's thigh. If Lin Chen left, they would truly be unable to return. Lin, wait. I have one more thing to ask you. Can you take us with you? We can't go back. Chen Shin tearfully recounted his tragic experience, looking at Lin Chen with wide, hopeful eyes, blinking rapidly. Lu Menghan beside him also clenched her fists. They really needed Lin Chen. Lin Chen pondered for a moment upon hearing this. No problem, just follow me. After all, he was heading back to the city, it was on the way. Helping out a classmate with such a small favor was still manageable. Chen Shin immediately jumped up in joy. Really? That's great. We're finally saved. I knew Lin Ge had the best heart. You're so cool, Lin Ge, truly my idol. As he spoke, he even leaned in to give Lin Chen a kiss, but was stopped by a glare from Lin Chen. Lin Chen confirmed it. This guy was definitely a chatterbox, a real nuisance. Without saying more, Lin Chen took the lead and stepped out. But just after a couple of steps, he was called back. This time, it was not Chen Shin but Lu Menghan. Wait a moment. Lin Chen frowned. Is there something else? Lu Menghan fidgeted. I need to put on some clothes. She glanced at the pile of equipment on the ground. At that moment, Chen Shin suddenly realized, oh right, I need to put some on too. Lin Ge, wait. The three set off, with Lin Chen walking calmly in front, while Chen Shin chattered away beside him, looking very excited. He had completely forgotten about Lu Menghan, leaving her behind without a glance. Lu Menghan felt a strange pang of jealousy. It was the first time she had ever felt this way. I took care of you all the way, Lu Menghan thought indignantly. Just as she finished her thought, Chen Shin surprisingly left Lin Chen's side and came over to her. What do you want? Lu Menghan said irritably, but felt a bit more comfortable inside. At least this guy had a little conscience. However, as soon as Chen Shin opened his mouth, a bucket of cold water was poured over her. Didn't you say Lin Ge was crazy? Where's the craziness here? Why are you slandering my Lin Ge? Chen Shin questioned, glaring at her as if he wouldn't let her off the hook until she explained herself. So, you were saved by a madman? Chen Shin continued, his face full of pride, as if he and Lin Chen were already inseparable. Lu Menghan felt a chill in her heart, but she was also somewhat puzzled. She had seen the director of education looking very dejected before, as if he was certain Lin Chen would go insane. But why was Lin Chen perfectly fine now? She had heard about the Berserker class, that most players couldn't last past the second job change, yet Lin Chen seemed completely normal. Lu Menghan secretly glanced at Lin Chen's back, unable to figure it out. Just then, a group of goblins suddenly appeared ahead, 5 of them, all at level 20. Lu Menghan trembled. Oh no! She had forgotten to pay attention to the crystal ball. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, it would be tough to deal with 5 level 20 goblins. He had only been level 12 when he left the dungeon, and now at most he was level 20. Facing 5 at once, there was no chance of winning, and if he got caught in a fight, it would attract more goblins. Chen Shin also realized the seriousness of the situation and shot a fierce glare at Lu Menghan. How could you not watch the crystal ball? Just because Lin Chen is here, you think you don't need to pay attention? Lu Menghan wanted to say something, but seeing Chen Shin already rushing to help, she clenched her fists and hurried to follow. No matter if they could win or not, Lin Chen had already saved her once. If necessary, she would hold off the goblins to let Lin Chen take Chen Shin and escape. Lu Menghan had just taken a couple of steps when, whoosh, a long red light flashed, and all 5 goblins were split in half, collapsing to the ground without making a sound. Lin Chen, on the other hand, continued walking forward as if nothing had happened, his pace unbroken. Lu Menghan was stunned. Instant kill? 5 level 20 goblins, taken out in one strike? Chen Shin reacted quickly, his eyes suddenly lighting up with joy after a moment of shock. He had been worried about whether they could safely get out of the goblin forest, especially with him being a burden, but now it seemed his worries were unfounded. With this kind of strength, he could walk through the goblin forest without a problem. No need to say more, Lin Chen was amazing. Chen Shin quickly ran to Lin Chen's side, his eyes sparkling. Lin Ge, you're incredible. That last strike was so cool. 5 goblins couldn't even take one hit from you. Lin Chen replied expressionlessly. It was nothing special. Chen Shin was even more in awe, looking at Lin Chen's demeanor. Killing 5 goblins was like nothing had happened, truly a genius. But Lin Ge, what level are you now? Can you let your little brother in on it? It's a bit embarrassing, but I can't even see your level. Lin Chen had no intention of hiding his strength and casually said, 27. 27? Lin Ge is really impressive. I'm only level 12. Wait, you said you're level 27? Chen Shin's eyes widened in shock, utterly astonished. He even doubted if he had heard wrong, just a week after changing jobs. Level 27? His family's butler, who was over 40, was only level 28. Chen Shin instantly made a firm decision. He would recognize Lin Chen as his boss. From now on, he would stick with Lin Chen, no one else would do. He wanted to be the #1 little brother. Lin Gu, are you tired? How about I give you a shoulder rub? Lin Chen replied, not tired. Then, Lin Gu, do you want some water? I brought some excellent chrysanthemum tea from home. It's good for the lungs and clears heat. Not thirsty. Then, Lin Gu, how did you level up? Level 27 is too exaggerated. I've never even heard of it. Did you just charge into a monster lair? Just leveled up like that? Chen Shen clung to Lin Chen like a stubborn plaster. Regardless of how indifferent Lin Chen was, he remained excitedly by his side, seemingly tireless. Lu Menghan behind them was undoubtedly feeling even more disheartened. At level 27, how could the gap between people be so vast? She had clearly worked hard too. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sour feeling rose in her heart. She instinctively shot a glare at Chen Shen, who was lost in thought ahead. Heartless thing. As soon as she scolded him, she immediately felt something was off. What's wrong with me today? I wouldn't have acted like this before, would I? Lin Chen led the two through the goblin forest, effortlessly slaying any goblins they encountered, regardless of their level or number, with a single strike. To be honest, with his current strength, facing goblins again felt a bit like bullying. Even without going berserk, it was a dimensional suppression. Watching from behind, Lu Menghan grew increasingly impressed. She finally understood why Lin Chen leveled up so quickly. He could take them out in one hit. Wasn't that fast? She just didn't know when she would reach such a level. Lin Chen's carefree demeanor made her envious. Meanwhile, Chen Shen walked with an air of arrogance, puffing out his chest and strutting like he was patrolling his territory, as if afraid others wouldn't know. There was a big shot in their team. Soon, they returned to the outer area near the city wall, where the weather began to clear up, and the goblins that appeared were back to level 13 or 14. Lu Menghan planned to part ways with Lin Chen. She still needed to level up, and with only one day left until the college entrance examination, it wasn't certain he could get into a top university. Yesterday's riot had wasted a whole day. Thinking of this, she cast an envious glance at Lin Chen. For him, the college entrance exam must feel like a game. After sorting out her feelings, Lu Menghan walked up to Lin Chen. Classmate Lin, let's stop here. We still need to continue leveling up. I really appreciate your help today. You saved our lives and brought us out. From now on, as long as you ask, I, Lu Menghan, will definitely not refuse. Lu Menghan stated her intention to leave seriously, knowing she would never forget the debt of gratitude for saving her life. From now on, Lin Chen would be her great benefactor, and she would repay him whenever she had the chance. She just didn't know if there would be an opportunity. The gap between her and Lin Chen was too great, which was disheartening. Lin Chen, of course, didn't mind. Alright, you guys decide. However, Chen Shen keenly sensed something was off. Who said I wanted to continue leveling up? I'm scared to death, okay? No, I'm not continuing. I want to go back with brother Lin. Chen Shen hurriedly said, moving closer to Lin Chen. But he was pulled back by Lu Menghan. What are you doing? You want to level up? Do it yourself. I'm almost scared to death. I want to go home, okay? Chen Shen complained. Lu Menghan, hearing this, momentarily lost her focus. Yes, why was I pulling him? How strange. After thinking for a moment, Lu Menghan awkwardly whispered, you still have the college entrance exam. It's different from Lin Chen. How can you waste time? I want to go back for the college entrance exam too. At worst, I'll level up in a dungeon. Anyway, I'm not staying in the wild anymore. Besides, my current level is enough to get into a decent school. Lu Menghan leaned close to Chen Shen's ear. You can get into a good university, but Lin Chen's strength is definitely for a top university. Don't you want to attend the same university as Lin Chen? Upon hearing this, Chen Shen stopped struggling, his eyes flickering. Well, okay then. Lu Menghan finally sighed in relief, but at the same time, an inexplicable sense of loss arose. Strange, why do I feel lost again? What's wrong with me? Then, brother Lin, you go ahead, see you at school tomorrow. Classmate Lin, thank you so much today. Chen Shen and Lu Menghan bid farewell in their own ways, one sincere and solemn, the other filled with reluctance. Lin Chen felt nothing in particular. Alright, take care. After dropping a polite remark, Lin Chen turned and left. However, after taking just a few steps, he stopped again. He suddenly remembered something. He had obtained a swordsman exclusive item in the secret realm, the blade of the phantom moon. Since he was going to sell it anyway, Lu Menghan happened to be a swordsman and her family seemed quite wealthy. After thinking it over, Lin Chen turned back. Lu Menghan and Chen Shen had different expressions. Chen Shen looked excited. Lin Gu, are you going to level up too? Just join us. Lu Menghan seemed a bit puzzled. Is there something else, Lin classmate? Lin Chen ignored Chen Shen and spoke to Lu Menghan. Lu Menghan, can I ask if your family is quite wealthy? A top-tier weapon is not something to be taken lightly. If Lu Menghan's family wasn't that rich, he wouldn't bring it up to avoid making her envious. Lu Menghan was even more confused. Why was he asking about her family situation? Chen Shen, being straightforward, thought Lin Chen was short on money. Me. Lin Gu, my family is doing well. I have several million in pocket money. If that's not enough, I can ask my dad for more. You can have as much as you want. Lin Gu, you're my boss. Don't be polite. Chen Shen said excitedly, reaching for his bank card, but Lu Menghan pulled him back. If she wanted money, she would have asked for it earlier. Besides, Lin Chen's potential was not something that could be measured by that amount. Lu Menghan replied seriously, my family's situation is okay, I guess. Mingyuan Pharmaceuticals is my father's business and he also runs some small guilds. Is there something you need, Lin classmate? She really was a young lady. Mingyuan Pharmaceuticals is a pharmaceutical giant in Bainang. Lin Chen had only known Lu Menghan's family was wealthy but hadn't expected it to be at such a high level. It is well known that pharmaceutical groups are highly profitable, wherever they are. Lin Chen felt relieved and said, oh, I see. I happen to have a swordsman exclusive weapon here. I wanted to ask if you need it. Saying this, Lin Chen took out the blade of the phantom moon he had obtained in the secret realm. Here, take a look. Lu Menghan took the weapon and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So, he wants to sell me his equipment. Selling equipment requires asset verification. Of course, since it was Lin Chen's goodwill, Lu Menghan wouldn't refuse. She decided to take a look and then buy it at the highest price. Even though the equipment she was currently wearing was the best. I imagine Lin classmate's weapon must be extraordinary, so I really need to take a look. Lu Menghan tried to appear enthusiastic as she looked at the equipment, but upon seeing it, she was instantly stunned. Just one glance, and she couldn't look away. Top-tier equipment. And it's a top-tier weapon exclusive to swordsmen. Qinshan, sensing something was off, curiously looked over, his eyes widening in shock. I can't believe it. Top-tier equipment. Lu Menghan, you. Lin Chen wasn't surprised by their exaggerated reactions. Top-tier equipment at this stage was indeed too overwhelming, enough to change a person's future, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. So, what do you think? Do you want it? Lin Chen said casually. Lu Menghan instinctively swallowed hard. She definitely wanted it. Top-tier equipment, something she had never worn before, especially since it was exclusive to swordsmen and it even had the rarest mental type attack. She couldn't even dream of it. As long as she could get it, her college entrance exam would be secure. It could completely make up for the time wasted yesterday, and it could even change her future. But, you silly girl, what are you hesitating for? This equipment is from Lingu. Are you out of your mind? At this moment, Qinshan was anxious, unable to hold back his expletives, reaching into Lu Menghan's pocket to grab her card. Goodness, they couldn't even see top-tier exclusives. If he weren't a mage, he would want to snatch it away. And here she was hesitating. Lu Menghan opened Qinshan's arm and immediately threw an awkward smile at Lin Chen. Classmate Lin, this is too valuable. I can't take out that much money right now, so please take it back. A top-tier piece of equipment costs at least 20 to 30 million, and it's practically priceless, making it impossible to buy. In fact, it would only be more expensive. Generally, any top-tier equipment that appears is not sold for money but exchanged for even higher-level items. So she wasn't hesitating, she simply couldn't afford it. Even if she were to measure it in terms of money, she would have to go back and discuss it with her father and then look at the group's financial operations before considering it. Lu Menghan handed over the equipment, her heart practically bleeding. She had never felt that putting down an item could be so heavy, and even if she managed to raise the money later, the college entrance examination would have already passed and Lin Chen might sell it to someone else. At the same time, she felt extremely embarrassed. Just a moment ago, she was hoping Lin Chen would bring out some good equipment, thinking about offering the highest price to buy it, and now she couldn't even afford it, which was simply laughable. Lin Chen noticed Lu Menghan's predicament and did not take the equipment. He directly said, "What's the matter? Is it a money issue? I'll count it as 30 million. You can keep the equipment for now and give me the money later." He was just looking for convenience. Taking it now and selling it later would be a hassle. As for being stiffed, he wasn't afraid of anyone defaulting on him. Lu Menghan was stunned, clearly very tempted yet embarrassed, holding the equipment in a dilemma. Lin Chen smiled and was about to continue speaking when Qinshan interjected. "What are you waiting for? Lin, the boss, has already said this much and you still haven't thanked him?" Saying this, he pressed Lu Menghan's head down to bow to Lin Chen, then quickly ran 2 steps to Lin Chen's side. "Boss Lin, do you have any more top-tier equipment? Sell one to your little brother too," he said. "Don't worry, my family isn't as stingy as Lu Menghan's. My dad dotes on me the most, just name your price." "Heh." Lin Chen. None left. Lin Chen pushed Qinshan's forehead away and looked at Lu Menghan. "Then it's settled. You keep the equipment for now, and I'll send you my account number later. You can transfer the money to me then. I'm leaving." After saying that, Lin Chen didn't linger and turned to leave directly. Watching Lin Chen's back, Lu Menghan came to her senses and hurriedly ran a couple of steps. "Thank you, classmate Lin." Lin Chen didn't stop, just waved his hand. After Lin Chen completely left, Lu Menghan's eyes sparkled. Throughout the day, Lin Chen had saved her life, led her out of the secret realm, and now had essentially given her top-tier equipment, allowing her to get through the college entrance examination. He had truly helped her so much, she must remember this kindness and repay it in the future. Of course, her current task was still to experience the top-tier weapon. The Blade of Illusion Moon was as thin as a cicada's wing and stunningly beautiful, and Lu Menghan couldn't put it down. She had never imagined she could obtain a top-tier weapon so easily. She didn't even know how much it would enhance her strength. Beside her, Chenshin was filled with resentment. He didn't have any top-tier equipment. Chenshin angrily ran to Lu Menghan's side. I haven't used a top-tier item yet, let me play with it first. Lu Menghan frowned. But you're a mage? I don't care, are you going to give it to me or not? If not, I'm leaving. Lu Menghan unconsciously softened her tone. Alright, you can use it first. That's more like it. Chenshin took the weapon and immediately put on a smile, looking as happy as a child. Lu Menghan looked at him and couldn't help but smile too, but then her expression froze. Why am I smiling? What is wrong with me? Lin Chen didn't go home directly. Instead, he headed to the adventurer's hall first. He hadn't submitted the task he had taken earlier. Although that 10,000 yuan was no longer significant, the task still involved his personal record, and he didn't want to be seen as a deadbeat. Returning to the adventurer's hall, he had transformed from a mere nobody into a figure of respect and awe. For many, attracting quite a few glances. Some young girls even asked him for green bubbles, but he declined. Lin Chen smoothly completed his tasks and then sold a batch of equipment materials, which took up about half of his space. Although he wanted to sell everything, the adventurer's hall couldn't accommodate it all. Often, buying and selling transactions weren't that easy, they required higher channels, and some even needed qualifications. His current level was still too low. Most of what he sold was relatively low-level materials and equipment. However, the money wasn't insignificant. Those materials were all brought out from the secret realm, and their prices remained high, totaling nearly 20 million. Lin Chen estimated that if he could sell everything, it would be worth at least several tens of millions. Adding in what he had with Lu Menghan, it would exceed 100 million. One could only say that the secret realm was truly a blessed land. Although Lin Chen wasn't particularly sensitive to wealth, becoming a millionaire for the first time did lift his spirits. With this money, he would at least have the confidence to buy anything valuable he might need in the future. In a good mood, Lin Chen left the adventurer's hall and took a luxurious ride home. He had arrived by taking the city bus. Time for a shower. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Chen dashed into the bathroom. After days of roughing it and fighting, he was practically caked in dirt. The cool water cascaded from head to toe, washing away the grime and fatigue. So refreshing. After his shower, Lin Chen ordered an extravagant lobster meal for over $100 and enjoyed a hearty feast. The dry rations he had eaten outside were quite bland. With a full stomach, Lin Chen went straight to bed. During his break, it was all about eating and sleeping. He had everything he needed, and all his affairs were in order, with no worries about the college entrance examination. The only thing left was that he hadn't tested the ultimate rage yet. He still didn't know how effective the two new pieces of equipment were. However, that required going into a dungeon to experiment, and he wasn't in a hurry. Right now, he was free and easy, and all he needed to do was rest well and enjoy his vacation. Nothing beats a bed. As soon as he lay down, Lin Chen felt his whole body relax. The bed at home was infinitely more comfortable than the ground outside. Wait, suddenly, Lin Chen propped himself up. He seemed to have forgotten something. He hadn't registered at school yet. Everyone had to register before the college entrance examination to confirm their participation, which facilitated subsequent arrangements. Well, Lin Chen glanced at the warm blankets. Forget it. I'll go after I sleep. Registration wasn't urgent. He could go before tomorrow, and he still had plenty of time. Lin Chen did a quick roll and dove back under the covers, and soon, he was snoring away. It was clear that he was exhausted from the past few days. This sleep was deep and restorative, compensating for his weary body. When he woke up again, it was already night outside, and the room was pitch black. Lin Chen lay in bed for a while, and once his mind cleared, he felt refreshed, his brain sharp and his body light, as if he had just undergone a thorough massage. Indeed, one must rest. A balance of tension and relaxation is the most reasonable rhythm. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, relieved that the accumulated fatigue from the past few days had finally dissipated. Stretching, he opened his phone to check the time. Oh no, it's 8 o'clock. I need to hurry and register. Lin Chen quickly got dressed and rushed out the door. On the other side, in the principal's office of a high school. Tap 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 tap. Director Wang Huilin paced back and forth in her office in high heels, her face filled with anxiety. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination, and it's already 8 p.m. Has Lin Chen really fallen completely into the wild? Director Wang, stop spinning around, I'm getting dizzy. Behind the desk, Principal Han Ningrui rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. After a moment, he added, either take off your shoes or stop being so annoying. Wang Huilin immediately showed a wronged expression and approached the desk. Oh, Principal Han, aren't you the least bit worried? This concerns our school's resources, and as you can see, Lu Menghan is now. She had seen Lu Menghan's registration earlier. She was only level 14. When she left the instance for the wild, she was already level 13. How could she have leveled up in just 2 days? Upon inquiry, she found out there had been a beast riot. Originally, she thought at least they had Lu Menghan to hold the line, but Now, she heard news that other cities had produced quite a few level 15s this year, and even a level 16, it seemed. This is just a total disaster. Principal Han, are you really not worried at all? We might really drop to second place this time. Wang Huilin asked pitifully again, her big eyes glistening with tears. Not worried. What does it matter if we come in first or not? Han Mingrui replied nonchalantly. Wang Huilin, so you really believe Lin Chen won't come back? You really think he will go crazy out there? As long as Lin Chen could return, they still had a chance. She truly did not want to fall behind. Their Binang #1 high school had been the top for so many years, and she had pretended to be superior in front of others for so long. If they fell behind, wouldn't they be bullied just like they bullied others? Han Mingrui put away his indifference and sighed deeply. Director Wang, I understand your feelings, but don't think about Lin Chen's side anymore. I have a good understanding of berserkers. I even specialized in this field back in the day. I'm certain Lin Chen won't come back, and even if he could, he would definitely be in a semi-mad state. Berserkers don't suddenly go mad at the last moment, they are gradually eroded. By that time, they can no longer be considered normal people. Don't think about the college entrance examination. Wang Huilin felt even more wronged, half-squatting in front of the desk with her chin resting on it. Han Mingrui's expression suddenly changed. Get away from me. You're a director now, and here you are acting cute. Wang Huilin's face turned red, and she hurriedly stood up, flustered as she tried to cover her embarrassment. After the awkwardness passed, she couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Was it really hopeless? Han Mingrui was very good at pouring cold water on people, and his cold voice rang out from behind. I'll allow you to stay for another half hour. After 9 p.m., go do whatever you need to do, just don't bother me here. Wang Huilin secretly pouted. Just then, the office door was suddenly opened, and Lin Chen peeked in. Director Wang, Principal Han, I'm not late, am I? Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. He noticed the entire school was dark, with only the principal's office light on, clearly indicating he was a bit late. Inside the office, both of them were stunned. Wang Huilin's eyes widened. Why had Lin Chen returned? Hadn't Han Mingrui said he would definitely go mad? Lin Chen, are you okay? Wang Huilin asked in surprise. Lin Chen frowned. Was there something wrong with him? Why did these two look so abnormal? I should be, right? Lin Chen stepped into the office, unsure of what else to say, raising an eyebrow in a tentative response. No, what the teacher means is, your brain, is everything still normal here? Wang Huilin pointed to her head, and Lin Chen. Why did this feel so awkward? A bit speechless, but Lin Chen roughly understood. Berserkers go mad with killing, and since they didn't know he had a system, they must have thought he had gone mad. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen spoke up. Director Wang, Principal, I am currently very stable and not affected by violence, so you can rest assured. He definitely couldn't explain the system, but fortunately, the characteristics of being possessed by the berserker were obvious. It was easy to tell if someone was normal or not, so he didn't need to explain much. Wang Huilin blinked and confirmed it. Immediately, her eyes lit up. No matter what, as long as he wasn't possessed. Lin Chen had reached level 12 after leaving the dungeon, and after spending so many days in the wild, he didn't know how many levels he had gained. She was stable. Again. Wang Huilin immediately put on a gentle smile. Student Lin, the teacher didn't mean that. The teacher is worried about your health, afraid that something might happen to you in the wild. By the way, what are you here for? Lin Chen. Teacher, I'm here to register. Don't we need to register before the college entrance examination? It's that time. I don't know if it's too late. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh right, registration. Wang Huilin nodded, then immediately rolled her eyes. What are you talking about? What do you mean too late? The college entrance examination hasn't even happened yet, so how can it be late? Come on, come sit down, the teacher will get you the form. Wang Huilin quite forcefully pulled Lin Chen down onto a chair. At this time, it was indeed a bit late, but it also depended on who it was. She was waiting for Lin Chen, after all. How could it be late when the main character arrived? Thank you for understanding, teacher. Lin Chen felt a bit ashamed. You child, what are you thanking me for? Aren't you doing this to level up? The teacher understands. Wait, the teacher will get you the form. Wang Huilin rummaged on her desk and quickly took out a form. Here, student Lin, you can fill it out right here on this table. Oh right, I don't have a pen. A glance around revealed that Han Mingrui had one clipped in his chest pocket. Give it to me. Wang Huilin snatched it from him and handed it to Lin Chen, then smiled again. Come on, student Lin, write quickly. Lin Chen, Han Mingrui. The form was just some basic information: name, age, occupation, level, place of origin, address, contact information, etc. Lin Chen nodded at the principal and began to fill it out, while Wang Huilin sat beside him, watching with satisfaction, her eyes almost sparkling. She really didn't expect Lin Chen to come back. It was like seeing light after a dark path. Lin Chen was truly her precious gem. Student Lin, are you thirsty? How about I pour you a glass of water? Wang Huilin said softly, resting her arm on the table. Lin Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. No need to trouble yourself, teacher. Wang Huilin didn't mind and continued, Student Lin, you must have worked hard these days. How do you feel about your grades? Have you thought about which university you want to attend? University, Lin Chen actually had an answer for that. He replied directly, I've thought about it, teacher. I will go to Zhengzhou Academy. Zhengzhou Academy, the #1 university in China. The better the academy, the more resources it had, and the greater the improvement for students. With his current strength, he naturally didn't need to think too much. Of course, he didn't need to be modest either. Wang Huilin was not dissatisfied, instead, her appreciation for him grew. Given the potential Lin Chen had shown, Zhengzhou would definitely have a place for him. She would be upset if Lin Chen didn't choose Zhengzhou. Wang Huilin smiled again, Zhengzhou is great. Young people should have ambition, the teacher believes in you. Soon, Lin Chen finished filling out the form and handed it to Wang Huilin. He also remembered to return the pen to Han Mingrue, adding a line. Thank you, Principal Han. Han Mingrue. As soon as Wang Huilin received the form, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was clear she was very concerned about his level. To avoid trouble, Lin Chen quickly stood up and said, Then I'll take my leave, teacher. Wang Huilin kept her eyes on the form and waved her hand, go back and rest quickly. Good luck on the college entrance examination tomorrow. Lin Chen nodded to the principal and quickly left the office. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the corridor, a sharp scream came from behind. Level 27? Lin Chen, wait up. Lin Chen didn't stop and hurried away. Inside the office, Wang Huilin blinked rapidly, shock occupying her mind. The form clearly stated level 27, but how could that be? Even in the wild, one couldn't level up that much. Wang Huilin looked at Han Mingrue, Principal Han, it says level 27 here. Han Mingrue's expression remained calm. I know. Wang Huilin raised an eyebrow. How do you know? He didn't hide his level. I saw it as soon as he came in. Then, why didn't you tell me? Why should I tell you? After a brief shock, Wang Huilin didn't press further. After all, Lin Chen always did inhuman things, and she never thought she could catch up. Yes. Wang Huilin clenched her fist, feeling incredibly elated, as if she were a victorious rooster. She thought she would be embarrassed this year, but now Lin Chen was back and he had reached the monstrous level 27. Not only could she maintain her top position, but she could also crush other schools. It was simply exhilarating. Lin Chen was her treasure at the first high school. Suddenly, Wang Huilin thought of something else and turned to Han Mingrue, revealing a mischievous smile. Principal Han, didn't you say Lin Chen wouldn't come back? What do you say now? Han Mingrue rubbed his nose. I might have misjudged. Wang Huilin continued, how could you misjudge? Didn't you specialize in this field? Aren't you very familiar with berserkers you? Han Mingrue clenched his fists, wanting to explode in anger, but he suppressed it deeply and forced out a smile. Maybe I lack skill. He. Wang Huilin felt like she could almost fly. After years, she finally made Han Mingrue eat humble pie. That was truly satisfying. Lin Chen was indeed her lucky star. However, on the other hand, Han Mingrue seemed like a mere facade, misjudging so many times, she regretted trusting him so much before. Thinking of this, Wang Huilin couldn't help but roll her eyes at Han Mingrue. Han Mingrue was completely at his wit's end. No, what exactly went wrong? The college entrance examination was undoubtedly the most grand event in the entire Xia Kingdom, especially in a world coexisting with demon beasts. A child's future was the future of the nation, leaving no room for carelessness. Early this morning, all television stations were broadcasting news about the college entrance examination, and even before dawn, broadcast vehicles were on the streets reminding everyone of the exam time, spreading through every alley and into every child's home. Attention all candidates, please note the time. There are 2 hours left until the college entrance examination. Central News broadcast. Today is the National Unified College Entrance Examination Day in our Xia Kingdom. We urge all students and parents to leave early and bring the necessary information. Our station wishes all candidates good results and to serve the country. Binang City Morning News. The National Unified College Entrance Examination officially begins today. The entire city seemed to be enveloped in a tense atmosphere, and in this atmosphere, Lin Chen couldn't help but recall his college entrance examination in his previous life. At that time, his grades were mediocre, just average. He remembered feeling very anxious after getting up in the morning, even distracted while eating, which was a stark contrast to now. Now he had the system and was far ahead in levels. While others' college entrance exams determined their fate, his destiny was already sealed. There was nothing to worry about. Lin Chen leisurely enjoyed his breakfast. After a whole day of rest, he felt incredibly healthy and refreshed. Ding dong, just then, the doorbell rang. Just leave it at the door. Lin Chen spoke to the outside, saying that he had bought some clothes yesterday, all from big brands. Although he didn't care much about material possessions, he wasn't someone who would stubbornly endure hardship. Clothes are something that feel comfortable to wear, otherwise, the previous ones were all cheap market goods. Moreover, during the college entrance examination, if you look too shabby, it's not good. Generally, that's how the antagonists mock you. Everyone is an ordinary person, and if you stand out as particularly shabby, who are you trying to impress? This could be considered a form of emergency risk management. Well, that's that. After breakfast, Lin Chen changed into his newly bought clothes. To be honest, he did look somewhat impressive. People rely on their clothes just as horses rely on their saddles. Lin Chen himself looked quite good, tall and straight, and in an instant he shed the previous shabby appearance, looking very spirited. Not bad. Let's go. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and set off with a brand new look. The examination venue for the college entrance exam is always in a large independent space where students from the entire province take the test together. Candidates need to gather at their respective city district meeting points, and then the principals and teachers lead them to the venue. The meeting point for Binying City is at the playground of the first high school. When Lin Chen arrived at the school, it was already packed with people. The streets were congested with cars, all parents coming to send their children off. The school playground was filled with students from 5 different high schools, all chattering loudly. Oh my, the college entrance exam is here so soon. I'm only level 5, what should I do? I don't want to screw up. I wonder what the exam questions will be this year. Are they difficult? I'm only level 6, I have no confidence. Why do we have to gather at the first high school? Why not at our third high school? My house is the farthest from the first high school. Because their school is impressive, that's why. If you get first place, you'll gather at your school next year. Lin Chen walked along with the crowd until he reached the front of the line at the first high school. As soon as he entered the line, he immediately attracted the attention of many classmates. After his stunning performance in the last large dungeon and Wang Huilan's strong promotion, almost all the students remembered him. Look, Lin Chen is here. Lin Chen has been in the wild for 5 days, right? I remember he was level 12 when he left. I wonder what level he is now. I'm really envious. I'm only level 7. Yeah, me too. I'm only level 6 and his clothes look so expensive. He must have made a lot of money. I'm dying of envy. What's there to be envious of? Don't you all know what kind of player a berserker is? Does Lin Chen dare to keep leveling up? He's definitely just putting on a brave face now. He's probably going crazy. Exactly. I bet he said he was going to the wild just to hide. He probably hasn't leveled up at all these days. Actually, I think the same. No matter how strong Lin Chen is, he can't go against a berserker. Several classmates expressed their opinions, and most of the others nodded in agreement. Everyone knows what a berserker is like, and besides, the director of education had been looking unwell for the past few days. They all noticed. Since Lin Chen hadn't gone crazy, it was likely that he hadn't made any progress. It would be hard for him to improve in the future. Lin Chen could hear the idle chatter, but he didn't mind. It's you who are just talking big. He's the one enjoying his strength and a bright future. Only a fool would care. Just then, a series of breaking sounds echoed, and through the campus fence, a row of black sedans could be seen parked on the street outside, with several bodyguards in black suits holding umbrellas as they welcomed a boy out. The students no longer paid attention to Lin Chen and instantly turned their gazes over. Look, it's Chen Shun. I wonder, what level Chen is it? He's been in the wild for 2 days. To be able to go to the wild before the college entrance exam is really impressive. I remember he was level 12 when he left. He must be at least level 13 now. Another rare profession, comes from a wealthy family and has a high level. This is a true genius young master. I'm so envious, I'm dying. I really want to experience Qinshin's life. After a few days of being together in the dungeon, everyone remembered Qinshin, who was second only to Lu Menghan in terms of popularity. The envy in his classmates' eyes was almost overflowing. Qinshin was handsome, with delicate features and fair skin, making a group of girls gaze at him with starry eyes. After getting out of the car, Qinshin noticed many people looking at him and skillfully unlocked his personal information. Permissions. Wow, really level 13. With level 13, he can rush to the Central State Academy, right? Awesome. Ah, Shen Xiao, I love you. The classmates went wild, and Qinshin smiled with satisfaction. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure. Qinshin's eyes lit up, and he pushed past the bodyguard and ran. He weaved through the crowd and continued towards his school's team, finally arriving at the first team's lineup. Boss, good morning. I missed you so much. Qinshin directly leaped into Lin Chen's arms, his eyes sparkling with excitement and his voice incredibly bright. Lin Chen, get lost. Lin Chen pushed Qinshin away with disdain, but Qinshin wasn't annoyed. He grabbed Lin Chen's arm instead. Oh, sorry, Lingo, I got too excited, he said, shaking Lin Chen's arm with a wronged expression, clearly acting spoiled. Spoiled? All the classmates nearby were stunned. Why were they seeing Qinshin, the young master, acting spoiled with Lin Chen, and calling him boss at that? Before they could process this, a series of screeching brakes sounded, and Lu Menghan walked out under the protection of bodyguards. Lu Menghan entered the school gate, weaving through the crowd, and naturally arrived beside Lin Chen. Lin, classmate, good morning. The money I owe you might have to wait until after the college entrance examination. My dad said the company's funds are a bit tight, but don't worry, I definitely won't default. I'll pay you back after the exam. Lu Menghan said somewhat shyly. Lin Chen was indifferent. It's fine, just give it to me when you have it. Lu Menghan sighed in relief. Thank you, Lin classmate. I also want to thank you again for saving my life yesterday. Lu Menghan will never forget it. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Lin Chen, it's nothing, don't take it to heart. A few simple exchanges left the classmates nearby once again dumbfounded. They hadn't even recovered from Chen Shen's earlier antics and now they were completely bewildered. Wait, what did you just say? Can someone tell them what was going on? How did Lu Menghan get involved with Lin Chen, and why was she in debt? And what about the financial troubles? Most importantly, how did Lin Chen save Lu Menghan's life? All these questions seemed impossible, yet they were happening right before their eyes. Chen Shen's admiration was evident and Lu Menghan's gratitude was genuine. After a long moment of shock, wow, I told you Lin Chen was the #1 genius, and you didn't believe me. Now look who's been slapped in the face. Right, I said the same thing. How could Lin Chen, a genius who reached level 12 the next day, possibly be useless? Lin Chen is a combat genius. How could a mad warrior take down Lin Chen? That's a joke. Lin Chen is awesome. Who just said Lin Chen was no good? Come out and apologize. My Lin Gu is not someone you can discuss. Strange voices erupted from the crowd. Lin classmate, this is throat tea I brought from home. It can relieve fatigue. Here you go. Over here. Lu Menghan still looked grateful as she pulled out a bottle of warm tea and handed it to Lin Chen, but she subconsciously paid attention to Chen Shen's expression. Chen Shen's eyes brightened. Not bad, Lu Menghan, you know how to play the game. Boss, you should drink it quickly. You must be thirsty after standing for so long. Lu Menghan's eyes darkened slightly as she pulled out another bottle, looking disinterested. Here, this is for you too. Chen Shen took it without hesitation. Not bad, thoughtful. It was worth making you this friend. Lu Menghan's gaze continued to sink. Lin Chen could sense Lu Menghan's unusual behavior, having been a corporate worker. For a few years in his past life, he had some ability to read people's expressions. However, this had nothing to do with him. He had no fondness for either of these two. Chen Shen was annoying enough, and Lu Menghan was too beautiful. Beautiful people always attract trouble. Looking at the water bottle being handed to him, Lin Chen said lightly, "It's fine, I'm not thirsty." Lu Menghan adjusted her emotions. "It's just a small token of appreciation. Lin, you should drink it. I also want to thank you for the amazing weapon yesterday. We both leveled up again. Although we still can't compare to you, at least we have a chance in the college entrance exam now." Chen Shen quickly chimed in beside her. Yes. Lin, your amazing weapon is really incredible. I'm at level 13 now. Lu Menghan is at 14. Of course, we can't compare to. You're 27, but we've made significant progress. Lin, just take it. It's really good, refreshing. Chen Shen had already taken a big gulp and was now pouring a bottle cap full and holding it to Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen, I shouldn't have saved you guys in the first place. So annoying. At this moment, the classmates nearby were even more confused. Wait, what are you talking about? Amazing weapon? Level 27? Is this still Earth? On the high platform above the playground, a group of principals stood there. Wang Huilin felt refreshed at this moment. The college entrance exam had finally arrived. She had been waiting for this day. Ever since she learned about Lin Chen's level 27 yesterday, she had never been so excited about the exam, staying up all night in anticipation. Looking at the thousands of students below, she felt as if she stood at the pinnacle of the world. This was all her hard work. Today, Han Mingrui finally made an appearance, standing beside Wang Huilin. Han Mingrui looked at Wang Huilin's confident demeanor and couldn't help but frown. Director Wang, I think we shouldn't be too optimistic. I thought about it for a long time yesterday. Lin Chen should have a strong will, but he is still a berserker, and there will still be risks. It's possible that his grades will be good, but other universities may not be willing to take that risk. This was the conclusion Han Mingrui had come to after much thought yesterday. From what he understood, no one could completely suppress the berserker barrier, and an unstable bomb, even with good grades, might not be accepted by universities, which was equivalent to still having no grades. He had many connections with universities back in the day, and he trusted his judgment on this matter. However, what you said makes sense, Han, I'll remember that. Wang Huilin said with a smile, then turned her face away, leaving a dismissive glance. The implication was clear. She didn't believe him, didn't trust him, and thought he was just posturing. He shouldn't try to fool her again. Hey! Han Mingrui raised an eyebrow and chased after her. Wait, Director Wang, do you not believe me? Wang Huilin blinked innocently. No, how could I not believe Han's judgment? But after saying that, she turned to the other side. Again. I swear. Han Mingrui chased after her again, but Wang Huilin turned away once more. Han Mingrui was completely exasperated. No, Director Wang, let me explain. Just listen, I have old ties with those university principals. Please just listen. Meanwhile, the other principals looked on in confusion. What was going on? Wasn't Han Mingrui the cunning, elusive principal? How did it seem like he was being handled by Wang Huilin? Time passed little by little. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, all the students had arrived. When it was time for the final speech, normally it would be the principal of the first high school who would speak, but Han Mingrue had always left it to Wang Huilin. This time, Wang Huilin cleared her throat, preparing to go on stage. However, just then, "I'll do it," Han Mingrue glared at Wang Huilin and then strode confidently onto the platform. Wang Huilin, the other principals? Han Mingrue stepped onto the platform and approached the microphone. "So, you all don't take me seriously anymore since I haven't shown up for years, huh? Students, the college entrance examination is about to begin, so let me introduce myself. I am Han Mingrue, the principal of number 1 high school, a legendary profession holder. This time, I will lead you all to the examination hall. What I want to say here is that the college entrance examination is very important, so I want to share some experiences. Based on my years of valuable experience, I guarantee it will lead to a qualitative growth for you. First, remember this about the warrior profession." His booming voice echoed through the microphone across the playground, leaving all the students dumbfounded. Isn't the principal of number 1 high school usually indifferent? How does it seem like he's not living up to his title? The students of number 1 high school were even more confused. They knew their principal best, and the most annoying thing was the formalities. This wasn't just a formality, he was even sharing experiences. Could they really listen to this? Despite their doubts, everyone reacted quickly, all ears perked up. The experiences of a legendary profession holder. Isn't that like the Bible? What a treasure today. A lengthy, heartfelt speech filled with practical advice, covering everything from combat techniques to how to tackle various monsters and the points each profession should pay attention to, all explained clearly and thoroughly. It felt less like guidance for the students and more like a display of skill. The students listened, both puzzled and entranced, and when the speech concluded, everyone felt as if they had been elevated. Wow, I never knew warriors could fight like this. How come I never thought of it before? Awesome. No wonder he's a legendary profession, big shot. No wonder he's the principal of number 1 high school. I'm truly impressed today. Damn, I feel like just this moment could push my college entrance exam forward by a huge margin. It's even more useful than leveling up. Awesome. Number 1 high school is amazing. Principal Han is amazing. The entire playground was filled with positive reactions towards Han Mingrue, and the students erupted in admiration. Seeing this, Han Mingrue smirked and shot Wang Huilin a proud glance. "See, this is strength." Wang Huilin, the other principals? "Director Wang, what happened to your principal Han today? Did he take the wrong medicine?" Wang Huilin, "Maybe so." Han Mingrue stopped hesitating and waved his hand. "So, students, let's set off." Boom! Accompanied by a rumble, a tall teleportation portal rose from the ground, appearing before the students. The students, freshly invigorated, were even more excited. "Let's go. I want to fight 10. I want to fight 10 too. I want to trample all the monsters underfoot. I want to get into a top university. I want to shock my old man. I don't care, I want to be the top scorer. The national top scorer. Dude, that's a bit much, you still can't surpass Lin Chen." "Ha, that's true, then I'll settle for second place." With a clatter, large groups of students passed through the teleportation portal under the guidance of the principals. When they opened their eyes again, everyone had arrived in an open space. It resembled the interior of a large ancient tower with hard stone slabs underfoot, dark walls surrounding them, and a very high ceiling above. The overall feeling was spacious and solemn, making one involuntarily serious. This is the examination ground for the college entrance examination every year. A trial tower built at great expense by the government. The hall was very spacious, and at this time, many other candidates from the city were present. Binang City is under Jiangbei Province, which governs 6 districts. Adding them up, there are nearly 10,000 candidates, and at this moment, the teleportation light shone again, with students continuously arriving. Wow, is this the trial tower? It looks so grand and solemn. How nerve-wracking. It feels so solemn here. The exam questions must be really difficult. Finally, it's the college entrance examination. I will definitely get into a top university. Wei Xiaolan, you can do it. Don't be nervous. The candidates in the hall had various expressions, some were anxious, some excited, and many were curiously looking around. Chen Xin was glancing around. This place is really huge. I can't imagine how many square meters it must be to accommodate so many people. Lin Gu, do you know how many square meters it is? My math isn't that good. Lin Chen, seeing Lin Chen not responding, Chen Xin continued to be lively. Lin Gu, don't you think it's big? I've never seen such a large building before. Listen, there's an echo when we talk. Hey. Lu Menghan pulled Chen Xin over, say a little less. It's time for the college entrance exam. Chen Xin was somewhat dissatisfied, pulling away from Lu Menghan and running back to Lin Chen's side, but he did temporarily close his mouth. After a while, as the last of the teleportation lights faded, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. All candidates, please listen carefully to the exam rules. All candidates, please listen carefully to the exam rules. The voice was very loud, echoing throughout the square, coming from an unknown source, repeating 3 times. Upon hearing the voice, all the students immediately quieted down. They perked up. Their ears, their expressions serious. How the future unfolds depends on this day. Every rule must be followed without any omissions. A minute later, the mechanical voice sounded again. The trial tower is divided into 8 levels in 3 stages. The first 3 levels constitute one stage, the last 2 levels another stage, with each stage focusing on a different assessment direction. In each level, you will face monsters of different levels, quantities, and forms. The time to clear the level and the number of kills will affect your scores. Each level has a full score of 100. The score you achieve will not affect your entry into the next level, but to advance to the next stage, at least one of the 3 levels in the current stage must have a passing score of 60 or above. The total score from all levels will be your final score. Note, your scores will not only affect your results but will also be directly converted into university credits. University credits are crucial for your future in college, so I hope everyone will do their best in each level. Auxiliary professions will have non-combat assessment scenarios. During the assessment, only equipment you carry with you is allowed. Using potions or other items is prohibited. If discovered, your exam qualification will be revoked. The mechanical voice explained the assessment rules in a way that was relatively easy to understand. Essentially, each level is like an independent test paper. You can earn points based on your abilities, and failing one level won't affect the next. Every 3 levels will change the main focus, so if you're not good at math, you can still make up for it in language arts. Your final score won't be affected by a single subject. Each smaller level also represents a shift in focus. Similarly, if you struggle with essays in language arts, you can still score points with poetry. In total, there are 8 opportunities, ensuring you can reach your area of expertise. It can be said that it is fundamentally fair to everyone. Upon hearing the rules, most students in the square breathed a sigh of relief. The college entrance examination is too important. No one wants to rely on luck, and this rule reassured everyone. Chenshin patted his chest. Wow, that scared me. I was worried it would be all single monsters. This rule is great. He leaned closer to Lin Chen. Lingu, how do you feel? He trailed off, suddenly remembering something. Never mind, you don't need to look at the rules. Chenshin dashed over to Lu Menghan. Hey, how do you feel? You need to check the rules. Lu Menghan didn't pay attention to Chenshin's attitude. After thinking for a moment, she replied, pretty good, very fair. She was a swordsman, excelling in single combat while not being particularly skilled in group battles. This way, she neither gained an advantage nor suffered a disadvantage, allowing her strength to be accurately reflected. She felt it was very fair. Not bad, heroes see eye to eye. Chenshin patted Lu Menghan's shoulder in approval. Lu Menghan smiled, just about to say something more when Chenshin ran off again. Chenshin was talking to himself. I wonder what the first 3 levels will be like. It would be best if they were all group monsters. Let me show off a bit first. Lu Menghan chuckled and couldn't help but shake her head. At that moment, the mechanical voice sounded again. The assessment direction for the first 3 levels is single-target combat. After entering each level, a monster of equal strength will be matched according to the candidate's level, and the final score will be determined based on the time taken. The first level trial will start on time in 1 hour. Please prepare, candidates. As the voice faded, Chenshin's expression fell. Oh, why is it single-target monsters? Lu Menghan felt a sudden tightness in her heart and unconsciously walked over. Good luck, Shen. The scores can even be converted into college credits? Lin Chen slightly curled his lips. He had originally thought this college entrance exam would be a bit easier, just a formality to get into Zhangzhou Academy. He had no experience with the college entrance trial and personally didn't like to stand out. But looking at it this way, he still had to give it his all. Although he didn't know what the credits were for, they sounded important. With an hour left before the first level trial, the candidates began to chat with familiar principles to pass the time. Ha ha, Director Wang, it's been a long time. A hearty laugh rang out as a scruffy middle-aged man walked up to Wang Huilin, followed by a somewhat rugged-looking boy with a round face and a buzz cut who looked more like a thug than a student. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Huilin's eyes lit up. The middle-aged man was Lu Jinshan, the principal of the neighboring Beiyang No. 1 high school. Lu Jinshan had always been under her thumb, but he had never submitted. This year, it was said, he had a level 16 student, which she had been worried about, but now, I was just looking for someone to take down, and you came right to me. Wang Huilin smiled wickedly, quickly managing her expression to appear flustered and wanting to escape. No one knew about Lin Chen's situation now. This old guy was the best at pretending. It was time to teach him a lesson this year. She wanted to take him down a notch. Hey, Director Wang, why are you avoiding an old friend? Lu Jinshan stepped forward to block Wang Huilin, looking as if he wouldn't let her go. Wang Huilin stopped in her tracks, her gaze evasive. No, I just didn't see you. What's the matter, Principal Lu? Do you need something from me? Look at that, not letting her leave, it had to be you. Wang Huilin secretly rejoiced. Lu Jinshan accurately caught the unusualness in Wang Huilan's demeanor, and his smile widened. He had heard that this year, Beiyang No. 1 High School's results were poor and their best students seemed to have had an accident, only reaching level 14. He had been somewhat skeptical, but now it seemed true. In the past, Wang Huilan had been too busy chasing after him to hide. This was solid. Lu Jinshan laughed heartily. What's the matter or not? We old friends haven't seen each other in a year. Let's catch up. It's exam season again. How do you feel about the results, Director Wang? Do you have confidence in getting a good score this year? Results? Ha! Wang Huilan scratched her head. Our results are, okay, I guess, we can manage. Lu Jinshan could hardly contain his laughter. With just a level 14, she thought she could manage? After years of setbacks, it was finally his turn to shine. Oh, Director Wang is being modest again. Who doesn't know the reputation of Beiyang No. 1 High School? If you're just managing, then what about the others? Lu Jinshan said deliberately. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Huilan pretended to just notice the boy next to Lu Jinshan and feigned surprise. Oh, Principal Lu, who is this? Lu Jinshan followed Wang Huilan's gaze and immediately felt a surge of anger. Hey, when did you bring this kid along? What are you doing here while the adults are talking? Sorry, Director Wang, this kid usually follows me around a lot and I didn't notice for a moment. Wang Huilan pouted. She clearly saw that you brought him here to show off. Wang Huilan looked at the boy. To be fair, his strength was indeed remarkable, a solid level 16. Lu Menghan probably wouldn't catch up if nothing unexpected happened. Otherwise, Lu Jinshan wouldn't have gone out of his way to show him off. Moreover, he had a good demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, looking very composed. He just looked a bit too mature, like a little gang leader. She had never seen such a precocious kid. He seemed almost older than her. In any case, he was completely incomparable to Lin Shan. Wang Huilan felt secretly excited. One way or another, being dragged here by Lu Jinshan today was bad luck for you. Hiss, could this kid already be level 16? Wang Huilan's eyes widened in surprise, and Lu Jinshan beamed. Yes, level 16, but it's just good luck, nothing to brag about. In the end, it still depends on performance. Wang Yuanba, didn't you hear Director Wang praise you? Hurry up and greet him. As he spoke, Lu Jinshan slapped the boy on the forehead. Wang Yuanba had a rough look, his face was quite fierce. He instantly glared at Lu Jinshan, his eyes wide open like copper bells filled with questioning. Lu Jinshan awkwardly said, "No, the teacher meant for you to say hello." Seeing this, Wang Yuanba turned back around. Director Wang. His greeting was very brief. Wang Huilan's mouth twitched. Why? Did this kid seem a bit arrogant? Oh right, Director Wang, where are your top students? Since you're here, it would be great to introduce them. It's beneficial for all the excellent kids to get to know each other. Who knows, they might end up in the same university later. Lu Jinshan added, his eyes filled with impatience, clearly eager to get to the point. Wang Huilan smiled, pretending to be awkward. Our students are preparing right now. They probably can't spare the time. Let's wait until they're done. We'll check the results first and talk later. Lu Jinshan secretly laughed. It was your turn, Wang Huilan, to stall for time. However, what use is it? What can a level 14 do about the results? If I don't strip him of his pride this time, my surname isn't Lu. Oh right, the kids should prepare. First, I was the one who was anxious. Let's check the results first. At this moment, the surrounding principals looked at each other, all with black lines on their foreheads. They knew Lin Chen's situation, and could only say that this person was really stubborn. Indeed, a fool can't be saved. Only Han Mingrui still felt a bit of a headache. From his judgment, Lin Chen might really end up with no results. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but walk up to Wang Huilan. However, Wang Huilan skillfully turned her face away, giving him a roll of her eyes. An hour quickly passed. All candidates, please enter immediately to accept the first level of assessment. Accompanied by a cold mechanical voice, a huge teleportation portal appeared. At the same time, a giant light and shadow screen emerged, displaying the candidates' rankings and scores. The atmosphere in the square instantly became tense. They're coming. Phew, so nervous. I hope it's a bit easier. Oh my, why do I feel like I can't do it? My legs are shaking. You're still doing okay. I feel like I can hardly breathe. What should I do? Chenshin returned to his lively self, showing no signs of worry at all. Single monsters are just single monsters. What do I have to be afraid of with my strength? Lin Gu, you're awesome. How do you think I can do? Can I make it into the top 10? Lin Chen ignored him and directly followed the crowd toward the teleportation portal. Shin pouted and ran over to Lu Menghan. Hey, be careful, or you might end up being worse than me, a mere mage. Lu Menghan nodded seriously. I'll do my best. You're really boring. Shin rolled his eyes and ran off. Lu Menghan couldn't help but scratch her head. On the other side, Lu Jinshan was settling Wang Yuanba. Just perform well. You've seen my relationship with that Director Wang. You must make the teacher proud. But your strength should be fine. After the exam, the teacher will reward you separately. Wang Yuanba looked very proud. Principal, I am a person with dignity. Even if You don't say it. I will do my best. I don't need a reward. Lu Jinshan. Why is this kid so stubborn? The assessment officially began. When Lin Chen stepped through the portal, he felt something sweet over him, and immediately his storage space became undetectable. It seemed to be an anti-cheating system. Fortunately, he had prepared the necessary equipment in advance, with the Crimson and Clear Spring both on him. The scene shifted, and Lin Chen found himself in another realm. It was still the somewhat eerie and solemn interior of a temple tower, with neatly arranged stone slabs underfoot and dark walls surrounding him, but the overall space was much smaller and completely enclosed, resembling a slightly larger arena. Current assessment: first level of the trial tower assessment content, single target defeat time. Candidate name, Lin Chen ID, 0524 defeat time, 0 score, 0 exit. In case of danger, mental infusion here can exit the space and the score will be voided. Time until monster emergence, 10 o'clock, 09:59. Please prepare, candidates. Above Lin Chen floated a light screen displaying his assessment information, which he glanced at before looking away. Blood feast. After slightly adapting to the environment, Lin Chen skillfully began to drain blood. There were no monsters in the Great Hall yet. It seemed they would only appear after the countdown ended, allowing candidates time to buff themselves. Although Lin Chen was significantly ahead in levels, he certainly wouldn't be careless. Moreover, he had heard the rules state that the monsters in the assessment would match the candidates' levels, so at level 27, he should indeed encounter monsters of level 27. He couldn't afford to not drain blood. 3210 to 3130 3050. Lin Chen's current health was an exaggerated 3002, but fortunately, blood feast had been continuously improving, currently draining 80 health per second, which wasn't too slow. Soon, Lin Chen entered the third stage of Berserk. 320. You have entered the third stage of Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 500%. Strength 2896 plus 289 plus 2370 plus 52. Agility 2896 plus 289 plus 2370 plus 52. Should I try Ultimate Berserk? Lin Chen didn't pay attention to his stats but began to consider the Ultimate Berserk issue. Now that he had obtained another Clear Spring, he hadn't tested the effect of stacking 2 on Ultimate Berserk. This was just the right place, a safe enclosed area. After thinking for a moment, forget it, maybe next time. The exam room might have an examiner watching. If he went berserk, he might just get kicked out. Lin Chen felt it was better to play it safe for the college entrance exam. The countdown quickly ended. Accompanied by a light circle, the assessment target appeared in the center of the hall. A tall and robust orc, clad in animal skins and wielding a giant axe, with muscles bulging all over. Louvre Beast. LV 20 health, 2100 strength, 260 agility, 190 constitution, 210 spirit, 140, only level 20? Isn't it supposed to match levels? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled but didn't think too much about it and quickly charged forward with the crimson in hand. As soon as the monster appeared, it began to calculate the time. It certainly wouldn't dawdle. Lin Chen's agility and strength attributes were now close to 3,000, more than 10 times that of the monster, undoubtedly a pure dimensional suppression. As the blade light flickered, without any surprise, the giant beast was instantly killed, and when it died, the surrounding aura hadn't even completely dissipated. The giant beast hadn't even opened its eyes. Assessment passed. 0524. Enemy destruction time, 0.1 seconds. Score settlement, 100 points. A series of mechanical sounds echoed in the Great Hall, and at the same time, the personal information in the sky was updated, with the score reaching 100. Full marks. Not bad. Lin Chen glanced at it with a calm demeanor. Not overly excited. Given his strength, it would be strange not to get full marks, something he had long anticipated wouldn't cause any fluctuations. He was still pondering the earlier question. In the college entrance examination, to ensure fairness, everyone faced monsters of the same level. His was clearly lower, and significantly so. Is there a problem with the data? It can't affect my score, right? Lin Chen felt a bit worried. The college entrance examination was not a place to take small advantages. Moreover, he had no need to take any advantage at all. The next level of assessment will begin in 3 hours. Please wait in place, candidate 0524. At that moment, the mechanical voice sounded again, announcing the time for the next level of assessment. The Luofu giant beast was insignificant to Lin Chen, but it was not easy for other students to deal with. Regular monsters at level 20 had attributes around 200, and this one was slightly above that, making the difficulty moderately high. Therefore, 3 hours was neither short nor long. If one's strength was slightly lacking, there might not even be time to rest, and they would have to rush to the next round. Forget it, I'll report after today ends. The first day would have 3 rounds, meaning he couldn't go out until after the third level, which was unavoidable. Lin Chen made his decision and sat down to rest. Though he said he was resting, he didn't exert much effort. The Great Hall was empty and desolate. To be honest, it was a bit boring. In the trial tower, on the 9th level, a few middle-aged men sat around a round table, their expressions serious and their presence heavy. They were the examiners for this major examination in Jiangbei province. All were experts above the third transition. In front of them was a huge light screen displaying real-time footage of the candidates. Inside, the examiners chatted casually while watching the screen. I wonder how the scores will be this year. Who among you has seen the reported information? How many rare ones came out this year? I glanced at it. There were about 30 in total this year. 30? That's a bit low. Alright, how did Binang No. 1 High School do? Binang No. 1 High School had consistently good results every year, considered a pillar of Zhongbei Province. Binang No. 1 High School seems to have encountered some issues this year. The highest score only reached 14. However, Lu Jinshan from Beiyang has produced a good seedling, a rare profession, level 16, named Wang Yuanba. Oh, is that so? The examiners showed a hint of surprise. Binang and Beiyang love to compare every year, but Lu Jinshan's side had always been overshadowed. Unexpectedly reversing this year. Switch to Wang Yuanba's footage. A level 16 was quite rare, and everyone showed interest. The screen shifted to Wang Yuanba's examination scene. The footage revealed a robust orc reaching level 16, continuously attacking Wang Yuanba with a battle axe, his muscular body exuding explosive power. But Wang Yuanba remained calm, wielding a giant hammer. Each of his attacks sent the orc staggering back, yet the orc couldn't touch him at all. After several attacks, the orc was covered in blood, showing clear signs of defeat. Hey, I have to say, this kid looks like a brute, but he fights with such composure. I actually feel a hint of elegance. His movements are measured, with a good balance of offense and defense. His mindset is also quite stable. This round should score at least 90 points or higher. This child is indeed impressive, a good seed. The assessment does not solely focus on levels. In situations where the monsters are of comparable strength, it tests combat abilities more. Wang Yuanba, as a student, has done remarkably well. When he graduates from the university, he will be a significant figure in Zhongbei Province. The examiners exchanged approving glances. Just then, a young woman rushed in. Leaders, this is bad. There's a problem with the exam data. The young woman was a staff member at the exam site, and there were many like her, responsible for monitoring the exam, as nearly 10,000 candidates couldn't be overseen by just a few examiners. The examiners were taken aback by her words. What happened? Speak. The young woman was panting, as if she had run over, her face filled with urgency. It's like this, leaders, we just detected that one exam site has a level 20 orc. Hiss, the examiner's expressions changed instantly. A level 20 orc meant there was indeed a problem. Although the trial tower does have level 20 monsters, they are in the highest category, merely for show, and normal students shouldn't be able to trigger them. A middle-aged male examiner stood up abruptly. What about the candidate now? His expression was somewhat anxious. If the level 20 monster couldn't retreat in time, it could very well cost the student's life. The other examiners also looked serious and spoke one after another. Did that student manage to retreat? The retreat function isn't broken, is it? Is anyone injured? Did the medical staff go? The young female staff member took a breath and patted her chest. Leaders, don't worry, that candidate is fine. It might be a bug in the program. The level 20 orc appeared and died immediately, and that student even got a perfect score because of it. I just want to ask, how do we handle this situation now? That student is still in the exam room. Upon hearing this, the examiners all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as nothing happened, that was good. However, they soon raised their eyebrows, dying immediately upon appearing and still getting 100. This bug is a bit too clever, isn't it? Alright, we'll handle this matter, you can go back to work. The standing male examiner waved his hand. The female staff member nodded and was about to leave when she was called back. Alright, give me that candidate's information. The female staff member replied, the candidate number is 0524, and the name is Lin Chen. Got it. After the female staff member left, several examiners sat back down, their expressions grim. The trial tower is a complete entity, it can't be isolated unless it's completely shut down. If that student continues and encounters more problems, it would be difficult to handle, and if one issue arises, who can guarantee that others are functioning normally? Officer Lee, how do you think we should resolve this? One examiner looked at the man who had just spoken. He was General Li Jingchuan from the military district, also the chief examiner for this major exam. Li Jingchuan frowned. First, pull up that student's file, I want to take a look. Li Jingchuan felt a headache coming on. If they had to stop the college entrance exam, the losses would be immeasurable. The trial tower was built at great expense by the state and had never had issues before. It had also been thoroughly checked before the exam, so it shouldn't have problems. But this situation is inexplicable. Not only did a level 20 monster appear, but it also vanished instantly. Could it be that it had been too long and needed renovation? 0524, Lin Chen, let me see. A female examiner pulled up Lin Chen's file and projected it onto the big screen. Everyone turned to look at the big screen. Candidate name, Lin Chen, number, 0524, school, Binang No. 1 High School, profession, bloodthirsty berserker, hidden, level, 27. TTT 27? A male instructor stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. He suspected he had read it wrong. Level 27? Is this still a student? A student from Jianbei province? The other examiners were similarly taken aback, each one with their mouths agape, unsure of what to say. They had no recollection of such a person. When did he sneak in? Could it be a registration error? A female instructor snapped back to reality and ventured a guess. This was a judgment her brain made subconsciously. With so many students, there had been instances of registration errors before, including one time when level 11 was mistakenly recorded as level 77, which scared someone to death. The female examiner's words broke the silence, and the other examiners also regained their composure, frowning in unison. A registration error, that is a possibility. I feel the same. Level 27 is too outrageous. I've never seen it before. But think about it, if the level 27 bug explanation holds, doesn't that make sense? I've never seen any issues with the trial tower. What you say seems to make sense. Everyone fell into a dilemma, unsure whether to believe Lin Chan or the trial tower. Believing the trial tower would mean halting the college entrance examination. They couldn't afford that loss. Believing Lin Chen, would that make them seem too foolish? It felt like neither side was a good option. In the end, they unanimously decided to throw the tough question to Li Jingchuan. Officer Li, what do you think? Li Jingchuan. Switch the screen to Lin Chen, let me take a look first. He had never seen such a situation. How could he assess it? Day after day, it was one wave after another, with impacts coming in a chain. It was truly overwhelming. At this moment, the screen still showed Wang Yuanba, who had already dealt with a level 16 orc, scoring 92 points, which was undoubtedly an impressive achievement. In an average college entrance examination where scores hovered around 50 or 60. But everyone had lost interest in watching him, and without hesitation, they switched to Lin Chen's side. The screen shifted. A quiet boy appeared on the screen, lying still on the floor, eyes tightly closed, breathing evenly. He was clearly asleep. Everyone, what about the college entrance examination? Are you sleeping through it? The second level assessment begins. Candidate 0524, please proceed to the second level examination room immediately. The second level assessment begins. Hearing the prompt, Lin Chen opened his eyes. He stretched out with a yawn. This is really hard to endure. Lin Chen hadn't actually fallen asleep. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to sleep during the college entrance examination. If he overslept, that would be disastrous. He knew what was important. But not being able to sleep was indeed torturous. He was someone who hated waiting, and he couldn't fathom how he had endured these 3 hours. Sitting wasn't right, lying down wasn't right either. A light circle appeared in the corner of the hall, clearly leading to the teleportation array for the second level. Lin Chen stepped inside. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Lin Chen arrived at the second level. The overall layout of the second level was identical to the first, with stone floors and an enclosed space. The 10-minute preparation time quickly passed. This time, a monster wielding a staff emerged, with a goat's head and a human body, its eyes pitch black and incredibly deep. Hazmage, LV20, Health 2000, Strength 180, Agility 170, Constitution 200, Spirit 280, Hurricane Strike, Flame Eruption. It was evident that the college entrance examination aimed to maintain fairness. The previous level had warriors, and this level had mages, providing students with different opportunities to showcase their skills. But why is it still level 20? Is there really a problem with the data? Lin Chen was even more puzzled, but he didn't pause his actions. He kept his bloodthirst active and charged forward. Whoosh, a long blade of light flashed, and the goat-headed mage was cleaved in two. Lin Chen 0524 enemy break time, 0.1 seconds score settlement, 100 points. A string of glaring information appeared on the screen. Trial tower, level 9. Several instructors exchanged glances, their eyes blinking rapidly. Is this seconds? 0.1 seconds? Another 100 points? Gulp, gulp. The hall was filled with the sound of swallowing. They had been examiners for many years but had never seen such an exaggerated speed, such a smooth way to clear the level. So, is Lin Chen really level 27? Is the trial tower broken? Officer Li, what do you think? Once again, the crowd threw the question at Li Jingchuan. Just from the screen, they couldn't tell the level, but at this point, they were already half convinced of this level 27. Each of them suppressed their excitement. Level 27. Even the national top scorer couldn't compete. It was about to emerge from their Jianbei province. Li Jingchuan seemed to ignore the crowd's words, his eyes fixed on the big screen. He perfunctorily replied, still uncertain, I'll take another look. The crowd, that's not uncertainty, you're just looking at him. Again. The crowd rolled their eyes, ignored him, and began to gather around to discuss new topics. They had just been caught up in the level issue, but they had actually seen it. Lin Chen's profession, hidden. Berserker, is well known. Berserkers ultimately fall into madness. This means that no matter how talented, they will eventually perish. Of course, it also depends on the duration. They were all military officers, and their horizons were relatively broad. Some berserkers, if their willpower is strong enough and controlled, can last until the third transfer, or even beyond. This means that if Lin Chen's willpower is sufficient, he can still be a super genius for a long time. Whether to bring glory to Jianbei province or serve the country, it's all fine. Yes, they have already confirmed that Lin Chen is a genius. Instantly. Defeating level 20 monsters, isn't level 27 well deserved? So, the question they should consider now is whether Lin Chen's willpower is strong enough. After all, they hadn't interacted with Lin Chen. Everyone, what do you think? How do you see Lin Chen's willpower? What are you saying? I've only glanced at him twice, still looking at the screen. How would I know? I can't tell either. Just looking with 2 eyes. Wouldn't reveal anything. They might have been overly excited to see a super genius, so they hastily brought up this topic. In short, they were anxious. Everyone realized this situation, so the first discussion about Lin Chen's willpower ended just like that. Following closely was another new question. Everyone, is there still a need for Lin Chen to take the college entrance examination? A female examiner frowned. Goodness. Level 27. It seems unnecessary to take the exam at all. Moreover, the college entrance examination is not about levels but about combat skills and personal effort. And there are no level 27 monsters in the trial tower. The highest monsters in the trial tower are level 20. Normally, students would be at most level 15 or 16, which is completely sufficient. Suddenly having a level 27 appear. Who can withstand that? Although it seems a bit far-fetched to be serious, it's not very fair to the other students. It seems there's not much need anymore. Why not just call the colleges to come and take him? That won't do. How would others see it? Would they say we cheated in the college entrance exam? Plus, Lin Chen's willpower is still unclear. If we just assign it to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it. That seems right. Then let him play like this. After all, the trial tower has done its best, and others can't say anything. Wait, I have an idea. A male examiner's eyes sparkled as if he had a good idea. The other instructors quickly leaned in. What, hurry up and say. The male examiner excitedly said, do you all remember the old examination hall? As everyone heard this, they were filled with confusion. The old examination hall was the testing ground before the trial tower was built. It didn't have so many levels, just an ancient battlefield where points were earned by killing monsters to determine scores. The rules were simple, but also full of uncertainty, which was why it was abolished later. However, the monsters in the old examination hall only reached level 20, which still didn't solve the problem. Of course I remember. What's wrong with the old examination hall? The male examiner said. Think about it, although the old examination hall's levels are still not up to standard, there are many monsters, and it's a real battlefield. The berserkers' slaughter in a real battlefield best reflects their willpower, and our military district also has equipment to test willpower, he continued. We can equip Lin Chen with it and let him kill in the ancient battlefield for the next 2 days. Wouldn't that allow us to assess Lin Chen's willpower? After this explanation, the instructors understood, but they were also taken aback. So, you only thought about testing willpower and didn't consider fairness? This plan clearly didn't address fairness. The ancient battlefield had many monsters and no restrictions. Letting Lin Chen in would be an exaggerated situation. The male examiner scratched his head. Right, I'm just talking about testing Lin Chen's will. What are you all saying? Everyone. Although speechless, they quickly accepted this plan. Real slaughter in the ancient battlefield for 2 consecutive days, paired with a mental testing device, would indeed clearly determine Lin Chen's level of willpower and mental state. As for fairness, let it die. Who talks about fairness with a level 27 super genius? Moreover, the difficulty of scoring in the ancient battlefield was only lower than that of the trial tower, which could be considered a small maintenance of fairness. Officer Li, what do you think of this plan? Having made up their minds, everyone looked towards Li Jingchuan, the chief examiner, as he had to approve any changes to the examination route. Li Jingchuan was staring intently at the screen and didn't turn his head when he heard the question. Plan? What plan? Everyone. Li Jingchuan valued talent above all else, to the point of neglecting food and sleep. And everyone knew this. They had no choice but to explain the plan to him again. Li Jingchuan readily agreed, or perhaps he hadn't even finished hearing the plan before telling them not to bother him. Okay, then it's settled. Let's have Lin Chen enter the ancient battlefield tomorrow. I wonder how far Lin Chen's willpower can reach. I'm a bit curious. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. Great. Genius. With the directive given, everyone quickly formulated a plan, their eyes filled with anticipation. A genius who could reach level 27 before the college entrance examination. They wondered if he could surprise them. Just then, a female examiner suddenly thought of something. Oh right. I remember Lin Chen seems to be from Binang No. 1 High School. Binang No. 1 High School. They had originally said Lu Jinshan could pull back a tent, but now it seemed everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Outside the examination hall, in a grand hall. I say, old Lu, I always feel that Wang Huilin is not quite normal. And the other principals from Binang are also not quite normal. Should we just not gamble this year and just talk big? A middle-aged man stood next to Lu Jinshan. He was the principal of Binang No. 3 High School and had a decent relationship with Lu Jinshan. He also had a significant disagreement with Wang Huilin. They almost bet every year on student performance. Unfortunately, they lost every year. Logically, since they finally had a level 16 this time, they should give Wang Huilin a good lesson and win back everything they had lost before. But ever since the assessment began, he felt that Wang Huilin was off, and the other principals from Binang were also off. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it just felt wrong. This gave him a very bad premonition. At this moment, Lu Jinshan was still beaming, but upon hearing this, he immediately showed a helpless expression. What's wrong? I see you're just scared of losing. We're at level 16 here, and he's only at 14. Tell me, how is she going to win this time? Principal San frowned. That's true, but I just can't shake off this unease. You know my instincts are usually spot on. I think we really shouldn't gamble this time. Let's just see their faces. It's not worth the trouble. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Wang Huilin's side. They weren't far away, and when they saw him looking, they all returned a polite smile. Although they were smiling, it made his hair stand on end. Lu Jinshan grabbed Principal San. Come on, don't be a coward. The kids should be coming out soon, let's hurry. But don't worry, we have the advantage. Before Principal San could finish his sentence, he was pulled into the Binang City team by Lu Jinshan. Lu Jinshan still wore his standard bright smile. Director Wang, look, the kids are about to come out. Shouldn't we start following the rules from previous years? Ha? Rules? What rules? Wang Huilin looked up in confusion, her eyes still showing a hint of evasion. Lu Jinshan immediately laughed. So even you, Wang Huilin, have a day of being timid. Director Wang, you really have a lot on your mind. It's only been a year and you've forgotten our old rules. Could it be that you're afraid of losing money? No way. Your school has always had good students. There's no way you could be afraid of losing. Director Wang must have really forgotten. It's my fault, I misspoke. Lu Jinshan said with a teasing tone. He didn't actually care much about the stakes, although he had lost quite a bit over the years. It wasn't something he took to heart. As long as he could make Wang Huilin suffer a bit, that would be just as effective. You, who said I was afraid of losing? Wang Huilin was instantly furious, her face full of defiance. Lu Jinshan raised an eyebrow, not expecting Wang Huilin to be so easily provoked. He had never noticed this side of her before. It was getting more interesting. Oh, so Director Wang is planning to gamble? Lu Jinshan laughed. I never said that. Wang Huilin realized and her voice grew quieter, even lowering her head silently. Ha ha, awesome. Lu Jinshan continued. It's fine. This year we have good luck with a level 16 and it's normal for Director Wang to not have good results. So let's not gamble this year. Rules are dead, but people are alive. We can wait until next year when Director Wang's results improve to gamble again. Wang Huilin was furious again. Who said our results are bad? Do you think I can't afford to lose? Alright, if we're gambling, then tell me how much. I'm in. What a person who can't stand being provoked. Lu Jinshan was also unambiguous. It would be even better if he could win some. Plus, he seemed to have found a pattern. Then let's follow the rules from previous years. 10 honor points. Oh no, wait, Director Wang isn't the principal and honor points are hard to earn. 10 might be a bit much, so let's lower it. This year I'll take 10, and you take 5. How about that? Honor points are issued by the government and can be understood as a special currency that can buy things that money can't. Sure enough, Wang Huilin hesitated at the mention of 10 honor points, but as soon as she heard the latter part, she was instantly furious. You say I earn less? Do you look down on me? I've won against you so many times this year. 5? I'll bet you 50. No. 100. As she spoke, Wang Huilin got fired up and looked at Principal San beside her. Principal San, are you betting this year or not? I'll bet you the same 100. Are you in or not? Hiss 100. Principal San gasped. 100 points equaled 3 years' salary for him, enough to win back everything he had lost before, principal and interest. He was tempted, but the remaining rationality pulled him back. He trusted his instincts more. Just as he was about to refuse, he was interrupted by Lu Jinshan beside him. Alright, Director Wang has great courage, a heroine among women. We're betting with you. Lu Jinshan's eyes sparkled with surprise. He never expected Wang Huilin to be so impulsive. The pattern he discovered was just too useful. With 100 honor points, he could even get back the principal and interest from before. What a delightful surprise, completely satisfying. Thus, the bet was established, and Lu Jinshan pulled the principal of the third school, intending to return to the team. Suddenly, he thought of something amusing. By the way, Director Wang, we don't need to set up a written agreement, right? You know me, I never default on my debts. Your word, I can trust. According to the pattern, Wang Huilin should have immediately jumped up and insisted on a written agreement. He found it quite interesting to provoke Wang Huilin. What written agreement? I still trust Principal Lu's character. Let's just wait for the results. Wang Huilin brushed a stray hair from her forehead and chuckled lightly. Her expression was calm, completely devoid of the earlier anxiety. Lu Jinshan furrowed his brows but didn't think much of it. Alright, then let's wait for the results. After Lu Jinshan left, the faces of the principals in Binang City grew increasingly dark. Those damn kids were like birds flying into the sky, impossible to stop. Moreover, Wang Huilin's heart was truly black. Reflecting on the flawless performance just now, everyone simultaneously had a thought. Wang Huilin should not be provoked. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know when you were sold. Everyone in the grand hall was staring at the big screen, which still had no information. They needed to wait for the students to come out from the third floor, marking the complete end of the first phase. I wonder how the kids are doing, they should be at the third floor by now. Lu Jinshan smiled, having estimated that Wang Yuanba's strength was at least above 90 in all three subjects. This time, he absolutely would not lose. Inside the examination hall, the third phase of the assessment begins. Candidate 0524, please proceed to the third floor examination room. The third phase of the assessment begins. Hearing the announcement, Lin Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up and headed for the third floor. The third floor featured an assassin monster with a wolf's head and a human body, sharp fangs and claws. Seeing the attributes, Lin Chen was still puzzled. Why is it still level 20? Could it be that I've hit a bug? He casually dealt with the wolf demon. Lin Chen's score was refreshed again. All scores on the third floor were 0.1 seconds, all full marks. However, Lin Chen did not feel excited. The college entrance examination didn't add experience points, and he had to keep waiting. Just thinking about having to do this for 2 more days made his head spin. It was simply a waste of time. Did those top students in my past life feel the same way? Lin Chen suddenly recalled that during every exam, he was always frazzled, fearing he wouldn't have enough time. He had always thought everyone felt this way, but now he realized that those top students might have felt just like he did now, bored and troubled. He was also experiencing the path of a genius. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The first phase of the assessment is over. Candidate 0524, please leave the examination room. The college entrance examination lasts 3 days, with 1 phase each day. The exit prompt sounded, and a light circle appeared in the enclosed space. Let's go. Let's go out and discuss today's situation. Today, the third floor had low-level monsters appearing consecutively, which Lin Chen had been keeping in mind. Lin Chen stepped into the light circle, and the fluorescent light rose. In an instant, he returned to the grand hall. A student has come out. So soon? Considering the time, the third floor has just started. The third floor has assassin monsters. They must have been taken out in an instant. That may be true, but this is too fast. At least hold on for a bit. The spacious hall was filled only with the principals, and as soon as Lin Chen emerged, he immediately caught everyone's attention. The principals sighed. Normally, even the worst students could last a few minutes, but now, it wasn't just a matter of strength. They didn't even have the courage to fight. No one knew which school student it was, but they probably scored 0. Just then, the big screen above refreshed. Ranking ID name school 10524 Lin Chen, by name number 1 high school, level 1, level 2, level 3, total 0.1s/100, 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 0.3s/300, all 100? All 0.1 seconds? What? The group of principals was left dumbfounded. Wang Huilin's lips curled into a smile, although she was prepared. Seeing those glaring numbers still made her excited. It's you again, Lin Chen. Wang Huilin quickly walked over to Lin Chen's side. You've worked hard, Lin Chen. How are you feeling? Tired? I brought some water. Drink a couple of sips. No need, teacher. I'm not thirsty. Lin Chen pushed the water bottle away. Not thirsty? Then you must be hungry. You've been in there all day. I brought some snacks. Take some to fill your stomach. Lin Chen. No need, teacher. I'm not hungry either. You keep it. He hadn't really moved much today. Compared to the previous time, a day of fighting was undoubtedly a rest, so he didn't feel anything. Wang Huilin liked Lin Chen more the more she looked at him. Other kids would be proud of such results. At the very least, they would have some sense of self-satisfaction, but she saw no pride in Lin Chen's eyes. He had strength and was neither arrogant nor impatient. What a rare, good kid. Of course, the main thing was still his strength. Then let's not stand here. There are seats over there. Let's go sit down. After everything is completely over tonight, I'll take you out for a big meal. I'm telling you, Lin Chen, you've earned a lot of money for the teacher today. I must reward you well. Wang Huilin chattered on, and the thought of collecting the money soon made her even happier. After pretending for a day, it was finally time to reel it in. Meanwhile, on the other side, the principal of number 3 high school stared blankly, fixated on the big screen. For a moment, he even forgot about the bet. All 100s on the third level, all at 0.1 seconds. In his entire career, he had never seen anything so outrageous. Is this really a person? After a long while, he finally came back to his senses. Old Lu, did you see that? The principal of number 3 high school patted Lu Jinshan beside him, anxious. This freak is from by name number 1 high school. He's Wang Huilin's student. It's clearly written up there. He knew he had a bad feeling. Lu Jinshan was equally bewildered. Where did this freak come from? He had never heard of him. No, you talk. What should we do now? 100 honor points. The principal of number 3 high school continued. Not that he was afraid of losing face, he was used to it, but he genuinely cared about those 100 honor points. That was equivalent to 3 years of his salary. Lu Jinshan still looked like he hadn't accepted the reality, his face full of confusion. What do you mean, you? Forget it, you owe me those honor points. Lu Jinshan immediately perked up. I owe? We made the bet together, why should I pay you? Why should you? Didn't I tell you not to gamble? Didn't I remind you that Wang Huilin had issues? You insisted on dragging me into the bet. If you don't pay, who will? The principal of number 3 high school said matter-of-factly. Lu Jinshan chuckled lightly. Ha, do you think saying this now is useful? Wang Huilin doesn't recognize you? If I don't pay, what can you do? The principal of number 3 high school raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're trying to play hardball with me now, huh? Fine, I'll pay. But I'm a bit tight on cash lately, so I'll have to go back and talk to my sister about it. That's okay, right? Brother-in-law? Lu Jinshan's face changed. A bloody scene of a mother dragon flashed in his mind. You're not being honorable. Before they could say anything more, Wang Huilin walked over, smiling. Gentlemen, what are you discussing? The two, still in a tug-of-war, immediately stood straight and touched their noses. No, it's nothing. Director Wang, come over here. Wang Huilin chuckled to herself. Too little. Karami, trying to play with me. Can you handle it? Ahem. You two, look, my student has come out, so about our bet. No, wait, Principal Lu's student hasn't come out yet. The outcome is still uncertain. I was too anxious, my bad. I'll wait a bit longer with the two principals. Hearing this, the principal of the 3rd middle school quickly tugged at Lu Jinshan's sleeve. Brother-in-law. Lu Jinshan realized. No, there's no need to wait. Director Wang's results are outstanding. I, Lu, admit defeat. I'll transfer you the honor points as soon as I get back. Just kidding, what are we waiting for with those 3 100s? Even if we tied the 2 Wang Yuanba together, they wouldn't match up. The main goal now is to quickly send Wang Huilin away. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess here? Wang Huilin frowned. Huh? Really no need to wait? I think we should take another look. After all, it's not a small amount. My results are decent, but what if your school ties? What do you think, Principal Lu? Lu Jinshan's mouth twitched. Really no need. I know my students, they can't even catch up with your school. I, Lu, admit it, completely and honestly. Director Wang, please feel free to go back. Wang Huilin's lips curled up. Alright. Then, I'm leaving. Just as Lu Jinshan breathed a sigh of relief, Wang Huilin stopped again. Alright, there's also the principal of the 3rd middle school. They are also a participant. We can't just decide like that. Saying this, Wang Huilin was about to turn back. Lu Jinshan hurriedly stopped her. Director Wang, he also admits defeat, very much so. We'll transfer you the honor points when we get back. Absolutely. No problem. Wang Huilin smiled even more. Lu Jinshan wanted to cry. He finally understood. Wang Huilin wasn't just unable to handle the pressure, she was clearly putting on a show for him. She knew she would win and was deliberately luring him into a trap, setting him up perfectly. This woman was truly terrifying. Maybe I shouldn't compete with her anymore? I really seem to be no match for her. Lu Jinshan murmured as he watched Wang Huilin's figure, elegant and composed, but to him, she felt like a man-eating monster, ready to swallow him whole if he wasn't careful. Year after year facing setbacks, year after year refusing to back down, he could always regroup, but this time he was genuinely shaken. Putting aside his chaotic thoughts, Lu Jinshan turned his gaze to Lin Chen. His eyes flickered. This kid. In the past, he would envy Wang Huilin's excellent students, but this time he had no other thoughts, simply because Lin Chen was truly outstanding. Full marks, with a level as high as 27. That's right, he saw the level as soon as Lin Chen came out, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so quick to believe it, or he might have suspected there was a problem with the exam room. Such a person was no longer in the realm of ordinary people. Once they grew up, it would definitely be a blessing for humanity. They were the pride of Jiangbei province. If there's a chance, I could also give him some help. I wonder if there will be an opportunity. Lu Jinshan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Brother-in-law, have you thought about the honor points? The principal of the 3rd middle school tugged at his sleeve, looking like he would complain if he didn't get them. Lu Jinshan rolled his eyes. I know. I'll pay you, alright. At this moment, students began to come out one after another. The first ones out were definitely the top-performing students, but unexpectedly, after Lin Chen, it wasn't the 16th grade Wang Yuanba, but the 14th grade Lu Menghan. What's going on? Lu Jinshan couldn't help but wonder. He had been watching Wang Yuanba, who was definitely fine. How did he lose to Lin Chen and then to Lu Menghan? Lu Menghan was neatly dressed, her breath steady. After returning to the group, Wang Huilin approached her. Lu Menghan, how did you achieve this score? It was clear that Wang Huilin was also quite surprised. Lu Menghan replied, Oh, director, it's all thanks to the top-tier weapon Lin Chen gave me. Otherwise, I would have been much slower. What? A top-tier weapon? Given by Lin Chen? Lu Jinshan exclaimed. TSK, so there was a top-tier weapon involved. Just how capable is Lin Chen? Wait, if that's the case, doesn't it mean they would have all lost without Lin Chen? But that's not right. Without Lin Chen, Lu Menghan wouldn't have had a top-tier weapon either. Ultimately, it still comes down to Lin Chen. At that moment, Wang Yuanba came out as well. Wang Yuanba walked steadily but still had a rogue-like demeanor. I scored 92 on the first level, 91 on the second, and 92 on the third, he said. Unless something unexpected happens, first place is secure. Wang Yuanba thought to himself, feeling that he performed well today and the single-target monsters suited him. With that in mind, he looked at the big screen. 1. Lin Chen 2. Lu Menghan 3. Wang Yuanba? I'm third? And there's someone with a perfect score? Wang Yuanba was stunned. Lu Jinshan sighed and patted his shoulder. Kid, look over there, don't be discouraged. Following the direction of the gesture, Wang Yuanba's pupils constricted. Level 27? Top-tier weapon? This intensity? But soon, Wang Yuanba calmed down. Don't worry, principal, I know what to do. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Yuanba's eyes. Lu Jinshan was taken aback. What are you planning to do? That's level 27. Wang Yuanba raised an eyebrow. I mean to treat him as a target to chase, a motivation to improve. What are you thinking, principal? Lu Jinshan. Who would have thought this kid, with his stubborn temper, would have such awareness? But speaking of which, this attitude isn't bad at all, it surprised him. As time passed, more and more students emerged. Oh my god, I'm dying. I've never fought such a tough battle, my hands are numb. As expected, exams are the most annoying, not a single one is easy. As soon as the students came out, they collapsed on the ground, utterly drained from the 3 consecutive levels of exams, their spirits numb. Brothers, how did you do? I can only say it was passable, barely passing. I scored 62, 63, and 58 on the 3 levels. I felt the assassin level was a bit tough. You did pretty well. I only passed the second level. That old goat head was fragile. I just charged in and took him down. Familiar classmates discussed their scores, and then everyone habitually looked at the big screen. I wonder who got first. I guess it's Wang Yuanba. He's level 16 and quite famous. 3 subjects, all perfect scores? All 0.1 seconds? What the heck? Whose subordinate is this? All the students looking at the screen were stunned. Having just gone through the assessment, they knew the difficulty best. What kind of divine score is this? Did it even leave Wang Yuanba in the dust? Lin Chen? Baining number 1 high school? Wang Huilin couldn't help but smile wider. This was exactly the feeling of being in the spotlight. Kids, just say how impressive number 1 high school is. From now on, everyone should come to number 1 high school. Moreover, she earned 200 glory points today, a huge harvest. She was growing fonder of Lin Chen. He was simply her lucky star. Attention all candidates, the first day of assessments ends here. A total of 9,876 candidates participated in this phase, with 8,562 passing and 1,314 failing. Candidates who passed will continue the assessment at the same time tomorrow. Those who did not pass will lose their qualification, but your scores will still be retained. To continue to the next phase, candidates must pass at least one of the 3 levels. Although it isn't too difficult, it still eliminated a portion of the students. The eliminated students looked ashen and dejected. Although their scores would be retained, those few points were definitely not enough for any university to want them. This only meant that their life as a malo was about to begin. They couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen on the big screen. Their eyes filled with envy. If only they could achieve such results. The 9th floor of the trial tower. A few examiners stood up. Let's go, inform Lin Chen that he can leave the exam room. I wonder how the kid is doing right now. From the footage, he actually seems quite alert. I really want to meet this super genius. Hey, Officer Lee, slow down. Lin Gu, you're just too strong. Full marks. How did you do it? At this moment, the first day of the college entrance examination had ended, and all the candidates began to leave the hall under the guidance of the principals, heading to the accommodation area prepared for them that night. Chen Xin was beside Lin Chen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Although he knew Lin Chen was level 27, seeing him emerge still gave him a huge shock. On average, he took 5 minutes per floor, while Lin Chen took just 0.1 seconds per floor. It was terrifying to realize how vast the gap could be. Many shared the same thoughts as Chen Shen. Almost all the students in the hall couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen as they walked, filled with curiosity and confusion. They simply couldn't comprehend how he managed it. The name Lin Chen had left a deep impression on them today. For Lin Chen, however, it was all irrelevant. He just wanted to finish the college entrance exam quickly and continue leveling up. He was almost at level 30, very close to his second class transfer. As for the previous issue of Monster Level Mismatch, he had mentioned it to Han Ningrui after coming out, only to find out that the highest monster level in the trial tower was 20, which cleared up his confusion. In short, the college entrance exam posed no problems for him now. All that was left was to kill time. Chen Shen was still chattering away beside him. Lin Good, did you see I ranked 12th? Although it's far from you, I'm a mage. What do you think? Give me some feedback. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed this kid was completely stuck to him. Without responding, Lin Chen waved his hand to the side. Lu Menghan, handle this. Lu Menghan understood immediately and stepped forward to drag Chen Shen away. Chen Shen, unable to resist, clearly panicked. Let go of me. I want to walk with Lin Gu. Don't touch me. Lu Menghan replied, "Stop making noise, Lin Chen likes peace and quiet." Chen Shen protested, "But I still have a lot to say. I performed really well today." Lu Menghan said, "Really? Then tell me." Chen Shen replied, "Well, never mind, I actually did just okay. Lin Go has already left, why won't you let go of me?" Besides Chen Shen, Wang Huilin was also quite talkative today. Lin Chen had learned that Wang Huilin had won quite a bit from betting on him, which made her very happy. Just after dealing with Chen Shen, Wang Huilin approached like a substitute. Come on, the teacher will take you out for a feast." "Lin, do you need any equipment? I tell you, the teacher made quite a bit today, so feel free to ask." Wang Huilin's face was glowing, looking as excited as a weasel that had stolen a chicken. Beside her was Han Mingrui, who for some reason had been following Wang Huilin closely today, which puzzled Lin Chen. In the past, Han Mingrui had ignored everyone. The group followed the crowd out, but just as they were about to exit, they were suddenly called to a halt. "Director Wang, Lin Chen, wait a moment." A few distinguished-looking men and women approached, led by a solemn middle-aged man whose eyes sparkled as he stared directly at Lin Chen. To his left was a tall woman with a neat ponytail, appearing to be in her early 30s, and it was she who spoke first. Lin Chen was just beginning to feel puzzled when he heard Wang Huilin whisper, "These are the examiners for this major exam." At the same time, it was evident that Wang Huilin had put away her jokes, her face filled with seriousness. Lin Chen quickly composed himself. Being an examiner from the provincial level meant he was a significant figure, rumored to be a big shot from the military. Wang Huilin approached. "Leaders, is there something you need?" The female examiner on the left smiled. "We came to discuss a matter with Lin. I am Tang Yusen, and this is our chief examiner, Li Jingchuan." The female examiner gave a brief introduction, and their purpose for coming was naturally to have Lin Chen change examination rooms to test his willpower. Thus, after Tang Yusen stated their intention, Wang Huilin was the first to be stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. "What? You want to give Lin Chen a separate examination room and test his willpower?" Wang Huilin was a bit dazed. Could it be that Han Mingrui was right? Generally, examiners never inquired about students' situations, and besides, Lin Chen looked perfectly normal. But now they actually wanted to test him, and a separate test at that. Could a berserker even pass such a test? Han Mingrui did not feel happy about regaining some ground. His expression darkened. He was not surprised about the test. An unstable berserker would certainly not be allowed to enter university without some preparations, but Wang Huilin had always doubted him. He was somewhat surprised that they would actually conduct a test in the old examination room. The old examination room was a real combat scenario, a place of true slaughter. It seemed a bit too strict. Lin Chen was his student, and naturally, he did not want anything to happen to him. Han Mingrui took a couple of steps forward. "This Tang examiner, is it really necessary to use the old examination room? Why not test him in the trial tower instead?" Tang Yusen noticed Han Mingrui's expression had slightly changed. He was not an ordinary high school principal and had been someone important before, so he couldn't be underestimated. "Oh, principal. Han, you don't need to worry. We are not intentionally increasing the difficulty by using the old examination room. It's just to test Lin Chen's willpower more intuitively. After all, a berserker can only show their true condition in real combat. At that time, we will lower the requirements accordingly. It won't be that strict." Yes, this was the result they had discussed. How could a super genius like Lin Chen be deliberately made to suffer? It was just to get a clearer picture of his mental state for future arrangements. Han Mingrui understood and did not speak further. Tang Yusen nodded and then moved closer to Lin Chen. "So, Lin Chen, do you have confidence? We've been observing you from above all day. In my opinion, your condition is very stable, so you should be fine." Tang Yusen was not very good at dealing with children, and unconsciously used a tone meant for coaxing kids. From their observations today, Lin Chen appeared very stable. Now that they were looking at him up close, he indeed seemed different from other berserkers. Almost like a normal person. Of course, just looking wasn't enough. They still needed to see the test data to speak for itself. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. What kind of tone was that? Was he a kindergarten kid? However, he did understand the situation now, and his mood began to brighten. Initially, he found the upcoming college entrance examination boring, merely a waste of time. But now, testing his mental state, his mental stability was the most reliable aspect of his system. He didn't expect there would be a mental assessment. It would just add another layer of endorsement for him. It would save him from constant suspicion, making things much easier when he went to university, and it resolved another hassle. "Lin Chen, I have no problem. Lin Chen, you're really great. So tomorrow at 8, come to the 9th floor of the trial tower. Oh, if you don't know the way, let the teacher take you. Your sister will be waiting for you there." "Lin Chen, if you can't speak properly, maybe you should say less." Wang Huilin was unhappy. She hadn't expected to be suddenly interrupted like this. What if Lin Chen failed the test? Wouldn't his results be invalidated? After the examiners left, Wang Huilin approached Han Mingrui. "Principal Han, what do you think? Do you feel Lin Chen can pass the assessment?" Han Mingrui replied, "Didn't you say you didn't want to hear me talk?" Wang Huilin said. At this point, Principal Han, please don't tease me. Just tell me, I was too ignorant before. Wang Huilin forced a smile. Han Mingrue's expression turned serious. From what I understand, Lin Chen's spirit has definitely been eroded to some extent. He is currently at level 27, and he reached this level in just 7 days. If we were to quantify his degree of madness, he has at least reached 40%. It's impossible for him to be as calm as he appears. Before Han Mingrue could finish, Wang Huilin interjected, what, 40%? Once a berserker crosses half madness, it becomes dangerous. 40% is unacceptable. Han Mingrue didn't mind being interrupted and continued. 40% is actually my conservative estimate. Many normal berserkers can't even last through the second transition, let alone Lin Chen, who is leveling up so quickly. Continuous killings have a more severe impact on his madness. You know, I've specifically studied the field of berserkers. I can only say that Lin Chen's willpower is indeed excellent. He can still maintain normalcy, which already surpasses many others. Wang Huilin's eyes dimmed completely. So, according to you, Lin Chen definitely won't pass the assessment? Han Mingrue sighed. It's hard to say, it still depends on the examiner's criteria. However, I feel the hope is slim. The military personnel will only be stricter. They can't accept any surprises. Wang Huilin was stunned. It's over, the results are gone, it's all over. Han Mingrue rolled his eyes, feeling dissatisfied. What are you worried about the results for at a time like this? Think about your student. Wang Huilin quickly reacted. No, that's not what I meant, Principal Han. The big dinner planned for the evening was undoubtedly cancelled. Of course, even if it wasn't cancelled, Lin Chen wouldn't go. It would be a pure waste of time. He didn't like useless socializing. In the accommodation area, Shen and Lu Menghan stopped Lin Chen. They had also heard about what just happened. Lin Gu, you should be fine, right? Shen, unusually serious, looked worried. Lu Menghan was the same, her brows furrowed. Lin Chen, do you still feel mentally stable? I can't really help you. She had actually neglected the issue of berserker madness these past 2 days, only thinking about her college entrance exam and talking about repaying kindness. Now that the problem had come crashing down, whether or not she could go to university was too important for a professional. The two of them looked genuinely concerned for their friend, very sincere. But it was useless to Lin Chen. He didn't consider these two as friends at all. He just wanted to go back and rest, but he was blocked. I'm fine, you two don't worry unnecessarily. Shen was unconvinced, his eyes widening. I'm not saying what the examiner means. How can there be a mental assessment in the college entrance exam? It's a separate test. Isn't this just looking for trouble? No way. I'll go find him to reason with him. If he doesn't recognize your results, I won't take the exam either. Who cares about a lousy university? Clearly, everyone was taking the exam together, yet, just because he was a berserker, they were treating him differently? The examiner definitely had a problem. They were just afraid Lin Chen would take first place. There must be someone with connections among the candidates. Shen angrily stormed off. He had to get to the bottom of this, and if not, he would complain to a higher authority. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. This kid's intelligence was mostly not enough. He waved his hand. Lu Menghan, handle this. Lu Menghan was intelligent. Without Lin Chen saying anything, she stepped forward to stop Shen, explaining as she went. Shen, it's not what you think. The college entrance exam is absolutely fair. It's just that berserkers do have a risk of madness, and the examiners need to test to decide whether to let Lin Chen continue to university. However, Shen was completely unfazed. No, I won't listen. Let go of me. I don't care. They're just looking for trouble. Lu Menghan unleashed her unique skill. Think about it this way, with your brother Lin's strength. If that student in the university goes berserk and can withstand it, wouldn't it mean too many deaths and your brother Lin would be sentenced to death? They're also looking out for your brother Lin. Shen stopped struggling. Huh? Is that so? Alright, that's enough, I'm going back to rest. Lin Chen ignored the two and turned to walk into the dormitory building. Shen shouted from behind. Brother Lin, you must do well on the exam tomorrow. Of course, if you don't pass, it's fine. You can come work at my house. My family holds meetings, and I can definitely support you. Others might be afraid you'll go crazy, but I'm not. Oh, my dad isn't afraid either. Don't feel pressured. Lu Menghan still looked more worried. Berserk warriors would inevitably become demonic. Lin Chen had been silent, probably bearing a lot himself. The assessments were strictly serious concerning the lives of other students and the chances of passing. However, regardless of whether he became demonic or not, I'm not afraid either, Lu Menghan quietly thought to herself. A night without conversation. The next day, the trial tower's main hall was still packed. Many students were searching for Lin Chen's figure, having remembered this freak after yesterday. Ha! Why haven't I seen Lin Chen? Where did Lin Chen go? Could it be he was directly admitted? With his level, he probably doesn't need to take the exam. Of course not. Haven't you heard? Lin Chen was taken away for a separate assessment. Separate assessment? Why? Because Lin Chen's profession is a berserker, and a hidden version at that. The examiners were worried about his mental state, so they took him for a mental evaluation. What? Lin Chen's profession is actually a berserker? Wow, I hadn't heard that. This profession is really rare. His hidden berserker needing a mental check. Doesn't that mean he's done for? Hard to say, but I heard from our principal that it's not very optimistic. He might even lose his college entrance exam qualifications. Isn't that basically over? The crowd buzzed with discussion, and Lu Menghan stood among them, deeply worried. Meanwhile, Chen Shen directly grabbed a candidate and started yelling. What do you mean done for? Who decides that? The candidate was puzzled. What does Lin Chen have to do with you? Chen Shen replied, Lin Chen is my big brother. Saying anything about Lin Chen is saying it about me, got it? If you dare to babble again, I'll tear your mouth apart. The candidate, hearing this, was also not convinced, about to get angry when he suddenly noticed Chen Shen's level, and he pouted, fine, I won't say anything then. Humph. Chen Shen shot him a fierce glare. On the other side, Lin Chen had already arrived at the 9th floor of the trial tower. He truly couldn't find the way. This time, it was Han Mingrui who brought him here. Several examiners were present, and upon seeing Lin Chen and the others enter, they immediately stood up. Principal Han, Student Lin. Tang Yusen still had the demeanor of a kindergarten teacher. Student Lin is here, how? Is it? Are you prepared? Lin Chen. Tang Yusen first explained the rules to Lin Chen, and he roughly understood. Once in the examination room, he needed to carry a mental pollution detection device that would provide real-time feedback on his mental state for the examiners to assess. The new examination room was a real ancient battlefield filled with monsters that had been cleared by the government. According to the rules of the old examination room, killing monsters would earn points, and those points would be the final exam score. But now, with the examination room moved to the trial tower, the rules had changed. The examiners would personally determine Lin Chen's final score, eliminating the points system. Additionally, there was one good news and one bad news. The good news was that the old examination room was a real battlefield, and he could gain experience. The bad news is that the highest level of monsters inside is only 20, and there aren't many at that level. Most are low-level monsters suitable for ordinary students. That little experience is nothing but a drizzle for him at level 27. In short, this can be seen as a complete test of his mental state. Lin, how is it? Do you understand the rules? Do you want me to explain it again, dear? Tang Yusen spoke again with a teasing tone. Tang Yusen looked to be in her 30s, her aura inscrutable, clearly a strong individual. But the intensity of her presence was overwhelming, and Lin Chen found it a bit hard to bear. I understand, Examiner Tang, you don't need to take care of me too much. I've been mature since I was young, Lin Chen replied as politely as he could. Tang Yusen's face flushed immediately. Oh, is that so? Then, I'll go open the teleportation portal. With that, she ran off as if escaping. In the 9-story hall, there were a total of 5 examiners, aside from Tang Yusen, the rest were older men. They did not have the youthful demeanor of Tang Yusen, each one solemnly scrutinizing Lin Chen. Surrounded by so many big shots on the first floor, Lin Chen felt a lot of pressure. However, one middle-aged man was particularly strange. He stared at Lin Chen as if he had spotted a piece of juicy meat. Lin Chen had noticed him when they met the night before. He remembered the man's name, the chief examiner, Li Jingchuan. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. At that moment, a male examiner handed over a metallic wristband. The wristband was pure silver, with some small lights flickering on it. Mental pollution monitoring device, purple, can monitor the wearer's level of mental pollution in real-time, ineffective for professionals above level 30. Lin, this is the monitoring device? Just wear it when you go in, and we will evaluate the rest, said the male examiner. But you can't hide from the monsters or refrain from attacking. We will be watching from outside. Lin Chen nodded. Being rigorous was not a bad thing. In fact, he wanted to test his mental health to see how stable his mindset was compared to others, aside from the system. With this device, he felt a bit of anticipation. After the old examination site was abandoned, it was moved to the 9th floor, and soon Tang Yusen opened the teleportation portal. Han Mingrui's expression darkened. Lin Chen, keep your mindset steady, don't be nervous. Your teacher believes in you. Lin Chen had been performing well during this time, and Han had noticed it. He was a rare talent, diligent and not easily swayed. He hadn't said much about his previous misjudgments of Lin Chen. He hoped Lin Chen could pass, regardless of the score. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Got it, Principal Han. On the other side, Tang Yusen noticed Lin Yu approaching, and instinctively straightened up. Good luck, Lin, I believe in you. But halfway through, she realized and switched to a calm expression. This examiner wishes you a smooth pass. Lin Chen. As he entered the teleportation portal, Lin Chen found that the dizziness had lessened significantly. The scene shifted, and he was already inside the examination room. It was a dimly lit space filled with remnants of wasteland. He found himself in a small alley formed by broken walls. A gentle breeze stirred up some yellow sand, like a veil. Huff. Lin Chen exhaled lightly. He currently had no burdens. The final score would be evaluated by the examiners outside, and the highest level monsters inside, at level 20, held no allure for him. He just needed to encounter monsters and kill them, clearly demonstrating his mental state. Oh, he also wanted to try out the mountain collapse skill. He hadn't used it since he got it. Lin Chen opened the long-lost panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, Level, LV 27, 8.51%. Health 3210. Shield 100000. Strength 237 plus 52. Agility 237 plus 52. Constitution 321. Spirit 189 plus 51 plus 51. Free attributes 0. Passive Blood Festival for every 10 points of health lost. Strength and agility plus 1. Passive Blood Frenzy attribute increase based on remaining health. Bloodthirst LV 6. During the skill activation, you will no longer receive any health recovery and will lose 8 health points per second automatically. Active release, health decreases by 80 points per second. Mountain Smash, leap forward and smash down onto the ground, dealing 100% strength damage to all enemies within a 1 meter diameter. Cost, 100 health points. First Stage Frenzy, deals 150% strength damage. Second Stage Frenzy, deals 200% strength damage, range increased to 2 meters. Third Stage Frenzy, deals 500% strength damage, range increased to 5 meters. Ultimate Frenzy, deals 2000% strength damage, range increased to 20 meters, causing knockback effect to all enemies. Items: True Crimson, purple, Spring Flow Sound Drop. Purple, Spring Flow Sound Ring, purple, with 2 pieces of Spring Flow. His spirit attributes are not low either. As for Mountain Smash, Lin Chen calculated while looking at the panel. He currently has 3,002 health points. In normal mode, there's no damage to consider. Even with the most commonly used third stage frenzy, at 10% he can remain at 302, and with Mountain Smash dealing 100 points. It means he can normally use it twice, resulting in 2 hits of 500% damage over a 5-meter range. If he uses it a third time, he would be left with 20 points, triggering Ultimate Frenzy. He would have to see about Ultimate Frenzy later. Lin Chen had a rough idea and closed the panel. With Bloodthirst activated, he entered third stage frenzy again. Just then, a monster passed by. It was a strange-looking creature, with a body like a human but its upper body wrapped in bandages, revealing only one red eye. Its level was barely 7. Lin Chen drew out True Crimson. Outside the examination hall, a large screen displayed Lin Chen's real-time footage, and several examiners perked up. It's starting. Quick, open the spirit information. I wonder how far Lin Chen's current state can reach. Han Mingrui was also fixated. As for Li Jingchuan, his eyes hadn't moved away. Examiner Tang, could you briefly introduce the spirit device? In the 9-story hall, Han Mingrui asked Tang Yusen, as he hadn't paid attention to this device before and was somewhat unclear on how to assess mental health. Tang Yusen seemed much more at ease when facing adults, responding briskly. Oh, Han, this device is a unique monitoring tool used by our military, generally used to monitor soldiers' mental states. You know that our military has been engaged in combat for years, and it's inevitable for mental states to become abnormal. Additionally, some abyss regions can also pollute soldiers' minds. Han Mingrui nodded, signaling Tang Yusen to continue. He was aware that even normal people could have mental issues after prolonged killing, and there were also abyss regions that carried various curses like fear, violence, and frenzy, which the military had to face for years. Tang Yusen continued, the function of this device is quite simple. It categorizes the degree of mental pollution a person experiences into 100%. A normal person's index is about 5%, while our soldiers, due to long-term combat, maintain around 20%. Those operating in special areas might reach between 30% to 40%. You can understand that the higher the index, the more pollution the spirit has suffered, and the worse the health state. Tang Yusen explained it in a very easy-to-understand way, and Han Mingrui immediately grasped it. He asked again, so what are your evaluation criteria? What percentage is considered acceptable? Or how much do you think Lin Chen needs to score to be deemed unqualified? Generally speaking, it shouldn't exceed 40%. If it goes over 40, it can lead to madness, mania, and so on. Even our special soldiers are arranged to be pushed back when they approach 40%, Tang Yusen replied directly. But when it came to Lin Chen, she pondered for a moment. As for Lin Chen, given his unique profession, we can relax the requirement to 50%. If it exceeds 50%, even if I agree here, it would still harm other students in the university later on. I hope you can understand. Tang Yusen tried to be polite. After all, he was someone else's student, and they surely hoped to hear good news. Han Mingrui's eyes flickered. 50%, he hoped Lin Chen could make it. Thank you, Examiner Tang. No problem, no need to be polite. At this moment, Lin Chen had already slain that monster with a swift and clean strike. He had also begun searching for the next monster, clearly showing no mercy. One examiner finally brought over the monitor. Quick, project it onto the screen. Li Jingchuan, who had been silent, suddenly perked up, pointing at the examiner and urging him. Tang Yusen couldn't help but sigh. She personally felt that Lin Chen's condition should be poor. After all, the inherent frenzy of his profession was much stronger than any kind of pollution. But she also hoped Lin Chen would be fine. The Jiangbei military district was in dire need of personnel, and she truly couldn't bear to lose such talent. At that moment, Han Ningrue's question came just in time. Examiner Tang, what do you think Lin Chen's pollution index is? Probably, at least 30%. She provided a conservative figure that she herself was reluctant to believe. The detector emitted a red light, and Lin Chen's information appeared on the screen. Name, Lin Chen mental pollution level 3%. Examiner Tang, are you sure this thing isn't broken? A rather puzzled voice echoed in the silent hall. Tang Yusin didn't respond, she was stunned. Not just her, all the examiners in the hall were taken aback, staring at the big screen, unable to speak. 3%? How is that possible? Even an ordinary person would have at least 5%, let alone Lin Chen, a berserker. Has he never fought? Has he never even killed a little chick? Clearly, this was impossible. The examiners snapped out of their daze almost immediately. Li Jingchuan pointed at one examiner and said, "Go, get another monitor, this useless piece of equipment." Li Jingchuan was somewhat angry. How could they bring a faulty one at such a critical moment? It was a pure waste of emotions. The examiner reacted quickly, immediately putting away the device to replace it. He had no doubts, such data couldn't occur, it had to be a malfunction. However, as he walked, he felt a bit puzzled. But we checked it when we came, right? This is strange. Good thing we prepared 3. The hall was filled with awkwardness. Tang Yusin scratched her head. Sorry, Han Principal. This time it was our oversight. The principal was already troubled, and for something like this to happen now was simply mortifying. Han Mingrue curled his lips. It's fine, just get another one. Tang Yusin replied, I apologize for the trouble, but rest assured, we prepared 3 this time, the next one will definitely be fine. I can understand. In less than 3 minutes, the next one arrived. The examiner, holding the detector, looked confident. Director Li, I guarantee there won't be any issues this time. I just checked it again. Li Jingchuan had a grim expression and waved his hand. Alright, enough with the delays, just project it. The examiner turned on the device and, on the way, apologized to Han Mingrue. Principal Han, rest assured, this time I personally checked it. Han Mingrue, I know. A red light shot out, and information reappeared on the screen. Name, Lin Chen, mental pollution level, 3%, Han Mingrue. Tang Yusin. Examiner? I'll go change it. I'll be right back. The examiner reacted quickly and dashed out of the hall. Inside the examination room, Lin Chen was still unaware of the situation outside. I wonder how my mental health compares to an average person's. Lin Chen couldn't see the information himself, but the lights on the armband device had started flashing, indicating that the test had begun, which made him a bit curious. I also wonder how the examiner sees it. Putting aside his thoughts, Lin Chen continued forward. For now, he would just kill any monsters he encountered and move straight ahead if he didn't. No matter where he was, the only thing that wouldn't change was that the deeper he went, the higher the monster levels would be. He planned to go to the deepest part to find level 20 monsters, which would also give him a bit of experience. Of course, it was just a drizzle. Before long, 3 monsters appeared ahead of Lin Chen, the same as the ones he encountered when he came in humanoid, wrapped in bandages. However, their level had risen to 9. Let's try Mountain Smash. This was the first batch of group monsters Lin Chen encountered, and he finally planned to try out a skill. Well, he had a bit of an obsessive-compulsive tendency. He had to hit multiple monsters with area skills. It was like a thief not leaving empty-handed. Mountain Smash. Lin Chen instantly felt a surge of power throughout his body, especially in his arms, as if his blood was boiling. Driven by this power, Lin Chen jumped up and smashed down hard into the center of the monsters. Bang! As the blade struck the ground, a blood-red shockwave erupted, shattering the ground in every direction, instantly forming a vacuum zone with a diameter of 5 meters. At the same time, the 3 monsters were blown to bits. Only 3 damage numbers remained. 14,480, 14,479, 14,480. Normally, level 8 or 9 monsters would have around 4 to 500 health points. Lin Chen turned back to look at the over 10,000 damage caused by Mountain Smash and couldn't help but grin. You guys really had it tough. Not bad. Standing up, Lin Chen dusted himself off and smiled. Overall, the experience of using Mountain Smash left him very satisfied. The damage was considerable, and the release was quick. He finally had an area skill, which could be considered his first active skill. Moreover, while 100 health points seemed like a large cost, it was actually manageable. Right now, in the state of Blood Devour turned off, he could recover 8 health points per second, meaning he could make up for it in just 13 seconds. Implicitly, this meant that as long as he didn't encounter a situation where he had to keep fighting, he could essentially use Mountain Smash without any cooldown. Lin Chen turned off Blood Devour and quickly brought his health back to the 10% range. It seemed that his no-cooldown Blood Devour was also a divine skill, and Lin Chen's smile grew wider. The entire examination room looked like a large city ruin, as if it had once experienced a great battle filled with traces of wear and tear. Among the wreckage, monsters occasionally hid humanoid monsters wrapped in bandages, and some corroded dogs, but their strength was average, completely on a different level from Lin Chen. Lin Chen advanced along the vaguely visible street ruins, easily dispatching any single monsters with a quick slash, and using a small mountain smash for groups. Progressing was effortless, feeling no different from a leisurely stroll, enjoying the moment. After walking for a while, Lin Chen, please exit the examination room. Immediately. Lin Chen, please exit the examination room immediately. Suddenly, two mechanical voices rang in Lin Chen's ears, accompanied by a glowing circle appearing before him. Is the test over? So soon? Lin Chen was taken aback. They had previously agreed that he would be inside for 2 full days before determining any mental issues, and now it hadn't even been half a day. The scene shifted, and Lin Chen returned to the hall. In front of him were several examiners gathered together. However, strangely, the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Lin Chen didn't think much of it and asked, "How's my mental state? Everyone?" Regardless, finishing early was definitely a good thing, and he was quite curious about his own mental condition. Tang Yusin rubbed the back of her neck. Well, Lin, it's like this. We didn't call you out because we finished the test, but because the mental device you brought is malfunctioning. We want you to switch it out. These devices are all new and haven't been put into use yet, so please understand. Tang Yusin was nearly dying of embarrassment. They had just switched 3 monitors in a row, all showing 3%. The only conclusion they could draw was that there was a problem with the device. On Lin Chen, it was quite embarrassing for a group of experienced instructors to make such a rookie mistake, especially in such an important setting, and most importantly, in front of a child. It was utterly humiliating. Lin Chen was stunned. The device is broken? So we haven't finished the test? Tang Yusin was even more awkward. That's right. Lin Chen ignored her and looked at Han Mingrue. Han Mingrue was also filled with helplessness and nodded at Lin Chen. He then immediately turned to Tang Yusin, glaring, "Tang, since the person is already out, hurry up and switch it, don't waste time." He really didn't understand what these examiners were doing. They couldn't even handle such a simple matter, and they had messed it up 3 times in a row. It was simply outrageous. He was starting to doubt how these people even became examiners. Lin Chen was completely speechless. If they could get this wrong, then his half-day of effort was in vain. These examiners seemed rather unreliable. Soon, Tang Yusin brought over another wristband. Looking apologetic, "Lin, you can wear this one. Don't worry, this time it will definitely be fine, we've checked it." "Okay, no problem." Although he felt a bit frustrated inside, Lin Chen didn't say anything. It was just a waste of time. As he took the device and was about to return to the examination room, the examiner in charge of managing the instrument suddenly ran up. "Lin, wait a moment." The male examiner pulled out 3 more devices, handing them to Lin Chen while muttering, "Lin Chen, you should wear these just in case. Here, 2 for your left hand and 2 for your right. They're not heavy." Lin Chen. Although the solution was a bit ridiculous, it was indeed the best guarantee. Everyone present knew that there would definitely be no more accidents this time. "Lin Chen, go for it. The teacher believes you can do it." Han Mingrue stepped forward, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder, his expression serious. He knew that the outcome of the Berserker test probably wouldn't be good, but Lin Chen had come this far, never losing heart or stopping his efforts despite the doubts and difficulties, which was enough to prove his character. At that moment, he sincerely hoped Lin Chen could pass the test. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Thank you, principal." He turned and walked into the teleportation portal. The large screen lit up again simultaneously. The expressions of the examiners became serious. As long as he could score below 40, this genius would still be a genius. Project it. The lead examiner, Li Jingchuan, seemed to have lost his patience, no longer excited, just rubbing his forehead and waving his hand. The male examiner responded quickly and opened the device. This time, there were 4 monitors projecting 4 beams of light onto the screen. Name, Lin Chen, mental pollution level, 3%. Name, Lin Chen, mental pollution level, 3%. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. What kind of willpower is this? The male examiner in charge of the instruments said. "So, the instruments aren't broken?" Shock and disbelief were written all over everyone's faces. The 4 monitors absolutely could not malfunction again, so Lin Chen's mental pollution level was only 3%. Ordinary people are at least above 5%, yet he, a berserker, with his innate frenzy, had leveled up to 27 in just a week and still managed to keep it at 3%. After a long, deep silence, Li Jingchuan suddenly stood up. "A genius. A once-in-a-century genius." Li Jingchuan's heart surged, and he felt his body trembling. Having lived for more than half his life, he never imagined he would encounter such a genius. A berserker with completely stable mental state, even more stable than an ordinary person. What kind of terrifying willpower was this? Absolutely a once-in-a-century occurrence. No, it might not even happen in 100 years, a sight seen once in 1,000 years, a rarity beyond measure. The other examiners were also filled with shock, their faces turning pale. Everyone knew the reputation of the berserker, and they understood the mental state of normal people even better. Could someone have such strong willpower? Did such a person really exist? They felt a bit breathless. "I want to take him as my disciple." From today on, Lin Chen is my disciple, Li Jingchuan's closed-door disciple. Bang! The conference table in the hall was slammed by Li Jingchuan, making a loud noise. Li Jingchuan's eyes widened, looking as if he would bite someone if they dared to say no at that moment. It was clear he was being sincere, wanting to take Lin Chen as his disciple. The other examiners immediately showed envious expressions. Li Jingchuan was the undisputed leader of the Zhongbei military district, and even though they had received some favors, being favored by Li Jingchuan was undoubtedly a leap to the top. Of course, Lin Chen was worthy, more than worthy. Level 27 proved his genius strength, and his absolutely stable mental state proved his terrifying willpower, ensuring a future that was completely reassuring. The combination of the two could only be described as utterly abnormal, with an unlimited future ahead. Moreover, if such an abnormality became Li Jingchuan's disciple, then he would belong to their Jiangbei military district in the future, which would be a great gain for them. Thinking of this, several examiners couldn't help but feel excited. They never expected that monitoring a college entrance exam would lead to such a big surprise. The examiners all stood up. Congratulations, Commander Li, on gaining a beloved disciple. With Lin Chen here, our military district will surely reach new heights. Congratulations, Commander Li. Li Jingchuan also looked grand, waving his hand and saying, well said, well said. After this, I'll give each of you 100 military supplies. I'm just happy today. The examiners became even more excited, their eyes shining. Han Mingrui was also very excited at this moment. Although he didn't have such an intuitive feeling about the monitor, he understood clearly what Tang Yusin had said earlier, ordinary people at 5%, Lin Chen at 3%. Abnormal. He originally thought that as long as he could barely pass the test, with below 50%, he could still go to college in the future. He never expected it to be such a big deal. Even Li Jingchuan was stunned. Fierce. Now, not to mention going to college, the future was directly taking off. Suddenly, some untimely memories surged into Han Ningrui's mind. Director Wang, don't let the students team up with Lin Chen, the Berserker will go crazy. Director Wang, if Lin Chen goes into the wild, he probably won't come back. Director Wang, I have my own insights about the Berserker. Don't think about the college entrance exam. Director Wang, I believe Lin Chen has a high chance of having his results cancelled. So, was I just teaching that Lin Chen all along? Han Mingrui suddenly felt his cheeks burning. Principal Han, your school has really produced another good student. A Berserker with a completely stable mental state, TSK, truly terrifying. Tang Yusin walked over, beaming with a smile. Lin Chen is indeed excellent, but this doesn't have much to do with my school. Such a child would shine anywhere. Han Mingrui came back to his senses and smiled. No matter what, the problem is solved, and that's the best. Tang Yusin, Principal Han, you are being modest. Good children cannot do without good teacher's guidance. You have your share of the credit. Although he knew Tang Yusin was just being polite, Han Mingrui still wanted to say, I really didn't teach much. Tang Yusin continued, by the way, Principal Han, did Lin Chen mention which university he wanted to go to before? Let's just decide now to avoid any hassle. Han Mingrui frowned at the sound of this. Decide now? Isn't the college entrance examination still ongoing? Isn't that a bit too soon? Tang Yusin smiled slightly. Principal Han, you might still not fully understand the concept of 3%. With Lin Chen's capabilities, universities should be fighting to recruit him regardless of his scores. Besides, aren't we the ones grading him? Look, over there, the examiners are already discussing where to send him. Han Mingrui followed Tang Yusin's direction and saw Li Jingchuan waving his arms without a care. Do you think Zhengzhou is better or Huabei Wuda? If you ask me, Huabei is better. I have a bit of a history with that old principal, but Zhengzhou seems to have stronger capabilities. It's a bit hard to choose. Han Mingrui, it really seems like there's no need to look at the scores anymore. At that moment, Li Jingchuan happened to spot Han Mingrui and waved his hand. Come. Principal Han, come sit over here, let's discuss this together. You are Lin Chen's teacher, and I am Lin Chen's master. We have a connection, so don't be polite. Saying this, Li Jingchuan directly pulled out a chair. Han Mingrui was even more speechless. This is what you call a master? Lin Chen hasn't even agreed yet. Moreover, why didn't you give me a chair earlier? Complaining aside, Han Mingrui reacted quickly. It's best to save Lin Chen some trouble. Plus, Li Jingchuan, the top leader of the Jiangbei military region, is someone he has a lot of things he wants to discuss with. He has been wanting to get to know him for a while. Li, you're too polite. Then I will gladly accept. Han Mingrui sat down quite readily. Seeing this, Li Jingchuan laughed heartily. I didn't expect Principal Han to be such a straightforward person. I always thought you were quite refined. In the past, it was the past, now is now. Interesting, just to my taste. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Li Jingchuan then got to the point. Principal Han, has my disciple mentioned which university he wants to attend? I'm not sure how to choose at the moment. Han Mingrui, you're saying this a bit too casually. Lin Chen did mention before that he plans to go to Zhengzhou Academy. He recalled that Lin Chen had said this to Wang Huilin during registration. Zhengzhou Academy. Li Jingchuan frowned slightly. That's good. After all, it's the top university, strong capabilities are undeniable. Bang! Li Jingchuan slammed the table and immediately commanded, "You, go call Zhongzhou over to recruit him. Just say Li Jingchuan is sending his precious disciple to them." The examiner who was pointed at was momentarily stunned. Huh? Calling them over? Isn't that a bit too soon? Normally, students finish their college entrance exams and then apply online. The process is handled online, and schools never get involved directly. Li Jingchuan immediately raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Do you think my disciple isn't worthy of them coming to us? No, it's not that. It's just that we don't know anyone from Zhengzhou. Isn't it a bit too? The examiner was somewhat embarrassed. Li Jingchuan was about to get angry, but Han Mingrui quickly stepped in to mediate. Hey, Li, no need to rush. We can go after the exams are done. It's the same. The other examiners also realized and quickly stepped forward to persuade him. Yes, Director Li, Zhengzhou won't run away anyway. With Lin Chen's capabilities, he can go anywhere. Moreover, Lin Chen hasn't come out yet. What if he changes his mind? It's better to wait until he comes out to see. Hearing the last sentence, Li Jingshan's expression finally softened a bit, but it still carried a hint of anger as he snorted coldly. Then let's wait for Lin Chen to come out. As soon as he does, call me and get people here. My disciple. Giving him this is showing him respect. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly echoed, Understood, we guarantee to complete the task. Han Mingrui remains silent. Why is this person so reckless? Sure enough, this is the characteristic of the military district: big shots, protective, straightforward, and tough as nails. Li Jingchuan was very impatient. He was about to call Lin Chen out to give him a perfect score right away, and there would be no need for further testing. However, he was stopped by the examiners. The reason given was to observe Lin Chen's mental state during combat a bit longer. Lin Chen's mental state was stable, but it was still unclear how he would fluctuate during slaughter. Having a bit more understanding would definitely be better. So, everyone began to quietly watch the big screen. Each person was intently focused, watching the berserker who was even more normal than an average person. Truly a strange sight. What do you think? How did Lin Chen manage to do this? I don't know, it feels a bit terrifying. The soldiers under me have only participated in 2 demon suppression operations and have already increased by 10%. I wonder if he can maintain this stability while killing. A few examiners stared seriously at the screen. Inside the examination hall, Lin Chen had already reached the mid-stage, surrounded by ruins, dirt walls, and yellow sand. The environment hadn't changed much. However, the level of monsters he encountered had risen to level 12 and 13. The entire examination area for monsters was roughly distributed between levels 6 to 20. This was also how Lin Chen deduced he had reached the mid-stage. Roar! A group of monsters wielding spears blocked Lin Chen's path with hoarse roars. These humanoid monsters were wrapped in bandages, resembling mummies, emaciated and frail, with their spears in a state of disrepair. There were 8 of them, all at level 12. Mountain Crumble Strike. Lin Chen smashed into the group of monsters like a meteor, a shockwave erupting, instantly evaporating several of the emaciated creatures. In the blink of an eye, they turned to ashes, leaving only scattered bandages drifting slowly. Pretty useful. Lin Chen got up, dusted off his hands, and wore a faint smile. After half a day's practice, he had become quite proficient with this skill. Overall, it felt very convenient. Previously, he had to kill these monsters one by one, which took several minutes, and if the monsters reacted and tried to escape, he would have to chase them. Now, it was just a matter of seconds. Having an area skill was indeed much more handy. Lin Chen checked his experience. He had entered with 8.5%. Now it was 10%. He had been fighting for half a day. Lin Chen began to reminisce about the days of leveling up. During his rest, his body felt good, but he was a bit uncomfortable inside. He was now close to the second transfer and could still make significant improvements. Unfortunately, it was currently the college entrance examination, so there was nothing he could do. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Can I end the assessment early? Inside the examination hall, the monsters couldn't stop Lin Chen for even a moment. He moved through the area like he was strolling through a garden, cutting from south to north, from light to dark. The final group of level 20 monsters was just a ragtag bunch, easily taken out by him in one sweep. In a leisurely manner, a whole day passed just like that. Outside the examination hall. The hall was filled with gasps as several examiners exchanged glances. Why was Lin Chen able to maintain a stable 3% during combat? There was not a single change. A genius. Truly a genius. A complete monster. I really don't know where Lin Chen's limit of willpower lies. I suspect he could remain unfazed even if his wife died. The examiners were utterly shocked. A normal person would have some emotional fluctuation even when killing a chicken, yet Lin Chen had been slaughtering all day without a single ripple. He maintained at 3% the entire time. Is this really a berserker? Surely even a holy light priest wouldn't have such stability, right? Of course. Compared to the previous shock, this is just a small fry in the grand scheme of things. They have already come to accept it. One can only say that Lin Chen cannot be judged by common standards. A complete freak. Some even believe he is the reincarnation of an ancient killing god with memories intact. Everyone, what do you think? Does Lin Chen still need to take the exam tomorrow? One examiner raised an eyebrow. The others instantly provided their answers. No, he doesn't need to. Absolutely not. This is enough. Let's wrap it up quickly. Opening the exam room consumes resources, even if it's just for him. Right, it's not much, but we can't waste it. So, shall we start grading? This time, due to the change in rules, the grading would be done by them. They had already reported to the Central Education Authority yesterday, and they would just record Lin Chen's score then. Speaking of grading, everyone became excited. Lin Chen's performance was absolutely worthy of a perfect score. Zhang Bei was about to produce a perfect scorer. Of course, this wasn't just favoritism. The old exam room had its own judging criteria, and Lin Chen had killed more in one day than students did in 3 days back then. Converting that score, plus the 3 perfect scores from yesterday, still resulted in a perfect score, the highest possible. I give full marks. No objections. The current rule is that 8 layers equals a perfect score of 100. I give 800. I give 799 plus 1. The examiners all provided their answers. Tang Yusin didn't move. She stared at the screen as if lost in thought. Hey, Instructor Tang, it's time to grade. Hearing the voice, Tang Yusin snapped back to reality. Oh, I also give full marks, she smiled. A few examiners teased, what's Instructor Tang so engrossed? Could it be that she has a crush on Lin Chen? That's true, Lin Chen is young and so outstanding. He's indeed quite charming. Instructor Tang isn't married yet, right? So she likes younger men? The examiners were joking, and Tang Yusin could tell, so she didn't mind. She was actually thinking about the future development of the military district. If Lin Chen could agree to join the Jiangbei military district, in the future, it would be a blessing for all soldiers in Jiangbei. Who knows how many innocent lives could be saved, how much work could be smoothly advanced. The more abnormal Lin Chen is, the greater the fortune for Jiangbei and even humanity. Moreover, there was another question that made her ponder. A berserker with extraordinary willpower. Could he break the traditional constraints of berserkers and grow into a complete blood god? She had never seen a complete berserker. Tang Yusin chuckled lightly at the examiners. Nothing much, just thinking about some things. The examiners didn't continue and turned their attention back to Li Jingchuan. The grading mainly depended on the chief examiner, and of course, with Li Jingchuan's personality, there was no need to think too much. Li Jingchuan was fixated on the big screen, his admiration nearly overflowing. He waved his hand casually upon hearing the commotion. Full marks, full marks. If my disciple doesn't get full marks, who will? The examiners? Alright, then let's announce the results. Okay. A few examiners took a deep breath, and Lin Chen's college entrance examination results were freshly out. Candidate name, Lin Chen ID, 0524 Occupation, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, Level, 27 Trial Tower Level 1, 100, 0.1s Trial Tower Level 2, 100, 0.1s Trial Tower Level 3, 100, 0.1s Ancient Battlefield, Changed Exam Room due to Mental Assessment 876 Monsters, 12,345 points. In 1 day, Mental Assessment Full Marks Final Score, 800 Remarks. This score is unanimously approved by all examiners in Jiangbei Province. This score will be uniformly uploaded after the college entrance examination ends. Nationwide connectivity. What? You want to take me as your disciple? Lin Chen came out of the examination room with 2 good news and 1 rather difficult piece of news. The first good news was that his mental assessment was completely fine, even better than that of an average person. This was within his expectations. After all, his shield had never faltered, so it would be strange if his mental state were abnormal. The fact that he was slightly better than the average person surprised him a bit, perhaps due to his stable personality as a transmigrator. Nevertheless, it was a gain that could serve as a credential, allowing him to avoid future doubts and troubles. The second good news was that the results were out. He had seen the report card, and it was all perfect scores, which meant he could choose any university he wanted. Being able to attend college was crucial, and with the credentials he had, it effectively resolved the initial goal he had set for himself. Moreover, he wouldn't need to continue taking the college entrance examination, saving him a day's time. Finally, the rather difficult piece of news was that Li Jingchuan wanted to take him as a disciple. A big shot from the military district. A top figure in the province, having such connections and even being a direct disciple was undoubtedly beneficial. Due to the long-standing war in this area, the master-disciple relationship was somewhat akin to that of ancient times in his previous life. Once established, it was almost equivalent to a father-son bond. A powerful master could provide abundant resources, like the clear spring that Lin Chen had always been unable to obtain, which could be just a matter of a single sentence. There were many conveniences that were hard to imagine, equivalent to an elevation in social class. However, Lin Chen was no longer a child. He wouldn't only see the benefits. Taking on a master would also involve connections, and with connections he would no longer be alone, which could bring about instability. even if out of 1,000 matters, 999 were inconsequential. Just one bad incident could lead to instability. In the end, causality was a tricky thing to navigate. Being desireless and solitary was undoubtedly the safest option. Thus, Lin Chen was weighing the pros and cons. Indeed, he was not a reckless youth, everything had two sides and all must start from value. For him, feelings and face didn't matter. If having a master brought pure benefits, he would certainly not refuse, even if he didn't like that person at all. Speaking of which, his personality might be somewhat extreme and quite realistic, but that was just who he was. Only by being selfish enough could one reach the end. Should I pursue a faster growth rate, or completely avoid unstable factors? At this moment, all the examiners in the 9-story hall were looking at Lin Chen, and it was silent. Li Jingchuan was cautious, his eyes filled with anxiety. Despite having called Lin Chen a disciple fiercely just moments ago, he was now clearly more subdued. This indicated that this big shot was not merely a reckless man who disregarded reason. It was also evident that he genuinely liked Lin Chen. Han Mingrui walked over to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen, don't feel pressured. If you want to take him as a master, then do so. If not, that's fine too. The teacher supports you, so don't worry about anything else. Although Li Jingchuan held a very high position, it would certainly be beneficial for Lin Chen. But everyone had their own aspirations, and following one's own will was the right thing to do. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Jingchuan shot him a frustrated look, as if to say, "Brother, you're being unfair. Just now we were so close, and now you're pulling this on me?" Han Mingrui ignored him and, seeing that Lin Chen was still contemplating, continued, "Everyone, why don't we call it a day? We can discuss this tomorrow. Lin Chen is still a child. If he wants to refuse, it might be awkward for him to do so here." His words were very straightforward, not wanting external factors to influence Lin Chen's decision. The implication was clear: don't pressure the child here. Li Jingchuan felt even more frustrated. "Little brother, you're giving me no chance at all. So all that closeness was just an act?" Han Mingrui certainly wasn't pretending. He genuinely enjoyed discussing knowledge with strong individuals, and he quite liked Li Jingchuan. But he was like this: principles were principles, and fairness was paramount. Ignoring Li Jingchuan's pitiful gaze of betrayal, Han Mingrui pulled Lin Chen, intending to leave. At that moment, Lin Chen finally spoke up. "No need, Teacher Han, I've made my decision." Lin Chen stopped Han Mingrui and then turned to the others. "First of all, I want to thank Examiner Li for his trust in me, and I also appreciate the confidence shown by all the examiners. However, I have a somewhat reclusive personality, so I apologize, everyone." Lin Chen understood respect and politeness, so he spoke very tactfully. But the meaning was clear. No apprenticeship. He had a system and a perfectly matched hidden profession, and he felt it was best to proceed in the most secure way. Although what he considered secure might not necessarily be so, the big shots could not only provide resources but also offer valuable insights worth learning from. Still, he preferred to rely on himself, believing that both right and wrong were in his own hands. As soon as he said this, the hall fell silent for a moment. Several examiners sighed. A super talent like him becoming Li Jingchuan's disciple would mean they had someone from the Zhengbei military district, but alas, Li Jingchuan seemed momentarily stunned, staring wide-eyed and speechless. Han Mingrui felt a bit regretful. He personally leaned towards the idea of taking on a master. Although Lin Chen was strong, he was still young, and the road ahead was long. Having a connection with Li Jingchuan would be beneficial. However, this was Lin Chen's personal choice, and he certainly wouldn't say much more. Respect. Lin Chen stopped hesitating. "I apologize, examiners, this is a personal issue of mine. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. And since the results are out, I won't be coming back tomorrow." Still very polite, Lin Chen wouldn't stir up trouble. But at the same time, he reiterated his firm stance. The examiners stepped aside. "Alright then, Lin, please go ahead. We will upload your results, don't worry." Lin Chen nodded, and after taking a couple of steps, he was stopped again. "Lin, aren't you going to Zhongzhou Academy? We can contact them to finalize things directly, it would save time. Why not stay another day?" Tang Yusin probed, hoping to persuade him. Perhaps staying an extra day could change his mind? The other examiners perked up at this, but it was quickly doused. "No need, I can register online myself. No need to trouble the examiners." Tang Yusin forced a smile. "Well, okay then. I wish Lin a smooth journey ahead." "Thank you." After Lin Chen left with Han Mingrui, the entire hall was filled with sighs. "Sigh, such an outstanding child, and we let him slip away. Why do you think he refused? Others are eager to come." "Yeah, Officer Li is quite good. He could provide so many resources. If he wanted, I could become his disciple right now. What else could it be? Lin Chen is too abnormal. People like him are clearly different from the rest." "That's true, a berserker who is even calmer than normal people, it's really bizarre. Don't forget, he's still at level 27, his combat talent is definitely monstrous." "Sigh, one can only say that Jinling is not a place for ordinary beings. We are simply not fated to cross paths with someone like him." Everyone understood that Lin Chen had left a deep impression on them today. Such a person would undoubtedly be a figure of prominence in the future, and whether or not he took on a master was his own decision. It was just a pity. Just then, Li Jingchuan, who had been silent, suddenly slammed the table. Hey, am I, Li, going to be rejected after half a lifetime of achievements today? Is this a test for me? If I can't take you as my disciple, I won't bear the surname Li. Li Jingchuan shouted, wide-eyed and determined. The crowd murmured, TSK TSK, he's really fired up. But, testing a disciple? This is truly a first in history. Everyone, the second day of the college entrance examination has ended. Due to Lin Chen changing examination rooms, the first place this time is Lu Menghan, whose total score reached 540 after 6 levels, followed by Wang Yuanba with a total score of 532. In the second phase, there are group monsters, and Shenshin successfully made it into the top 10, landing in 9th place with a total score of 510. The difficulty of the group monsters has also increased. Significantly, over 8,000 people who reached the second phase yesterday have been eliminated, with about 3,000 more gone. However, making it to the second phase guarantees at least a spot in a third-rate university, so the atmosphere in the hall today is quite good. I scored a total of 321 points. Am I awesome or what? Impressive, I got 333. My dad said that with scores like mine, no one would want me to screw in bolts in the future. I'm going to throw my results in his face when I get back. Ha ha, dude, you've got guts. Have you thought about which university you want to go to? I've decided, San Daoko Vocational Technical College. I heard the girls there are super open. 1 goes in, 3 come out. No way. Is that information reliable? Of course. My big brother is from there. Absolutely trustworthy. Then I'm going too. Let's go together, man. The classmates excitedly discussed their futures, some focused on their scores, while others cast envious glances at the top few on the big screen. Meanwhile, some are discussing Lin Chen. The level 27 boss undoubtedly left a deep impression on them, especially since he's an ultra-rare berserker and was taken for a separate mental assessment. Brothers, do you think Lin Chen can pass the assessment? Bloodthirsty berserker, a real werewolf. I've only heard about it in textbooks, didn't expect to actually meet one. Pass? No way, ordinary berserkers are all crazy, let alone the enhanced version. Right, and it's a separate assessment, with examiners all from the military, the strictest. It's likely that his score will be cancelled. From what I see, not necessarily. If Lin Chen really couldn't handle it, he probably wouldn't have made it to the college entrance exam. He would have been stopped by the principal long ago. Exactly, do you think the principal is just sitting around? If he brought him in, it means there's no problem with his mental state, at least he has confidence. Hey, are you sucking up now? I'm just stating facts, okay? Who doesn't know about berserkers? There's no normal person among them. If the examiner lets him into university and he goes crazy, who's responsible? You? I'm just guessing. How is that sucking up? Besides, what I said makes sense. How do you talk? You have no point. Just because the principal approved it? If it was so certain, why was he taken away for a separate test halfway through? Who knows if the principal is trying to take advantage of the situation to get scores? Why should I care how you talk? I see you're just sucking up. You just want to curry favor because he has good scores. You. What about you? I'm telling you, even if you want to suck up, he won't pay you any attention. A sycophant has nothing. He. A chubby boy stuck out his tongue, and the boy across from him was so angry he couldn't speak. Just then, slap, a big hand landed on his pig-like head. How do you talk? If you have guts, say it again. Chenshin gritted his teeth, trying hard to suppress his anger. Since he came out today, he had heard all sorts of criticisms about Brother Lin, and they were all negative. The scores hadn't even come out yet, so why were they gossiping? Does Brother Lin have anything to do with you? The pig-headed boy was initially very displeased, but when he saw it was Chen Shun, his expression changed instantly. He remembered the top 10 experts on the leaderboard after 2 days. However, the surrounding classmates stood up to support him, each glaring at Chen Shun. The bullying from outside schools had reached its peak, so what if he was in the top 10? Seeing this, the pig-headed boy suddenly became emboldened. He raised an eyebrow and sneered, I'm telling you, Lin Chen will have his score cancelled. Berserkers are all lunatics. What, do you have an opinion? Chen Shun, who already had a bad temper, was directly provoked. He swung his fist and smashed it down. The surrounding classmates were momentarily stunned. They didn't expect Shinshin to dare to strike first with so many people around. But once they reacted, they wasted no time and rushed in to join the fray. Brothers, fight! Damn it! So bold, daring to cause trouble in our territory. That guy in the top 10 can't let it go. Lin Chen is a berserker and still won't let it slide. Fight! Hit him hard. Chen Shen had a slightly higher level, but he couldn't withstand the sheer number of people, especially since he was a mage. Fists fell on him like raindrops, producing muffled grunts. But Chen Shen didn't care. He grabbed the pig-headed guy and swung away, throwing punches recklessly at his face. Come on, that's what I mean. Do you have a problem with that? Keep talking. The pig-headed guy was instantly frightened by this madman's fighting style and shouted loudly. No! Let me go! Get lost! Oh no! Help! Murder! Murder! Some classmates who knew Qinshan shouted as soon as the fight broke out. Shen, what are you doing? Calm down! Don't fight! Lu Menghan was calculating scores from a distance. Shen? She raised an eyebrow and quickly ran over. Lu Menghan usually didn't fight, she had always been very rule-abiding since childhood. But seeing this scene, her mind went blank, and before she could process the situation, she directly joined the battle. Lu Menghan, you're just in time. They said bad things about Brother Lin, you handle it. Shen shouted while pummeling the pig-headed guy upon noticing Lu Menghan's arrival. What? Lu Menghan's eyes narrowed, and she immediately struck harder. Lu Menghan was the top student, level 14, a swordsman. Unlike Qinshan, who fought without any strategy, her involvement instantly turned the tide of the battle. Almost no one could withstand a single blow from Lu Menghan, and typically, one punch or elbow would take out a classmate. However, it wasn't long before a teacher noticed. Enough! What are you doing? A male principal waved his hand, and everyone immediately dispersed as if a gust of wind had blown through. Qinshan still wanted to get up, but it felt like something was weighing him down, making him unable to move. The others were the same, the fight was temporarily quelled. Qinshan ended up with panda eyes, and his body was covered in footprints. The pig-headed guy fared worse, his entire head was swollen, bleeding, and he had completely turned into a pig's head. The principal, furious, couldn't believe that a group fight had broken out in broad daylight during an exam. There was absolutely no sense of decorum. Speak! What happened? The students fell silent. Among men, there are rules, fighting is one thing, but telling a teacher could lead to serious consequences. Only the pig-headed guy, disregarding the rules, immediately pointed at Qinshan and cried out, Principal! He hit me. I was just chatting normally. And he came up and hit me. And he hit me hard. He just wants to kill me. Several boys were instantly surprised. How could you not follow any rules? Are you even a man? But then, Qinshan didn't hold back. And shot back, I hit you, so what? You deserved it. If I kill you, it's your own fault. The boys were left speechless. Dude, you're taking this a bit too far, aren't you? Not going to explain yourself? Just this stubborn? Unintentionally, a few of them developed a bit of respect for Qinshan. They didn't expect someone who looked so soft-spoken to have such backbone. The final handling of the fight was that Qinshan and Lu Menghan were handed over to Wang Huilin for education, while the pig-headed guy would be dealt with by his own teacher. Fights among kids wouldn't lead to too serious consequences, especially since the college entrance exams were about to end, and there was no reason to dwell on it at this time. Overall, it was fair and just, with no favoritism. But the pig-headed guy was not satisfied. Why? He struck first. Why is he getting off so lightly? Principal, I demand that Qinshan be disqualified from the college entrance exam. The pig-headed guy shouted loudly at the principal, his face full of indignation. The principal was displeased upon hearing the commotion. He had already understood the situation. It was merely a fight that arose from a quarrel. Qinshan was wrong for throwing the first punch, and it was also unfair that there were more people on one side than the other. His judgment was quite fair. This matter ends here. Go talk to your teacher about it and don't cause trouble here, the principal said. Before leaving, casting a cold glance at the pig-headed boy. With so many people beating up on one, and still losing while crying, there was no sign of manliness at all. The pig-headed boy stood frozen in place. Then turned to a few of his buddies. The principal is biased. Let's wait until after the exams to settle this. We must seek justice. However, the others looked at him sideways. If you want to fight, go do it yourself. What a disgrace, fighting and then complaining. Don't ever say you're from the same school as us. They were embarrassed by his crying and complaining to the teacher. They regretted helping this fool. The group then turned to Qinshan. Qinshan, you have guts. We promise not to bother you in the future. No fight, no acquaintance. If there's something, just talk. You're Lin Chen's little brother, right? Don't worry, we won't speak ill of Lin Chen anymore. With that, they left. The pig-headed boy was left standing there, at a loss. Qinshan was still fuming. You said you want to fight after the exams, right? Fine, I'll wait for you then. The pig-headed boy suddenly snapped back to reality, trembling. And no, Shengu, I'm sorry. After Qinshan's outburst, few people in the hall talked about Lin Chen anymore. Even if they did, it was in hushed tones, afraid of being caught. They realized that not only was Lin Chen a freak, but Qinshan was also quite stubborn. They didn't know what kind of spell Lin Chen had cast on Qinshan to make him so loyal. Wang Huilin brought Qinshan and the others back to the group, and she wasn't too harsh, just giving a few simple criticisms before letting them go. Mainly, her mind wasn't on this. She was thinking about Lin Chen's assessment. Rumors circulated among the students, but what they said wasn't entirely unfounded. She seemed to have never really cared about Lin Chen. So much so that aside from knowing he was formidable, she had no other information. I wonder if he can pass, Wang Huilin sighed quietly. On the other side, Lu Menghan was seriously helping Qinshan wipe off the blood with a small handkerchief. At this moment, Qinshan's anger had finally subsided, and he looked nothing like someone who had just been beaten. He was all smiles. Lu Menghan, you have some skills. You took down one of those guys in an instant. Lu Menghan's eyes lit up. Really? Well, it was decent, Chen Shen replied. Of course. You were amazing. If they talk bad about Lin Gu again, you just hit them. Got it? Lu Menghan's smile froze. Ah, is that so? Soon, she had treated the wounds on Chen Shen's face. Lu Menghan looked at the blood-soaked white handkerchief and sighed silently. You shouldn't do this in the future. Hitting people is definitely wrong. Besides, if those people want to talk, let them talk. You can't stop what others say. Having been the center of attention since childhood, she understood this feeling very well. No matter how hard you try, there will always be rumors. Chen Shen, who had just calmed down, suddenly widened his eyes. Hey, what are you saying? What do you mean let them talk? Don't you care about Lin Gu? Have you forgotten he saved your life? Lu Menghan, I didn't. Chen Shen turned to face Lu Menghan directly. Alright, since we're on this topic, let me ask you. You know Lin Ji's current situation, the chances of passing are slim. If Lin Ji's grades are cancelled and he can't go to college, would you still go to college? Would you stand by Lin Gu? Lu Menghan was taken aback by this sudden question, and just as she was organizing her thoughts, she saw Chen Shen angrily run off. Hesitating over such a question, I really misjudged you. Looking at Chen Shen's back, Lu Menghan opened her mouth. If Lin Chen really couldn't pass, her answer would be that she would continue her university studies. It wasn't about being unfaithful, rather, she wanted to grow and then completely resolve Lin Chen's Berserk problem. While many were still concerned about Lin Chen, he had already returned to the dormitory. He was packing his things and preparing to set off. His grades would be uploaded after the college entrance examination. The new semester for universities started on September 1st, and there were still more than half a month left. So for now, the college entrance examination was a wrap for him. The next step was to continue leveling up and prepare for the second job transfer. All professions at level 30 would face their second job transfer, which was completely different from before. This time, it was a total transformation. Those who passed the second job transfer would completely break away from the grassroots stage, and the solid foundation of the army would also emerge from this batch. Many ordinary people might spend their entire lives without reaching this level. Of course, there were difficulties, and it was also divided into tiers. The second job transfer was categorized into lower second transfer, middle second transfer, upper second transfer, and extreme second transfer. The higher the tier, the greater the attributes provided. It was said that extreme second transfer could even grant a new talent directly, but it was particularly difficult to achieve. Historically, only a rare few had successfully reached extreme second transfer. It not only required strength but also a lot of luck. With Lin Chen's current strength, extreme transfer was out of the question. At the very least, he needed to secure an upper transfer. However, he needed a lot of materials. Moreover, these materials couldn't be bought, they could only be exchanged for higher-level currencies like military honors. Alternatively, at the university, they could also be exchanged through points. But he wasn't willing to wait that long, so his next goal was clear: go to the front lines and accumulate military merit. To be fair, if he had taken Li Jingchuan as his master today, these materials would have been just a word away, which was one of the benefits of social status. However, he had made his choice, and Lin Chen had no regrets. He could rely on himself just as well. After tidying up his room, Lin Chen didn't linger and set off directly. The trial tower was located in Jiangbei Province City, and there was a teleportation array within the city that connected to the front lines. He planned to find a nearby hotel to stay for a night. After all, he had money now, just a drizzle. Otherwise, when his classmates returned, Wang Huilin would definitely ask a lot of questions, and there was also Chen Shen, who was even more of a troublemaker. In the Great Xia Kingdom, apart from the cities where humans lived, there were demon beasts and magical creatures everywhere. They coexisted under the same sky as the human race, competing for survival resources. Just like the Goblin Forest in Baining City that Lin Chen had visited before. However, the Goblin tribe was weak and posed no threat to human cities, making it more like a breeding ground for humans, allowing professionals to train and level up without military control. Besides goblins, there were many powerful demon beast tribes that were violent and bloodthirsty. If not restrained, they would pose a threat to the common people. Such areas were collectively referred to as the front lines, or there were some places where demon beasts, although not aggressive, had important resources that needed to be mined, which could also be called the front lines, all managed by the military. Some less difficult areas would also hire ordinary people, both to reduce the military's burden and to provide opportunities for ordinary people to earn military merit. They were considered temporary workers, summoned as needed, and managed uniformly by the military. In Jiangbei Province City, a military camp was stationed 100 miles east, with low danger and a stage just slightly above the second transfer, also hiring ordinary people, making it suitable for Lin Chen. However, it was already late, and the unified teleportation array wouldn't open until tomorrow, so Lin Chen found a hotel near the teleportation array to stay. A 3-star hotel. 8,008 for one night. It had a small training room, allowing Lin Chen to experiment with ultimate Berserk. It was also for this reason that Lin Chen chose to come here. Either 8,800 is just too outrageous, or he pulled out his student card for a discount. Thanks to the designer clothes Lin Chen bought earlier, he didn't receive any disdainful looks. The welcoming lady politely escorted him all the way to his room. It was a very tidy and spacious room, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the dazzling lights outside. Lin Chen quickly took a shower and then sat at the desk, starting to look up the materials he needed for his second job transfer. The conventional method for a second job transfer is to level up to above level 30, prepare the necessary materials, and go to the government's job transfer array to complete the transfer. The job transfer array consumes the materials you've prepared, so the better the materials, the higher the tier of the transfer you can achieve. Lin Chen wanted at least a high-tier second transfer. He had learned a bit about it during his school days, but he wasn't clear on the high-tier specifics. Blood System Profession, Blood Essence Crystal, Beast Blood. These items are key knowledge points, directly released by the government, and apply to all types of professions. Lin Chen quickly gathered a general understanding. First, the Berserker is classified as a blood system profession, and the necessary material for all blood system professions' second transfer is Blood Essence Crystal. Its function is to enrich one's vital energy and blood, and it is a rare-grade crystal, supplied directly by the government, not circulating in the market, and can only be exchanged for through military merit points. The quantity of Blood Essence crystals determines the height of the second transfer: 1 piece for low tier, 3 pieces for mid tier, and 9 pieces for high tier. The maximum is also 9 pieces. Any more would be too much for the body to handle. As for the extreme transfer, there is no recorded information. Secondly, Beast Blood is universal for all physical professions. You find the type of monster based on the direction you need to amplify: strength for strength, agility for agility. And of course, you can supplement both if conditions allow. Lin Chen's Berserker should focus on strength and agility, but he has conditions. He plans to supplement both strength and agility together. This is determined by the level of the blood, which affects the height of the second transfer: 30 level bronze boss blood for low tier, 30 level silver for mid tier, and 40 level silver for high tier. The extreme transfer has a record this time: 50 level gold boss must be a blood type beast. As for Beast Blood, it's not completely unattainable. You can buy or farm for it at low and mid tier, but high tier 40 level silver is hard to come by, and you'll likely have to rely on military merit for exchange. Finally, Elemental Essence. This does not provide any attribute enhancement. Its function is to reshuffle and integrate. It adjusts your attributes to achieve a balanced state based on your profession. It's equivalent to an automatic reset of points, allowing you to unleash the maximum combat power of your profession. This is also the most precious, only obtainable through military merit, and it's very expensive, making it difficult for ordinary people to acquire. Of course, this is not a necessary material for the second transfer. Low and mid-tier don't require it, only those aiming for high tier need it, and even then, just the lowest grade will suffice. Okay. 9 Blood Essence Crystals, 1 vial of Strength Type 40 level Silver Boss Blood, 1 vial of Agility Type, 1 vial of Defense Type, and 1 lowest grade Elemental Essence. Lin Chen confirmed the materials he needed. He had to admit that the second transfer enhancement was indeed comprehensive. Just these materials sounded exciting, conjuring thoughts of the power after the transfer. Especially the ability to reset points once, automatically adjusting balanced attributes, was what Lin Chen looked forward to the most. Of course, these materials would likely come at a hefty price, and he wanted a high-tier transfer, which would require even more than the ordinary. He would have to wait until tomorrow at the military camp to assess their value. After finalizing the materials, Lin Chen took out 2 pieces of clear spring and directly dove into the training room. Ever since he obtained the second piece of clear spring, he hadn't had the chance to experiment. He didn't dare to mess around in the residential area, fearing being caught during the college entrance examination. Now he finally had some free time. I wonder how much control over rage I can enhance with 2 pieces of clear spring. Lin Chen felt a bit excited. Previously, he could maintain his rationality as long as he didn't hear any noise, meaning no one was provoking him. The training room was a small independent space, about 10 square meters, very small, but sufficient. The cost of creating an independent space is not low, and the housing price is indeed worth it. Negative mental resistance, 50%. This is a detailed classification in Lin Chen's professional panel, representing his current mental debuff resistance. Although both pieces of clear spring equipment add 30%, Lin Chen was not surprised. All equipment of the same type does not add directly but rather provides a different kind of linear enhancement. In short, the higher the direct bonus, the less it adds, which aligns with human physiology. After all, this is not a real game. It is unrealistic for several pieces to directly reach 100% immunity. The same goes for other resilience percentages and breaking defenses. Blood Devour. Lin Chen activated Blood Devour, this time without holding back, directly pushing into Ultimate Berserk. 30. You have entered Ultimate Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 2000%. Ignore all. Control. Danger warning, please quickly increase your health. Danger warning, please quickly increase your health. The alarming warning sounded again, but Lin Chen ignored it. Phew, this feeling seems not bad. Lin Chen felt his mind filled with brutal desires, but there was a small stream flowing continuously, bringing coolness and clarity. This stream was much thicker than before, he could almost hear the sound of flowing water. In short, it felt as if he was in an impulsive state, not influenced by external factors. Impulse is impulse, but he could completely restrain himself, much better than before. Lin Chen did not let his guard down. The training room had training dummies, and he summoned one. Whether it would work still depended on the provocation situation. Activate roar mode. The dummy was a wolf-headed monster, and as soon as roar mode was activated, it immediately roared at Lin Chen. Roar, ha? Looking for death, the word did not come out. Lin Chen controlled himself. The werewolf's roar made his desires surge, but the stream did not drown him as before. Instead, it surged forth, preserving Lin Chen's sanity. Did I succeed? Lin Chen gasped for breath, but his eyes were bright. Being provoked and still able to control himself, didn't that mean he had completely mastered ultimate Berserk? Activate attack mode. The werewolf released its restrictions and immediately pounced on Lin Chen just as its claws made contact with Lin Chen's body. Ha! Seeking death. Lin Chen stayed in the training room for more than half an hour and finally understood the control strength of ultimate Berserk. Currently, he could maintain calm most of the time, able to see the monsters and hear the sounds. But he could not be touched. Once there was physical contact, he would immediately go berserk, unable to suppress it. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with this result. Although the conditions still seemed harsh, he could dodge. With the enhancement of ultimate, his agility was quite exaggerated. If he didn't want to, it would be very difficult for monsters to touch him. If he wanted to attack, his strength was also formidable. A direct burst should also help him avoid contact with monsters. This meant that unless the level was much higher than his, or there were large groups of monsters, he could use ultimate berserk even in the wild. Great improvement. Lin Chen was very excited. Being able to activate ultimate meant a significant boost for him. Just look at the Moonlight Secret Realm. He didn't even know how he managed to level up 6 times in one day, directly clearing the entire Secret Realm. Thus, the upcoming advanced second transfer would be even simpler. Lin Chen left the training room, had dinner, and checked the selling situation of Clear Spring. He hadn't forgotten to keep an eye on Clear Spring's movements these days, but there had been nothing for sale, including now. There was no way around it. The suite worth 8,800 was indeed extraordinary, with a bed that was soft and comfortable, a world apart from his small relief room. Lin Chen slept very soundly that night. The next day, early morning, the hotel delivered breakfast, and after Lin Chen finished eating, he set off directly. He was full of spirit. After several days of rest, he was quite eager to fight. Sometimes people are just like this. When they're tired, they want to rest, but when they're idle, they miss the times when they were busy. Lin Chen first went to a nearby trading post to buy a new identification certificate. He directly got one that was low-level, usable only for second transformation and below. This time, he exchanged it for a high-level one, capable of identifying creatures up to third transformation, ignoring his own level, and could obtain information on anything below third transformation. The prerequisite was that the target did not have any shielding items or skills, but this had no impact on Lin Chen. He just needed to gather information on monsters. Shielding items were typically only possessed by humans. This identification technique would be sufficient for him for a long time. There was one more thing. This time, he had a proper queue number. The military camp was 100 miles east of Jiangbei, with 2 teleportation arrays operating every morning and evening. The teleportation array was just 2 streets away from Lin Chen, and he quickly arrived. In a large square, many professionals were waiting, all aiming to earn military merit in the camp. According to the information Lin Chen received, the difficulty of this military camp was not high, and there were no significant restrictions. Many professionals went there daily to earn military merit. The professionals in the square included individuals and small groups, most of whom appeared to be middle-aged, with very few young people. As for their levels, Lin Chen was unsure. Very few people in society intentionally revealed their levels, and using identification techniques recklessly would be impolite. However, judging by appearance, most seemed to be above second transformation, based on Lin Chen's superficial assessment. The morning shift started at 9 a.m., and Lin Chen found an empty spot to wait quietly. Before long, a middle-aged man with small eyes suddenly approached Lin Chen. "Hey, little brother, are you also going to the military camp? Is it your first time?" Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Who are you?" He did not recognize this person. The man with small eyes smiled. "Oh, little brother, no need to be nervous. Let me introduce myself. I am Xiang Donghua, and I have been active in this military camp for a long time. You look unfamiliar, so I guess it's your first time here. I wanted to ask if you need a guide. You can think of it as a mentor." "A mentor?" Lin Chen continued to frown. The man with small eyes replied, "That's right, a mentor. There are rules in the military camp, things to pay attention to, how to ensure safety, material prices, and how to earn military merit quickly. There are tricks to it all. Since it's your first time, you probably don't know much, and having a guide can save you a lot of trouble." Lin Chen understood. This was indeed a guide. Listening to him felt like having a little servant from ancient times telling you everything he knew to save you the hassle. To be honest, Lin Chen was quite unfamiliar with the military camp, so having someone to fill in the gaps in his information would definitely be helpful. However, he was somewhat puzzled. He hadn't checked the man's level, but just by judgment he was above second transformation. Would someone like that really come to be a guide? The man with small eyes seemed accustomed to this, noticing Lin Chen's confusion, and added, "Little brother, don't overthink it, we're all just trying to make a living. For me, bringing someone along is just a matter of talking. And my fees aren't high, I don't need your military merit, just a bit of money will do. If you still don't trust me, you can ask others. I've been doing this for a long time, and everyone knows me." As he spoke, the man with small eyes pretended to pull Lin Chen to find someone for verification. Lin Chen stopped him. "How much?" The man's eyes lit up. "Little brother, you're quite straightforward. Don't worry, I, Xiang, always conduct my business fairly, never cheating or deceiving. I charge by the day, it's 5,000 for a day. You can stop the transaction anytime you feel you no longer need it. And let me tell you, choosing me is definitely not a loss. I've been here for over 3 years, and I know this place best." Lin Chen interrupted. Stop. He was just asking for a price, and this guy could go on for so long. He suspected this person wasn't just trying to make money as a guide, he was simply a chatterbox. Lin Chen still agreed and paid a deposit for 1 day. When he first arrived, having someone to understand the information could indeed save a lot of trouble, such as not knowing the specific difficulty of this military camp, the ways to earn military merit, and which would be more suitable for him, among other things. It was quite practical. Moreover, 5,000 bucks wasn't much, let alone for him, it was a mere drop in the bucket for a normal second-tier profession. This indicated that the person probably had no ill intentions. Of course, even if he did, it wouldn't matter, he wasn't afraid of being taken advantage of. Once the transaction was established, the little guy's eyes became even more lively. "Little brother, to show my sincerity, I'll first share the information, feel free to take a look." The little guy patted his chest and unlocked the information permissions. Lin Chen glanced at it, a level 35 warrior, with the second tier being a lower tier. The specific attributes were not visible. Lin Chen wasn't quite sure how the second tier professionals compared to him, but judging by this lower tier, it seemed rather ordinary. However, he still expressed respect. That was his personal style of doing things, being polite to everyone to avoid trouble, regardless of their strength. "Thank you, Brother Xiang." After chatting with the little guy for a while, Lin Chen finally got to the point, exercising his rights as a consumer. "Brother Xiang, may I ask what the rules of this military camp are and what the general information is?" Xiang Donghua's eyes lit up at the sound. "Little brother, I've been waiting for you to say that. Now, there's still some time before the teleportation, let me explain it to you properly, and I guarantee you won't regret spending this money. Let me tell you, the military camp we're going to is called. By the way, little brother, I haven't asked your name." "Lin Chen, Lin Chun." "Lin Yu, that's a nice name, it has the meaning of treasure, but it's a bit feminine." "Lin Chen, you can continue." "Oh right, where was I?" "Lin, don't mind me. Let me continue. The most comfortable and profitable place to earn military merit in the military camp is? By the way, Lin, what level are you? You look quite young. You came to the military camp so early?" "Lin Chen, 27. 27? That's a bit low, but just barely enough. You might not earn too much. I think you should take some time to settle down." "Lin Chen, you continue." "Oh right. Continue, let me tell you. Where was I?" "Lin Chen." Lin Chen somewhat regretted spending this money. This little guy was no guide, he was clearly a chatterbox. What could have been explained in a few minutes dragged on for half an hour. However, the abundance of words had its advantages. The introduction was very clear. According to the little guy, the military camp they were going to was called the 17th camp, with the main tasks being garrisoning and extermination. Garrisoning had nothing to do with ordinary people, external recruits only handled extermination. The 17th camp controlled an area called the Wasteland, which was filled with numerous skeletal monsters. Recruits could earn the military's unique contribution points by killing these skeletal monsters, which could then be exchanged for materials and equipment. Lin Chen was somewhat aware of this. Generally, the process for external recruitment at the front lines was like this, just focusing on extermination, and at most, advancing to reconnaissance, since recruits had not undergone training, and anything too complicated would be difficult. Additionally, there were various detailed strength information. The 17th camp was a small to medium-sized military camp, with about 30 personnel, maintaining a strength around level 40, and the commanding officer was a level 55 lieutenant. The skeletal monsters in the wasteland were generally around level 35, so most external recruits also maintained within this range, mostly between 30 and 40. Many of them, like Lin Chen, came over to gather second-tier materials. Indeed, second-tier materials were hard to obtain, and many people were unwilling to settle for just that lower tier. Even if their levels had surpassed it, they would still drag it out. Of course, there are some who are purely here to earn military merit, like the guy with the small eyes, who casually made a lower tier transition. Additionally, there are some university students whose second transition is managed by their academy, and they come here to complete academy tasks. This type of person is the least common, but their strength is relatively the strongest. In total, there are about 40 external recruits active in the 17th Battalion every day. The information provided by the guy with the small eyes is very precise. Regarding this strength issue, Lin Chen is quite satisfied. He feels that his current strength is indeed not enough compared to monsters of the same level. Being about 10 levels higher is just right, and the other professionals around him are also within this range, ensuring there's no danger. Of course, he can't say for sure, he'll have to gradually understand more later. Finally, there are the detailed military contribution points and the value of the materials he needs. Although the guy with the small eyes spoke very thoroughly, Lin Chen currently has no reference, and it just sounds like numbers, so he can only wait to verify them later. He gets a headache just hearing the numbers. In short, the guy with the small eyes indeed did not hold back in sharing everything he knew, and he also mentioned some precautions, such as the officers in the 17th Battalion being very strict, with a strong military discipline, and which active external recruits are strong and easy to talk to. Lin Chen felt that this information wasn't very useful to him, but the guy with the small eyes seemed to love sharing this gossip. He was still talking. Lin, did you see that man over there with the big axe? His name is Han Dashin, a level 36 advanced profession, and he ranks in the top 10 for military merit every day. This guy has a very bad temper, so you must not provoke him. And look at that tall guy with the bow, a level 35 advanced archer. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. Recently, 2 of his colleagues mysteriously went missing, and it's said to be related to him. Oh, and over there, look at that woman in the long dress. Her husband just died half a month ago, and now is the perfect time to strike. Lin Chen, the guy with the small eyes, was excitedly pointing at the people in the square, drawing discontented glances from others, especially the woman in the long dress, who shot him a furious glare. To avoid causing trouble, Lin Chen quickly stopped the guy with the small eyes. Brother Xiang, I plan to quietly earn my military merit. There's no need to introduce these people. I won't cause any trouble. The guy with the small eyes understood the implication and scratched his head. Oh, I see, then I won't say anything more. Thus, the world finally quieted down. But not long after, the guy with the small eyes suddenly started again. He pointed out a man and a woman walking towards them in the square, both in their 20s, with an extraordinary demeanor. Passers-by hurriedly made way. The guy with the small eyes immediately tugged at Lin Chen's arm. Lin, look at these two. Lin Chen frowned. Didn't I say no more introductions? I'm not looking for trouble. The guy with the small eyes was undeterred. No, Lin, these two are different. The others won't do if you don't listen to this. Fine, then go ahead. Seeing Lin Chen relent, the guy with the small eyes leaned in closer. Let me tell you, these two are from the Central State Academy, and they have connections. Do you know who is the most formidable in our Jiangbei military? Lin Chen raised his hand to interrupt. Get to the point. The guy with the small eyes scratched his head, showing no embarrassment. Oh, right, these two have the worst tempers and are the most arrogant among our external recruits. They have a rule: as long as they are clearing an area, no one is allowed to approach within a 2-kilometer radius. Otherwise, they will attack directly. Lin Chen was taken aback. You should still tell me about their strength. Background. He was here to clear out and earn military merit, so the more he killed, the better. If he had to pay attention to the area, he had to understand the situation. I'm telling you, you have to. Listen to this. The small-eyed person revealed a smug expression. These two have decent strength, actually. Although they are from the Central State Academy, they are said to be just average. The guy is 37, a mid-level second transition, and the girl is 36, also mid-level. Of course, they are definitely stronger than us. It's mainly about their background. Lin, do you know our Jiangbei's top leader, Li Jingchuan? Lin Chen frowned even more upon hearing this. He naturally knew about the college entrance examination he had just completed yesterday, and Li Jingchuan, the head of the Jiangbei military district, held a high position. If there was a connection to Li Jingchuan, it would indeed be troublesome. Are you saying these two are related to Li Jingchuan? The small-eyed person replied, not exactly. What I mean is, the deputy division commander under Li Jingchuan, then the regiment commander below him, and the deputy regiment commander of Jiangbei City is the guy's second uncle. Lin Chen understood. Although the word sounded a bit ridiculous, the background was indeed extraordinary. The military hierarchy here is quite simple, collectively referred to as the Demon Suppression Army, divided by city districts, with provincial levels as divisions, city levels as regiments, and smaller groups as battalions. Li Jingchuan is equivalent to the division commander of Jiangbei province, and his second uncle is equivalent to the deputy regiment commander of Jiangbei City. Thus, he really had to be cautious. He definitely couldn't provoke a deputy regiment commander at this point. Lin Chen was self-aware. Whether Li Jingchuan liked him was Li Jingchuan's business, but he wouldn't let it get to his head. Lin Chen silently cursed his luck, not expecting that coming out to praise military achievements would lead him to such a domineering person. However, he would keep his distance. He wasn't someone who liked to stir up trouble. So, impressive, right? I'm telling you, the 17th Battalion we're going to was directly under his second uncle. The Small-eyed person looked at the boy with envy, thinking about how much easier their path would be with a deputy regiment commander as an uncle. They truly couldn't compare in life and death situations. Lin Chen followed his gaze and saw the boy standing proudly at the front, with no one daring to approach him, and the girl beside him had a frosty expression. He did look hard to get along with, but he couldn't say he was envious. After watching for a while, the small-eyed person turned back. By the way, speaking of which, Lin, you're also a student, right? Which university are you from? 27th level is still a bit low. Everyone else is in their 30s when they come here. You should settle down a bit more. Lin Chen casually replied, Sandayaku Vocational Technical College. If the small-eyed person knew he graduated high school at 27th level, it would definitely lead to endless questions. Sandayaku? The small-eyed person paused, thinking to himself, sounds like a wild chicken school. Boom, just then, the teleportation array activated. The two from Central State stepped in first, and the others began to move. The small-eyed person quickly pulled Lin Chen along. Let's go, let's go. Once we get there, I'll continue to introduce you. I still have a lot more to say. That battalion commander is definitely strict. You'll know once you get there. Lin Chen. The two from Central State. The boy was named Wang Chenhao, and the girl was named Li Yuexin. Both were in their second year. The battalion commander of the 17th Battalion was surnamed Shui, and everyone directly called him Commander Shui. This was a supplement from the small-eyed person later. Lin Chen followed the crowd into the teleportation array and soon arrived at their destination, the 17th military camp. The sky turned dim, and the surroundings were desolate, with a stern wall visible in the distance, guarded by solemn soldiers. Upon arriving in the wild, it was clear that everyone's expressions became serious, no longer relaxed. Before heading to the front line, they had to go to the military camp for unified registration, which was required at the start and end of each day, with daily settlements. After Wang Chenhao and the others walked towards the wall first, the rest began to follow. Lin, let's go too. Once inside, Commander Shui will also talk to you about contribution points, and you can check the materials you want to exchange. But remember, don't speak carelessly, this place is different from the outside. Do you remember I told you that Commander Shui is very strict? The small-eyed person was now much more serious, reminding him. Lin Chen nodded. Following behind the crowd, they quickly arrived at the military camp. At the entrance, soldiers were conducting checks, and beside them was a crystal device. As people walked by, it flashed continuously, all in green. This was the military's detection device, capable of identifying evil beings disguised as humans. When it was Lin Chen's turn, the light was also green, but the soldier frowned slightly. You're level 27? Everyone else was above level 30, so Lin Chen did stand out a bit. Lin Chen stood firm. Yes. The soldier raised an eyebrow. Forget it, go in, and be careful. Thank you. Lin Chen walked into the courtyard, and the small-eyed guy leaned in again. So, how is it? I told you, you need to settle down a bit, otherwise, you won't get in and it would be a wasted trip. By the way, you were too eager. At your stage, you could just go out to the wild and level up casually. Lin Chen smiled but said nothing. Inside the walls were several large tents. Calling it a camp was indeed accurate. The small-eyed guy led Lin Chen into the largest one. As they reached the entrance, he lowered his voice again to remind him, remember, don't talk recklessly, just listen, and if you don't understand something, ask me when we come out. I have to say, the small-eyed guy's professionalism was quite high. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was even more solemn, and no one spoke. Lin Chen's arrival drew a bit of attention, mainly because he was low-level and young, but it was just a few casual glances. At the main seat sat a middle-aged man with short hair and thick eyebrows, his expression sharp. Without wasting words, he stood up as soon as everyone was present. Everyone, listen to me. I am Shui Feng, the commander of the 17th Battalion, and from now on, I will also be your officer. Since you are here, you must follow my rules. Is that clear? The crowd stood even straighter, clearly showing no dissent. Only Wang Chenhao, who had sat down casually on a chair after entering, seemed to be ignoring everything. Shui Feng appeared not to see him and waved his hand. Two soldiers immediately brought over a pile of wristbands and distributed them to everyone. Lin Chen also received one, which he directly put on his arm. According to the small-eyed guy, this was something that recorded points, essentially certifying your military achievements. Shui Feng continued. To the north is the wasteland filled with skeletal evil beings. Our battalion has advanced 5 kilometers in. Your task is the same as the other. Soldiers, advance, eliminate, and try to kill all the skeletal evil beings. For those below level 35, each one is worth 1 contribution point. For those above level 35, each one is worth 2 contributions, and for those over level 40, it's 5. If it's a boss, no matter how strong you think you are, if you encounter a boss, you must report back. This is a military order, and those who disobey will face military law. Additionally, everyone must return to the camp before dark to hand in their wristbands. Violators will also face military law. Is that clear? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, so they couldn't act on their own when encountering a boss. That seemed a bit too strict. Scanning the room, he noticed that everyone else seemed unfazed, as if they were all aware of this. Lin Chen didn't dwell on it any longer. Since you all understand, you can set off now. You can handle all the spoils yourselves, no need to hand them in. That's it. The crowd in the tent quietly left while Wang Chenhao picked up a ring from the table, spinning it in his hand as he walked out of the tent. Xue Feng didn't glance at him once. As Lin Chen exited the tent, the small-eyed guy leaned in, pleased. So, how was it? I told you Commander Xue is particularly strict, right? But no matter how strict, he wouldn't dare to manage Wang Chenhao. Look how carefree he is, really enviable. Lin Chen said nothing. However, he did acknowledge the discipline of the military. Just looking at Xue Feng, he seemed decisive and authoritative. As for Wang Chenhao, he had no thoughts on that. Having connections and status was just like that. It was quite fair. It had nothing to do with him. He just needed to earn his military achievements and focus on his second transition. Alright, stop thinking about it. Aren't you here to check the material prices? I'll take you to see. The small-eyed one retracted his envious gaze and pulled Lin Chen to another large tent. You wait here, I'll go see which way Wang Chenhao went. We don't want to accidentally bump into him. I'll wait for you to come out after you finish looking. With that, the small-eyed one left with familiarity. Lin Chen pouted. It must be said that the money spent was worth it. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, Lin Chen looked around. His main goal now was definitely to obtain the materials for the second-tier promotion, which was also the reason he came to the military camp. 9 blood tunnel crystals, a bottle of 40-level silver boss essence, a bottle of speed essence, a bottle of defense essence, and a piece of the lowest-level elemental essence. These were the materials he needed, and Lin Chen had noted them down in his little notebook. According to what Xue Feng just said, the contribution points for monsters below level 35 are 1, and above are 2. I wonder how many I have to kill. Inside the tent, there was a crystal projection screen displaying various military merit exchange values. Lin Chen quickly found what he was looking for. Blood Marrow Crystal, 200 contribution points / piece Silver Boss Essence, 800 contribution / 35 level 1200 / 40 level. Elemental Essence, lowest level 3000 / piece, lower / mid level, out of stock 200 by 9, 1200 by 3, plus 3000, 8400. He needed 8,400 contribution points, which meant he had to kill over 4,000 monsters. Above level 35. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. Well, let's keep working hard. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead as he walked out of the tent. It could only be said that the second-tier promotion was indeed not easy. Fortunately, his strength was decent. I'll try to complete the second-tier promotion before school starts. After resting for several days, Lin Chen felt motivated again. Oh right, there's also the exclusive treasure chest. Lin Chen had not forgotten the last item, the clear spring. The purple quality exclusive treasure chest required 8,000 contribution points. Lin, over here. Outside the military camp, he saw the small-eyed one waving from a distance, while the others had disappeared. Lin Chen approached, and the small-eyed one began to chatter again. So, Lin, you're here to gather materials for the second-tier promotion too, right? Is the pressure big? It's alright. What stage of the second-tier promotion are you planning to take? Big brother can help you strategize. Lin Chen, mid-tier is fine. Mid-tier, huh? Normally, it takes about 3 months for them to gather mid-tier materials. Your level is a bit low, so it might take even longer. Oh, wait, your school should have privileges, so it should be faster. By the way, Lin, your grades are pretty good. Even a low-tier university can get to the second-tier promotion this fast. What year are you in, sophomore or junior? When I was your age, I was still grinding gear on the assembly line, TSK. The wasteland was a front line advancing north, having pushed forward 5 kilometers so far. As Lin Chen and the small-eyed one chatted while walking, they quickly reached the edge of the front line. Ahead lay a desolate expanse, with withered grass and dead tree trunks, exuding an air of deathly silence. This is it. I just saw Wang Chenhao go in from the east, so let's try to stick to the west a bit. The small-eyed one looked around and then cursed under his breath. Damn it, there's an uncle who can't let go. Even when fighting a monster, I have to give way. To you, I'll deal with you sooner or later. Lin Chen. He didn't know who had just been too scared to even let out a fart in front of Wang Chenhao. Lin Chen also noticed that the small-eyed one had been leading him to walk at the back to avoid Wang Chenhao. Lin, what do you say? Are you going to walk by yourself or come with me? Big brother, you can earn a good amount of military merit in a day, I think. Since it's your first time here, it's better to stick with me to avoid any trouble. The small-eyed one stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite imposing, like a big brother. He then said, not much. Just 20,000 a day will do. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. No need, I can manage on my own. Don't trouble yourself, big brother. He certainly wanted to act alone, especially since he was still burdened with an external debt of 8,000 contributions. The small-eyed man sighed. Alright then, just be careful. I'm not just talking about money, mainly, I think you're a good kid. If you want to gain some experience, that's fine too. Lin Chen didn't say anything more, but just as he took a couple of steps, he was called back. By the way, since I see you have a good vibe, let me share a little insider information. The small-eyed man returned to his mischievous demeanor, winking and making faces. Lin Chen asked, is it about money? The small-eyed man glared. What are you saying? Can I be that kind of person? Then what is it? The small-eyed man's mouth twitched but quickly adjusted back. Let me tell you, this wasteland wasn't always like this just a year ago. It was full of life and the monsters were very mild, and also, Lin Chen interrupted, get to the point. The small-eyed man rolled his eyes. In short, I heard there's a source of infection here. It's because of it that this place has turned into what it is. The army is stationed here because of it. And, right now, the army hasn't found this source. Lin Chen's brows slowly furrowed. So what you mean is? So don't you get it? Find the source. If you can find the source, won't you make a fortune? That would mean heaps of military merit. Hey, don't go. Wait for me to finish. Before the small-eyed man could finish his sentence, Lin Chen had already walked away and he couldn't be stopped. He thought it was something significant, but the army had been searching for 3 years without success, so how could it be his turn? Poor kid, wasting time. This time, Lin Chen completely shook off the small-eyed man and stepped alone into the wasteland. Looking at the desolate land before him, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Finally, I can level up. Military merit was one thing, but his level hadn't increased in a long time. The monsters here were all above level 30, which excited Lin Chen. Blood Devour. As he activated Blood Devour, his agility and strength surged rapidly. 172 you have entered. Stage 3 Berserk, strength and agility increased by 500%, strength 2896 plus 289 plus 2370 plus 52, agility 2896 plus 289 plus 2370 plus 52, still in stage 3 Berserk. Lin Chen planned to familiarize himself with the environment before considering whether to enter the ultimate stage, since he would probably be here until the start of university. Feeling the surge of power within him again, Lin Chen became even more excited. Let's go! For the second transition. Looking around, there weren't many monsters, it was just wilderness upon wilderness, with scattered bones on the ground. Lin Chen wasn't surprised. According to that small-eyed man, this area was still on the outskirts of the wasteland, so there weren't many monsters. On a good day, he might encounter a few dozen, and sometimes he could even get into fights over monsters. Of course, he could also venture deeper alone, where monsters would be more numerous but at higher levels, and he wouldn't receive support from the army if he strayed from their lines. It would all depend on his strength. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen successfully encountered his first monster. It was a dog-like creature, but its body was nothing but a white skeleton, with only its eye sockets glowing a bright red, as if some ghostly light was flickering. It looked fierce and was sniffing around on the ground. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he cast an identification spell from a distance. He still needed to establish a high-level monster attribute recognition. Bone Demon Dog, demonized, level, LV 32 health, 5210 strength, 584 agility, 565 constitution, 521 spirit, 360 wow, is it that high? Lin Chen was taken aback. This ordinary monster had higher attributes than the boss from the previous Goblin Den. No wonder it was a level 30 monster. This was just right for him. Driven by a thirst for experience and points, Lin Chen charged forward. The demon dog was sniffing around on the ground, and upon catching the scent, it instantly raised its head, baring its sharp teeth at Lin Chen and assuming a combat stance. It had been a long time since a monster could react to Lin Chen's speed, and this demon dog clearly lived up to its attributes. However, reaction or not, dodging was out of the question. Lin Chen's attributes were no joke. As soon as the demon dog opened its mouth, a red glow surged as it lunged at Lin Chen, crashing down with a loud bang. The demon dog was sent flying, crashing into several dead tree trunks along the way. Not dead? Lin Chan's eyes brightened even more. He saw that the demon dog's skeleton was shattered in half, yet it quickly got back up and, seemingly unafraid, charged at Lin Chen with a furious rage. As it ran, fragments of its shattered bones fell to the ground. Is it fearless because it has no body? Without overthinking, Lin Chen waited for the right moment and struck down heavily with his blade as the demon dog leaped at him. The impact of the demon dog's charge combined with Lin Chen's explosive power. Banged crash, the demon dog instantly disintegrated in midair, countless white bones exploding like shards of glass, creating a strangely beautiful scene. Kill the bone demon dog, experience plus 1314, the experience is indeed high. Seeing the experience notification, Lin Chen smiled. Previously, defeating a monster in the college entrance exam only granted a few dozen points, but this time it was multiplied by dozens, and even his long stagnant experience bar visibly moved a bit. No wonder it was a monster over level 30. Keep going, keep going. Lin Chen couldn't wait to set off again, not just for military merit but also for leveling up. With such high experience gains, it was unimaginable for someone at level 20. However, the only regret was that the contribution points were a bit low. When the bone dog died, his points bracelet flickered, jumping from 0 to 1. Xuefeng had mentioned before that monsters below level 35 grant 1 point, while those above level 35 grant 2. This one was level 32, so it only added 1. His goal was 8,000 points. In the desolate land, Lin Chen spent nearly 20 minutes searching for monsters. As he stepped On a bone, a creature suddenly burst out from behind a dry tree trunk ahead. It was still a bone demon dog, lunging at Lin Chen with its sharp fangs. Just in time, Lin Chen, feeling eager, raised his blade to meet it. Clang! The long knife collided with the bone, producing a tremendous roar, and the demon dog was predictably sent flying. This time, Lin Chen absorbed the experience without giving the demon dog any chance to react. As soon as his blade fell, he leaped forward and struck again, the violent force instantly shredding the demon dog into pieces, completely exploding it. Kill the bone demon dog, experience. Plus 13-14 points, 1-2. The experience bar moved significantly again, and his points increased once more. Progress always brought joy, especially when it was visibly apparent. Lin Chen felt more energetic, as if filled with vigor. Keep going, keep going. After 2 encounters, Lin Chen understood that monsters just over level 30 were still no match for him, and there was still a considerable gap. So, he confidently began to sweep through the area. He was currently at the outskirts of the desolate land, which was the military's 5-kilometer front line. The military had stationed here a year ago, and aside from the initial surveying and monitoring time, they had begun a large-scale advance for nearly half a year. The entire front line stretched about 100 kilometers, and the military adhered to a steady strategy, advancing 1 kilometer each month, reaching the 5-kilometer mark now. The front line was also the safety line. The farther one strayed from the front line, the more detached one became from the main force, and the more dangerous it was. At the same time, the number of monsters encountered increased, along with the military merit that could be gained. According to the little-eyed person, the best result for external recruits so far was an 8-kilometer advance on the front line, earning over 400 military merits in a single day. That person is Wang Chenhao. Wang Chenhao is proud and indeed possesses strength. After all, students from Zhengzhou are unmatched by others. Most of the rest linger around 3 to 4 kilometers, with the better ones reaching 5 to 6 kilometers. I wonder how far I can push, Lin Chen thought. He definitely needs to delve deeper where there are more monsters, but he is still unclear about his own level. Level 32 magic hounds are easy to handle, but he is uncertain about levels 33 and 34. Well, he currently has no understanding of the changes in monsters above level 30. This is mainly due to his rapid level jumps. He was still taking exams with the kids before heading straight to the front lines, missing out on a lot of necessary knowledge. He is also unsure about the strength of second transformation monsters. There are second transformation beasts, but they have different names. The first transformation is ordinary, and after the second transformation, they are called Tier 2. They evolve through different means, possibly by devouring their kind, or through rare materials, or simply by cultivating. The strength will also undergo a qualitative change. The monsters in the wasteland are currently in the 30 to 40 range, so Tier 2 monsters likely exist there. If we speculate based on points, then monsters above level 35 are very likely to be Tier 2. Lin Chen advanced according to plan. He did not move in a straight line but instead used a serpentine maneuver. After all, this is still a cleanup mission, and he cannot just charge in recklessly. Due to the long battle line, there is an unwritten rule: each person is responsible for a section of the area, and everyone tries not to disturb each other. Of course, this is for the front. When they cannot advance later, they will have to go to others' areas to help. Just like other recruits, they have now reached 4 to 5 kilometers, and many cannot advance further. If they do not advance, no monsters spawn. According to Little Eyes, it is chaotic over there, with fights breaking out every day. However, Lin Chen is new and has been assigned a new area that has not yet been cultivated. The monster levels are low, and others do not think much of it. Such areas are usually cleaned up uniformly by the military during their advance, so he is currently very stable. Kill Bone Magic Hound, experience plus 1314. Kill Bone Magic Hound, experience plus 1314. Kill Bone Magic Hound, experience plus 1314. As Lin Chen continued to sweep through, the Bone Magic Hounds were no match for him, turning into experience that nourished him. Awesome! Lin Chen, who had not received experience for a long time, couldn't help but shout in his heart. Although he was currently killing level 32 monsters that others looked down upon, he was only level 27. This speed of improvement was like a refreshing rain after a long drought. Moreover, although there are few monsters in the wasteland, his high agility made up for some of it. At this rate, I might level up in less than 2 days. I might even level up today. Lin Chen became more and more excited. The difficulty of leveling up after the 20s is not simple, as can be seen from the other recruits who are in their 30s. As for his classmates, that's another story, pure nonsense. One can only say that coming to the front lines was the right choice. Not only military merit but also experience was enough to satisfy him. Of course, his military merit was also rapidly increasing, just not by much. Time passed quickly in this vibrant atmosphere, and the morning went by. To avoid encountering monsters he couldn't handle later, Lin Chen implemented a leave no grass behind strategy wherever he went. He cleared all the monsters in his area, leaving not a single one behind. At this point, he had successfully pushed his battle line forward by a kilometer, creating a vacuum of absolute safety. Little Eye said that ordinary new recruits average 2 days to push a kilometer. They are all above level 30 professionals, some even having completed their second transformation. So my strength should be somewhat stronger than a normal second transformation. Lin Chen roughly assessed his level based on the current situation. He personally enjoyed gathering information and building his understanding. Only with a clear awareness of himself and everything around him could he feel safer and walk more steadily. In the current environment, aside from the monsters, the other external personnel were Lin Chen's imagined enemies. Although there was no enmity, Lin Chen had been diligently trying to gauge the strength of others for insurance. Just as he was thinking, a magic dog suddenly sprang out from a pile of withered grass ahead. This time, its level had finally increased, reaching level 33. Bone Magic Dog, Demonized, Level, LV 33 Health, 5550 Strength, 624 Agility, 600 Constitution, 555 Spirit, 380. Both Strength and Agility have increased by about 40, and Constitution by over 30. Is the level increase this exaggerated after level 30? While Lin Chen was observing, the magic dog had already pounced. It leaped high, its sharp fangs glinting coldly in the sunlight. Lin Chen leaned back effortlessly to dodge this attack. Days of combat had significantly improved his fighting skills. As he leaned back, he executed a diagonal slash from bottom to top. Whoosh, the magic dog was sliced in half mid-air. Lin Chen had experience. This creature was not an ordinary monster, and its body being severed did not affect it. Just as the first slash passed, another downward strike followed, and the magic dog erupted, dying completely. Killed Bone Magic Dog, experience. Plus 1615 experience has also increased a lot. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Just hitting level 33 was worth 1300, and now it had risen by a full 300, equivalent to 2 more goblins. However, the attribute increase was indeed high, adding 30 to 40 points for just one level. Excluding the Berserk state, his actual attributes were still under 200, making this level roughly a quarter of his total. After tidying up a bit, Lin Chen continued on his way. He hadn't yet left his response range, so the higher the attributes, the better. They were all his experience babies. Beyond a kilometer, all the monsters were level 33. Lin Chen was even more certain that he could reach level 28 today. His level hadn't changed in a long time. The only regret was that his points were still only 1, but it wasn't a big deal. If quality was lacking, quantity would win out, and his high agility gave him a significant advantage. In just one morning, he earned 49 military merits. According to the Little Eyes, ordinary people only earned about 50 or 60 in a day, and that was considering the results later on. His progress was already quite good. Lin Chen was full of energy and soon encountered another level 33 magic dog. Without wasting words, this time Lin Chen took the initiative to attack. The level 33 magic dog was a bit faster this time, making evasive moves compared to before, but unfortunately, it couldn't escape. Lin Chen swiftly struck it down with 2 slashes, turning it into a pile of white bones, which became experience points. After a kilometer, the number of magic dogs increased slightly, but not significantly. Lin Chen continued to clear them out using his serpentine dodging technique, quickly boosting his experience. Killed Bone Magic Dog, experience plus 1615. Killed Bone Magic Dog, experience plus 1615. Killed Bone Magic Dog, experience plus 1615. Awesome. In the 17th Army Camp, in the main tent, a large light screen floated in the center, displaying many green dots that were constantly moving, but overall, they maintained a straight line. Above the line was a vast red area. Alright, stop looking. Whether you watch or not, the advancement speed is just like this. Half reclining at the conference table was a middle-aged man, the deputy commander of the 17th Battalion, Su Song, who was a college roommate of the battalion commander, Xue Feng. He never understood why Xue Feng worked so hard every day. They were just sent here for the extermination mission, so they should just show the expected progress. How fast did he want it to be? Xue Feng stood under the large screen, not turning his head at the sound, and said seriously, "It's because of this mindset that you're still just a deputy battalion commander. If they give you 3 years, you should aim to finish in 2.5. If they give you 2.5, you should strive to complete it in 2. That's how you can have a chance for promotion. If others are competing with you, you can seize the opportunity, understand?" Su Song rolled his eyes. "You can talk all you want, but just because you can speak doesn't mean you have a high rank. Despite your hard work, I haven't seen you get promoted. Besides, what's the use of watching here? With so few people, do you think just by looking at them they'll move faster?" Humph. Xue Feng's expression remained unchanged, treating it as if he hadn't heard. Just then, a soldier suddenly ran in. "Captain Xue, the scouts have reported." Su Song quickly pulled his feet off the table and sat up straight. The soldier scratched his head. "Deputy Su is here too." Xue Feng quickly walked up to the soldier. "What did the scouts say?" The wasteland hadn't always been like this. It used to be full of life, and the beasts weren't aggressive. But since a year ago, it seemed to have been cursed, deteriorating day by day. He had been sending out teams to investigate the situation, hoping to find the source of the curse to possibly resolve this desolate mission, or at least speed up their progress. The soldier raised his eyebrows. "The scouts said there's still no news, but they are working hard to investigate. Xuefeng's eyes darkened, and after a moment he let out a long breath and waved his hand. Alright, I understand. You can go now. The soldier didn't move, instead looking awkward. Xuefeng raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? Yes, there's one more thing. Deputy Commander Wang sent a letter saying his nephew is doing well here and hasn't caused you any trouble, right? As soon as these words were spoken, it was clear that Xuefeng's face turned completely dark, like a volcano about to erupt. The soldier became even more frightened, trembling. You can leave now. Xuefeng waved his hand again, and the soldier, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly slipped away. Just as the soldier stepped out of the big tent. Bang! Outrageous! Xuefeng slammed his palm on the conference table, unable to hold back any longer. Just mentioning Wang Shenhao filled him with rage. A second-generation rich kid doesn't even regard his battalion commander, treating the army like a playground. It's like he's shitting on his head. And now he has the nerve to send a letter. This is too much. Su Tsong, lying back down, teased. What are you getting angry about? Didn't you want to speed things up? Wang Shenhao, putting aside everything else, is much stronger than other useless people. Isn't that just what you want? Xuefeng suddenly looked up. Is he here to help me speed things up? This is a cleanup mission. He just charges ahead recklessly, coming here to chase girls, and my men have to clean up after him. Do you think I shouldn't be angry? Su Tsong, unfazed, continued. Oh, so that's how it is. Then with your backbone, how do you plan to reply to the commander? Am I supposed to entertain him? Let that useless second-generation rich kid do whatever he wants. Xuefeng, exasperated, pointed at Su Tsong and shouted, exactly. I'll reply like that. Or I'll reply right now. Soon, a confidential letter was sent out from the captain's tent. The soldier was about to send it when Su Tsong stepped in to stop him. Let me see it first. To Commander Wang, your nephew is doing well in the 17th Battalion, strong and humble, providing great help to my battalion. Commander Wang, don't worry, Xuefeng. Su Tsong curled his lips. Looks like your brain isn't completely fried. Alright, send it. Su Tsong patted the soldier on the shoulder, then adjusted his coat as he walked out of the message room, muttering to himself. Every day, it's really hard to have peace of mind. Time passed quickly. The sun set in the west, marking the official end of Lin Chen's first day on the front line. He had gained a lot that day. In the morning, he advanced 1 kilometer and earned a total of 49 points. In the afternoon, his stamina slightly lagged, falling just short of another kilometer, but due to the increased number of monsters, his points not only didn't decrease but actually increased, earning him 52 points. Altogether, he accumulated 101 points. Although he was still a bit far from 800, it was only the first day, and his speed would only increase from here, so Lin Chen was quite satisfied. Additionally, as he had expected, with the boost from high experience, his level had increased. He successfully reached level 28. Time to allocate points. After several days of rest and another level up, Lin Chen was quite excited, wiping the sweat from his brow as he immediately opened the panel. Name, Lin Chen. Class, Bloodthirsty Berserker, Hidden, Level, LV 28, 0.01%, Health 3260 Shield, 100000 Strength, 195 Agility, 195 Constitution, 326 Spirit, 92 Free Attributes, 15 Passive Blood. Festival, for every 10 points of health lost, Strength and Agility plus 1 Passive Blood Frenzy, attribute increase based on remaining health. Bloodthirst LV6. During the skill activation, you will no longer receive any health recovery, and it will automatically restore 8 health points per second when deactivated. Active release, health decreases by 80 points per second. Mountain Crushing Strike, leap forward and smash down onto the ground, dealing damage to enemies in the area, changing based on the frenzy stage. Cost, 100 health points. Items, Crimson of Absolute Justice, purple, Flowing Sound of the Spring Pendant, purple, Flowing Sound of the Spring Ring, purple. After level 20, natural growth is such that the main attributes of Strength and Agility increase by 10 per level, while the secondary attributes of Constitution and Spirit increase by 5 per level, plus 15 free points. Lin Chen's previous Strength and Agility were 185, and Constitution was 321, so this growth was just right. Looking at the panel, Lin Chen felt a sense of reunion after a long separation. He used to level up several times a day, but recently, due to the college entrance examination, he hadn't moved for several days, which was quite nostalgic. Constitution, 326341 Health, 32603410. Skillfully allocating the free points to Constitution, a long-lost warmth flowed through him, and Lin Chen's health increased. Once again. 3410 meant that even without considering the frenzy, he could now provide 341 points of strength and agility, equivalent to 2 ordinary versions of himself. If he included the frenzy, it would be even more terrifying. His frenzy calculation method is based on the strength and agility gained from the festival passive added to his own attributes, which is considered the base value. The frenzy doubles this base value, and it's not just a simple doubling. Some values on the panel enhance that multiplier. This means that the doubled value must also add the base value to get the final result. In short, it gives everything without holding back, aiming for maximum output. I wonder how much the enhancement will be after the second class transfer. Lin Chen was already looking forward to the changes. After the second class transfer, he was now at level 28, very close. Of course, the prerequisite was still to accumulate enough contribution points. The upper tier second class transfer was his minimum requirement. Let's go. Lin Chen closed the panel and headed back home. He had to return to the military camp before dark, although he didn't know why there was this rule, but he just had to comply. Under the setting sun, Lin Chen looked like a farmer who had just finished his work. Although his body was a bit tired, his heart felt the most relaxed at this moment. It must be said that a person only feels grounded when they are constantly progressing, especially right after putting in effort. With the furthest time until tomorrow's efforts ahead, nothing feels better. Lin Chen was currently in this state, feeling relaxed and light on his feet. Having taken a whole day to snake his way here, he returned with a light heart, and in just a few minutes, Lin Chen was back at the military safety line, which was the 5-kilometer front. However, as soon as he returned, Lin Chen's mood instantly dropped, simply because, "Hey Lin, my brother, over here, over here." In the distance, a creature as excited as a big monkey was waving at him. No need to say, it was the chatterbox with small eyes. "So, Brother Xiang, how was your harvest today?" Lin Chen stepped forward, maintaining politeness. The small-eyed one, Xiang Donghua, was now covered in dust and dirt, clearly having had a tough day of hunting. However, he still looked spirited. It was hard to tell if he was satisfied with his haul or just happy to have someone to talk to. Xiang Donghua threw an arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. "Brother, do I even need to say? Let me give you a number. Got it?" Lin Chen glanced at him as he made an 8 gesture with his hand. "Do you know the value of this number? I'm not just bragging. At least half of the people are below me. And do you know the strength of the monsters over there? Mine are all level 35. Of course, to be fair, I did have a bit of luck today, but do you know? Come on, I'm in a good mood today. After we finish the quest, I'll take you out to eat." As Xiang Donghua walked with Lin Chen, he started chattering again. According to him, a normal person would earn about 60 to 70 points in a day, and from Lin Chen's judgment, the small-eyed one should be on the weaker side among the external recruits. After all, he was a lower-tier second transition and still needed to work as a guide to make money. So Lin Chen believed that Xiang Donghua's current excitement was indeed due to a bountiful harvest and having someone to talk to. Lin Chen remained silent, just quietly listening to him boast. After everyone finished for the day, they had to report back to the military camp. At this time, aside from them, many others could be seen heading towards the camp, most of them looking weary, with a few injured and stained with crimson. It was evident that the challenges behind them were not low, and it was possible that internal conflicts had arisen over monster hunting. In short, it was not peaceful. Lin Chen silently noted all this. After boasting for a while, Xiang Donghua finally remembered Lin Chen. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder. "Lin, my brother, what do you think? How was your harvest?" Lin Chen replied lightly, "It was just average." Xiang Donghua frowned. "Average? Oh, right. After all, it's your first day here, you still need to adapt. Besides, your level is a bit low. Don't be discouraged, it will get better over time." Lin Chen smiled but said nothing. Xiang Donghua immediately raised an eyebrow. "Hey, you brat, what's with that attitude? Let me tell you, aiming too high is not the way to go. Who hasn't gone through this? You only see that I earned 80 today. Yes, 80 is quite a lot, but do you know how much effort I put in for that? Do you know how much hardship I've endured to get here? When I first came, I could barely earn 10 points a day. Got it? Lin Chen." He forced a smile. "I understand, thank you, Brother Xiang." Only then did Xiang Donghua relax. That's more like it. Recognizing oneself is a good thing. Just then, a man wielding dual axes passed by them. Xiang Donghua immediately showed an envious expression. The man's name was Han Dashin, level 36, mid-tier second transition. I wonder when I can reach that level. If nothing else, it would be nice to build some connections. In their external recruit group, there were two people who were completely untouchable. One was Wang Chenhao and the other was Han Dashin. Even just having a bit of a relationship with them could lead to a smooth path. Wang Chenhao was beyond his imagination, and Han Dashin, he could only think about. Lin Chen quickly followed the small-eyed one back to the military camp. Inside the big tent, the atmosphere was solemn. Everyone stood quietly in line at the edge, each with eyes full of anticipation. Next was the military merit exchange time. Everyone had worked hard all day, waiting for this moment. Only Wang Chenhao remained casually sitting at the table with his legs crossed, completely relaxed. Liu Aixin quietly stood behind him. Xue Feng sat at the other end, ignoring Wang Chenhao. "Is everyone here?" Xue Feng asked the crowd. "We're all here," the eager crowd replied in unison. "All right, let's get started." Xue Feng waved his hand, and a nearby officer immediately said, "Now line up to hand in your wristbands, maintain discipline. No talking." The first in line was a pale, effeminate young man, and the officer took his wristband. "Wang Gang, 67 points. Any objections?" The effeminate young man looked slightly disappointed but quickly replied, "No, sir. The officer's expression remained unchanged as he continued checking. Fang Chengshi, 69 points. Lu Jipeng, 75 points. Xian Tangjing, 77 points. One by one, the participants passed the inspection, mostly scoring between 60 and 80, with a few reaching over 100. Those with lower scores appeared somewhat downcast while occasionally receiving compliments from the officer, which drew envious glances from those around. Strength was respected wherever it was found. Xue Feng remained silent, throughout, indifferent. Wang Chenhao, on the other side, appeared relaxed, occasionally glancing up with a mocking expression. After a while, a burly man wielding dual axes stepped forward. Han Dashan, 212 points. As soon as his score was announced, everyone around cast envious looks, though no one was surprised. Han Dashan had been in the military camp for a while and everyone knew him. Relying solely on his high-level profession to fight his way up in this camp, he was the one to beat for Wang Chenhao, a true powerhouse. Over 200 points, nearly equivalent to what they could achieve in 3 days. The officer's expression softened. Old Han, your strength has improved, congratulations. Han Dashan, lacking social graces, replied in a deep voice, not bad. Xue Feng also showed a look of approval. He admired those who relied on hard work rather than profession, especially since this personality suited him well. Han Dashan, good job, keep it up. Han Dashan nodded. Thank you, Captain. Shui. As Han Dashan stepped down, it was about to be the next person's turn when, thud, come on, test mine first, I'm tired. Wang Chenhao casually tossed his wristband onto the table and stretched lazily. Yawning, Xue Feng immediately felt displeased. Why did he have to test now, right after Han Dashan had just finished? This bastard. The officer picked up the wristband, secretly rolling his eyes. In the 17th Battalion, no one liked this arrogant second-generation rich kid. Wang Chenhao, 290 points. The officer announced Wang Chenhao's score without surprise, only irritation. Wang Chenhao, for better or worse, indeed had strength, averaging around 300 points daily and even reaching 400 on one occasion. Everyone knew this. Moreover, since he chose to go after Han Dashan, it was obvious what he was trying to do. Sure enough, the others around looked on with envy and surprise. 300 points equated to at least 4 days of their efforts. And with such a good background, truly, comparing people could be infuriating. Wang Chenhao stood up with a light laugh. Hachu, not bad, right, Captain Xue? I guess I helped you a bit. Xue Feng sneered. Young Master Wang, you're impressive. Score has indeed provided me with great assistance. Following that, the inspection process noticeably sped up. Xiang Donghua, 79 points. The officer glanced at the wristband of the small-eyed man and set it down. The small-eyed man felt a pang of disappointment. He usually only scored around 60 and had hoped to receive some praise today. Damn Wang Chenhao. Lin Chen was right behind the small-eyed man, and it was soon his turn. Lin Chen, 101. Ha, you got 101 points? The officer looked puzzled at Lin Chen's wristband, and at the same time, everyone around turned to look. 100 points. Wasn't too much, but they all remembered that this guy was only level 27, right? Moreover, it was a new front line and he could still score 100? Especially Xiang Donghua, who was now looking at Lin Chen, his small eyes wide open as if he had discovered a new continent. Lin Chen ignored him and said to the officer, yes, sir, I had some good luck today. The officer paused for a moment, not dwelling on it. Perhaps it was due to good equipment or a slightly special profession. A score of 100 wasn't too much after all. Alright, the points will be directly converted into your personal contribution. Points, which you can use in any military district by verifying your identity. Everyone here had something like a virtual personal profile. Aside from money, everything else would be directly stored in it, similar to military contribution points, academic credits, Ministry of Education honor points, etc., all interconnected nationwide. Very convenient. Lin Chen was aware of this and politely thanked the officer again. Thank you, sir. The officer nodded and then addressed everyone. Everyone, that's it for today. If you want to come back tomorrow, the same process applies. The teleportation array will open soon, so please hurry. The 17th Battalion appreciates everyone's hard work. The military camp did not provide accommodation and external personnel had to return to the city after each day. If they wanted to continue, they could come back the next day. Similarly, contribution points were settled once a day. However, what Lin Chen couldn't understand was why they had to return to the camp at night. Non-accommodated professionals could continue fighting monsters on the front line and there shouldn't be much of an issue with night operations. The army would logically want to speed things up. As Lin Chen left the main tent, as soon as he stepped outside, the small eyes immediately crowded around. Lin, my brother, you. What's going on with you? Xiang Donghua's eyes were wide open. He couldn't understand how a level 27 newbie could score 100 points in a day. That was equivalent to killing over 100 skeletal hellhounds. Was this still a newbie? Was San Daoko Academy that strong? Lin Chen grinned. He didn't want to tell the small eyes about his score for fear of this situation. Just lucky. I had a bit of good luck today, Lin Chen said. The small eyes felt dismissed. Nonsense. I know how things are on that front. Can you really score 100 just by luck? You better come clean. Lin Chen, this guy seemed a bit slow on the uptake. Only he would dare to ask like that without getting hit. Oh, the equipment my family prepared for me is pretty good, so it was a bit easier. Lin Chen made up a reason. The small eyes flickered with interest and seemed to believe it. In fact, he also felt that scoring 100 wasn't too exaggerated. The newly opened front line had a low difficulty, and with good equipment, it was indeed achievable. He was confident that if he were sent back, he could achieve a similar score. He just needed to level up against higher-level monsters. TSK, I forgot you're loaded now. It's good to have money. I can't compare with you, having been roughing it all these years. The small eyes began to chatter incessantly, and Lin Chen pretended not to hear. The two followed the crowd back to the teleportation array. It was evident that Lin Chen was no longer invisible. Many people cast him sidelong glances, and a few even nodded at him. Lin Chen responded to each one. Buzz, the teleportation array activated, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen returned to the Jiangbei city area. The sky was already dark, and outside the teleportation square, the streets were brightly lit, bustling with people full of prosperity. It formed a stark contrast to the wilderness just moments ago, even creating a sense of disconnection. One could only say that this world was like that. The surface prosperity and tranquility were built on the efforts of generations. Let's go, time to eat and rest. Old Lu, you made quite a bit today. How about a feast tonight? Sister Zhang, does your injury still hurt? I'll take you to see a priest. The external personnel grouped together, greeting each other as they left. Little Eyes tugged at Lin Chen, making faces. Hey, Lin, what are your plans for tonight? How about I take you out to experience something? After a whole day of fighting, it's the perfect time to relax. Lin Chen. No thanks, I plan to go back and rest. Little Eyes pouted. See, you just don't understand how to enjoy life. Fine, I'll go by myself then, don't want to lead you astray. See you tomorrow. Little Eyes left quickly, unable to contain his excitement. Lin Chen guessed that his lack of money might be part of the reason. It was still a significant factor, after all, to make even a chatterbox like him unusually quiet. In Jiangbei City, Lin Chen had no place to stay, so he chose the same 3-star hotel as yesterday. It was close to the teleportation array, and he was familiar with it, so he didn't have to look for another place. However, this time he didn't choose a room with a training room, which significantly reduced the price. It was only 1888. Speaking of which, Lu Menghan hasn't sent the money yet. Lin Chen thought of his 30 million, which was no small amount. However, today was technically the day after the college entrance examination, so there was no rush. Additionally, he hadn't received his exam results yet, and once they were out, he would need to register with the Zhengzhou Academy. The university was his ultimate goal, as it could provide permanent attribute points and even stimulate his talents. Lin Chen kept this in mind. If he couldn't accumulate enough military merit at the 17th camp before school started, he would not hesitate to give up. The second transfer could also be done at the academy, but he couldn't afford to miss out on permanent attributes. Of course, he would still try his best to achieve it if possible. Lin Chen returned to his room, and while the waiter prepared dinner, he sat at the desk reviewing the gains of the day. In fact, there wasn't much to review. He was just considering whether the environment of the wasteland could allow him to enter ultimate Berserk. He currently had 2 pieces of clear spring equipment, and as long as he wasn't touched, he could maintain his sanity in ultimate Berserk. So, as long as the environment was suitable, he could unleash it in the wild. Throughout the day, besides killing monsters, he had also been familiarizing himself with the environment. The conclusion he had drawn so far was that in his current area, the region was vast, monsters were relatively sparse, and it was rare to see them clustered together, usually just 2 or 3 at most. However, as he delved deeper, the number of monsters would increase, which was an uncertain factor. Additionally, he would encounter other recruitment groups. Other recruiters were probably about 4 to 5 kilometers away, while he was currently at 2 kilometers. The deeper he went, the higher the chance of encountering them, which was also an uncertain factor. Lin Chen tapped his fingers on the table. Forget it, let's just go for it. No, wait until I reach 4 kilometers before turning it off to see the situation. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen made a judgment. From the current perspective, the increase in monster numbers wouldn't be too significant, and if he encountered other professionals, he could turn it off in advance, which should be fine. The main issue was that these 8,000 contribution points were indeed giving him a headache. He earned 100 today, which was not bad, but he still needed 7,900 more. One could only say that advancing to the second transfer was indeed not easy. This was still him. For others, it might be as difficult as climbing to the sky. From what Lin Chen understood, even in top-tier universities, only a small portion managed to advance. In that case, I can make a big leap tomorrow. With his mind made up, Lin Chen felt a bit excited. The gap between ultimate Berserk and the 3rd tier was enormous, like heaven and earth, and he hadn't experienced the ultimate values in a long time. Dinner was ready and delivered directly to Lin Chen's room. A steak, a plate of pasta, accompanied by some desserts and drinks, all presented on a plate that looked quite exquisite. Lin Chen wasn't picky about food, he could enjoy fried rice just as much as Western seafood. Already hungry, he quickly devoured everything. After finishing his meal, he followed his usual routine of washing up and going to bed. A night without a word. The next morning, Lin Chen had gained some experience, so he arrived at the teleportation square just in time. The square was already packed with people, almost all familiar faces from yesterday. Wang Chenhao stood at the front, while the others lagged behind. A few people nodded at Lin Chen. Lin Chen responded as usual. Good morning. Lin bro. How was your rest yesterday? A small-eyed guy popped out from the crowd, looking familiar, though he had a slight dark circle under his eyes. Lin Chen replied lightly, not bad. The small-eyed guy didn't mind at all and leaned in, launching into rapid-fire mode. Lin bro, let me tell you, yesterday I went to that place, it was simply amazing. You have to come with me today to experience it. With our brotherly bond, I'll never treat you as an outsider. And, do you know what the environment is like? Just then, rumbling sounds echoed as the teleportation array activated. Lin Chen secretly smirked. He had specifically held back to counter this move. The small-eyed guy frowned slightly, looking a bit dissatisfied. Why did it open now? I still have so much to say. Forget it. Lin bro, I'll tell you more when we get there. Lin Chen, once again arriving at the 17th camp, the process remained the same: entry scan, receiving wristbands, listening to Xuefeng's lecture. During this time, not many people paid him much attention, and Xuefeng didn't spare him a second glance because of yesterday's performance. After the lecture, Lin Chen made his way to the 5-kilometer military front. The small-eyed guy had been with him all the way, and now it was finally time to part. He patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Lin bro, you've pushed to 2 kilometers, right? The monster intensity will ramp up from here, so be careful. If it gets too tough, come find me, I'll be at 4 or 5 kilometers just to your east. We're brothers, don't be shy. Lin Chen didn't say anything and walked straight into the front line. The small-eyed guy pouted. This kid has no respect for his seniors. He shouted again, oh, Lin bro, remember what I told you about the source of infection yesterday? It can turn your fortunes around. Don't forget. Lin Chen didn't pause. The small-eyed guy looked into the distance again. The source of infection, if only I could encounter it. Let's go. Blood feast. Lin Chen arrived at the 2-kilometer mark he had pushed to yesterday and immediately began to drain his blood. After leveling up yesterday, his life had reached 3,410, and today he planned to push straight into ultimate frenzy. 3410 to 3330, 3,250. When you have entered ultimate frenzy, strength and agility increased by 2,000%. All control effects ignored. Danger warning, please quickly increase your life value. Danger warning, please quickly increase your life value. Strength 11,287 plus 340 plus 10,700 plus 52. Agility 11,287 plus 340 plus 10,700 plus 52 over 10,000. Ignoring the danger warnings in his mind, Lin Chen looked at the panel. Although he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but click his tongue. 10,000 points and attributes. Who knows how many levels a professional would need to reach this height? And he was only at level 28, not even at the second transition yet. One could only say that the Berserker was indeed extraordinary, and hidden professions were certainly not simple. However, it was only his frenzy. His blood drained at 80 drops per second, and 1% couldn't be rounded, so currently he only had 1 drop of blood left. If he gave it to someone else without a shield, it would just take a touch to kill him. Lin Chen stood still, silently closing his eyes. Despite the presence of the spring water, every time he first entered ultimate mode, it was still hard for him to cope. He needed to buffer. When he opened his eyes again, they were already filled with excitement. 10,000 points and attributes. Who knows how many monsters he could kill today, how much military merit he could earn, even possibly leveling up again. Let's go. Lin Chen charged out. With just a slight movement, he instantly crossed dozens of meters, as if teleporting. Awesome. Lin Chen gave an honest admiration for this speed. He even felt a bit dizzy, as if his head was heavy and his feet light. After 2 kilometers, the monster's level rose to 34, and Lin Chen continued to sweep through according to yesterday's serpentine plan. The ground's afterimages kept retreating, and Lin Chen quickly encountered the first monster. Bone Demon Dog, demonized, level, LV 34 health, 5,900 strength, 665 agility, 641 constitution, 590 spirit, 410. The 34-level demon dog had nearly 40 points added to each attribute, undoubtedly a significant enhancement. But Lin Chen was different. Today, he didn't pause at all, maintaining a high speed as he dashed through. Swish! A blade of light sliced through at an almost extreme speed, without any sense of resistance, as if cutting through tofu. The demon dog had no reaction. Just a second ago, it was leisurely strolling, completely unaware of its enemy, and the next second it was sliced in half, its skeleton intact but devoid of life. Kill Bone Demon Dog, experience plus 2100. Experience just increased by 500. And yesterday it took me some time to kill one, now it's just a moment. Awesome. The explosive power brought by ultimate Frenzy made Lin Chen overjoyed. He didn't even need to stop, just maintaining his movement to slice through. This undoubtedly sped up the progress significantly. Soon, Lin Chen encountered another demon dog. As usual, he sliced through like an arrow, and the demon dog lost its life without a scratch. It was like pulling a tablecloth from under a set table, with everything on the table remaining undisturbed. Enough to prove how terrifying it was. Keep going, keep going. Lin Chen was even more excited, sweeping through the desolate land. Yesterday it took him about 5 or 6 minutes to find a monster. But today, with the insane boost in agility, he could encounter one in almost a minute. And these demon dogs were no match for Lin Chen. As he swept through, they all turned into fragrant experience points. Kill Bone Demon Dog, experience plus 2100. Kill Bone Demon Dog, experience plus 2100. Kill Bone Demon Dog, experience plus 2100. Lin Chen's experience bar was rising at a visibly rapid pace. At the same time, his points were also increasing quickly. 111. This is the feeling, so right, bro. 17th Army Camp, Main Tent. Langley Ligay Lang Lang Lang. Deputy Camp Leader Song slumped in his chair, humming a little tune while picking at his nails, his legs shaking to the rhythm, completely relaxed. At that moment, Xuefeng burst in, immediately opening the battle line projection screen as usual. Song raised an eyebrow. You're at it again? Can't you be quiet in the morning? With so few people, why not just sleep a bit more instead of staring at it every day? Xuefeng was clearly just done washing up, his hair still damp. He twisted his teacup while saying, if you don't watch, who will? What if a good seedling comes up and you miss it? Su Tsong knew Xuefeng's temper, rolled his eyes, and stopped discussing the matter, instead smirking. By the way, did our camp leader Shui reply to Commander Wang yesterday? What did he write? Cough cough. Xuefeng was drinking water and nearly choked. Twice. Nothing. The projection screen lit up and Xuefeng hurriedly focused his gaze on it. Su Tsong smiled and continued picking at his nails. The projection screen was the same as yesterday, with a long blue line at the bottom, surrounded by constantly jumping little green dots, and above that was a large area of red position zones. Once Xuefeng entered work mode, he became serious, slowly furrowing his brow as he looked at the screen. It looks like the battle line can advance another kilometer. The blue line represented their military battle line, which was the absolute safety line. The little green dots represent the various soldiers and external recruits. At this moment, most of the little green dots are operating 4 to 5 kilometers above the blue line, with some even running 6 to 7 kilometers, clearing a large safe zone. However, the military cannot advance that quickly to stabilize the front line. They usually wait until it is completely safe before pushing forward a kilometer. It seems like it's about time now. Su Tsong casually remarked, if we're going to push, let's push. It's been almost a month since the last advance, so the timing is right. Besides, you can't deny that this batch of external recruits has some skill. They're faster than last month. Xuefeng nodded, acknowledging that this group of external recruits was indeed capable. His focus was now on these individuals, and he noticed that the little green dots 4 to 5 kilometers away were very active, constantly jumping around. As they flickered, the red area continued to recede. The faster the professionals pushed, the quicker his task could be completed. This was a good thing. Xuefeng squinted. After watching for a while, he shifted his gaze downward. The ones closer to the front line also represented weaker strength and didn't require much attention. However, when he looked today, he was stunned. He saw a little green dot jumping across the screen at an unbelievable speed. With each flicker, it covered a distance equivalent to several others combined, and it showed no signs of stopping. It was like a rapidly moving snake pushing away all the surrounding red areas. Xuefeng? What's going on here? What's happening? Xuefeng was completely bewildered. A rookie near the front line was advancing at such a rapid pace, and without pausing, like a bulldozer. He was well aware from reading battle reports that no one could unleash such speed. Even he would struggle to keep up. Where did this commander come from? After a moment, Xuefeng quickly waved to Su Kong. Old Su, come over and take a look. There's a kid here who seems extraordinary. Su Tsong rolled his eyes immediately. Stop overreacting, it's just a few people. We've seen them in the morning. What's so extraordinary about that? They checked the newcomers every morning, and their strength was about the same, even the same people from yesterday. Yet Xuefeng got excited every day just seeing someone a bit faster. He wasn't that bored. Xuefeng was anxious and hurried over to pull him up. No, you have to look, this time it's really different. Oh, you're really annoying. Su Tsong stood up, pulling his arm away while glancing at the screen with irritation. However, before Xuefeng could point it out again, he was stunned. He also saw the green dot jumping wildly on the screen, and he noticed it at a glance. There was no denying it. The speed was simply unbelievable, with each jump covering a significant distance. It was several times faster than others. Damn, is there really a problem? Seeing Su Tsong in shock, Xuefeng said, so, what do you think? I told you someone was extraordinary. Su Tsong nodded in confusion. Yeah, something's off. This speed was unheard of, even he had never seen anything like it. The two exchanged glances, both filled with bewilderment. Everyone else was normal today, there were no experts around. What was going on with this speed? Who was responsible for it? After a moment of silence, Xuefeng turned and walked away. Hey, where are you going? Su Tsong quickly asked. Xuefeng didn't stop. I'm going to find out who was in charge of that front line. We might have struck gold. Such an outrageous advancement. Speed, if utilized properly, could significantly speed up his progress. Struck gold? Su Tsong's eyes flickered, hissing, wait for me. I'm going too. For kilometers in, the ultimate frenzy is truly terrifying. In the desolate land, Lin Chen's eyes were bright. In just 2 short hours, he had advanced another 2 kilometers, equivalent to the progress of an entire day yesterday. The ultimate frenzy can only be described as terrifying. Moving forward would lead him to the areas of other recruiters, and Lin Chen's stamina was starting to lag behind. He chose to stop and rest while checking his gains. To be fair, although the ultimate berserk was indeed explosive, it consumed stamina quickly. At this moment he felt signals of impending overload coming from all over his body. Lin Chen first looked at his experience bar. Level, LV28, 32.3%. In just 2 short hours, his experience had surged by 30%. Previously, he had gained some experience due to the college entrance examination, which allowed him to level up once yesterday. In reality, leveling up at his current stage was already quite difficult. It was common for an ordinary person to take months or even a year to level up. His original expectation was to level up once every 3 to 5 days. The ultimate berserk had far exceeded his expectations. Not to mention anything else, it was simply strong. The clear spring flow was also strong. Lin Chen checked his wristband again. Points, 110. Yesterday he earned 101 points in a day, and today in just 2 hours he had 110. In this short time he had earned much more than Xiao Yan and the others did in a whole day. They were even fighting monsters above level 35, earning only 2 points per kill. Not to mention, the ultimate berserk and clear spring flow were just strong. At this rate, Lin Chen felt he could definitely level up again today, and his points could reach at least 500. Leveling up once a day at level 28 compared to others' nearly 10-fold point gap could only be described as a great advantage. After resting for half an hour, as soon as he felt his body recover, Lin Chen set off without delay. Over 4 kilometers away he would encounter second-tier monsters above level 35. Not only would the experience be greater, but the points would also double. Of course, there was also the possibility of encountering other professionals, so Lin Chen remained vigilant. Currently, he couldn't let anyone touch his ultimate berserk. Previously, he had no issues with the small magic hounds due to his high movement speed, but humans had various skills, which made things uncertain. Lin Chen planned to raise his health back to the 3rd stage if he encountered any unexpected situations. For kilometers away, the vegetation was withered and the tree trunks were dead. It was evident that the area had become more desolate, even the earth was drier, with fine cracks appearing as if something had drained its nutrients. Lin Chen stayed alert, and before long he encountered his first monster. In the distance, he could see a dog lying on the parched ground, still a skeletal magic hound, but its size had doubled and 2 heads had sprouted from its neck, for ghostly red eyes were embedded in their sockets, drawing red lines as the heads moved, looking eerily terrifying. Identification technique. Lin Chen did not act impulsively. He was still unclear about the attributes of second-tier beasts. Although he probably could defeat it, he still needed to enrich his experience pool. The information from the identification technique came back to Lin Chen's mind. 2-headed bone magic hound, demonized. Level, LV35, second tier, health, 8200 strength, 960 agility, 880 constitution, 820 spirit, 520 strength has increased by nearly 300, and constitution and agility are slightly lower. Lin Chen silently calculated in his mind. The skeletal dog he encountered 3 kilometers back was level 34, with attributes around 600. Comparing this, it was clear that strength had increased by nearly 300, while agility and constitution were just over 200. At level 1, it had almost increased half of its attributes. No wonder it's a second-tier beast. I just wonder what the attributes of regular professionals are after their second transition. Lin Chen was still unclear about the attributes of other professionals. This was not something taught in high school. From Lin Chen's personal judgment, the average attributes of professionals after their second transition were around 4 to 500. His current constitution was over 300, and he had no other attribute boosting items which could roughly represent an ordinary person. If he leveled up a few more times and then underwent a significant boost from the second transition, he would be around 4 to 500 as well. Of course, this is just his superficial judgment. Each person has different talents and attributes, so there will definitely be variations, not to mention that the second transition also has different tiers, and the differences in attribute enhancements can be quite significant. However, it generally won't exceed the current monster. Almost all human attributes are lower than those of monsters of the same level. Monsters rely on physical talent, while humans have skills and items for enhancement, which are different directions. This is common knowledge. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Lin Chen licked his lips. I wonder how much experience a second-tier monster can give. No matter how high the attributes, one still fears the kitchen knife. The magic dog has 900 attack, while he has over 10,000. They are all experienced babies. Whoosh! Lin Chen shot out like an arrow released from a bow, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. It slowly disappeared. Roar! The two-headed magic dog reacted extremely quickly, taking a combat stance the moment Lin Chen charged out. Its two massive heads aimed at the enemy, and its gaping maw let out a terrifying roar, but it was useless. Lin Chen continued without any pause. At the moment the blade met the magic dog, he showed no hesitation, slicing through the air as if it were nothing, and in an instant the advanced magic dog was neatly split open between its two heads, dying completely. This is the power of ultimate rage. A second-tier monster is not an easy opponent. Of course, it is also the power of clear spring. Otherwise, Lin Chen would have lost his sanity the moment the magic dog roared. Crash! The magic dog split in two, collapsing onto the ground, leaving a pile of bones scattered everywhere. Kill the second tier. Two-headed magic dog, experience plus 3,900. It doubled after advancing. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The previous level 34 magic dog was 2,100, and it nearly doubled with just one level. He even saw the experience bar jump a bit, which was truly exaggerated. Truly worthy of being a second-tier monster. It's just so powerful. Lin Chen felt that reaching level 29 today was a sure thing. At the same time, the wristband also flickered. 2 points were indeed added, doubling. His progress towards the higher second transition was looking promising. Let's go, let's just do it. Lin Chen was quite satisfied and immediately set off again. What could be more joyful than progress? If he had to say, it was rapid progress. For kilometers felt like a dividing line, and it was clear that there were more monsters. Before long, another two-headed magic dog appeared in his line of sight. Lin Chen repeated the same method and solved it with one strike. Kill the second-tier two-headed magic dog, experience plus 3,900 points. Plus 2, this is the feeling. So refreshing. Following the previous snake-shaped cleaning plan, Lin Chen quickly fell into a joyful cleanup. The monsters changed, and the experience grew rapidly. Of course, he didn't forget to pay attention to other recruiters. There was a possibility of encountering others here. If he did, he would have to consider withdrawing from Ultimate Rage, and there could also be disputes. In short, it would definitely be a waste of time. I hope I have good luck and don't run into anyone else. In the military camp's big tent, Captain Xue Feng and Deputy Captain Su Tsong sat in chairs, their expressions quite complex, their noses not quite noses and their eyes not quite eyes. They had just gone to the instrument room to check, and that perverse little green dot turned out to be Lin Chen, the level 27 rookie's wristband. They had originally thought it was some big shot who had slipped in unnoticed this morning, but they never expected this result. And it was none other than the weakest one. Can this be reasonable? Old Su, do you think it could be that some big shot is hiding their level and came over? Xue Feng asked with a furrowed brow. He really couldn't make sense of the situation. The speed was so much faster than others. He completed in half a morning what others took many days to achieve. And it wasn't just running, the cleanup was particularly thorough. As he passed by, the red area completely retreated, which meant not a single monster was left. Others can't achieve this effect. Generally, while others may move forward, the army still has to conduct a thorough cleanup afterward. In short, it's not clean. Wang Chenhao, on the other hand, just keeps moving forward, leaving a mess behind. Hidden big shot? Su Tsong rolled his eyes at Xue Feng. Are you stupid? How could it possibly be a hidden big shot? Xue Feng was puzzled. What's wrong with that? Su Tsong sighed. What would a hidden big shot want? Your little scraps of military merit? A bunch of level 30 monsters? Or are they just bored and want to come scare you? Oh, I see, that makes sense. Xue Feng scratched his head, feeling it was reasonable. Then, he suddenly paused. So, do you think it could be a high-level evil spirit disguised as a human? A high-level evil spirit definitely has that kind of strength. Its purpose. Right. It wants to gain my trust, successfully infiltrate our ranks, then take us all out, cause huge losses to the military. As Xue Feng spoke, he became excited, looking as if he had completely confirmed his theory. Su Tsong was utterly speechless and stepped forward to give him a smack on the head. His classmate was hardworking, but he really was a bit dense. Plus, he cared a lot about military honor. I'm not saying you don't have a brain. You can think of an evil spirit invasion? Xue Feng widened his eyes. What's wrong with that? Isn't my analysis reasonable? Su Tsong, reasonable my foot. Don't you think about why a high-level evil spirit would want to gain your trust? It has the strength to take you all out directly. Why would it bother to kill other monsters? Besides, we have detection devices at the entrance of our camp. How could an evil spirit sneak in? Xue Feng calmed down again. Oh right, there are detection devices. I forgot in my panic. Su Tsong. Xue Feng had no more clever ideas and fell silent for a moment, before returning to the original question. So what do you think is going on with Lin Chen? This time, Xue Feng didn't answer directly but pondered for a long time. In my opinion, it should be a genius with a hidden profession. Hidden profession? Yes, a hidden profession. Sutsong's expression became serious. In his view, with this cleaning speed, it was barely possible for some hidden professions to achieve this at level 27. The monsters in the wasteland weren't too many, and if it happened to be a hidden profession with outstanding speed combined with good equipment, it would be reasonable. After all, there are many freakish hidden professions, no one can say for sure. In short, they really stumbled upon something this time. Having such a freak in the military camp would definitely speed up the task progress significantly. Sutsong couldn't help but feel a bit excited, although he didn't care much about achievements. Who wouldn't want a freebie? Xuefeng was still a bit confused. Can a hidden profession be that exaggerated? I don't believe it. Sutsong rolled his eyes again. He had lost count of how many times he had rolled his eyes at Xuefeng. Xuefeng was just a high-level profession, and his efforts had played a large part in getting him to this point. In short, he just didn't see enough. What do you know as a high-level profession? I'm saying it is. Alright, hurry up and look at the marching map. Aren't you the most concerned about progress? Sutsong said as he pushed Xuefeng aside. Xuefeng pouted but didn't say anything more. The two looked at the big screen. At this moment, that little green dot was still moving frantically, like a harvester without a pause, and it had already entered a 4-kilometer range. Beyond 4 kilometers, it was all second-tier monsters. TSK, I wonder how many points this kid can rack up. Sutsong muttered with a grin. No matter how he thought about it, looking at this progress still felt freakish. In fact, he was just a rare profession. He didn't really understand how powerful hidden professions could be. Xuefeng also stopped dwelling on it, his gaze now intense. It doesn't matter to him whether it's abnormal or not, he only cares about the progress of the mission. And with the speed at which Lin Chen is clearing out targets, one can only say, good soldier. A completely good soldier. However, does that mean? Suddenly, Xuefeng thought of something, his brows furrowing. The 17th Battalion has a rule: whoever contributes the most effort during a mission, and also gets the most kills, will receive honor points from the military district. These honor points can be accumulated to exchange for military district honor medals. With a medal, your future career and academic opportunities will come with special privileges, and even your social status will rise, allowing you to purchase many restricted items. In short, the benefits are numerous and very important. In fact, this isn't just a rule for their 17th Battalion, almost all military camps on missions have it, and there are quite a few honor points distributed in stages to different individuals. However, their 17th Battalion has a low difficulty level and fewer people, so there is only one share for the most kills. Moreover, the honor points aren't many, only 500, while a first-tier honor medal requires over 2,000 points. Wang Chenhao came here primarily for these honor points. This was also specifically arranged by Deputy Commander Wang, which Xuefeng was very clear about. Originally, whether Wang Chenhao was arrogant or dismissive, at least he had the strength, and no one was competing with him. But now with Lin Chen appearing, Deputy Commander Wang, I wonder if Lin Chen has any background. Xuefeng thought with a frown. If he doesn't have a background, Deputy Commander Wang's personality would definitely intervene, and that kid Wang Chenhao would probably stir up some trouble. Personally, he hoped Lin Chen had a background. After all, he found Wang Chenhao quite displeasing. But even if he had a background, could he surpass Commander Wang? That would be a city commander. Meanwhile, on the other side, Beijiang City, Provincial Military District Headquarters. Commander Li, in my judgment, the most likely place Lin Chen will go is the military camp. He must want to secure a high position, but since school isn't in session and he has no other means to obtain materials, he will most likely end up in the military district. Tang Yusen analyzed very seriously. Ever since Lin Chen rejected Li Jingchuan's offer to take him as a disciple, Li Jingchuan had been acting like he had lost his mind, constantly thinking about Lin Chen and insisting on capturing him. The college entrance examination just ended yesterday, and early this morning he was already asking around about Lin Chen's whereabouts, so anxious that he didn't even want to preside over the examination yesterday. Of course, Tang Yusen was very supportive of this, as Lin Chen's potential was evident, and bringing him to the Jiangbei military camp would be beneficial in every way. She also wanted to facilitate this matter. Hearing this, she was very serious and provided her analysis. Li Dingchuan sat in the main seat opposite, his hair a mess, clearly having not washed up in the morning, looking unkempt. He nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Bang! Li Jingchuan slapped his thigh. Come here. A military officer in uniform hurried in, very respectful. What can I do for you, Commander? Li Jingchuan said. Go check for me. Check all the military camps in Jiangbei that are on missions. Find someone named Lin Chen, 18 years old, level 27. Report back to me immediately when you find him. I want to personally support my disciple. The military officer lowered his head, secretly rolling his eyes. They all knew the situation was chaotic. A young student had rejected Li Jingchuan's offer to take him as a disciple, and Li Jingchuan was restless. The kid hadn't even agreed, and he was already calling him a disciple again, wanting to get burned, right? The officer silently complained. Of course, he couldn't show it. Yes, Commander. Just as he was about to leave, Li Jingchuan's voice rang out again. Wait a minute. The college entrance examination results should be out today. Get me Lin Chen's results, frame them in a fine jade frame. I want to show them to my disciple. The officer. Tang. Yu Sin. Understood. Desolate land. Kill LV-37 Second Order Two-Headed Hellhound. Experience plus 5,500. Kill LV-37 Second Order Two-Headed Hellhound. Experience plus 5,500. Kill LV-37 Second Order Two-Headed Hellhound. Experience plus 5,500. Awesome. The continuous sound of experience points and the steadily increasing score made Lin Chen feel completely invigorated. His luck today was indeed quite good. He hadn't encountered any other recruiters. Relying on ultimate Berserk, he pushed forward another 4 kilometers, reaching the 8-kilometer mark. After the previous 4 kilometers, the monsters increased in level every 2 kilometers, and he had now reached level 37, with their numbers also steadily rising. But none were a match for him, all turning into a massive amount of experience, an enormous amount of experience. One could only say, dipping in beans, awesome. Looking at the completely clean wilderness around him, Lin Chen stopped and casually found a patch of open ground to sit down. His current state was 2 hours to clear 2 kilometers, but he needed to rest for another hour. Ultimate Berserk was indeed powerful, but it also consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. Today he had pushed through a total of 6 kilometers, completing 2.5 rounds. The first 2 rounds were complete sweeps with rest, and the last round had just finished clearing without any rest. Calculating the time, 8 hours had already passed. Therefore, Lin Chen's legs felt weak. He felt every part of his body was crying out in pain. Of course, the huge gains were enough to offset the fatigue. Lin Chen first looked at his wristband. Score, 752, 650 points. After reaching the second-order monsters, the points doubled and the quantity continued to increase, but it had no impact on his speed. So his score had reached a rather exaggerated level. 1 day was comparable to 10 days for an ordinary recruiter. Looking at the score, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. With 700 in a day, he could get the materials for the advanced transfer in just 10 days, simply too fast. Moreover, he had only been at 100 yesterday. One could only say Ultimate Berserk was amazing, and the second-order monsters were also very generous. Next up was the level. The score was actually still a small part. What excited Lin Chen the most was that he had leveled up again. 1 level a day after level 20 was something others wouldn't even dare to imagine. Add points, add points. Lin Chen opened the panel, excitedly rubbing his hands, and it was time for his favorite part. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, level, LV29, 1.2%, health 3260, shield, 100,000, strength 205, agility, 205, constitution 331, spirit, 97, free attributes 15, passive blood festival 4. Every 10 points of health lost, strengthen agility +1, passive blood frenzy, attribute increase based on different health levels, bloodthirst LV6. During the skill activation, you no longer receive any health recovery. Closing automatic recovery of 8 health points per second. Active release, health decreases by 80 points per second. Mountain crushing strike, leap forward and smash down on the ground, dealing damage to enemies in the area, changing based on the frenzy stage. Cost, 100 health points. Items, pure crimson, purple, spring flow sound drop, purple, spring flow sound ring, purple. All attributes had a balanced increase, and Lin Chen skillfully added the extra 15 points to constitution. Constitution, 331 346, health 3310 3460. Looking at the panel, the satisfaction in Lin Chen's eyes was impossible to hide. Just 1 level away, crossing into the 30 barrier, truly obtaining the qualification for the second transfer. That's it for today. As Lin Chen rested, the sky gradually darkened, the evening glow retreating from the earth, making the desolate fields appear even darker. This also meant it was time to return to the camp. Lin Chen still found it a bit puzzling why the 17th camp had such a rule, as nighttime didn't affect the combat capabilities of the professionals at all. Could it be that there really is a source of pollution? Speaking of which, Lin Chen himself felt a bit off today. All day long, he felt as if something deep in the wilderness was calling to him. Well, it wasn't exactly a call, it was a strange sensation, as if something had created a magnetic field with him, making him want to get closer. And the more he advanced, the stronger that feeling became. But once he exited the ultimate frenzy, that feeling disappeared, leaving him confused. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After resting for a while, Lin Chen got up, patted his backside, and headed back home, following the same route as yesterday, with the same pleasant mood and the same little eyes. Lin, my brother, over here. As soon as he reached the military safety line, he saw Xiang Donghua standing in the wilderness, excitedly waving. This time, there was a woman standing beside him, with her hair in a bun, a curvy figure, in her 30s, looking somewhat aloof. Lin Chen strolled over. Xiang Donghua approached with a lewd smile. Lin, my brother, today, I've had quite a harvest. I got 70 points. Although it's not much, I made a like-minded friend. As he spoke, Xiang Donghua kept giving Lin Chen knowing glances, signaling him to look at the woman beside him.
Lin Chen was in a good mood today and smiled. Then I truly congratulate you, brother Xiang.
You rascal. Xiang Donghua showed a satisfied expression and patted Lin Chen on the back. He then put
away his lewdness and brought Lin Chen in front of the woman.
Come, let me introduce you. This is Li Yuejiao, my comrade. Level 34. Today, she got a bit injured while fighting a two-headed hellhound, and I happened to save her. After spending some time together, we became acquainted and agreed to team up to earn points together. You can just call her sisterly, Lin. Xiang Donghua briefly
explained their relationship, his tone calm but his eyebrows nearly shooting up to the sky, especially when he mentioned teaming up. Lin Chen looked over and indeed saw that Li Yuejiao had injuries, her left
arm stained a deep red. Sisterly.
Lin Chen nodded lightly. He was never stingy with pleasantries, as it wouldn't cost him anything.
Xiang Donghua smiled in satisfaction and quickly turned back to the woman. Yuejiao, this is Lin Chen. Don't be fooled by his level being just over 20. He scored 100 points yesterday. Xiang Donghua said politely, with a hint of flattery on his face. However, Li Yuejiao was unappreciative, rolling her eyes.
What do you mean introducing a little brat to me?
And from now on, don't call me Yuejiao. I only agreed to team up with you because you saved me. We aren't that close yet. Xiang Donghua immediately felt awkward but still echoed, yes, I won't call you that anymore.
Lin Chen furrowed his brows at the side.
What kind of development is this? Someone saves you, and you say the relationship isn't close? And Xiang Donghua is still trying to curry favor?
Lin Chen couldn't understand, but he had no intention of interfering in other people's matters.
The few of
them set off on the road back to the camp. After walking for a while, the little eyes came running back to Lin Chen's side. Lin, my brother, sorry about that just now.
It's fine.
Lin Chen had his hands
in his pockets, not caring at all.
Xiang Donghua awkwardly chuckled and added, by the way, I haven't asked about your results today, my brother. You scored 100 points yesterday without a word.
You have to tell me the truth today. Come on. You didn't come to ask for my help today, so your score must be good, right? Lin Chen smiled and didn't hide it, saying directly, I did okay today. I pushed to 8 kilometers and got over 700 points.
Average scores need to be downplayed, there's no need to exaggerate.
After all, the little eyes wouldn't believe it anyway. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the little eyes widened and gave Lin Chen a pat on the back. You rascal, you've learned to brag with your brother, huh?
Lin Chen's lips curled up continuously. See, this is a good way to deal with
chatterboxes. However, just then, an untimely voice rang out.
TCH, if your strength is lacking, all that's left is your mouth, and still over 700 points. Wang Chenhao wouldn't dare say
he could score 700. Li Yuejiao scoffed coldly, and after saying that, she walked straight ahead. Lin Chen. He had forgotten about this. Li Yuejiao clearly had an issue with him, probably due to his strength.
She looked down on everyone, including Xiang Donghua, let alone him.
But Lin Chen didn't care.
Let others talk as they pleased. He wouldn't waste time in useless places, adding
unnecessary trouble. Moreover, facts speak louder than words.
Xiang Donghua struggled for a moment, looking at Li Yuejiao's back, but still chose to follow Lin Chen instead of chasing after her.
Sorry, Lin. Bro.
I just wanted to take advantage of the situation, didn't think much of her.
You know how men are, right? After apologizing to Lin Chen, Xiang Donghua looked ahead again. What a shameless person. Really thinks of herself as something special. Pa. Lin Chen.
More and more professionals gathered around, just like yesterday, almost all looking weary from travel, with the occasional one
showing signs of injury.
Following the crowd, Lin Chen quickly returned to the military camp. Li Yuejiao was still standing at the entrance, puffed up with anger, clearly waiting for the little-eyed one.
Xiang Donghua patted Lin Chen, leaving him with a reassuring glance, then quickly jogged over. Yuejiao, why are you walking so fast? I can't even catch up. Li Yuejiao rolled her eyes. You don't know why I'm walking so fast? Asking a question you already know the answer to? Xiang Donghua chuckled. Oh come on, we're friends. Li Yuejiao, you still dare to say that? Fine, I'll be straightforward. Today, the type of person I dislike the most is someone who talks nonsense all the time. You need to choose between me and him right now. If you choose him, don't contact me in the future. Xiang Donghua, look at you, of course, I choose you. He's not as important as you. Li Yuejiao's lips curled up, revealing a smirk. That's more like it. But I'm telling you, I'm doing this for your own good. Being with someone like him is no benefit to you. He has no strength and can't even back up his words. Yes, I know. So, shall we stick together from now on? Why are you pretending to be so clueless? If I get hurt, who else can I rely on? What else would I be waiting for you for? Yes, I misspoke. Let's hurry inside. With a fawning expression, Xiang Donghua escorted Li Yuejiao into the big tent. After she went in, he quickly turned to Lin Chen and made a gesture with his hands together. The meaning was very clear. Just playing along. Understand, brother? Lin Chen. Inside the big tent.
One by one, the professionals stood in line behind, their eyes bright and full of anticipation.
Testing the results was undoubtedly the happiest thing of the day. Wang Chenhao still sat alone at the table, nonchalantly. After Lin Chen entered, he attracted a little attention. A few people nodded at him, but that was about it. Clap, clap. Seeing that everyone was present, the officer in charge of the inspection clapped his hands and prepared to start. However, at that moment, Xue Feng stepped forward and squeezed into his position. I'm here today. You can step down. Captain Xue is personally inspecting?
The officer scratched his head, filled with questions, and stepped back. Xue Feng took the testing device with a secret smile. Today, with Lin Chen here, it was different from yesterday. At such a fast pace, he had to see for himself how many points he scored. Testing begins. Everyone line up to submit your hand rings.
No talking. The group of recruits was also bewildered. The usual process they were accustomed to suddenly felt daunting. Hurry up. Didn't you hear what I said?
Xue Feng said unhappily. Everyone shrank their necks and hurried forward.
Wang Gang, 70 points. Fong Chang, sure, 66 points. Lu Jipeng, 72 points.
One by one, the recruits passed the tests, and Xue Feng's expression remained unchanged, overall still no different from before, and the crowd gradually
dispersed. Those with good scores showed excitement, while those with poorer results felt a bit disappointed. Soon it was Han Dashen's turn, who strode forward with an axe in hand. Han Dashen, 254 points. The score was announced, and those around were astonished. 250 points. An increase of over 30 from yesterday. It's known that everyone has a limit, and the closer one gets to that limit, the harder it becomes to break through. One can only say Han Dashen is truly fierce. The crowd looked on with envy, yet Xue Feng remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent. Han Dashen scratched his head. Strange, why isn't Captain Xue praising me today? Usually, Xue Feng would offer him a few words of encouragement every day, and with such a breakthrough today, there was no reaction, which puzzled him. Han Dashen left the group with confusion. Immediately after, a wristband was casually tossed onto the table, rolling a few times. Test me, I'm tired, Wang Chenhao said lazily while scratching his ear. The crowd looked at Wang Chenhao, speechless. This guy loves to show off, always choosing to go after Han Dashen. However, it must be said that he is indeed enviable. He has high points, and can steal the spotlight without even needing to give face to Xue Feng. That's the life. Wang Chenhao, 302 points. Xue Feng announced the score and then directly called the next person. He maintained a calm demeanor throughout, even wearing a faint smile. Wang Chenhao raised an eyebrow, feeling that Xue Feng seemed a bit off today. One by one, the recruits passed the tests, and soon it was the last one. Li Yuejiao, 32 points. Xiang Donghua, 69 points. After the little eye tester finished, he turned back and gave Lin Chen an encouraging look. Lin Chen ignored him and stepped forward. The usually serious Xue Feng finally smiled, even flashing a grin at Wang Chenhao. Wang Chenhao? Xue Feng picked up Lin Chen's wristband and cleared his throat. Lin Chen, 752 points. Xue Feng shouted loudly, his voice full of energy, and in an instant, everyone in the tent was stunned. They suspected there was something wrong with their ears. 752. Everyone else was in the 60s. Or 70s, and even the strongest Wang Chenhao barely reached 300. How could a rookie at the lowest level achieve 752? Is that even possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Xiang Donghua, who stared blankly at Lin Chen, his squinty eyes wide open. So, Lin Chen wasn't bragging? Beside him, Li Yuejiao blinked her big eyes incessantly. Xue Feng's lips curled up. He had anticipated this, and now it was just a confirmation. It was now certain. Lin Chen was indeed a good soldier. Lin Chen, you've worked hard. On behalf of the 17th Battalion, I thank you for your efforts. Xue Feng patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, his face full of kindness, and the fondness in his eyes was almost overflowing. Thank you, Captain Xue, Lin Chen replied politely. He wasn't surprised. The military district must have monitoring devices, so Xue Feng should have known his score was good from the start. No need to be polite, your strength brings great help to our 17th Battalion. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Xue Feng's demeanor made it clear to anyone with eyes that he highly recognized Lin Chen without any pretense. So, Lin Chen really scored over 700? A rookie? At level 20? Is that even possible? The crowd was even more bewildered. Lin Chen was the last one, and the testing was completely finished. Xue Feng ignored the expressions of the crowd, clapped his hands, and said, everyone, that's it for today. I thank you all for your efforts, and I hope everyone continues to work hard in the future. Dismissed. The crowd left the big tent one after another, still looking dazed, turning back every few steps. Only Wang Chenhao remained seated, still lost in thought. Young Master Wang, aren't you leaving? Aren't you tired? Wang Chenhao blinked. Oh, I should go, I'll go now. Xue Feng chuckled to himself, let him be proud, there are always people better than you. However, he couldn't help but wonder if Lin Chen had any background. He had just seen a hint of ruthlessness in Wang Chenhao's eyes, clearly indicating trouble was brewing. As soon as Lin Chen stepped out of the main tent, he immediately caught everyone's attention. Some were surprised,
Some envious, some trying to curry favor, while others averted their gazes filled with fear.
To earn over 700 points in just one day at over level 20 was undoubtedly impressive. He was not someone to provoke.
Xiang Donghua avoided eye contact, too afraid to approach. His mind had been buzzing since the beginning.
What had he done?
He had been calling such a big shot his brother day after
day. He even dared to tease him. Was he asking for trouble? Brother Lin, oh no, Lin Xiaoga, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, you've worked hard, you go first.
At that moment, someone in the crowd
began to speak, each one cautiously testing the waters, afraid of saying the wrong thing. There was no choice, they were unsure of Lin Chen's character.
What if he turned out to be another Wang Chenhao?
In the past, things were different, now it was better to be cautious to avoid causing trouble.
Just then, Li Yuejiao suddenly turned her gaze. She stepped out of the crowd. Everyone, don't worry, Lin Chen is not that narrow-minded.
I know him well, we are friends, so feel free to go. After saying that, Li Yuejiao quickly approached Lin Chen. Lin Xiaoga, I was just joking with you earlier, don't take
it to heart. Since we've met, what do you want to eat tonight? It's on me.
She hadn't expected that this useless little guy would have such an outstanding friend.
She really hit the jackpot. Seeing this,
everyone revealed envious expressions.
They knew Li Yuejiao. She was just an average woman in terms of strength.
They had no idea what kind of luck she had to be associated with Lin Chen.
When they
returned to the camp, many had seen Li Yuejiao walking with Lin Chen, but no one had doubted it. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This woman changed her face so quickly, truly living up to her character of
flattering the powerful. Everyone, feel free, you don't need to mind me. Lin Chen first cupped his hands to the crowd, then turned to Li Yuejiao. Who are you? Do I know you? He couldn't even call Xiang Donghua a friend. What kind of person was this? Brother Lin, what are you saying? Are you joking with your sister? Li Yuejiao froze in place, awkwardly replying. Lin Chen didn't answer, chuckling lightly. As he stepped away, talking to such a person was a complete waste of time. The crowd hadn't dispersed yet. Seeing Lin Chen approach, they all made way.
Lin Chen ignored them and continued on his path.
He was polite enough,
he didn't have to walk behind anyone, and he didn't even acknowledge Xiang Donghua. He had long sensed something unusual about Xiang Donghua. It was clear he felt the gap in status,
and didn't dare approach.
To be honest, his character was decent. However, it had nothing to do with Lin Chen, which was just as well to avoid annoyance.
Just as he said, Xiang Donghua wasn't really a friend.
After Lin Chen left, the crowd was left staring at each other, all looking at Li Yuejiao, who suddenly burst into laughter. I thought there was a real connection, turns out it was just self-promotion. Laughing to death, he didn't even want to be with her, and she's not afraid of embarrassment. How could he possibly want her? What status does Lin Chen have, and what status does Li Yuejiao have? There's nothing to be done. Some people just can't see themselves clearly. They thought they were so familiar, it was simply a waste of their feelings. Everyone was out here struggling, almost
giving her a good life.
The crowd mercilessly mocked her.
Li Yuejiao clenched her fists, feeling her whole body tremble.
She had never been humiliated like this in her life. She went up to apologize with
good intentions, but what did she get in return? Who are you? Do I know you?
Just because you have a bit of strength,
you can't let it go. It's simply arrogant. Li Yuejiao rushed over to Xiang Donghua's side. Hey, little eyes. You go chase after Lin Chen and make him apologize to me. Right now, immediately. Little Eyes was completely dumbfounded. Huh? Me? Li Yuejiao, don't play dumb with me. Who else could it be? You need to go right now. A little brat still trying to act tough with me. How dare you? I can't deal with you anymore. Looking at the foul-mouthed Li Yuejiao, Xiang Donghua had a suspicion arise in his mind. Is this woman out of her mind?
Asking him to find Lin Chen to apologize for her, he himself didn't even dare to talk to Lin Chen anymore, and now she wants him to apologize. Besides, who does she think she is, giving him such a big task after knowing him for just a day? As if she saved his life.
I'm not going.
Xiang Donghua directly refused. He actually wanted
to ask about her mental state, but ultimately didn't say it out loud. Upon hearing this, Li Yuejiao exploded. Are you even a man?
You and Lin Chen are together all day and you can't handle this little
matter? I'll ask you one more time, are you going or not? If you don't go, don't even think about teaming up with me in the future.
Xiang Donghua confirmed. This person really has a problem.
It could
be that kind of person whose intelligence is underdeveloped but can take care of themselves, so they haven't been discovered, a Tang person.
You can team up with whoever you want, but I'm definitely not going.
Xiang Donghua didn't hesitate and firmly refused. Are you kidding? Even if you asked him to team up, he absolutely wouldn't. This woman just provoked Lin Chen. Teaming up with her would be foolish. Not to mention teaming up, just talking to her could lead to misunderstandings with Lin Chen.
Hiss right. He must not let Lin Chen misunderstand. He needs to take emergency measures. With this thought,
Xiang Donghua shivered, quickly turned around and left, and didn't forget to add, I didn't save you today, and we have no relationship now.
Don't contact me again in the future. I'm afraid Lin Chen will misunderstand you.
This one sentence completely ignited Li Yuejiao. She screamed and rushed forward to confront Xiang Donghua. Her claws reached straight for Xiang Donghua's head, like a madwoman fighting. However, before she could grab him, she was stopped by the people around, each using their skills, some even extending their weapons to sweep Li Yuejiu away. Xiang Donghua was puzzled. Everyone, what are you doing? He had no relationship with these people, so why were they helping him? The crowd's eyes sparkled. They had seen how Li Yuejiu was acting, and this little eyes was always close to Lin Chen. Whether they had feelings or not, at least there was a connection. It would definitely be beneficial to befriend them. Who knows, they might even climb up to Lin Chen through this relationship, and then they would really take off. Oh, we are all comrades, we must help each other when we see injustice. Right. Helping each other. Besides, I also think Li Yuejiu is not a good person, we have to take care of it when we encounter her. Brother, your surname is Xiang, right? I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you Brother Xiang. I felt a connection with you from the start, just never had the chance to get to know you. Today is finally the day. And me, we are all comrades, it's fate. Now that we know each other, if you need anything, Brother Xiang, just say the word. The crowd chimed in one after another, and Xiang Donghua understood. Not to mention, this feeling of being respected was quite nice. It was a brand new experience he had never had before. However, he also understood the gravity of the situation. Xiang Donghua sighed inwardly. Everyone, you are doing this for Lin Chen's sake, right? Actually, I'm not too familiar with Lin Chen, we've only known each other for 2 days, so let's not do this, I can't handle it. You all saw, Lin Chen just left on his own. He spoke very clearly. They weren't too familiar with each other, and Lin Chen had already given him enough face by being willing to listen to his ramblings. How could he possibly flaunt Lin Chen's name? The crowd's eyes dimmed for a moment upon hearing this, but they quickly adjusted back. What are you talking about, Brother Xiang? I simply admire you as a person, it has nothing to do with anything else. That's right, we're all comrades here, saying those things is just being distant. Exactly, Brother Xiang, don't overthink it. It was fine if it was fine, but at least they were closer, and building a good relationship was definitely not a problem. Everyone understood this logic. Moreover, who could say for sure that Lin Chen wasn't someone who protected his own? A gun, even without bullets, who would dare to gamble? In any case, they had decided that they at least couldn't make enemies. Xiang Donghua's eyes gradually lit up. Things seemed to be getting interesting again? This situation didn't seem like he was flaunting, right? Alright, since everyone is saying this, I, Xiang, will no longer decline. From now on, we are all brothers. Xiang Donghua waved his hand grandly. The crowd quickly agreed, and some opportunists hurriedly said, the teleportation array is about to open. Brother Xiang, please go ahead. Looking at the respectful crowd, Xiang Donghua felt even more exhilarated. He had never experienced this feeling before. At that moment, he also realized that he seemed to have stumbled upon a life-saving token. At least a life-saving token that could be used in the 17th Battalion. Lin, my brother, you are my god. The crowd left amidst laughter and chatter, while Li Yuejiu lay on the ground like a discarded dog. Lin Chen, I won't let this go. Li Yuejiu gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with rage. Just as Lin Chen was about to reach the teleportation array, he was unexpectedly stopped by Wang Chenhao. Wang Chenhao stood in front of Lin Chen, looking as if he had something to say. The crowd that had rushed over quickly stepped back, clearing a large space. These two were currently the two most untouchable individuals. However, they were still somewhat puzzled. Having spent several days together, they were aware of Wang Chenhao's character, proud and disdainful of speaking to anyone, not even giving face to Captain Xue, always keeping to himself with Li Yuexin. What do you think Wang Chenhao wants with Lin Chen? Not sure, they don't seem to have any connection. Could it be that Lin Chen did too well today and Wang Chenhao is unhappy, coming to stir up trouble? Hiss, there's a real possibility. Wang Chenhao is proud and cares about his reputation, so you never know. The crowd whispered among themselves. Lin Chen was also somewhat puzzled and asked, may I ask who you are? Wang Chenhao stood opposite Lin Chen, his breath slightly uneven, clearly having chased after him. He adjusted his clothing and said, you must be Lin Chen, right? You did quite well today. Let me introduce myself, I am Wang Chenhao, a sophomore at Zhengzhou Academy. As he spoke, Wang Chenhao extended his hand, very friendly. Lin Chen maintained his politeness and stepped forward to shake hands. Flattery, Lin Chen. Wang Chenhao was indeed a bit proud, but since he hadn't offended him, and there was no conflict, Lin Chen certainly wouldn't seek trouble. The two acknowledged each other briefly, and Wang Chenhao smiled and continued, Lin Chen, I won't keep you in suspense. I do have something to discuss with you regarding the points. I believe you know that after the task with the most points in our 17th Battalion ends, we will receive honor points from the military district. Right? To be honest, this honor point is very important to me, so I hope you can be generous and let me take the first place. Honor points from the military district? Lin Chen frowned, he really didn't know. It didn't sound like knowledge relevant to his current stage. However, he roughly understood the meaning. The first place in this task would come with extra rewards, and Wang Chenhao needed that reward, so he wanted him to control the points. This outcome was unexpected and difficult for Lin Chen. He certainly didn't want to control the points, he still needed them for his second transfer. And as For Wang Shenhao, he didn't want to provoke him, after all, he had backing. Originally, I thought Wang Shenhao was just looking for trouble because he was annoyed by Lin Chen's showiness and that he would
just soften his tone. I didn't expect he came with a mission. With a mission, it can't be solved just by talking. Wang Shenhao noticed Lin Chen's difficulty and quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't
let Brother Lin suffer in vain.
You currently have 752 points. I'll count it as 800 points for you. Each point is worth 1,000.
As long as Brother Lin keeps it below 300 points a day in the future. For each day you stay, I'll give you 500,000. Of course, money can't compare to military achievements. If Lin's brother wants anything else, just say it. Consider it a personal favor I owe you. How about that?" Wang Shenhao was very sincere, without any arrogance. He knew what was important. Being arrogant with others didn't matter. Even Xue Feng was just a small captain with no future, and
still a subordinate of his uncle.
But Lin Chen was different. He was at a lower level and hadn't even undergone the second transition, yet his achievements were more than double his own. He was probably a low-key genius from some prestigious university out for training, and his background must be significant. Speaking of which, it was really his bad luck. He had originally chosen a simple military camp to blend in well. Who would have thought something like this would pop up? It was truly speechless. Of course, he wouldn't compromise. If it really came to it, he would have to rely on his background. Meanwhile, the people around were dumbfounded, each staring wide-eyed.
Wow, is this still Wang Shenhao? Why do I feel like he's changed completely? Unbelievable, he looks even friendlier than my wife. Is this really the same person? Don't say that, it must be different with Lin Chen. He's proud but not foolish. Do you think everyone is like Li Yuejiao? Oh right, that's true. Li Yuejiao is too straightforward. It's all confused me. The crowd was so engrossed in their discussion that their voices reached Wang Shenhao's ears. Wang Shenhao, what a bunch of simpletons. Useless and talkative. Cursing inwardly, Wang Shenhao put on a smile again. Brother Lin, have you considered it? The teleportation array time is coming up soon. Lin Chen sighed softly, not answering directly, but instead asked, "Brother Wang, may I ask if these honor points can be transferred?" He didn't need the honor points at the moment. If they could be transferred, he would just give them to Wang Shenhao later. Wang Shenhao caught the implication in his words and replied apologetically, "This, unfortunately, is not possible. Honor points are directly bound to one's identity, so Brother Lin will have to bear with it, or we could just..." "Then that's settled, I agree to Brother Wang's proposal." Lin Chen replied straightforwardly. He couldn't think of a better solution at the moment. Earning a few less points now could be made up later, and taking a bit longer for the second transition was also acceptable. Right and wrong were not something to provoke. He had a system and a hidden profession, so he would always be able to grow. He had no qualms about that. It was just a pity, a bit unlucky, to come out looking for a military camp and encounter such a situation. Wang Shenhao paused, then his eyes lit up. Brother Lin is truly a straightforward person. He originally had no confidence. To be honest, his request was a bit excessive, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to be so agreeable. For a moment, he felt a bit embarrassed. Immediately, Wang Shenhao patted his chest and assured, "Brother Lin, rest assured, I won't shortchange you on the conditions promised. I, Wang Shenhao, also owe you a personal favor, so if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Of course, if Brother Lin thinks the money is too little, feel free to mention it. I, Wang Shenhao, will do my utmost to satisfy you." Lin Chen, no need. Wang Shenhao, Brother Lin is indeed a straightforward person. Then I, Wang Shenhao, won't be stingy either. How about 60,000 a day? No, 80,000 a day, it's settled. Lin Chen. Boom! At that moment, the teleportation array finally activated, and Wang Shenhao immediately stepped forward to pull Lin Chen along. "Brother Lin, we can consider ourselves acquainted now. Let's go. Let's go. I'll arrange something for tonight to properly express my gratitude. Don't worry, Brother Lin, I, Han Shenhao, am an open person. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Wang Shenhao dragged Lin Chen into the teleportation array. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back to the crowd still standing at a distance. "That little guy over there with the small eyes. Yes, it's you. You're Lin Chen's friend, right? Come on up." "Lin Chen's friends are my friends, don't be shy, I'll take care of everything tonight." Among the crowd, Xiang Donghua was bewildered. "Ha? Me?" The others looked on with unspoken envy. At the same time, they were even more convinced of their previous thoughts. In the future, aside from Lin Chen and Wang Shenhao, the little guy with the small eyes would be the third. Even Han Dashan wouldn't be effective. Lin Chen ultimately drank with Wang Shenhao until midnight before returning to the hotel. He wanted to refuse, but he didn't expect Wang Shenhao to be so straightforward, insisting he wouldn't let him leave, and even wanting to follow Lin Chen back to the hotel to arrange things directly there. In the end, Lin Chen couldn't resist and went along. It was the first time he had met someone like this. Returning at midnight was still considered early. Wang Shenhao wanted to arrange a second round, but Lin Chen pretended to be dizzy to avoid it. After returning to the hotel and washing up, Lin Chen went straight to bed. Firstly, he didn't have anything to plan for today. He had completed the ultimate Berserk experiment and understood the strength of the second tier.
Monsters. He just needed to perform as usual tomorrow, and he didn't even need to go all out. As for Wang Chenhao, he wasn't troubled at all. It was just a waste of time, which had no impact on him, of course, referring to his mindset. Lin Chen viewed such matters with a broad perspective, believing that stability was greater than speed in reaching the end. That was his life philosophy. As long as nothing went wrong, it was all fine. Secondly, he was genuinely dizzy. He had just turned 18 and had never drunk before, and now he had been forced to drink so much. A night without conversation. The next day, morning. Teleportation Array Square. Good morning, Brother Xiang. Morning, Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang is here. When Xiang Donghua arrived at the square, the crowd immediately parted to make way and greeted him. They had witnessed Xiang Donghua drinking with Lin Chen and Wang Chenhao yesterday. Previously, he had only a slight connection, but now he was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Even someone they needed to curry favor with. It could be said he had truly risen to prominence. A few who knew how to navigate social situations had even prepared breakfast. Brother Xiang, have you eaten? I brought some egg pancakes for you to try. I have chrysanthemum tea here. It clears heat and quenches thirst. Tea? What tea? Brother Xiang drank so much yesterday and still wants tea? I have hangover soup here. Brother Xiang, wake up. Xiang Donghua walked through the crowd, his face beaming with smiles. Had he ever received such treatment? Life's ups and downs really can change in an instant. No need to be polite, everyone. Li Yuejiao squeezed through the crowd, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Brother Xiang, why are you only just arriving? I've been waiting for you for a long time. After a night of reflection, she finally realized that Lin Chen was a big shot she couldn't provoke. Xiang Donghua was also a significant figure now. What she needed to do was not seek revenge but to attach herself. Fortunately, she had some prior acquaintance with Xiang Donghua, so she had the advantage. Xiang Donghua raised an eyebrow. Waiting for me? What do you want me for? Li Yuejiao sweetly pouted, of course to team up. We agreed on this. Brother Xiang, are you joking again? Xiang Donghua was completely taken in by this sweet talker. He couldn't understand how a person could go from having a blood feud yesterday to acting as if nothing had happened today. What on earth was going on in her head? Get lost. I told you we have nothing to do with each other. Xiang Donghua snapped directly. After saying that, he ignored her. The people around were quite perceptive and directly stepped forward to drive Li Yuejiao away. Go, go, go. Xiang brother said it has nothing to do with you. Why are you still pestering? Li Yuejiao, have a little self-respect. Hurry up and get lost. Just looking at you makes me angry. One person grabbed her, and in a few moments they pushed Li Yuejiao out of sight. Xiang Donghua was stunned. Is this the taste of power? So useful? Xiang Donghua tried waving at one person, who immediately showed a look of surprise and hurried over. Xiang Ge, do you have any instructions? Just say it. Xiang Donghua, awesome. Before long, Wang Chenhao arrived. Still full of arrogance, he brought Li Yuexin along energetically, and everyone quickly made way, lowering their voices. Wang Chenhao came to the front and looked around. Old Xiang, over here. Xiang Donghua was startled and quickly jogged over. Young Master Wang, what can I do for you? Wang Chenhao smiled. Nothing, just called you over. My friend Wang Chenhao shouldn't be mingling with those local dogs. Come, Yuexin, call someone. The beautiful Li Yuexin beside him showed a sweet smile. Xiang Ji. Xiang. Donghua was almost in tears. To be honest, Wang Chenhao's words were harsh, but he was truly straightforward. He originally thought that Lin Chen was just putting on a show yesterday, but he didn't expect him to still recognize him today. Young Master Wang, you're too polite. Wang Chenhao interrupted directly. No need for that. If I recognize you, you're my friend. Li Yuexin, don't pay her any mind. She's just a useless person of mine. There are plenty like her. Xiang Donghua, dude, you're being too direct. She's right there. Li Yuexin stood calmly beside them, as if she hadn't heard anything. Wang Chenhao continued, by the way, old Xiang, hasn't Lin Chen arrived yet? He won't be too drunk to join me, right? If you ask me, that kid still needs to practice. His drinking capacity is lacking. It's still better when you drink with old Xiang. Xiang Donghua scratched his head. I haven't seen him. He probably hasn't come. Wang Chenhao pouted. Really not good. Looks like I have to train him tonight. How can a man not drink? Old Xiang, you should join us tonight. It's more fun drinking with you. Xiang Donghua. Time passed, and when Lin Chen arrived at the square, the teleportation array was about to open. He actually got up quite early but deliberately timed his arrival. The purpose was to prevent Wang Chenhao and the little-eyed one. After Wang Chenhao's meddling yesterday, the little-eyed one could now be more open with him, and although Wang Chenhao wasn't a chatterbox, he sure loved to boast. He kept saying he had slain a true dragon back in the day and that he was untouchable at the Zhengzhou Academy, stepping on all kinds of geniuses. Let's not even mention the dragon nonsense. Although Lin Chen didn't know much about Zhengzhou, it was still ridiculous for Wang Chenhao, a mid-level second transition, to claim dominance. In short, Lin Chen was overwhelmed. Just dealing with the little-eyed one was annoying enough. Now he had to face a double-sided attack, and he was truly speechless. Lin Xiao,
When Lin Chen arrived at the square, Li Yuexin bowed politely.
Lin Chen nodded slightly in response. Li Yuexin was a girl from a poor family who had completed her studies. With the help of Wang Chenhao's family, her father was seriously ill, and now she was Wang Chenhao's follower. This was something Wang Chenhao had loudly proclaimed yesterday while Li Yuexin stood beside him. When Wang Chenhao saw Lin Chen coming, he boldly threw an arm around him. "Old Lin, I have to ask, can you even handle it? You're already down after drinking so little. Let me tell you, back in the day, I could drink for a whole day and night. I was 16 then. I knocked down a whole table of guys in their 30s. If you don't believe me, you can ask my friend. He was there and was so shocked. He thought about calling a priest. But do you know what I did? With a wave of my hand, boom! The teleportation array activated, interrupting Wang Chenhao's bragging. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Wang Chenhao lifted his head. "Alright, then let's teleport first and I'll continue telling you when we arrive. Let me tell you, brother, I not only drink but I'm also absolutely unbeatable in that regard. I'll go through everything with you." Lin Chen, through the teleportation array. After enduring Wang Chenhao's bragging all the way, they finally entered the military camp's main tent. Inside the tent, the wristbands were already prepared, and Xuefeng was also present. Lin Chen thought he could finally have some peace, but unexpectedly, Wang Chenhao continued to boast, as if no one else was around. He seemed to forget that this guy never gave Xuefeng any face. As usual, after the rules were explained and the wristbands were distributed, when everyone was about to leave, Lin Chen was called by Xuefeng. "Lin Chen, stay for a moment, I need to talk to you." Xuefeng's expression was somewhat grim. Lin Chen was puzzled, wondering why he was being asked to stay. At that moment, Wang Chenhao suddenly stopped bragging. "Brother Lin, you stay here, I'm leaving now." Wang Chenhao patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and slipped out of the tent like he was escaping. Lin Chen was even more confused. "Captain Xue, is there something wrong?" Xuefeng maintained a serious face, first dismissing the other soldiers, and then sat down to speak. "Lin Chen, I need to apologize to you on behalf of the camp. Starting today, your military merit acquisition must be below 300 every day, otherwise, I can't keep you here. As for the reason, I'm afraid I can't disclose it. This morning, a message came from Deputy Commander Wang stating that the first must belong to Wang Chenhao, and the honor points could only be given to Wang Chenhao. Lin Chen either had to suppress his points or get lost. With Lin Chen's outstanding abilities, who knows how much he could speed up the task progress. Yet now, just because of a second-generation rich kid, they would rather give up progress and forcefully suppress him. It was simply inhumane. Xuefeng was filled with pent-up anger. But he had no choice, he couldn't defy the commander's orders. Lin Chen was taken aback, suddenly raising his eyebrows. He was somewhat surprised. He understood the reason without Xuefeng having to say it. It was simply pressure from above. He had gotten a general idea from Wang Chenhao's story yesterday. What he didn't understand was, hadn't he already agreed to Wang Chenhao yesterday? Why was there still a complaint? No one said how the higher-ups could possibly know, and they specifically named him in the notification. Xuefeng sighed again. "Lin Chen, I know this is very unfair to you. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. I'm really sorry." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "It's fine, Captain Xue, I'll just make sure not to exceed." He had nowhere to go if he left, not to mention the monster experience here was suitable for him. Plus, he could unleash ultimate rage. Other places were uncertain. Xuefeng waved his hand. "Alright, but don't worry, you can kill monsters freely. Once you hit 300 points, just take off the wristband, and the experience won't be less." Lin Chen nodded and left the main tent. After Lin Chen walked out, Xuefeng looked at his retreating figure and let out a long sigh. Being a camp leader was truly frustrating. He was constantly being stepped on by the second-generation rich kid, and now he couldn't even keep his excellent soldiers. Poor second-generation rich kid. Poor Commander Wang. He really wanted a tough character to properly discipline these two unruly individuals. Unfortunately, there was none. Since Commander Wang could send a message, it meant Lin Chen had no backing, or if he did, it wasn't enough to reach the deputy commander level. As soon as Lin Chen stepped out of the military camp gate, Wang Chenhao's head popped out with a strange expression. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry. I got drunk yesterday and accidentally called my second uncle, Lin Chen." Lin Chen curled his lips. He could understand. After all, Wang Chenhao had only just met him a day ago and surely needed to prepare for contingencies. It would be the same if Lin Chen came. Of course, it didn't make any difference to Lin Chen. He said nothing and simply stepped forward. Wang Chenhao, seeing this, became anxious. He really hadn't lied. He had just accidentally called his second uncle while drunk. The main issue was that Lin Chen had left such a big shadow on him that after blacking out, he forgot about the reconciliation and only remembered the first thing that was lost. Otherwise, Wang Chenhao would never do something so shameless. Anyone who knows him knows that Wang Chenhao is a man of his word. Once he considers someone a friend, he sticks by them, always acting with righteousness. This felt like being slapped in the face by someone else. Wang Chenhao hurriedly chased after Lin Chen. "Brother Lin, listen to me, this matter was not done right by me. I apologize to you, but it's definitely not what you think. I swear to the heavens, I was completely out of it. It was not intentional, or else let me be forever cut off from my career. Lin Chen continued walking, ignoring him.
Wang Shenhao grew more anxious, sweating profusely. Brother Lin, you have to believe me, you can't do this to me. How about this, you can hit me twice, I absolutely won't retaliate. Or you can kick me twice, go ahead. Right here. If I dodge, I'm a coward.
Wang Shenhao quickly turned around and bent over, but at that moment, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to quicken his pace and vanished
from sight. Seeing he couldn't catch up, Wang Shenhao hurriedly looked around and spotted Xiao Yan. He rushed over. Old Xiang, you have to help me out, I can only rely on you now. You quickly go explain.
To Lin Chen, just tell him I was really out of it. 24K pure innocence.
Xiang Donghua raised an eyebrow. Wang Xiao, it's not that I don't want to help you. The main thing is, you just told Lin Chen that you can drink endlessly, and now you're saying you blacked out. Who would believe that?
Boom! Wang Shenhao felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his brain, leaving him frozen in place.
It's over. I'm completely finished.
Lin Chen arrived alone at the 8-kilometer mark he had pushed forward to yesterday.
He didn't really disbelieve Wang Shenhao, he just found it annoying, and besides, he
was naturally a man of few words. Before him lay a desolate wilderness. The ground had become extremely dry, with cracks crisscrossing like centipedes crawling across the earth. The barren land appeared to be getting drier the deeper one went, as if something in the center was sucking up the nutrients. Lin Chen let out a long breath and activated Blood Devour. He couldn't afford to let loose and earn points at the moment, but leveling up was something to take seriously. He wouldn't miss any opportunity for improvement, even in limited space. Once his health reached the ultimate berserk state, Lin Chen adapted quickly and began his hunt. In the 8-kilometer range, aside from Wang Shenhao, no other professionals could reach, and Wang Shenhao was not on his side.
Moreover, the monster environment hadn't changed much. He could use ultimate berserk with peace of mind.
Lin Chen moved swiftly, and as he passed, one two-headed hellhound after another was ruthlessly harvested, turning into experience points. Kill. LV38 Tier 2 two-headed hellhound, experience plus 6200. Kill LV38 Tier 2 two-headed hellhound, experience plus 6200. Kill LV38 Tier 2 two-headed hellhound, experience plus 6200. The rapidly increasing experience was undoubtedly comforting, but Lin Chen felt that strange sense of summoning from yesterday again, and it was growing stronger, almost interfering with his actions.
What exactly is in the depths? 17th Camp, Main Tent. I told you not to be angry. What's done is done. What else can you think of? Deputy Camp Su Tson lay back in his chair.
Across from him at the conference table, Xue Feng kept drinking water, his expression extremely gloomy. Ever since Lin Chen left in the morning, he had been like this. Su Tsong was also helpless. This matter was indeed frustrating.
A good genius being
suppressed like this was truly ridiculous. But then again, Commander Wang was still a commander, and it was only natural for him to take care of his nephew. In this society, such things were quite normal. Moreover, Commander Wang didn't say to completely cut off Lin Chen, he just wanted him to stay below 300, which was essentially just having it, not outright dismissing him.
Could one really get upset over such a trivial matter?
Xue Feng's words ignited something within him, and he suddenly raised his head. Aren't you the one here making sarcastic remarks?
Am I angry because of this? We are in a military camp.
It's the face of the country. This is the place where rules must be upheld the most. First, Wang Shenhao broke the rules, and now Commander Wang is getting involved.
Our camp is about to be ruined by this family.
As he spoke, Xue Feng slammed his fist on the table.
I really don't want to be this lousy camp leader anymore.
Su Tsong was shocked. His good buddy was as stubborn as a mule.
If he hadn't joined the army, he probably wouldn't have been able to get by outside.
Su Tsong hurriedly got up from his chair and went to Xue Feng's side, exhaling deeply, gently resting his arm on Xue
Feng's shoulder. Old Xue, I can understand you. I'm actually angry too. Don't think I seem indifferent on the surface. I'm actually furious inside. I'm just holding it in. But do you know why I don't mention resigning? Do you know why I don't say anything? Xue Feng turned his head away. Why?
Patience, accumulating strength before striking.
Accumulating strength before striking? Yes, exactly.
Accumulating strength before striking.
Think about it. You don't like Commander Wang, and I don't like him either. But what can resigning change? If one day we can reach that position, or even higher,
that's when real change happens.
That's when we can clear all obstacles.
Xue Feng was stunned, his eyes sparkling. You make it sound reasonable. Su Tsong silently breathed a sigh of relief. It had to be him to say this, or else his buddy would have been kicked out 100 times already.
2. Avoid any surprises, Su Tsong continued. Remember, you must be patient.
Those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff.
Let's pretend we didn't see this, and don't tell anyone.
Who knows, maybe the higher-ups are in cahoots with the Wang family. We just need to steadily take one
step at a time, until we reach the top. That's the truly correct approach.
Xue Feng regained his confidence, his gaze intense.
All right,
I understand now. I won't tell anyone. Let's do it this way. Su Tsong smiled, stood up, and patted Xue Feng on the shoulder.
As he turned
around, he immediately grinned. With his position as a commander, others had already become division leaders. But at least the problem was resolved. Su Song leisurely returned to his chair, lying back and secretly sighed again. In fact, he wasn't completely indifferent, he was also a bit displeased with Commander Wang. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Beside him, Xuefeng boldly tore open his collar. Let's reach the top. Su Song. Xuefeng began looking at the radar chart again, while Su Song lay back in his chair, dozing off. The sun gradually rose just as Su Song was about to fall asleep. Ha ha, everyone, just go about your business, no need to be formal. Do your thing, I just came to take a look. A man's hearty laughter came from outside the tent. Su Song suddenly shivered. Hiss, why did that voice sound so familiar? Why did it instill such a deep-seated fear within him? Just as he was thinking, the tent flap was flung open, and a middle-aged man walked in, carrying a beam of light with him, holding a large picture frame, followed by a tall woman. Su Song squinted his eyes. What the hell? Boom! Su Song almost rolled and crawled to the two of them. He swore he hadn't exerted himself like this in a long time. It was the Commander Li Jingchuan, whom he could only see during the annual speeches. And there is Tang Yusin from the Jiangbei district. Shui Feng beside him also reacted, quickly moving closer, and both bowed their heads in greeting. Commander Li, Commander Tang. Li Jingchuan was dressed in casual clothes today, his hair standing up, looking very spirited. He smiled at the two. Get up, no need to be nervous, I just came to take a look around. The two remained unresponsive, keeping their heads down and motionless. Such a big shot was on a completely different level from them, and they had to ensure absolute respect. Li Jingchuan frowned. Hey, I said get up. You're blocking the way standing there. Both trembled in unison and hurriedly stepped aside, but still kept their heads down and said nothing. Li Jingchuan rolled his eyes, holding the frame, as he walked to the conference table and boldly sat down. Oh my goodness, it's much better to sit. But the environment is a bit lacking, not even an air conditioner. Li Jingchuan surveyed the surroundings and grinned. Tang Yusin stepped forward. Commander, this is a military camp after all, please understand. Li Jingchuan replied, I know, I'm an old man, it doesn't matter to me, I'm talking about my disciple, Tang Yusin. Meanwhile, Xuefeng and the other person exchanged glances. They were very curious about what a big shot like Li Jingchuan was doing in their military camp, but they didn't dare to ask. After observing for a while, Li Jingchuan looked at the two in the corner and rolled his eyes. Again. Alright, stop standing there, be casual, I don't have that many rules. I just came to see my disciple. You two come over and hang this frame up for me first. Disciple? The two frowned in unison. Where did Li Jingchuan's disciple come from in their small military camp? And what was this frame about? They cautiously took the frame, suddenly stunned. Dasha 2024 National Unified College Entrance Examination Results. Name, Lin Chen. Number, 0524. Occupation, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, score, 800. Full score, Dasha 2024 Special Occupation Mental Assessment Report. Assessment subject, Lin Chen, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Number, 009. Mental pollution level, 3%. Completely stable. Is this the Lin Chen they know? Lin Chen is a berserker? Lin Chen just finished the college entrance examination? Can a berserker get a full score on the exam? Can a berserker be completely mentally stable? Lin Chen is Li Jingchuan's disciple? Countless question marks echoed in their minds, making it hard for them to process. Li Jingchuan suddenly grinned. That's right. Lin Chen is my disciple, not yet officially accepted. This is my disciple's score. Quick! Don't just stand there, find the most prominent and central spot to hang it up. It must be the most eye-catching. The two hung the frame in the most conspicuous position, right above the main tent, where the Jiangbei 17th Battalion's achievements were originally displayed. But throughout the process, their heads were still buzzing. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed unrealistic, none of it made sense, their CPUs were almost smoking. Not bad, just right, you two have worked hard. Li Jingchuan smiled at the frame, this was how he could show his sincerity. Everyone who entered would definitely see it. However, Tang Yusin beside him looked quite awkward, she felt that Li Jingchuan might really not know how to pursue someone, this was too ostentatious. Unfortunately, she couldn't say anything. You two, my disciple is doing well here, right? Li Jingchuan sat down again after looking for a while. The two snapped back to reality upon hearing this, though it wasn't really a return to reality, they mainly couldn't handle it and had to suppress it for now. Xuefeng's eyes suddenly lit up, he originally thought Lin Chen had no background. He didn't expect such a big deal. In this way, wouldn't the matter be perfectly resolved? Commander Li, I have something to report. It's about Lin Chen. Xuefeng immediately stepped forward and said solemnly. Li Jingchuan frowned. What's wrong? Speak. There is a soldier being recruited in the camp named Wang Chenhao. He is the nephew of Deputy Regiment Commander Wang from Beijing, and just yesterday. So, Lin Chen is now restricted by Commander Wang, unable to use his strength, can't earn military merit, and is slowing down progress. Xuefeng recounted the entire situation. The big tent fell into silence. After a while, bang! Li Jingchuan slammed his palm on the table, furious. He was still seeking a master to teach him, and now his subordinates were being bullied?
Not to mention breaking the rules, it was Lin Chen. Nonsense. Truly nonsense. Who did you say it was? The deputy commander of Jiangbei, right? Come on, call him right now.
Li Jingchuan pointed at Xuefeng, fuming. Xuefeng nodded, took out his satellite phone, and soon the call connected. Deputy Commander Wang, this is Xuefeng, the commander of the 17th Battalion. An impatient voice came from the other end.
17th Battalion? What, you? Want to talk about Lin Chen?
I said, if he doesn't want to, let him get lost.
A little brat with so many issues. Before Xuefeng could respond, Li Jingchuan stepped forward and snatched the phone. Who did you say should get lost? Right. Now, immediately, come to the 17th Battalion and see me.
There was a pause on the other end.
Who the hell are you? Yelling at me. And you want me to see you. Where's Su Tsong? Who is this person? You don't want to work anymore, do you? Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow. Hey?
Just as he was about to say something, Tang Yuexin stepped forward to stop him. Commander Li, let me handle this.
Tang Yuexin took the phone. Wang Dio, this is Tang Yuexin.
The person you just spoke to is Commander Li of the Jiangbei Military District.
Lin Chen is someone Commander Li is concerned about.
There was silence on the other end. Very, very quiet.
Tang Yuexin, did you hear that? Hurry up and come to the 17th Battalion. On the other end, I understand, I'm going over now.
It was clear that the voice was choked with tears, as if he was about to lose something.
This is really driving me crazy. I just wanted to see a disciple.
And ran into this kind of trouble. After the call ended, Li Jingchuan sat back in his chair, exhaling heavily. Tang Yuexin smiled as she returned the phone to Xuefeng and stepped forward. Commander Li, please calm down.
It's just that. He didn't recognize your position right away.
Li Jingchuan rolled his eyes. And your subordinate too, this Wang Dio is your man, right?
Tang Yuexin.
After a long while, Li Jingchuan finally calmed down.
He pulled out a
pile of materials, all required for the second transfer and all of the highest specifications.
He couldn't just come to see Lin Chen without showing sincerity. Lin Chen was very close to the second transfer, and these were just right. While Li Jingchuan was sorting through the materials, he waved to the duo. You two, what are your names? The two stood up straight. 17th Battalion Commander Xuefeng greets the commander. 17th Battalion Deputy Commander Su Song greets the commander.
Li Jingchuan, all right, enough of that useless stuff.
I ask you, what time does Lin Chen usually return to the camp? Xuefeng, in response to the commander. Usually around 7 p.m. 7 o'clock. Li Jingchuan pondered for a moment. 7 o'clock was a bit late, but he could wait. At this moment, Su Tsong spoke up. Commander Li, Lin Chen doesn't know you're here yet, and he can't earn military merit. We can call him back to inform him of the situation.
Li Jingchuan slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about that. Perfect.
No need to call, I'll just go to the front line directly.
Li Jingchuan gathered the materials and stood up.
Xuefeng let out a deep breath. He had felt guilty towards Lin Chen all morning, and now it was finally resolved, and progress could be accelerated.
Su Tsong looked at a pile of materials with envy. They were all top-tier second transformation materials.
No wonder he was a mentor. His generosity was evident. It took him a lot of effort to gather materials back in the day, and they were only mid-tier. One could only say having a master is great, but having a strong master is even better. Of course, Lin Chen was strong. Enough. The items in that frame kept swirling in his mind. With this thought, Su Tsong spoke again. Li Shizhang, should we take the frame with us? Li Jingchuan's eyes lit up. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. You're quite sharp. Good job. Take it down and bring it along.
Su Tsong smiled but was shot a glare by Tang Yuexin, leaving him a bit confused.
The situation was perfectly resolved. Everyone was in a good mood just as they were about to leave. Not good. Not good. Something happened, Captain Shui.
A soldier rushed into the big tent in a panic, and upon seeing everyone, he froze for a moment. Xuefeng quickly stepped forward. The soldier managed the scouts, and if the scouts had discovered
a problem, it must be serious. Forget about them, just tell me. The soldier regained his composure. Captain Shui, the scouts reported that there is no source of infection at all, but rather a rift to the abyss. A rift to the abyss has appeared deep in the wasteland, and it has already begun to devour surrounding living creatures on a large scale. Xuefeng's eyes widened. What did you say? The abyss? The soldier took a breath and hurriedly continued. That's right. But the current range of devouring is still optimistic. As long as it doesn't exceed 10 kilometers from our front line, we're fine. We still have time to retreat. But we must notify the higher-ups immediately. The abyss is beyond our capacity to handle. I suggest contacting Li Jingchuan directly. Please decide, Captain Shui. Li Jingchuan? It seems you've already reported it. Xuefeng grinned, feeling relieved. The abyss was terrifying, but as long as it didn't exceed 10 kilometers, it was manageable. They had no one within 10 kilometers. Wait, Lin Chen. Xuefeng looked up again, only to see Li Jingchuan vanish like the wind from the big tent. The abyss could be understood as a mutated version of a secret realm. Bloodshed, brutality, slaughter, and madness were all synonymous with it.
The signs of their appearance varied. Some might appear out of nowhere, some would cause all surrounding creatures to mutate, and some would drain the life
force from nearby beings.
But one thing was the same: once they appeared, they would begin to devour on a large scale, consuming all creatures of matching levels around them. They would then start to nurture themselves, and once they grew to a certain extent, they would descend upon the world, causing horrific disasters. Historically, very few creatures that were swallowed could escape. They were almost uncountable. All creatures that entered would turn into nutrients. What emerged was always the brutal abyssal demons. Li Jingchuan rushed toward the abyss like the wind. At this moment, the entire wasteland trembled, and the ground rumbled.
Countless skeletal demons flew deep into the rift, as if a terrifying force was pulling them, densely occupying the entire sky.
Scattered on the ground, one could see professionals running back in terror.
Lin Chen must not be sucked in. Li Jingchuan pressed forward. The sea of bones could not hinder him in the slightest. All were smashed to pieces.
Lin Chen was not his disciple, but he was a future pillar of the nation. A super genius who could prevent countless sacrifices.
No matter what, Lin Chen must not be sucked into the abyss. Explode blood.
Li Jingchuan shouted coldly, and a circle of blood mist erupted from him. His speed suddenly increased several-fold, leaving a long rainbow trail on the ground. Countless bones were sent flying. Everything was rapidly retreating.
Almost there.
Li Jingchuan could sense the strongest aura of the abyss nearby, not far from him.
Boom! A large mass of bones exploded, and a void rift finally appeared in Li Jingchuan's line of sight. The rift exuded a brutal aura, with countless bones continuously pouring into it.
Among them, there was a shadow that flashed by and disappeared into the crack.
Lin Chen.
Li Jingchuan did not hesitate, crashing towards the crack like a cannonball, but he passed right through,
grabbing nothing.
The abyss only allows creatures of the appropriate level to enter.
This is the rule of space.
The sky was filled with bones continuously pouring into the crack, many of which crashed onto Li Jingchuan.
He did not
move, he just stared blankly at the crack. The entire devouring phase proceeded quickly, and soon the sky full of bones vanished completely. Tang Yusin also arrived at the crack, followed by Xue Feng, while Su Tsong went to organize the evacuation of the troops. Tang Yusin immediately spotted the dazed Li Jingchuan. Her heart sank, and she stepped forward slowly. "Li Lao, are you okay?" Her gentle voice reached him, and Li Jingchuan suddenly came to his senses. "I'm fine.
What could possibly be wrong with me? You, have everyone evacuated?
This abyss should only cover this desolate area. Once we evacuate, it should be fine." Li Jingchuan looked at Xue Feng, his expression calm.
Tang Yusin's eyes darkened at this.
Xue Feng hurriedly said, "Report, Commander, everyone has evacuated, but Lin." "Lin what Lin? Just evacuate."
Li Jingchuan interrupted directly and called out to Tang Yusin.
"Xiao Tang, you handle this abyss. I observe that this abyss targets those below level 40, so don't let anyone below level 40 come near.
Seal off this area. When the abyss monsters come out, it won't be a joke.
Fortunately, the levels aren't too high.
Sending a team of level 60 soldiers to guard should be fine. Do you understand? Pay attention."
Tang Yusin clenched her fists. "Yes, Commander, I will handle it properly."
"Alright then, you stay here. I'm tired today and will head back first." Goodness, I didn't
expect to encounter an abyss on this outing. It's really rare, and my clothes are all dirty now.
After saying this, Li Jingchuan patted his clothes and left, looking relaxed. But, Lin,
Xue Feng hurriedly tried to chase after him but was
stopped by Tang Yusin, watching Li Jingchuan disappear. Xue Feng was puzzled. "Commander Tang, what are you doing? Where is Lin Chen? Why isn't anyone mentioning him?
Such an outstanding talent, and Li Jingchuan's disciple, how could he just
leave like this? Didn't they come here for Lin Chen?" Tang Yusin looked in the direction Li Jingchuan had left, sighed, and said nothing.
"Once you enter the abyss, there is no chance of survival.
No explanation is needed. The range
of the abyss indeed matched what Li Jingchuan said, just at the edge of the desolate land, with gusts of wind howling, forming a vast storm zone, like an inverted bowl. At this moment, everyone who had run out was staring at that inverted barrier.
What the hell? I didn't expect there to be an abyss here. I've lived this long and this is the first time I've seen this thing. It's so shocking. The bones flying everywhere are really terrifying. Thank goodness I ran fast. I
felt so close to death."
"You think? I feel like my heart is about to jump out right now."
Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster, continuously patting their chests. Seeing is believing. Just moments ago, everyone truly felt the apocalypse had arrived, but fortunately, they were near the outskirts.
After a while, everyone began to look for familiar faces.
When they saw their friends were unharmed, voices of relief emerged from the group, and some even started crying. Only Xiang Donghua had a gloomy expression. He did not see Lin Chen or Wang Chenhao. Although they had known each other for a short time, Lin Chen, a super genius, was willing to listen to his ramblings, and Wang Chenhao treated him as a true friend without any disdain. Both had a profound impact on him. Xiang Donghua approached Su Tsong, who was organizing their retreat, and now he was also staring at the inverted barrier in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking.
"Captain Su, may I ask, is it true that once you enter the abyss, you can never come back?" Su Tsong came back to his senses. "Yes,
He didn't say more or explain, but that simple word carried the heaviest weight.
Xiang Donghua's eyes dimmed. I understand. Now, thank you, Captain Su.
Their conversation caught the attention of the others who had just regained their focus.
Laughter erupted from the crowd. TSK, just one day of good fortune and the big brother is gone. Still dreaming of a comeback, but ended up falling flat. So, having strength is better than anything else. Hey, that's not quite right. Look at today's situation. Lin Chen and Wang Chenhao are strong, but their strength didn't save them, while we were. We can just manage to avoid disaster. That's true, but anyway, someone's good days are over now. Both big brothers are gone. People are always more concerned about the few than the unequal. If someone is much stronger than you, you might not feel anything, but when those around you suddenly rise, jealousy often follows. That's the situation now. Many of them are stronger than the little-eyed one, yet due to luck, they were outpaced by him. They don't say it out loud, but there's still an imbalance in their hearts. Hearing the mockery, Xiang Donghua let out a bitter smile and said nothing. The military quickly took control of the Abyss Rift, with a 100-man battalion stationed right next to it, all of them level 60 professionals, and the setup was very complete. Frontline warriors, mid-position mages, backline archers paired with priests, led by 2/3 transformation deputy commanders and the regiment leader Tang Yusen, forming a complete military combat unit.
Even the teleportation array was already in operation, directly connecting to the provincial military district headquarters. The Abyss is always treated with the highest standards within the Great Xia territory, with no room for negligence. The entire desolate area surrounding it was sealed off, prohibiting anyone from stepping foot.
After settling everything, Tang Yusen left the Abyss Rift and headed alone towards the Zhongbei Provincial Military District headquarters.
She needed to see Li Jingchuan. The time it takes for monsters to surge out of the Abyss Rift varies. They need to be nurtured, which could take days or even years, but for now, there was no risk. However, the situation on Li Jingchuan's side was less certain. Although Li Jingchuan appeared indifferent, he was actually forcing himself to stay calm. Whenever he was particularly sad, he would exhibit unusual behavior. The less he seemed to care, the more he was hurting inside. This was evident from the blood he had released.
When she first arrived, Tang Yusen sensed the aura of Li Jingchuan's blood. The blood explosion was a last resort skill of their military, enhancing combat power at the cost of one's own vitality.
Li Jingchuan activated the blood explosion just to increase his speed, which was enough to prove how much he cared about Lin Chen. Before leaving, Tang Yusen glanced back at the Abyss Rift.
Such an outstanding genius. What a pity.
In the Abyss, nearly all humans who entered had historically died.
Even mythical professionals were not spared.
The death rate was nearly 100%.
Tang Yusen used the teleportation array to return to the provincial military district and arrived at Li Jingchuan's office hall.
Even in the corridor, she could hear intermittent sobs coming from inside.
Woo woo, woo woo.
Li Jingchuan was a somewhat emotional old man. He once had
an excellent subordinate who accidentally died on the front lines, not even a disciple, just a subordinate.
Li Jingchuan locked himself away and cried for 3 days and nights, not even eating. At that time, Tang Yusen had just joined the military, and it left a deep impression on her. It was also from that incident that Tang Yusen became convinced of Li Jingchuan's character. How could a boss with such a heart be anything but good? Her dream was to become Li Jingchuan's disciple and inherit his legacy.
Unfortunately, he wasn't very interested.
Knock knock knock, Tang Yusen gently knocked on the door and stepped into the hall.
The entire hall was very dim, with the curtains tightly closed. Li Jingchuan lay on
the bed, covered with a blanket, sprawled out. It was evident that his eyes were swollen from crying, completely red. The ease of the wilderness was completely gone, and everything was just as Tang Yusen had imagined.
Commander Li, I've prepared some porridge for you, please drink it while it's hot.
Tang Yusen's heart tightened as she stepped softly on the plush carpet and spoke gently. Li Jingchuan sat up abruptly, wiping his tears while murmuring, losing so much essence.
Really hurts me, getting older just isn't easy. If I had known, I wouldn't have opened it.
It seemed he was muttering to himself, but anyone with eyes could see he was explaining himself to Tang Yusen. Yet, it was still a case of wanting to cover up the truth. After wiping his tears a couple of times, Li Jingchuan asked, so, has everything been taken care of on the Abyss side? Tang Yusen replied, yes, Commander, everything has been handled. The troops are stationed, and the teleportation array has been set up, directly connecting to headquarters.
What about the personnel? Have they been evacuated? All evacuated, and the wasteland is completely sealed off. Oh, hey, I'm getting old, my vitality is fading. This time it's been hard on you, Xiao Tang. It's nothing, it's my duty. The dim hall fell into an eerie silence, and Li Jingchuan's meaning was clear. Why aren't you leaving yet?
But Tang Yusen, who just wanted to
provide Li Jingchuan with some emotional support, couldn't possibly leave.
However, while her intentions were good, when it came down to it, she didn't know how to comfort him. She admitted that her emotional intelligence was a bit low. She was fine in battle, but struggled with communication. After holding back for a while, she asked, Commander Li, are you hungry? Shall we have some porridge first? Li Jingchuan replied, not hungry. Then, are you thirsty? I also brought some fine tea. Tang Yusin picked up a thermos and smiled.
Not thirsty. Then, how about we soak up some sun? Sunlight helps improve mood.
I'll pull the curtains open for you.
Li Jingchuan, what the hell do you want to do? In
the end, Li Jingchuan stopped Tang Yusin. He could see that this girl with tiger teeth was also worried about him.
Li Jingchuan sighed. Xiao Tang, you came because of Lin Chen, right? I know. To be honest, I'm really feeling terrible right now. Such a good kid. I thought he could become my disciple.
But what's done is done. You can't expect me to forget it immediately.
I need time, so you should go. I want to be alone for a while. Tang Yusin felt a bit awkward.
She came to comfort others but ended up reopening wounds.
But she still wasn't planning to leave.
She might not know what to say, but she understood the reasoning. When you're feeling down, having someone around can be annoying, but it also
distracts you a lot. Being alone is when emotions really surge. Tang Yusin didn't respond and brought the porridge to Li Jingchuan. Commander Li, drink it while it's hot. You didn't eat breakfast today.
Li Jingchuan remained firm. I said,
I won't drink. Tang Yusin scooped a spoonful and blew on it. Move it away, I'm telling you I'm not in the mood. Tang Yusin brought the porridge to Li Jingchuan's lips. Don't bother, I just can't. Tang Yusin pushed the porridge into Li Jingchuan's mouth. A bowl of porridge was finished just like that. Li Jingchuan was utterly helpless, sighing, you child. Although his tone was still impatient, his complexion had noticeably improved. Seeing the effect, Tang Yusin's mood lifted instantly.
She smiled. Your subordinate is also worried about your health.
Things have happened.
I think you shouldn't feel bad, Commander Li.
Besides, even though the abyss is tough, it's not completely hopeless. Haven't there been people who made it out in history? Let me think, how many were there?
Oh, there are 7 or 8 recorded.
With such a high probability, Lin Chen might just make it out too. Who knows, Lin Chen could be the 9th one. Tang
Yusin spoke to herself, unaware that Li Jingchuan's complexion had just improved a little, only to sink again bit by bit. As soon as Tang Yusin finished speaking, Li Jingchuan stood up directly. Get lost.
Get out now. From now on, you stay at the front line. Keep your distance from my office. Get out, get out, get out. Stop bothering me. With a loud crash, Tang Yusin was directly thrown out of the door. Bang, the door slammed shut. Did I say something wrong? Tang Yusin scratched her head. Commander Li, I'll head to the front line now. I'll come back to see you tonight. Get lost.
Inside the room, Li Jingchuan replied without hesitation, his face full of irritation.
But he didn't return to bed.
Instead, he picked up a thermos and gulped it down.
Hiss, hot, hot, hot. The so-called source of pollution is actually the abyss.
Inside the abyss, Lin Chen stood up. He had just been out killing monsters when he suddenly felt
a powerful suction pulling him in.
In fact, with his strength, he could have escaped, but he was in a state of ultimate rage, and for some reason, instead of retreating, he advanced, causing him to miss the opportunity.
Lin Chen exhaled deeply.
The infamous abyss, he had heard of it. He wasn't as desperate about accidentally entering the abyss, no matter how difficult it was just a mutated version of a secret realm.
The difference was that secret realms had keys to exit at any time, while the abyss required finding a way out.
There was always a way to survive. Historically, some had managed to escape. He had a system and a hidden class, making him stronger than others.
Moreover, he was currently level 29.
And upon leveling up, the system would upgrade again, making him even more stable. Of course, he didn't let his guard down, he still had the necessary respect. It was said that the difficulty of the abyss was at least several times stronger than that of secret realms, so he had to give it his all and be cautious. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings. He was in a lush forest, vibrant with life, bathed in bright sunlight and greenery. It was in stark contrast to the abyss, which was always depicted as negative in textbooks. However, Lin Chen didn't relax. As the saying goes, the more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it becomes. Moreover, there was one point that puzzled him. When he was sucked in, the bone demon hound had also been pulled in, a whole desolate land of bone demons swirling around, yet now not a single one was in sight.
Are you okay, Lin Chen?
A slightly cold voice came from behind. It was Li Yuexin. When Lin Chen was sucked in, Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin were also there. They might have been pulled in together as they advanced deeper. Li Yuexin's face was pale, clearly filled with extreme despair about the abyss, but she managed to maintain her composure, her eyes
showing determination, exuding an extraordinary character, at least full of resilience. As for Wang Chenhao, he was sprawled on the ground, having fainted before they even entered. I'm fine, Lin Chen replied lightly, then crouched down. Clap, clap, brother Wang, wake up.
This time, he wasn't planning to act alone. He didn't understand the abyss, and having the two of them with him might provide some help. If they encountered danger, he could have someone to rely on, just in case. Besides, if there were real problems, he wouldn't suffer any losses. In short, it was all benefits and no drawbacks. Clap, clap, he clapped a couple more times, and Wang Chenhao slowly woke up.
As soon as he opened his eyes, it's over. I'm dead. I've encountered the abyss. I'm dead. Wang Chenhao flailed on the ground like a moth.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes and pressed him down. Brother Wang, you're not dead, we're still safe.
Wang Chenhao squinted, looking around.
I had a nightmare. I dreamed I entered the abyss. Wang Chenhao stood up, patting his backside, as if nothing had happened.
Lin Chen, you didn't have a nightmare. We really did enter the abyss. Wang Chenhao's body clearly froze. Compared to Li Yuexin, Wang Chenhao's attitude towards the abyss was more desperate.
He kept swallowing, wanting to say something but hesitating due to pride, his face almost twisted together. Lin Chen was indifferent
to the two's attitudes, following his own pace.
Since we have already entered the abyss, complaining is useless. What we need to consider now is how to survive and get out. Everyone understands the difficulty of the abyss. If we want to survive, we can only cooperate. So let's share some information to help everyone get a better understanding. Lin Chen wasn't genuinely interested in cooperation, he just wanted to see if the two had any useful professions for him.
Oh right. Sharing information, we need to cooperate. We need to survive and get out. Wang Chenhao was clearly a bit flustered, seizing on any opportunity to speak.
I am a shield warrior, a high-level profession, level 37, mid-tier.
Second transition.
Most of my skills are defensive, focused on damage resistance. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. A shield warrior, as a frontline tank, was indispensable for an average team, but it was of no use to Lin Chen. He had no ranged output and was tough enough on his own, so he didn't need anyone to tank for him. Lin Chen silently categorized Wang Chenhao as useless. Additionally, Lin Chen was a bit surprised. This guy who always acted so high and mighty turned out to be just a high-level profession. He even claimed it was at least rare. Hey, my profession had a problem with the formation on the day I transitioned. Otherwise, I would at least be rare. Back then, all the teachers and students in the school recognized me, and the mayor even came to observe. Let me tell you, it was just me. If anyone else had a high-level profession, they would have been useless, but I managed to get into Zhangzhou through hard work. Seeing Lin Chen raise an eyebrow, Wang Chenhao's pride quickly overcame his fear, and he waved his arms. Lin Chen was speechless. He felt this was the kind of person who valued face more than life. He started with back then I have a friend. Truly, a peculiar character. Lin Chen then looked at Li Yuexin.
Li Yuexin was much calmer. I am a wind spirit mage, a rare profession, level 36, also mid-tier second transition. My skills are more focused on support and control, so my attack power is a bit lower. After finishing, she added, Wang Xiao can tank damage, and I can provide support. As long as we have an output, our team will be complete. The meaning was clear, asking Lin Chen what profession he was and what role he could play. Li Yuexin seemed to be a person with her own opinions. Wang Chenhao quickly seized on this and looked at Lin Chen. By the way, we still don't know what profession brother Lin is. Your level is a bit lower, but your previous performance was so good. Your output capability should be decent, right? Lin Chen smiled. I am a bloodthirsty berserker, a hidden profession. You should understand my output capabilities, no need to worry. As soon as he said this, the two who had been close quickly retreated, creating a large safe distance. You, brother Lin, you are a hidden version of the berserker? Wang Chenhao's eyes widened in shock. Who didn't know the infamous berserker? Violent, bloodthirsty, frenzied, and would chop down teammates when going mad. To be honest, it completely overlapped with the entries of abyss monsters. He had already fallen into the abyss and now there was a berserker by his side? Li Yuexin's pupils also flickered. Yes, they didn't have to worry about output, but where would that output go? Lin Chen didn't care. After all, both were just tools to him, far from needing to hide anything. Mainly, he couldn't hide it anyway. As soon as he pressed his blood, it would be obvious. Lin Chen ignored the two and silently ranked Li Yuexin. The wind spirit mage, said to be able to increase the speed of teammates and control enemies in groups. It was somewhat useful to him. He placed Wang Chenhao in front. Thus, they had some understanding. They could start advancing into the abyss. Wang Chenhao and the other person were still keeping their distance cautiously, while Lin Chen smiled. You two don't need to worry, I'm very stable. Mentally, I had a special assessment from the military before. You can see that over the past few days. Whether it was the abyss, the secret realm, or a dungeon, the way out was simple. It was just a matter of defeating the final boss, or reaching the deepest point. This was Lin Chen's straightforward judgment. Of course, it could be wrong, but the knowledge he had at the moment only allowed him to try this direction. Therefore, the first step was undoubtedly to explore the environment. First, to understand the strength of the monsters, and second, to scout the direction. You two, I plan to go ahead and scout the environment, whether you follow or not. The two remained at a distance, still on guard, and Lin Chen did not explain further. After saying that, he took the lead and left. For now, they were not needed for scouting. If the time came, he would just grab them. After Lin Chen passed by, the two snapped back to reality as they watched his retreating figure. Damn it, how come we just entered the abyss and there's already a berserker? What are we going to do? Wang Chenhao said anxiously with a bitter face. The name of the berserker was indeed too notorious. What was the difference between following him and staying next to a monster? No, there was still a difference. At least monsters had some defenses, but this was unpredictable. One moment he was your teammate, and the next he could stab you in the back. Why was his life so hard? Li Yuexin squinted her eyes beside him. Wang Xiao, I think we need to follow. Wang Chenhao's eyes widened. What the hell? Are you stupid?
That's a berserker, a hidden version.
Don't you know the situation? How can we follow?
Li Yuexin was used to his foul language, I know, but just like Lin Chen said, he has been looking very normal these past few days. A normal berserker would go crazy killing monsters. He has gained so many points these past 2 days without any issues, and the fact that he successfully reached the military camp says something. If there were problems, the government would have intervened long ago, so his assessment must be true.
Lin Chen must have a very strong will. This was Li Yuexin's judgment. Although she didn't know much about berserkers, at least from her observation, Lin Chen still seemed normal.
However, there was one thing she didn't mention. She felt Lin Chen was too calm, showing
no signs of fear. It was as if he really had the confidence to walk out of the abyss.
Of course, this was just her speculation. It was also possible that Lin Chen was simply resolute. But regardless, she wanted to follow him. The combat power of the berserker seemed to be her only chance to escape the abyss.
Wang Chenhao was taken aback. I know what you said. I don't need you to explain. What I mean is, that's a berserker. Can you judge him just by appearances? Wang Chenhao
spoke firmly, but his words revealed a hint of cowardice. Li Yuexin understood him well and continued, you can't judge by appearances. I never said we should trust him, but we can't rely on ourselves to get out of the abyss without
cooperation.
Hearing the word abyss, Wang Chenhao finally calmed down, but he still hesitated.
Li Yuexin seized the opportunity. Besides, isn't Lin Xiao your friend? You don't trust your friends? Wang Chenhao's eyes widened. Ha? Ha. Ha ha ha. You really crack me up. Go ask around who doesn't know about my Wang Chenhao's character. How could I not trust my friends? Then why is that? I am testing you. I'm afraid you might be too scared to follow. How could I be afraid when I'm brothers with Lin Chen? At least you have some brains. Since you've passed the test, let's go. With that, Wang Chenhao directly chased after Lin Chen. Li Yuexin looked at his back, expressionless. Lin Chen, can he really do it?
Lin Chen walked alone in the forest. The bloodlust had long been suppressed. It had dropped to a level 3 frenzy. The abyss didn't understand the situation, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. If it came to the worst, he would consider the ultimate option. Life 340/3460 shield 100000 strength 3154 plus 312 plus 2585 plus 52 agility 3154 plus 312 plus 2585 plus 52. For the abyss, Lin Chen wasn't entirely worried. Strong monsters meant more rewards, and perhaps it was an opportunity. Moreover, the summons he felt every day, the call from the source, should have come from here. Lin Chen felt that there must be something very important for him here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have triggered the blood demon's thirst. It was very likely related to his second transformation. Of course, all of this was predicated on whether he could navigate the abyss. Lin Chen wouldn't take the name of the abyss lightly. The surroundings were still a vibrant forest, with dense green leaves and abundant sunlight. Lin Chen had been walking for a while like this, without seeing a single monster. This time, he was constantly monitoring his shield value. Not a single drop had fallen, indicating that there were indeed no monsters around, and it wasn't an illusion. The shield was provided by the system, and there would be no discrepancies in any situation. It was a little trick to discern illusions. Creak, Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin caught up with Lin Chen. Wang Chenhao kept his distance, swallowing hard. A berserker close to the second transformation was a bit spine-chilling. Li Yuexin, Wang Xiao, we are in the abyss. It's not appropriate for Lin Chen to scout for us. I know. My brother is just being chatty. With a whoosh, Wang Chenhao quickly approached Lin Chen, and as soon as he caught a whiff of the blood on Lin Chen, his heart skipped a beat. This feeling was just like defusing a time bomb. What kind of fate was he dealing with? Lin, brother, how's the situation? Just finished up. You know how it is, nature calls. Wang Chenhao didn't dare to get too close, stammering. Lin Chen, nothing unusual. Wang Chenhao swallowed again. That's good to hear. Don't worry, if there's danger, I'll definitely take the lead. Wang Chenhao, absolutely won't do anything half-hearted. But if you can't control yourself, remember to tell me in advance. I'm not targeting you, okay? The berserker going mad isn't Lin brother's intention. That's not something to take lightly. Lin Chen. Alright. Li Yuexin also joined in. Lin Chen, do you have any plans? When we were sucked in before, those skeletal hellhounds were around, but now they're all gone. It feels a bit off. Li Yuexin said while surveying the surroundings, finally saying something useful. Wang Chenhao seemed only good at bragging. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He was also considering this issue. So many had come in together, all through the same portal. It didn't seem normal at all. Could it be that the abyss would filter humans and demons and then classify them? I'm not too clear on this issue either. As for plans, I wouldn't call it a plan. I intend to scout a bit first. Having a direction is always good. Li Yuexin nodded. Indeed, direction is important, so let's scout ahead. But it's definitely not good for you, berserker, to go first. Saying this, Li Yuexin looked at Wang Chenhao. Wang Xiao, you're a shield warrior. You can't let your brother go ahead in such a dangerous place, right? Wang Chenhao. In the end, Wang Chenhao stepped forward. And he did so willingly. To be honest, he would rather scout than stay too close to Lin Chen. After all, the abyss was terrifying, but at least he hadn't seen any monsters yet. And Lin Chen was what sent chills down his spine. Lin Chen, do you think this place could be an illusion? Li Yuexin was beside Lin Chen, surveying the surrounding environment while asking. It was truly too comfortable here, just like the novice dungeon of her newly transferred school, completely unlike what the abyss should be. No way, Lin Chen said. Li Yuexin frowned. Why was Lin Chen so certain? Even though there were no monsters around, this was still the abyss, and she had always been on edge, while Lin Chen seemed too calm. It was really strange. The three of them walked through the jungle, with one in front and two behind, and they didn't encounter any monsters. Everything was normal for Lin Chen. The emerald forest was bathed in warm sunlight, and time felt peaceful. In this atmosphere, Wang Chenhao's anxious heart gradually relaxed. The abyss doesn't seem that terrifying. The berserker doesn't seem to be as violent as the rumors say. Wang Chenhao's eyes shifted back to the team. He threw an arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Brother Lin, I think the abyss is just average. There's really no need to scout the way. I say, Brother Lin, how's that hidden berserker skill of yours? Share it with the brothers. Li Yuexin frowned. She knew Wang Chenhao was falling into his old habit again, underestimating the situation, and she couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. They hadn't seen any danger yet, but this was the abyss. How could they not scout the path at all? Wang Xiao, let's save the chit-chat for later. Scouting the way is more important. Li Yuexin patted Wang Chenhao. Wang Chenhao turned his head, frowning. Are you brain dead? We've been walking for so long and haven't seen a single monster? Li Yuexin replied, even though there are no monsters, we can't be careless. Wang Chenhao released Lin Chen. Li Yuexin, am I giving you face? I've noticed since you entered the abyss, you seem to have forgotten about me. What, do you feel like we can't get out? Are you equal to me now? Aren't you just a dog I raised? Li Yuexin lowered her head. No, Wang Xiao, I didn't mean that. Wang Chenhao said, didn't mean that? Alright, you remember the rules, do it. Li Yuexin bit her lip, showing hesitation. What? Unwilling? Weren't you doing it quite happily outside? No. Li Yuexin knelt on the ground, loudly slapping herself twice. Slap, slap, two loud sounds echoed. You worthless thing, can't you feel comfortable without getting hit? Wang Chenhao rolled his eyes and wrapped his arm around Lin Chen again. Sorry, Brother Lin, my discipline isn't strict enough, making you laugh. Lin Chen's expression was calm. It's fine. Other people's matters had nothing to do with him. As long as Li Yuexin wasn't killed, he could still use her. Wang Chenhao laughed heartily. Ah, it's still Lin Chen who was straightforward. I like people like you. You haven't seen my old friends. Seeing Li Yuexin get hit a couple of times seems like a big deal. I just don't understand why care about that useless person, instead of thinking more about yourself. It's still Brother Lin. Let's go, I feel like this abyss is almost cleared. Once we get out, I'll treat you to a good drink. Oh right, Brother Lin hasn't mentioned your berserker yet. To be honest, among my friends, there are all kinds of hidden professions, but just no berserker. I'm quite curious. Lin Chen and the others moved further away, leaves falling and landing on Li Yuexin. Li Yuexin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, stood up, and caught up. Her expression was calm. The emerald forest wasn't large, and they quickly reached the end. As soon as they stepped out of the forest, the scenery changed dramatically. Beyond the forest was an unfathomable cliff, or rather, an endless sky. What they were standing on was an entire floating island, drifting in the boundless sky. All around them was the vast sky, and beneath their feet they could only see a misty cloud below. Opposite their floating island, there was another floating island. The ground was covered with a dense mass of skeletal demon dogs, piled high and seemingly endless. They were frantically biting and writhing, like a wave of bones surging from hell, an indescribable sense of horror washing over Wang Chenhao, who stood frozen in place, his mind blank. He retracted his earlier words. The abyss was no ordinary place. The scene before him left him at a loss for words. Countless skeletal demon dogs, an uncountable number of them, all gathered together. He had never seen such a terrifying sight in his life. Is this hell? Beside him, Li Yuexin stood dazed at the shore, her face pale. So this is what the abyss is like? Compared to the two of them, Lin Chen, who had experienced the Sea of Flowers' secret realm, was somewhat better off, but he was still greatly shocked. Not to mention the level of combat power, the sheer visual impact of an entire island of skeletal monsters piled together was truly overwhelming. Lin Chen quickly calmed down. No matter how many monsters there were, they were not on the same island as him. His task was to escape the abyss. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings. Beyond the skeletal island, he could still vaguely see another island in the distance, and it seemed there were more further back, growing smaller and forming a line against the sky. So, to escape the abyss, we have to pass through these floating islands? In other words, we still have to face the horde of skeletal demon dogs? Lin Chen's brows gradually furrowed. A loud thud interrupted his thoughts as Wang Chenhao stumbled and fell to the ground, his face ashen. Seeing Lin Chen looking at him, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Lin, let's get out of here quickly. The forest is safe. We need to return to the forest. This place looks too creepy. Saying this, he grabbed Lin Chen and tried to turn back, his steps disordered and his mind elsewhere, clearly panicking and wanting to leave this place as soon as possible.
Lin Chen did not move. Wang Chenhao looked up. Lin, Li Yuexin walked over. Wang, calm down a bit, we might not be able to leave. Not able to leave? What do you mean we can't leave? Look over there. Wang Chenhao stiffly turned his head and saw
the connected islands behind him, instantly freezing in place. Li Yuexin also smiled wryly to herself. The connected islands likely meant this was a path, which also meant that to get out, they would have to pass through the bones, and to pass
through the skeletal island was equivalent to
Wang, we might have to cross this skeletal island. Wang Chenhao did not respond, opening his mouth but unable to make a sound. Li Yuexin forced herself to take a breath and looked at Lin
Chen. Lin, what do you think? Lin Chen did not answer but instead asked, Li Yuexin, you're a wind mage, can you get me to the opposite island? Get to the opposite island?
Li Yuexin murmured, then suddenly froze.
What do you want to do? Li Yuexin understood Lin Chen's meaning and was taken aback. It was clear that Lin Chen wanted to go to the island, but wasn't that insane? There were countless skeletal demons, no practitioner could survive. Wouldn't that be a death sentence?
Lin Chen did not explain. Although the horde of skeletal demons looked shocking, in reality they were not without weaknesses. No matter how many bones there were, they could not all attack him at once, and the strength of these skeletal demons was just average. They were merely those drawn in from the wasteland, just more in number. He had high agility and a substantial shield, wave after wave, he could always kill them all. It was similar to facing the tree demon horde in the moonlit secret realm, just on a larger scale, but the steps were still the same. The only problem was that the two floating islands were a bit far apart, he couldn't fly and had no way to attack and retreat simultaneously. That was why he considered Li Yuexin. As a wind mage, she should have the ability to carry someone through the air. In fact, he could probably manage on his own, as long as he entered ultimate berserk mode he could jump straight over. But that would lead to another problem. With so many monsters, he would definitely lose his sanity when he reaches the ultimate level. In other words, while he might be able to get through, returning would likely be impossible. He might end up being worn down to death. If he reaches level 30, the shield might upgrade again, allowing him to charge through directly, but for now, that seems unlikely. The average power of the skeletal demon dogs is around 1000, and his 100,000 shield probably won't be enough. So he still needs to rely on Li Yuexin. So, how about it? Can you do it? Lin Chen asked again. Li Yuexin came back to her senses. Are you serious? You really want to go alone? It's not just me, it's you and me. Lin Chen clarified. Not only do you need to take me there, but you also have to bring me back. Li Yuexin was taken aback again, clearly trembling this time. You want me to go with you? Lin Chen stopped wasting time, just say whether you can or can't. I will ensure your safety, so don't worry about that. After observing for a while, Lin Chen thought Li Yuexin was a smart person and should know how to make choices. After a long contemplation, Li Yuexin finally made her decision. I can take you back and forth, and I can accompany you there. But I think we should consider this further. We haven't fully explored the forest yet, and perhaps this isn't the only way. Li Yuexin said earnestly. The answer clearly aligned with Lin Chen's judgment, and she didn't lose her composure, even proposing another solution. Of course, it was also possible that she was still afraid of encountering the skeletal demons. Lin Chen readily agreed. He actually wanted to explore the forest a bit more as well. So far, they had only traveled in a straight line, and there were many areas left unexplored. If there were other monsters that could help him level up to 30, it would definitely be more secure. Upon hearing they were going back to the forest, Wang Chenhao perked up again. Exploration sounds great. I also think exploring is more secure. This time, I'll take the lead, no problem. Wang Chenhao said as he strode back into the forest, his chest thumping loudly. Back in the tranquil forest, the sunlight was still warm, but the mindset of the two had completely changed. They had sunk to the depths of despair. They were now truly witnessing the terror of the abyss and understanding what despair meant, realizing why almost no one had ever come out in history. Countless skeletal demon beasts, all at the same level or even higher. What kind of profession could survive this? And this was just the first checkpoint. There were more floating islands ahead, and it would only get more hopeless. Wang Chenhao walked at the front, his face pale. He was proud and reckless, but he wasn't foolish. Lin Chen acknowledged his strength, but there were limits. Even a transparent berserker would surely be no match for that horde of skeletal demons. Moreover, he understood the logic. Since there were consecutive floating islands, it probably meant that there was only that one way out. Exploring now was merely a gamble. In short, all signs pointed to one thing: they seemed to be doomed. Next to Lin Chen, Li Yuexin also wore a gloomy expression. She agreed to Lin Chen only because she had no other choice, not because she believed he truly had a way out. The berserker was indeed powerful, but its weaknesses were also evident: high attack, low defense. In a real fight, it could be said to be even more fragile than her, and how could they face so many skeletal demons? Not to mention the drawbacks of berserk mode. It looked normal now, but what kind of scene would it be when facing so many skeletal evils? Perhaps she would find herself in a situation where everyone was an enemy. Unfortunately, she had no
choice. Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin could only hope for another way out, even though the chances were slim.
Lin Chen, on the other hand, remained calm, even feeling a bit excited.
So many skeletal demons, I wonder how much experience they can bring him.
It's still the abyss, where all the monsters are gathered together. It's just a pity that the health points are still not enough. If he could enter the ultimate stage and take on a few more mountain charges, just thinking about
it gets him excited. The exploration mission ended after 2 hours, yielding a result that left Wang Chenhao and the others disappointed. The entire forest island showed no abnormalities, and the other sides were just boundless sky, meaning
there was only the path to the Bone Island.
The group headed back towards Bone Island.
At the edge of the cliff, the cold wind howled, whipping their clothes and hair.
On the opposite Bone Island, countless demon dogs were frantically
tearing at each other, and occasionally, a demon dog would fall off the cliff, disappearing without a trace, which was even more chilling. Lin Chen cast a few more identification spells, receiving information that was mostly around levels 36 to 38, and he had no further concerns.
Since there's no other way, Li Yuexin, shall we begin?
Lin Chen said casually. Li Yuexin's face was pale, and she took a long breath. Alright, then let's start. Lin Chen, can
I take a moment? Lin Chen, no problem.
In the face of life and death, no one can remain calm, especially when it's a choice made voluntarily. Lin Chen could certainly understand and respect that.
If he didn't have the system, he probably wouldn't fare much better.
Lin Chen wasn't blindly arrogant about himself. His calmness came from the firepower he possessed.
Let me know when you're ready.
Lin Chen stepped aside to rest, using this time to continue casting
identification spells on the monsters.
Being cautious was never a bad idea. Speaking of which, he hadn't found the skeletal boss. Logically, there should be a demon dog boss in the desolate area, as Xue Feng had mentioned before.
Li Yuexin
steadied herself and then walked solemnly in front of Wang Chenhao. Young Master Wang, I'm very grateful for your support, whether it's for my education, equipment resources, or my father's medical expenses over the years. I remember all of this. I'm very clear that without you, there would be no today for me, Li Yuexin. Wang Chenhao was momentarily taken aback. In the face of life and death, his heart was inevitably stirred. Li Yuexin, Li Yuexin swallowed hard and continued, so, what I want to say now is, I remember your kindness, but you really smell like shit. Arrogant and pretentious. Your strength is pathetic. Without your good uncle, you can't even defeat an ordinary practitioner. I could take you down with one hand. Just go play with women, and get yourself killed. And those so-called friends of yours, do you really think they're your friends? They're just looking at your uncle's status. Without him, with your personality, even a dog wouldn't give you the time of day. You can't even make a single friend. You're just trash. A loser. A worthless thing with no future. Dying in the abyss is just your bad luck. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. Aha. So refreshing. Finally, I've let out the words I've held in for years. It feels so good. A barrage of insults, paired with Li Yuexin's wild dance as she exploded with rage, left the two people at the edge of the cliff completely petrified.
Lin Chen, we can go now. I'm ready. Completely ready. Li Yuexin approached Lin Chen, feeling completely at ease.
She had long been displeased with Wang Chenhao, a scumbag second-generation heir. If it weren't for the circumstances, she would have scolded him long ago. Now that they were all going to die anyway, what was there to worry about? After holding back for so many years, saying it felt liberating, Li Yuexin continued, Lin Xiao, let me tell you, don't consider him a friend. You're a genuine genius. You have no idea about his trashy strength. He hasn't passed a single school exam. I'm too lazy to even talk about him. Lin Chen, no, sister, you've vented your frustrations, but have you thought about the future? We're not at the point of life and death yet. I'll let you take a shot, but you're cutting off our escape route directly? Alright then, let's go once we're ready. Lin Chen stood up, no longer thinking too much. Alright, my floating skill is called wind control, but for now, it can only keep me suspended, so you'll have to hold on to me a bit. Li Yuexin said as she turned her back to Lin Chen and spread her arms.
Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Can you really hold me? He wasn't fond of physical contact and didn't like taking advantage of others.
Of course, I can. Li Yuexin paused for a moment before turning back around. Just then, Wang Chenhao rushed over.
Wait, I want to join too. Li Yuexin
rolled her eyes. Are you still not convinced after I said a few words to you? I'll settle the score with you later when there's a chance.
Wang Chenhao ignored the provocation, shot a glare at Lin Chen, and slapped his chest.
Brother. Lin, Wang Chenhao, may not have much to say, but I can definitely be counted on for loyalty.
You're my friend, and leaving me behind is something I can't do. Don't worry, my strength may not be strong, but I can still take a hit. If we're going to fight, let's do it together.
If we die, at least we can say we tried. He admitted he was scared. But when it came to his brothers, he absolutely wouldn't back down. That was Wang Chenhao's bottom line.
Lin Chen, you don't need to come, it won't be of any use. Just stay back. Lin Chen didn't need anyone to take the hits for him.
Having one more person would not only require him to keep an eye on them but also compete for experience, so he definitely
wouldn't agree.
Wang Chenhao was touched on a sore spot, his eyes widening in disbelief.
Hey, Brother Lin, do you still not trust my character? Last time, I told you. That call from my second uncle was really made when he was drunk, I swear. I, Wang Chenhao, admit I'm cowardly and my strength isn't enough today, but Li Yuexin, let's go. Lin Chen didn't want to hear his nonsense anymore, and Li Yuexin reacted quickly, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen. Wind control. A gust of wind erupted from Li Yuexin, propelling the two into the sky. On the ground, Wang Chenhao stood amidst a cloud of yellow dust, dumbfounded. They laughed? Just like that? Am I, Wang Chenhao, being doubted again? Not just doubted, but also looked down upon? Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Lin Chen, my air control technique consumes mana, so it might not last long. In the sky, Li Yuexin had already brought Lin Chen above Bone Island. Countless skeletal hellhounds, as if they had discovered a delicacy, rushed up, their sharp fangs and crimson eyes resembling the grim reapers of hell, making it clear that falling down would mean being devoured instantly. Li Yuexin swallowed hard, her previously relaxed mood rising again. The real fear hit her as they hovered above, and she felt her body trembling. It's okay, when we go down, you don't need to use any skills. Save your mana for when I call you, and we'll go back together, Lin Chen said, calmly, looking at the hellhounds below, feeling nothing but excitement. How much experience would this yield? Li Yuexin frowned. Why was he still so calm? Was he really not scared at all? Absurdly, she even felt that Lin Chen could really bring her back. Just as she was thinking, Lin Chen's voice rang out again. Alright, let's go down, you can let go of me now. Li Yuexin steadied herself. Okay. Whoosh, wind control was cancelled, and she began to free fall, simultaneously, releasing her grip around Lin Chen. The confinement was lifted. A smirk appeared on Lin Chen's lips. He was currently in a third-tier berserk state, with 340 health points and 3154 strength and agility. So, mountain smash. With the force of his descent, the blazing power surged, and Lin Chen crashed to the ground like a meteor. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the earth, and countless hellhounds were instantly reduced to dust. The ground left a large crater, along with a vacuum zone of about 5 meters in diameter. Kill LV35 two-headed hellhound, experience plus 3900. Kill LV35 two-headed hellhound, experience plus 3900. Kill LV35 two-headed hellhound, experience plus 3900. The notification sound rang out like a bug gone wild, and in that moment, Lin Chen's experience bar surged by 20%. It was an unprecedented experience. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, dipping beans, exhilarating. At this moment, Li Yuexin finally settled down. She was bewildered. What kind of power is this? In one go, creating a vacuum zone? All killed in an instant? Is this the power of the hidden berserker? Stay close to me. Lin Chen glanced at Li Yuexin. She couldn't die, he still needed to bring her back. As other hellhounds charged forward, Lin Chen immediately raised his blade to meet them. The hellhounds in this area were all around level 35, with attributes around 800. They were no match for Lin Chen, but he couldn't withstand too many. Countless hellhounds rushed at him like rabid dogs. In just one encounter, Lin Chen's shield dropped by over 3,000. However, he also took down 4 or 5 hellhounds. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately dove into the fray, surrounded by monsters. To protect Li Yuexin, he had to fight in a circle, breaking through from the front and withstanding from the back. He utilized his high agility to ensure he blocked from all sides. The vacuum circle created by his mountain-crushing strike was quickly eroded, and Lin Chen was forced to continuously shrink his range. Blade light and bones flew everywhere. Lin Chen's shield was also rapidly decreasing, but according to the Pythagorean theorem, his experience was rising quickly. Never had it been this fast. Dipping beans. Exhilarating. Li Yuexin was like a tool, being pulled to the front by Lin Chen one moment, then dragged to the back the next, occasionally being shielded in his embrace. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, she was once again bewildered. Wasn't it said that berserkers were fragile? What was going on? In such a short time, she had seen Lin Chen take at least 800 hits, but why was he completely unscathed? Offense and defense combined, is this reasonable? Can it align with the law of conservation of energy? Again, several two-headed hellhounds lunged at them, their crimson eyes filled with bloodlust. Suddenly, a pair of large hands wrapped around her, as if isolating everything. Li Yuexin felt her heart race. Roar, roar, roar! Countless skeletal hellhounds attacked Lin Chen from all directions, their crimson eyes and sharp white fangs clashing, bones shattering everywhere. Lin Chen's shield value plummeted. This was the first time he faced such a dense swarm of monsters. During the Flower Sea secret realm, he wasn't quite clear on the situation when the blood demon attacked, but he guessed it wasn't as hard as this time. The skeletal hellhounds seemed like demonized monsters, completely unaware of fear or pain, truly worthy of the abyss. The hellhound swarm killed one batch after another, scrambling over their companions' corpses in a frenzy. 772, 801, 787. Lin Chen protected Li Yuexin, only able to withstand the attacks from behind. Some hellhounds pounced on his back, neck, and arms, biting furiously. Fortunately, it didn't hurt. The shield circulating on his surface blocked all the sharp teeth, producing a clanging sound of metal.
Lin Chen turned and swept his blade, smashing the nearby hellhounds, bones scattering everywhere. But immediately he felt a weight on his back, with countless hellhounds pouncing on him. If a blood demon came, it would probably be much simpler. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The hellhounds clinging to him were becoming a bit annoying. If a blood demon came, it would likely be a different scene altogether. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter yet. Remaining shield, 20876, almost there. With 2000 shield left, Lin Chen certainly wouldn't wait until the shield was completely gone to leave. He needed to leave some margin for error. Li Yuexin. Use wind control. Lin Chen swept his blade again, smashing the nearby hellhounds, and shouted at Li Yuexin. Li Yuexin stood there in a daze. Huh? What for? I said use wind control, we need to go back. Alright, we should head back, wind control. Li Yuexin came to her senses, hurriedly unleashing the wind control technique, swirling currents of air bursting forth from her body, stirring up dust all around. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. How could she still be distracted at a time like this? He wondered what was on her mind. You go ahead, I'll be there soon. Lin Chen shouted again to Li Yuexin. With his third-tier berserk skill, he could unleash the mountain smash twice, and he still had one chance left. Earlier, he was worried about accidentally crushing Li Yuexin, but now it was no problem. He couldn't waste so many monsters. Seeing Li Yuexin lift off the ground, Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly unleashed a mountain smash. Boom, the violent shockwave exploded. Countless bones flying up, instantly clearing a 5-meter vacuum space. At the same time, Lin Chen's experience surged significantly. It must be said, the sudden spike in experience was much more satisfying than the gradual accumulation. No wonder everyone liked mages. A smirk appeared on Lin Chen's lips as he leaped up to catch up with Li Yuexin. The two soared into the air, while the pack of demon dogs below became even more agitated, frantically chasing after them, piling up into small mountains of bones, leaping wildly. This scene reminded Lin Chen of a zombie movie he had seen in his past life, where a horde of crazed zombies surrounded the protagonist, who managed to escape by hopping onto a helicopter. The outcome was usually the same. No matter how crazed the demon dogs were, they couldn't fly, they couldn't even bite at his feet before falling back down, and some even smashed into pieces due to their reckless charge, scattering bones everywhere. Looking down at the receding ground, Lin Chen withdrew his gaze. Li Yuexin, are you okay? The chaotic battle had been intense, and although Lin Chen felt he had done a good job protecting her, he still wanted to check in. Li Yuexin shivered slightly and hurriedly replied, I'm fine, I'm fine. Why did she seem so absent-minded? Lin Chen pursed his lips and fell silent. This time, he had truly struck gold. In just a short while, his experience had surged by more than half. If he made another round like this, he could level up directly. It was simply exhilarating. It turned out that the more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. Li Yuexin controlled the wind control technique, her mind buzzing. In chaos. Had they really made it out? Had they truly emerged from the sea of bones? Had they really killed so many? She felt somewhat unreal, as if the scenes just now were a dream she had just become aware when she suddenly heard Lin Chen say it was time to go back. Was this really real? Li Yuexin couldn't help but lower her head to look at Lin Chen. The two quickly returned to Forest Island. As soon as they landed, they saw Wang Chenhao standing there with a dumbfounded expression, his mouth agape. Wang Chenhao was also shocked, extremely shocked. He had been close by and had seen everything. What was going on? Lin Chen had slaughtered a bunch of demon dogs in the horde and had come out unscathed? Wasn't the berserker supposed to be fragile? Didn't berserkers go into a frenzy when they fought? Not only was Lin Chen fine, but he had also protected Li Yuexin, who was completely unharmed. He had originally thought Lin Chen would die on Bone Island, and he would just jump down from Floating Island. After all, he wouldn't survive either, he had made up his mind. But now, Lin brother, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. I mean, how did you do it? Just killed them, and when it got too much, I came back. Lin Chen ignored Wang Chenhao, patting Li Yuexin on the shoulder. Hurry and recover your mana, we'll continue in 10 minutes. His shield would recover after 10 minutes without being attacked. There were many demon dogs on Bone Island, and he had only killed a small portion. There were still several islands ahead, so they needed to make the most of their time. In fact, he hadn't exhausted much stamina, it was mainly his shield that had been depleted. Li Yuexin nodded blankly. Oh, okay. Lin Chen didn't say anything more and waited aside. Wang Chenhao stared at Lin Chen, then turned back around. His eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Chen couldn't understand why it didn't matter. It seemed they really had a chance to survive. Lin Chen could enter the horde of monsters and kill enemies, then come out unscathed. Such strength was simply unheard of. Wang Chenhao felt a bit parched. The abyss had always been a hell, where 10 died for everyone that lived. From the moment he saw the Demon Dog Island, he had actually despaired, but now, unexpectedly, there was a glimmer of hope. The hope of getting out alive. Swallowing hard, Wang Chenhao looked around. He saw Lin Chen sitting calmly on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. He wanted to say something, to express his current feelings. Forget it, brother Lin needs to rest, I shouldn't disturb him. Wang Chenhao shifted his gaze and quickly pulled Li Yuexin aside. Li Yuexin, from now on, you better show some respect to Lin Chen, got it?
When you see Lin Chen, treat him like you would treat me.
At that moment, Li Yuexin felt a warm current surging through her. She realized she had encountered a true master. Her father was still gravely ill, and she didn't want to die. With Lin Chen around, it seemed she really had a chance to escape the abyss. However, there was still one thing that puzzled her. The scene of Lin Chen fighting kept replaying in her mind, and every time she thought of it, her heart raced. She felt something was off. Li Yuexin pondered silently, not responding. Wang Chenhao was taken aback, suddenly remembering something. Li Yuexin, I remember you just said my character was terrible, right? And you said it would be best if I died in the abyss? Is heaven finally opening its eyes? With those two sentences, Wang Chenhao instantly cleared the chaotic thoughts in Li Yuexin's mind. Li Yuexin shuddered. Young Master Wang, does saying sorry help? In the end, Wang Chenhao did not punish Li Yuexin. This left her somewhat puzzled. She had said he was just a lackey, but in reality, she was merely a servant. In the past, even if she made a mistake, or if Wang Chenhao was in a bad mood, she had to serve him according to the rules. This time, she had scolded him so harshly that she thought she was going to die. What was going on? Do you know why I let you off the hook? Li Yuexin was confused. Could it be that, young Master Wang, you have a masochistic tendency? Did you change your view of me because I scolded you so well? This was Li Yuexin's true thought. She certainly wouldn't dare to say it out loud. I don't know, please enlighten me, young Master Wang. Wang Chenhao sneered. Because this time you helped Lin Chen, it balances out your faults. Remember, Lin Chen is now my best brother, Wang Chenhao. As long as you can help Lin Chen, everything is negotiable with me. Li Yuexin. She was putting on an act again. Someone so powerful wanted to be brothers with you, and you just wanted to flatter yourself. I understand, young Master Wang. 10 minutes quickly passed, and Lin Chen stood up on time. Let's go, continue. Li Yuexin took a deep breath. As they set off again, her mindset had completely changed. Last time, she could be said to have faced death. With indifference, this time, it was about moving forward on the path to success, with each strike clearing obstacles. Moreover, for some reason, she seemed to be looking forward to going back to the battlefield, which was quite strange. When she saw Lin Chen approaching, Li Yuexin hurriedly stepped forward. I'm ready, Lin Xiao. Wang Chenhao frowned slightly as he looked at Li Yuexin, but quickly relaxed. Brother Lin, do you need my help this time? I can hold my own a bit. Although I definitely can't compare to you. Lin Chen, no need, you would just be a hindrance. I still have to keep an eye on you. Wang Chenhao. Then, do you need any equipment, Brother Lin? You're a warrior, I'm a shield. Warrior, we're all pretty much the same, and I have some equipment on me. Wang Chenhao felt a bit guilty. While his brother was out there fighting enemies, he was doing nothing. He really wanted to help in some way. The one thing Wang Chenhao couldn't stand was being ungrateful. Lin Chen, no need, the equipment doesn't enhance me much. Unless it's an exceptionally compatible top-tier equipment, ordinary items really don't enhance Lin Chen much. His berserk state doubles without counting equipment attributes. Wang Chenhao's eyes darkened. Alright then, I wish you all the best. Alright, Brother Lin, you can use Li Yuexin as you please in the future. Li Yuexin is my servant, so she's your servant too. We're brothers. No need to stand on ceremony, feel free to use her. Lin Chen. Li Yuexin suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, but she hadn't felt this way before. Wind control technique. A hurricane erupted, and the two soared into the air once more. Soon, they arrived above Bone Island again. Looking down at the densely packed demon hounds, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. With this wave, he would probably reach level 30. Level 30 would not only bring another qualitative improvement in attributes, but his shield would also upgrade again. By then, he could completely enter the ultimate berserk state and handle things alone. Let me go. Li Yuexin released her hands, and Lin Chen remained as before. Mountain. Crushing strike. The berserk power surged as Lin Chen smashed down towards the ground. The bone demon hounds had no intelligence, or rather, they only knew how to kill. Seeing Lin Chen charge in, they thought he was a piece of meat falling from the sky, and they all rushed up frantically. Boom! A violent shockwave swept through, and the surroundings fell silent in an instant. Li Yuexin also landed, and despite having seen it twice before, she was still shocked. The average attributes of the level 35 demon hounds were already around 7 to 800, while even the same level practitioners only had about 5 to 600. For instance, her own attributes after completing the second transition were just over 600. She really couldn't understand how Lin Chen could have such high explosive power at a much lower level. It felt like even the strongest genius of Zhengzhou Academy couldn't achieve this. Truly terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. The cleared area was quickly filled again, and the demon hounds rushed in eagerly. Li Yuexin shook off her thoughts and hurried to Lin Chen's side. Instantly, she felt at ease. She never expected that one day she could swim among the abyss monsters without exerting any effort. It was simply outrageous. Lin Chen, as before, circled around to attack. With the experience from the last time, he was even more adept this time, moving with precision. His attributes were already much higher, and the demon hounds were no match for him, falling in batches as his blade light swept through. Experience was rapidly increasing.
Kill LV35 Two-Headed Demon Hound, experience plus 3,900. Kill LV35 Two-Headed Demon Hound, experience plus 3,900. Kill LV35 Two-Headed Demon Hound, experience plus 3,900. Lin Chen felt that this kind of battle was also a kind of tempering for his mindset. Countless demonized hounds had a certain psychological deterrent no matter what. Lin Chen wasn't. Some great power, although he had been quite confident before, there was still some fluctuation in his heart. But now, as time passed, he felt increasingly calm inside. Lin Chen didn't know if this counted as an improvement. It felt somewhat ethereal and not very practical. The entire island was filled with bone demon hounds, countless bone demon hounds, as Lin Chen protected Li Yuexin and continued to slash. Bone fragments flew, and blade light scattered everywhere. After a while, your level has increased to level 30. A warm current flowed through his body, and Lin Chen's face lit up with joy. Level 30. Immediately, Lin Chen swept away all the demon hounds around him. Li Yuexin, activate wind control. We're going back. Although he still had some shield left, it was definitely faster to go back, upgrade the shield, and then come back in ultimate mode. Li Yuexin was still following Lin Chen, and upon hearing this, she blurted out, "Going back? Are we returning so soon?" But as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt it was inappropriate and quickly released the wind control technique. "Sorry, I was distracted." The hurricane dispersed. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything further. Before leaving, Lin Chen certainly didn't forget to execute another mountain crushing strike, gaining a large amount of experience. The hurricane lifted the two into the air, and they soon returned to Forest Island. Wang Chenhao immediately came forward. "Brother Lin, you've worked hard." He was increasingly impressed by Lin Chen, as if he were moving through a realm untouched by others, going and returning at will, without a scratch. Lin Chen briefly acknowledged Wang Chenhao and advised him not to disturb him, then turned and plunged into the forest alone. This time, the system had yet to provide a prompt, and to be honest, Lin Chen felt a bit anxious. He needed to study it on his own. The forest was still bathed in sunlight, a stark contrast to Bone Island. Lin Chen ignored everything else and found a secluded spot. System? No response. Lin Chen felt a pang of unease. He was self-aware enough to know that his progress to this point wasn't solely due to his own efforts. What was going on? System? Are you there? I'm Xiao Linzi. Please respond if you hear me. Bro? After Lin Chen called out several times, the system finally responded. System. Upgrade complete. The Strongest Barrier 2.0 system is officially activated. The Strongest Barrier 2.0 system is at your service. The system upgrade adds a skill lottery feature. The host can draw one shield interaction skill for every 10 levels gained, while the original shield enhancement function remains unchanged. Current skill lottery attempts, 1 current shield remaining, 1,000,000 few. As long as the system isn't broken, that's good. Lin Chen breathed a deep sigh of relief. The system was his lifeline, his foundation, and he couldn't do without it. Moreover, he was still in the abyss. Although he could handle the monsters for now, there was no telling what might happen later. In any case, as long as it wasn't broken, that was fine. With a shield value of 1 million, no matter how powerful the abyss was, he didn't believe he couldn't charge through. After a moment's pause, Lin Chen began to study the system again. Lottery, a skill that can interact with the shield? A light screen panel appeared before Lin Chen, empty except for a large round button in the center that read, "Click to start the lottery one time." This is too simplistic, isn't it? Is this what you get for an upgrade? Lin Chen frowned. Other systems had everything one could wish for, while his looked like a pirated version. This made him approach the upcoming skills with skepticism. Lin Chen clicked the lottery button. The button immediately grayed out, and the panel vibrated symbolically twice. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Shield Spirit Phasing. Shield Spirit Phasing. After activating the skill, the host enters a perfect phasing state. Ignoring all collision volumes, cannot be targeted by any creature, consuming 100,000 shield value per second. Note: during the duration, the host's attacks are unaffected. Not simplistic. You're not simplistic at all, you're absolutely right. Lin Chen was stunned. Perfect phasing, ignoring collision volumes, cannot be targeted. Wasn't this essentially an invincibility frame? It is well known that the most overpowered feature in all games is phasing, invulnerability that doesn't take damage but can attack. Only phasing is the true form of invincibility. With this skill, Lin Chen could face any monster, even gods, with a 10-second window to unleash his power or escape. Coupled with his berserker's high strength and agility, it could only be described as a match made in heaven. Awesome! Lin Chen unhesitatingly gave the highest praise a man could offer. Indeed, he never had to worry about the system being lacking in this regard. It had even granted him invincibility. Moreover, the utility of phasing was immense. Based on Lin Chen's gaming experience from his previous life, it could be used to break free from traps and restrictions, etc. For example, if there was a treasure deep within a secret realm surrounded by numerous traps, Lin Chen estimated he could just wade right through. In short, it was incredibly practical. Of course, it seemed the consumption was a bit high. At 100,000 shield points per second, it equated to the amount he had just used to withstand a wave of monsters. Looks like I'll have to use it at critical moments.
Lin Chen silently made a plan. Now that the monsters weren't that strong, it wasn't worth it to trade a second
of invincibility for a wave.
He would wait until the shield was raised before making a decision. Turning off the system, Lin Chen immediately opened the profession panel.
Level 30 could bring a significant boost, and he hadn't allocated his points yet. Every day was filled with improvements.
Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Hidden, level, LV 30, 0.02%, health 3760 shield, 1000k strength, 255 agility, 255 constitution, 376 spirit, 127 free. Attributes, 30 passive blood festival, for every 10 points of health lost, strength and agility plus 1 passive blood frenzy, attribute increase based on different health levels. Bloodthirst LV 7, during the skill activation, you will no longer receive any health recovery, and it will stop automatic recovery of 10 health points per second. Active release, health decreases by 100 points per second. Mountain crushing strike, leap forward and smash into the ground, dealing
damage to enemies in the area, changing based on the rage stage. Cost, 100 health points.
Items, Crimson of Absolute Justice, purple, Flowing Sound of Spring Drop, purple, Flowing Sound of Spring Ring, purple, at level 29, Lin Chen's strength and agility were 205 and his constitution was 346, increasing by 50 and 30 respectively at level 30. His free attributes also rose from 15 to 30. It seemed a bit low for the Bone Demon Hound, mainly because he hadn't undergone the second job change yet. In fact, 50 points of attributes were almost equivalent to half of the natural growth of an ordinary professional from levels 20 to 30. Reaching level 30 as a professional meant he had officially entered the mid-tier stage and obtained the qualification for a second job change. Therefore, Lin Chen was very satisfied. He had just graduated not long ago, and many middle-aged people couldn't reach this level of strength.
Constitution, 376 406.
Health 3760 4060. Adding the free attributes to his constitution, Lin Chen completely closed the panel and let out a long breath. Today was undoubtedly a fruitful day for him. He reached level 30, gained a monstrous skill, and his shield had risen to 1 million. Next, it was time to close the door and unleash the blood demon. With a shield of 1 million, he no longer had to worry about being worn down. Even if those demon hounds gnawed at him, he wouldn't die.
Moreover, the blood demon probably wouldn't allow them to do so.
Now that his attributes had risen again, the blood demon had become even more monstrous.
Let's go!
Lin Chen immediately stood up and walked out of the jungle.
The abyss needed to be
cleared quickly. He wanted to undergo the second job change as soon as possible.
As he walked, Lin Chen's health began to decrease. This time he didn't control it and directly pressed into Ultimate Rage.
1. You have entered Ultimate Rage.
Strength and agility increased by 2000%.
Ignoring all control.
Danger warning, please quickly increase your health. Danger warning, please quickly increase your health.
Strength 13,912 plus 405 plus 13,200 plus 52. Agility 13,912 plus 405 plus 13,200 plus 52. Fiery power surged through his body, and Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. He actually quite enjoyed entering the ultimate state. Not only were his attributes powerful, but the chaotic feeling in his mind also made him somewhat addicted, as if he could completely let go of everything. Every time he could only reach the third stage, he even felt stifled.
Demon hounds, die. Outside the forest, Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin exchanged glances. Lin Chen
had just entered the forest alone without a word, and it felt like he was up to something.
Li Yuexin, do you think Lin Chen can't keep his composure anymore? Wang Chenhao frowned, feeling that he couldn't contain himself by leaving them behind. Li Yuexin directly affirmed, no. Why?
Young Master Wang, you might not understand much. The Berserker's madness doesn't erupt all at once, but is a gradual accumulation process.
So as long as nothing happens at the moment,
it means that this stage is fine, at least in the near term. There should be no problem.
Wang Chenhao scratched his head. Oh, is that so? Oh,
I know, I was just testing you.
Li Yuexin ignored him and continued, actually, I suspect that Lin Chen is injured. Injured? What do you mean?
He looks fine to me, no blood. Young Master Wang, when we were there, Lin Chen took a lot of hits, especially to protect me. He couldn't avoid them. I originally thought Lin Chen had some protective gear to block the attacks, but now it seems he couldn't block everything. He must have sustained internal injuries.
Li Yuexin speculated, a look of concern on her face. With so many monsters attacking, who could block them all?
Last time, Lin Chen's calmness made her overlook it.
She should have thought of this earlier. She was so focused on the hope of getting out that she neglected the most important point. She truly didn't know how much pain Lin Chen was hiding beneath his exterior. Wang Chenhao was taken aback. Damn, why didn't you say this earlier? Are you really stupid?
Wang Chenhao was instantly furious. Had he known about this situation, he would have insisted on going with them.
How? Could he let his brother suffer alone? Wasn't that stabbing him in the back?
He was about to scold more when Lin Chen walked out.
Next time, I'll deal with you.
Wang Chenhao glared at Li Yuexin and hurried to meet Lin Chen, while Li Yuexin
quickly followed. Brother Lin, are you okay? Let me take a good look. Young Master Lin, I didn't think of this before, are you alright?
Lin Chen replied, don't touch me. Lin Chen stopped the two who were approaching. He had now entered
the ultimate berserk state and could not have any physical contact.
The two stood there with their hands outstretched, frozen in place.
Why can't we touch him anymore? But seeing Lin Chen's calm expression, which didn't seem to be joking,
they had to suppress their confusion. Lin Chen, we were just saying if you were injured, with so many monsters attacking, we can think of another way.
You don't have to bear it alone, Li Yuexin said worriedly, and Wang Chenhao quickly chimed in. Right, brother Lin.
If it really comes to it, I'll fight them. At worst, we die together. Lin Chen's two successful returns made them forget what the abyss was, but now thinking about so many skeletal demons, how could they really
be resolved?
No need, I'm not injured, Lin Chen said. As he spoke, he walked forward alone. The two were still worried, following behind. Brother Lin, why don't we take a moment to remember this? If you're injured, just say so.
I still have some potions here. Yeah, if it really comes to it, resting a bit is fine, we're not in a hurry.
As he spoke, Wang Chenhao forgot his earlier words and reached out to pull Lin Chen. Just as his arm was about to rest on Lin Chen's shoulder,
boom, an incredibly intense energy exploded,
and Lin Chen instantly vanished, as if a scarlet shadow shot up from the edge of the cliff. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already smashed onto the opposite bone island.
Only the
gradually dissipating smell of blood remained at the spot.
Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin were both stunned on the spot. Did he just fly over?
Boom! Lin Chen crashed onto Bone Island, causing several skeletal demon dogs to be sent flying, creating a pit in the ground with dirt flying everywhere. Lin Chen felt exhilarated. The sensation brought by this explosive power was simply unparalleled, completely different from the third tier, making one feel invigorated. Roar, roar, roar! As the dust settled, countless skeletal demon dogs with frenzied eyes surged towards him, as if they had seen a human trespassing into their territory, intent on tearing him apart.
Lin Chen's lips curled up. Previously, he had also been provoked a bit, but now, let me show you what true evil is. You ignorant creatures.
Lin Chen erupted in an instant, charging directly into the horde of skeletons with explosive force.
Bang bang bang, countless bones exploded.
Before him, the demon dogs that previously required several strikes to defeat were now reduced to dust with just a single encounter, swirling through the air, not even brushing against the hem of his clothes.
At the same time, experience notifications rang out like a tide. Awesome.
Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, his movements unceasing as he maintained a high-speed charge. He wanted to experience the ultimate fury a little longer. Once the blood demon took over, there would be
no more fun. Of course, by then, the unfortunate ones would be the demon dogs.
Lin Chen was like a wolf among sheep, the explosive power making him appear as a war god amidst the endless bones. Wherever he charged, bones flew everywhere, and
with each strike, several demon dogs turned to dust, unable to stop him in the slightest.
His high agility made the demon dogs hesitate, even creating a vacuum in the sea of bones. However, the demon dogs were numerous and fearless.
The more
Lin Chen killed, the more frenzied they became, each one crashing into their companions, determined to tear the human apart.
After a while, a level 38 two-headed demon dog found its opportunity. It crouched on the side, ready to pounce.
And as Lin Chen charged, it leaped high over its companions' bodies, finally biting into Lin Chen.
Ding! A sound of metal clashing rang out.
Lin Chen stood his ground, no longer charging. The demon dogs rejoiced at the sight, swarming him
to bite. The initial demon dog's eyes flickered, its bite fierce, eager to enjoy the spoils of battle.
Lin Chen chuckled, ignoring the demon dogs on him, lifting his head and twisting his neck. As his head turned, a pair of blood-red
eyes cut through the air.
Immediately after, he grabbed one of the demon dogs behind him, the very one that had attacked him first. The demon dog had no power to resist, flailing wildly as it dangled in the air. Lin Chen's smile widened.
Looking for death? I'll grant you that. Crack crack crack.
The once lively demon dog was instantly crushed to dust.
No blood, huh?
Lin Chen slowly loosened his grip, letting the bone powder fall.
But there are still you.
Lin Chen suddenly lowered his head, and the demon dogs that had been gnawing on him froze, inexplicably feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure, as if something terrible was about to happen. They raised their heads to see a pair of extremely
red pupils and an increasingly radiant smile. Die.
The blood demon's eyes narrowed, erupting in an instant. All the demon dogs clinging to him were shaken off, and as they floated in the air, a pair of hands appeared, tearing them apart,
followed by them being smashed into dust. After dealing with this batch, the blood demon looked around. Things are getting interesting. Hee hee, ha 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 ha.
Boom! The blood demon crashed into the pack of demon dogs, countless bones flying. The battle igniting, as the demon dogs, undeterred, crazily lunged at the blood demon, some climbing onto his back, others biting at his neck, tearing and gnawing madly. But the blood demon paid no mind. He focused solely on the front, charging, tearing, smashing. His smile grew ever wider.
Yes, just like that, you make me happy. Do you know? I haven't been this happy in a long time. It's a pity there's no blood. Why don't you bleed?
Compared to Lin Chen, the blood demon was much slower this time. Lin Chen charged in to kill enemies as fast as possible, while the blood demon took his time to smash each one to dust, not satisfied until they were all turned to ash, indifferent to the attacks from other demon dogs. But the visual impact was undoubtedly more impressive from the blood demon. Crushed bones, a manic smile, fierce eyes formed a chilling tableau. No blood, damn it, why is there no blood? Just die, all of you die. The hellhounds were no match for the blood demon, whose speed was increasing. Countless hellhounds were smashed into dust, and the entire Bone Island was plunged into a terrifying slaughter. Forest Island. Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin stood dazed at the edge of the cliff. Li Yuexin, did you just hear something? Wang Chenhao swallowed hard and said. Li Yuexin's gaze was vacant. I heard it, not just heard it, I also saw it. Wang Chenhao continued, is this what it looks like when a berserker goes mad? Li Yuexin replied, I think it should be. The atmosphere fell into silence, and both of them felt a chilling sensation throughout their bodies. Stunned, Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin were completely bewildered. The scene before them was too shocking for their young hearts. Laughing while being attacked by hellhounds as if having a great time, and the killing of hellhounds was not enough, they had to be tortured into dust even if it meant being attacked in the process. Not to mention the occasional chilling quotes. Is this still a human? The hellhounds are nothing compared to you. Indeed, hearsay is just hearsay. Before, they only had a vague concept of a berserker going mad, but now, seeing it in person, they realized what true terror is. What makes you feel cold all over at a glance? Wang Chenhao was the first to regain his senses and hurriedly patted his chest to relieve the pressure. He was now grateful that he hadn't made an enemy of Lin Chen back then, otherwise, the consequences would be dismemberment, torn to pieces, blood splattered everywhere, and Lin Chen licking his blood with a smile. Just thinking about it made Wang Chenhao shiver again. And it took him a while to calm down. Li Yuexin, didn't you say Lin Chen wouldn't go mad? What's going on? Wang Chenhao blared and questioned. Just now, Li Yuexin clearly mentioned some stages in accumulation, but now the facts were right in front of them. Lin Chen going mad meant not only was Lin Chen finished, but they also couldn't escape the abyss. They even had to face Lin Chen now. To be honest, he would rather face the abyss monsters than Lin Chen. Being attacked by hellhounds would only mean being bitten to death, but by Lin Chen. Can't think, better not think about it in the future. Li Yuexin, hearing this, showed no doubt and said, Wang Xiao, Lin Chen really hasn't gone mad. You don't need to worry about that. Wang Chenhao raised an eyebrow and immediately got angry. Are you stupid? Now you're telling me he hasn't gone mad? Look over there. Are you blind? Li Yuexin continued to explain. Wang Xiao, don't be anxious. Lin Chen has entered the ultimate berserk state. He hasn't completely gone mad, and he can still recover. Li Yuexin came from a poor family, so she worked very hard in her studies and learned basically everything. A berserker. Being normal at first and suddenly going mad can only mean one thing, entering the ultimate berserk state. Ultimate berserk? What does that mean? Wang Chenhao was taken aback, his brows furrowing. Li Yuexin was not surprised and began to explain smoothly. Wang Xiao, ultimate berserk is a state of the berserker. The berserker has a passive skill called blood frenzy, which provides attribute boosts based on health decline. Enough, don't give me useless details, get to the point. Wang Chenhao waved his hand impatiently. Li Yuexin's expression remained unchanged. After a pause, she continued, simply put, the berserker has a characteristic. When health drops to 1%, he will immediately go mad, but this is a temporary state. If he can kill all the living beings around him, he can slowly recover. Unlike the normal accumulation of madness, the normal accumulation of madness is a permanent characteristic, and once it goes mad, it cannot recover. You know that a berserker's normal killing will accumulate violent emotions, right? Wang Chenhao was deep in thought, and when asked, his mouth twitched. Of course I know, how could I not know? He still wasn't quite clear. He just knew that when the berserker went crazy, he would attack his teammates. However, after this explanation, he understood. Lin Chen himself was still normal. He had just entered a temporary state of madness. But there was still one thing he didn't understand. Li Yuexin, so according to you, Lin Chen is at 1% health right now. How can he still withstand so much? Wang Chenhao asked, puzzled. He had seen so many monsters attacking Lin Chen. How could he possibly hold up with just 1% health? Not to mention 1%, even at full health, it wouldn't be right. Even if a pure tank were thrown in, they would have been done for by now. Li Yuexin frowned slightly. Well, I'm not sure about that. She spoke truthfully, she couldn't make sense of it either. Previously, it could be explained with some defensive items, but now it was beyond comprehension. After all, Lin Chen did leave after a while. At most it was just that the defensive items were quite powerful. But now, he had been holding on for quite some time without any issues. He even directly entered the ultimate state, which meant he had completely severed his retreat. He intended to clear out Bone Island in one go. No matter how you looked at it, it was beyond understanding. Wang Chenhao rolled his eyes. You don't even know this? And you still study hard every day, it's useless. Li Yuexin. This time, Li Yuexin really wanted to defend herself. This was something that couldn't be explained by common sense. Even if a university professor were here, they might not figure it out. She felt very wronged. But there was nothing she could do. Wang Chenhao was just an illiterate, completely the type that couldn't be reasoned with. Even if she explained, he would just dismiss it. After thinking for a while, Wang Chenhao indeed stopped dwelling on it. There was no point in saying more. As long as Lin Chen could recover, that was enough. As long as he could recover, their chances of leaving the abyss alive were not completely extinguished. The only question was whether Lin Chen could kill through the bone demon hounds alone. He wasn't sure about other things, but he did know the strength of those countless bone demons. Not only did he have to kill them, but he had to wipe them out completely, which was no small feat. Wang Chenhao let out a deep breath, clasping his hands behind his back as he looked towards Bone Island. Li Yuexin, do you think Lin Chen can wipe out the bone demons? I'm not sure either. Li Yuexin also looked across, silently sighing. In her understanding, no other practitioner of the same level could achieve that. Although Lin Chen's current displayed strength had already exceeded her comprehension, it was still hard to say, and they couldn't help at all. The slaughter on Bone Island continued, with large groups of demon hounds being thrown into the air, only to be yanked down and torn to shreds by a hand. No demon hound could stop Lin Chen's advance. He was like a god of death, killing anyone in his path, using pure physical destruction. At the same time, he seemed like a madman, completely unbothered, allowing the demon hounds to bite him. He even occasionally let out maniacal laughter. Yes, just like that, you really make me very happy. Ha ha, I haven't felt this way in a long time. Keep going. Don't stop. I really like this. Ha 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 ha. After watching for a while, both of them couldn't help but shudder. Regardless of whether he could break through, just the strength Lin Chen was displaying now had already led to one conclusion, a completely certain conclusion. Invincible. Unmatched. At the same level. The power to crush the bone demon hounds, agility that spanned 2 islands, and an undying defense under countless bone demon siege. It was a complete integration of offense and defense, a freak. A super freak. They really couldn't think of anyone who could contend with such a Lin Chen. Even if they could withstand a single encounter, they couldn't imagine it. At least among those they had access to, even the top genius from the Central State Academy would probably be taken down in a second. Not to mention Lin Chen's mad fighting style, those with slightly lesser strength probably wouldn't even have the courage to fight back. If we can get out of here, Lin Chen is definitely not someone to provoke. You can offend anyone, but you can't offend Lin Chen. The two of them simultaneously had this thought. The battle was never ending, going from day to night. The howls of the demon dogs grew weaker and fewer. It's over. We're really going to finish them off. Wang Chenhao, who witnessed the whole process, was stunned. He was truly stunned. They had worked hard all day and had completely wiped out all the demon dogs on the island. Is this really a person? Li Yuexin. From now on, you should talk less with Lin Chen and don't offer any opinions. Whatever he says goes. His orders don't need to be questioned by me at all. And also, don't say Lin Chen is my brother anymore when we go out. If someone asks, just say I'm Lin Chen's little brother, a little brother who doesn't overstep. Got it? Wang Chenhao immediately instructed Li Yuexin. He wasn't stupid. It was one thing not to know before, but now, did he even qualify? A ruthless person who could wipe out an entire island. If he accidentally upset Lin Chen, he couldn't bear the consequences. Being a little brother was good enough. It was enough for him to brag about when he went out. Li Yuexin. It seemed like you were the only one who kept saying you were brothers. Who else recognized that? I understand, young Master Wang. Wang Chenhao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling incredibly excited inside. He was now quite certain he could walk out of the abyss alive. With such a powerhouse, he didn't believe anything could stop them. How powerful could the abyss really be? And being able to walk out of the abyss meant he had truly survived. All the long-standing clouds of gloom had dissipated. What could be more joyful than surviving a great disaster? If he had to say, there was actually something else. After going out, drinking with friends, and then, Wang Chenhao smiled, but then suddenly thought of something. His eyes widening. Li Yuexin. We need to hurry back to the jungle. Although Li Yuexin wasn't as thorough as Wang Chenhao, her mood had also relaxed significantly. She was focused on the battlefield across from them when she frowned at the sound. Back to the jungle? Lin Chen is almost done fighting. Wang Chenhao said anxiously, that's exactly why we need to leave. Didn't you say Lin Chen would kill all living things? Once the demon dogs are done, it'll be our turn. But isn't Lin Chen on that island? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to just leave? If you're going to be stupid, at least believe it. Have you forgotten how he got over there? Li Yuexin was momentarily stunned. I was careless, thank you for saving me, young Master Wang. Hurry up, or we'll really be targeted. Bone Island, the battle had completely subsided. Under the moonlight, the entire island was covered in a layer of bone powder, obscuring the original landscape. Lin Chen gradually recovered. Damn, that was ruthless, turning bones to ashes. The moon in the sky was large, almost overhead, and he could clearly see the surrounding scene, causing Lin Chen to grin. Compared to the blood demon, he was still too inexperienced. Shield, 314159/10000000. The shield had been knocked down by over 600,000 but was still quite sturdy. Lin Chen noticed that the blood demon didn't seem completely devoid of intelligence. It seemed to discern the situation, torturing him longer when the shield was intact and unleashing its full power when it was low. Of course, this was just Lin Shen's speculation. He had only had a little awareness at that time. When the demon dogs bit him, the blood demon didn't immediately go berserk, and even during the fight, it didn't dodge. Logically, the blood demon's combat awareness was top-notch. Not dodging proved that it also knew about the shield's existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sought death. Lin Shen grinned. It seemed he had truly unleashed the blood demon's true nature. If it were another berserker, the blood demon probably wouldn't have had so much room to pose, right? Dipping beans. So refreshing. After a while, Lin Shen's eyes sparkled. At this moment, his level had reached 33. In just one day, he had leveled up 4 times. Even he hadn't lifted a finger. All I can say is that Ultimate Rage is indeed powerful, and the system is just amazing. At level 33, Lin Shen didn't have much of a concept, but from Wang Chenhao and the others' perspective, a sophomore student would only be in their 30s. And that's at the best university in the Great Xia, Zhengzhou University. In just a few short days, he had covered the distance others would take a year to traverse. Taking advantage of his break, Lin Shen skillfully allocated his newly acquired attribute points to his physique. His physique saw another boost. Looking at his panel, Lin Shen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Leveling up and making progress is always a joy, especially when it happens quickly, and even more so when it's through idle leveling. Next up is the speed run through the abyss. Currently, one island had brought Lin Shen so much improvement, and he was very much looking forward to what lay ahead. Moreover, once he entered the ultimate stage, that inexplicable desire surged strongly, pointing deep into the island. Lin Shen felt certain there was a great treasure that resonated with him. After resting well, Lin Shen stood up and looked around, not seeing any trace of Wang Chenhao and the others. Pretty clever, knowing to hide. If the blood demon saw them, they probably wouldn't be saved even from another island away. The bonehound doesn't bleed, it prefers humans over the blood demon. Lin Shen curled his lip and walked towards the forest island. There might be floating islands he couldn't jump over behind him, and Li Yuexin would have to help out. At the deepest part of the forest island, a very thick tree stood tall. At the top, Wang Chenhao was hiding in the branches, shivering, and even Li Yuexin beside him was trembling. They had overlooked one thing. How far is the targeting range of the berserker? Does it only kill what's in front of it, or does it chase down anything it has seen? If it's the former, that's fine, but if it's the latter, they had been at the edge of the cliff for a whole day, not knowing if they had been marked for elimination. Li Yuexin, you studied a lot, give me a definite answer. Wang Chenhao urged, genuinely panicking. Just thinking about Lin Shen's demeanor during the day made him shudder. Hiding here, he often felt as if Lin Shen would suddenly appear beside him, smiling and saying, found you. Who could understand his current feelings? Li Yuexin grimaced. Wang Xiao, I really don't know. Wang Chenhao rolled his eyes. You always drop the ball at critical moments. Just then, boom, a huge impact sound echoed through the forest island, and Wang Chenhao jolted. Damn, Lin Shen is back. Li Yuexin, you quickly go check the situation. Li Yuexin was taken aback. Huh? Me? What nonsense? If not you, then who? Am I supposed to go myself? Li Yuexin frowned. Fine, she admitted she was also panicking at this moment. Although she considered herself not a timid person, Lin Shen's appearance was truly terrifying. She would rather be bitten to death by a pack of demon dogs than fall into Lin Shen's hands. Li Yuexin made a decision that went against her family's teachings. I'm not going. Wang Chenhao was stunned. Hey, you dare to disobey my orders now? I'll ask you one more time. Are you going or not? Not going. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Li Yuexin shook her head vigorously. Damn. You really are getting angry, huh? I'll ask you one last time. Are you going or not? Not going. You have to go. I absolutely refuse to go. Just as the two were tugging at each other, a voice suddenly came from below the tree. Oi, you two, it's time to come down. Lin Shen had his hands in his pockets, looking utterly speechless. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Chenhao immediately shivered, just like when the class teacher suddenly stood over him while he was playing on his phone in high school. It's over, we're dead, boo-hoo. Wang Chenhao didn't dare turn his head, feeling his neck stiffen. Li Yuexin rolled her eyes. Alright, Wang Xiao, it's fine now, let's go down. How? Can you be sure it's fine? That's Lin Shen, after all. Li Yuexin helplessly said, do you think this mere tree can protect us if something happens? Have you forgotten what Lin Shen looked like? Wang Chenhao suddenly realized, oh, that's true. Lin Shen curled his lips and turned to leave. The two jumped down from the tree and hurried to catch up. Lin Xiao, thank you so much. In such a dangerous place, we rely entirely on you. Without you, we would have been trapped to death on this forest island. Li Yuexin sincerely said as she caught up with Lin Shen. Now the three of them were entering the abyss together, but only Lin Shen was putting in the effort. They hadn't helped at all. It's fine, I need to get out of the abyss myself, so don't worry about it, Lin Shen replied. Li Yuexin's eyes flickered. Such a monstrous genius was still humble and unassuming, without a trace of arrogance. Perhaps this was also a factor in his success. Anyway, I still have to thank you. You saved our lives.
No matter if we can get out of the abyss this time, if you need anything in the future, just let me know.
After saying that, Li Yuexin tugged at Wang Chenhao beside her.
Wang Xiao, say something. Wang Chenhao shrank back, unable to help it. Now, whenever he got close to Lin Chen, his mind was filled with the crazy scenes from the day, and he really couldn't go back to the past. Lin brother, oh no, Lin Xiao, thank you too. You. In the future, just give me orders. My life was saved by you. Lin Chen said, it's fine, just don't touch me. He had not turned off the ultimate frenzy. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenhao immediately shrank back again and hurriedly said, no problem, I guarantee it's no problem. It was a joke. Even if he was told to touch him, he wouldn't dare. He had seen it. Lin Chen's signs of madness were triggered by being bitten by the skeletal demon dog. In the tranquil forest, Lin Chen walked ahead alone, while Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin maintained a considerable safe distance behind. As they set off again, the two's mindset completely changed. Lin Chen's strength was now evident, and his mental state was under control. The once unfathomable abyss now seemed like it was just a matter of time before they could leave alive. Wang Chenhao even had the leisure to admire the scenery around them. The three quickly exited the forest and arrived at the edge of a cliff. Li Yuexin, you just take Wang Chenhao over, Lin Chen instructed, then leaped again onto the skeletal island. Li Yuexin and Wang Chenhao both pouted. Although they had seen it once, they were still shocked. The two floating islands were at least 300 to 400 meters apart, and he had jumped over relying solely on his physical strength. Li Yuexin felt that if they disregarded endurance, Lin Chen could fly better than her. She really didn't know who the wind mage was. Let's go. Wang Chenhao unceremoniously hugged Li Yuexin. He couldn't get over himself. At most he could jump about 20 to 30 meters. Wind control technique. A hurricane erupted, and Li Yuexin brought Wang Chenhao to the skeletal island. On the skeletal island, powder covered the ground, and every step sank past the shoe surface, kicking up dust. It was hard to imagine that this was all the ashes of monsters, and it wasn't the result of a fire mage's attack, but rather a warrior smashing them into this state. Feeling it up close, the scenes from the day surged back into their minds, sending chills down their spines. Under the silver moon, the silent skeletal island was only filled with the sound of footsteps, deep and shallow. Not long after. Wait, what is that? Wang Chenhao screamed, pointing at the forest island they had come from. Lin Chen frowned and looked back. He saw the entire island starting to wither. The originally lush forest was wilting at an unbelievable speed, as if something was extracting its vitality. Everything was rapidly undergoing seasonal changes, transforming from the vibrant spring into the desolate winter. Moreover, a ribbon-like light surged out, crossing the sky and passing over their heads, flowing towards the depths of the abyss. Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. It was the first time he had seen such a strange sight. It was as if something deep down was extracting the vitality of an entire island. Wait, we have it here too. Wang Chenhao screamed again, pointing at the bone island beneath his feet. He saw a shimmering light rising from the bone powder, as if mysterious runes were gradually coalescing. Li Yuexin frowned slightly. This seems like the power of sacrifice. Sacrifice? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Li Yuexin looked up. Oh, Lin Xiao, I just heard about it. It is said that some profound abilities can extract the vitality of certain creatures or places to achieve certain goals, and this looks very similar. But what I saw before only extracted some creatures or a small area. This is the first time I've seen something this large, so I'm not too sure. Li Yuexin was somewhat shocked. To extract an entire island, she wondered what the purpose could be. It was completely beyond the level of power they could access. Lin Chen glanced at her with a frown. Clearly, this was knowledge from university, a bit beyond his grasp. However, it sounded rather sinister, fitting the theme of the abyss. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen turned and walked away. He set off for the next island. After all, the main goal was to clear the abyss. Whatever came, he would face it. Wasting time here was pointless. Moreover, the runes glowing beneath his feet did not look like good things, so it was better to leave early. Li Yuexin furrowed her brow and stepped up to follow. Sacrifice was a very powerful force, and she had a foreboding feeling. The magical hounds of Bone Island had all been cleared out, and the group quickly reached the edge of the next island's cliff. Across the cliff was another large floating island. This time, there were no low-level magical hounds everywhere, only a few large magical hounds wandering about. But they were all bosses. Bone Flame Demon Hound King, Bronze Boss, Level, LV35, Second Tier, Health, 23800 Strength, 2514 Agility, 2432 Constitution, 2380 Spirit, 999 Bone Spirit Evil Fire, sprays Bone Spirit Fire at the target, causing 100% strength and 100% spirit damage. The attributes were nearly 3 times that of ordinary magical hounds. Moreover, it had a skill that could inflict damage to the spirit. Wang Chenhao swallowed hard. These attributes were several times higher than his, and there were so many of them. Lin Xiao, look. Wang Chenhao forced a smile at Lin Chen. No matter how high they were, they couldn't compare to Lin Chen. A ruthless person who survived among thousands of demon hounds, a few bosses were nothing to him. Lin Chen did not respond. He directly erupted and jumped off the cliff. No wonder there were no bosses on Bone Island. They were all hiding here. Experience babies. I'm coming.
Kill Boneflame Demon Hound King, experience plus 30524. Kill Boneflame Demon Hound King, experience plus 30524. Kill Boneflame Demon Hound King, experience plus 30524. For the first time, Lin Chen experienced how much boss experience compared to small monsters. He could only say the Abyss was simply his paradise.
Moreover, although the Boneflame King's attributes
were much higher, the number was small, completely not giving the Blood Demon a chance to emerge. Lin Chen enjoyed himself, fully experiencing the power of ultimate rage. At the same time, without the dismemberment phase, the overall speed
increased significantly. In less than half an hour, the battle on the boss island was already over.
Lin Chen's level skyrocketed again by 2 levels.
He leaped to level 35.
To be honest, Lin Chen felt a bit dreamy. This was just too fast. He felt a bit unsteady, lacking that grounded feeling of taking one step at a time.
To put it simply, he didn't even know where to go to level up now. He was completely confused about his own tier. Moreover, the journey through the abyss was not over yet. At this rate, wouldn't he start school with a level higher than the teachers? How would the teachers teach him then?
Of course, this is just a thought. From level 30 to 35, his experience has been compressed twice, and it has
actually become very difficult.
It's just that these 2 islands have a lot of monster experience. Lin Chen estimates that by the time he exits the abyss, he won't even reach level 40. At level 40, he definitely can't surpass the school teachers. Wang Chenhao is already at level 37.
Lin Chen returns to the edge of the cliff. Oi, you can come over. On the other side, Wang Chenhao pauses. Alright, young Master Lin, you've worked hard. So ruthless. So many bosses taken down. In half an hour.
Even though he had anticipated it, it still shocked his nerves once again.
But the more impressive, the better. Now it's just a matter of time before they can exit the abyss. Wang Chenhao quickly arrives at the boss island. Aboard the Li Yuexin special aircraft. As soon as they land, a rumble suddenly erupts from the original bone island, shining brightly as if a super large formation has been activated.
The ground covered in bone powder begins to dissolve,
transforming into a beam of light flowing deep into the abyss. Bone Island has also been sacrificed.
Li Yuexin furrows her brow, wondering what kind of power could consecutively sacrifice 2 islands.
Moreover, what are the rules of the sacrifice? Such a powerful force, if it includes them, would definitely be unbearable. Could it be triggered by time? Li Yuexin feels a bit uneasy. Lin Chen doesn't waste time and continues to the next island. No matter what, clearing the level as soon as possible is definitely the right choice.
The inexplicable desire within him is growing stronger.
The next island should be the native monsters of the abyss. Lin Chen thinks as he walks. Normally, the abyss is an independent
space, home to its own evil creatures. They rely on absorbing external nutrients to grow stronger, and the entire desolate land should be the result of that absorption, with demon beasts being corrupted and turning into bones.
Lin Chen has roughly sorted this out.
In any case, whether it's the ordinary bone dogs or the fire boss, they are all foreign species, all nutrients.
Now that he has cleared the bone group, the next step should be dealing with the original evil creatures. It could also be the last island. Lin Chen doesn't wait for the 2 and quickly arrives at the other side of the boss island's cliff.
As he steps out of the forest, the world in front of him suddenly changes dramatically. The entire sky
darkens.
The original bright moonlight is blocked by a massive island, which is very high, obscuring the view of what's above. Lin Chen looks directly at the lower layer of the island, all composed of reddish-brown rocks, with no visible
width, stretching endlessly. Great, I have to rely on Li Yuexin again.
Lin Chen glances a couple of times and decisively turns off the Blood Devourer, pulling his health back to the 3rd stage.
He can't jump that high, he can't even see the top. Currently, he can't gather any information, so Lin Chen waits in place. His mood is relatively relaxed.
Anyone with eyes can see that this island is much more magnificent than the previous ones, probably indicating stronger power. But with his 1 million shield, there's really nothing to worry about. The abyss is also divided into levels. Lin Chen figures that the abyss that can pull him in won't have anything that poses a threat to him. After waiting for a while, Li Yuexin
and the others arrive.
Upon seeing the massive island, both of them change color, becoming more serious.
Lin Chen doesn't hesitate. Li Yuexin, take me up. Li Yuexin is taken aback. Huh? Am I taking you?
Lin Chen curls his lip.
It's fine to touch me now. Oh,
young Master Lin, you need to be careful.
Before taking off, Wang Chenhao expresses his concern.
He hasn't seen the situation this time, and this large island is clearly not ordinary. He is still a bit
worried. Lin Chen,
The special aircraft takes off, and the 2 ascend along the brown rocks.
Before long, the view opens up before them.
The entire horizon was paved with crimson crystals, stretching endlessly, perfectly flat, emitting
a faint glow under the moonlight.
Above the ground stood countless sculptures, towering 2 meters high, resembling human forms but with bizarre bird-like heads, large wings sprouting from their backs, and holding long spears, standing like
sentinels.
The whole space was eerily quiet, not a sound to be heard. All the sculptures remained still. Once you let me go, you should head back first, Lin Chen instructed Li Yuexin after surveying the surroundings for a while.
He estimated
that these sculptures were likely monsters. Logically, if he descended, they would awaken and attack him. This was Lin Chen's judgment based on his past gaming experience. Of course, regardless of whether they would awaken or not, he had to enter the ultimate state to avoid being torn apart by Li Yuexin. Alright, then be careful, Lin Xiao. If you need me, just call, I'll be waiting down here, Li Yuexin said, frowning. She could tell that this place seemed to be the lair of the abyss, and the numerous sculptures made her uneasy, but she also knew that her presence wouldn't be of much help. Li Yuexin released her grip and dove down, disappearing in an instant. As much as she wanted to help, being late could lead to disaster. Lin Chen. Thud. Lin Chen fell to the ground, and the crimson crystal surface emitted a clear sound that echoed continuously. However, the sculptures remained unmoved, standing silently, and the world was still quiet. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, not thinking too much about it, and began to advance while depleting his health points. Soon, he entered the ultimate berserk state again, a fiery power surging through his body. Lin Chen approached one of the sculptures. The sculpture appeared like an ordinary statue, made entirely of stone. However, there were faint traces of blood on it, seemingly transmitted from the ground's crystals. Isn't this a monster? Lin Chen pondered and cast an identification spell. Identification failed. The identification spell would not return any information if it encountered something that wasn't a living being. A failure indicated either it was above his level or blocked. But it was definitely a living creature. Lin Chen furrowed his brow even more. Hey, buddy, I'm here knocking on your door. Aren't you going to respond? It was Lin Chen's first encounter with a monster that didn't attack at all. Sleeping? But that doesn't seem right. Some monsters could enter a dormant state, especially those resembling sculptures, and Lin Chen could roughly guess that. However, normally, sleeping monsters would awaken if there was an external threat, and besides, this was the terrifying abyss. It was impossible for a monster to just sleep to death. That wouldn't be called the abyss, it would be a place blessed by experienced babies. So should I attack, or should I delve deeper? Lin Chen was caught in a dilemma. If he attacked, he feared that the monster, which was sleeping soundly, would awaken and waste his time. If he didn't attack, he worried that going straight in might trigger some trap that would hit him hard. After pondering for a moment, he decided, forget it. I'll attack one and see what happens. Lin Chen felt the chances of a monster sleeping to death were slim. After all, this was the abyss. It was more likely that it was just biding its time. It was safer to break through little by little. To be honest, with his higher level, killing monsters wasn't as reckless as before. He had learned some tactics. Who knew what more twisted challenges awaited him in the future? Lin Chen silently complained, found the outermost sculpture, and swished. A red light flashed, and he felt a slight resistance from the sculpture, but it was minimal, and as he struck deeper, it seemed to transform into flesh and blood, instantly splitting in two. Thud. The upper half of the sculpture crashed down, rolling twice on the crystal surface. Around him, there was still no movement. Aside from the crisp sound of the sculpture rolling, there was nothing else. Did it really just sleep to death? Lin Chen's confusion was just beginning when something even more puzzling occurred. Killed LV-40 Bloodwing Guardian, experience plus 0, experience gained, 0. How is that possible? Lin Chen was stunned. Any monster would grant experience, regardless of whether it was dormant or endangered. As long as it was killed, experience would definitely increase. Moreover, if there was a prompt, it meant it was undoubtedly a creature, with no exceptions. This was a level 40 monster, and there was no indication that a low level would prevent it from giving experience. Is it really this bizarre? Swish, swish. Lin Chen chopped down 2 more statues in succession, and once again, the experience gained was 0. Impressive. Lin Chen was completely convinced and didn't care anymore, striding deeper into the area. If he couldn't figure it out, then so be it. No matter how strange it was, his shield was still solid. No one was bothering him, so he headed straight for the exit to slip away. On the blood crystal ground, there was a statue every few meters, and their numbers were immense. They maintained the same posture, guarding something. Likewise, they had not come out to attack Lin Chen. The entire world was filled only with the sound of Lin Chen's footsteps. He didn't care, burying himself and moving forward. Occasionally, he would slay a couple of statues, but there was still no gain. After walking for a while, a different type of statue appeared among the group. It wasn't so much different, just taller. The original ones were about 2 meters tall, while the newly appeared ones were around 2 meters 2 or 3. Though the increase wasn't much, they still stood out in the orderly group of statues. Lin Chen walked up to a tall statue and struck it down at the base. Kill LV-42 Bloodwing Guard Captain, experience plus 0. Even the guard captain has shown up, and still 0 experience. Lin Chen pouted and continued on his way. This time he quickened his pace, no longer lingering. The entire island was enormous. He couldn't see the edge, only the blood-red crystal ground reflecting waves under the moonlight. It must be said, the ground was a bit slippery. As Lin Chen advanced, the types of statues increased and their sizes grew taller, from ordinary guards to guard captains, then to left and right wings, and finally to commanders, forming a well-planned group. This was enough to prove that this was indeed the lair of the abyss monster, and its strength was formidable, with numerous members, a clear structure, and high levels capable of exterminating all foreign professionals.
It was just unclear why they weren't. Attacking Lin Chen and killing them didn't yield experience.
Lin Chen moved forward at full speed, unleashing his ultimate berserk speed, weaving through the group of statues, leaving behind a rapid afterimage. The world was silent, and, after an unknown amount of time, Lin Chen felt he had passed through at least 10,000 statues. Finally, he reached the end of the island, where a gigantic statue stood on the ground, holding a massive sword with its hands, wings folded. At its shoulders, towering at least 7 or 8 meters high, like the last guardian of the abyss. On either side of it, a row of statues stood neatly, identical in shape but shorter, about 4 to 5 meters tall.
Could this be the final boss?
Lin Chen arrived at the foot of the largest statue in the center. His height barely reached the statue's knee, making him appear very small. Whoosh! Just as Lin Chen was about to test if killing this boss would be effective, he suddenly heard a splashing sound near his ear, seemingly coming from behind the boss. After a long time of silence, he finally heard some movement, and Lin Chen hurriedly circled around the boss to investigate. Behind the boss was the edge of Blood Crystal Island. As soon as Lin Chen approached, he was instantly stunned. Across the cliff was another floating island. However, it was very small, easily visible in its entirety. Above the island, there were no monsters, no plants, only blood flowing everywhere. The crimson blood surged like an ocean, and surrounding the island was a circle of towering stone pillars, shimmering with ominous runes, mysterious and strange. Below the island, several beams of light connected from afar, as if providing energy to it. Overall, it looked less like an island and more like a blood sea altar. A strong smell of blood assaulted Lin Chen's senses, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. This scene was so chilling that even he felt uneasy. So much blood, he couldn't fathom how many creatures had been drained to gather it all. And this altar, what was it for? The light band below Lin Chen recognized as the nutrients extracted from the previous islands, having exhausted the energy drawn from several islands for upgrades, along with blood as fresh as the sea, and countless demons guarding it.
It was terrifying to think about. Thump, 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 thump. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened.
Not out of fear, but because he realized that the source of his inexplicable desire all along was right here. What could it be? Lin Chen felt a bit anxious. The scene was so bizarre that he hesitated to approach. Just as he was in doubt, a powerful desire suddenly overwhelmed his consciousness.
Ah, the wonderful scent. I have returned once again. Lin Chen's eyes turned crimson as he leaped straight onto the island. At the same time, biological intrusion detected, verifying identity. Great Blood God, welcome your arrival. The blood demon smirked, stepping onto the altar one step at a time. Activate Extreme Path Second Transformation. As you command. Extreme Position Second. Transformation officially activated. This transformation, Extreme Blood Wings boom, the Blood Sea altar erupted with towering bloodlight. A massive energy wave roared, the entire island began to tremble, the calm Blood Sea started to churn, boiling over, and in an instant it erupted completely, with the Blood Sea's reverse waves surging like a tidal wave, creating a scene of blood surging to the heavens. At the same time, the first forest island, which had been withering, suddenly intensified. All the vegetation turned to ashes in an instant. Thousands of trees died in a moment, condensing into a massive green light pillar that pierced the sky, shooting straight into the Blood Sea Island. Essence of life has merged amidst the blood light. Strands of green light merged in, calming the originally violent aura, making it steady and resilient. Next, on the second island, interwoven runes appeared, suddenly bursting forth with brilliant light. The white bone powder of the entire island trembled, melted, and condensed, forming a massive white light pillar that shot into the Blood Sea Island again. Soul of the Bones has merged. Following that, on the third island, countless bosses turned to ashes. On the fourth island, the blood crystal paved ground cracked inch by inch. On the fifth island, the Blood Sea surged upward, rushing into the central altar, forming a wildly unmatched energy, sweeping through the heavens and the earth like a tornado. The entire abyss, the whole world began to tremble. What is happening? On the third island, Wang Chenhao was horrified, feeling as if the world was about to end, with storms howling and the earth shaking. Most importantly, his life points were rapidly decreasing. It felt as if something was draining his vitality. Young Master Wang, it's a sacrifice. We have also been included in the sacrifice targets. Li Yuexin shouted with difficulty, struggling against the wind. Her long-held premonition was correct. It was the power of sacrifice. Not just the forest island and the bone island, the entire abyss was being sacrificed. What kind of existence was trying to drain the power of the entire abyss? Young Master Wang, let's go up to the highest island. Li Yuexin decisively grabbed Wang Chenhao and flew upward. They could not resist the power of sacrifice. Their only hope now was to rely on the core area of the abyss. The storm-like energy battered against them, and Li Yuexin climbed upward like a small boat in the sea. Life points plummeted, but Li Yuexin's gaze remained resolute. She could not die. She still had her father to take care of. She absolutely could not die. Wang Chenhao looked at Li Yuexin's face, suddenly falling into a daze. Li Yuexin, thank you. Bit by bit, the two finally burst out of the third island, and the sacrificial power that enveloped them suddenly dissipated. Before they could catch their breath, they stood frozen in place. Before them appeared a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives.
In the sky, a blood-red tornado surged and roiled, piercing through heaven and earth. In the air, countless blood-red shards swept towards it, and the entire world shimmered. On the ground, countless sculptures cracked inch by inch, revealing thousands of evil spirits.
As soon as they appeared, they all turned towards the tornado, brandishing
their spears and shaking the ground. We congratulate Lord Blood God on returning to his position. We congratulate Lord Blood God on returning to his position. We congratulate Lord Blood God on returning to his position.
The solemn voices of thousands were uniform and soul-stirring, echoing through the sky.
Amidst these congratulatory shouts, a blood shadow suddenly pierced out from the blood-red tornado, enveloped in enormous blood wings, rising little by little, and
finally hovering in the heavens, illuminated by the bright moon.
At that moment, the world fell silent, all energy fluctuations disappeared, the blood crystals in the sky stagnated, and the thousands of evil spirits were quiet.
After an unknown
amount of time, a light laugh emerged from the blood wings, first faint, gradually becoming clear, and then completely insane.
Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Boom, the enormous blood wings spread open with the laughter, and everyone
saw a pair of eyes as crimson as possible, followed by a torrential downpour of blood rain, endless and unceasing, erupting completely. It engulfed the entire world. We pay our respects to Lord Blood God.
Congratulations on Lord Blood God stepping into the extreme transformation.
We pay our respects to Lord Blood God. Congratulations on Lord Blood God stepping into the extreme transformation. We pay our respects to Lord Blood God.
Congratulations on Lord Blood God stepping into the extreme transformation.
Thousands of winged demons bowed their heads in submission to the blood rain, their solemn voices resonating through the sky, continuously echoing.
Wang Chenhao, I, a humble citizen, pay my respects to Lord Blood God.
Congratulations on Lord Blood God stepping into the extreme transformation.
Li Yuexin, I, a humble girl, pay my respects.
After the blood rain disappeared, everything calmed down.
The tornado was gone, and the sacrifices had ceased.
On Blood Sea Island, the surging blood sea completely evaporated, revealing the ancient altar below.
Congratulations!
You have achieved Extreme Position Second Transformation, Extreme Blood Wings Career Advancement. Hell Blood Demon Warrior Lin Shen suddenly opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, and then, Head Blood Demon, you really are a nuisance. Lin Shen was truly speechless, feeling a great evil fire pent up in his chest.
Second transformation. His first career advancement in life was completely taken over by the Blood Demon. He didn't experience anything at all.
It was one thing to level up automatically, but they wouldn't even let him play with the second transformation.
Right. Do you know this is like a cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest, adding unnecessary details?
I curse your star number B. You really are you *% you and #@ at. After cursing for a full half hour, Lin Chen finally calmed down, ultimately choosing not to pursue the matter further. There was no way they were all on the same side. Besides, since the transformation had already happened, it was useless to argue about it. He was also a magnanimous person. As for the blood demon suddenly losing control and occupying his place, Lin Chen was not worried. After the second transformation, he had gained some understanding of his profession. First, the blood demon was not a mad side of himself, but
rather a consciousness that was somewhat independent yet not entirely so.
The will of the blood god. That's right, it was the true god who controlled blood, the supreme ruler of all blood-related matters. Every time he went berserk, it was the blood god fighting in place of Lin Chen. As for why it was said to be somewhat independent yet not entirely so, the hidden berserker, the ultimate evolution, was the blood god.
Every person who transformed into a hidden berserker would receive the will of the blood god, or rather, under the recognition of the rules, you would become the future blood god. The blood god will is not referring to the will of some powerful figure, it is simply the primal power of blood itself, possessing the highest instincts.
When it merges with you, it forms a consciousness. Therefore, the blood demon is essentially him. If forced to interpret, it means him after he becomes the blood god.
As for the frenzied appearance, it is
merely the inherent brutality of the blood's origin, which he currently cannot control, thus revealing the most primitive desire for blood. In summary, the blood god will is just a tool, and its manifestation is determined by him.
The stronger he becomes, the better he can control it.
For instance, right now, Lin Chen feels that if he advances to the ultimate level, he should no longer be merely frenzied, he might retain some semblance of sanity, transforming into a disdainful
presence.
Additionally, he has figured out why the monsters outside do not attack him. Those winged demons are pure bloodline beasts, and he is the blood god.
He is their supreme ruler by nature.
With a single command, Lin Chen could
order them to die.
The lack of experience points is also due to this reason. Killing within the same kin does not grant experience, as it is a rule manifested, just like how humans do not gain experience from killing each other.
Thus, Lin Chen is contemplating a question. Has he lost or gained?
If he has lost, after all, he has gained so many loyal subordinates, unwavering in their loyalty, and in the future, any pure bloodline monsters he encounters will be the same.
If he has gained, damn it, he has lost experience.
He previously mentioned that this Abyss jump was too fast to adapt, and now look, he has lost everything in one go. It's a bit troublesome. Forget it. Let's check the panel first. Lin Chen decided not to dwell on it any longer and turned to open the panel, excitement barely contained on his face. This time, his extreme position second transformation has yielded extraordinary results. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Hell. Blood Demon Warrior, Hidden, Level, LV 36, 5.2%, Life, 6000 Shield, 1000 K Strength, 600 Agility, 600, plus 120, Constitution, 600 Spirit, 300 Free Attributes, 0 Passive. Blood Festival, second stage 4 every 10 points of Life Lost, Strength and Agility plus 2 Passive. Blood Frenzy, second stage life drops to 50%, enters first stage Frenzy, Strength and Agility increase by 80%. Life drops to 30%, enters second stage Frenzy, Strength and Agility increase by 150%. Life drops to 10%, enters third stage Frenzy, Strength and Agility increase by 800%. Life drops to 1%, enters Ultimate Frenzy, Strength and Agility increase by 3000%, ignoring all control. Note, this stage carries risks, use with caution. Blood Devour, second stage, LV1, during the skill activation, you will no longer receive any life recovery and it will close automatic recovery of 20 life points per second. Active release, life value decreases by 1 point every 0.01 seconds. You will not die from this skill, minimum 1 point of life. Mountain Smash, second stage leap forward and smash down onto the ground, dealing 150 life damage to enemies within a 1 meter radius, consuming 100 life points. First stage Frenzy, deals 200% strength damage. Second stage Frenzy, deals 300% strength damage, radius increases to 3 meters. Third stage Frenzy, deals 800% strength damage, radius increases to 10 meters. Ultimate Frenzy, deals 3000% strength damage, radius increases to 50 meters, causing knockback effect on all enemies. Frenzy, combat will gradually cause you to lose yourself, turning you into a brutal killing machine. Current progress, 0% Blood God will, you need to gradually master the primal power of blood to become the true Blood God. Current progress 10%, Bloodwing, your life form changes, gaining the ability to fly, basic agility attribute increases by 20%. Blood wings can absorb the blood of enemies to gain energy, with every 10,000 life points providing 1% energy, up to a maximum storage of 100%, with different effects provided by the energy. Blood Roar, agility attribute increases by 100%, consuming 1% energy per second. Blood Feather instantly empties all energy, randomly scattering blood feather arrows within a radius of 1000 meters, dealing 10% strength damage every 0.1 seconds, lasting a maximum of 3 seconds for a total of 300% strength damage. Can only be released when fully charged. Items: Crimson, Purple, Spring Flow Sound Fall, Purple, Spring Flow Sound Ring, Purple. After the second class change, Lin Chen experienced a tremendous transformation. First, the 4 basic attributes all skyrocketed. His original strength and agility were barely 300 and his constitution was just over 400, but now they all surged to 600. It was a full doubling what took him over 30 levels before. Normally, the highest attributes for ordinary professionals after a second class change are only around 4 to 500, but he achieved a comprehensive enhancement, surpassing all aspects. Of course, such a significant increase was largely due to the vast amount of energy he absorbed. It would be hard not to grow. Secondly, the 2 main passives also welcomed their advancement. Passive skills are enhanced with each class change, and this time he finally leveled up. The Blood Festival changed from 10 for 1 to 10 for 2, while Blood Fury saw a comprehensive enhancement. The third stage jumped from 500% to 800%, and the ultimate directly reached 3000%. To be honest, his original values were already terrifying, and now he had truly become a numerical monster. With the combination of both, he wouldn't need any equipment or skills to crush all other professionals of the same level. Not to mention, he still had skills, exclusive skills, at that. After the second class change, Mountain Shatter also welcomed its advancement, with attributes enhanced all around, especially the maximum range, which significantly increased from 20 meters to 50 meters. Coupled with the ultimate fury values, it was simply unimaginable. Truly becoming a world-shattering strike, even the third stage had increased to 10 meters, making it undoubtedly his range god skill in the future. Another skill that had always accompanied him, Blood Devour, also underwent a qualitative change. Not to mention life recovery, but the blood pressure changed from gradually increasing to 0.01 seconds per point. This change was crucial. All skills of the Berserker consumed life points, and now he could achieve precise blood pressure control, unlike before when entering the ultimate state would mean a flat one. Following that, the frenzy progress and the will of the blood god. Lin Chen now fully understood that the two were completely different things. Frenzy was a professional characteristic, a completely flawed professional trait that would gradually become violent and mad as long as he fought. This was his own madness. As the progress increased, he would turn into a madman, indistinguishable from a regular madman. Now the panel also displayed that he had system protection, with frenzy directly at 0%, which was very reassuring. As for the will of the blood god, it was the complete opposite of frenzy. As he had said before, this was a high-end tool of unconsciousness, but its characteristics would affect oneself. Activating Ultimate Fury was equivalent to unlocking the permissions of this tool. All he needed to do was grow stronger step by step and completely master it, no longer being disturbed by it. In this regard, Lin Chen still had a long way to go. After all, regarding the source of blood, he was still far from it, and the 10% on the panel also indicated the issue. Lin Chen estimated that before his second class change, it was probably at 0%. The spring flow only provided him with a space for restraint, but when he went mad, he was still just as mindless. As for what the original poster mentioned about Ultimate Fury being the final form of the Berserker's madness, Lin Chen guessed that the poster also didn't quite understand. In a frenzy, one could hardly recognize oneself. In fact, just from the outside, being influenced by the will of the blood god and going mad as a Berserker did indeed look quite similar. In the end, the real biggest enhancement, the extreme blood wings. While others at the second transition gain a new talent, he directly altered his life form. You must understand that in this world, life forms are the least likely to change. Those who can't fly won't be able to fly even at level 80. At most they can just hop a bit further. And he is still a berserker with an incredibly terrifying burst. The only drawback is that it has been completely erased. Not to mention, the attributes of the blood wings are also extremely powerful. A permanent 20% increase in base agility. 20% may not seem like much, but when combined with the berserk doubling, it becomes quite significant. There are also two very compatible skills. One boosts burst speed, providing a 100% speed increase, perfect for chasing down fleeing enemies. The other is a large-scale extermination, unleashing blood feathers in a 1,000-meter radius, dealing 300% strength damage. This is truly a mass destruction artifact, a real biological annihilation machine. Most importantly, the energy consumed is all from the blood wing's own charge. Lin Chen's biggest problem right now is that he can't use skills when his blood is low, but this feature completely solves that worry. Although the energy required might be a bit high, 10,000 drops of blood increase it by 1%, and it takes 1 million drops to fully charge. Currently, monsters only have a few thousand blood, which is equivalent to having to kill himself. However, in the future, the monsters he faces will only get stronger, so it's not a problem. In short, the extreme blood wings given to him now can be said to truly give him wings like a tiger. From now on, his enemies will have no escape, whether in heaven or on earth. Extreme position second transition. Awesome. Lin Chen let out a long breath, quite satisfied with this. Extreme position second transition, even feeling a sense of disorientation, he couldn't quite grasp just how strong he had become. There's no helping it. The main issue is that the improvement has been too rapid. His classmates are still hovering around level 10, while he has been on the front lines and in the abyss, and now he has added the extreme position second transition. Looks like I need to catch up on some knowledge later. He now feels like a newbie being infused with a powerful technique by a master, completely unaware of his own strength or how to judge his enemies, stumbling around blindly. Lin Chen silently planned. Of course, the primary goal now is still to leave the abyss. There's nothing worth noting in the abyss now, no experience, no treasures, he has taken everything. He is still unclear about the exit of the abyss, but it doesn't matter, the winged demons are all under his command, so getting out is just a matter of a word. Whoosh! A pair of wings spread from Lin Chen's back, the wings a dark red color, each feather shimmering with flowing light, creating a considerable sense of oppression. This is Lin Chen's extreme blood wings. They can be retracted and released, opening when needed and hidden within his body when not in use, very convenient. It won't turn him into a freak. Lin Chen's lips curled up, the blood wings flapped, instantly lifting him into the sky, but then he quickly turned and dove straight down towards the ground. Hey, slow down. It was his first time flying, and Lin Chen clearly lacked experience, he still needed more practice. On the fourth island, there was a profound silence. Countless winged demons knelt on one knee facing Blood Island, completely motionless. At the back of the island, Wang Chenhao had been standing there for a long time, not daring to move. Not to mention the shocking presence of the blood god. Even the countless winged demons before him were not something he dared to provoke. At least they were all above level 40, and they were all elite monsters. Among them, he could even see higher level ones. He was genuinely afraid that even the slightest movement would result in him being torn apart. Damn it, he felt like his life was cursed to the extreme. First the abyss, then the sacrifice, and now he was faced with an army of winged demons, and he had no idea where Lin Chen had gone. How on earth was he supposed to survive this? After thinking for a moment, Wang Chenhao shifted slightly to the side, with Li Yuexin beside him. Why use the excuse of kneeling? He had been kneeling since that blood god appeared. After all, he dared not act recklessly. Li Yuexin, what should we do now? Wang Chenhao whispered, unsure whether to leave or stay. The winged demon army was clearly waiting for that blood god to emerge. Logically, he should slip away, but he feared that any movement would lead to being torn apart. Li Yuexin was also kneeling and thought for a moment before replying, Wang Xiao, I think we can't leave. Oh, why do you say that? First of all, these winged demons are creatures of the abyss, and they are undoubtedly extremely violent.
Right now, they are waiting for that blood god and might not have the time to pay attention to us. We are right under their noses, but if we make any move, it's hard to say what will happen. Wang Chenhao nodded, he understood this point. Li Yuexin continued, secondly, even if we leave, we won't find a way out of the abyss. You saw it when we came, there was no road at all, so leaving would be equivalent to death. It's better to stay here, there might still be a way to escape the abyss. Most importantly, we don't know where Lin Chen is. If he's alive, we might be able to help a little. Lin Chen has helped us so much, we definitely can't betray him. Wang Chenhao shook his head, agreeing. No matter what, this time he absolutely could not remain inactive. His spine felt like it was about to break. Then do you have any plans? Li Yuexin replied, we wait and see. Elaborate. Just kneel. And don't move. The words were rough but made sense. For now, they could only wait for that blood god to appear before making any plans. Wang Chenhao understood this as well. However, he looked up at the countless blood demons ahead, and couldn't help but swallow hard. If the subordinates were this strong, how absurd must that blood god be? It felt like a situation where survival was a slim chance. Li Yuexin's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Surrounded heavily, Lin Chen was nowhere to be found. This was the most desperate moment of her life, right at this instant. We have seen the blood god. We have seen the blood god. We have seen the blood god. At that moment, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed from the front. The two hurriedly looked up, but unfortunately, it was too far away to see anything. Ahead, Lin Chen finally returned to the square. He had practiced flying for half a day to avoid embarrassment. With his blood wings spread wide, Lin Chen hovered in the air. Below him was the largest winged demon lord, who was currently kneeling on one knee. On either side of him stood 12 commanders, lined up in a row, and no one dared to look up. These were the strongest forces of the entire abyss. The central lord was a level 50 golden boss, while the others were level 45 silver bosses. Lin Chen felt a bit dazed. This display was enough to annihilate all invaders, yet now it had become his subordinates. Becoming akin to the abyssal demons was quite absurd. Lin Chen took a deep breath, opened the gate to the abyss. The central winged demon lord did not look up, clasping his hands. Is the blood god going to take action to exterminate humanity? We swear to follow you to the death. As soon as the lord spoke, the commanders on either side immediately followed suit. Exterminate humanity. We swear to follow the blood god to the death. Then came the voices of countless winged demons below. Exterminate humanity. We swear to follow the blood god to the death. Exterminate humanity. We swear to follow the blood god to the death. Exterminate humanity. We swear to follow the blood god to the death. Lin Chen. He had forgotten that the task of the abyssal demons was to absorb nutrients and then go out to wreak havoc on the world. No need, you all continue to recuperate here. I have my own matters to attend to. The winged demon lord showed no hesitation. Understood, my lord. In the face of the blood god, all they had to do was obey orders without any questions. Just then, a winged demon flew in from behind and knelt on one knee. Lord Blood God, my subordinate has discovered 2 humans currently at the back of the island. Please give your orders, Lord Blood God. Leave it to me. You all open the abyss gate. Lin Chen naturally hadn't forgotten about the 2 tools at his disposal, but to be honest, they were quite lucky. So many winged demons hadn't touched them. With that said, he spread his blood wings and flew towards the back. The winged demons on the spot clasped their fists again. We obey your command. At the back of the island, Wang Chenhao was growing increasingly anxious. Li Yuexin, what should we do now? They said they want to go out and slaughter humans. Are we not going to act? Li Yuexin's face was pale. If they were going to slaughter humans, they would probably be the first to be dealt with. Wang Xiao. Let's fight. With no way to retreat, they could only fight with all they had. Fight to the death? Wang Chenhao gritted his teeth. Fine. Fight to the death. Anyway, there's no way out. After 18 years, I'll still be a good man. The two exchanged glances and nodded heavily. I'm going to fight with you. I'm done for. Hurricane force. Just then, a shadow covered their heads. Oi, what are you doing? It's time to go out. Lin Chen floated in midair, looking exasperated. In the desolate land, Abyss Guard Unit. Teams of soldiers surrounded the Abyss Rift in layers, their expressions solemn. The Abyss was the most dangerous alien species in the Great Xia. Every evil creature that emerged from it was powerful and violent, leaving no room for carelessness. Among the front line of soldiers stood a round-faced middle-aged man, dressed in soldier's armor and holding a spear. His name was Wang Dio, originally the deputy commander of the Jiangbei military district, but temporarily dismissed due to offending Li Jingchuan. Now he was just a regular soldier, guarding the abyss with everyone else. Wang Dio gazed at the twisted rift ahead, his eyes reddening. It had been 3 days. His poor nephew was probably already 3 days ago. When he received the call from Tang Yusen, he felt as if the sky had fallen. He never expected Lin Chen to be Li Jingchuan's man. The position he had worked so hard to climb for years was probably in jeopardy. But once he arrived here, he no longer wanted to think about those things. His precious nephew had been swept into the abyss. His elder brother had died early, leaving
Behind this only child, no matter how high his military rank, it was not as important as his nephew's life. He had countless times wanted to rush into the abyss, even if it meant trading his old bones for his nephew's life. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in. Hey, does it hurt? Are you scared? Have you already reunited with your uncle? No. You can come out, and Lin Chen will definitely be able to bring you out. The abyss had always been a place of 10 deaths. And no life. Historically, very few had made it out, and he knew all this, but he couldn't give up hope. Lin Chen was the bowstring that had held him up until now. Lin Chen could earn so many points on his own. Lin Chen would definitely be able to. Wang Dao wiped away his tears, his gaze firm. The soldiers beside him couldn't help but frown. Standing guard with the commander was truly a peculiar experience, especially since this commander cried every day. Commander Tang! Commander Tang! Just then, the soldiers in the back parted to make way for a tall woman who walked over. It was Tang Yusen. Today, Tang Yusen wore a tight crystal armor, her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking sharp and heroic. Passing through the ranks of soldiers, Tang Yusen reached the front and looked at the abyss rift. What's the situation? A soldier stepped forward, reporting to the commander, there are currently no abnormalities in the abyss, it should still be in a dormant state. Normally, it took a considerable amount of time for the abyss to go from appearing to erupting. They still needed to absorb nutrients to grow. Tang Yusen nodded, then looked at Wang Dao, whose eyes were red. She couldn't help but sigh. Wang Dao was sad for his nephew, and how could she not feel regret for Lin Chen? A prodigy, a genius who could bring help to the country, was just gone like that. But the world is unpredictable, and there's nothing anyone can do but accept it. Wang Dao, stop crying, pay attention to your image, Tang Yusen reminded him. It was one thing to feel upset, but to act like this on the front lines? So many soldiers were watching, and he was still a regiment commander. Wang Dao blared, I don't care about my image, I want my nephew. Tang Yusen. Ever since Wang Dao found out something had happened to his nephew, he had turned into a stubborn bull, refusing to listen to anything. Considering that your relative is in trouble this time, I won't hold it against you. But if there's a next time, military regulations will be enforced. Do whatever you want, I'm not a commander anymore, I don't care, I just want my nephew. In the end, Tang Yusen chose not to argue with Wang Dao, pouting slightly before turning to another soldier and instructing, keep an eye out, report to me immediately if there's any situation. She still needed to check on Li Jingchuan. After a few days of her guidance, Li Jingchuan had improved a little, but just a little. Received. Commander Tang. The soldier saluted, and Tang Yusen nodded, then without hesitation, she stepped towards the teleportation array. Zizizizi. Tang Yusen paused, and all the soldiers were taken aback. That sound. Quick, form up, prepare for battle. Tang Yusen shouted immediately, her eyes wide with surprise. She hadn't expected the abyss to come so quickly this time. The moment the crack appeared, it meant the gate to the abyss was about to open. The soldiers reacted quickly, swiftly taking action. Warriors with shields formed the front line, mages took the middle position, and archers stood at the back. In the blink of an eye, the battle formation was established. Everyone held their breath, staring at the abyss crack, some soldiers silently gripping their weapons tightly. Abyssal demons were never simple. Every appearance resulted in the loss of comrades. Even if this was just an abyss below level 40. Zizizizi, the crack in the abyss twisted in the air, as if some energy was stretching it wider, emitting a sound like electromagnetic interference. Tang Yusen had reached the front. She was a swordswoman, and a radiant purple longsword appeared in her hand. Gazing at the abyss crack, her eyes sharpened. When the abyssal demons come out, maintain formation. Warriors are not allowed to retreat, mages and archers. Give it your all. Reserve soldiers, keep an eye on the situation, and if anything seems off, step up immediately. The formation must not break, and no demon is allowed to escape. Do you understand? Tang Yusen, in a high position and with experience in repelling the abyss, commanded decisively. Understood. The atmosphere was tense, and the guarding soldiers replied in unison. Suddenly, Tang Yusen saw Wang Dao beside her. Wang Dao, why are you, a mage, standing so far forward? Step back. Wang Dao's eyes were red. I won't. I want to save Howard. My nephew is still alive. Tang Yusen sighed inwardly, setting aside everything else. Wang Dao's concern for his nephew was indeed touching. But this was a battlefield, and although Wang Dao was a third-tier mage, he couldn't withstand the impact of the abyss. She had seen too many scenes of abyssal demons tearing apart comrades. Step back. This is a military order. Tang Yusen reprimanded sternly again. I won't. I want my nephew. He's not dead. I, the commander, order you to step back. I won't. Second uncle, what are you doing? I want to save you. I absolutely will not retreat. Wang Dao was stunned. What did he just hear? Not just Wang Dao, but all the soldiers present were also stunned. They had been staring at the abyss crack, and suddenly, without any warning, a person emerged from it. A perfectly normal person. Wasn't the abyss supposed to unleash a massive wave of demons as soon as it opened? Not good. It's a disguised demon. Attack. The soldiers reacted swiftly. There were demons that could disguise themselves as humans.
Moreover, how could a perfectly normal human emerge from an abyss? Immediately, countless magical lasers and mana arrows were poised to strike. Wait, don't act yet, Tang Yusin suddenly shouted. She had brought a monitoring device with her, and it seemed that what had emerged was not a disguised evil spirit but a real human. Just as she was lost in thought, the soldiers couldn't hold back and a rain of magical arrows shot straight towards the abyssal rift. What the hell? What's going on? Wang Chenhao's body trembled violently. His instinct kicked in, and he quickly darted back into the rift as the barrage of spells crashed down, splattering mud everywhere. Tang Yusin maintained her stop gesture, frozen in place. Had he gone back? Could one really come and go so freely from the abyssal rift? Captain Tang, we. A group of soldiers looked at Tang Yusin with awkward expressions. Just moments ago, she had told them to hold back and they had failed to do so. It's fine, I don't blame you, Tang Yusin waved her hand. In a defensive operation, one must act immediately upon encountering the enemy. In battle, even a moment's delay can mean losing the initiative, let alone in an abyssal confrontation. Her monitoring device had only flickered briefly, too short a time to make a complete judgment. Logically, it was impossible for living beings to appear in the abyss, let alone come and go at will. Hour. My hour. Wang Dio lunged towards the abyssal rift. He had heard it. It was definitely his hour. There was no mistake. Hour. Wait for me. Uncle is coming to save you. Don't be afraid, Uncle is here. I will definitely rescue you. Tears streamed down Wang Dio's face as he recklessly threw himself against the abyssal rift, only to be bounced back again and again. Tang Yusin sighed inwardly and hurried forward to grab Wang Dio. Vice Captain Wang, calm down. You can't go into the abyss. Wang Dio shook off Tang Yusin. Don't touch me. Get away. That was clearly my hour. You all pushed him into the abyss again. I will take care of it myself. And don't call me Vice Captain. I just want my hour. Tang Yusin felt a pang of concern, but this was not the time for compassion. Being so close, if a large number of evil spirits emerged, it would be disastrous. Vice Captain Wang, I understand your feelings, but please prioritize safety. Maybe that wasn't your hour. Tang Yusin tried to comfort him while pulling Wang Dio back. Let go of me. That is my hour. I won't be mistaken. I need to save my hour. He needs me right now. Let go of me. Wang Dio struggled wildly, but as a mage, he was no match for Tang Yusin's strength. He was soon dragged to the back of the formation. Control Vice Captain Wang, Tang Yusin signaled, and two soldiers immediately stepped forward to restrain Wang Dio. Tang Yusin returned to the front alone, letting out a lone breath. All troops, listen up. Yes. Maintain formation. Next time an evil spirit appears, wait for my command before acting. She felt puzzled. Logically, it was impossible for humans to emerge from the abyss, let alone Wang Chenhao. Even if someone were to come out, it should be Lin Chen. But the detector had indeed not gone off. In any case, the time was too short. She needed to observe. Yes, the soldiers replied in unison, though some showed signs of surprise. Many of them had participated in abyss suppression missions and were well aware of the abyss's power. Could someone really come out? This didn't seem plausible. Everyone kept their eyes fixed on the rift ahead. The rift twisted silently in the air. Time passed slowly, each moment feeling long under the heightened tension. After a long while, some soldiers had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The abyss finally stirred again. Zzz, the sound of electricity crackled, and Tang Yusin immediately looked at the detector. This time, she had to see clearly. The soldiers also tightened their grips on their weapons. Zzz, another crackle of electricity, and a head suddenly emerged from the fissure. It was a cautious head. Everyone, don't make a move. I'm Wang Chenhao. I'm definitely not a demon. If you make a move again, I won't come out. Tang Yusin was stunned. The detector in her hand hadn't changed color. Green meant human, red meant demon. It was green now, very green. Did someone really come out of the abyss? The soldiers were also dumbfounded. Since Tang Yusin hadn't ordered an attack, that meant this was really a living person? A living person who crawled out of the abyss? Or had he gone in and out twice? Wang Chenhao's face was bitter. He hadn't been killed by the abyss but had almost been wiped out by his own people. He had prepared himself mentally for a long time before daring to come out again. Wang Chenhao remained cautious, keeping his head ready to retreat at any moment, scanning the surroundings, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Second uncle. Second uncle. Here, it's me, Howard. Wang Dio could no longer hold back. Upon hearing the voice, he jolted and rushed forward, frantically wrapping his arms around Wang Chenhao's head. Wow, Howard. My good Howard. Second uncle knew you were fine. Second uncle knew you weren't dead. How could second uncle live without you? Woo 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 woo. Wang Dio forgot everything, crying tears of joy, and seeing this, Wang Chenhao couldn't help but feel a pang in his nose. Who knew what he had gone through on this trip? Skeletons, sacrificial offerings, blood-winged demons, life and death struggles, countless moments of despair. At this moment, emotions could no longer be controlled. Woo woo second uncle, I thought I would never see you again. I really thought I would never see you again. Wow. It's good to be back. It's good to be back.
Second uncle missed you so much. Second uncle will always love you. The two of them, uncle and nephew, held each other and cried. Completely oblivious to the lives of others, their wails echoed across the wilderness. Amidst this wailing, there were also two sounds of mechanical strikes. That was Tang Yusin hitting the detector in her hand. The uncle and nephew cried for a while, and Wang Daya wiped the tears from his face. Come on, how are you? Come out first, let second uncle take a good look at you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenhao's eyes widened instantly. Second uncle. You have to make them put away their weapons first. He hadn't forgotten the earlier situation. If he hadn't run fast, he would have lost his life. Wang Daya also realized this and immediately stood up. Now you all see, right? My nephew is my nephew. He is human, not some demon. Aren't you going to hurry up and put away your weapons? The soldiers didn't move, all looking at Tang Yusin. Tang Yusin waved her hand. Put away your weapons first. Only then did the soldiers lower their weapons. Wang Daya snorted coldly, went back and pulled Wang Chenhao out. After checking him up and down and seeing that there were no issues, he finally felt relieved. Thus, his nostrils twitched again, and the two were about to hold each other and cry again. This time, however, they were stopped by Tang Yusin, who stepped between them and looked at Wang Chenhao. Wang Chenhao, how did you come out? She didn't understand, her head was buzzing. Throughout history, only a few had come out of the abyss, and Wang Chenhao had just come out like that? And without a scratch? He could even go in and out at will? How could that be possible? As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers all looked at Wang Chenhao. They were somewhat shocked, even feeling a surge of emotions inside. How strong could a person be to walk out of the abyss unscathed? Wang Daya also reacted, wiping his nose. Yeah, how did you come out? That's the abyss. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Chenhao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly straightened his back. Ahem. Since everyone wants to know, I, Wang Chenhao, will briefly explain a few things here. Just as Wang Chenhao was about to elaborate, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Tang Yusin. Cut to the chase, get to the point. Tang Yusin said. Coldly, she did not believe that Wang Chenhao could walk out of the abyss on his own, and Lin Shenye's failure to emerge made her somewhat anxious. Wang Chenhao curled his lips. He still knew Tang Yusin, his uncle's direct superior. Actually, the reason we could come out this time is all thanks to Lin Shen. He has been fighting alone the whole time. I hardly contributed anything. As for how we got out, it's quite simple. Lin Shen broke through the abyss, killing from start to finish, and we just followed him out. Hiss. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers behind gasped in unison. Broke through the abyss? Quite simple. And it was done by one person? Lin Shen, whose subordinate is this? Why does it sound so familiar? Tang Yusin couldn't help but swallow hard at this. She was well aware of the strength of the abyss. Even mythical professions had suffered losses. Otherwise, Li Jingchuan wouldn't have been in despair right away. Could Lin Shen really have broken through the abyss alone? But the facts were right in front of her. Wait, then how did you manage to come and go freely? Even if you could reach the exit, there would still be monsters blocking the way, right? You also stayed inside for such a long time before coming out. The exit of the abyss is usually located in the heart of the monsters. Even if Lin Chen could kill his way through, the monsters would certainly not let them come and go freely. If Lin Chen was holding them off inside, then why hadn't he come out yet? Most importantly, the suction force nearby was ineffective against Wang Chenhao. They were over level 40, but Wang Chenhao was not. Tang Yusin was puzzled. Wang Chenhao's eyes lit up at her words, and he straightened his back immediately. Ahem. This question is actually quite simple. Lin Shen killed all the evil monsters inside, wiped them out completely, so naturally, no one was there to stop us. Hiss. This time, even Tang Yusin couldn't help but gasp. But before she could think too much, Wang Chenhao continued. Strictly speaking, it wasn't completely finished. All the bone monsters in the wasteland were exterminated, while the original monsters of the abyss were directly subdued by Lin Chen. Lin Chen completed the second transfer of the extreme position, and all the evil monsters were subdued, becoming Lin Chen's little brothers. The portal was opened by them, so I could come and go as I pleased. The entire place fell into dead silence. All the soldiers gaped, unable to speak. Exterminated the bone monsters, not only exterminated but even directly subdued the evil monsters of the abyss? So the evil monsters of the abyss were a species that could be subdued? And what is this second transfer of the extreme position? Is this really human language? Why does it feel like it doesn't make sense when put together? Wang Chenhao looked at everyone's expressions, his heart blooming with joy. Although he didn't do it himself, he was a witness. He was also a man who came out of the abyss. That's something to be proud of. Wait, then what about Lin Chen? According to you, if they were all subdued, why did only you come out? Why didn't Lin Chen come out? Tang Yusin asked the last question she wanted to know. Wang Chenhao smiled again. Isn't it for everyone? Lin Chen is their boss now. He naturally has to settle things before leaving. You all know what kind of character the evil monsters of the abyss are. If Lin Chen doesn't handle it well, won't he come out to cause trouble? By the way, you don't need to worry about the abyss erupting in the future. You can withdraw your troops. Lin Chen is handling it now. Speaking of which, I should go back and take a look. Every day is full of issues. After saying this, Wang Chenhao turned and walked back to the crack with his hands behind his back. Behind him, he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. What settling matters? Those evil monsters didn't even dare to look up when talking to Lin Chen. Settling things was just a matter of a single word. He hadn't come out because he said there were soldiers attacking outside, and Lin Chen had called him to scout the way. However, being able to show off is just so satisfying. Wang Chenhao walked into the crack with a smile, his figure swallowed up. Everyone present finally felt numb, completely numb. To say that they could directly settle the evil monsters? Will they not invade again in the future? Is there anything you can't do? The absurd things heard today are something they've never encountered in their lives, not even in novels. Li Yuexin, catch me. As soon as Wang Chenhao passed through the crack in the abyss, he began to fall rapidly. The portal is in the air, still 1,000 meters high. It's reasonable for the Bloodwing clan's portal to be placed in the sky. But now, among all the species present, he is the only one who can't fly, whether human or demon. The ground quickly approached, revealing thousands of winged demons kneeling on one knee, with Lin Chen and Li Yuexin standing in the center. Li Yuexin used her wind manipulation technique to catch Wang Chenhao, directly pulling him into a princess carry. I told you I could scout ahead, yet every time I still have to catch you, Li Yuexin said, frowning in dissatisfaction. Wang Chenhao looked at Li Yuexin's face and chuckled. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Li Yuexin had become more beautiful and even a bit cute. How had he not noticed this before? It's fine. It's dangerous outside. How could I, Wang Chenhao, let a woman go out to scout? The two landed, and Li Yuexin sat Wang Chenhao down. At that moment, Lin Chen spoke up. What's the situation? Wang Chenhao immediately knelt on one knee. Reporting to Lord Blood God, the situation is now clear. I have resolved all misunderstandings and have fully conveyed the glorious deeds of Lord Blood God. Those ordinary folks are still in shock. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Having witnessed Lin Chen's final means, he was completely convinced. What little brother? He was now a loyal follower. Blood God. Extreme position second transformation. And with such a large group of subordinates, he was nothing but a small fry. Lin Chen curled his lip. Don't call me that, it sounds awkward. No, how could a subordinate dare to overstep? Lin Chen, I don't care how you address me, just don't call me Blood God. Do you want to get me killed? I wouldn't dare. From now on, I'll call you Master. Master. The situation outside is clear, we can set off at any time. Lin Chen. Lin Chen ignored Wang Chenhao, gazing at the portal in the sky, letting out a long sigh. This trip to the abyss could be considered a success. Initially, he just wanted to obtain a second transformation at a higher position, but the difficulty increased due to Wang Chenhao's unexpected interference. Now he had also gained the extreme position transformation, and his level had jumped several ranks from 27 at the beginning of the front line to now 36. It was a qualitative leap. Next, he needed to return to enhance his knowledge and prepare for university matters. He hadn't reported his name in the central continent yet. There are resources in the university that permanently enhance attributes. No matter how high the level goes, there is a limit, and missing out on permanent attributes cannot be compensated later. This is fundamental and must be taken seriously. Let's go. Lin Chen spread his blood wings and soared into the sky. At the same time, a roar like a tsunami erupted from the ground. We respectfully send off Lord Blood God. May Lord Blood God last for eternity. We respectfully send off Lord Blood God. May Lord Blood God last for eternity. We respectfully send off Lord Blood God. May Lord Blood God last for eternity. Alright, he also gained a bunch of little brothers. Their strength is quite decent. Just not sure if they'll be useful in the future. Outside the abyss, a group of soldiers looked at the crack with curiosity. After Wang Chenhao's commotion, no one wanted to miss the chance to see who this Lin Chen really was. He had pierced through the abyss, achieved extreme transformation, and even conquered the evil demons. Many of them had never seen an extreme transformation in their lives. Lin Chen, did he grow 3 heads and 6 arms? At the front, Tang Yusen was particularly excited, her eyes shining. She had originally thought a genius had fallen, but now not only was he alive, he had even advanced further. He had become even more monstrous. Thus, there was still hope for the Jiangbei military district. There was a chance to gain a super genius. Most importantly, Li Jingchuan could finally rest easy. Everyone was delighted. Amidst the attention, the crack finally began to stir. Zizzes, the crack twisted. A figure slowly emerged. He had wings sprouting from his back, walking with ease, and with each step, the wings on his back gradually transformed into shimmering light, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. Elegant, yet calm. Everyone present was in awe. They all felt the aura of extreme transformation. Every practitioner who completed the extreme transformation exuded a pure aura, unless deliberately concealed, any practitioner could sense it. Moreover, Lin Chen was far too composed, completely unlike someone who had just escaped death, more like someone who was calm with victory in hand. Even now, standing outside the abyss, they were all on edge, let alone coming out from within it.
No wonder. He was a prodigy.
It truly defied common sense, one could not help but be convinced.
Is this Lin Chen? Truly a prodigy. Extreme transformation, this is the first time I've ever seen it in my life. No wonder he could come out of the abyss.
He's so calm, just this level of composure is something ordinary people can hardly reach. When I was his age, I was still thinking about playing. I really can't help but admire him.
Incredible. Prodigies are indeed extraordinary from
a young age. I feel like my eyes have been opened. The crowd sighed in admiration, their expressions varied, some were appreciative, some were in awe, some were envious, and even some were filled with reverence. Such a prodigy, who knows how
high his future achievements will be.
Tang Yusin let out a long breath, having to admit that every time she saw Lin Chen, he always refreshed her understanding. If the last time was merely the confidence of a 27-level youth, this time it carried a hint of the calmness of a higher being. That feeling could only be obtained through countless trials and tribulations.
Lin Chen surprisingly gave her that now.
Although it was just a hint, one must remember how young Lin
Chen was.
Moreover, he had achieved extreme transformation, something she had not even attained, which was truly enviable.
Of course, the more prodigious, the better.
Regardless of whether he could become part of her Jiangbei army, he was undoubtedly a pillar of support for the great Xia. Just as Tang Yusin was about to step forward, a shadow suddenly darted past her.
Lin Chen, you are Lin Chen, right? Thank you. Without you, I really wouldn't know how to go on living. I truly thank you.
Wang Dao hugged Lin Chen, crying with snot and tears.
Wasn't it you who bullied others with your power before? How could you still have the face to do this? Tang Yusin smirked and approached Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I am the group leader of the Jiangbei military district. We met during the college entrance examination. Are you alright?
Lin Chen naturally remembered this kindergarten teacher. Wang Chenhao had just mentioned to him that they were guarding the
abyss outside. I'm fine, sorry to worry you, Captain Tang.
Lin Chen replied politely, then pointed to his shoulder.
But who is this? He didn't recognize this round-faced person. What was with the crying? Tang Yusin showed a hint of
embarrassment. Just as she was about to pull Wang Dao away, the crack flickered, and Wang Chenhao and Li Yusin walked out. The two looked somewhat comical, with Li Yusin, a girl, hugging Wang Chenhao. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Chenhao's
eyes widened, jumping out of the embrace. Second uncle, what are you doing? You've gotten their clothes all dirty.
Wang Chenhao quickly pulled Wang Dao away and turned to Lin Chen. The blood god hated it when others touched him.
Sorry. Lin Xiao.
This is my second uncle. He just got too excited. Please forgive him.
Wang Dao was taken aback. Lin Chen was covered in blood, and he dirted his clothes?
But he quickly reacted and hurriedly introduced himself.
Right,
Brother Lin, I'm Howard's second uncle, the vice captain of the Jiangbei military district, the one who previously suppressed your points. I apologize for what happened before, Brother Lin, you can deal with it as you wish.
You saved Howard's life, which is equivalent to saving mine. I, Wang Dao, sincerely thank you.
Howard was his life, saving Wang Chenhao was equivalent to saving his own life. He had no other thoughts now, only wanting to repay a favor.
Lin Chen. It's fine, I can understand Vice Captain Wang's actions.
As for the abyss, I need to deal with it myself, there's no question of any favors.
You don't need to worry about it,
Lin Chen said calmly, as he hadn't taken the previous
matter to heart.
It was perfectly normal to have some privileges for one's own child, that's just the rules of the game.
It just happened to fall on him this time.
If you have a way to handle it, do so, if not, there's no point in complaining.
Taking it seriously is the real loss. Wang Dao glanced at Lin Chen's expression, secretly surprised.
Old Wang, had navigated the political scene for many years and seen countless people, but someone so young and yet so composed was truly rare. In any case, Brother Lin has saved my son Hao's life and can put aside past grievances. In the future, if Brother Lin needs anything, just let me know. I, Old Wang, will never refuse.
Wang Dao patted his chest. Tang Yusin
rolled her eyes beside them, feeling that her time was being wasted. Although Lin Chen had previously turned them down, she still wanted to make an effort.
Alright, if you want to express your gratitude, don't just talk about it.
Go back and prepare, don't waste Lin Chen's time here. Lin Chen just came out of the dungeon and still needs to rest. Tang Yusin squeezed past Wang Dao to take his place, her eyes bright and smiling.
Lin Chen, you must be tired, right?
There's a teleportation array here that connects to the military district, why not go rest there?
Colonel Li has been wanting to see you too.
There was no way around it. To win people over, she had to touch on her blind spots.
Once she
hit that blind spot, the trap was set.
Lin Chen,
no need to trouble Captain Tang, I'll just rest at the hotel. He definitely needed to rest, this time he had smashed bones and soaked in blood pools, the most disgraceful experience
since he started. He urgently needed a shower, but it certainly wouldn't be at the military district.
Lin Chen could see through Tang Yusin's scheme, but having already refused before, and now that his strength had improved, there was even
less reason to go.
Tang Yusin sighed inwardly but suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up.
Lin, you have completely controlled the abyss, right? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. I can, so what? Tang Yusin's lips curled into a smile. Then that's great.
This time guarding the abyss is also a mission, since you've dealt with it, you should be rewarded. However, since the Abyss is a high-level task, you need to return to headquarters to claim your reward. Lin Chen still needed one more item for his clear spring flow, and he definitely wanted the military merit. So, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. Sure, let's go now. Tang Yusin. After Lin Chen emerged, the rift in the Abyss completely disappeared, buried back underground, and the world returned to clarity. This undoubtedly taught everyone a lesson and confirmed that Lin Chen truly had control over the Abyss. In the past, once the Abyss appeared, it would never recede, even if the evil creatures were killed, the rift would persist, continuously affecting the surrounding life, some even giving rise to more evil creatures. The army could only permanently seal it, which was costly and labor-intensive, and there was no other way. Seeing Lin Chen's feat, Tang Yusin's eyes burned with intensity. Such a prodigy, with such abilities, how wonderful it would be if he could join the military, benefiting countless people. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was a lone wolf. It was strange to think that such a young child could develop such a character. Had he perhaps suffered some harm? Wait a minute. Can I possibly influence him? Tang Yusin's eyes suddenly brightened and her chest trembled with excitement. She felt she could accomplish something great. Lin Chen, wait a moment. As they walked toward the teleportation gate, Tang Yusin suddenly grabbed Lin Chen. What's wrong? Lin Chen frowned. Tang Yusin didn't speak, showing a motherly expression, then gently placed her hands on Lin Chen's collar, tidying it up as she finally spoke. Hey Xiaoyu, look at you, your clothes are in such a state and you don't even know to change them. Aren't you uncomfortable wearing that? Sister has clean clothes, I'll get them for you when we arrive at the military district. Next time, prepare a few more outfits when you go out. It's really hard to put my mind at ease, do you understand? Her mother used to organize her clothes like this when she was little, and every time it made her feel so touched and warm. Although she had never been a mother, she wouldn't be too far off. Tang Yusin felt a burst of joy inside. Let me come to your rescue. Lin Chen's brows furrowed into a frown. Are you sure you're not running a fever? Why did you suddenly change your tone? Are you trying to use beauty tricks since you can't go hard? And you know you're acting very fake, right? Ahem. Thank you for your concern, Captain Tang. I have my own clothes, let's just go. The important matters come first. Lin Chen walked alone towards the teleportation array. Tang Yusin slowly shook her head. Still so young, how can one feel at ease? Xiao Yu. Slow down. Be careful of falling in the teleportation array. Lin Chen stumbled. Look at you, I told you to be careful and you still didn't listen. Let me check, did you fall? The teleportation array lit up, taking Lin Chen and the others away, leaving a group of soldiers behind. They looked at each other in confusion. Usually, Tang Yusin always appeared as a capable and strong woman. So, Captain Tang, what's going on? A long-awaited spring after a drought? But the age difference is a bit too much, isn't it? Unable to understand, everyone chose not to think further because there were more important matters at hand. The crowd gazed at the disappearing teleportation array, their eyes flickering with excitement. Today truly opened their eyes, a freshly graduated kid, daring to venture into the abyss, completing the extreme transformation, and with such remarkable temperament. Such a person will only soar to great heights in the future. It was even hard to imagine where his ultimate height would be. Lin Chen left an indelible impression on everyone here. Jiangbei Province, Military Headquarters. Since the Abyss Outbreak, the 17th Battalion had been recalled to headquarters. Today, a new mission was issued. By the teleportation array in the military courtyard, the captain of the 17th Battalion, Xuefeng, was making final preparations. Below him stood all the soldiers of the 17th Battalion, as well as most of the external recruits from the wasteland. The difficulty of the newly issued mission was similar to the previous ones, and they had been living off this for years, so they signed up directly. Look at that little guy, still thinking about his two big brothers. Laughing to death, he happened to be a dog for 2 days and didn't even know it, thinking there was real affection. Ha, if it were you, you'd think the same. After all, sitting as a little emperor for 2 days and suddenly losing it wouldn't feel good. Feeling bad doesn't help. Some things, if it's not in your fate, you won't have it no matter what. It's better for us to work hard and live a plain life. Right, it's also ridiculous, even if they were still around. So what? What kind of people are they, as if they would really look at you? Whispers occasionally arose from the crowd, all aimed at Xiang Donghua. In recent days, Xiang Donghua had been wearing a gloomy face, which made everyone even more displeased. Meeting by chance and acting as if he had really developed feelings, how ridiculous. Xiang Donghua stood at the edge of the line, clenching his fists at the sound. He didn't understand why everyone kept picking on him. They had clearly approached him first to curry favor, and he had made it clear that he wasn't friends with them, just acquaintances. But in the end, it turned out like this. Moreover, he wasn't what everyone thought he was. Although he hadn't spent much time with Lin Chen and Wang Chenhao, Lin Chen, a genius, never looked down on his old nagging, and Wang Chenhao, with strength and background, didn't put on airs with him. He had never experienced such respect. He truly regarded them as friends. Shouldn't he be sad if something happened to a friend? He couldn't understand, and he really wanted these people to shut up. Unfortunately, his strength couldn't achieve that. In the end, all the resentment turned into a sigh. Lin Xiao, Wang Xiao, are you really dead? Xiang Donghua murmured to himself. The people around him scoffed. Look, he's still clinging to that thought. He can't really be moved by himself. Can he? Not afraid of embarrassment, this could be a joke if it gets out. Just then, Xuefeng's stern voice interrupted everyone. Silence. Shut up. Xuefeng surveyed the surroundings, his expression solemn. Yet, he couldn't help but sigh internally. The fall of a genius like Lin Chen was a loss to the country. Unfortunately, the abyss was a place of certain death. One could only say that the world is unpredictable. Coming back to his senses, Xuefeng looked towards the teleportation array. Everyone. The rules are well known, so I won't elaborate. Now, let's set off. Dong dong dong, the orderly and solemn soldiers turned towards the teleportation array with everyone. At that moment, the teleportation array suddenly lit up. Xiaoyu, does the small teleportation array make you dizzy? There's no way, the garrison's teleportation array can't be too large, and besides, the distance is far. Come on, sister will support you, it's fine, just go. A team appeared, with a man and a woman at the front. The woman looked gentle, while the man seemed somewhat speechless. They walked down the teleportation array, oblivious to everyone else. In an instant, the entire place was stunned. This is Lin Chen? And Captain Tang, how did she end up like this? Xiang Donghua was bewildered. He doubted his eyes. What was he seeing? Lin Chen, Wang Chenhao, and Li Yuexin, all appearing right in front of him? Xiang Donghua rubbed his eyes hard. That's right, it really is Lin Chen. It's all real. In an instant, the longing built up over many days erupted like a flood, uncontrollable, propelling him forward. But after just a couple of steps, Xiang Donghua stopped. Again. I really can't be considered a friend of theirs. But as long as they're alive, that's good, that's good. Xiang Donghua broke into a silly smile. The gloom in his heart swept away in that moment. Ahead, Xuefeng approached. His face filled with shock. Captain Tang, this. Tang Yusin looked up. Oh, Lin Chen has opened a path to the abyss. I'm bringing him to receive military merit. Xuefeng was stunned. Opened a path to the abyss? Is that true? Tang Yusin showed her displeasure. Alright, you all have a mission to attend to. Hurry up, don't block the way here. With that, she pushed Xuefeng aside and continued walking with Lin Chen. Xiaoyu, sister is telling you, this time you have done a great deed. You could even receive an honor medal. But do you want to freshen up first? Why not go to sister's room? Lin Chen silently followed Tang Yusin away. Among the crowd, Lin Chen also noticed Xiang Donghua's unusual demeanor, but he felt nothing. It was just a chance encounter, still a contractual relationship. Who owes whom? On the other hand, Wang Chenhao's eyes were bright as he walked and waved. Old Xiang. Same place tonight. You have my contact information. He gestured as if making a phone call. After Lin Chen and the others left, the crowd of recruits erupted in a chorus of swallows. Xiang, old brother, I was wrong before, I'm here to apologize. Xiang Gu, I was just momentarily bewitched. You can hit me a couple of times, I won't retaliate. Right. Xiang brother, you hit me, I'm not worth anything, let out your anger. Xiang Donghua withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd. Get lost. The crowd trembled and hurriedly echoed, alright, we'll get lost. We'll just get lost. Xiang old brother, you scolded well. I should get lost. A blind fool. Xiang brother, you have a good heart, don't hold it against us. Xiang brother, I have a life weapon here that I can't use. Do you think it might catch your eye? They never expected Lin Chen and Wang Chenhao to really come back. Now, just thinking about the previous events made them feel breathless and their vision darken. If Xiang Donghua were to take it seriously, with Lin Chen and Wang Chenhao's abilities, crushing them would be no more difficult than squashing an ant. The sky has fallen. Slap, someone decisively slapped themselves across the face. Others, seeing this, quickly followed suit. In an instant, the entire courtyard was filled with the sound of loud slaps. Xiaoyu, right ahead is Colonel Li's office. You basically handled the abyss solo this time, so you should at least receive a second-class honor medal, and you also dealt with the bones in the wasteland, right? Don't worry, this military achievement won't be overlooked. In the military political building, Tang Yusin was guiding Lin Chen while introducing him. After a series of explanations, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel satisfied. A second-class honor medal is truly a luxurious reward. But he could only earn 500 honor points, needing several thousand to exchange for an honor medal. And that would only be a third-class one. Yet he could directly obtain a second-class one. Plus, with the military merit points, the smallest reward he could directly exchange for was the last piece of clear spring. One could only say that the value of this abyss journey was still increasing. Tang Yusin was secretly happy. Li Jingchuan would surely be overjoyed to know Lin Chen was back. The few of them stepped into a wide corridor. Woo. Suddenly, intermittent sobbing sounds filled the air. Tang Yusin pouted. Although she had been trying to console, the effect was not very significant. But thankfully, the root of the problem was about to be addressed. Colonel Li has had some family issues recently. It's only natural for a person to feel sad. Tang Yusin covered for Li Jingchuan. They soon arrived at the door. A very tall double wooden door, intricately carved with some patterns. Knock, Colonel Li, it's me, Xiao Tang.
Tang Yusin gently knocked on the door. A response came instantly from inside. Get lost. Didn't I tell you not to come anymore? I'm not eating. I'm not thirsty. Also, I'm a third-tier professional.
No matter how much I sleep, it doesn't
matter.
I don't need to go downstairs to move around or get sunlight.
And I've locked the door this time.
There's no way I'm letting you in.
Tang Yusin. Lin Chen. Wang Chenhao, is the colonel this irritable? He had always
heard his uncle say that Colonel Li was the most steady in his actions and he was his uncle's idol.
Tang Yusin forced a smile. Lin Chen, could you say something? Lin Chen understood. Actually, in the last moment when he was sucked into the abyss, he saw Li Jingchuan. Although he didn't know why Li Jingchuan appeared, it was clear he came to save him. Since he was here, he should reassure him and express his gratitude. Colonel Li, I'm Lin Chen. Thank you very much for saving me that day.
Lin Chen said politely. As his words entered, the previously cursing voice inside suddenly fell silent. After a moment, the ground shook violently. Bang, the door was flung open.
Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin were knocked to the ground. Yes, it was that quick.
Lin Chen was agile and Tang Yusin reacted fast, so they managed to dodge the disaster.
Wang Chenhao didn't care about himself and quickly flipped over to Li Yuexin's side. How are you? Does it hurt? Are you okay, Yuexin? Li Yuexin rolled her eyes. Wang Xiao, I'm a professional. What could happen from being hit by a door? Strange, why did Wang Chenhao seem different? Was he plotting something again? At the door, Li Jingchuan was dressed in pajamas.
His hair was a mess and he was looking around at the door. The moment he saw Lin Chen, he froze. Tears visibly welled up in his eyes. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, stepped forward, and bowed. Sorry to trouble you, Colonel Li. Li Jingchuan didn't speak, just stared at Lin Chen for a long time, then wiped his tears.
Who's worried about you, you little brat? Do you really think this commander would shed tears because of a little brat like you? This commander just happened to have some family matters. I just came out of that damn abyss and you still can't let it go. Lin Chen. After saying this, Li Jingchuan turned to the other side. And you three, did you hear me clearly? This commander has some family matters. Keep your mouths shut out here, got it? The three frowned. We heard you loud and clear. Li Jingchuan nodded, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. Ha, what are you two kids doing lying on the ground? Hurt? Xiao. Tang. If you're injured, why are you here instead of going to the military doctor? I can't treat you. Wang Chenhao, Li Yuexin, Tang Yusin. Li Jingchuan was greatly shocked after hearing about Lin Chen's glorious deeds.
At the same time, he completely abandoned the thought of taking Lin Chen as a disciple. Such a prodigy, growing up without any assistance, relying solely on himself, no thorny difficulties could block him. One day, he would reach his height and then completely surpass him. It could be foreseen that this time wouldn't be too long. Taking on another disciple would no longer serve as a timely help, it would merely be adding flowers to the brocade. It might even become a hindrance to future progress. He finally understood why Lin Chen, just a high school student at the time, would refuse him. Those who reach the highest peaks have always been alone. He saw a glimmer of that shadow, a faint light in Lin Chen. Even though it was still very weak, the award ceremony was set for tomorrow morning. It was already late today, and Lin Chen was arranged to stay at the military district. Shaolin, you stay here for now. If you need anything, just let me know. Treat it like your own home, don't be polite. Before leaving the room, Li Jingchuan added, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Although he understood the reasoning, the heartache was still real. I never thought I, old Li, would have a day of retreat. Indeed, one must take on disciples early. Why didn't I meet Lin Chen sooner? Li Jingchuan lamented inwardly, feeling he needed some time to adjust. Now not only had he lost a disciple, but his confidence was also shattered. He hadn't even experienced such a drastic turn when he was young. Unbelievable. Bang, the door closed, and Lin Chen sighed softly. He could see Li Jingchuan's sincerity. Just now, Tang Yusin had quietly told him that Li Jingchuan had cried for several days because of him, even exhausting his own vitality that day to save him. Well, Tang Yusin had decisively sold Li Jingchuan out. As for taking on a master, Lin Chen understood that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. It was even a complete win-win situation. Accepting favors when you are weak and then giving back when you grow up, any normal person would choose to agree. This is how the rules of the world work. The free education provided by schools, the sharing of information resources, and the ability for everyone to live in a stable society without monster attacks, all come from the hard work of predecessors, with the younger generation growing up to take over, thus operating in this manner. Since Lin Chen lived here, he was also a beneficiary. He was no longer alone, at least the national government had shown him kindness. Lin Chen was well aware of all this, but he just didn't want to be involved with anyone. He wanted to walk his own path alone. The social benefits were vast, and he believed that as long as he gave back enough, he could always repay it. However, the bond between master and disciple was too profound for him. In this life, Lin Chen was an orphan, and in his previous life, he was also an orphan. His personality had flaws, was somewhat obsessive, even reaching a black and white mentality. He was quite different from normal people. Lin Chen acknowledged all of this and could
recognize it.
Hao Lin Chen got up and walked to the window, the bright moonlight spilling over him.
Is what I'm doing really right? The next morning, Lin Chen received a second-level honor medal from Li Jingchuan amidst the envious gazes of the soldiers. He also earned 10,000 military merit points. The honor medal was issued solely for his handling of the Abyss, while the military merit points came from missions in the wasteland, specifically the extermination of the bone evil.
He had killed many, earning him the maximum value. The honor medal was a dazzling purple 5-star crystal without any attribute effects, but Lin Chen was quite satisfied. With the honor medal, it was equivalent to an upgrade in his status. In the military, it could be exchanged for many things that ordinary people could not obtain, and he would enjoy many privileges at school as well, including in society. In short, it was a key that unlocked higher-level permissions in the entire society. If not counting his position, his rank in the military was directly equivalent to Xue Feng's, and if he joined the army in the future, he would start directly as a company commander.
This made the soldiers, who were observing, envious. They had never earned an honor medal in their lives, not even a first-level one. And here he was, receiving a second-level one at such a young age. Truly, people can be infuriating. After the awarding ceremony,
Lin Chen went straight to exchange for the last piece of the Clear Spring set. The price for the Clear Spring was 8,000 military merit points with no restrictions. Only equipment of top quality or above had honor-level restrictions, and,
unless it was extremely rare, it was limited to first level.
The Clear Spring was very helpful to Lin Chen, but for others, it was not considered truly top tier, especially since it was just a purple item.
Lin Chen's second-level honor allowed him a 30% discount.
He spent a total of 5,600 military merit points. With this, the 3 pieces of Clear Spring were finally complete.
Lin Chen applied for a training room and immediately went to test them out.
The effect of the Clear Spring set was Clear Spring Sound, 3 Spirit plus 100. Each hit on an enemy restores 30 mana. Each skill cast restores 10% of mana cost, limited to skills below 3rd transfer. Purification fires purifying energy to remove all negative states. Purification effect depends on debuff level. Estimated, ineffective above level 50, cooldown 24 hours. Regarding this effect, Lin Chen was indifferent. He had realized that his Blood God will could not be weakened by mere Clear Spring. Normally, a Berserker would merge with the Blood God will upon entering Ultimate Berserk. The effect of Clear Spring merely added a threshold, allowing him to temporarily avoid contact with the Blood God.
Once he went Berserk, it would be the
same. He would either tear apart everything in front of him or exhaust himself. To control the Blood God will, he could only grow stronger step by step and take control of it himself. Of course, this threshold could vary in size, some being
delicate and others shabby.
Lin Chen's threshold was probably half-blocked, leaving a gap. The last piece of Clear Spring was a bracelet, and once worn, a continuous stream of life-giving water flowed through his body.
After a series of tests,
Lin Chen finally received the test results. The threshold was completely blocked.
He could now be unafraid of sounds, unafraid of contact, and could act independently. But
the threshold was a mesh-like barrier, leaking air.
He could
not let his emotions flare. If he did, such as anger, impatience, tension, fear, or even feeling displeased with someone, he would instantly lose control, and the Blood God would burst through the threshold, taking charge.
Overall,
Lin Chen was very satisfied with this result. At least in most situations, he could enter ultimate mode, and handling daily life should not be a problem. Additionally, he considered his mindset to be relatively calm and not easily angered.
In any case, it was a significant improvement.
As for if someone truly wanted to provoke him, Lin Chen could only say, the consequences would be on them. He was not a pushover. In the following days, Lin Chen did not run around aimlessly
anymore.
As the start of university approached, there was no point in rushing. Besides, a balance between work and rest was necessary. After diving into the abyss, it would be quite taxing on his body. During the break, Lin Chen also made
sure to browse through various knowledge to enhance his understanding.
The newly acquired second-level honor medal provided him with various conveniences, unlocking a lot of information that was previously inaccessible. Lin Chen mainly focused on his peers in the same profession. After some research, he made quite a good haul. Firstly, in terms of strength compared to his peers, when it came to output capability, he was not at the ultimate level, only reaching the 3rd tier.
Berserk.
He was probably stronger than rare professions but weaker than legendary ones.
Indeed, just the legendary professions could surpass his 3rd tier Berserk.
Lin Chen had seen a lot. The skill bonuses for legendary professions were generally around 500% to 1000%, and they would continue to improve with 2nd and 3rd advancements. His 3rd tier Berserk was at 500%, which was just barely at the tail end of the spectrum. Although he directly added attributes, many legendary professions also had attribute bonuses which were roughly similar. Of course, this was just the 3rd tier. He still had the ultimate level and even bigger shields.
Moreover, legendary professions were quite rare, with a probability of about 1 in a million.
For instance, in Jiangbei province, there had been no legendary professions this year. As for mythical ones, they were even rarer, with no information available, classified as absolute secrets. Therefore, as Long as Lin Chen didn't act recklessly, he was basically in an absolutely invincible state. At least at the freshman level, there was no problem at all.
Lin Chen also looked into some information regarding the university. Universities were
categorized into third-tier, second-tier, first-tier, and top-tier institutions. Third-tier institutions were completely insignificant. One could get in with a score of 5 or 6 in the college entrance examination, and those who graduated
would likely not even reach the second advancement.
Second-tier institutions were more standard. One needed to reach a score of 7 or 8 before the exam, mostly consisting of advanced professions and some diligent ordinary students. After 3 years, they could roughly complete the second advancement, but they would generally only reach the lower or middle tier. First-tier institutions were indeed impressive. One had to score at least 10 or above before the exam, with diligent advanced students and some slightly weaker rare professions being able to enroll. By the third year, most could complete the second advancement, and those who excelled could reach over level 40. Finally, there were the top-tier institutions, of which there were 5 in the entire Great Xia: Huabei Academy, Jiangnan Academy, Dongtai Academy, Sichuan Academy, and Zhangzhou Academy. The differences among these top-tier institutions were minimal, but Zhangzhou was widely
recognized as the best.
Taking Zhangzhou as an example, one had to reach at least level 13 before the college entrance examination to have a chance, and generally, only rare professions could meet this threshold, or some wealthy and connected
advanced students, like Wang Chenhao.
Those who entered Zhangzhou could typically complete their second advancement by the second year, and at least they would still be in the middle tier, with many actually being in the upper tier.
Ultimately, those who graduated could easily exceed level 50, which was very valuable.
Therefore, conservatively estimating, without considering the ultimate level and shield, Lin Chen was probably at the upper stage of Zhangzhou's second year. Students, especially since he had an extreme advancement that could add quite a bit to his score. Of course, it was hard to say how much others had improved after a year of various attribute enhancements.
Wang Chenhao, the second generation rich kid, didn't count.
Lin Chen had a general understanding and was quite satisfied with his leveling progress. He had already pulled ahead of the top-tier institutions for a year. What was there to be dissatisfied about? During his leisure time, Lin Chen also didn't forget to apply for admission to Zhangzhou Academy.
He sent over his perfect score of 800 in the college entrance examination, along with his mental assessment report and the military district's second-level honor medal.
The other party instantly approved his application and arranged his student status and other information, just waiting for the semester to start.
Time passed quickly.
3 days before the start of the semester, it was already time for new students to report. Lin Chen planned to set off. Zhangzhou Academy was located in Zhangzhou Ziyaqing, while Jiangbei Province was in Huabei, a considerable distance away. Even though there was a teleportation array, it would still take a lot of time, and he needed to familiarize himself with the environment first, as he was someone who liked to prepare in advance. In the early morning, Lin Chen was full of energy. As long as there was an improvement, whether in leveling
up or attributes, that was enough.
He had long yearned for university.
Knock knock knock, he knocked on Li Jingchuan's door to say goodbye. Teacher Li, thank you for your hospitality. I plan to go to Zhangzhou.
Li Jingchuan had also recovered these past few days. After all, as long as one could serve the country, they were a good talent. Li Jingchuan stood up with a hearty smile. Great. A jade must be carved to become a gem. The Zhangzhou Academy is just right for you.
Just so happens I have nothing to do today. I'll see you off.
Lin Chen replied, Teacher Li, you are busy with so many affairs. I wouldn't want to trouble you. I can go by myself.
Li Jingchuan insisted. Hey, what affairs? I've been sitting
all day. It's good to stretch my legs. I'll take you to the Jiangbei teleportation station. Let's hurry up.
With that, Lin Chen didn't refuse any longer.
As soon as they stepped out of the building, various greetings rang in his ears.
I've met Teacher Li. Good morning, Lin classmate. Are you heading to school?
Zhangzhou is great. You should find a girl there. Let me tell you, you have to seize the moment when you're young. Once you're older, you won't even think about it.
What nonsense are you talking?
He's going to improve himself, just like you, Lin classmate. Safe travels. After staying in the military district for a few days, plus Li Jingchuan dragging him around, various officers had gotten to know him. People were always friendly to those with abilities. That's just how the military district was.
At that moment, Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin sprang out from the crowd. Young Master Lin,
I also plan to return to school.
The journey is tough. Please give me the chance to lead the way. Wang Chenhao patted his chest.
The military had been recording Abyss information these past few days, so Wang Chenhao and the others had also stayed in the military district. Wang Chenhao
hadn't changed, seeming almost brainwashed.
He was now acting like Lin Chen's blood servant, previously a bit shy in front of outsiders, but now seemed accustomed to it, calling Lin Chen young master and referring to himself as a subordinate, which made Lin Chen's head ache. Lin Chen ignored Wang Chenhao while Li Jingchuan was displeased. He had finally managed to grab some alone time, and now this kid was ruining it.
Most importantly, he couldn't argue with a little brat. Li Jingchuan rolled his eyes and left the courtyard with his hands behind his back.
The Jiangbei Military District headquarters was not in the real world but in an independently open space, requiring a teleportation array to enter and exit. With a flash of light, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the surface military district. Before them stood a very solemn building with military vehicles bearing license plates parked in the courtyard,
with Li Jingchuan leading the way.
They were naturally the most formidable. Soon, a large boxy vehicle with the military number 00001 drove out of the courtyard. As soon as it merged into the main street, all the vehicles that were originally moving straight came to a halt,
quietly waiting for the big shot to pass.
Through the glass, one could see the people inside constantly wiping their sweat.
The street had a noticeable gap in the flow of traffic.
As the school season approached, parents could be seen taking their children out everywhere, and the streets were much busier, becoming quite congested. However, there were no vehicles in front, behind, or beside Li Jingchuan's vehicle, allowing for smooth passage.
The large-scale teleportation
array had evolved beyond just a teleportation array to accommodate more people and reduce energy consumption. It was essentially a means of traversing within space, somewhat similar to trains in the past life, but now it was called a space
shuttle here.
The train station was also referred to as a space station. Soon, 00001 arrived at Jiangbei Station, and as soon as the vehicle came to a stop, Wang Chenhao hurriedly jumped down to open the door for Lin Chen, bowing slightly.
Young Master Lin, please get out. Lin Chen. Li Jingchuan let out a long breath. Xiao Lin, with your personality, I don't need to advise you on anything, but if you get bullied or feel wronged over there, just let me know. Although we didn't become master and disciple, I'll say it plainly, I really like you, so don't be polite with me. Just act like an elder. Lin Chen said, thank you, Teacher Li. I will, and if anyone bullies me, I'll be the first to find you.
Lin Chen still knew how to say some comforting words.
Li Jingchuan laughed heartily. You rascal. Alright, hurry up and go. I'll come to see you when I have time.
Lin Chen nodded again and got out of the car.
He had to admit that
he felt some fondness for Li Jingchuan. This old man was both kind-hearted and genuinely cared for him, completely selfless. Young Master Lin, this way, Wang Chenhao gestured respectfully.
Lin Chen. Next, a new chapter began. Continuing to improve. University, here I come.
Lin Chen took a deep breath in front of the bright space station building and stepped out.
Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin followed closely behind.
As they walked by, everyone in the square couldn't
help but express their envy. TSK, I wonder which rich kid it is, being sent off like this. And with bodyguards escorting him, those two bodyguards look like big shots too. Is this the life of the upper class? I'm in love. Keep your voice down, or you might just disappear mysteriously. Buying space tickets, finding the boarding gate, checking tickets, everything was handled by Wang Chenhao.
Lin Chen did nothing and was already seated on the large sofa in first class, covered with a blanket, with snacks and water arranged in front of him.
It was Lin Chen's first time on a space shuttle, and he couldn't help but look around.
The interior felt quite similar to airplanes from his past life.
With dim lighting and a tranquil atmosphere, everything was very comfortable. Of course, Lin Chen had seen it online before, that immersive experience of sitting in first class for a day. Otherwise, he had never been in first class, only in economy class, and all the high-speed trains had been second-class seats. Outside, he couldn't see anything, only a tunnel made of special stones, with a bright light ahead. It was said that they would enter the space tunnel after passing through the light. After watching for a while, Lin Chen lost interest, and with the tranquil space, he quickly fell asleep. Behind him, Li Yuexin felt a bit awkward. It was as if she had grown thorns on her back, making her restless. In the past, she had always been left in the noisy economy class while Wang Chenhao enjoyed first class by himself. In Wang Chenhao's words, a servant like her only deserved economy class. One should know their place and not get so used to it that they couldn't go back. She had never complained before. She was very clear about the gap between her and Wang Chenhao. One day, when he no longer needed her, she would have to return to reality. But what was going on today? In fact, it wasn't just today. She had felt something off about Wang Chenhao for the past few days. He had been taking her for walks, bringing her to movies, and even to amusement parks. This had never happened before. Wang Xiao, could it be that he has developed feelings for me? Li Yuexin couldn't help but think this, only to immediately deny it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After years of interaction, she knew Wang Chenhao too well. He looked down on the poor, as if even a glance would disgust him. Especially towards women, he was purely disdainful. To him, every woman was just a tool, none lasting more than 3 days. Li Yuexin had seen countless girlfriends of Wang Chenhao. They could sleep together at night and be ruthlessly kicked out in the morning. Sometimes, there would even be 2 or 3 at once. Many of them were prettier, came from better backgrounds, or were stronger than her. It was completely impossible for him to like her. But then, why was this happening? Just as she was lost in thought, Wang Chenhao walked over. Thirsty? Yuexin, I got you a drink, he said. It's hot, drink up. Wang Chenhao held a cup of orange juice, his expression gentle. Li Yuexin didn't dare to take it. Thank you, Wang Xiao, I'm not thirsty. Silly girl, how could you not be thirsty after not drinking anything all morning? Wang Chenhao squatted down, took Li Yuexin's hand, and held the cup for her. Then he gently stroked Li Yuexin's hair. Drink up, the journey is still long. After you finish, sleep for a bit, and I'll wake you when we arrive. A strange voice, unlike any he had used before, lingered in her ears, causing Li Yuexin to shiver. Wang Chenhao immediately grew anxious. What's wrong? Is the cup too hot? It's fine, let me see. Wang Chenhao grabbed Li Yuexin's hand and blew on it directly. Li Yuexin shivered again and quickly pulled her hand away. I'm fine, Wang Xiao, it didn't burn me. Wang Chenhao smiled gently, that's good. Just let it cool a bit before you drink. After you finish, rest quickly. I'll go get you a blanket. With that, Wang Chenhao softly walked away, but not before he tucked a few stray hairs behind Li Yuexin's ear. If your hair isn't tied up, it will itch. Li Yuexin felt her entire body tense up. What on earth was happening? And why was her heart racing so fast? The space shuttle traveled through the space tunnel. The scenery unchanging, the space tranquil. The passengers gradually fell asleep. No matter where you are, riding in a vehicle always makes one drowsy. It seemed to have become a rule. The dim first-class cabin was quiet, and Wang Chenhao had also fallen asleep, wearing an eye mask, sprawled out and snoring. Only Li Yuexin remained wide awake, unable to shake off her drowsiness, and she found herself involuntarily glancing at Wang Chenhao. The moment their eyes met, she felt as if she had been electrocuted and quickly looked away. Her heart inexplicably raced faster. After 2 hours of this, the torment finally came to an end. Buzzing, accompanied by a sound of energy braking, the space shuttle slowly came to a stop. The first-class cabin suddenly lit up. Hello, dear passengers, this space shuttle has arrived at its final destination, Xiaojing Station. As the capital of the Great Xia, Xiaojing is renowned for its professions and is a city of civilization. Please ensure you have all your belongings, take care of your children, and exit the cabin in an orderly manner. May the beautiful Xiaojing bring you a wonderful journey. Some passengers began to yawn and get up, but Wang Chenhao was still asleep. Lin Chen, draped in a coat, stepped forward and nudged Wang Chenhao's head. Oi, we're here, time to wake up. The luxury of Xiaojing exceeded Lin's imagination. Upon exiting the space station, the first thing that caught his eye was an expansive square, paved with jade stones, with tall buildings in the distance, shrouded in mist. In the center of the square stood a massive white jade statue, holding a long sword, gazing into the distance. The figure carved was the first emperor of the Great Xia, a great man who led the human race out of despair for the first time. Anyone who had been to school in Great Xia would recognize him. Ah, Xiaojing, I'm back. Wang Chenhao spread his arms wide, embracing the sun. He then quickly approached Lin, lowering his head. My lord, I have already called someone to pick us up. Let's go have a meal together later. Please wait a moment, my lord. Lin Chen grinned. He couldn't understand what was going on in Wang Chenhao's mind. It was hard to see someone switch from a young master image one moment to a loyal guard the next. Such a seamless transition. No need, I'll go by myself. You all go eat. Lin Chen refused. He already found Wang Chenhao annoying. How could he possibly go eat with him? Besides, he had noticed that Wang Chenhao had been exchanging glances with Li Yuexin lately, so it was better to give them some space. As you command, my lord, take care. Not only did he not want to stay with Lin Chen, but he had also learned a lot from the Abyss Wing Demon. As for the Blood God's orders, just obey them without questioning. Not long after Lin Chen left, a convertible sports car arrived at the square. Yo, Wang Xiao is back. How was your vacation? A young man wearing sunglasses got out of the car. Wang Chenhao smirked. How did you know I came out of the abyss? Flying was prohibited in the urban area, partly for management convenience and partly to prevent accidental harm to others. This is stipulated by the laws of the Great Xia. It can only be violated for special missions. Lin Chen left the square, and the streets were bustling with people. Cars reflected the sunlight as they passed by. It must be said that the city of Heshi is much better than the wild environment, always bringing a sense of peace to the heart. Lin Chen hailed a taxi. Although this is a world of job transitions, the city services are not lacking. Not everyone has the ability to go out into the wild to hunt monsters. For many, their lives consist of working hard, saving money to buy equipment and potions, going out to level up, either finding someone from a guild to guide them, or spending all their money and continuing to work hard. It goes on and on. Or they might simply give up the path of a professional altogether, focusing on managing their families and hoping for the next generation. The taxi driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing white gloves and black sunglasses. Young man, you must be here for school, just graduated? Lin Chen got into the car and replied, yeah, I'm here to report to school, going to Zhengzhou Academy. The lazy driver was taken aback. Zhengzhou? You're from Zhengzhou? By chance. As the vehicle traveled along the busy highway, the driver kept sneaking glances to the side, filled with suspicion. His son was just a second-rate student. Could the gap between people be so vast? One pops up and is from Zhengzhou? Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. It was Lu Menghan, probably confirming the money had arrived. He hadn't forgotten about the payment for the top-tier weapon, which was several million. He answered the call. Lin Chen, I transferred the money to you, a total of 50 million. Thank you very much for your help. Lin Chen frowned. 50 million? Yes. I know the price of the top-tier weapon. It definitely exceeds 30,000. I'm really grateful that you could let me use it first. I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you so much. Alright then. That's fine.
Lin Chen said no more. The price of the top-tier weapon was clearly marked, but with no market, it would definitely float a bit. If someone was willing to pay more, it was no big deal. Seeing Lin Chen hang up, the driver sneered. So, it turns out he's just another second-rate guy. A young man casually mentions 30 to 50 million, and it's no surprise he's from Zhangzhou. The driver cleared his throat.
Young man, it's not easy for outsiders to get into Zhangzhou. What's your profession? Hidden profession. Oh wow. Hidden profession is impressive. How many points did you score on the college entrance exam? Full score. Heck, can't spit out a single truth.
The driver's face showed even more disdain. Every day he drives someone, it's always this kind of
contestant.
Ding. Lin Chen received a text message. Jiangbei Professional Bank, your account has received a transfer of 50 million from Mingyuan Pharmaceutical Company, limited current account balance 82,137,600.00. The driver was dumbfounded.
Lin Chen put away his phone and noticed the driver was acting strangely. What's wrong, master?
The driver replied, nothing, I was just lost in thought, thinking about something else. Lin Chen said, master, you're driving, pay attention.
Yes, I'll pay attention.
Kyoto was even larger than Lin Chen had imagined. The driver took 2 points to reach Zhangzhou Academy. If it were in their Binang city, they would have already reached the goblin territory by now.
Young
man, take care. As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, the taxi sped off like it was in a race, which puzzled Lin Chen.
Are the taxi drivers in Xianjing always this hasty?
Indeed, the pace of life in big cities is fast.
He didn't think much more about it. Lin Chen walked towards Zhangzhou Academy. Taxis couldn't reach the actual academy, he still had to walk.
A wide, straight stone road lined with lush trees and neat stone sculptures felt like a passage leading to some sacred place. The noise of the street gradually faded away. Perhaps it was nearing noon, and there weren't many people on the road, just a few scattered parents leading their children, looking like new students reporting in.
After walking
for a while, a massive gate carved from white jade appeared before him, magnificent, exquisite, solemn, and dignified. Beside the gate stood a statue of the same height, still depicting the emperor of a generation from the previous square, but here the pose had changed, with the sword pointing to the sky, seemingly embodying a spirit unafraid of difficulties. Lin Chen inexplicably felt a surge of reverence, his heart racing.
It seemed to be the effect of this portal, or perhaps the statue, or maybe the intimidating aura emanating from behind the gate.
No wonder it's the top academy. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel that indeed, there are always greater beings beyond, and just a gate could make his heart race. He was truly far from it. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Chen passed through the portal. It felt as if a wave of energy swept over him, or perhaps it was just a psychological effect, making Lin Chen more serious. Behind the portal, the academy was still devoid of people, eerily quiet. It was understandable that there were no students around since it was noon and the school hadn't started yet, but still, is there really not even a student to guide me? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. It was the time for new students to register, and normally, at least someone should be there to show the way and help with the registration. This was truly the case. The better the school, the more indifferent it seemed. Even a lesser university would be eager to recruit students in the square. Forget it, I'll find it myself. Registration for new students was just about recording information and assigning dorms. Lin Chen headed towards the new student management office. The Central State Academy was indeed vast. Lin Chen felt it shouldn't even be called a school, it was more like a city within a city. Along the way, he saw all kinds of buildings, from conventional high-rises to irregular structures, resembling a bird's nest, and several towering spires that stood majestically like mountains, scattered in different directions, with no idea what they were for. Flower beds and lawns were everywhere, lush and beautiful. It took Lin Chen over an hour to finally find the new student registration office. The location was right at the entrance. Lin Chen had entered from the left, while the registration office was on the right, so he walked straight ahead. Well, I guess this is just getting familiar with the environment. Lin Chen consoled himself as he walked into the registration building. Inside, the situation was easy to discern, a spacious hall with only one window, above which an electronic screen read, New Student Registration Office. Behind the window was a middle-aged female teacher, propping her arms up, looking drowsy. Lin Chen felt he should have come after having a meal. It was rather impolite to disturb someone during lunch. But anyway, he was already there. Lin Chen stepped forward and gently tapped on the glass. Hello, teacher, I'm here to register as a new student. The middle-aged female teacher didn't respond, seemingly not hearing him at all. Lin Chen, helpless. Lin Chen tapped on the glass again, and this time the teacher woke up, showing no signs of displeasure, stretching lazily and yawning without any decorum. Registration, right? Name, student ID. Lin Chen, 2028-049-0524. 2028 was the year in the Great Xia calendar, 049 was the code for Jiangbei province, and 0524 was his college entrance examination number. Very easy to remember, no need to check his notes. Lin Chen, huh? Let me see. The middle-aged female teacher scratched her messy hair while operating the computer. Oh, the top scholar has arrived. Her eyes lit up as the computer displayed Lin Chen's perfect score on the college entrance exam, with this year's second place being just over
700. Good grades, little genius.
Lin Chen, thank you, teacher, just lucky. The teacher smiled but didn't say much more. There had always been many top scorers, and anyone who could enter Central State was a genius in their own right. There wasn't much to do for the new student registration. The student records were already compiled in the background, and all that was needed was to confirm the presence. The teacher quickly finished the process but paused when it
came time to choose a dormitory, lifting her head.
Let me tell you first, our Zhangzhou is strictly managed. We won't give you privileges just because your grades are good. Currently, the dormitories are all 4-person rooms, everyone is
in the same situation. Are you okay with that?
Of course, later on, you can exchange for a different room through points or honors, but that's a matter for the future. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He was somewhat surprised that such a large
school would still have such a shabby arrangement. He didn't like interacting with people, and sharing a room with 3 others would definitely be a bit hard to accept. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Teacher, may I ask how many points are needed, and what is contribution? Can't it be exchanged now? I should have some points, right?
Lin Chen remembered that during the college entrance examination, it was mentioned that everyone's scores would be converted into points, and his perfect score should count for quite a bit.
The female teacher seemed a bit displeased.
Don't think about the points. I can only tell you that points are very important, and you'll understand later.
As for contributions,
don't even think about that. You need to complete excellent tasks for the country or the school to be awarded those, which is not something for your current stage.
The school was certainly not shabby.
The differentiation in levels was meant to motivate the children to strive harder. Today's kids really can't endure any hardship. They even want to exchange points for dormitories. It's just ridiculous. After saying that, she lost her patience and continued, Alright, don't think
about the dormitory I've assigned you randomly.
Wait, teacher.
Teacher, can you take a look at this?
Lin Chen pulled out a dazzling purple 5-star medal, which had the emblem of the Great Xia engraved on it. That's right, it was his
second-level honor medal.
He had completed excellent tasks for the country, and he wasn't sure if this would work. The female teacher was initially impatient, but when she saw the medal, she was instantly stunned.
You, child, why didn't you take this out earlier?
Yes, of course it works.
A second-level honor medal is useful anywhere.
Lin Chen ultimately changed to a dormitory, but it was only from a 4-person room to a 2-person room. According to the teacher, the military honor medal was completely fine, but the school regulations stated that a single room required not only honors but also points, which was unavoidable. However, there was good news. Currently, almost no one could enter the 2-person dormitory, so nominally he was in a 2-person room, but in reality, it was no different from a single room. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. Another benefit of the military honor medal was that it gave him a sense of experience.
After Lin
Chen left, the female teacher furrowed her brows, filled with confusion.
A freshly graduated student has received a second-level honor medal from the military district. What on earth did he do?
The dormitory area was not far from the new student registration area, planned to be right at the entrance of the college. However, this not far was relative. It took Lin Chen about 20 minutes to walk there. What came into view were several rows of buildings, neatly arranged, clustered together, similar to dormitories from his past life, 6 stories high. Next to them were shorter buildings, 3 stories high, looking a bit more exquisite, and further in were even lower buildings, becoming stand-alone
structures hidden in the shade of trees.
This was the freshman dormitory area, divided into 3 sections: the 4-person collective area, the 2-person elegant area, and the single luxurious area. In front of the collective area, there were
quite a few students in the square, looking around with curiosity.
Through the windows, he could see some students making their beds and organizing their luggage. Lin Chen arrived at his 2-person area, and immediately it felt much less crowded. In fact, there was not a single person there.
His dormitory was 309, the last room on the 3rd floor.
The female teacher specifically let Lin Chen choose, and since he preferred a quiet place, he chose the farthest one.
The corridor was still empty, with an electronic iris recognition system at the door.
Pushing the door open, he found a very bright dormitory. Although it wasn't large, it was sunny, well-equipped, and the sheets and covers were all complete, clean and white, clearly having been tidied up. Lin Chen was very satisfied. He wasn't picky about where he lived. A quiet and tidy place was the best.
Moreover, no matter how you put it, it's better than what he had before. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly paused. It seemed he had forgotten about the small relief house in Baining City.
Ever since the college entrance examination, he had been on the front lines, then into the abyss, and finally living in the military district, completely
forgetting to go back.
That room wasn't even his. The government only provided it for people in financial difficulty, and after he turned 18, it would be allocated to someone else.
But he hadn't collected any of his furniture yet. This,
Lin Chen was somewhat traditional, and the thought of his old belongings possibly being thrown away pained him.
From now on, I will definitely put all my furniture into the system space.
After a long period of distress, Lin Chen finally reached this conclusion, but there was nothing he could do now. He was miles away and couldn't rush back.
Fortunately, he didn't have any bad habits. After a brief rest, Lin Chen discovered a problem: the downside of a double dormitory. No one could provide him with information. He was completely in the dark about the school, how to
earn points, what points could be used for, how to enhance permanent attributes, and what the school rules were. Normally, with a roommate, they would be excitedly discussing and researching
together at this time, and they would probably understand everything. But now, he was completely clueless, with no plan for the next step. Of course, he could ask the teachers later and find out, but knowing earlier would have allowed him to prepare sooner. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, interrupting Lin Chen's thoughts. Didn't they say there was no one in the double dormitory? Just as he was puzzled, bang bang bang, another round of urgent knocking sounded, and it was at his door. Boss, it's me. Open the door quickly. Shen,
stop messing around, we're not even sure who it is, hurry up and come out with me.
Sorry to disturb you, student inside. No, I'm not leaving. I'm sure it's Boss Lin. Lin Chen.
The voice was very familiar, it was obviously Chen Xin and Lu Menghan, but how did they find their way here?
Lin Chen got
up and opened the door, only to see Lu Menghan pulling Chen Xin, who was desperately clinging to the doorframe, nearly tearing
his collar off. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the two were clearly taken aback. Boss, I knew it was you. I really missed you. Woo woo. Chen Xin lunged at Lin Chen like a black rat.
Lin Chen anticipated this and pressed down on Chen Xin's head, frowning slightly.
How did you find me? Chen Xin, boss. I just heard someone entered the double dormitory, and I thought of you. No one else could enter the double dormitory. Then I asked the dormitory manager downstairs and found you. Lu Menghan didn't believe it. Boss, do you know how much I missed you? Where have you been during this time? You didn't answer your phone or reply to messages. Do you know how worried I was about you, woo woo? As Chen Xin spoke, tears were already streaming down his face. Lin Chen, this really works? Lu Menghan awkwardly smiled beside them. We meet again, Lin Chen, how have you been?
It was just right to have someone to gather information. Chen Xin was unreliable, but Lu Menghan was more meticulous in her actions. Lin Chen nodded, come in. Inside the dormitory, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Chen roughly understood the situation of the two over the past few days. After he left midway through the college entrance examination, they were very anxious, thinking that Lin Chen had failed the mental test and was directly kicked out. Chen Xin had to pester Han Mingrui to find out that Lin Chen had perfectly passed the test and left. Only then did they feel relieved and come over. Chen Xin had stubbornly asked Han Mingrui and found out that Lin Chen was going to Zhongzhou Academy, so they both worked hard. Lu Menghan had no problem with her grades, and Chen Xin also burst forth with his potential, managing to scrape through and get into Zhongzhou. After the college entrance examination, when they couldn't contact Lin Chen, they leveled up together for a few days and then came to Zhongzhou early. Lu Menghan wanted to stay a few more days, but Chen Xin insisted on coming early to scout the school situation, so that when Lin Chen arrived, he could get all the information right away, paving the way completely. In the end, Lu Menghan couldn't persuade Chen Xin and came along. Every day, they kept an eye on news about Lin Chen, until today when they heard someone had moved into the double dormitory. Lin Chen could only say that this little boy was finally of some use. How about it, Boss Lin? I'm not too bad, right? I've even bought you clothes, bedding, and toiletries. Chen Xin grinned but then frowned. But why do you have blankets here? We don't have any over there, just a wooden board. Then I bought them for nothing. Why don't you just use what I bought? I see this place isn't clean either. Who knows if it's all inferior products? Lin Chen curled his lip, not continuing the conversation and getting straight to the point. Tell me about the school rules. I happen to not know. Chen Xin was taken aback, scratching his head. The rules, let's go eat first, how about that? Lu Menghan sighed helplessly. Lin Xiao, let me explain. The academy rules are indeed quite important. Chen Xin huffed. What do you need to say for? I've been busy buying things these past few days and didn't have time to check. Boss, trust me, I originally planned to catch up on everything today. Lu Menghan just happened to know a bit more than I did. Lin Chen. Well, it seems they still had to rely on Lu Menghan. Then Lu Menghan, you go ahead. Lu Menghan nodded. Lin Chen, you know about the points system, right? Lu Menghan was indeed very meticulous, having understood everything in detail in just a few days, and his words were very concise, no fluff, just solid information. After listening, Lin Chen had a general understanding of how the entire academy operated. First and foremost, the most important point, how the academy enhances students' permanent attributes. This surprised Lin Chen. He originally thought it relied on potions and treasures, but it turned out to be through secret realms, a very rare and unique type of secret realm. As long as you clear it, you can gain permanent attributes, and it can be repeated. The several tall towers Lin Chen had seen outside were precisely those unique secret realms. These secret realms are naturally occurring, not man-made, and it was precisely because of these that the Zhongzhou Academy was established. Similar to many top universities, they were also built on such unique secret realms, but the most powerful and the best is Zhongzhou. However, these secret realms also have a cost. The academy needs to spend a lot of resources to maintain them, so they limit the number of times students can enter. Aside from the necessary free entry times, the rest must be exchanged for points, and the more times you enter, the more it multiplies.
This is the importance of points.
Moreover, not only secret realms require points, but also the training rooms, trading, accommodation, and item exchanges, etc., all require points.
You could say points are the hard currency of the academy, and you can't exchange them for money.
As for how to earn points, there are many ways, the two most common being taking on academy tasks to earn
through personal effort, and the academy directly distributing them.
Everyone has a quota each month. The academy also regularly holds small and large exams, releasing rankings, and based on the rankings, the points each person earns vary.
This is the general operational rule.
In summary, aside from basic training, everything else must be fought for by
yourself. A very standard competitive training system.
Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the training system of Zhengzhou Academy.
He originally thought that if everything was
uniformly managed, he would definitely have to lay low for a while. After all, the vast majority of his classmates were newbies at level 10, while he was already at over 30.
Now, with this system where the capable earn more,
he just happened to fit in well.
However, he was still unsure how difficult it would be to earn points, how much they would consume, and how much the permanent attribute enhancement would be.
These fine details will have to wait until after the school starts and the class divisions are introduced by the
instructor.
According to Lu Menghan, the entire central state is divided into 5 major departments: the warrior department, the mage department, the priest department, the archer department, and the assassin department, each taught by different teachers. He and Lu Menghan both belong to the warrior department, and after the opening ceremony, they will be assigned to classes and instructors. Alright, now that you've said your piece, hurry up and step aside.
Boss, how's your progress been lately? You're so strong. You must have completed your second class transfer by now.
After Lu Menghan finished speaking, Chen Shen pushed him aside and leaned closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied directly,
"My progress is average. I haven't reached the second class transfer yet."
He had reached a point where he could lie without even thinking about it. It just came out.
Telling
someone like Chen Shen that he was at level 36 and had completed his extreme transfer was simply out of the question. Lin Chen also realized that sometimes hiding one's strength wasn't about keeping a trump card, it could actually avoid a lot of trouble.
Blending in as an ordinary person and quietly developing was the most enjoyable. Chen Shen pouted, "Boss, you haven't completed your second class transfer yet? I thought you could be the first new student to do so, and then you totally shocked those teachers. Where did you level up, boss? Did you run into some trouble?" "Oh right. The second class transfer seems to require some materials, right? You must be short on materials. What do you need, boss? I can have my family buy it for you."
"Don't worry, my family may not have much, but we have plenty of money. You can complete the second class transfer at level 30, and since the
boss is so strong, he must be lacking materials. Finally, he could be of use again."
Lu Menghan, feeling helpless, stepped forward to pull Chen Shen back. "Chen Shen, stop talking."
"Nonsense.
Lin Chen's strength is definitely enough for the second class transfer. It's normal for him not to have completed it yet.
Besides, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. It's not that easy." Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. "What does enough for the second class transfer mean? Does it have anything to do with buying materials?" Lu Menghan sighed. "I'll explain that to you later.
For now, just know that the materials needed for the second class transfer are something you can't afford, or rather, your family can't
even buy them."
In short, it's normal for Lin Chen not to have completed his second class transfer yet. It's not that he's slow.
Chen Shen, day after day, not focusing on his
studies, was something she was clear about. Lin Chen was strong, but the second class transfer wasn't that easy. It required high-level materials and a lot of time.
Even being on
the front lines for such a short time wouldn't allow him to gather enough, not to mention that getting to the front lines wasn't that easy either.
Normally, according to the plan, everyone would start their second class transfer tasks in the second half of the semester. It wouldn't be that quick.
Chen Shen paused, although he still didn't quite understand. He
roughly grasped that the second class transfer was indeed very difficult.
He then rolled his eyes and shook off Lu Menghan.
"Am I slow, boss? Do you need to say more? And also, keep your distance from me in the future. Men and women shouldn't be too close. If someone didn't know better, they might think we have some kind of relationship." Lu Menghan. Lin Chen.
This guy really is a weirdo. Others are school beauties with decent strength, and here he is acting all picky. Truly a character.
"Boss, have you eaten? Let's go eat. I'm telling you, don't be fooled by how shabby it looks here. The food in the cafeteria is actually quite good,"
Chen Shen said excitedly, and Lu Menghan chimed in.
"Lin Chen, if you haven't eaten, let's go take a trip.
It's a good opportunity for me to introduce you to the outside and help you get familiar with the environment."
Lin Chen indeed hadn't eaten and was feeling a bit hungry.
He couldn't find the cafeteria's location, so he readily agreed.
Chen Shen's eyes lit up immediately. "Boss, hurry up. I'm telling you, there's a lion's head dish in the cafeteria that's super delicious. It's incredibly fragrant. I just finished eating and came back. You have to try it." Lin Chen paused. "You guys just ate?"
"Yeah, of course, we had to eat lunch."
"Then why are you eating again?" Of course, what's wrong with that? Great, he's still a foodie. The three of them went downstairs, and the campus was bathed in bright sunlight, with fresh green grass.
It seemed that the lunch break had passed as more students gathered near the dormitory, but they all appeared to be of average strength or even quite weak. Lin Chen, having undergone his second transformation, could roughly discern a person's strength just by their aura without needing identification techniques. Though this only worked for lower-level individuals, it was ineffective against those above the second transformation. To him, these students were all just novices, their auras radiating like little matches. While he was a great furnace, the gap between them was immense.
Lin Chen, the academy has divided
the grades into zones. We are currently in the first major zone, so we won't encounter seniors from the second or third year.
There are several thousand freshmen this year in
the first year, with varying strengths. Our Jiangbei province is considered average. After the college entrance examination, I leveled up a few times. I'm now at level 19, which
is above average.
Some of the stronger ones can reach levels 23 or 24, especially those from the city of Xiaojing. They have more resources for leveling up.
I've heard that a
few of them have reached levels 27 or 28, and even some legendary professions. Lu Menghan spoke like an encyclopedia as she walked, sharing the information she had gathered since
arriving.
At first, she felt somewhat defeated. In Jiangbei, she had always been the best of the best, but she never expected to find herself not even in the top tier here, only at
an upper middle level.
However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. The stronger the classmates, the more motivation there was. The higher the platform, the further one could go.
Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't surprised by this.
Leveling up became increasingly difficult as one progressed. A genius might initially create a chasm of difference from ordinary people,
but eventually, they would be gradually caught up.
Therefore, to maintain a significant lead, one could only keep working hard, overcoming obstacles and eliminating various so-called
geniuses along the way.
However, it must be said that people from big cities indeed level up quickly.
During the college entrance examination, the highest level in Jiangbei
was 16, while in these places, the maximum was only around 17 or 18. In such a short time, they managed to level up by 10 levels, while he had only leveled up by 9.
At this moment, Chen Xin jumped into the conversation. Boss, I've made rapid progress too. I'm already at level 17. Among the classmates, I can say I'm looking down on everyone. Rarely any rivals.
Of course, compared to you, boss, it's still nothing.
You are definitely standing above everyone else, unreachable. Boss, what level are you at now? Lin Chen didn't even need to think. Level 30. Chen Xin jumped up directly.
Yes. I knew boss was the strongest.
What Xiaojing, what legendary genius, they all kneel before you. Lu Minghan's eyes sparkled.
He was already at level 30. Indeed, true geniuses shine the brightest no matter where they are.
Keep up the good work. That building over there is our warrior departments. Teaching building, we will have classes there later, with professional instructors teaching theoretical knowledge. But I'm not too clear on what courses there are in the specific schedule. We'll have to wait for the arrangements after the semester starts.
That building over there is the practical training building, where professional instructors
will impart practical experience.
I've heard there are also practice matches between students, but I'm not sure. This is the mission hall. We will accept missions here in the future, but it seems we can only start after the freshman period. I've heard the freshman period lasts a month, during which we can't leave the school. I don't know if that's true. This is the skills building, where various skills can be exchanged, including exclusive ones, but I don't know how many points are needed.
This is the equipment building. This is the training building. This is the library, which has various ancient texts and knowledge. Along the way, Lu Menghan introduced each building to Lin Chen in great detail.
Lin Chen gained a certain understanding of the entire academy's structure. It must be said that a top-tier academy indeed has everything, forming a very complete professional chain from theory to practice to skills and equipment.
There was even an arena for resolving conflicts. However, what Lu Menghan understood was only a rough idea. The specifics of how much improvement could be made and how useful it would be would have to wait until the school year started and the counselor introduced it.
Lin Chen diligently noted down the geographical locations of these places as he was somewhat directionally challenged. Chen bounced along beside him, playing by himself while Lu Menghan spoke, and as soon as she finished, he immediately clung to Lin Chen, chattering away, which gave Lin Chen a bit of a headache. The group arrived at the cafeteria, which was spacious and bright, with a structure not much different from that of high school, just with much larger rows of tables and chairs.
Since it was past mealtime, there weren't many people around. Lu
Menghan went to get her meal, while Lin Chen, not wanting to trouble anyone, stopped her from going alone. Chen Shen, who had been sitting leisurely, immediately followed Lin Chen. As soon as he saw him get up, the food in the cafeteria was indeed quite tasty, overall not greasy and nutritionally balanced.
And it was free. To be precise, ordinary food was free.
Lu Menghan mentioned that the cafeteria also had high-quality ingredients that were beneficial to the body if consumed over a long period and could even increase attributes.
But they required points.
After eating, Chen Shen wanted to drag Lin Chen around, but Lin Chen firmly refused. He quietly memorized the location of the cafeteria and returned to his
dorm alone. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Early in the morning, Lin Chen was still not awake when he heard Qin Shen's voice calling from downstairs.
Boss, wake up. Today is the start of the school year. Hurry up and get out of bed.
We're going to the ceremony together. I'll wait for you downstairs.
Lin Chen had locked the dormitory door.
Earlier, since he was the only one there, thinking that Qin Shen wouldn't come up, but he didn't expect this to happen. Caught off guard, he wrestled with his blanket and pillow to shake off his grogginess. After washing up, Lin Chen came downstairs.
As soon as he stepped out of the dormitory building, Qin Shen darted out like a black rat. Boss, I missed you so much.
Lin Chen was already used to it and pressed down on Qin Shen's head in advance.
Lu Menghan stood nearby. Good morning, Lin Chen. Today is the opening ceremony at Zhongfu Square, and afterward, we will be divided into classes and assigned counselors. It's about to start.
Zhongfu Square is the celebration square of Zhongzhou Academy, where
most large events are held.
Lu Menghan had previously taken him past it.
Lin Chen nodded. Okay, let's go.
The morning air was cool, and as the school year began, the campus was no longer quiet. Male and female students were everywhere in the dormitory area, all heading towards Zhongfu Square.
Hurry up. Let's get there early to grab a good spot. I heard the president of Zhengzhou will host the ceremony today. Wow, the president is personally attending. Let's go quickly.
I wonder how the points are calculated. I want to enter
the special secret realm every day. Another ceremony. I hate formalities. I'd rather level up with this time.
Suddenly, a girl approached Lin Chen from the crowd.
Hey, Menghan, what are you doing here? I thought I wouldn't see you all morning.
Seeing the girl come over, Lu Menghan whispered, Lin Chen, this is my roommate. She's a bit too familiar, and
I'm not that close to her.
The girl was wearing a denim jacket, had fair skin, and big eyes, looking quite sunny.
She came closer. Hello, Xiao Qin Shen. Oh, who is this?
Before Lu Menghan could answer, Qin Shen immediately puffed out his chest.
This is my boss, the #1 genius in Jiangbei province, also the top genius in all of Zhengzhou. Now, the sunny girl showed a look of doubt but quickly suppressed it. She politely extended her hand. Hello, my name is Li Xiaoran.
Lin Chen simply shook her hand. Lin Chen.
Withdrawing her hand, Li Xiaoran quickly pulled Lu Menghan along. Let's go, Menghan.
I heard there's a particularly handsome male mentor. I hope we get assigned to his class.
Lu Menghan looked at Lin Chen, revealing a questioning expression. Lin Chen replied, it's fine, let's go together. The group followed the crowd towards Zhongfu Square, with Li Xiaoran being very talkative, chattering away with Lu Menghan all the way. This made Qin Shen very happy, finally giving him some alone time with his boss. Qin Shen looked up and grinned. Boss, are you thirsty? I brought water, hee Lin Chen. After spending more than half an hour, they passed through various flower beds and greenery. The group arrived at the central square.
What greeted their eyes was an expanse of openness, a vast square entirely paved with white marble, surrounded by statues of white jade-winged beings, warriors brandishing spears in attack poses, and grand sorcerers holding up magical orbs.
The overall impression was one of grandeur, vastness, and solemnity. Lin Chen
couldn't help but exclaim, indeed this is Zhengzhou, even the square is built with such flair, completely different from their small playground back at school.
It looked more like a venue for a large sacrificial ceremony.
At the far end, there was a high platform built with steps of white marble. Lin Chen and the others had indeed arrived a bit late. The square was already packed with people, a sea of black, so crowded that even the front was too far to see clearly, only dark silhouettes were visible. Some students gathered together, chatting, some excitedly stood on tiptoe to see ahead, while others stood alone, indifferent. Lin Chen scanned the crowd and found that most were still small karami, with only a few having slightly stronger auras, transforming from small matches into small torches, but they were still far from his level. In short, he hadn't seen a single second-tier student. Looking towards the high platform at the front, he could see some teachers sitting up there, both male and female, who were quite strong. Lin Chen couldn't see through them at all, and just looking at them gave him a sense of danger. Of course, this was not because the teachers were intentionally releasing their auras, but rather his own instinctive reaction. The higher the level, the more sensitive the perception of danger becomes. This was enough to prove the strength of these teachers.
Boss, I can't see anything from here. Qin Shen frowned. He was not very tall, and now he couldn't see anything due to the crowd. Of course, he could let it go, but the boss couldn't stand at the back. The #1 genius of Zhengzhou must be in the front row. Without hesitation, Qin Shen was about to push his way through. Lin Chen knew what Qin Shen was up to as soon as he spoke, and preemptively grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Don't cause trouble, just stand still. Qin Shen slumped down. All right then. When the time came, accompanied by a loud salute, the ceremony officially began.
A solemn middle-aged man walked onto the high platform.
Students, I am Li Lianqing, the principal of Zhengzhou. First of all, congratulations on officially becoming a part of Zhengzhou by standing here.
The grave voice echoed through the microphone, reaching every corner of the square, clear to everyone. Lin Chen didn't like formalities either. He wanted to be assigned to a class soon and learn how to improve himself. The entire ceremony began with a recounting of the origins of the great Xia, the efforts of the predecessors, and how they brought about the stable life they now enjoy, teaching everyone to be grateful.
Then it moved on to the origins of Zhengzhou Academy, its development history, its role in the land of Great Xia, and its status. Finally, it acknowledged everyone's efforts, how difficult it was to become a part of Zhengzhou, but also reminded everyone not to become arrogant in the future, to continue working hard to maintain the small family of Zhengzhou and to contribute to the larger family of Great Xia.
In short, it was still very cliché. The principal only opened the ceremony and then a new teacher took over. He seemed to be a master of speeches, eloquent and impassioned, turning the dull speech into a certification ceremony, certifying that everyone had truly become a part of Zhengzhou, truly becoming the pillars of the nation in the
future. Many students listening were invigorated. Persevere and work hard. Be myself. Be a person useful to society. Do not be arrogant. Although we are extraordinary in strength, the standard for measuring value is not strength but good character. Only by working together can we have a better tomorrow. Strive unceasingly. The sweat of our seniors is not for our enjoyment. We are merely the vanguard of society. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We need to give more to give back to society. I must say, this speech was indeed a lesson in humility. Those who could get into Zhengzhou inevitably had a bit of pride, but after this speech, many people re-evaluated themselves. Perhaps this is the purpose of the ceremony. Of course, how long this will last is hard to say. After all, people are easily swayed by emotions, and character is difficult to change. Most will forget what they heard as soon as they leave. Among the crowd, Lu Menghan's gaze was also intense, clearly influenced by the speech, her fists visibly clenched. It's really annoying. What's the point of all this? I'd rather go back and take a nap. Sure enough, no matter which school, the teachers love to ramble. At this point, Chen Shen had completely transformed from a curious child into a disgruntled person, saying as he had previously pushed Lu Menghan, "Hey, can you listen normally? Stop making that deadpan face." Lu Menghan looked puzzled and scratched her head. Lin Chen nodded. This kid finally found something to argue about with him. The ceremony continued until noon, nearing its end. Students, that's all I have to say. Next, we will begin class assignments. Class assignments do not divide your social status, they are just for management convenience, and everyone will be assigned randomly. After seeing your class, go find your class advisor, who will introduce you to the subsequent courses and point distribution. Thus, the freshman ceremony officially concludes. The class assignments not dividing social status meant there was nothing for the students to worry about. Only a few students who had their eyes on a particular mentor were secretly excited, rubbing their hands in prayer. I must be assigned to class 7. The advisor for class 7 is the coolest. Seeing Li Xiaoran's expression, Lu Menghan couldn't help but frown. She didn't understand what use looks had. Is there anything more important than improving one's strength? At that moment, the square suddenly shook and countless points of light appeared in the sky, falling like shooting stars onto each student. Lin Chen also received one. It was a bright red metal, exquisitely shaped, with a totem in the center, and around it were engraved small words, Daxia Zhengzhou Academy. On the back were two large characters, Lin Chen. Clearly, it was his identification. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the ability to instantly distribute all the medals accurately to nearly 10,000 students. What kind of power is this? Lin Chen infused his spirit into it, and a line of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Chen. Grade, Class of 2028 Department, Warrior Department Class, Warrior Class 3. Advisor, Wang Xinya. Grade ranking, not referenced before the major exam, college honors, none points, 100 plus 800. The information was very clear. He was assigned to Warrior Class 3, and his advisor was Wang Xinya. As for the grade ranking, according to Lu Menghan, this ranking would affect point distribution, but that would have to wait until after the major exam. Points would be converted from each person's college entrance exam scores. Lin Chen's full score was 800, and the additional 100 should be this month's share. Lin Chen took a look and understood it pretty well. Next was to find the advisor. Clarifying the use of points and course details, advisors began to walk in from the outskirts of the square, their heads glowing with light. Warrior Class 5, come over here. Mage Class 3, gather here. Priest Class 5, Priest Class 5. The students began to move. Oh my God, why am I in Class 3? I wanted Class 7. Li Xiaoran had a long face, then looked at Lu Menghan. Menghan, which class are you in? Are we in the same class? Lu Menghan replied. I'm in Class 7. You? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lu Menghan came to Lin Chen's side. What about you, Lin Chen? She and Lin Chen were both from the warrior class, so being in the same class would definitely be better. Lin Chen didn't mind and replied directly, Class 3. Lu Menghan felt a bit regretful. Chen Xin was confused. He just realized he was from the mage class. Not only could he not be with Boss Lin, but he also lost Lu Menghan. He would have to go to mage classes alone in the future. He would have to do everything by himself. No way. I don't want that. Boss, wait for me. I'm going to find the teacher to change classes. I want to go to the warrior class too. You must wait. For me. Chen Shen's eyes widened, and he angrily rushed to find the teacher. Lu Menghan quickly stopped him. Chen Shen, don't be silly. You're a mage, how can you change? The classes for mages and warriors are different. Chen Shen replied, I don't care. If they're different, I just won't listen. I don't want to go to an unfamiliar place alone, I want to go to class 3 with Boss Lin.
Lu Menghan felt embarrassed. The teacher wouldn't change him just because he didn't want to go alone. After a long time of persuasion, with a mix of coaxing and a big move, she finally said, right now, you're Lin Chen's little brother. If you upset the teacher, they might dislike Lin Chen too. Besides, the dorms aren't separated by class. You'll still see Lin Chen when you come back. Only then did Chen Shen calm down. Immediately after, he widened his eyes again. Then you have to accompany me to find the counselor first. Lu Menghan grinned. She had planned to go find the counselor with Lin Chen first. Although they weren't in the same class, they were
still in the same department. Lu Menghan cast an inquiring glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand. Go ahead. After the two left, Lin Chen was about to set off when, Lin Chen, I just heard you're also in class 3, can we be together? It would be nice to have someone to look out for each other. Li Xiaoran walked over. Of course, no problem.
Lin Chen replied to Li Xiaoran. He was always polite to anyone, as long as it didn't affect his progress. Li Xiaoran wasn't too surprised, she just wanted to find a companion. The square was bustling with people, and Lin Chen quickly found the mentor for class 3. A relatively young girl, probably in her 20s. She had a small ponytail, wore jeans, and wasn't very tall. Lin Chen looked at her and felt she was within the second-tier range. She might not even be as strong as him. The counselor was only responsible for the students' daily management, so it was normal for her to have lower strength. Class 3 had a total of 30 people, and they quickly gathered. Students, I will be your counselor from now on. You probably know my name from the badges. I am Wang Xinya. I hope we can get along harmoniously in the future and work together to create an excellent class. Wang Xinya smiled warmly, without a hint of a teacher's demeanor. It felt like she lacked experience. Managing students solely with politeness wouldn't work. She needed to be serious. We've met Counselor Wang. We've met Counselor Wang. The students greeted in unison. Everyone, don't be polite. I'm only responsible for your daily management issues. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me directly. Now, I'll take you to familiarize yourselves with the courses. Follow me. Wang Xinya took the lead, and the students followed. In college, besides the necessary strength improvement, professional courses were also essential. Many times, knowledge could even outweigh strength. But Lin Chen didn't know if it would be useful to him. It seemed he had been breezing through everything. On campus, it was common to see counselors leading groups of students, some even carrying loudspeakers. It felt a bit like tour guides leading groups of tourists. Teacher Wang, you look good today. How's it going? Any promising students in the class this year? Good morning, teacher. Zhang. I haven't looked yet. I plan to take the kids to get familiar with the environment first. You, still young. Ha, you know I don't care about these things. Alright, see you later. Some familiar instructors greeted Wang Xinya. After several twists and turns, a standalone building appeared before everyone. Students, this is our warrior. Class 3's teaching building, and you will have classes here from now on. Our Zhangzhou Academy is vast and rich in resources, and this entire building belongs to our class. So you don't have to worry about being disturbed. Wang Xinya pointed to the building ahead, her round eyes sparkling with pride. Wow, a whole building for just one class, that's really impressive. And it's so big, it's almost the same size as our entire high school teaching building. Some students whispered in amazement. Lin Chen was also taken aback. The entire department had at least dozens of classes, and having one building per class was quite a grand gesture. In reality, aside from his strength, he was also a bit of a bumpkin. He hadn't seen many grand occasions. Seeing her classmates' reactions, Wang Xinya smiled even more and said, the academy can provide such a good environment for everyone. And the teachers hope you will study hard and not let the academy down. Of course, it's also for your own sake. Alright, let's go inside. Wang Xinya led everyone into the building. First going up to the second floor, arriving at a spacious classroom. With a small class size, the classroom was quite large. It resembled a multimedia room with rows of seats. Ascending step by step, and a microphone along with some crystal devices on the expansive podium. Students, this is the Warrior Fundamentals classroom, where professional instructors will teach you about warrior-related knowledge, from understanding warriors to a comprehensive grasp of the profession, helping you better discover your career characteristics. Class time is every Monday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., and the schedule will be sent directly to the group, which you can check through your badges. Some students' eyes lit up, clearly enticed by the professional knowledge. However, most of them were not keen on studying. They were in college to quickly enhance their strength, and theoretical classes felt like a waste of time. Instructor Wang, I think I already understand enough about warriors, can I skip it? Instructor Wang, I've had private tutoring at home, so I don't need the professional course, right? Instructor Wang, I can't get up in the morning. Wang Xinya was not annoyed and smiled slightly.
No excuse is valid. Theoretical classes are mandatory, and absences will deduct your points.
After saying that, she was the first to leave the classroom.
Alright, let's go to the next classroom.
The students were unconcerned. There was no way they would attend class, just a few points after all. Some had already made plans to exchange points for free time. Lin Chen quietly followed behind. Personally, he didn't feel that attending class was useless. Understanding oneself was, in a way, also a way to enhance strength. When two people of the same level meet, the one with rich, professional knowledge definitely has a greater chance of winning, even to the extent of overwhelming the other. Even if he were to face someone of the same level, he wouldn't be afraid, but he could still benefit from facing someone of a higher level. Of course, the premise was that it wouldn't affect his leveling progress. For him, strength was the
best guarantee.
He had the system and blood magic, and professional knowledge was merely an embellishment, something that set him apart from others.
I can't, I'll exchange points.
2. Lin Chen thought to himself, he should have the most points at the moment. Soon, everyone arrived at a new classroom. The overall structure was similar, and Wang Xinya began
to introduce it.
This is our monster encyclopedia classroom, where instructors will explain the characteristics and habits of various monsters and how to deal with them. Class time is every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., so don't miss it. The students had made up their minds this time and didn't say much more.
Inside the building, Wang Xinya led everyone in and out, visiting various classrooms.
From Monday to Friday, every morning was fully scheduled, even including a moral education class, which left the students baffled. Other professional courses could be set aside, as they at least helped with strength.
But what on earth was moral education? They didn't even have that in high school. Wang Xinya's explanation was that professionals must restrain themselves. The more powerful the force, the more moral control is needed, otherwise, it leads to disaster. Lin Chen felt this was quite right. His blood demon was the best embodiment of that. The last classroom was on the first floor, a spacious hall, similar to a gymnasium. Students, this is the practical training classroom. In the future, there will be professional instructors to guide everyone in practical exercises, including skill application and combat techniques, to help everyone improve their combat awareness.
The practical course will be held every Wednesday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., so don't miss it.
Regarding practical training, the students were clearly
much more enthusiastic, each one touching and looking around, some familiar faces even striking poses to play fight.
This class is great, I absolutely won't skip it. I wonder if there will be sparring. I'm so excited. My suggestion is to change all classes to practical ones, then I could accept it. Lin Chen, however, was the least interested. He had the blood demon, and compared to various theories, practical training was the least useful for him. Not to mention, he still had to practice with a bunch of newbies. If the points allow, I definitely want to skip this class. Currently, all theoretical classes were scheduled for the morning. This meant that the afternoon was reserved for leveling up and enhancing attributes, and the students were already a bit impatient, all speaking up. Instructor Wang, shouldn't you introduce the places for leveling up next?
Right, and
you haven't mentioned the points yet.
Wang Xinya smiled. Okay, next the teacher will take everyone to see. The secret realms and dungeons are outside, let's go.
Yes, finally. It's time for something truly useful. I've heard that Zhengzhou is rich in resources. I wonder if it can surprise me. I think just these theoretical courses are treasures. The students followed Wang Xinya out of the building. Lin, I heard that Zhengzhou's special secret realms have the most attribute boosts. Do you know how many there are? Li Xiaoran
said at this time, having been following Lin Chen closely, though the two in front hadn't said much.
Lin Chen replied honestly, I don't know. Li Xiaoran's eyelids twitched a bit, feeling somewhat awkward. Oh, I see.
It was clear she wanted to strike up a conversation with Lin Chen to get closer, but Lin Chen was not very talkative.
Once outside, they
passed through a series of green teaching buildings and arrived in front of a tall tower, one of the several towers Lin Chen had seen from a distance before.
Up close, it was even more magnificent and grand. The dark tower body solemn and imposing, with an arched entrance at the bottom. Outside the tower was a large square, already filled with many instructors and students. Clearly, this tower was no longer exclusive. Students, this tower is our Zhengzhou's treasure. It is a special rare secret realm that has existed for over 1,000 years. There are 3 more towers like this, namely the Tower of Strength, the Tower of Agility, the Tower of Physique, and the Tower of Spirit, representing the 4 major attributes of professionals. Clearing them will provide everyone with the corresponding attributes, and there is no limit on the number of times. The tower we see in front of us is the Tower of Physique. Wang Xinya briefly introduced its background. The students gazed at the tall tower with sparkling eyes, even without the promise of permanent resources. The sheer momentum was enough to impress. Everyone quickly became excited, enhancing permanent attributes with no limit on attempts. Levels have a cap, but attributes do not. Teacher, how much can we gain each time we clear it? Can we enter all these towers? Do we need points? Is there difficulty in clearing them? The students all began to ask questions, which was also what Lin Chen wanted to know the most. So far, the Secret Realm Tower was the most useful thing for him. Wang Xinya continued to explain. The secret realm tower is divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the greater the attribute increase. Currently, the first level is open to everyone, and each time you clear it, you can gain
10 points and the corresponding attribute. Everyone has a chance to enter for free once a month. Any tower is fine.
After that, the second entry requires 100 points, the third 200, the fourth 300, and so on, increasing layer by layer. There's no limit on the number of times, but you can only enter once a day.
At the start of the next month, it resets.
As for the difficulty, the teacher can only tell everyone that it is very low.
The Secret Realm Tower is a resource for welfare. As long as the students perform normally, there
will definitely be no problem.
Upon hearing this, many students were surprised. Adding 10 points in one go is almost equivalent to leveling up for them.
Everyone quickly calculated their points.
I scored 600 in the college entrance exam plus the 100 from this morning, that makes 700.
Free the first time, the second time, can I enter 4 times? I have a total of 750, so I guess I can also enter 4 times. Wow, is it that expensive? What if I run out?
After getting the answer, the students suddenly looked troubled.
Under the
temptation of high attributes, at that moment, everyone realized the importance of points and extinguished the thought of skipping classes.
Points are literally life. Teacher, are there any ways for us to earn points?
Some quick-witted students had already raised the question.
Currently, what everyone knows is that there will be a guaranteed 100 points issued
every month, so if it goes on like this, they can only rely on the minimum every month.
Wang Xinya smiled. Of course there are ways to earn points. Everyone can take on academy tasks, or you can also earn extra points based on your ranking.
But don't think about it now, you are in the new student period before enrollment and cannot take on tasks. The ranking exam is also a month away, so for now, your task is to study hard.
The students sighed. So this month we can only enter 4 times?
It's visible but intangible.
Not
really. If you can hold off, you can wait until next month when it resets and then enter, which allows for a few more entries. The teacher suggests that this is the best approach.
After the new student period, earning points won't be that easy.
Alright, let's leave the attribute tower here for now. We need to hurry, there's still the upgrade dungeon.
Lin Chen followed the crowd as they continued on. He was in a good mood.
10 points isn't much for him, but without a limit on entries, it adds up over time. With his strength, earning points should be easier than for others. Of course, everything still depends on the end of the new student period.
He currently has only 900 points, so this month he can only rely on the minimum.
Next, Wang Xinya took everyone to the dungeon management hall and the training room.
The dungeon management hall is where upgrades are provided. Inside, there
are various types of artificial dungeons, and they are extremely expensive to create. The monsters inside can yield experience up to 1.5 times that of monsters of the same level.
Outside,
the same strength but with a significant increase in experience naturally excited the students.
However, unfortunately, it still requires points, and the rules are slightly different, calculated by time.
Each month, there are 10 hours of free time, after which each additional hour costs 10 points, increasing by 10 points every 10 hours.
The
training room is a place for practical training, where it automatically provides a review based on your combat performance and highlights areas for improvement.
It's very useful,
but it still consumes points, with rules similar to the dungeons. With all these factors combined, the students thoroughly understood just how important points are.
Not only is it
difficult to move forward, but without points, you also have to watch others improve helplessly. However, Lin Chen didn't care much about the latter two. The dungeon experience is good, but at this stage, the monster levels are matched to the general students, with a maximum of only level 25, which probably won't yield much for him.
As for the training room, he has Blood Demon, so he doesn't really need to enhance his combat awareness.
In short, the most important thing for him right now is still the attribute tower.
Thus, he has completely understood the specific planning for the early stages of the academy.
Every morning, we study theoretical knowledge along with practical guidance from our mentors, and in the afternoon, we have free time to level up, enhance our attributes, or train our skills.
We rest on weekends. The schedule is very reasonable, balanced, and flexible. Classmates, that's all for today.
If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me. Our class group has been set up, and everyone can connect through the academy badge.
If you want to
make friends, you can also use the badge. The badge serves as your identification and a communication device, so you won't lose signal when out in the wild.
Classes will
officially start tomorrow. Dismissed.
After Wang Xinya left, the classmates dispersed.
Some walked off alone, while others gathered in small groups to discuss where to go next, and
a few more outgoing personalities began making friends.
From now on, we are all classmates, and we can team up for dungeons. Who knows, we might even have to work together on tasks.
Later,
many were quite lively, especially a few who were at a decent level and were quite popular. Lin Chen walked alone towards the cafeteria with his hands in his pockets. Throughout the day, no one had really noticed him. He remained inconspicuous.
His level was too high for the other students to see through. Of course, he hadn't paid much attention.
to them either. He sensed that most were around level 20, with a few stronger ones possibly at 24 or 25.
He hadn't even remembered a single name. Lin, are you leaving already?
I heard them say there's going to be some kind of social event later. It would be nice for everyone to get to know each other. It might help in the future.
Are you joining?
Li Xiaoran caught up with Lin Chen. No, I'm a bit tired and plan to head back to rest first. Lin Chen continued walking without stopping.
Li Xiaoran frowned. What a solitary person.
Hey, classmate, we're organizing a social event over here.
It would be nice for everyone to get to know each other. Are you joining?
Li Xiaoran turned back.
Sure. I'm Li Xiaoran, from Huayan Province, level 20. Thanks for the invite. Level 20? Li, you're quite strong.
I'm only level 19, so I guess I have to call you senior.
Not really, I'm just average.
Lin Chen arrived at the cafeteria and it was already close to dusk, right at mealtime. It was very crowded, chaotic, and noisy, with not a single
empty seat in sight.
In a daze, Lin Chen was reminded of the fear of being dominated by the cafeteria back in the day. Although the food was terrible, one still had to get there
early. I need to come early from now on.
Lin Chen silently made a decision and opted to take his meal to go.
Back in the dormitory, the quiet atmosphere was very relaxing.
While eating, Lin Chen briefly organized his next steps. The biggest boost for him right now was definitely the Tower of Secrets. Gaining 10 points in attributes at a time, accumulating little by little, would undoubtedly be a significant improvement for him. If he could, he would want to immerse himself there every day.
Unfortunately, his points were not enough,
and he could only wait for the new student period to end to earn more. Thus, I'll spend all my current points on the Tower of Secrets. I need to attend classes every day to
avoid losing points.
I can't waste the free time in dungeons and training rooms either.
Lin Chen set his guidelines for the next month. Leveling up would definitely slow down.
But there was no other way. The school rules stated that new students were not allowed to leave the campus as they were under a month-long management period.
Since he was aiming
for permanent attributes, he had to follow the rules. He couldn't have it both ways. Fortunately, classes weren't entirely useless. For instance, he was quite interested in the monster lore course, which could increase his experience significantly. Besides, he just needed to wait for the new student period to end so he could go out and take on tasks.
By then,
he could recover both points and levels.
Looks like I'll be living a comfortable life for a month. Thinking this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he hadn't had a moment of peace since his job change, always fighting.
Suddenly having a comfortable life felt a bit unfamiliar.
In fact, this is the life that students should lead. He had been too impulsive before. The night passed quickly.
The next day, Lin Chen was awakened by a series of annoying shouts.
Boss Lin, it's time for class. Get up.
Lin Chen tossed his
pillow aside. Why didn't they change the dorms after the division?
When Lin Chen arrived downstairs, he received some good news.
Chen Chen had indeed been transferred. The mage
department was far from here and the dorms had been separated. They had been assigned dorms yesterday, but he had dragged it out all night because he was reluctant to part. At this moment, Chen Chen looked aggrieved, tears almost spilling from his eyes.
Boss Lin, I might not see you for a month. Will you miss me?
Lin Chen, rarely in a good mood, replied. Of course, of course. The mage department is so far away and you have class in the morning, so hurry up.
Chen Chen suddenly looked up. Really? Brother Lin, will you miss me? Then will you come to see me?
Lin Chen's smile vanished instantly. No, with that, he left directly.
Chen Chen paused. It's okay, Brother Lin, I'll have time to come see you. The mage department and the warrior department took different paths, leaving only Lu Menghan and Lin Chen on the road.
Lu Menghan had intended to see Chen Chen off, but he refused,
saying he didn't want Lu Menghan to be late.
After yesterday, he understood the importance of points and wouldn't act unreasonable. Lin Chen, if you don't have enough points,
I can give you some.
I heard that points can be traded among students,
Lu Menghan said, following Lin Chen. No matter how important points were, they couldn't compare to a life-saving grace. She could still go out to take on tasks to earn points. With Lin Chen's strength, it would definitely be tough for him in the coming month. No need, you keep it.
Lin Chen decisively replied without hesitation. He had only saved them by chance, and repaying kindness was not within his consideration. Or rather, he never truly wanted to save anyone, whether it was Lu Menghan or Wang Chenhao. They just happened to be in the right place at the right time.
Moreover, those points were just enough for another entry
into the attribute tower, the dreaded incremental rule. Soon they reached a fork in the road.
Good morning, Menghan. I happen to have some extra breakfast. Have you eaten? A boy walked up from the intersection holding 2 boxes of milk. With Lu Menghan's looks, it was perfectly normal to attract male classmates within a day, especially in the warrior department. Lu Menghan instantly returned to her cold demeanor. I've eaten, you can keep it for yourself.
Turning to say goodbye to Lin Chen, she found that he was already far away, strolling down the green path.
Lu Menghan couldn't help but shake her head.
Lin Chen didn't feel like a peer to her. He seemed indifferent to everything.
He was even more reclusive than she was, and she didn't know how that came to be.
His strength was so formidable, leaving no room for criticism. She truly didn't know how to repay the favor. The boy beside her raised an eyebrow and immediately stuffed the milk into his pocket. Lou, I have something to do, so I'll head out first. See you in class. If he had a girlfriend, he should have said so earlier. What a waste of feelings. Lin Chen followed his memory to yesterday's teaching building. Today was Monday, the basic warrior course. The door was open, and as soon as he stepped inside, the noise surrounded him. The students, having warmed up their relationships after yesterday, were already sitting together, chatting and laughing. Lin Chen's entrance didn't attract much attention. Only a few students glanced at him indifferently. Li Xiaoran was sitting with a girl, and upon seeing Lin Chen, she smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Lin. Morning. Lin Chen politely responded, looking for an empty seat to sit down, at the back in the corner. After Lin Chen walked past, the girl beside him tugged at Li Xiaoran. Who is that, Xiaoran? Ah, he's a friend of mine. Students, class is about to start. Quiet down. At 8:50, Wang Xinya walked into the classroom. Her responsibility was to manage the students, monitor their learning progress, and provide some extracurricular guidance. The instructor was like a mother figure to the class. Similarly, the students' performance would directly affect her income. Wang Xinya scanned the room and found that no one was absent, nodding in satisfaction. Perhaps due to her youth, she wasn't too concerned about her income. She was filled with passion for her work. She hoped to cultivate an excellent and harmonious class, ensuring that every student made the most of their time. The mentors who came to teach at Zhengzhou were all outstanding figures in their respective fields. Skipping classes was not just a matter of losing points but a significant loss. Remember to pay attention in class, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me after class, she reminded them before taking a seat in the front row. Before long, as the clock struck 9, a woman dressed in a coat and high heels walked into the classroom. She appeared to be in her 30s, with fair skin, wearing glasses, and exuding an elegant and noble aura. The students looked at the instructor with curiosity, ultimately concluding that she was a mentor who didn't like to manage things. After so many years of schooling, everyone had their own way of identifying a teacher's personality. This instructor seemed like a beautiful rich girl who was relatively lax in managing her students. The female instructor greeted Wang Xinya with a smile before stepping onto the podium. As she glanced around, her gaze paused at Lin Chen in the corner, her eyebrows slightly raised. Lin Chen curled his lip. The students couldn't see through his strength, and Wang Xinya was only at the second transition. This instructor clearly looked to be at least at the third transition, and her strength was evident, not to mention the aura of extreme transition she possessed. The female instructor paused briefly, said nothing, and placed her lesson plan on the desk. Students, let me introduce myself briefly. I am Zhang Man, and I will be teaching you the basic theory course for warriors. For the foreseeable future, you can call me Instructor Zhang. In my class, there aren't too many rules, no talking, no causing trouble. The last 20 minutes will be reserved for your questions, the rest of the time is for me to teach. Is that clear? The implication was that whether you listened or not was up to you, as long as you didn't disrupt the class. The students responded quickly. Got it, Instructor Zhang. Zhang Man nodded. Good, then let's start the class. Our first lesson will be an overview of warriors. To unleash your potential, we must first understand what a warrior is. A warrior is not just a single-class profession. We can collectively refer to swordsmen, fistfighters, martial artists, gunmen, and so on as warriors. Zhang Man smoothly transitioned into the lesson. The overview of warriors was a very basic course that everyone had encountered in high school. Even those who hadn't taken it would have some understanding. However, it was expected that the first lesson wouldn't cover anything too profound. Regardless of the context, the learning process is always gradual, moving from a general understanding to more detailed knowledge. In the first lesson, the students were relatively serious, sitting up straight. Lin Chen was also listening attentively. After all, the class had to be attended, and any improvement was worthwhile. He never slacked off when it came to self-improvement. Gradually, Lin Chen found that he was gaining something from the lesson. Although it was the most basic material, Zhang Man covered it comprehensively, filling in many gaps in his understanding. He felt he was benefiting greatly. No wonder it was the top university in Daxia. The class passed quickly. As soon as the time was up, Zhang Man neatly packed up her lesson plan and left, but before she left, she leaned over to whisper something in Wang Xinya's ear and cast a glance at Lin Chen. No wonder it's Zhengzhou, even just the overview of warriors has taught me a lot. Finally, class is over. Let's head to the cafeteria. If we go late, there won't be any food left. Is anyone going to the attribute tower this afternoon? Me. I still don't know what it's like inside. The students rushed out of the classroom. No matter how well the instructor spoke, it couldn't compete with the allure of freedom, especially with the attribute tower waiting for everyone today. Xiaoran, let's go eat together. The cafeteria is too crowded, and if we go late, there won't be any seats. Li Xiaoran's deskmate stood up and pulled her along. Just as Li Xiaoran was about to leave, she remembered something. Wait a moment. Following the steps, Li Xiaoran arrived at the last row.
Lin Chen, are you going to eat with us? It's nice to have company. Being alone at school is definitely not a good thing. She knew Lin Chen somewhat, so calling out to him was no big deal. No need, I have something to do. You guys go ahead.
Lin Chen politely declined, noticing Wang Xinya approaching, clearly having heard what the instructor said about him.
An extreme position with a second transfer was indeed a bit unreasonable for a freshman. As Wang Xinya got closer, she first looked at Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoran, you can go first. The teacher has something to discuss with Lin Chen. Li Xiaoran raised an eyebrow. What did the instructor want with Lin Chen? Alright, should I wait for you outside, Lin Chen? No need, you all go ahead.
After Li Xiaoran left, only Wang Xinya and Lin Chen remained in the classroom.
Wang Xinya looked at Lin Chen, her expression oddly complicated. Lin Chen, you've already transferred twice?
Lin Chen sighed. He wasn't afraid of exposing his strength, he just disliked the extra attention and
trouble it brought. Being quietly alone was quite nice, but since it was seen, there was no way to hide it. Yes. Wang Xinya's expression became even stranger. Still an extreme position for the second transfer? Yes.
Saying this, Lin Chen unlocked the viewing permissions.
The atmosphere fell into silence.
It took Wang Xinya a while to react, exhaling
deeply. Lin Chen, study hard. Don't bully your classmates. I know, Teacher Wang. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Can I leave now? It seemed Wang Xinya wasn't the type to be flamboyant like Wang Huilin. Wang Xinya waved her hand. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your hard work, teacher.
Lin Chen bowed slightly and hurriedly left. After taking
a few steps, Wang Xinya's voice called out from behind.
Alright,
Teacher Zhang just said you don't have to attend her class. It won't affect your credits.
After Lin
Chen left, Wang Xinya frowned at the door. She felt a bit of a headache. A strong student would affect her income, but she was more worried about the trouble. Young boys are often impulsive. What if Lin Chen got into a conflict with someone else?
Speaking of which, how did he manage to transfer twice? Still level 36?
The students were all in their early
20s, reaching level 36 directly was no problem even for a sophomore.
It was her first time seeing this. After lunch, Lin Chen headed straight to the Attribute Tower.
Today marked the official opening of the Attribute Tower for them.
For Lin Chen, the greatest improvement he could gain now was not something he would hesitate over.
He was heading to the Body Tower to enhance his physique. The square outside the Body Tower was packed with students, shadows flitting about.
Almost all were new warriors, as physique was a crucial
attribute for warriors.
On the first day of the Attribute Tower opening, everyone was quite excited. Some even rushed over without finishing their meals.
So, how is it inside? Is it difficult? If any of you guys pass, give me a heads up. Wow, I really gained 10 points in physique. Let's fight. Awesome. This is ridiculous, wasn't it supposed to be easy?
I didn't pass and got kicked out.
My attribute points. My free attempts. Lin Chen's arrival didn't attract any attention.
After observing for a moment, he walked straight to the
entrance.
Whether the Attribute Tower had difficulty or not was irrelevant to him.
He just needed to confirm that he could enter now.
The entrance was a dark archway, and at that
moment, many students were coming in and out. This indicated that everything was fine.
Just a few steps in, Lin Chen was stopped.
Classmate, there's a risk of failure in the Attribute Tower.
Li Wanza has gone to scout the situation. You might want to wait a bit longer.
The one who stopped Lin Chen was an ordinary-looking boy. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. You might have mistaken me for someone else.
He had no impression of this person, and he had never heard of Li Wanza either.
The boy smiled in realization. Oh, sorry, I'm your classmate. We're all from class 3. Li Wanza is our newly elected, well, class leader, I guess. You probably haven't seen the group chat and don't recognize him. I forgot to mention it. Lin Chen.
He indeed hadn't paid attention to his classmates, and when he turned to look back, he found that there were indeed familiar faces around.
It seemed that this area was their class's zone. As his gaze swept across, a few even nodded at him. The boy continued, don't take it the wrong way. Li Wanza has a good personality and knows a lot of people. It's only natural for classmates to help each other.
As he spoke, the surrounding students nodded, looking quite familiar and trusting of Li Wanza.
Lin Chen.
In just one day, it seemed that small groups had already formed in his class, and he was completely unaware.
Thank you for your kindness, but my strength is decent enough, so I won't need it. I'll go ahead. Lin Chen politely responded, and only then did he leave. Although he didn't need the information, the classmates were just trying to be helpful. After Lin Chen left, the boy raised an eyebrow. Another big shot, huh?
At that moment, a fresh-looking boy returned to the group.
Everyone immediately perked up. Class leader.
Thanks for your hard work, class leader.
How's the situation? Li Wanza waved his hand. No need to call me class leader. We're all classmates, and it's only right to help each other.
I just asked. There should be 3 waves of monsters inside, ranging from level 18 to 20, with medium difficulty.
As long as there's a level 20, we can clear it smoothly.
Some students who had passed the threshold immediately brightened up, while those who lagged behind looked gloomy.
Li Wenza added, it's fine if they're lower level. We can grind with some equipment. I have a few rare items here, and since we're all warriors, we can take turns using them. Now all the students were happy. Really? Thank you, class leader. Class leader is generous. At the entrance, there was also a leaderboard for clearing the tower. However, it was all first-year students. 1. Wang Quan. Floor 1 clear count. 1 2. Xiaoqing Xuet. Floor 1 clear count. 1 3. Li Dagong. Floor 1 clear count. 1. Lin Chen took a quick glance and then lost interest, stepping into the tower. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and the atmosphere instantly quieted down. It was clear that he had entered another space, not just the tower itself. Lin Chen appeared in a spacious hall. The space was large but very dim, with only the faint candlelight on the surrounding walls providing some illumination, casting shadows on the bluestone floor beneath his feet. In the center of the hall stood a crystal pillar, atop which floated a green crystal ball, emitting a hazy glow. At the same time, a light screen appeared above the crystal ball. First floor of the body tower. Remaining monsters, 30 clear score/clear reward, 10 out of 10 constitution points countdown, 10.00, 9.59 is there a monster count? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, unsure if this was a feature of the secret realm or an addition from the academy. Without thinking too much, Lin Chen directly activated his long-lost bloodthirst. Since the last experiment of Ultimate Berserk, it seemed he hadn't suppressed his blood for a long time. His health rapidly decreased. Now, after the second transfer of Blood Devour has advanced, it can drain 1000 health points per second, not only allowing for precise control of speed but also greatly enhancing it. Lin Chen did not hold back and quickly entered the Ultimate Berserk state. With 3 pieces of clear spring, as long as he didn't have too much emotional fluctuation, he wouldn't lose control. In the Ultimate Berserk state, the vigorous power brought by the ultimate surged throughout his body, but Lin Chen remained quite clear-headed. He smiled and opened the information panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Blood Demon Warrior. Hidden, Level, LV 36, 5.2%, Health, 60/6000 Shield, 1000000 Strength, 55,428, plus 1,188, plus 53,640, Agility, 59148, plus 1,188, plus 57,240, Constitution, 600 Spirit, 300 Berserk Progress, 0% Blood God Control, 10% Passive Blood Festival, second stage 4 every 10 points of health lost. Strength and Agility plus 2 Passive Blood Frenzy, second stage based on the loss of health. Enter different stages of frenzy, enhancing strength and agility attributes. Current Ultimate Berserk, strength and agility increased by 3000%, ignoring all control. Blood Devour, second stage. During the skill activation, you will no longer receive any health recovery, and it will automatically restore 20 health points per second when closed. Active release, health decreases by 1 point every 0.01 seconds. You will not die from this. Skill, minimum 1 health point. Mountain Smash, second stage. Leap forward and smash down on the ground, causing different effects based on the stage of frenzy. Current Ultimate Berserk, causing 3000% strength damage, range increased to 50 meters, causing knockback effect on all enemies. Note, insufficient health, unable to release, 60 out of 100, Extreme. Blood Wings, basic agility attribute increased by 20%, gain 1% charge for every 10,000 points of damage dealt. Consuming charge provides you with different skills. Blood Echo, agility. Attribute increased by 100%, consuming 1% charge per second. Blood Feather, randomly scatter blood feather arrows in a radius of 1000 meters, causing 10% strength damage every 0.1 seconds, lasting a total of 3 seconds, causing up to 300% strength damage. Can only be released at full charge. Item, Pure Crimson, Purple, Clear Spring Resonance Set, Purple. After the passive skills upgraded following the second transfer, Lin Chen's attributes were significantly different. They directly surged to over 50,000. At the same time, due to the newly acquired Extreme Blood Wings, Lin Chen's strength and agility attributes showed a deviation for the first time, with agility far exceeding strength. Looking at the panel, Lin Chen couldn't help but have an inflated thought. Can I take on the entire central continent by myself? Including both classmates and teachers. People often become inflated after a sudden increase in strength, feeling untouchable. Lin Chen was in such a situation now. Not to mention taking on the central continent alone, even the principal could probably slap him to death with one hand. He had passive attribute enhancements, but others also had skill growth. Otherwise, Lin Chen wouldn't have felt inexplicably odd during the ceremony. That was an instinctive reaction, and he had to admit it. Of course, he couldn't take on the central continent, but tackling a small secret realm tower would be a piece of cake. 10 minutes passed in a flash. A light circle lit up in the center of the tower, and a team of skeleton soldiers appeared before Lin Chen. They wielded spear-like weapons, their bodies covered in various bone spikes, looking somewhat bizarre. At the same time, their information appeared before Lin Chen. Skeleton Soldier, LV 18 Health, 1800.
Strength, 186 agility, 158 constitution, 180 spirit, 95 very mediocre attributes, similar to the goblins outside Binding City, and even had a couple of 2-digit attributes.
Is there really someone who can fail against this?
Lin Chen exclaimed shamelessly in surprise.
Clearly, the attribute tower is primarily focused on benefits. In fact, the lower
the difficulty, the more precious the attribute tower becomes. After all, the rewards are tangible, which can truly benefit the masses. Lin Chen stopped hesitating.
Mountain
collapse. Just as he was about to unleash the mountain collapse strike, he remembered his health was insufficient. He switched to spreading his blood wings.
Lin Chen held his weapon
horizontally in front of him, and with a flap of his blood wings, whoosh, the dim space lit up with a narrow red glow, moving so fast it seemed to slice through the entire hall. A group of skeleton soldiers predictably scattered to the ground, their lives flashing by in an instant, all perishing.
Thank you for your hard work, everyone.
Lin Chen had already reached the other end of the hall, habitually shaking his blade. In fact, the blade was clean. As long as the speed was fast enough, even blood couldn't catch up, let alone
a bunch of skeletons.
Extreme Blood Wings. Current charge, 1.8% for every 10,000 damage dealt. The Extreme Blood Wings gain 1% charge, and with exactly 10 skeleton soldiers,
it provided just enough for 1.8%. Just enough for Blood Roar to erupt for 1 second.
Lin Chen's experience hadn't increased at all, still at 5.20.
It seems this place doesn't
grant experience, only attributes, Lin Chen silently assessed. As the last skeleton soldier fell, a light circle lit up in the center.
Another group of skeleton soldiers appeared, still 10 in number.
However, their level had risen to 19, and their attributes had slightly improved.
Boom! As soon as the skeleton soldiers appeared, they began to move,
their bones creaking with a sound that made one's teeth ache. They looked around, searching for enemies. Not seeing any foes, they instead spotted a red glow that split the heavens and earth, occupying their entire line of sight. Naturally, it was Lin Chen again, and the result was no surprise. He had already returned to the starting side, the sound of skeletons
falling behind him. Thank you for your hard work, everyone.
The third wave was still skeleton soldiers, now at level 20.
After Lin Chen swiftly dispatched them, the light screen
of the central crystal ball changed. Body Tower Level 1, cleared remaining monsters, 0 clear rating, SSS clear reward, 0 out of 10 at the same time. The crystal ball trembled, releasing a small green light that merged into Lin Chen's body, releasing a warm current. Lin Chen, who had been increasing his physique daily, understood this feeling well.
Opening
the panel, he saw that his physique had indeed increased by 10 points, neither more nor less. Lin Chen smiled.
As long as there was an improvement, it made him happy. Moreover,
this was his first enhancement aside from leveling up. Leveling always has a cap, but attribute increases are permanent.
The central continent is indeed not bad. He could only
clear the attribute tower once a day, and having just tasted the sweetness, Lin Chen found he had no way to continue.
Lin Chen left the body tower. His impression of the body tower was that it was convenient and practical.
The intensity wasn't high, and there were no twists and turns. It was straightforward, do the work and you get rewarded.
Lin Chen liked it very much.
The outside was bright and sunny, still noon. He had cleared it in a flash. Aside from the initial 10-minute wait, the rest was all one-hit kills. It probably only took 11 or 12 minutes in total. His classmates were just preparing to enter the tower when they noticed Lin Chen and frowned.
You came out so quickly?
He had just heard that it would take at least an hour to clear. Had he failed? With this thought, he walked to the entrance. The leaderboard was constantly scrolling. 1-0, Lin Chen, level 1.
Clear count. 1. His classmate stopped in his tracks. Lin Chen?
He seemed to remember that classmate was indeed named Lin Chen. Li Xiaoran had called him that. Just as he was puzzled, the screen scrolled, and Lin Chen was pushed down.
The classmate shook his head and walked into the tower.
The afternoon was still very ample, and Lin Chen wandered
into the dungeon management hall. After all, there were 10 hours of free time. His level was a bit low, but it was free, so why not take advantage of it? The dungeon hall was much less crowded, and the spacious area felt somewhat desolate. Clearly, on the first day, everyone was still more interested in the attribute tower. The dungeon hall had more than one instance, with various environmental monsters for students to choose from, which was very considerate. Large teleportation portals were embedded in the walls, emitting a buzzing sound. Above the portals, there were light screens displaying specific information about each dungeon. Lin Chen stood in the hall and looked around. Dark water domain recommended.
Level 18 to 20 description simulates a water combat environment with monster groups consisting of bloodthirsty piranhas, weak individually but numerous. Group attacks are strong. Physical students are recommended to enter. Bewildering forest recommended. Level 18 to 22 description simulates a forest combat environment, mostly forest beasts. Moderate individual strength and quantity. Vision is obstructed. Agile or perceptive students are recommended to enter.
Lin Chen wanted to find a dungeon that focused entirely
on single combat, preferably at a slightly higher level.
With his outstanding strength, he certainly didn't want to waste time looking for monsters.
Soon, Lin Chen pinpointed a
dungeon that was quite suitable for him.
Beast Arena recommended level 24-26 description simulates an ancient beast fighting arena environment suitable for students excelling. In single combat level 24-26 was already the highest in the dungeon hall, and there were no students around the teleportation portal. A solo arena was also suitable, and just as Lin Chen was about to enter, Lu Menghan suddenly emerged from a nearby portal. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen, but then she frowned.
Lin Chen, why are you here in the dungeon? Didn't you go to the attribute tower? At Lin Chen's level, the attribute tower would surely provide greater benefits, and the dungeon should hold little allure.
I've already finished and come out, Lin Chen replied casually.
Lu Menghan, what about you? Why didn't you go to the attribute tower? It was just a coincidence to run into
Lin Chen, and she couldn't help but ask why she was the only one running a dungeon while everyone else was at the attribute tower.
I heard you need to be level 20 to be stable in the attribute tower. I'm currently 19. Lu Menghan's expression turned a bit awkward as she rubbed her neck.
Sorry. With that, Lin Chen hurriedly stepped into the portal. In his habitual thinking, he completely forgot that there was such a thing as difficulty levels. Lu Menghan looked up and saw the glaring 24-26 above.
Alas, I can't envy that. Keep working hard.
Lin Chen appeared in a spacious circular arena with sandy ground beneath his feet and walls enclosing him on all sides.
Name, Lin Chen, 049-0524, Dungeon.
Beast Arena Historical Performance, None Current, Round 1, winning allows progression to the next round, Monster Count, 1 Challenge Initiation, Yes/No Retreat, if in danger, Mental Focus here allows exit above him. There were prompts for the dungeon. Lin Chen surveyed the surrounding environment and casually selected Yes.
There was nothing in
the vicinity that could pose a threat to him. Whether it was the attribute tower or the dungeon, it was all just a form of tourism for him.
After Lin Chen selected Yes, a light
circle illuminated at the center of the arena and a bull-headed beast materialized. Standing over 2 meters tall, its muscles bulged, wielding a massive axe, and hot air continuously spewed from its large nostrils. Bull-headed giant, LV 24 health, 2800 strength, 260 agility, 220 constitution, 280 spirit, 170 charge. The bull-headed giant was level 24, but its attributes were similar to the level 20 tree demon Lin Chen had encountered in the Moonlit Secret Realm, which had enhanced attributes, indicating that this was a monster of ordinary difficulty. Lin Chen had been able to take out monsters of this tier when he was just over 10 levels, let alone now.
It could be said that he was getting better and better at this. The bull-headed giant beast had a violent temperament.
Scanning the area, it spotted a human and charged forward with its axe raised, its massive
frame causing the ground to tremble with each step. Lin Chen remained still, standing leisurely in place.
The bull-headed giant's eyes sparkled with excitement. In past battles, humans had always dodged and hidden, which was quite annoying. In an instant, the distance between them closed, and as the bull raised its giant axe to bring it down with force, it suddenly found itself unable to move, as if it had lost control of its body. The bull struggled to lower its head, only to see that its waist had been neatly severed. The two have slowly shifting apart.
Damn it, when did this happen? It hadn't seen a thing.
Boom, the two halves of the bull's head fell to the ground, lifeless.
Good work. Lin Chen
had already sheathed his sword, the blade untouched by blood. With his current attributes, it was indeed too easy to take down monsters of this level.
It wasn't easy for others to cooperate with its performance either. A word of thanks wouldn't hurt. An experience prompt sounded.
You have killed the bull-headed giant beast. Experience plus 610. Typically, monsters around level 20 would grant about 300 to 400 experience, but this one gave 610, confirming what Wang Xinya had said about reaching 1.5 times the external rate. The difficulty remained unchanged, but the experience was elevated. The academy must have spent a lot of resources.
Unfortunately, it was just a drop in the bucket for him. His experience bar only increased a tiny bit, almost imperceptibly. Sigh, being too high a level isn't good either. Lin Chen sighed deeply. The information for the dungeon updated simultaneously. First round, victory. Continue challenge/start next round. Lin Chen had nothing to say and directly chose the next round. As the arena progressed, the monsters' levels increased, but there were only 3 rounds. A radiant glow swirled, and a level 25 bloodthirsty giant eagle appeared. As soon as it emerged, its wings flapped and it soared into the sky. The sky was its domain. By staying aloft, it could continuously attack humans. The bloodthirsty eagle circled high above, the wind brushing past its feathers. Where's the human? Are you looking for me? A calm voice rang out, and the bloodthirsty eagle instinctively looked up. What it saw was a pair of enormous dark red blood wings, blocking out all sunlight. Within the blood wings, a human was watching it with a light laugh. The next moment, the bloodthirsty eagle's world went dark. A red flash had pierced through its body, so fast that it hadn't even had time to feel any emotion. Thud, the 2 halves of the eagle's corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt. Playing flying games with me? You're still too green. But still, good work. Lin Chen landed right after, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His blood wings were a sacrifice made for an
Entire Abyss, in terms of flying, even a boss wouldn't stand a chance. The third round featured a shielded giant bear.
Now at level 26, its strength and defense were exceptional.
After easily dispatching it, there were no higher-level monsters left in the arena dungeon, so Lin Chen continued to challenge the third round.
One giant bear after another fell. Each
time it appeared, before the light had even dissipated, it was split in two. The experience was still minimal, but better than nothing.
After all, he was growing. After spending an hour in the arena dungeon, Lin Chen left.
He had 10 hours of free time, but he also had a month-long break. Leaving time to come back and grind a bit each day was something
to keep him occupied.
In the dungeon hall, it was no longer desolate, shadows flitted about. The attribute tower had been studied, and the next step was naturally the dungeon
hall. 2 people for the dark water area, let me see what's going on. Is there anyone who has learned sensing techniques?
The bewildering forest, I'm a level 22 shield guard.
I can tank. Anyone for Bone Mountain, let's go up and take them down.
The hall was filled with noise, most newcomers were forming teams, while some entered solo, their calm
demeanor showing confidence in their own strength.
Most of the students from the Warrior Class 3 were also present.
Everyone was busy forming teams. Hey, classmate, I'm a level 20 Greatsword Guardian, want to team up? The Greatsword Guardian is pretty good for a rare class, isn't it? My apologies, I don't have any teammates either. I'm Li Jichuan. No, I'm Wang Haoren. Diving into dungeons to level up can also be a platform for making friends, quickly bringing classmates closer together. Of course, Lin Chen didn't need that. He walked alone towards the hall's exit. Some familiar classmates recognized Lin Chen but didn't approach him. He looked like someone who was solitary and hard to get along with. Li Xiaoran furrowed her brows in the crowd. Being alone in school wasn't a good idea, not to mention that dungeons required teams, but in the future, when going out to complete tasks, one would always need a friend. Although she and Lin Chen weren't close, they at least came to Class 3 together, and there was also the connection with Lu Menghan. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiaoran stepped forward to call out to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you're here for the dungeon too?
Yeah, just came to take a look, Lin Chen replied.
Are you planning to team up?
If you are, we might as well join forces. Dungeons allow 4 people to team up, we can call 2 more, and it would be safer to get familiar with the
environment.
Lin Chen could see her good intentions, so he remained polite.
Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to being alone and don't plan to team up for now. Li Xiaoran hesitated for a moment but didn't say anything more. Alright then, good luck. Yeah, you too. Lin Chen disappeared into the crowd. A girl approached Li Xiaoran from behind.
Xiaoran, your friend is really confident, going solo in the attribute tower and now in the dungeon too.
Is he some big shot? Big shot?
Li Xiaoran thought for a moment. Lu Menghan's
friend wasn't that impressive, was he? Not at all, just an ordinary person. Xiaoran, which dungeon are you planning to enter? The Forest of Confusion. I feel a bit nauseous about the water domain and Bone Mountain. That's what I was thinking too.
In the afternoon, Lin Chen wandered back to the training room.
The training room allows 4 battles against various monsters, one-on-one or one against many. Afterward, there would be a review of the battle, providing feedback on areas for improvement to aid growth. Lin Chen still had 10 hours of free time left, which he intended to use. Excluding the blood demon, he also wanted to know how his combat experience measured up. Upon entering the training room, a light screen floated above. It displayed various monster information, ranging from level 20 to 30, along with notes on each monster's habits and what aspects of combat would improve when fighting them. Currently, during the freshman period, the training room only allowed selections from level 20 to 30. Next to the monster information was his personal information, which was still blank. After the battle, it would simulate calculations to provide evaluations and suggestions. Lin Chen chose 10 level 30 monsters, all of which were quite common. This time, Lin Chen didn't hold back on his health and went in with a full setup. To improve his combat experience, he definitely couldn't hold back. Otherwise, it would all be over in one hit. Health, 6,100, Strength, 600, Agility, 720, Constitution, 610, Mentality, 300. After his second job transfer, his attributes had all been raised to 600, with Agility boosted to 720 thanks to the extreme blood wing enhancement, and his Constitution had just increased by 10 points from the tower, reaching 610. As for Mentality, it was better left unsaid. Lin Chen licked his lips. It had been a long time since he had truly fought monsters, and he was curious about his combat awareness. The training room flashed with light, and the monsters he selected began to appear one by one. Ghost Archer, LV 30 Health, 3900 Strength, 480 Agility, 430 Constitution, 390. Spirit, 280 Mad Bull Warrior, LV 30 Health, 5100 Strength, 520 Agility, 380 Constitution, 510 Spirit, 250. The attributes of level 30 monsters are all around 500, and the transition from level 29 to 30 is a qualitative change. Normally, monsters' attributes are higher than those of humans, but Lin Chen, after his extreme second transfer, has basic attributes that exceed those of equivalent monsters, not counting skills. Of course, this is just the first tier. Second tier monsters will surpass him again. As a group of monsters appeared, they immediately locked onto Lin Chen.
In front, a minotaur charged forward with a large axe, while behind, the ghost archers quickly found their positions to draw their bows and shoot arrows. Lin Chen raised his crimson blade and charged forward, the training room filled with the sounds of clashing.
The battle ended half an hour later.
Normally, when tired, one could clear the monsters directly, but Lin Chen stubbornly killed them all one by one. It had been a long time since he had let loose, and he
fought to his heart's content.
The training room's screen lit up. Name, Lin Chen Battle Evaluation. D. Suggestions. Please focus on offense, evasion, precision strikes, and
reaction speed. Practice. Would you like to start a review immediately? Lin Chen stumbled. Was his battle evaluation really a D?
The training room's evaluations ranged from
F to SSS, and he had gotten second to last? No. Bring on 10 more. Bloodthirst.
10 level 30 monsters appeared again, and as soon as they did, they were instantly killed
by a narrow red beam. Name, Lin Chen Battle Evaluation, SSS Suggestions. None. You do not need to conduct a review now, that's more like it.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Did
they think he was a sick cat just because he didn't show his claws?
In the end, Lin Chen still looked at the previous review.
He knew very well that he had been killing them in seconds, which couldn't be considered real combat experience. He couldn't compare to ordinary people who faced the wind and rain. Lin Chen was someone who could humbly accept his shortcomings.
The training room's review was very detailed and clear, pulling up the footage of his recent battle, pausing at problematic points, pointing out deficiencies, and
providing handling suggestions. Lin Chen watched attentively and benefited greatly.
Blood magic couldn't be used at all times. When facing high-level monsters, he still needed to fight
himself.
In any case, being able to improve was definitely a good thing.
After spending an hour in the training room, Lin Chen left. He also marked the training room as a daily check-in point.
It must be said that the conditions in Zhengzhou were really favorable, with clear arrangements for attribute enhancement, level advancement, and combat experience. After graduating from here, he didn't know how much stronger he would be compared to ordinary people. After finishing training, Lin Chen had no particular goals, so he strolled around the campus, had dinner, and then returned to his dormitory.
The next day arrived. Tuesday was the monster encyclopedia class.
Lin Chen was quite interested in this, understanding monsters better would help him know his limits and assist in future leveling.
However, he was greatly disappointed when he arrived in class. The instructor was talking about monsters that were over level 20, completely irrelevant to him. The more he listened, the sleepier he became, and the instructor was a rambling old man. Ultimately, while his classmates listened with great enthusiasm, Lin Chen fell asleep. This caught the attention of several classmates. On the second day of school, during the first class of the monster encyclopedia, he fell asleep? Was he looking for trouble? The instructor at the podium also noticed this scene but said nothing and continued teaching. Yesterday, Wang Xinya had already informed several instructors about Lin Chen's situation, and now he was witnessing it firsthand. Level 36, Extreme Transfer. Indeed, there was no need to listen to discussions about monsters at level 20.
Being able to come is already a good sign. He also saw that Lin Chen only fell asleep because he couldn't hold on any longer.
The old mentor's behavior puzzled the students. What? So easy to talk to? I'll sleep too.
A few students who were unwilling to attend the class brightened up and immediately lay down to sleep. They had played a bit late yesterday and were already tired.
You over there, stand up. What kind of behavior is it to sleep openly in class? Get out and stand, the old mentor said angrily. Others had their reasons for sleeping, but what were you bunch of level 20 students doing?
A few students stood up, looking confused.
But, mentor, look at him. What about him? Hurry up and get out. Next time, each of you will lose 50 points. Upon hearing about the points, a few of them immediately wilted and shuffled out to the corridor. But they still couldn't understand why Lin Chen could sleep without issue while they couldn't, especially since Lin Chen was still sound asleep. Through the glass of the doorframe, it was clear to see Lin Chen sleeping sweetly while the old mentor, oblivious, began his lecture again. Isn't this bullying the honest ones? After class, the students didn't make a fuss like yesterday. One by one, they left the classroom with their tails between their legs. This mentor had a bad temper and was not to be trifled with. Lin Chen was left behind again.
The old mentor's name was Wang Guowa, and as he looked at Lin Chen, his eyes were filled with curiosity. He had taught for half his life and had never seen someone reach the extreme transformation in their first year.
Young man, your name is Lin Chen, right?
Lin Chen, still groggy, thought he was being caught sleeping and was about to face
dissatisfaction.
I'm sorry, mentor, I won't sleep in class again.
Wang Guowa smiled broadly. It's fine, I don't blame you. So easy to talk to? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Then why did you call me? Wang Guowa patted
Lin Chen on the shoulder. It's nothing, just wanted to get to know you.
Study hard in the future and strive to become a useful person as soon as possible. Lin Chen nodded. Thank you, mentor. Can I leave now? He still needed to rush to the cafeteria to eat. If he was late, there would be no place left. Wang Guohua smiled. Go ahead. By the way, listen to your counselor more, don't bully your classmates. Lin Chen. Why does it feel like they're all on guard against him? Does he look that bad? After lunch, Lin Chen arrived at the attribute tower. On time. The daily attempts had reset and he couldn't afford to miss a moment of improvement. 100 as Lin Chen passed through the entrance, 100 points were deducted. He originally had 900 but needed 100 points to enter the tower the next day, leaving him with only 800. Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart. He was someone who liked to accumulate things. The more he had of what belonged to him, the happier he was, even if it was just a little at a time. But once he lost even a bit, it felt like the sky was falling, and his heart was bleeding. Not to mention that this thing had the important characteristic of being able to exchange for permanent attributes. Damn point system, why can't it be changed to earn opportunities to enter the tower by contributing effort? Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the heartache and forcefully cleared the first level again. It wasn't until his physique increased by 10 points that he finally caught his breath. But it was still not enough. It would continue to increase and his points would drop faster and faster. Lin Chen made a decision. Once the freshman period ended, he would earn 1 million points. He would fill the display screen to the top. In the afternoon, as usual, 1 hour of dungeon, 1 hour of training, then back to the dormitory to sleep. For the next week, Lin Chen lived like this. In just a few days, Lin Chen had met all the course instructors. The instructors were just like Wang Huohua. They all encouraged learning and then reminded not to cause trouble without being overly dramatic or particularly attentive. This might be the difference between Zhengzhou and high school. A good student in high school could influence the entire school's graduation rate, but Zhengzhou had already reached its limits. Zhengzhou's task was to cultivate batches of good students to serve society. Lin Chen even felt that they were more afraid of him causing trouble than surprised by him. On Friday, after class, Lin Chen habitually went to the attribute tower, only to find that he didn't have enough points. He had already entered the attribute tower 4 times, gaining 100 points each time, but the 5th time required 400 points and he only had 300 points left. Damn. Incremental rules. Lin Chen cursed under his breath and left the attribute tower. Thus, another place for his daily routine was gone. His life had turned into a cycle of attending classes, dining hall, dungeons, training room, dining hall, and dormitory. Of course, all of it was alone. His classmates gradually formed their own circles, running dungeons together, challenging towers together, and bragging together. Lin Chen, being a lone wolf, quickly became isolated. It wasn't exactly isolation, it was just that no one wanted to talk to him anymore. When they met, they would nod and greet each other, but there were no conflicts. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with this kind of relationship. He just wanted to improve. He gradually adapted to this lifestyle. He ate when he was supposed to, slept when he was supposed to, and occasionally enjoyed the sun while battling dungeon monsters. Life was quite leisurely. He realized that being constantly tense wasn't good either. Appropriate relaxation was beneficial for both mental and physical health. During this time, compared to before, his progress had slowed down significantly, even to the point of stagnation, but his mood had unexpectedly improved a lot, bringing him a sense of inexplicable peace. As a result, Lin Chen became more energetic. He wasn't irritable. During classes, meals tasted better, and on nice days he would stroll around campus, enjoying life. Even when he woke up every morning and looked in the mirror, Lin Chen felt he had gained a lot of vitality. It was as if he had truly returned to his youthful days, becoming a cheerful college student. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Despite his repeated restraint, the free time in dungeons and the training room quickly ran out. He had gotten used to it, and suddenly not having anything to do made him feel uncomfortable all over. In the end, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and spent the remaining 300 points he had originally planned to save them for next month to continue entering the attribute tower, but after 2 days of enduring, he just couldn't hold back. The cost for dungeons in the training room was 10 points per hour, and after 10 hours, it increased to 20 points. Lin Chen enjoyed a few more days of good times. Eventually, his points vanished without a trace. Lin Chen was completely emo. The afternoon turned into a blank slate, and he began to look forward to classes every day. After a few days of recovery, Lin Chen picked himself up again. He downloaded a mobile game, a simulation type, where he could build his own city from scratch. Originally, Lin Chen just intended to alleviate the loneliness of not having dungeons. After all, it was all about development, and if he couldn't improve himself, he could improve in the game. Unexpectedly, he became addicted to it. This game wasn't just about construction, he could also plan dungeons' secret realms to provide training for professionals and expand his city. Occasionally, he would have to compete with other cities, and even the students' exam results had to be compared. Winning meant a citywide celebration, with everyone beaming with smiles. Losing left everyone dejected, and they would even face ridicule from other mentors. Lin Chen was unprepared the first time and lost miserably. This made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he had a lump of frustration stuck inside. How could his citizens be worse than others? Lin Chen began to think of ways.
Every citizen was born randomly, with random talents, and dungeon secret realms also required time to
develop.
Seeing that it wasn't working, Lin Chen waved his hand decisively and recharged.
The probability of legendary professionals
being generated increased by 1%, and Lin Chen spent until it reached 99%. A miraculous phenomenon occurred, and a legendary genius was
born at the school.
The probability of high-level secret realms in his territory increased by 1%, so he continued to recharge.
A hidden ancient secret realm appeared in the eastern suburbs of the city. Through Lin Chen's relentless efforts, his legendary genius
was equipped with luxurious gear and was far ahead in levels, finally winning against the mayor of the neighboring city in the grand
competition the following year.
The mayor of the neighboring city cried, saying he was completely convinced. Lin Chen laughed heartily, feeling all his emotions released, filled with exuberance.
But just then, a genius from the provincial capital arrived, and his level was even higher.
His equipment was more luxurious. In an instant, he defeated the genius that Lin Chen had painstakingly nurtured. He even boasted that Lin Chen's city was full of trash, that there wasn't a single capable fighter, and that the bumpkins would
never understand how vast the true sky was.
Lin Chen's teeth were about to grind to dust.
How dare he look down on him? He would show
him what a true genius was.
Keep spending.
In short, Lin Chen was addicted, playing to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. He didn't sleep at night and didn't get up during the day, even skipping several classes.
Fortunately, the instructors understood him and didn't blame him or deduct points. A month passed in a flash.
The freshman period ended, and the first task for the students was to go hunting for monsters led by their instructor, lasting 3 days. They would exchange the monsters they hunted for points. Finally able to earn points, the students were all very excited and gathered early in the morning at the designated spot for class 3. Instructor Wang Xinya had a frown on her face. She hadn't seen Lin Chen for several days. Skipping class was one thing, but
could he really be late on such an important day? What was going on with this kid? Classmates, everyone stay here for a moment, I'll go check on Lin Chen. After settling the students, Wang Xinya was determined to take a look. She quickly arrived at the dormitory.
As soon as she opened the door, she heard, another big gift package.
One more and I can surpass that show-off. Wang Xinya. During Lin Chen's month of seclusion, some things had happened in their class.
First, regarding the students' levels, after a month of improvement, the average level of the students had reached around
23 or 24.
The academy's dungeon didn't benefit Lin Chen much, but it was very advantageous for the other students. Many students had gone in the opposite direction from Lin Chen, using only free opportunities in the attribute tower and spending all their points on the dungeon. In the entire warrior department, there was even a genius who had reached level 30, which was quite impressive.
Secondly, a new class monitor had been elected.
Of course, this wasn't a traditional class monitor. He had no power and no special treatment, but he was someone the students liked and spontaneously elected, essentially
acting as the class leader.
The newly elected class monitor was named Li Wanza, a friendly person who often helped his classmates, and he had already reached level 27.
With a good personality and strong
abilities, he was unanimously elected as the class monitor by the students. These were all things Wang Xinya shared with Lin Chen. After a month of observation, she had roughly figured out that Lin Chen was the
kind of kid who didn't cause trouble, which was good news.
However, given that this class leader issue involved young boys with strong tempers, she was worried that Lin Chen might end up giving Li Wanza a
beating.
Lin Chen, of course, didn't care about these things and stated that as long as Li Wanza didn't provoke him, it was fine. What he cared about were points and the tasks that could earn points. What he didn't expect was that this time it was a group task for the class. Originally, he thought that once the freshman period ended, he could just play freely. He believed that acting alone would be more effective
than participating in a group. Instructor Wang, does this task really have to be done as a whole class? Can't I take it on myself?
At this point, Lin Chen was already dressed and following Wang Xinya
downstairs.
He had indeed been a bit too absorbed in the game these past few days, and he still felt a bit flushed.
Wang Xinya understood Lin Chen's meaning and replied, yes, this is the academy's rule. In
fact, not just this time, but every month during the first semester, there will be one. You can skip the later ones, but the first one must be done together. The first task, while called a task, was more of a trial, primarily aimed at helping the students digest the gains from the past month and accumulate practical experience. Points were secondary. Given Lin Chen's strength, it was indeed a bit of a loss. But Wang Xinya felt that it wasn't entirely a bad thing. Lin Chen's strength also needed to be verified and digested, and there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any surprises. She had also now checked all of Lin Chen's information. He was a hidden berserker, and it was still an unstable profession. Accumulating some practical experience and gradually growing is quite good.
With her around, safety is also guaranteed.
Wang Xinya said again, Lin Chen, this time the teacher will take you to familiarize yourself with the outdoor combat environment. Although you have advanced to the second transition, being
arrogant is not right.
The teacher's strength is also quite good, so I believe you will gain something after this. Although both she and Lin Chen were at the second transition, she was already over level 50. Teaching a child was not a problem for her. It had always been the mentor giving lessons, and now it was finally her turn to shine, which made Wang Xinya very happy. Lin Chen. It's hard to say about other things, but this young mentor might not necessarily be able to handle him. However, since the conversation had reached this point, he had no choice but to accept it. The two quickly arrived at the assembly area. The assembly area was an open square, much smaller than the central square, and it belonged to their warrior department. Generally, any activities would be held here. The first group trial for the new students was undoubtedly a very important event. The square was filled with students. All the classmates from the warrior department were there, forming various formations, led by the instructors from each class. Lin Chen glanced around and found that his classmates had indeed made significant progress, transforming from small torches into large torches. Wang Xinya brought Lin Chen back to the class. Most of the classmates pretended not to see them, with only a few casting curious glances. After a month of subtle interactions, Lin Chen had completely become invisible. At first, his classmates were curious about his uniqueness, speculating whether he was some hidden big shot or simply a recluse, while some thought he came from a poor family and lacked strength, thus hesitating to interact with others. However, there had been no opportunity to understand him, and gradually they stopped paying attention. Li Xiaoran still maintained a relatively polite relationship, greeting him whenever they met. Classmates, please be quiet. The teacher will introduce the rules of this mission. Wang Xinya clapped her hands at the front of the line, and the classmates quieted down. Wang Xinya continued, this mission will involve all students in the school, but each department will go to different locations, and each class will have different area divisions. This means we have our own territory and do not need to interact with others. But it is absolutely forbidden to step into the territory of other classes. Our warrior department will be going to a secret realm called Qiu Wang Mountain, where there will be monsters ranging from level 20 to 30. At that time, I will lead everyone to familiarize themselves with the outdoor environment, identify the demon beasts, and hunt them. The points earned from hunting demon beasts will be evenly distributed among all classmates in the class. The classmates quickly understood this was not a mission but a practical outdoor class. Acting together, hunting demon beasts, and identifying monsters, with points being evenly distributed. Some classmates with average strength were secretly excited. They were already somewhat fearful of the outdoors, and now they could earn points safely while continuing to learn, which was very comfortable. However, more classmates were still dissatisfied. With points being such an important issue, how could it be fair to share with others? Moreover, having to attend class would waste so much time. Immediately, a classmate raised a question. Teacher, do we have to stick together? Can't we act alone and calculate our own points? Wang Xinya smiled, of course, you can. In fact, the academy's rule is to calculate your own points. The teacher wants to teach you some things while also ensuring safety. If you believe your strength is sufficient, you can act alone, but the premise is that you must first have the teacher recognize your strength. The classmates were stunned. So it turns out you made the rules yourself? After a month, everyone had roughly figured out Wang Xinya's personality. She was very attentive to them and had no airs about her. However, the fact that this task required them to be tied together did refresh everyone's understanding once again. But as long as they could act independently, it was fine. The classmates all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen also felt relieved. The collective task had already made him somewhat uncomfortable, and now with the division of points, he was unsure if he would even earn any. He had just planned to slip away when the time came. So, teacher, how can we earn your recognition? Another student asked, puzzled. Wang Xinya smiled, it's simple. When you encounter a monster, just take action, and the teacher will judge accordingly. Lin Chen, however, stopped paying attention. Verifying strength, regardless of the rules, was unnecessary for him. All warrior students, please proceed to teleportation arrays 016-020. All warrior students, please proceed to teleportation arrays 016-020. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the square, signaling that it was time to teleport. Wang Xinya waved her hand. Students, let's go. On the way to the teleportation array, the students were all very excited. Everyone had made significant progress over the past month and was eager to go out and have some fun. Of course, the main reason was to earn points, as everyone's points were nearly depleted. Class monitor, what do you think about the rules? This time, are we following Mentor Wang or acting on our own? A boy approached Li Wenza, his expression eager to please. When he first arrived in Zhengzhou, his strength was very weak. He couldn't pass the attribute tower or clear dungeons. It was Li Wenza who lent him equipment and helped him find people to take him into dungeons, allowing him to catch up. Many other capable students gathered around, asking questions. Yeah, class monitor, what's your take? We're all listening to you. Following Wang Xinya would definitely slow down their progress, but she meant well, aiming for class harmony. Li Wenza was always willing to help, striving for a united class. If Li Wenza wanted to go with them, then so be it. Earning a few less points could be made up later. Li Wenza, bright and refreshing in his clean Sportswear pondered for a moment and said, Mentor Wang has good intentions. It's our duty to help weaker classmates. But on the other hand, points can enhance our strength.
If we can earn more points, Mentor Wang will surely be happy. So what?
Seeing Li Wanza pause, the students hurriedly asked.
Deep down, they were actually reluctant to follow. What did it matter to them if other weaker students came along? They were just giving face to Li Wanza.
So we can follow for one day. I believe Mentor Wang is more concerned about our safety.
We can follow for one day, and once everyone is familiar, one team can lead a weaker student to act separately.
This way, we won't disappoint Mentor Wang. We help the weaker students, and everyone can earn more points.
The students were slightly dissatisfied. They still wanted to follow and even bring along a burden. But it was a compromise. Alright, I agree. The class monitor really knows how to handle things.
The class monitor is kind-hearted, strong, and still
considers other classmates. I admire that. Li Wanza squinted his eyes and then added, but we must take good care of the weaker classmates. It's true we want to earn points, but the safety of our classmates is the most important. Everyone nodded in agreement.
Just then, a harsh voice came from the side.
If you want to earn points alone, just say so. Why put on such a grand excuse? It's really laughable.
A few students strolled leisurely nearby, their faces full of disdain.
Everyone immediately glared at them. Currently, Class 3 was divided into 3 circles. One was the normal circle led by their class
monitor, where everyone had average strength and could play together. One was the weak circle, consisting of timid students, bookworms, or those who were too reclusive. This group had the weakest strength
and couldn't integrate with others.
The last group was the few in front of them, either rich kids or gang leaders, who were the least compatible with them, always causing trouble and opposing them.
Lu Yi, what are you talking about? How did the class monitor's good intentions become so grandiose?
At the front of the wealthy circle stood a slightly rugged, muscular boy.
He raised an eyebrow. Oh, have you grown some wings? Are you sure you're talking to me?
The boy suddenly faltered. Lu Yi was also at level 27, and his family was quite wealthy, not someone he could provoke. He had spoken without thinking and
immediately felt a bit embarrassed.
Wanting to hold his ground and say a few more words, at that moment, Li Wanza walked over.
Young Master Lu, I just want to express my opinion. Whether you think I want to earn points or whatever, I have no objections, but please don't bully your classmates.
This classmate is also speaking up for me, and I apologize on his behalf, Li Wanza said politely.
You can really put on a show. I'm leaving. Lu Yi rolled his eyes and stepped away.
The few people behind him followed, all sneering. Still calling yourself the class monitor, I wonder who acknowledged that.
What era is it? To still play this game? It's laughable.
After they left, the classmates in the monitor's circle were all filled with indignation.
Relying on a bit of family money, who do they think they are? Not only
do they refuse to help their classmates, but they also always sing a different tune. Look at how polite the monitor is to them. It's really not worth it.
If only I had some strength, I'd be the first to deal with them. Li Wanza's expression remained calm, showing no anger. Everyone, stop talking. It's fine, let's go.
Meanwhile, Lin Chen was at the back of the line, with Li Xiaoran beside him. So you see, Lin Chen, you'd better not provoke those guys, especially the one named Lu Yi. The group was small, and the two had witnessed the classmates' dispute.
Li Xiaoran introduced Lin Chen to several circles in the class and pointed out Li Wanza and Lu Yi.
She was worried Lin Chen might not realize he was being bullied, especially since they were heading to the wilderness today. Lin Chen wasn't surprised. Where there are people, there will be disputes.
However, he was a bit curious about which circle he had been assigned to. The weak and reclusive circle?
Lin Chen grinned. Thank you, Li classmate, for the heads up.
I'll be careful.
Although he didn't care much about Lu Yi or anyone else, he appreciated that someone took the time to inform him.
No problem, we're all classmates, Li Xiaoran smiled. Soon, the group arrived at the teleportation array area.
A row of teleportation arrays emitted a shimmering blue light, buzzing with sound, looking grand
and impressive.
Next to each teleportation array stood a staff member.
Wang Xinya stepped forward and took out her paperwork. Warrior Class 3, Wang Xinya. The staff member nodded. No problem, go ahead. Thank you for your hard work.
Wang Xinya smiled and bowed, then turned to wave.
Classmates, let's enter the teleportation array. After the teleportation array, they didn't arrive directly at the secret realm.
The capital of the Great Xia, and even the entire central continent, was an absolute safe zone. No wilderness, no monsters, and no secret realm abyss. They were heading to Chiu Wang Mountain, located outside a district called Jiatai City on the edge of the central continent.
As everyone emerged from the teleportation array, they found themselves in Jiatai City. The view was still of bustling skyscrapers, and in front of them was a large square where rows of buses were neatly parked, with large characters reading Central Continent Academy. At this time, several buses were already lined up, heading out. Under Wang Xinya's arrangement, the Class 3 students boarded one of the buses. The bus started up and joined the convoy, leaving the square. The line of buses smoothly merged into the main street, with all passing vehicles yielding, and pedestrians stopped to watch, their eyes filled with awe and envy.
Inside the bus, the students all wore serious expressions. At school, everyone was the same but once. Outside, each person was a child of destiny, a prodigy from the top academy of the great Xia. The bus convoy traveled smoothly, exiting the city. Outside the city, it wasn't the wilds that Lin Shen had imagined. Instead, it was still a flat concrete surface, with 2 asphalt roads extending side by side, and no monsters in sight, just like the highway outside the city. Near the city wall, many professionals had gathered, along with numerous vendors. Upon seeing the convoy, their expressions tightened, and they quickly made way. After the convoy passed, everyone's pupils flickered incessantly. It's still the central mansion, so impressive. We risk our lives every day, and they just send out a team. If only I could have joined the central mansion back then. Where are they going? To Chiu Wang Mountain again? The convoy drove along the road and eventually arrived at a small town. At the entrance of the town, there was a sign. Central State Academy. Restricted area, unauthorized personnel prohibited. Above the city gate, a plaque was engraved. Chiu Wang Mountain Secret Realm. Chiu Wang Mountain is a rare secret realm, known for its excellent experience output and moderate monster strength. Therefore, it is completely controlled by the Central State for training students, and is not open to the public. There are many such secret realms under the Central Mansion. This small town was entirely established for the secret realm, all of it being the Central Mansion's territory. At the town's entrance, staff members stood by, inspecting each vehicle before allowing them to pass. The town itself was not large, with only one road, along which some medical buildings could be seen. Soon, the bus stopped in a spacious courtyard. Students, we've arrived, let's get off, Wang Xinya said, thanking the driver before calling her classmates to disembark. After getting off, the students looked excited. The envious and odd gazes from the people along the way filled everyone with adrenaline. It was truly a very direct experience of superiority. Wang Xinya led everyone into a hall. Inside the hall, there were several teleportation portals which served as the entrance to Chiu Wang Mountain. After years of optimization, the areas had been separated and each class could enter through their own portal. Wang Xinya was quite familiar with the process, guiding her classmates through portal number 3 into the secret realm. The scene shifted and the students found themselves in a dim world. Sturdy, dead trees filled their view, the darkness deep and oppressive, with no sun in the sky and the ground covered in dead leaves. In such a scene, some students began to feel nervous. Their faces turned pale, and they swallowed hard. Lin Chen, however, felt indifferent. Having been to Bone Mountain and Blood Sea, this had no effect on him. Instead, he felt a bit excited. Finally, he could earn points. God knows how much he had wanted the attribute tower this past month. Everyone, don't be nervous, there are only level 20 to 30 monsters here, well within your capabilities. Now, let me explain the points system. Please take out your academy identity badges. Wang Xinya addressed the crowd. The students complied, and one by one, their badges glowed with a red light in the dense forest. Wang Xinya continued, our identity badges are now connected to the secret realm. Have you noticed that an additional line of information has appeared on your badges? Lin Chen glanced at his badge and saw that below the original identity information, there was now an extra line. Currently in Chiu Wang Mountain secret realm, beside it was a small green, and below that was a small square with a dot in the middle, seemingly a map. Lin Chen felt enlightened. Not only could they differentiate the secret realm entrance, but now the badges could also connect directly to the secret realm. Truly impressive for the Central State Academy. Wang Xinya, everyone can see this, right? Let me explain. First, the green dot indicates that you are connected to the secret realm. As long as you kill monsters, you can directly earn academy points without conversion. The map shows the activity range for our class. You must not exceed this range. The point system for Chiu Wang Mountain is also very simple. For monsters below level 25, you earn 10 points each. For those above level 25, you earn 20 points each. And if it's a boss, you can earn 500 points. The rules indeed sounded very simple, and the students quickly understood. However, some students had other questions. Teacher Wang, since it directly converts into points, how do we split them when we act together? Asked a boy wearing glasses. His strength wasn't very high, and he felt a bit scared in this place, so he planned to stick with the teacher. Wang Xinya explained, you don't need to worry, points can be traded, and there will be teachers watching over, so you won't lose any. The students felt relieved, but another student raised a question. Teacher, what happens if we go beyond the boundaries and enter other classes? This was a concern for Lin Chen as well. From what he could see, it was simple. Killing monsters would earn points, it was just a matter of how many. He didn't have to worry about the strength of the monsters. The larger the area, the better. Wang Xinya smiled mysteriously. You won't go beyond, each area has a barrier. Lin Chen was a bit speechless. If there was a barrier, why keep reminding them? It felt like a waste of effort. Does anyone have any more questions? Is everyone clear? Clear, the students replied in unison. Alright, now, let's start hunting the beasts with the teacher leading the way. Everyone, stay close to me. With a wave of her hand, Wang Xinya set off. She was a bit excited. She had prepared thoroughly for this task and was determined to give the students a great field training lesson, helping each of them to improve. Seeing the long dry points finally getting a chance to be replenished, most of the students were also quite excited. A few students in the class leader's circle glanced at Li Wanzi, casting inquiring looks. Li Wanzi said, "Just follow the teacher for now." However, a few from the rich clique went directly to Wang Xinya's side. "Teacher Wang, we request to act independently. We are confident in our own strength." Their strength was not weak, and there was no need to mix with a bunch of deadweight. Points couldn't even be bought with money, let alone split with others. Wang Xinya replied, "All right. When you encounter a beast, you can act first, and as long as I recognize your strength, you can go out on your own." The few frowned, "But teacher, we already." Wang Xinya's attitude was firm, directly interrupting. "I said, you need to earn my recognition, otherwise, you can't go out." The few had no choice but to lower their heads and return. The classmates in the back circle watched with glee. They hadn't even started yet and were already thinking of going out. What were they waiting for if not to hit a wall? Each of them thought they were so impressive, but they still had to listen to the teacher. Everyone felt secretly pleased, but they didn't say it out loud. After the few stepped back, Lin Chen moved up again. Yes, he also wanted to propose acting independently. With his strength, participating in this so-called task, which was actually a trial, was already frustrating enough. How could he continue to sit here and listen to lectures? "Teacher Wang, I'm leaving first," Lin Chen said directly in a definite tone, feeling that as long as Wang Xinya was normal, she wouldn't refuse. Wang Xinya frowned slightly. In fact, she wanted to teach Lin Chen some combat techniques, but since he didn't want to stay, it was hard for her to keep him. Lin Chen's strength was indeed fine in this secret realm. "Alright, just be careful. If you encounter a boss, come back to find me. But there are very few bosses here, so you can rest assured." Lin Chen nodded. "Thank you, teacher." After saying that, he left directly, disappearing into the dark forest. All the students behind were left stunned. "Wait, you all just went along with each other and left?" It was hard to imagine that a weak and reclusive Lin Chen, after greeting Wang Xinya, just walked away, especially right after Wang Xinya had just rejected Lu Yi and the others. The students were puzzled. In the dark forest, as the team moved forward, they soon encountered the first monster. In the distance, a robust black-haired pig was wandering, its black fur blending into the darkness, with only its eyes glowing a bright red. Black Wind Pig, LV 25 Health, 3100 Strength, 330 Agility, 320 Constitution, 310 Spirit, 180. Wang Xinya's lips curled into a smile. As she flicked her hand, and a light circle instantly shot out. The circle moved at incredible speed, quickly enveloping the Black Wind Pig, but it caused no damage. Upon landing, it expanded instantly, forming a circular barrier. The Black Wind Pig felt provoked, charging around but unable to break through the barrier. Wang Xinya laughed. "Classmates, the beast before you is called the Black Wind Pig. You can see its attributes, its strength, agility, and constitution are all very powerful, seemingly without any weaknesses. However, it has one flaw: it is easily impulsive and can lose its rationality when provoked. In fact, this is a common issue among pig-type beasts. Moreover, everything is balanced. The Black Wind Pig has a massive body, which gives it great strength, but its stamina is relatively poor. So, when facing the Black Wind Pig, we should first provoke it, then use a roundabout strategy to exhaust its stamina. This will make things much easier." Wang Xinya's mini-class had begun. What she said made a lot of sense. Even some students who wanted to leave were all ears, captivated by her valuable combat experience. Wang Xinya smiled. "Alright, which student will go for a practical demonstration? Don't worry, with a teacher here, there won't be any accidents. I'll do it." As the classmates hesitated, Lu Yi stepped forward decisively. He had been holding back, even letting a nondescript Lin Chen go, but he was ready to take this on. Wang Xinya did not object. Lu Yi was level 27, with excellent strength, making him a good choice to lead the charge. "Good, Lu Yi, you go ahead. The teacher will guide you from behind." Lu Yi strode towards the barrier. Beast attributes are generally higher than those of humans. Although he was 2 levels higher than the Black Wind Pig, he still couldn't match its attributes. However, he was not worried. He was a rare profession, and getting into Zhengzhou was no small feat. Lu Yi walked faster and faster, a long spear slowly materializing in his hand. As the spear solidified, Lu Yi stepped into the barrier. Long rainbow piercing the sun. Lu Yi unleashed his skill, the spear tip bursting with a dazzling light, piercing the Black Wind Pig and causing blood to flow. The Black Wind Pig let out an angry howl, its crimson eyes locking onto Lu Yi. "Lu Yi, well done. Now retreat and use the trees to maneuver." Wang Xinya called out from behind. Without needing much more from Wang Xinya, Lu Yi already had good combat experience. Shield of the Blazing Sun. A solid shield appeared in Lu Yi's hand. Bang, the Black Wind Pig charged, the violent impact sending Lu Yi flying backward. Lu Yi smirked. Running away was slower than letting the opponent do the work for him, and he had already created a significant distance from the Black Wind Pig. The Black Wind Pig's eyes were bloodshot, completely ignoring the blood flowing from its wounds, and it charged at Lu Yi again.
Lu Yi stopped attacking and used the trees to hide. He knew he couldn't match the black wind pig's strength head-on, and since it was already injured, maneuvering was undoubtedly the wisest choice. A man and a pig began a chase through the forest. Lu Yi remained calm and composed, darting behind tree after tree, while the black wind pig, furious and frantic, kept charging, causing the trunks to shake with loud crashes. A few minutes later, seeing the black wind pig showing signs of fatigue, Lu Yi stopped hiding but remained cautious. With one hand holding the shield and the other wielding the spear, he delivered 2 piercing strikes that completely ended the black wind pig. Wang Xinya's eyes showed approval. Lu Yi might be a bit reckless, but his strength was indeed impressive, handling a black wind pig without injury in just a few minutes, demonstrating calmness and composure. That could be deemed excellent. Classmates, did you learn anything from this battle? Wang Xinya turned to the group of students. The students nodded in agreement, having to admit that with a mentor explaining and practical exercises, they had indeed made rapid progress. Especially some eager learners had shining eyes. Wang Xinya smiled, happy to bring substantial progress to the children. That was her duty. However, she sighed immediately after. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had left. Level was just one aspect. Combat experience was also indispensable, and only when combined could one become a true powerhouse. On the other side, 55,520. Can you even handle it? Can't take a single hit. As Lin Chen passed by, he casually stabbed a black wind pig to death, unable to hold back his complaints. He suddenly felt that being too invincible wasn't good either. There was nothing that could last more than 2 moves against him, not even a chance to use his skills. It gave him a feeling akin to Tyson spending all day in kindergarten. Sure, he was invincible, but he also lost the space for progress. He was almost numb. Is my life really going to be spent like this? Will I never again experience the feeling of heroes understanding each other? Lin Chen let out a reluctant shout. He then looked at his personal medal. Points, 100. Previously, he had spent all his points out of boredom at school, and now he had earned 100 again by killing 5 black wind pigs. Lin Chen sighed. He felt it was a bit too little. He had originally thought that with his strength, once he spread his blood wings, points would come pouring in, but it turned out to be a miscalculation. The terrain of Chiu Wang Mountain was complex, densely packed with trees, and he couldn't exert much speed at all. Plus there weren't many monsters. It took a long time to encounter one. He even tried flying high to scout for monsters, but the trees were too tall and the place too dark to see anything. Of course, he had mentally prepared himself. This was originally a trial area for students, so there couldn't be too many monsters. Lin Chen continued on his way, skimming low, dodging tree trunks while trying to maintain high speed. If one were to find a silver lining in this situation, at least it had trained his flying control ability. All the monsters he encountered along the way were slain by Lin Chen with a single slash. It wasn't even a proper kill, just Lin Chen casually slicing through them as he passed. With the trees obstructing visibility, Lin Chen's speed was beyond what these level 20-something monsters could react to. They all died without even knowing how. Some were just wandering around, and in the next second, they were gone. Others were fighting, and a gust of wind swept through, leaving both sides vanished. Lin Chen's points gradually increased. As for experience, it was better left unmentioned. After a while, a barrier appeared ahead, connecting heaven and earth above and below, with no end in sight to the left or right. At the same time, the map on his medal indicated he had reached the edge. Clearly, this was the dividing barrier for each class. Lin Chen folded his wings and landed on the ground. He had come in a straight line, not bothering to harvest elsewhere. The barrier was his destination. Others might not have a way to cross the barrier, but he was different. Looking at the barrier ahead, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. Shield Spirit Phantasm. Shield Spirit Phantasm was a shield interaction skill Lin Chen had obtained after upgrading in the Abyss system. At the time, he had complained about the system but quickly changed his tune. Shield Spirit Phantasm allowed him to enter a perfect phantasmal state, making him unselectable while still able to attack. He had originally thought it might not be useful in the early stages, but now it came in handy. Silently, Lin Chen's body became ethereal and transparent. He could see the ground directly through his arm. At the same time, his shield began to drop rapidly. 100,000. The phantasm consumed 100,000 shields per second, a massive drain. Lin Chen put aside his curiosity and hurriedly stepped forward. There was no sound, no unusual sensations. Lin Chen directly passed through the barrier and arrived on the other side. It really works. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He had actually been somewhat uncertain before. The system had never indicated whether he could cross-trap barriers. That was all just his speculation. Coming over this time was merely an experiment. It certainly seems flawless now. As expected, the system is always the best when it comes to being impressive. Of course, the main point is the current situation. There aren't many monsters in Chiu Wang Mountain, but the area is definitely not small. They have dozens of classes combined, and now he can cross the barrier with the strength to crush everything. This score is all his. He was originally annoyed about group actions, but that feeling has completely dissipated.
Normally, where would he find such a large territory task? Looking ahead. At the same dim forest, Lin Chen revealed a grin.
Devirtualization.
Lin Chen's body became solid again, and he soared into the air, hiding himself high above. After all, this somewhat belongs to the shady business of sneaking around. If he kills the monsters, they disappear, and he still can't let anyone find out. Fortunately, his agility is high enough that as long as he keeps moving, even if someone sees him, they won't recognize him. The shield consumed by the skill will take 10 minutes to recover, and once the shield is full, Lin Chen sets off. For the first time as a thief, he felt quite excited, his heart pounding.
Lin Chen
maintained his position in midair, trying to reach the farthest distance of vision. He could only see blurred shadows on the ground, which was enough. After a while, a black winged pig appeared in his line of sight. Even with its glowing red eyes, Lin Chen could barely see it clearly. Lin Chen looked around, and seeing no one, he quickly dove down, slashing the black pig with a knife, then flew back up without stopping, like a red rat.
Ha ha.
Indeed, others' rewards are always
more fragrant than my own.
Seeing his score increase by 20 points, Lin Chen smiled.
Keep going, keep going. Lin Chen continued to earn extra points, darting up and down in the jungle.
After a while, Lin Chen encountered the first team of classmates from another class. Two boys were fighting a black wind pig, one wielding a knife and the other a gun, exchanging blows with the pig.
Li Dagong, what do you mean?
I found this black wind pig first, the boy with the gun shouted angrily while dodging the black pig. After all the effort to find it, now someone had barged in, and 20 points could be exchanged for an hour of dungeon time at
the academy. The boy named Li Dagong sneered. "Ha, just because you found it first means it's yours? Or was I the one who attacked first? Why don't you step aside?"
Clang! Wang Ping blocked a charge from the black pig with his gun. "Of course you attacked first because you're faster.
Aren't you just opposing me because of Han Xiaoxue?
What's the use of making excuses?" Li Dagong took the opportunity to slash at the black pig's waist. Yet you still ask.
Let me be clear, wherever you go for this task, I'll go too. I just want to see how strong you really are.
Wang Ping rolled away as the black pig was in pain, quickly
getting back on his feet. All right, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Then let's see who has the skills. Whoever kills it gets the points. If you can't earn points, don't come crying. What a joke. I wonder who should be crying.
The black pig was now caught in the middle, and both of them seized the opportunity.
Dance of the broken spear. Knife piercing the long river.
Whoosh! Suddenly, a red shadow dashed through the center of the two, moving so fast that they
didn't see anything before it vanished.
Both boys stood frozen, weapons raised.
Wang Ping blinked repeatedly. Li Dagong, did you see what that was? Li Dagong
shook his head. No, but it seems our pig is gone. They saw the black pig had been split in two, each half falling to one side.
Boom, damn. Our pig was stolen. Wang Ping realized, wasn't this a case of the clam and the snipe fighting while the fisherman benefits?
They had worked hard for half a day and got nothing, so Wang Ping immediately shouted to the surroundings, Who is it? Show yourself. What's the deal with hiding in the dark? If you have the guts, come and fight your father Wang for real. Li Dagong rushed forward to block Wang Ping. Don't shout.
Are you an idiot? Wang Ping was even angrier. Damn, the pig has been stolen and you're still opposing me? Let go of me or I'll make a move. Li Dagong ignored him, firmly holding onto Wang Ping and continuing, No, I'm telling you you're an idiot and you really won't admit it. Did you just see what that thing was? Wang Ping, no, so what? Li Dagong was exasperated. Speed. You can't even see what that agility is. And that black pig, we fought for ages and it just came over and took us out in an instant, just passing by. Didn't even fight. Is this kind of strength something we can handle? And you're still shouting, do you want to die? Li Dagong was truly speechless. Indeed, being brainless is a lifelong curse, not analyzing the situation at all. If that thing had made a move, what difference would it have made for them compared to wild boars? Wang Ping paused, his eyes suddenly widening. Clearly, he had come to his senses. Thank you, Brother Daji, for saving my life. So what do we do now? I've already shouted, am I going to die? Li Daji rolled his eyes. That thing didn't attack us probably because it didn't care about us, but we still can't let our guard down. Let's go find the instructor. Wang Ping panicked. Right. Let's find the instructor. We need to go now. The two hurriedly left the scene, and as they were leaving, Wang Ping felt uneasy and bowed to the surroundings. I don't know which deity you are, big brother and big sister. I apologize for my unintentional actions. Please spare me and don't hold it against me. Lin Chen was currently up high. If he wanted to earn points, he certainly couldn't show himself at all. With so many classmates in a class, he had no place to swipe without avoiding them. As for finding the instructor, Lin Chen wasn't worried. Instructors were just second tier. If students couldn't see the instructor, how could they see him? Ridiculous. Continue. Lin Chen smiled and continued on his way. To be honest, being a thief was quite interesting. He earned points and felt inexplicably good. All relaxed, Lin Chen began to plunder in the new area, directly killing monsters that were alone and turning into red lightning to hard grab those that had people.
Of course, he had his limits. If others were already fighting or were about to finish, he wouldn't intervene, and he didn't engage in strong-arm tactics. As for those two brothers, it seemed like they had the upper hand, but in reality they were already distracted by their argument. If he didn't intervene, one of them would definitely be seriously injured, but they just didn't know it. Lin Chen's current bottom line was that as long as others hadn't come into contact with the monsters, he would seek other places once they did. If they hadn't come into contact, even if they had a face-to-face encounter, it was still his. There was also the case where a fight had already started, but it was clearly one-sided. He would intervene then too. In short, he aimed to earn as many points as possible without bullying others. Gradually, a legend about the Red Lightning began to spread in this area. On the other side, Li Daji and Wang Ping finally found the instructor. Their class didn't have so many rules. Everyone was doing their own thing, and the instructor was resting alone. The instructor for Class 4 was a slightly balding young man, looking to be in his early 30s, but his forehead was almost like a noble's. In fact, his nickname was indeed Noble, and his surname was Lu. Those who knew him called him Lu Noble. Li Daji and Wang Ping quickly recounted what had just happened. Lu Noble's eyes widened immediately. Fox nonsense. You too must be half asleep. Where would such a powerful thing come from in this secret realm? The Chilwang Mountain Secret Realm Academy had been under control for so many years, with instructors conducting regular inspections every year and monsters maintained between levels 20 to 30. How could such a species appear, one so fast that you couldn't even see it and could easily take out monsters? He himself couldn't do it. It wasn't nonsense, it was the truth. The two of them looked grim. They didn't dare to go out without resolving that thing, as they wouldn't be able to earn any points. Lu Bei. Mentor Lu. It's true, you have to believe me. Yes. We usually joke around a lot, but this time we're not lying to you. It's not just our problem. If this continues, other students will be in danger. 2. Please just investigate it. Lu Bale was holding a thermos cup filled with goji berries, took a sip, and said helplessly, alright, I'll give you a chance. Since you want me to investigate, you have to let me know what that thing is. Li Daji, come on, tell us what you saw. Li Daji's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly spoke. I think I didn't see anything, just a red shadow that flashed by. That thing was too fast at that moment. He didn't even feel anything before it disappeared. Lu Bale squinted. Look at you, you didn't see anything. How am I supposed to investigate? Are you saying there's something so fast that it disappears before anyone can see it? Or is it in this cleaned-up secret realm? But Li Daji was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Bale turned to the other side. Come on, Wang Ping, you tell us. That thing killed the black pig. You must have seen the corpse, right? Wang Ping perked up. That thing used I'm not sure what it used to kill it, but the black pig was suddenly split in half. It just vanished in the blink of an eye, and he really didn't know what caused it. Look at that. So you mean there's something so powerful that it killed the black pig and you don't even know what it used? Is it a ghost? Is it haunted? How can anyone believe what you two are saying? Lu Bale spread his hands, quite helpless. The two exchanged glances. Given the current situation, it did seem a bit strange, but they had indeed seen it with their own eyes. Mentor Lu, please believe us just this once, it's absolutely true. Yeah, I swear we're not lying to you, otherwise we wouldn't be able to earn any points. The two spoke up again. Lu Bale waved his hand dismissively. It was really ridiculous. If such a thing existed, he might not even be able to handle it. Most likely, it was just these two kids playing tricks. These two were always causing trouble, all because of a girl. The two had grievances they couldn't express, while Lu Bale comfortably leaned back in his rocking chair, swaying gently. Li Daji, do you think we might have really seen it wrong? Wang Ping's eyes flickered. He was slightly shaken. Li Daji rolled his eyes. Are you really that stupid? Whether that pig is dead or not and whether we earn points, isn't that clear? Oh, that's true. Wang Ping scratched his head, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Both were helpless. They still wanted to earn points, or else they wouldn't be able to do anything when they returned to school. But now Lu Bale had made it clear he didn't believe them, and they didn't dare to go out recklessly. What do we do now? Wang Ping asked softly. I'm not really sure, Li Daji said with a complex expression. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted from afar, a chaotic shouting. Mentor Wang, it's haunted. It's haunted. Red lightning. There's red lightning in the secret realm. Lu Bale, stop sleeping. Something is stealing our magical beasts. A group of students rushed over, each with exaggerated and distorted expressions. Wang Ping and Li Daji exchanged glances and instantly turned to Lu Bale. Mentor Lu, you see? We weren't lying. Lu Bale had already sat up from his chair, his eyes wide open. If the two of them might be fooling around, a whole group definitely couldn't be. Were there really monsters in the secret realm? The classmates quickly ran over, each one breathlessly saying they had encountered a monster, incredibly fast, called the Red Lightning, which specifically targeted monsters to steal everyone's points. In the end, they all pointed in unison. Instructor Lu, you need to take action. Without needing to say much, Lu Bale could no longer sit still. It wasn't just about the points, now it sounded like that thing only attacked monsters.
But what if it turned on the students? The consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, don't panic.
Stay close to me, and I'll lead you to investigate.
Lu Bale instructed immediately.
That thing sounded fast, but he should be able to handle it. After all, this secret realm wasn't a place that could nurture
high-level monsters.
It wasn't yet at the level of needing to evacuate and report.
Instructor Lu, hurry up. Resolve that thing quickly, we can't even level up. Right, that damned red lightning, if it steals my points, it won't be good for you. Let's go, let's go. With an instructor present, everyone felt reassured, and they quickly set about handling the situation to continue earning points. Thus, Lu Bale led a large group of students to start searching for the red lightning, bringing out various detection tools and flying throughout the forest. Little did they know, the red lightning they were looking for had already quietly left the area. Lin Chen passed through the barrier and stepped into Class 5's territory. At this point, his points had made significant progress and now he was in a fresh new area. Looking at the dim forest before him, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. Attention, everyone. The red lightning is here. Lin Chen arrived in Class 5's range and, as usual, began hunting monsters. After some time, he was completely certain that the monster levels in the secret realm were, indeed, only between 20 and 30, making them no match for him. Other classmates also couldn't see his appearance, so there would be no trace of his actions. Lin Chen worked confidently and boldly, and this time he increased his speed significantly. Although the entire secret realm was vast, there were only 3 days, and other classmates were continuously hunting. If he was late, there would be no points left for him. Xiaoyu, come here quickly. I found a hamster spirit. Only level 23. Really? That's perfect for us. 2 adorable girls slowly approached a hamster monster. Their strength was quite weak, and they had been hiding since they entered. Finding a low-level monster was not easy. Whoosh, just as they were about to get close, a swift red shadow dashed by, and the hamster spirit died before their eyes. The hamster was struck by lightning. It wasn't lightning, it was clearly a monster's wind. The 2 girls complained. Meanwhile, a boy quietly lurked behind a tree, waiting for his chance. In front of him was a centaur monster, gradually approaching him, completely unguarded. The boy licked his lips. With this centaur, he would have enough points to exchange for a stat tower. Almost there. Just a little closer. Just as the centaur was about to enter the attack range, suddenly a blood shadow swept by, and the centaur collapsed, lifeless. Who stole my monster? The boy was instantly furious, running out from behind the tree only to find the area empty. A cold wind blew, snapping the dazed boy back to reality, and he took off running. Oh my, there's something dirty. Soon, the legend of the red lightning spread throughout Class 5, and as it was passed from one person to another, it quickly caused a stir. The classmates, frightened, huddled together to find their instructor. Am I a bit too wicked? Lin Chen, soaring high above, looked down at the commotion and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he had caused a panic, making everyone too afraid to hunt monsters anymore. Of course, he didn't care. Not earning points would be foolish. Without instructors or directors, only a few second transformation instructors remained. Such an opportunity was rare. Lin Chen's lips curled up, and with a flap of his blood wings, he disappeared from Class 5's range. That day, a strange event occurred in the secret realm. Several classes of students claimed to have seen a strange creature. It moved at an incredible speed, making it impossible for anyone to catch a glimpse of it, constantly snatching away the magical beasts. Everyone referred to it as the red lightning. Although the red lightning seemed to target only the magical beasts, and sometimes even saved a student or two, it still left everyone feeling anxious. The class instructors were also cautious, taking detection devices to search the mountains, but after sweeping through, they found nothing. This left the instructors puzzled. What exactly is the red lightning? As night fell, Lin Chen, the culprit behind it all, had returned to Class 3's territory. Awesome! Lin Chen leaned against a tree trunk, checking his gains, his eyes sparkling. Zhongzhou Academy, Lin Chen current location, Xiaowang. Mountain Secret Realm points, 3344. Just today alone, he had earned over 3,000 points. That's equivalent to 4 college entrance exams. It would have been impossible to achieve this in their own class area. One could only say that without unexpected wealth, one cannot become rich. Without night grass, horses do not grow fat. Continuing tomorrow. Having tasted success, Lin Chen immediately set his sights on the next target. He had only gone through 5 or 6 classes, and there were still many more to visit. At the same time, he reminded himself not to reveal his identity. This was, after all, a violation of school rules, and although he didn't know the consequences, they certainly wouldn't be pleasant. At the very least, he needed to hide until he spent all his points. Putting away his badge, Lin Chen walked towards the main group of his class. At night, all students had to exit the secret realm. Visibility was poor, and the danger level increased exponentially, plus everyone needed to rest. The legend of the red lightning hadn't spread in their class yet, and everything was harmonious. When
Lin Chen returned to the main group. He saw Wang Xinya leading everyone in a lesson, a large light circle surrounding a centaur monster. All the students were present, and it was clear they were nearing the end of the session.
Students, this monster is called the Phantom Centaur.
It has great strength, speed, and intelligence, with no apparent weaknesses, Wang Xinya explained. At this point, we need to focus on attributes. Attributes interact with each other. The Phantom Centaur belongs to the shadow type, so light and fire types can deal extra damage to it. Now, are there any students with light or fire attributes willing to volunteer? The teacher will guide you. After we finish this, we can go back to rest. Wang Xinya addressed the students, who all shook their heads in response. This centaur was already a level 27 monster, and even with the teacher's guidance, they would still take a beating. Besides, everyone was quite tired after a long day. I'll do it, teacher. At that moment, class monitor Li Wenza stepped forward. He had been following Wang Xinya all day and had already engaged in many battles, looking quite worn out. Many students looked at him with admiration. They had witnessed Li Wenza's strength throughout the day. Powerful and calm, he was
on a different level than them.
Most importantly, he never shied away from sharing points, even when they were divided.
Wang Xinya smiled. Great, Li Wenza, you
happen to be a light type, so let's. Just as she was about to agree, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Chen approaching. She wanted to see Lin Chen's skills, as she had never seen him in action before.
Li, wait a moment.
Wang Xinya threw out a quick remark and turned to Lin Chen. Lin, you've returned just
in time. The teacher is discussing key points with the students. This level 27 centaur is quite strong. Would you like to take a shot? The students all turned to look at Lin Chen. They initially thought he was just a weak and reclusive figure, but after he had been let go with a single sentence in the morning, they were curious about his abilities, especially Li Wenza and Lu Yi, who wanted to know how Lin Chen compared to them. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. Wang Xinya was a bit too eager to play the teacher. However, it was just a centaur. He had no intention of hiding his strength, so it didn't matter to him. Sure, he nodded
lightly, ignoring the gazes of the crowd as he stepped into the light circle. With a swift slash, the centaur fell to the ground.
All right, Mentor Wang, Lin Chen said, flicking his long knife. A level 27 centaur?
He could take it down with just a casual swing. Wang Xinya, who was about to offer some pointers, was stunned.
Even at level 36, this was too easy, right? Suddenly, she realized she might have underestimated the second transition. At this level, there was really no need for her to impart any combat experience. There was simply no battle to teach from. The rest of the classmates were equally dumbfounded.
They had encountered the ghostly centaur several times, and even the strongest, Li Wenza and Lu Yi, had to struggle for quite a while, yet Lin Chen just walked over and killed it with
one slash? How strong could he be? Li Wenza, am I the only one in charge? Lu Yi, wasn't I the one who doubted Lin Chen going solo this morning? Li Xiaoran, is Lin Chen really a hidden powerhouse? Lin Chen's revelation left his classmates in shock. How high do you think Lin Chen's level is? He just cleaved that centaur in one hit. I estimate he must be at second transition. No way, right?
We all started school together, and I haven't seen him change classes.
Why not? It's like you follow him around every day.
After the second transition, there's a significant boost in attributes. Otherwise, how could he kill the centaur
in one hit? True, speaking of which, the second transition is indeed extraordinary. I need to speed up my own transition. I originally thought Lin Chen
was too weak to interact with others, but it turns out he's a hidden powerhouse. Indeed, a reclusive person isn't a fool but a genius. As the classmates hurried towards the teleportation point on the other side, in Class 4's area, Mentor Lu, are you even capable? We've been searching all day. Li Daji couldn't help but speak up as he saw the sky darkening. Ever since they discovered the red lightning, Lu Bale had led the entire class in a wild search, but now a whole day had passed and everyone's legs were about to give out, yet there was still no trace. He strongly suspected Lu Bale's competence.
Mentor Lu, is your life detector really working? Li Daji added, unable to hold back.
A large group of students followed, with Lu Bale at the front holding a bright device to scan
the area. Stop whining, you're the one talking too much. Lu Bale rolled his eyes.
It was strange, the life detector in his hand was supposed to alert him whenever a living creature was nearby, yet they had scoured the small area multiple times with no response.
Could it be that the red lightning can cross the barrier? Lu Bale couldn't help but wonder. In fact, the barriers between classes weren't completely impenetrable. The purpose of the barriers was to prevent hordes of monsters from posing a threat and to keep students from running amok. In the Chilwang Mountain secret realm, both monsters and students were below the second transition, and setting the barriers too high would undoubtedly waste resources. Of course, even the ordinary had its challenges. Without special means, breaking through would require at least 10,000 units of power. At this level, it was already comparable to him. After some thought, Lu Bale put away the detector. Classmates, let's call it a day. I'll discuss with the other instructors when I get back and make a decision. The group of students immediately looked dejected upon hearing this. Mentor Lu, can't you search a bit more? If we leave like this, how can we confidently grind monsters tomorrow? Exactly. It might be that the red lightning is hiding. It's definitely exhausted by now. It would be such a shame to leave like this. Right, if it rests up, it will be even harder to find. Haven't you noticed that since we started moving, it hasn't shown itself? It's definitely hiding. Let's give it one last push. The red lightning is so fast and so strong. Although it hasn't attacked humans yet, how can we feel at ease grinding monsters if we don't deal with it? Besides, that thing keeps stealing our monsters, and we need to earn points too. The classmates clearly think that only their class is in trouble, and Lu Bale didn't explain. Further, while it's possible that the red lightning is playing hide and seek with them, he leans more towards the idea that it has gone to another area. It's better to go out and contact the other instructors. If it gets desperate, it won't be safe for the students either. Alright, that's it, let's go back, Lu Bale said decisively, leading the group of students back to the teleportation point. Passing through the portal, everyone appeared in the teleportation hall they had entered. What exactly is that filthy thing that came with the red lightning? I'm really fed up. It stole all the monsters from me. Is this how the school manages the secret realm? No checks at all? I lost 100 monsters to that thing today. Who's responsible for the lost points? Come on, man, that's a bit much. It's impressive if you encounter 10 monsters in a day. How did you get robbed of 100? The hall was filled with curses, and a key phrase was casually thrown around: red lightning. It really crossed the barrier. Lu Bale's expression darkened, but the students behind him became more optimistic. Hey, it's not just us. Haha, they were also invaded by the red lightning. That makes it much more balanced for me. Hey, dude, how many points did you earn today? Did you exceed 50? Lu Bale ignored the students and walked straight towards the other instructors. Several instructors were gathered at the front of the hall, looking troubled, clearly already discussing the matter since they had come out earlier. Lu, you're just in time. Has your side also been invaded by that red lightning? A male instructor hurriedly approached Lu Bale, and the other instructors nodded in agreement. Lu Bale was one of the more senior instructors among them, and his strength was also greater, so everyone respected him. Lu Bale nodded. Yes, what's the situation now? Has anyone seen what that thing is? Several instructors shook their heads. We only heard students mention something unusual, and then we started checking, but we haven't seen any signs of it. The only thing we can confirm is that there is only one of those things. We have a total of 6 classes invaded, including you, Lu. That's 7. My class discovered its traces around noon, class 5 saw it around 10, class 7 close to 2, and the last to notice was class 10, who found the anomaly around 6. So that means it came in order, ruling out the possibility of a group. Lu Bale's eyes darkened as he fell into deep thought. Knowing there was only a single entity wasn't much of a useful clue. The other instructors sighed in unison. No one expected such a thing to happen suddenly. A perfectly fine secret realm had inexplicably spawned a monster that could cross barriers. Not to mention the impact on the kids' earning points, the main concern was the safety issue. If that thing suddenly turned aggressive towards the students, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lao Lu, what do you think we should do? The secret realm still has 2 days left. How about we temporarily suspend the secret realm? Yes, I think we should suspend it. Otherwise, I'll always be on edge. What the hell? Suspend the secret realm? Lin Chen, who had been eavesdropping nearby, suddenly froze. He seemed to have gotten a bit carried away. Originally, he thought it didn't matter if he was seen since no one could see clearly, but he overlooked an important issue. If panic ensued, the academy would definitely suspend the secret realm for safety. And once it was suspended, where would he earn points? What should he do now? Lu Bale pondered for a moment before speaking again. It's not necessary to directly shut down the secret realm. As you all mentioned, that thing operates in sequence. Once it moves on, it won't return. Moreover, it has no intention of attacking humans, and a few of our students have even been saved by it. Of course, the safety of the children cannot be overlooked. How about this? We settle the children, contact other instructors to trap and eliminate that monster, and clean it up tonight so that everything can proceed as usual tomorrow. Trap and eliminate? Several instructors showed signs of hesitation. Director Lu, you know it can cross the barrier and can unleash over 10,000 units of power, plus it can fly. Right, we still don't know what kind of species it is. Isn't it a bit reckless? And at night, visibility is limited. If we don't want to shut down the secret realm, we could report to the department head and let him take action. With over 10,000 units of power, many of them couldn't manage that. Even among the instructors, they were the best. Lu Bale said, this matter isn't worth troubling the department head. As you all know, the Chilwang Mountain secret realm cannot nurture monsters above the 3rd transition. We have a lot of people, and now that we have its trail, if everyone stays diligent in contacting each other, we can gather immediately upon any discovery without issue. You can all rest assured. Hearing this, although the others felt awkward, they had nothing more to say. Their responsibility in this trial was to maintain order and ensure the safety of the students, so they could only accept their misfortune.
They just didn't know where that damned red lightning had come from. Chawang Mountain shouldn't produce monsters above the second transition, and they had conducted a thorough check before the trial, which was truly strange. They had been looking forward to finally getting a couple of days of rest, but now it seemed they wouldn't even get to sleep at night. Seeing that everyone agreed, Liu Bale quickly laid out the battle plan. According to the sequence, that monster should have reached the range of Class 11. We will guard the barrier between areas 10 and 20, assigning 2 instructors to each barrier. Upon any discovery, report immediately. The rest will conduct guerrilla sweeps, and any situation will receive immediate support. Old Wang, Old Li, you two go notify the other instructors, the rest follow me to get the detectors. There's no time to waste. The sooner we handle this, the sooner we can rest. Let's gather at the teleportation portal in 10 minutes and start the operation. The instructors responded in unison, alright, let's do it. A mere monster disrupting our peace, just wait until I, Old Wang, catch you. Whoever encounters it first, don't you dare steal my kill. The instructors dispersed, moving swiftly with angry expressions. Lin Chen. Good news, the secret realm wasn't shut down. Bad news, Lin Chen had no idea what would happen if they couldn't find the monster tomorrow. Well, they would definitely be looking for the monster. Lin Chen was sure of that. Meanwhile, the students in Class 1 were all looking bewildered. The continuous wails in the hall left them puzzled. What are they talking about? What red lightning? It sounds like something stole a monster. How pathetic, getting a monster stolen and still having the nerve to talk about it. Aren't they afraid of embarrassment? Not just Class 1, Lin Chen had only visited 7 classes today, and most of the students in the hall were in a state of confusion. However, the confusion was quickly resolved. After the instructors relayed the news to each other, they were all shocked and hurriedly informed the students of the situation. What the heck? A monster that can cross barriers. And it steals monsters. Teachers, you must go catch it. You have to catch it. Red lightning, that sounds terrifying. The instructors settled the students, saying, alright, students, you go back and rest for now. Wait for news from the teachers tomorrow morning. The instructors set out according to plan, and the students were arranged to rest in the dormitory building in the small town. Lin Chen returned to his room and sighed softly. I hope the secret realm can proceed as usual tomorrow. Actually, even if he couldn't proceed, it wouldn't be too bad for him. He had already earned over 3,000 points, and besides, the academy should provide some compensation for the issues in the secret realm. But ultimately, he knew that continuing was the only way to earn more. The lounge was filled with discussions about the red lightning, lasting well into the night. Lu Menghan lay alone in bed, resting her head on her arms. Red lightning can fly, specifically targets monsters. Why does it feel like Lin Chen? The next morning, eager classmates rushed to the teleportation hall early in the morning. No one could sit still after such a monster appeared in the secret realm. Lin Chen was among the crowd. In the teleportation hall, the instructors had already gathered at the exit, looking somewhat fatigued. The students hurriedly approached to inquire. So, how is it, instructors? Did you catch the red lightning? Can we continue into the secret realm? The instructors sighed in unison upon hearing the questions. Last night, they had followed the plan, stationed at various barriers, and even sent people to sweep and check. They thought it was foolproof, but unexpectedly, they found no one. From the initial checks of classes 10 to 20 to a complete search of the entire secret realm, they had spent the whole night without finding a single trace. This led to some instructors who had never heard of it to start doubting. It was indeed strange. Liu Bale stood at the front and spoke. Students, we have not found the red lightning yet. The students immediately grew anxious, speaking up one after another. Still not found? What do we do now? We still need to earn points. Yeah, the trial is only 3 days, and I've already used up all my points. Liu Bale spoke again. Everyone, please don't panic. We have already notified the department head who is on the way. The head will make a decision and provide an explanation for everyone. The complete lack of any trace meant either the monster had high-level stealth abilities or was beyond their tier. In any case, they had to call the department head. Letting the students recklessly enter again could lead to unforeseen consequences that no one could bear. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked into the hall. The man was in his 40s, with a sharp appearance. He was Pei Zhongshan, the head instructor of the Central State Warriors Department, a true powerhouse over level 80. The students quickly closed their mouths and stood at attention. Lin Chen, also standing straight. Level 80, he was already close to the peak power of the Great Xia, and he felt a heart-pounding aura from the man. The instructors straightened up as if they were new recruits facing their drill sergeant, all saluting. Warrior Class 8 Instructor Wang Zihan pays respects to Director Pei. Warrior Class 13 Instructor Meng Haorun pays respects to Director Pei. They rarely saw the department head throughout the year. A single word from him could determine their fate. If it weren't for the fact that they truly couldn't handle this situation, no one would want to trouble the head over a minor initial trial. Pei Zhongshan's expression was solemn. I already know about the situation. You all wait outside, I will go in and take a look. With that, he stepped directly into the teleportation portal, moving with decisive speed. Once the director disappeared, the instructors all breathed a sigh of relief. Being around such a big shot was uncomfortable for everyone. The students behind looked on with hope. Aside from the opening ceremony, they had never seen the department head. At that moment, the pressure was palpable. Is this the department head? He has such an imposing presence. When will I be able to become such a strong person? Once the director makes a move, we'll know whether it's real or not. Let that trash red lightning wait for its doom. Lin Chen. Although he also admitted that the director was strong, very strong. But he really wanted to express that with the red lightning situation, the director would come out empty-handed. Lin Chen felt a bit gloomy, not expecting that a small act of theft would attract a real big shot. He wondered if he could continue stealing. The teachers and students in the hall waited silently, thinking it would take some time, but to their surprise, less than 10 minutes later, the department head came out, stepping through the portal with a flash of light. The group of instructors immediately welcomed him. Director Pei, how is the situation? Pei Zhongshan replied, I have checked everything, and there are no abnormalities in the secret realm. You can continue your trials. The instructors frowned slightly. If there were no abnormalities in the secret realm, didn't that imply that nothing had been discovered? But director, one instructor was about to speak, but Pei Zhongshan interrupted. The red lightning you mentioned might be a remnant soul that happened to evade the last inspection, but it can't hold on any longer now. In any case, everything in the secret realm is normal now, so you can rest assured. After saying this, he turned to the students. Students, the trial in Xiao Wangshan continues. Those affected by the remnant soul yesterday will each receive a compensation of 100 points after it ends. Remnant soul, this explanation makes sense. The main director has personally checked, so there shouldn't be any problems. The instructors felt relieved. When the students heard about the 100 points, they immediately cheered. 100 points equate to killing 5 monsters above level 25, and now it was just handed to them. Those who hadn't been affected lamented their luck. Lin Chen slapped his forehead. Damn it, if I had known, I would have gotten away for class 3 too. Rounding down, that's a loss of 100 million. However, since the secret realm could continue normally, he could steal again, and Lin Chen felt relieved. I have to say, the remnant soul is indeed a good excuse. Ordinary people wouldn't think of it, it takes a big shot to come up with it. I have other matters to attend to, you all continue. Pei Zhongshan glanced around and addressed the instructors. The instructors quickly bowed. Director Pei, take care. Sorry to trouble you, Director Pei. Pei Zhongshan nodded and stepped out of the hall. With the matter resolved, the instructors led the students into the secret realm. A wave of dizziness washed over Lin Chen, and he reappeared in Class 3's area. The dim sky and the endless forest stretched out before him. Wang Xinya looked a bit haggard. After a night of running around, she hadn't rested, but she still planned to continue hunting with the students. It was just one night, they could hold on a bit longer, and opportunities to teach students practical skills were rare. Students, today the teacher will continue to lead everyone in hunting. Those who want to join, come over here. Wang Xinya waves to call them. After a day of training, many students chose to act independently instead of continuing with the group. Of course, the first to do so was Lin Chen. He walked up to Wang Xinya. Teacher Wang, I'll be leaving first. Wang Xinya was quite agreeable this time. Okay, Lin, just remember to come back tonight. The surrounding students watched Lin Chen leave without showing any confusion. It would be strange if someone of his strength didn't leave on their own. Yesterday was Class 4, Class 5, Class 6. Today, we'll do it in reverse. The monsters in the areas he had scanned were fewer, certainly not as many as in new regions. Lin Chen silently calculated in the forest when he was suddenly called out. Lin, wait a moment. Lin Chen turned around and found it was the class leader, Li Wenza. What did Li Wenza want with him? Oh, it's the class leader. What's up? Lin Chen asked politely, maintaining his usual courteous demeanor. Li Wenza squinted his eyes, enjoying the moment, and quickly replied, let's skip the class leader title, we're all just messing around. So, Lin, everyone is talking about that red lightning, right? I'm worried that my classmates might be in danger, so I want to do my best to protect them, he said. But my strength is just average. I would be really grateful if Lin could join me. Lin Chen understood immediately. The words sounded nice, but they all pointed to one thing: Li Wenza wanted to team up with him. The director had already said that without the red lightning, there was no need to worry about the safety of the classmates. I know this puts Lin in a bit of a difficult position, but I'm genuinely concerned. If Lin agrees, the class monitor can take the lead, but it would just be a nominal title, Li Wenza added, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Chen's current strength was the highest in the entire grade. Teaming up with him would definitely speed up the rate of earning points, allowing him to quickly reach the second transition and later be useful for tasks through connections. Lin Chen certainly wouldn't agree, and he didn't expect the class monitor to be so generous on the surface while secretly being a schemer. If the class monitor is really worried, you can stick with the instructor. I'm used to going solo, sorry about that. Lin Chen didn't directly expose Li Wenzi. Someone like him was probably petty, and
saying too much could easily invite hatred.
although he wasn't afraid, he hated trouble the most. After saying that, Lin Chen nodded and turned to leave.
It's just an early second transition. What's there to show off about? Li Wenzi stood there, pouting. At that moment, a few classmates approached from behind. So, class monitor, what did Lin Chen say? He wouldn't refuse to help a classmate, right? Li Wenzi adjusted his expression. Lin Chen said he wants to farm monsters by himself.
But that makes sense. The director said there's no problem. I was just too worried.
A few classmates immediately raised their eyebrows. What? He didn't agree?
Yeah, usually he goes solo, but at such a critical moment he still wants to do it alone.
The class monitor isn't doing it for himself, it's for everyone's good. He's really getting a bit too arrogant with his strength. After all these days, can't you see what kind of person he is? With that strength, he should be helping his classmates through dungeons. I say he shouldn't have come looking for him at all. Li Wenzi interrupted. Alright, enough. It's my own problem. It has nothing to do with Lin Chen. Don't gossip behind someone's back.
At that moment, a sharp voice rang out.
Oh, so you know it's your own problem?
If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought Lin Chen had done something to you. Lu Yi and his group swaggered over, with Lu Yi at the front, hands in his pockets, looking utterly disdainful. A few classmates immediately widened their eyes, and one was about to retort but was intimidated by Lu Yi's glare.
Why aren't you speaking? Keep bouncing around with me, I'm listening.
Lu Yi shot a dismissive glance and turned to Li Wenzi. If you want to team up with
someone, just say it directly. Stop pretending. Your act is really hilarious, you know? Li Wenzi clenched his fists tightly but eventually relaxed. It's none of your business. Look at you, still holding back your anger. It's really boring. I'm leaving. Lu Yi snorted lightly and the others immediately followed. Lu Gu, where are we going? Are we going to find Lin Chen to team up? I'm not looking for Lin Chen for anything. I want to team up.
They have to look up
to me. Do you think I'm like someone who lacks self-awareness? Yes, Lu Gu is right. Lin Chen arrived alone at the boundary. Ensuring no one was around, he activated his phasing ability and passed through. Today he felt a bit conflicted, although the department head had made things easier for him with the residual soul theory. He also understood that if he caused a stir today, it wouldn't be so easy to get by. So Lin Chen was considering whether to earn quickly like yesterday, or to be more cautious and only target places where no one was around. After thinking for a moment, he decided, no matter what, keep earning. Causing a stir would only lead to the closure of the dungeon. Anyway, no one could see his appearance clearly, and there might even be compensation. But the progress of their sneaky development would be greatly reduced, as over time, monsters would only become fewer and fewer. 2 days might not even be as good as 1 day. It would be a loss. Lin Chen made up his mind and spread his blood wings to fly out. In Class 2's area, 2 boys were walking through the dense forest. Sigh, 100 points of credit. Why didn't that red lightning come to our class? We missed out for nothing, one chubby boy lamented, noting that 100 points were enough to grind for 10 hours in the academy dungeon. The other skinny boy retorted, Brother Nyo, you're thinking about it all wrong. They were compensated for the monsters they lost. I heard that red lightning is particularly fast and poses a life-threatening risk. It's definitely better for us to be steady and stable. Brother Nyo's eyes widened. Nonsense. How fast can it be? It's just one person. How much can they steal? I think it's just a trick those classes are playing to get compensation points. In this day and age, the honest ones are the ones who suffer. The skinny boy pouted and said nothing more. After walking a bit further, Brother Nyo, what is that? They saw a shadow resembling a small mountain ahead, its body like a deer, with huge antlers, wandering in the dense forest. Dark Spirit Heavy Deer, LV 30, Bronze Boss, Health 15,000 Strength, 1530 Agility, 1210 Constitution, 1500 Spirit, 1210 Gravitational Field. The Dark Spirit Heavy Deer reduces the agility of all creatures around it, with the reduction depending on the level. Holy crap, it's a boss. Both of them froze. The probability of encountering a boss in the Chiu Wang Mountain secret realm was said to be akin to winning the lottery, and they never expected to run into one. Just as they were dazed, the giant deer suddenly sensed something, abruptly turned its head, and its pitch-black pupils locked onto the two. The skinny boy's heart raced, and he instantly snapped back to reality. Brother Nyo, run! With over 1,000 attributes, it outclassed them by 3 or 4 times. They were absolutely no match. I feel like I can't run. Brother Nyo shouted anxiously, his face turning pale. He felt weak and limp all over, as if he had been wrapped in withering vines. At his shout, the skinny boy realized he couldn't run either. They had clearly entered the boss's gravitational field. Both of them were around level 26 or 27, and they never expected that just a level 30 boss could exert such immense pressure, making it feel impossible to move an inch. As the boss drew closer, despair washed over them. Just then, whoosh, a gust of wind swept by, and they saw a red shadow flash past. Before they
could even comprehend what was happening. The powerful boss was neatly split in half and crashed to the ground. Holy crap! I told you Red Lightning is super strong. With that appearance, it was needless to say it was the rumored Red Lightning, Brother Nyo exclaimed, wide-eyed. The skinny boy rolled his eyes. He hadn't said that just a moment ago. Brother Nyo, we should hurry to find the instructor. With the boss dealt with, the Red Lightning had appeared again, which was not good news. Brother Nyo snapped back to reality and shivered. Right. Let's go find the instructor. How did this Red Lightning end up here? What bad luck. Brother Nyo, weren't you hoping it would come? I was just joking earlier. The boss that had rendered him immobile was killed in an instant, moving so fast he couldn't even see it. What was he hoping for? Without a shred of shame, Brother Nyo got up and walked away without looking back. Finally, bowing to the surroundings, Brother Lightning, I didn't mean it earlier. Please don't take it to heart. The skinny boy. Kill the bronze boss Dark Spirit. Heavy dear, experience plus 12,000. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 37. Finally leveled up. It really wasn't easy. Lin Shinfei, high in the sky, after coming out of the abyss, had gone through a month of academy dungeons plus a day of secret realm slaughter yesterday and finally managed to level up again. The progress was indeed slow, compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. However, the points were steadily increasing just from one boss, a direct gain of 500, plus 25 ordinary monsters. Lin Chen spread his blood wings and suddenly accelerated. One by one, the monsters were ruthlessly killed by Lin Chen along the way, and the classmates from Class 2 quickly noticed something was off, each shouting that the Red Lightning was coming. Lin Chen ignored them completely, moving from Class 2 to Class 1, then to Class 36, and Class 35. There are a lot fewer monsters. While sweeping through, Lin Chen noticed that today's harvest was somewhat less compared to yesterday, which was normal. There were only so many monsters in the secret realm, and after a day of slaughter, the classmates would definitely reduce their numbers. The monsters in the Chowang Mountain secret realm were all undead creatures, and after the trials were over, they would slowly regenerate, repeating this cycle, so there was no need to worry about them disappearing completely. But there weren't many trials either. This was also why Lin Chen chose to continue today, otherwise, by tomorrow, there might not be many monsters left. Keep going. Lin Chen spotted another monster, a level 25 black wind pig, diving down, completely falling into a deep sleep. In Class 2, the instructor Wang Ziyuan was lying on a chair resting, exhausted after a whole night of chaos yesterday. Instructor Wang, something's wrong. The Red Lightning is back. Brother Nyo rushed over, shouting anxiously. Wang Ziyuan's eyebrows shot up. Nonsense. The director already checked. Where would the Red Lightning come from? Not to mention the director personally inspecting, they had also run around all night yesterday. After thinking for a moment, Wang Ziyuan chuckled. I think the kid wants to make up for it, right? Brother Nyo hurriedly said, no, Instructor Wang, really, I just saw it with my own eyes. The Red Lightning directly struck down a boss, and Zhou Ming saw it too. If you don't believe me, ask Zhou Ming. Brother Nyo pulled the skinny boy out. The skinny boy quickly nodded. Yes, instructor, we all saw it with our own eyes. Wang Ziyuan was even more skeptical. Do you know how many bosses there are? And you just happened to encounter them all. Go away, hurry up and kill monsters, don't bother me. After saying that, Wang Ziyuan was about to lie back in his rocking chair when he suddenly saw a group of classmates running from a distance, all shouting about the Red Lightning, creating a noisy scene. Did a group come to fool around? This was the first thought that popped into Wang Ziyuan's mind, but it was quickly dismissed. The kids wouldn't go that far for a few points, and among them were several good students with excellent grades. So, is the Red Lightning really back? But why? Didn't the director already check? One class after another was disturbed. The classmates who hadn't seen the Red Lightning yesterday finally witnessed it with their own eyes, each one incredibly shocked. The reason was simple. That thing was just too fast. If it really targeted them, no one would be able to escape. The secret realm monsters were their fate. The entire Chowang Mountain secret realm fell into panic once again, a cacophony of noise. Lin Chen was raking in points like crazy, and today he also planned to create a bit of chaos for Class 3, as 100 points compensation couldn't be less. Just when Lin Chen thought today could be like yesterday, around noon, he suddenly received a message from Wang Xinya informing him to return to the team immediately, as the secret realm was about to close. Why is it closing now? Weren't they all clamoring to find me together yesterday? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled, but reluctantly had to head back. However, he didn't know that at this moment, a group of instructors were nearly scared out of their wits. Yesterday, everyone thought they could handle the Red Lightning, but today is different. The director personally checked, and the Red Lightning still emerged, indicating that this thing has definitely exceeded their coping range. Not to mention searching for it. If they don't leave soon, they might be in danger themselves. In the town's teleportation hall, seeing the students come out one by one safely, the mentors all breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone's out, right? All out. Good, you all stay here. I'll go inform the director. Lu Bail turned and left, silently sighing.
He really didn't know what was going on day after day. Even a small secret realm like Xiaowang Mountain was full of troubles. What on earth is this red lightning? In Zhengzhou, within the warrior department's inner courtyard, in front of a hidden teleportation array. You too, from here on is the place you need to go. There will be staff waiting for you on the other side. Pei Zhongshan opened the teleportation array and said, standing next to him were 3 people. One was a kind-looking middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, the deputy director of the warrior department. There was also a young man and woman, both looking around 20, exuding an air of nobility, standing side by side with Pei Zhongshan. Thank you, Director Pei. The noble-looking young man spoke lightly, while the young woman beside him nodded. No need to be polite, it's my duty. I wish you both a smooth journey. Pei Zhongshan replied, and the two nodded again before stepping into the teleportation array, disappearing in a flash of light. TSK. No wonder they're from there. Even borrowing a path requires our department director to personally open the door. If only we could send one into Zhengzhou too. The deputy director stepped forward, clicking his tongue, his eyes full of emotion, as if he were lamenting something. Pei Zhongshan waved his hand, and a crystal flew out from the teleportation array, the light of the array dissipating. We're all from Daxia, it doesn't matter where we enter, it won't make much difference. I know, but I mean, having some connections would be good. I've been curious about the people from there for a long time. Don't think about it, if there were any, they would have been taken away long ago. Being able to enter Zhengzhou just means they don't have that kind of strength. True. The deputy director pouted, then suddenly thought of something. By the way, old Pei, didn't we get a level 36 extreme transfer this year? Why don't you recommend him? Maybe he could make it. The deputy director's eyes lit up as he spoke. Graduating and reaching level 36, especially as an extreme transfer, would honestly be a waste. In Zhengzhou, he wondered if he could get in there. Pei Zhongshan didn't hesitate. The extreme transfer is indeed impressive, but you know, that's a hidden berserker. Even if his mental state is completely stable, the characteristic of berserk blood trading for combat power isn't enough to support him in there. Not to mention his mental state can't always be stable. This moment is different from that moment. Right now, he stands out in Zhengzhou, but later, when the other students catch up, it won't be much different. After all, it's just a hidden profession. The upper limit is limited. The deputy director sighed. He understood what Pei Zhongshan was saying, but he was still a bit concerned about the two he just encountered. A berserker ultimately can't break into the ranks of true geniuses. The profession's characteristics are right there. Can a person really maintain 1% health and keep fighting? The two returned to the office building, and as soon as they entered, a woman in a well-fitted black uniform approached them. She was Pei Zhongshan's secretary, Lu. Director Pei, a letter from Xiaowang Mountain says the red lightning has erupted again. Pei Zhongshan paused. Hadn't he just gone to check this morning? There shouldn't have been any problems. In his confusion, Pei Zhongshan suddenly thought of something. Go get me the point information for the warrior department students and bring it to my office. Adjusting points? Why adjust points when there's a problem in the secret realm? Could it be the students doing? Secretary Lu was a bit puzzled but went to do as instructed. Pei Zhongshan and his companion returned to the office, and as soon as they sat down, the secretary came back. She was an information processor, an auxiliary profession. With a wave of her hand, a light screen appeared in the office, clearly displaying the points of each student. Warrior Class 3, Li Wanza, 250. Warrior Class 3, Lu Yi, 240. Warrior Class 3, Li Xiaoran, 140. Warrior Class 3, Lin Chen, 5,200. 5,000? Secretary Lu exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth when she realized something was off. Normally, students only had 1 or 200 points, but Lin Chen had 5,000? Even in previous years, no one had exceeded 1,000 points after 3 full days. The deputy director chuckled and walked over to Pei Zhongshan's side. Look, if you don't give him any special treatment, he won't be able to hold back. He had heard a bit about the red lightning incident. As soon as Pei Zhongshan mentioned student points, he connected the dots. Level 36, extreme transformation into a berserker. He indeed had the ability to breach the barrier. Now the points issue was also confirmed. Killing monsters in his own area couldn't yield that many points. Pei Zhongshan could only smile wryly, thinking he had been worried about some monster, but it turned out to be an insider. So, how do you plan to handle this? I told you not to leave Lin Chen unattended, the deputy director continued. They had actually noticed Lin Chen on the first day of school and had discussed looking into his situation, suggesting that if it didn't work out, they could directly promote him to the second year. Lin Chen's strength in the first year was such that he couldn't keep up with the attribute tower dungeons. Not only was his own improvement limited, but it could also cause problems for other students. However, Pei Zhongshan insisted that there were no such rules, claiming that the berserker class was not a problem and that Lin Chen's level wasn't much higher than his classmates, so he should just settle down. Now, however, the situation had changed. The secret realm barrier had been breached, and that was a serious matter. Pei Zhongshan frowned, realizing that his previous thoughts had been somewhat simplistic.
After thinking for a moment, he waved to the secretary. "You go reply to Qiu Wangshan. Tell them the secret realm will proceed as usual, and there's no need to worry about the red lightning. Forget it, you go run an errand yourself. Bring Lin Chen back and just say I want to see him." Pei Zhongshan initially thought that Lin Chen was just another berserker with too many drawbacks. Whether it was leveling up or extreme transformation, it might just be luck. Over time, he would settle down. After all, anyone who could enter Zhengzhou was a genius, at the very least a rare profession, and everyone would eventually catch up in levels. But now, this situation was somewhat unexpected. Setting aside the fact that he had breached the barrier, as long as he had enough power to do so, Lin Chen could also break through in ultimate rage. However, earning 5,000 points in a day and a half was quite intriguing. He understood the berserker class. True combat couldn't reach the ultimate level. Not to mention the ultimate, even the third-tier rage was challenging. A 10% health line wasn't something everyone could manage, while a 30% second tier was the norm. In other words, Lin Chen's combat awareness seemed quite good. That 5,000 points was not something a regular second transformation berserker could achieve. Why are you calling Lin Chen back? He's already had a tough time, and now he finally has a chance to earn points on his own, and you want to interfere? The deputy director expressed his dissatisfaction with Pei Zhongshan's decision. He personally cared about Lin Chen, even though Lin Chen wouldn't bring any substantial benefits to Zhengzhou. As the top academy of the Great Xia, Zhengzhou was different from other universities. It didn't need to worry about rankings or grades. The goal of Zhengzhou was to cultivate as many outstanding talents as possible, ensuring fairness for everyone without tailoring education to individual needs. True prodigies would be nurtured in that environment. However, he personally preferred geniuses, and in recent years their warrior department had been overshadowed by the mage department, which frustrated him greatly. Lin Chen was clearly a good seedling, and he was anxious about wasting time in the freshman group these days. Pei Zhongshan sighed. "How can we promote him to sophomore if we don't call him back?" The deputy director paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Have you finally come to your senses? I told you, Lin Chen's promotion to sophomore is definitely not a problem. Look at how you wasted that time." Pei Zhongshan smiled faintly and said nothing. This was a different time. Lin Chen's current level was indeed not suitable for freshman year. The first secret realm was already chaotic, and it was hard to say what would happen next. The deputy director thought for a moment and said, "Old Pei, since you figured it out, why not just recommend him to that place? If they agree, he won't even have to attend sophomore year. It would be great to keep things orderly." Pei Zhongshan immediately put on a serious face. "Don't even think about that. Let's see if Lin Chen can manage to get through sophomore first." The deputy director chuckled awkwardly. True. Qiu Wanshan, Dungeon Teleportation Hall. All the teachers and students were anxiously waiting for the director to arrive. The instructors were eager to resolve the issue quickly, while the students were frustrated about not being able to earn points. Where the hell did this red lightning come from? How can it hide like this? I'm really dizzy. I finally got out to earn some points, and it all got ruined. Damn red lightning. I'll make you pay when the director gets here. How much longer do we have to wait? Why don't we just start without him? After all, the red lightning doesn't attack humans. A small group of students was surprisingly happy. Hee, I didn't get a turn yesterday, but today I hit the jackpot. I can get 100 points in compensation. Me too. I can't earn 100 points in a day. Thank you, red lightning. If you come every day, just farm my monsters. All yours. Thank you, red lightning. Lin Chen. There are still good people. Lin Chen felt warm inside. He had been scolded in this hall for half a day, hearing all sorts of nasty comments. Although they were cursing the red lightning, it still felt awkward in his heart. He felt like he was being cyberbullied. At this moment, Lin Chen was also a bit anxious. Anyway, the director wouldn't find anything when he came, just wasting his time earning points. After a long wait, someone finally arrived from the academy. A professional woman in a black uniform and glasses walked in. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor echoed. The instructors hurried to greet her. Secretary Lu was here. Where's the director? Has the director arrived? What did the director say? Secretary Lu nodded to everyone. The director is busy and couldn't come. He asked me to inform you that everything is normal in the secret realm, so don't worry about the red lightning. Just continue with the trials. Everyone was dumbfounded. Don't worry? Continue with the trials? How can we continue with such a big red lightning around? Secretary Lu, could you talk to the director again? Or, could you contact the director? We can handle it ourselves. Yes, you might not be aware of the situation inside. That red lightning is definitely not a trivial matter. It must be taken seriously. Secretary Lu smiled. No need. Everyone, just continue with your trials. There definitely won't be any red lightning this time. Trust the director. Secretary Lu didn't say more, nodded, and turned to the students. Which one of you is Lin Chen? Please come with me. The director needs to see you. As the word spread, the students below were all surprised.
The department head is calling out a single student. What did Lin Chen do? Lin Chen's heart sank. He immediately realized the department head had no interaction with him, and in this situation, while everyone else continued with their trials, calling him out alone must mean they discovered he was up to something. Who the hell sold him out? Wasn't he doing it flawlessly? Lin Chen silently stepped out of the line and, not giving up, asked, "Excuse me, mentor, did the director say what he wanted to see me about? I still have to participate in the trial. It's not easy for a freshman to earn some points." Secretary Liu couldn't help but grin, thinking that it wasn't easy for him at all, as he was almost out of points. Looking at the honest young man, his face was still thick-skinned. "Enough. The director didn't say, but you don't need to participate in the trial anymore. Just come back with me. You don't have to call me mentor. I'm Secretary Liu, the secretary of Director Pei. It's over." Not having to participate in the trial meant he was 99% likely to be in trouble. Lin Chen was completely disheartened. "Alright, Secretary Liu, I'll go back with you." "Secretary Liu, what about my sister? Do I not get to be called sister as a secretary?" Does the change of face happen so quickly? The two left the hall directly. The classmates were puzzled. What is Lin Chen doing? He doesn't seem that impressive either. Why did the director call him away alone? The instructors exchanged glances. Are we just leaving like this? Can we still enter the secret realm? After some hesitation, the instructors ultimately decided to reopen the secret realm. The director had no reason to harm them, and the students' trials couldn't be neglected. Before entering the secret realm, everyone still held some skepticism. If we go in like this, will there really be no red lightning? Why is the director so certain? Due to their doubts, the instructors remained vigilant after reopening the secret realm. They gathered the students to hunt monsters, keeping communication devices on at all times, ready to report any unusual situations immediately. After a while, all the instructors were stunned. The red lightning was truly gone. But everyone was confused. They hadn't done anything, just came out and re-entered, plus took away a student for no reason. How could it suddenly disappear? Wait, they took away a student. A very absurd thought simultaneously appeared in the minds of the instructors, causing them to gasp. It shouldn't be, right? Lin Chen had already followed Secretary Liu back to Zhengzhou, feeling a bit anxious. Breaking the rules, causing panic, and making the department head run an errand in the morning, and seeing that Director Pei was not a charitable person, he couldn't expect any good outcome. Sister Secretary, how are students who generally violate school rules dealt with? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Secretary Liu was determined to tease Lin Chen. Huh? Did you violate school rules? Aren't you just participating in the trial? Lin Chen. Oh, right. Of course, I didn't. I was just curious. Sorry to bother you, Secretary Liu. Lin Chen decided that if it came to it, he would sincerely admit his mistake. If that didn't work, he would just give up all his points. After all, points could be earned again later, but he absolutely could not be expelled. Permanent attributes must not be interrupted. Of course, giving up points would be quite painful for him, and Lin Chen felt a chill in his heart. Secretary Liu grinned. The two quickly arrived in front of the director's office. Student Lin, the director is waiting for you inside, you can go in. Lin Chen let out a long breath and pushed open the door. Inside the room was a bright hall with two middle-aged men sitting, one with a serious expression and the other slightly amiable. Besides the stern department head Pei Zhongshan, Lin Chen also recognized the other man, Zhao Yuan, the deputy director of the warrior department, who was also a big shot. Lin Chen quickly stood up straight and saluted. No matter what, it was best to maintain a proper attitude. Lin Chen from Class 3, Level 28, greets Director Zhao. Greetings, Director Pei. The amiable Zhao Yuan smiled. Oh, our red lightning is here? Lin Chen grinned but didn't respond. In this situation, it was best to stand at attention and say little. Lin Chen stood straight, like a gun barrel in the office, and seeing this, Zhao Yuan felt playful. With a quick glance, he slammed the table. Good for you, kid. Relying on a bit of strength, you dare to openly violate school rules. Do you know how much your actions have impacted other teachers and students? How much inconvenience they have caused us in our work? Lin Chen remained silent, refusing to speak unless it was about point deductions, no matter how they tried to engage him. Zhao Yuan was somewhat surprised. This kid stood tall and showed no signs of shrinking back. Generally, classmates would dodge and weave when faced with them, so it was clear he had a good level of confidence, which Zhao Yuan liked. He wanted to continue probing. Alright, don't interfere. Lin Chen, the reason we called you over this time is to discuss something else with you. Pei Zhongshan suppressed Zhao Yuan and spoke seriously to Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, hearing something else immediately indicated it wasn't about the secret realm, but what other matters could the head of the secret realm department want to discuss with him? Director Pei, please go ahead. Pei Zhongshan said, well, it's like this. In fact, we have been paying attention to you since you enrolled. Initially, Pei Zhongshan spoke candidly, sharing his previous thoughts and how they had changed due to the recent developments in the secret realm, ultimately revealing their purpose.
So, we plan to promote you directly to the second year. What do you think? The second year comes with better treatment in all aspects, but the competition will also be fiercer. Some people prefer to be the top of the pecking order rather than the bottom, so he still wanted to consult Lin Chen's opinion. If Lin Chen was unwilling, he wouldn't force it, though he would take some measures for future group tasks. Lin Chen took half a minute to process this, and he was utterly speechless. He had originally thought that Zhongzhou was completely impartial, with no special treatment at all. After all, he was a level 36 elite, with perfect scores in the college entrance examination, and he received no special privileges upon entering. Now he was being told that they had actually been paying attention to him from the start and had considered promoting him to the second year but gave up due to job instability? What did that make of his hard work over the past month? Who knew how he had been getting through this month? His classmates were like kindergarten kids. The monsters in the upgraded dungeons hadn't even been around for a month. Even the instructors were a bunch of misfits. If he had known he could jump to the second year, he would have performed much better. Couldn't they have mentioned it earlier? It was simply absurd. Zhao Yuan misunderstood Lin Chen's silence and hurriedly said, "Kid, let me tell you, the second year has many benefits for you. Young people need to strive. Don't miss out on opportunities for the sake of immediate comfort." Lin Chen snapped back to reality and silently grinned. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Director Zhao. Director Pei, I am willing to go to the second year." Speechless as he was, he definitely wanted to advance to the second year. The attributes in the second year tower would reach higher levels, allowing for more attributes, and the upgraded dungeons would also improve accordingly, enabling faster leveling. As for whether his strength could keep up, that was not a concern for him. He was the most stable berserker. Lin Chen quickly adjusted his mood. Pei Zhongshan nodded. It was good that he showed ambition and was not cowardly. "Alright, then I will arrange it for you. But I must tell you in advance, the second year is not like the first. The competition is much more intense, and there are indicators for all requirements. The first month will be a trial period, and if you can't keep up, I will have to send you back to the first year. Don't say I wasn't merciful." Then, the first semester of the first year in Zhongzhou was meant for students to adapt, while the second semester begins simple competition. By the second year, it enters formal competition, with mandatory tasks to complete each month, and there will be competitive assessments between classes. If Lin Chen can't keep up, he certainly wouldn't allow him to drag others down. To be honest, Lin Chen's situation was quite difficult for him. Being too far behind in the first year was excessive, while being too low in the second year was inadequate, leaving him in a limbo. However, since a decision had been made, there was no point in saying more. They would see how he performed during the month of assessment. If Lin Chen could barely keep up at the end, he would be allowed to stay. A month of trial? Lin Chen felt that should be manageable. "Alright, thank you, Director Pei. I appreciate your efforts." Lin Chen's promotion date was set for next Monday. The second year is quite different from the first. Most of the students spend their time doing tasks off campus. There will be an internal assessment for the class next Monday, and Lin Chen will be directly assigned to it. Everything was finalized, and just as Lin Chen was about to leave, he was suddenly called back by Pei Zhongshan. "Wait a moment, Lin Chen, your points." Lin Chen froze for a moment. He hadn't discussed his points issue for a long time, thinking he could slip by unnoticed. He didn't expect it to come up again. If he had known, he would have left faster. "Director Pei, is there anything else? What's wrong with my points?" Lin Chen turned back, forcing a smile. Seeing this, Pei Zhongshan chuckled. This kid was still quite greedy for money. "It's nothing, we won't pursue the points you earned in the secret realm before," he said. "I just wanted to mention that the points required for your promotion to the second year are different. Now the task hall, skill pavilion, and equipment pavilion are all open to you." After a pause, Pei Zhongshan called out to the door, "Secretary Liu, come in." For a moment, tap tap tap, Secretary Liu entered the office in high heels. "Secretary Liu, take Lin Chen to the second year area to familiarize him with the environment. By the way, he should also move to a new dormitory, take him there." Secretary Liu had heard the news about Lin Chen's promotion to the second year and immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, Director Pei." Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't deduct his points, he was fine. Secretary Liu led Lin Chen out of the office. Deputy Director Zhao chuckled. "Ha, old Pei, look how interesting this kid is. He's not nervous meeting you, not nervous about breaking school rules, and not feeling pressured about moving to the second year, but as soon as he hears about points, he tenses up." Pei Zhongshan maintained a calm expression. "Alright, stop sitting around. Go transfer his identity information. I still don't know if this kid can keep up." Zhao Yuan stood up, about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, which class will Lin Chen be transferred to?" Pei Zhongshan didn't hesitate. "Class 30 and onwards, you can choose any." Zhao Yuan had no objections and left directly. The classes ahead had a higher overall level, but they were indeed not suitable for Lin Chen. He liked Lin Chen, but he had to be realistic. Anyone who could enter Zhongzhou was no mediocre talent, and a year's difference was too significant. On campus, upon hearing about the dormitory change, Lin Chen hurriedly expressed his intention to go back and pack his luggage to prevent a repeat of the unexpected
incident in Bining City.
This time, he absolutely would not allow himself to leave anything behind. Secretary Lu frowned. Was it really necessary to be in
such a rush to pack?
It was strange for someone who could enter Zhengzhou to be so concerned about some furniture.
Alright, you go quickly and come back. I'll wait for you here.
After bidding farewell to Secretary Lu, Lin Chen quickly returned to the dormitory area. At this time, everyone was still in the Chou Wangshan
secret realm, and the entire dormitory area was empty, only illuminated by the peaceful sunlight. Lin Chen entered the dormitory and looked at the somewhat messy little space, feeling a bit reluctant. He was a nostalgic person, and after just a month he had developed some feelings for it, only to find out he had to move. Fortunately, it was still a step up. Although the past month had been leisurely, it had also been somewhat boring, lacking the motivation to improve. Now that he had the opportunity to leap forward, it was definitely a good thing. As a professional, one must keep striving upward, chasing all the way to the top. After reminiscing for a moment, Lin Chen quickly packed his luggage, not even sparing the quilt and pillow, completely emptying the dormitory. He cleared a small space in his storage for his luggage in the future. After packing up, looking at the empty dormitory, Lin Chen felt like lighting a cigarette to express his emotions, but unfortunately, he didn't smoke. After a few lingering glances, Lin Chen finally left the dormitory.
Soon, he returned to the office building, where Secretary Lu was standing in the sun, shielding her eyes with her hand, clearly unable to bear the heat. She was dressed entirely in black, with a black uniform, black stockings, and black high heels, which absorbed the heat the most. Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Lu.
Let's go.
This sun is really harsh. I wish I were an ice mage, Secretary Lu complained as she put her hands down. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Whoosh, his blood wings spread open, directly blocking the sun. After all, she was waiting for him, so this little task was manageable. His physique was high, and he wasn't afraid of getting sunburned. It had no effect on him. Lin Chen was tall, and with his blood wings spread wide, he quickly enveloped Secretary Lu. She was first surprised, then envious. It really pays to be in a combat profession. TSK. Thank you, Lin classmate. Let's go. The two headed towards the second year area. The blood wings could be spread, but flying was prohibited on campus, so they could only serve as a sunshade. The second year area was separated from the first year area by a barrier. Passing through the barrier, they were greeted by a campus still lush with green trees, with some buildings hidden among them.
However, the closest one was the Attribute Tower.
Lin Chen then realized that their original area's Attribute Tower was at the front, but now they had arrived at the back, which had a large entrance open. Secretary Lu had regained her spirits by this time and saw Lin Chen looking at the Attribute Tower, so she began to explain.
The Attribute Tower is also crucial for second-year students.
By the second year, you can access levels above 4, where the monsters are at level 40, and there
will also be bosses. Completing it once can earn you 20 attribute points.
However, the points required have also increased.
There will no longer be free
opportunities each month. After that, each entry will cost an additional 200 points. Lin Chen felt a bit pleased. The quality had indeed improved.
Earning 20
attributes directly double, which was a significant boost for him. As for the level 40 monsters, he figured they shouldn't be a problem. However, the points had also doubled, and calculating, he realized the points he had just snatched weren't that much. Secretary Lu thought for a moment and added, the fourth level might
be a bit difficult for you, but don't worry, you can still enter the lower levels. You can always come back later when your level catches up. Lin Chen didn't argue.
Thank you for the reminder, Secretary Lu. The two continued on, winding their way to a large building. Secretary Lu pointed at the building and said, this will be your teaching building in the future, but the teaching method in the second year is somewhat different.
Theoretical classes are no longer the
main focus. There are only 2 public classes at the beginning and middle of each month, and whether you attend or not is entirely up to you.
Not attending won't deduct points, and most of the time, everyone is out doing tasks.
Lin Chen silently noted this. It was quite humane, allowing him more time to improve himself. Soon after, they arrived at a bright hall, surrounded by electronic screens displaying various information. Go to the South Zhan Canyon to hunt the Riftwind Falcon, and bring back 50 leg bones of the Riftwind Falcon. Task difficulty, C. Task reward, 800 points. Go to the Nile waters to kill the Nile crocodile. No materials
need to be submitted. Task difficulty, B. Task reward, 2000 points. This is the task hall, which is quite important for you, so pay close attention, Secretary Lu's voice came through, pulling Lin Chen's gaze back.
In the second year, tasks are no longer as loose as in the first year. Everyone has strict requirements.
Each person must complete at least 3 tasks per month, either in teams or solo, with no restrictions on difficulty. If you fail to complete them, points will be deducted and you will receive a demerit. Accumulating 3 demerits will result in immediate expulsion. Secretary Lu laid out the task rules, which surprised Lin Chen. Failing to complete tasks could actually lead to expulsion. Was the competition that fierce? Lin Chen asked. Secretary Lu, may I ask what level second-year students generally are? Secretary Lu replied, there are highs and lows, but it's rare to find anyone below level 40, and most are at least second tier. Lin Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. He couldn't determine the task difficulty without personal experience, but if his classmates could handle level 40, he should be fine too. Of course, the students also have a year of attribute tower upgrades to consider, which needs to be calculated separately. Secretary Lu sighed. This is also the reason why Director Pei has never mentioned you coming up. Your extreme transformation is good, but it's still a bit low for a sophomore. But don't worry, if you can't complete it, you won't be expelled, you'll just be sent back to your freshman year. Lin Chen didn't argue. Thank you for the reminder, Secretary Lu. After a while, the two arrived at a hall which had several teleportation portals set up clearly for the sophomore. Upgrade dungeons. This is the dungeon management hall, but there is no longer any free time. It's 50 points per hour and an additional 50 for every hour. Over 10. Secretary Lu's introduction confirmed this. The walls of the hall also displayed dungeon information, and Lin Chen looked up. Beast Arena Adaptation. Level 4041 description simulates the environment of an ancient beast fighting arena, allowing for single matches against beasts, suitable for students excelling in individual combat. Forest of Souls adaptation. Level 4041 description simulates a dungeon set in the Forest of Souls filled with ghostly creatures, suitable for light-type students. The levels had all been raised to above level 40, and Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. This level was just right for him, and he could finally continue to level up. If you want to challenge it, I suggest you team up with a few classmates first. Your level is low right now, so don't blindly go in. This is not like those simple dungeons from your freshman year. Secretary Lu's nagging voice rang out again, and Lin Chen didn't feel impatient. He listened quietly. Next, Secretary Lu took Lin Chen to the Skills Pavilion and Equipment Pavilion, which opened his eyes. Inside, there was almost everything, much of which couldn't be bought on the market: exclusive skill scrolls, purple top-tier equipment, and even golden legendary gear. However, the prices were also high, often requiring tens of thousands of points. After some thought, Lin Chen decided it was time to get himself some gear. Although the equipment didn't link to his berserk attributes, the path of a profession was like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you fall back. Others might not match his combat power, but with a full set of luxurious equipment and exclusive skills, it would be a different story. He needed to enrich himself as much as possible. At the very least, it was time to change his weapon. Using an ordinary purple weapon all this time was embarrassing, and he planned to switch to dual daggers. The Equipment Pavilion should have them, but right now, Secretary Lu was just helping him familiarize himself with the environment. He certainly couldn't spend time picking things out now. He would come back after it was over. Stepping out of the Equipment Pavilion, Secretary Lu let out a breath. That's all for now. You can take your time to learn more later. Now, let me take you to the dormitory. Lin Chen nodded. Secretary Lu seemed very organized, and the Equipment Pavilion was not far from the dormitory area. The two arrived at the dormitory area in no time. The dormitory area looked the same as before, with entire rows of ordinary sections, slightly more refined double rooms, and elegant luxurious single villas hidden among the greenery. Secretary Lu naturally strode towards the ordinary section, but Lin Chen hurriedly stopped him. He definitely didn't want to go there, and he was unsure if his second-tier military merit medal was still useful. Secretary, do you think this is still useful? Lin Chen took out the second-tier military merit medal. The dazzling purple medal sparkled, and Secretary Lu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you still have this? You must have made contributions to the military to obtain it, and it's a second-tier one. Lin Chen smiled. Just luck, just luck. This is definitely useful, and its usefulness is significant. For all the places I just took you to, any that require points can be discounted by 20%, and you can earn an additional 20% on points. However, the prerequisite is that you need to convert the medal into the Academy's honor medal. So, what do you think? Will you convert it? Secretary Lu said with sparkling eyes. Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting this thing to be so effective. A direct 20% discount could save thousands of points on equipment worth tens of thousands. However, it needed to be converted into a school medal, and he still had to figure that out. Secretary, I don't quite understand. Are there any downsides to converting it into a school medal? Not really. This medal is equivalent to national honor, recognized nationwide, and normally, if you don't make mistakes, it can stay with you for life. But if you convert it to the school will have to bear the difference you cause, so it will disappear once you graduate. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. A lifetime or a few years of college, is that really not a loss? Then forget it, I won't convert it. The school honor could be pursued later, but this medal was not easy to obtain. Secretary Lu didn't say much more and shifted the topic back to the dormitory. You don't want to go to a regular dormitory, right? The dormitories for sophomores have no requirements. Except for single rooms needing school honor, other regular dormitories cost 10 points a day, and double rooms cost 50 points a day. Which one do you choose? Points were needed for accommodation? Lin Chen was confused and asked, what about those without points? Are they not allowed to stay? He had originally thought of using the medal to exchange for a better dormitory. Secretary Lu smiled, of course not.
If there are no points, double rooms become quadruple rooms, and
if there are no quadruple rooms, they will be deducted. You have to earn points, and once you earn them, they will be deducted. The school is also trying to encourage competition among everyone, to avoid people just coasting along.
Lin Chen pouted. Still, this was a bit much, it was just sleeping after all.
Secretary Lu continued, now you understand the difference in sophomore year, right?
Freshman year is just to help you adapt, the real competition starts in sophomore year. But since you helped me with the umbrella, I'll wish you success in passing the first month's assessment.
Good luck.
Lin Chen helplessly replied, thank
you. Alright, it's almost time. Which dormitory do you want? If you want my recommendation, go for the regular one.
You have 5,000 points now, but you should save
a bit. There will be many places to spend points later. And 5,000 isn't considered much in sophomore year.
After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen said, I'll
choose the double room.
He really didn't want to share a room with someone. The quadruple room was unavoidable, but the double room might still turn into a
single room. As for the points, he would see later. If it really didn't work out, he could always return.
Secretary Lu sighed, you really are bold, spending
like this right after arriving.
Arriving at the double room building, as soon as they entered, Secretary Lu walked over to a nearby window with ease.
Granny
Wang, this is a student who just got promoted from freshman year. Please register his dormitory. Behind the window was an elderly woman with half-white hair but
looking very spirited. Upon hearing this, she raised an eyebrow. Promoted from freshman year? Coming to me? This woman doesn't seem like a good person. Lin
Chen quietly observed Granny Wang, a dormitory supervisor, who lacked the usual amiability. Her expression alone commanded respect, and most importantly, Lin
Chen couldn't see through her strength, clearly not an ordinary person. It was evident that Secretary Lu was very respectful towards her, bowing slightly as she replied,
yes, Granny Wang, this student is a Jijuan. Director Pei felt it wasn't suitable for him to stay in freshman year, so he was transferred to sophomore
year. Granny Wang's expression suddenly changed. Jijuan? You mean he is a Jijuan? What level is he now? Granny Wang was very anxious, and before Secretary Lu could answer, her gaze shot straight at Lin Chen, directly activating her identification technique. He really is a Jijuan. Seeing this, Secretary Lu hurriedly stepped in front of Granny Wang. Granny Wang, please don't be anxious, he just came up from freshman year. His level is only 36, and he hasn't really brushed the attribute tower. Plus he's a berserker, so he probably won't meet your requirements. Grandma Wang gradually calmed down. Yes, I haven't cleared the attribute tower yet, and my level is only 37. I was too anxious. Immediately after, Grandma Wang suddenly looked surprised. Berserker? How did the berserker get into Zhengzhou, and can they even skip levels? Secretary Lu smiled. Oh, Grandma Wang, your mental state is completely stable, and your willpower is excellent. Grandma Wang nodded. Alright, why did you bring him here? Does he want to stay with me? Finally returning to the main topic, Grandma Wang's earlier gaze had made her back feel damp. Secretary Lu exhaled and hurriedly said, yes, Grandma Wang, do you have any available dormitories? This student prefers a quieter environment.
Grandma Wang replied, here, it's 50 points a day, and you must pay for at least 10 days up front.
First, pay the points. I understand, Grandma Wang.
Secretary Lu pulled Lin Chen forward. Lin Chen, take out your academy medal. This is Grandma Wang. Lin Chen handed over the medal and politely said,
Grandma Wang.
He was a bit confused but recognized that she was likely an important figure, so it was better to be polite.
Grandma Wang took the medal without looking at the two and fiddled with it inside. Alright, room 309 on the 3rd floor. You can go up and swipe your medal to enter. Come back within 10 days to pay the next points. Latecomers will not be accommodated.
Grandma Wang handed back the medal, her expression not very pleasant. Lin Chen still maintained his
politeness. Thank you, Grandma Wang.
Looking down, he saw that his points had already decreased by 500, a tenth of his total of 5,000 gone in an instant, causing him a pang of heartache. Thank you for your hard work, Grandma Wang.
Secretary Lu nodded and quickly pulled Lin Chen away. Let's go, I'll take you up to get familiar with the place.
In the dormitory building, unlike the empty feeling of the freshman dorms, although there were still no people around, some
open doors revealed signs of life, with bedding not yet folded. Lin Chen, that Grandma Wang is not an ordinary person. Don't treat her like a regular dorm supervisor. Be as polite as possible in the future. Secretary Lu noticeably relaxed after reaching the 2nd floor, speaking as they walked. Lin Chen nodded. He could tell without needing much explanation that dorm supervisors weren't usually so fierce, but he was a bit puzzled. Secretary, why was Grandma Wang so excited when she heard I was a berserker? Lin Chen now understood that berserkers were strong, but they weren't necessarily treasured by the higher-ups in Zhengzhou. Grandma Wang seemed to be quite proud, which was clearly unusual. Secretary Lu replied, well, that's a long story. Grandma Wang has a granddaughter. After Some explanation, Lin Chen roughly understood. Grandma Wang was originally not from Zhengzhou but a veteran of the National Defense Army. Her granddaughter
was studying in Zhengzhou and, due to an accident, was cursed and needed a rare material to extend her life.
That material could currently only be found in a secret realm below level 40, but that secret realm was particularly difficult and was directly controlled by Zhengzhou. So Grandma Wang came to Zhengzhou to be a dorm supervisor, hoping to find some excellent students to obtain materials to save her granddaughter's life.
However, because the difficulty of that secret realm was too high, after several years, the materials she had gathered were minimal, barely sustaining her granddaughter's life, which is why Grandma Wang was a
bit excited to see him as a berserker. Lin Chen said, "Why does it feel like I'm being used as an NPC?" Of course, it sounded reasonable but had many flaws. "Secretary, Grandma Wang is a veteran of the National Defense Army. Can't she solve a small curse? Does it really have to be obtained from a secret realm below level 40? Lin Chen continued to ask.
The real world isn't a game. There's no rule that says a specific material must be used.
There are many similar types with the same effects, and if that doesn't work, one could always switch to a higher level one. How could they be helpless because of a single material? Moreover, Grandma Wang was a veteran of the National Defense Army. If all else fails, couldn't they hire a high-level priest? How could a small low-level curse be so difficult?"
Listening to it was quite absurd, making Lin Chen believe that he would rather think that Granny Wang was an old witch, using her stories to trick students into
that secret realm for some unknown purpose.
Secretary Lu had anticipated this and chuckled lightly. Every student who hears this news has the same doubts as you, but the truth is just like that.
Granny Wang's granddaughter is afflicted by a specific curse. A high-level priest can intervene, but in the process of removing the curse, her granddaughter would also become a vegetative state, completely brain-dead. To fully heal her, they can only rely on the materials brought out from that secret realm.
You can think of it as a miracle drug. Sometimes, even high levels can't solve all problems.
The world is vast, and there are
many strange and unusual things. One can only say that one thing can subdue another.
As for the authenticity of this matter, you can rest assured. When Granny Wang first arrived, our principal in Zhengzhou also checked, and there were no issues. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been allowed to stay in Zhengzhou all these years. Speaking of which, Granny Wang is also a pitiful person. Her granddaughter's prime years have been wasted like this, and Granny Wang herself has been working hard. She looked quite young when she first came. Secretary Lu sighed, and Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Miracle drug? One thing subduing another? Does such a thing really exist? Was he really that ignorant?
During their conversation, the two had already arrived at the dormitory door, room 309 on the third floor, which happened to be the one at the end of the corridor.
Secretary Lu exhaled. "All right, that's enough for today. Go back and rest well. Once your class is settled next Monday, I'll take you to meet your instructor." Lin Chen nodded. "Thank you, Secretary Lu. You've worked hard today." She had taken
him around all day, discussing everything in detail. Just as Secretary Lu was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and stopped Lin Chen, who was
about to enter the door.
"Oh, Granny Wang may be pitiful, but you mustn't be foolish.
That secret realm is not somewhere you can enter, not even to collect some materials.
Even normal second-year students find it hard to get in, and there have been deaths inside over the years.
No matter what conditions Granny Wang offers you, don't listen, understand?"
Lin Chen entered the dormitory, which was still clean and tidy, with sunlight streaming in brightly and comfortably. There were still no other students around, and he was lucky enough to have his double room upgraded to a single room.
Lin Chen smirked, unpacking his luggage in a rush, then immediately leaped onto the bed.
Now that he had successfully advanced to the second year, his life had regained motivation. With over level 40 upgrade dungeons, a property tower that could yield 20 attributes at a time, various top-tier equipment, and even legendary gear, the future was bright and full of promise. However, points had become an issue. The prices were often in the thousands, which was simply outrageous.
His 5,000 points were hardly enough, especially since he had just been deducted another 500 points.
To stay there, he would have to deduct 500 every 10 days in the future.
I still need to work hard to earn points.
Lin Chen took a comfortable shower and sat at his desk, starting to consider Granny Wang's matter again. Although Secretary Lu had firmly instructed him not to get involved in this issue, that was because she didn't know he had a system. A berserker with a shield was not the same species as
an ordinary berserker. Perhaps Granny Wang could help him earn quite a few points. Of course, Lin Chen didn't underestimate it. Normal second-year students had a year of experience with the property tower, and most of them had failed, with some even dying. Lin Chen didn't have complete confidence either. After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided to gather some information first. At least see what benefits he could gain from helping Granny Wang. With 3 days until Monday, he had some free time. He had originally planned to grind the property tower and level up in dungeons, so learning about this matter wasn't a bad idea. Lin Chen dialed Li Yuexin's number. He had no one to turn to in his second year, and Wang Chenhao, the second-generation heir, didn't seem reliable either, so asking Secretary Lu was out of the question.
Li Yuexin is the girl who was previously caught up in the secret realm with Lin Chen. She happens to be a sophomore at Zhangzhou
University. Let's see if Li Yuexin is at school now.
The call was quickly connected, and there was a moment of hesitation on the other end, followed by a somewhat
confused female voice. Lin Xiao? Lin Chen smiled and got straight to the point. It's me. Are you at school? I need your help with something. I'm out doing a task. I can be back soon, by tonight at the latest. Lin Chen replied. Then there's no need. Just focus on your task. It's not anything urgent.
Since she was out on official business, Lin Chen wouldn't be unreasonable for just asking a few things.
However, the other end immediately responded. And a different person spoke up.
Master, we can return now. In fact, we've already completed our task and are just wrapping things up.
Where are you, Master? We'll come find you. Lin Chen pouted. Alright, then call me when you get back.
Yes, subordinate obeys. The call ended, and on the other end, they
were in a desolate wilderness. Wang Chenhao waved his hand. Pack up. We're going back to school. Besides Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin, there were 2 other boys.
Nearby, they were part of a demon hunting team, usually out together to earn points.
The other 2 were taken aback. Huh? We're going back now? Didn't we just come out? Yeah, Wang Xiao, if we go back now, the task will definitely fail.
Before they could finish, they saw Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin had already walked far away, almost flying, their figures nearly out of sight.
The 2 exchanged glances. So?
Who has such power that a single phone call can make the mighty Wang
Xiao abandon his task? I'll arrive tonight, so I'll go browse the equipment pavilion first.
Earlier, Secretary Lu had mentioned that he shouldn't linger too long, as there were many pieces of equipment he wanted to check out.
Lin Chen dressed up neatly and headed out.
The hallway was empty. Everyone was clearly
out doing tasks.
According to Secretary Lu, by sophomore year, students rarely stayed on campus, almost all busy hustling for points, and the time they returned was mostly spent in dungeons. Only during class assessments or departmental exams could they gather together, which was also the reason he enrolled on a Monday, as there was a class assessment that day. Passing through the first floor hall, Lin Chen initially wanted to greet Granny Wang to boost his favorability. But he saw the window was already closed, tightly sealed, so he had to give up. Strolling along, Lin Chen arrived at the equipment pavilion.
What greeted him was
a bright hall, illuminated by bright lights, with rows of glass display cases showcasing various pieces of equipment. It looked like a large modern store, lacking
any ancient atmosphere.
Even the staff was a sweet-looking young lady, and her aura was not very strong, just a second tier, indicating she was an ordinary girl. Secretary Lu had also mentioned this. In the territory of Zhangzhou Academy, no one dared to cause trouble. Therefore, the requirement for the staff at the equipment pavilion was to be beautiful, have a sweet voice, and be approachable to promote sales. This shop assistant was a student. Working here allowed her
to earn points. Are you here to look at the equipment, classmate?
I need to verify your identity first. As soon as she saw Lin Chen approach, the young lady
immediately came over with a warm smile.
Lin Chen handed over his academy badge, and there was a scanning device at the front desk. The girl scanned it, and
some basic information popped up.
Identity verification passed. Warrior class, Lin Chen. Academy honors, none. Classmate, without honors, you can only choose from the first floor.
Is there any equipment you like? I can introduce it to you.
The girl returned the badge with a smile, polite and considerate.
No need. I'll just take a look myself.
Lin Chen directly refused, letting her introduce him to buy this and that. His points were not enough, he just came to have a look. Lin Chen walked into the hall, where a few classmates were wandering around, and the shelves were filled with equipment information.
Justice Warrior, weapon.
Grade, purple epic level, LV-48 giant sword forged from fine steel and iron, containing righteous energy, effective against evil spirits and monsters. Wearing strength plus 200, light attribute enhancement plus 20, dark attribute resistance plus 20. Price, 10,299 points. Demon fall giant sword, weapon, grade, purple. Epic level, LV-40 produced from the blood spirit demon realm, containing demonic energy, has a deterrent effect on monster spirits. Wearing strength plus 220. Agility plus 50, dark attribute enhancement plus 20. Note, long-term wear may affect mental state, requires stable use of refining potions.
Price, 13,999 points.
Negotiable. Just looking at a few items, Lin Chen realized his own shallowness.
Just a single equipment's attribute enhancement could exceed 200. To get a full
set would be quite a challenge.
He really couldn't remain a novice any longer.
However, Lin Chen had some other doubts.
What is attribute enhancement?
The knowledge he had learned so far had never mentioned this, and it seemed somewhat useful.
Never mind, I'll find my dual daggers first. Lin Chen stopped overthinking.
He felt this should be knowledge for second-year students, and he would understand it gradually later. Previously, Secretary Lu had taken Lin Chen to the second floor, but now he could only stay on the first floor, where the only items left were purple epic equipment. After wandering around for a while, Lin Chen finally discovered a pair of dual daggers. Dual Crimson Lotus Dance, Weapon, Grade, Purple Epic Level, LV40 crafted from the fusion of Illusory Cloud Blazing. Flame Dual Crystals, possessing powerful attack speed and explosive power. With it, no creature can withstand even a second in front of you.
Is it that? Over the top?
Lin Shen couldn't help but grin. The description clearly sounded like it was written by a person, not an official evaluation.
Lin Shen looked at the attributes.
Wearing Strength plus 180, Agility plus 180, Combat can stack attack speed, increasing by 10% per second, up to a maximum of 300%, but please note your stamina.
Consumption price 12,999 points TSK, such fierce attributes.
With 180 in strength and speed, plus the ability to stack attack speed, combined with Lin Shen's own high strength and speed, it was simply perfect for him. He really wanted it. But looking at the price of over 10,000, he glanced at the only 52 points of attributes from the Zhejiang. Damn it.
Earn points.
Lin Shen couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't want to settle for junk anymore, and his
desire to earn points had never been so high. He even thought about directly breaking the Zhejiang. Fortunately, he ultimately held back. Lin Shen then wandered around the armor and jewelry section. The purple epic armor and jewelry were similar, generally adding around 20 attributes, and there were some with special skills and effects.
But the prices were also sky high, starting at 10,000. This made Lin Shen feel increasingly uncomfortable and frustrated as he browsed.
And in a fit of anger, he left in a huff. Well, if he felt more frustrated, he still couldn't afford to buy anything, and Zhangzhou didn't allow credit. Welcome back next time, students.
The front desk lady bowed to send Lin Shen off, very polite. However, as soon as Lin Shen stepped out of the store, her demeanor changed.
Immediately. What's the point of just browsing without buying? Still a freshman, doesn't the school take care of this? The lady pouted, having just scanned the badge and seen the freshman information. What was a freshman doing here causing a ruckus? The attribute tower wasn't even enough to grind. Lin Shen
had already been out of the equipment store for half the afternoon, and the sun was no longer so scorching.
Gulyalu, oh no. I forgot to ask Secretary Lu where the cafeteria is.
During lunch, Secretary Lu took him everywhere except to the cafeteria.
As the saying goes, food is the heaven for the people, and Lin Shen
is still a bit directionally challenged. Looking at the campus, which all seemed the same, Lin Shen frowned. This. After much effort, it was only when it got dark that Lin Shen finally found the cafeteria. Bad news, he wasted 2 hours. Good news, he got familiar with the buildings in the sophomore
area again, and he even walked back to the equipment pavilion. Eating also requires points. Fortunately, the rules aren't too strict, and there are lower tier options.
Lin Shen spent $1,000 to order a fast food meal that costs 10 outside. This place really requires points everywhere, Lin Shen lamented, as he ate his light meal.
After dinner, it was completely dark.
Lin Shen planned to stroll back to the dormitory when coincidentally, Wang Shenhao called.
Wang
Shenhao informed him that they were almost at the school, and Lin Shen replied that they would meet in the dormitory.
Upon returning to the dormitory, it wasn't
long before Wang Shenhao and his companion arrived. After more than a month apart, it was clear that both had made progress, both stepping into level 40.
Wang
Shenhao and his companion curiously surveyed the dormitory in front of them.
Isn't Lin Shen a freshman? Why did he move into the sophomore dorm area, and it's a double room?
Despite Wang Shenhao's lavish spending, he really hasn't earned many points. He is still living in a regular dorm.
Master, what is this? Wang Shenhao asked, puzzled.
Starting with Master, he seemed to have firmly established this title. Lin Shen didn't bother to correct him and casually explained.
Oh, I skipped a grade. Wang Shenhao's eyes flickered and then quickly calmed down.
It makes sense that Master would skip a grade.
I congratulate Master on stepping into sophomore year. May Master be unparalleled for all eternity. Lin Shen. Alright, stop with the formalities and get up quickly. I have something to ask you. Wang Shenhao was still kneeling on one knee, and upon hearing this, he quickly responded. Oh right. Master has something. Whatever Master needs, just command it.
My worthless life was saved by you. As long as you speak, I will go through fire and water without hesitation.
Li Yuexin also spoke up.
Lin Xiao, just command us, our lives were saved by you, so please don't be polite. Bringing them out of the abyss, this kindness is heavier than anything else. And she would never forget it.
Lin Shen nodded and got to the point.
He pushed Wang Shenhao aside and looked at Li Yuexin.
Li Yuexin, may I ask if you know about Granny Wang?
Wang Shenhao was pushed aside and felt somewhat dissatisfied, but upon hearing this, he fell silent. He indeed hadn't learned about this.
Li Yuexin's eyes flickered. Granny Wang? Lin Xiao, are you planning to go to the Icefield secret realm?
A direct rhetorical question, and she even mentioned the
name of the secret realm, clearly indicating that Li Yuexin had some knowledge.
Lin Shen replied, yes, I have this plan, but I don't know how intense it will be, or what benefits I can gain, so I wanted to ask you about the situation.
Li Yuexin said, I do have some understanding of the Icefield secret realm. To be honest,
Lin Xiao, I was planning to go there before.
Oh, that's perfect, tell me about it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Li Yuexin nodded. It's like this, Lin Xiao. You
want to go to the Icefield's secret realm, and you must have heard the story of Granny Wang.
You want her rewards, right? Lin Chen nodded. Old Wang used to be a
senior in the National Defense Army, and she had quite a wealth of resources at her disposal. Her rewards depend on how many pure lotus ice crystals you can
bring back.
The pure lotus ice crystal is the medicine that can control her granddaughter's curse, and it's also a primary material found in the Icefield's secret realm. Normally, for every piece you bring back, you can earn 1,000 points. If you bring back 5 pieces at once, you'll receive an additional purple equipment piece, and if you bring back 10, you'll get an extra top-tier purple equipment piece. It's said that the yield of those ice crystals is particularly low, and over the years, very few people have managed to bring back 10 pieces, so I'm not sure what the rewards are beyond that. However, one thing is certain, as long as you can bring back a sacred lotus ice crystal, you can make any request you want, mainly because Old Wang can fulfill all of them. The sacred lotus ice crystal is the material that can directly heal her granddaughter, as Old Wang has said herself, but no one has obtained it in recent years.
I've even heard that
a few seniors died trying to get it.
Generous indeed. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Having just returned from the equipment shop, he now had a preliminary understanding of the points system. As long as he could bring back 10 pieces of ice crystal, he would earn 10,000 points plus a top-tier purple item, equivalent to 2 top-tier purples. Not to mention that obtaining the sacred lotus crystal would allow him to make any demands. A big shot from the National Defense Army, he wouldn't have to worry about resources. Of course, it all depended on the difficulty and how accessible the items were. Lin Chen wasn't blinded by the points and asked, so, what's the difficulty level of the Icefield's secret realm? You know my strength, can I even enter? The Icefield's secret realm is restricted to players below level 40, but the monsters inside are all at least level 40, and they have unique frost properties. Their defenses are very high, and they have various means to control players. Moreover, entry is limited to groups, so the difficulty is extremely high. Even excellent second-year students at level 39 wouldn't dare to enter easily. Many students have been tempted before, but most of them came out without even getting a single ice crystal. The best record was a senior from 2 years ago who barely managed to get 10 ice crystals after 5 days, but that senior was a legendary player, a fire-type mage, which gave him an advantage against the secret realm monsters. Li Yuexin first explained the difficulty of the Icefield dungeon, which was information she had gathered earlier. Initially, she wanted to make some extra money through Old Wang, but after learning about the dungeon's difficulty, she decisively gave up. Most excellent students came back empty-handed, and she was only average in Zhengzhou, making it even less likely for her. One could say that the Icefield's secret realm is a nightmare dungeon for those below level 40. Hearing this, Wang Chenhao was taken aback. Is there really such a strong dungeon within Zhengzhou's jurisdiction? Why haven't I heard of it? Lin Chen was currently unaware of the strength of other students, unlike Li Yuexin, who had a reference point, and he couldn't compare the dungeon's difficulty, so he remained silent, signaling Li Yuexin to continue. As for whether you, young Master Lin, can enter, Li Yuexin returned to the initial question and pondered for a moment. Entering is definitely not a problem, but I can't guarantee how many ice crystals you can obtain. But don't worry, as long as you don't overestimate yourself, you shouldn't get hurt, and you can exit the Icefield secret realm at any time. There are no restrictions in that regard. Given the strength of the Icefield secret realm, she normally wouldn't say such reassuring things to a lifesaver, especially since Lin Chen had spent even less time than others grinding the attribute tower. However, the impression Lin Chen left on her during the abyss was too profound. He had no problem dealing with the onslaught of the bone demons on an island, so the Icefield secret realm should be manageable. At the very least, his life would be guaranteed. Those second-year students couldn't even withstand the bone demons' attack at level 30. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although I still have a limited understanding of the intensity of the secret realm, if someone is cautious as Li Yuexin says there's absolutely no problem, then it must be fine. Even if I can't get the crystal and have to retreat, there's no real loss. Okay, let's go. Where is the Icefield's secret realm, and how do I get there? Lin Chen immediately asked, already feeling impatient. A ton of points, plus the chance to get top-tier equipment. Granny Wang really is his timely reign. Li Yuexin wasn't surprised. The Icefield secret realm is directly controlled by our central state, and you can get there directly from our central state's teleportation array. However, because that place is basically deserted, and those who go there are all heading for Granny Wang, the teleportation crystals are currently managed by her, so young Master Lin, you'll need to get one from her. The teleportation crystal is the material to activate the teleportation array. You can think of it as a key. That teleportation array is usually closed to avoid wasting resources. Wang Chenhao, who had been dazed for a while, perked up at this, immediately clasping his hands. Please wait a moment, my lord, I will fetch it for you right away. Lin Chen, wait, come back. Lin Chen called Wang Chenhao back. This kid may
seem respectful to him, but when it comes to others, he acts like he's got eyes on the top of his head. He better not provoke Granny Wang later. I can get the key myself. If I'm taking on a task from her, I should at least meet her. After asking Li Yuexin some details on how to identify the ice crystal stone, Lin Chen waved them off. They both had their own matters to attend to, and he just needed to clarify his things. Wang Chenhao still wanted to stay and serve Lin Chen a bit longer, but adhering to the blood god's first rule, he knew to just accept orders and not speak out of turn. I take my leave. As Li Yuexin was leaving, her eyes flickered. Young Master Lin, which class were you assigned to? Can you let me know? Lin Chen was in the same school as them and had just coincidentally advanced to his second year. If they were in the same class, she could handle some trivial matters for him, which would be a way to repay his kindness. My class hasn't been assigned yet, so I'm not sure. Lin Chen's class hadn't been determined yet and his medal information hadn't changed. He would have to wait until later to find out. Oh, that's fine then. I wish you success, young Master Lin. I wish my lord great success. May the blood god live for thousands of years. After seeing off Li Yuexin, Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was 8 p.m. After thinking for a moment, he put on his clothes and headed straight for the dormitory management office. It wasn't too late yet. If he got the key today, he could go to the secret realm early tomorrow, otherwise he would waste time tomorrow. It was only 8 p.m., although Granny Wang was an old woman. She shouldn't be sleeping this early, right? Lin Chen still felt a bit uncertain. The first floor hall was very quiet, and Granny Wang's window was tightly closed, with only the overhead light casting a bright glow. Lin Chen stepped forward and lightly knocked on the window. He was cautious. The last time he met this old woman, she had given him a heart-stopping feeling, so it was better to be polite. Inside the window was a workspace with some simple office supplies, and further in was a small bedroom. A girl with a delicate appearance lay quietly on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her body covered in various strange runes glowing with a crimson light. Schwer, are you really not going to wake up? Can you open your eyes and take a look at Grandma one more time? A pure white handkerchief, warm to the touch, brushed against the girl's cheek, accompanied by Granny Wang's tears falling. Knock knock knock. A knock came from outside. Granny Wang carefully placed the handkerchief on the girl's forehead, quickly wiped her tears, and went to the outer room. Who is it? It's late at night. Payment is in the morning. Don't you know? Is it you? Didn't you just pay? Granny Wang opened the window and said irritably, but halfway through, she recognized Lin Chen. Had she just been crying? Lin Chen noticed the bloodshot remnants in Granny Wang's eyes and felt a pang in his heart, thinking it was a bad time to come. Granny Wang, I'm not here to pay. I'm here to borrow the teleportation array key. I plan to go to the Icefield's secret realm. Granny Wang paused, her expression immediately darkening. Are you also eyeing my points? If it were someone else, it would be one thing, but a guy who hasn't even reached level 39 and has barely brushed the attribute tower for a year. She originally thought he might be a decent talent if he could jump to the second year, but it turns out he's just another delusional fool. She herself had been holding back from speaking out, yet he came knocking on her door. Lin Chen. He had seen him so excited about the extreme transformation yesterday, and now, just a day later, his face had changed so quickly. I really want to earn some points. Just starting the second year, I don't have enough points to use, so I hope Granny Wang can give me a chance. Lin Chen put away his casual demeanor and spoke earnestly. Granny Wang felt dissatisfied, but after thinking it over, she chose to advise him once more. Young man, at your age, completing the extreme transformation is indeed impressive, but you should know that there are always people better than you. In the Icefield's secret realm, the lowest level is 40 for ice beasts, and the harsh environment affects professionals as well. Even your seniors from the second year can't guarantee they will come back unscathed. They are higher level than you and have brushed the attribute tower for a whole year, which is enough to make up for your advantage from the extreme transformation, even far surpass it. The gap between extreme transformation and the higher tier is not as small as you think. So do you understand what I mean? Go back. With that, Granny Wang prepared to pull down the window and go back, sighing silently. It was hard to come across someone who had completed the extreme transformation, but he was too young. If he were a normal second-year student, perhaps her granddaughter could really be saved. But she also understood that those who could complete the extreme transformation likely wouldn't come up normally. It can only be said that this is how the world works. How can one have it all? Lin Chen hurriedly stopped Granny Wang's actions. Granny Wang, I have some confidence in my own strength, so please give me the key. Fine. If she couldn't even listen to reason, there was no need for her to say more. Granny Wang turned back. Alright, which secret realm you enter is your freedom. I have no right to interfere. Of course, if you can bring back the ice crystal, I will reward you the same. 1 pure lotus ice crystal is 1,000 points, and if you bring back 5, I'll give you a purple equipment piece as a bonus. 410. Forget it, you won't be able to get 10. You have no problem with these rules, right? Lin Chen, no problem, but could you please tell me what the extra reward for 10 is? Although he had heard Li Yuexin mention it before, rewards should definitely be clarified in person to avoid trouble later.
With his strength, he was definitely aiming for 10. Granny Wang's expression darkened. He really didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Her goodwill towards Lin Chen was decreasing by the moment. For 10, I'll give you a piece of top-tier purple equipment. You can choose whatever I have, and if you're not satisfied, you can exchange it for points, 10,000 points. With that, Granny Wang no longer wanted to look at Lin Chen, and went back to get the key. Lin Chen's face lit up. It really was top-tier equipment. He was quite envious of those items in the equipment pavilion, and he could exchange them for points to choose himself. Soon, Granny Wang returned with a transparent crystal. Here, this is the teleportation array crystal. To go to the Icefield secret realm, use the B037 teleportation array. When the time comes, just place the crystal in the array to activate it. Just to be clear, if you get hurt inside, don't come looking for me. You chose to go in yourself. I won't take responsibility. I understand. Thank you, Granny Wang. Lin Chen smiled and quickly took the crystal, but as he did, Granny Wang paused. Be careful. You can only exit at the entrance of the Icefield secret realm, so judge the situation carefully. With that, Granny Wang finally let go. Still a sharp-tongued but soft-hearted person, Lin Chen nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Granny Wang. With the key in hand, Lin Chen happily returned to the dormitory. Just as Lin Chen left, an old man dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit walked into the hall with his hands behind his back. Oh, Wang Granny, someone has taken on the Icefield secret realm task again, the old man said, leaning toward the window. With a lewd smile, Granny Wang rolled her eyes. What does it have to do with you? Why don't you go check your warehouse instead of coming here? The old man's expression changed. Hey, how can it not be related to me? I consider Xiao Shui as my granddaughter too. So, how is this little kid's strength? How many ice crystals do you think he can bring back? Granny Wang replied, Extreme Transition, level 37, just jumped up from the first year. The old man's eyes narrowed. His extreme transition, now our granddaughter has hope. Wait, level 37? Just jumped up from the first year? Are you really going to let him go? Granny Wang said, what does it have to do with me? He wants to go himself. You're just going to let him go? That places, before he could finish, the window was shut. With a whoosh tightly sealed. The old man grimaced. The next day, early morning. Let's go, let's go. Lin Chen got up early, full of energy. Not to mention the chance to earn a lot of points. A level 40 super strong secret realm promised good experience as well. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed high-level monsters, and while grooming in front of the mirror, Lin Chen couldn't help but lick his lips. The Central State Academy had many teleportation arrays leading to various places. In the spacious square, teleportation arrays stood in neat rows, some grand enough to accommodate hundreds or thousands of people, while others were small enough for just one. Some were buzzing in an active state, while others were completely dark and extinguished. Students dressed in various gear came and went, with people constantly teleporting in and out. As soon as Lin Chen arrived, he saw the scene and didn't linger, following the signposts to find his teleportation array. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the teleportation array leading to the Icefield secret realm. It was a very small magic circle, still in a dormant state. Next to it stood a sign. B037 to the Icefield secret realm single teleport, 300 points, 300 points? Lin Chen's eyes widened. On the way here, he saw those large teleportation arrays costing only 100 or 200 points, and this one was smaller yet more expensive? Immediately, Lin Chen approached the staff. Hey, brother, is B037 marked incorrectly? Why does such a small teleportation array cost 300 points? The staff replied indifferently, that's right, that teleportation array only goes to the Icefield secret realm, and without any other uses to share the cost, it naturally becomes more expensive. Lin Chen. Damn, even the teleportation arrays are charging for shared costs. Helpless, Lin Chen had no choice but to obediently submit to the fee. Standing on the teleportation array, his heart was bleeding. He hadn't done anything yet and had already lost 300 points. This day was all about losing money. Fixing the crystal into the groove, the light shifted, and Lin Chen was taken away. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Chen found himself in a snowy expanse, with snowflakes drifting down and the sky dim in the distance. The entire world felt empty, with only a 2-meter-high teleportation gate standing before him, constantly rotating with silvery light. What a desolate place, not even a guard around. Exiting the teleportation array didn't lead directly into the secret realm. He had to pass through the gate first. He was still in the real world, and Lin Chen was curious which province had such a barren land, as if isolated from the rest of the world. How had this place been discovered by Central State? Unfortunately, he was completely directionally challenged, and even his phone had no signal. Not wanting to think too much, Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation gate. Entering the Icefield secret realm, detecting ice and snow element invasion. Agility reduced by 20%. Snowflakes filled the air. This was Lin Chen's first impression of the secret realm. The snowflakes falling like goose feathers made it nearly impossible for him to see the path ahead, and the air was filled with a chilling breath. At the same time, Lin Chen also noticed the earlier reminder. He,
indeed, felt his body becoming somewhat stiff.
was the invasion of ice and snow due to the environment?
Lin Chen opened his panel.
Name, Lin Chen. Occupation,
Blood Demon Warrior, Hidden, Level, LV 37, 0.01%, Health, 6800 Shield, 1000000 Strength, 620 Agility, 592/740, 148 Constitution, 680 Spirit, 310. Rage Progress, 0% Blood God Control, 10% Passive Blood Festival, second stage 4 every 10 points of health lost, Strength and Agility plus 2 passive. Blood Frenzy, second stage enters different stages of frenzy based on health loss, enhancing strength and agility attributes.
Blood Devour, second stage. During the skill activation, you will no longer receive any health recovery, automatically losing 20 health points per second. Active release, health decreases by 1 point every 0.01 seconds. You will not die from this skill, minimum 1 health point. Mountain Smash, second stage leaps forward to smash the ground,
causing different effects based on the stage of frenzy. Extreme Blood Wings, basic agility attribute increased by 20%, gain 1% charge for every 10,000 damage.
Dealt, current, 100%.
Blood Roar, agility attribute increased by 100%,
consuming 1% charge per second. Blood Feather, randomly scatters blood feather arrows within
a radius of 1000 meters, dealing 10% strength damage every 0.1 seconds, lasting for 3 seconds, maximum damage of 300% strength.
Can only be released at full
charge. Item, Pure Crimson, Purple, Spring Flowing Sound Set, Purple. Wow, it really reduced by 20%.
Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised. It was the first time he encountered a secret realm that could directly reduce attributes due to the environment. Indeed, the higher level secret realms were becoming more sophisticated.
However, it was still useless to him. His ultimate frenzy could ignore all control.
Blood Devour. Lin Chen immediately activated Blood Devour.
With his attributes significantly boosted upon reaching level 37, combined with the previous 4 attribute towers, switching to ultimate brought a substantial
increase. The 100 health per second from Blood Devour quickly pushed Lin Chen into ultimate frenzy. You have entered ultimate frenzy. Please increase your health as soon as possible.
Health 60/6800 Strength 61,008 plus 1,348 plus 59,040 Agility 51,782 plus 1,348 plus 62,640 12946. The frenzied power surged through Lin Chen's body, and before he could even stretch, he noticed something unusual about his agility attribute.
Why is it still reduced by 20%? Although Lin
Chen couldn't calculate it precisely, the glaring reduction of over 10,000 indicated that he hadn't escaped the negative state.
But wasn't his ultimate frenzy supposed to be immune to all control? Could it be because I haven't made contact with the blood god?
Lin Chen furrowed his brows. This was the only answer
he could think of, but he couldn't be sure. Never mind, let's get through the secret realm first.
He set aside the questions beyond his understanding. After all, even with a 20% reduction, his attributes were still quite high. It wouldn't hurt to understand it slowly later. Getting through the secret realm was the
priority.
Lin Chen drew out the pure crimson and spread his blood wings to move around.
All he could see was the white, swirling snow, and the world around him resembled the outside, vast and empty, with nothing in sight.
Previously, Li Yuexin had mentioned that the Icefield secret realm was very expansive, populated with
ice-type monsters.
Killing them could yield a chance to drop pure lotus ice crystals, but the probability was extremely low.
Lin Chen soared through the air, going
all out in speed, but the white snow obscured his view of the ground below. Roar. More than 10 minutes later, as Lin Chen was recklessly flying, a monstrous
roar suddenly echoed behind him. I have to say, the snow is really heavy. He flew over without seeing it and had to rely on the monsters to remind him. Lin Chen
turned back and saw a creature resembling a giant ape standing 2 meters tall, covered in snow-white fur, exuding a strong sense of power.
Ice Ape Beast.
LV 40, second stage, health, 79,000 strength, 1,200 agility, 1,100 constitution, 7,900 plus 6,500 spirit, 900 ice attribute enhancement, 100 ice crystal. Coverage, solid supreme ice armor covers the entire giant ape, increasing constitution by 500%. Supreme ice smash, supreme ice power surges into the giant apes. Arms, the next smash deals 300% strength damage and stuns the target. Stun duration depends on level. Oh my god. Lin Chen was startled. 79,000 health. It even surpassed his strength. I have to say, monsters with higher levels and skills are indeed no longer ordinary.
However, fortunately, he was still
superior. If one strike couldn't finish it, then 2 would do. After all, it was all in a day's work, not to mention he had agility and defense, he had no weaknesses. With a flap of his blood wings, Lin Chen suddenly accelerated and charged at the giant ape.
The giant ape was still in a rage, its eyes blood red, raising
its arms to pound its chest to showcase its strength. But it clearly underestimated Lin Chen's speed. In an instant, the distance of several meters was closed.
And before it could lower its arms from its chest, it received a heavy blow.
The force was immense, instantly sending it flying several dozen meters, its chest, armor shattering piece by piece, leaving it with barely any health left. After the giant ape tumbled heavily, it was dazed. What was happening? A single strike almost killed it? The next moment, a thought of fleeing occupied its entire mind. This kid was absolutely not to be underestimated. If it didn't run now, it would surely die. But Lin Shen's speed left it no time to react. Before the giant ape could get back up, a massive blow separated its head from its body, sending it soaring into the sky. Kill Ice Ape Beast, experience plus 8888. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. 8,000 experience was double what he got from the skeletal demons in the abyss. It had been a long time since he experienced such a high boost in experience. However, unfortunately, it didn't drop a pure lotus ice crystal. Lin Chen didn't linger and continued on his way. The Icefield's secret realm was vast, but fortunately, Lin Chen's speed was not slow, and the giant apes kept reporting to him, one after another being slain by Lin Chen. 2 hours passed, and just as Lin Chen killed another giant ape, a prompt came. Obtained pure lotus ice crystal X1. A diamond-shaped transparent ice crystal appeared in Lin Chen's hand, with a beautiful deep blue lotus flower inside. TSK, these points really aren't that easy to earn. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had probably killed 30 or 40 giant apes in these 2 hours and only obtained one. This was still under the condition that he had flying abilities and could kill monsters effortlessly. It really was as Liu Yuexin said, the drop rate was very low. Keep going. Putting away the ice crystal, Lin Chen continued to search for monsters. With a flap of his blood wings, he vanished into the vast flying snow. In the white expanse of the snowfield, it seemed like a hawk was soaring and plundering. It moved extremely fast, trailing a long tail of flames, sometimes diving sharply, breaking through the flying snow. Whenever it paused, an icefield monster would be slain, either its armor completely exploding or its head flying high into the air. A day quickly passed, dipping in beans. So refreshing. Lin Chen landed in an open area, his eyes sparkling. In just one day, his experience bar shot up by 50%. He had just reached level 37 and now he was already halfway. If he continued for another day, he could level up directly. You have to know that at his current level, the experience required to level up was massive. For an ordinary person, leveling up once a month would be a cause for celebration. But he only needed 2 days. Of course, aside from experience, the most important thing was the materials. A series of shimmering blue crystals appeared in Lin Chen's hands, translucent and incredibly beautiful. This was naturally the purpose of his journey, the pure lotus ice crystals. By the end of the day, he had collected 8 pieces. Looking at the glow emanating from the ice crystals, Lin Chen smiled. 8 ice crystals were equivalent to 8,000 points. That was even more than what he had managed to snatch in 2 days at Xiaowang Mountain. Moreover, he could also exchange them for a piece of purple equipment. If he could get 2 more, he could even add a piece of top-tier equipment. It could only be said that coming to the Icefield's secret realm was the right choice. 1 day here was worth 8 days elsewhere. Absolutely right, brother. Of course, this was only possible because it was given to him. After a day, he had also come to see that the Icefield's secret realm was vast with few monsters, an extremely low drop rate, plus the blinding snow obscuring visibility. The difficulty of obtaining ice crystals was indeed high. No wonder so many second-year students returned empty-handed. The most capable one, a fire-type legend, took 5 days to gather just 10 pieces. Without some real skill, one truly couldn't handle this delicate task. There was one more thing. Lin Chen silently drew out his weapon, the crimson blade, which now showed a long, narrow blade covered in cracks and interwoven fissures. With the monster levels rising, the level 20 crimson blade was finally unable to bear the burden. Although it was still being repaired, it couldn't withstand the extent of the damage. Lin Chen felt a pang of heartache. It was one thing to replace a weapon that couldn't keep up with his level, but he was a traditionalist. This long knife had accompanied him from the beginning through countless battles, and he had developed some feelings for it. So just hold on for 1 more day, and then you can rest well. Don't worry, I will never let you break. If he fought for 1 more day, he would at least be able to gather 10 ice crystals. That was his goal, as long as he could exchange for a top-tier item. The completely healing Holy Lotus ice crystal was not within his consideration. There had never been any records on how to obtain the Holy Lotus ice crystal, and he wouldn't waste time exploring. The old lady's granddaughter was pitiful, but it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, after 1 more day of fighting, he would have to enroll in school, and time wouldn't allow it. Lin Chen gently stroked the blade. The crimson blade had no consciousness and showed no response. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and the already dim world was now pitch black, with only the cold wind howling in his ears. As night fell, the ice and snow elements surged, the wind elements invaded, agility decreased by 30%. Has it dropped again? Lin Chen frowned slightly but didn't dwell on it. He spread his blood wings and flew toward the entrance. At night, he couldn't see anything, so he planned to go out, rest for the night, and continue when dawn broke. The environment in the secret realm was truly harsh. Staying here for a night would either freeze him to death or turn him into an ice sculpture. Additionally, After a long period of flying, his stamina was wearing thin. He felt exhausted all over, especially in his back, which felt both tired and sore, like the sensation after doing 200 push-ups. One could say that the blood wings were also a part of his body. While his legs weren't tired from flying, his wings couldn't take it. The entrance was not far from Lin Chen, and fearing he might lose his way at night, he had turned back to this area early, with the light of the teleportation portal already in his sight. He broke through the flying snow at low altitude and swiftly passed through the teleportation portal. As soon as he returned to the outside world, the atmosphere improved immediately. Although it was still a snowy plain, the heavy snow was not as intense, and the cold wind had ceased, at least to a bearable level. Of course, there was an even better option. Lin Chen looked up at the teleportation array leading back to Zhangzhou. Passing through it would allow him to return to his warm dormitory and rest in his cozy bed. But going back and forth would cost points. Damn capitalists. Lin Chen pouted and simply leaned against the platform beside the teleportation array to rest. Although he had just earned a good amount of points, he was reluctant to waste them like this. Points needed to be spent wisely. He now needed to purchase a full set of equipment, as well as attribute towers and high experience. Dungeons at the academy everywhere required points. The teleportation array emitted energy fluctuations, shielding him from the falling snow, and Lin Chen fell asleep leaning against the crystal pillar. A night quickly passed. The next morning, as soon as Lin Chen woke up, he wasted no time and directly stepped into the secret realm. For the points. For the upgrade. Dip in the beans. Entering the Icefield secret realm, detected snow element invasion, agility reduced by 20%. As soon as he entered the secret realm, the flying snow accompanied by debuff notifications came rushing in, but Lin Chen didn't mind. He spread his blood wings and charged into the snowstorm. In the vast flying snow, Lin Chen was lost. He wasn't sure where he had swept through yesterday, so he could only bury his head and fly aimlessly. In fact, Lin Chen felt he should have obtained more ice crystals yesterday. Perhaps this was the reason he had to backtrack quite a bit. Looks like I need to prepare some scouting tools. Besides equipment, there were many auxiliary items on the market, such as environment detectors, life aura probes, and even specialized support professions, something like environmental analysts, who could grasp all nearby conditions just by relying on their skills, equivalent to human radars. Lin Chen thought it was necessary for him to get some similar tools, otherwise, being directionally challenged wasn't a solution, and it did affect his upgrade progress. While flying, Lin Chen pondered silently. After more than half an hour, Lin Chen finally encountered a monster. It was still the ice ape giant from yesterday, and its roar caught Lin Chen's attention. Without further ado, Lin Chen entered the sweep once again. Kill LV40 Ice Ape Giant, experience. Plus 8888 kill LV40 Ice Ape Giant, experience plus 8888 obtained Pure Lotus Ice Crystal X1. Ha! A new monster? By mid-morning, Lin Chen was flying, when suddenly an arrow whizzed past him from behind. He turned around to see a humanoid monster standing in the white snow, slender in shape and covered in tight ice crystals, looking somewhat graceful under the tight wrapping. It held a bow, and an ice-blue arrow quickly formed, aimed straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Could this monster be a higher level? Will the drop rate improve? Bow and arrow monster. Are you being polite? I have an arrow aimed at you. Ice Snow Spirit, LV42, second stage, health 48,000 strength, 8,400, plus 7,000, agility 5,200, plus 3,900, constitution 4,800, plus 3,600, spirit, 1,100 ice. Attribute enhancement, 120 ice crystal coverage, solid supreme ice armor covers the spirit's entire body, increasing constitution by 300%. Ice soul, the power of ice soul surges within the spirit, increasing strength by 500%, agility by 300%, and attacks cause a 50% slowing effect on the target. Slowing effect depends on level, with a chance to stun. Indeed, there's an improvement. The level had risen by 2, and the attributes had changed significantly. With 8,400 strength, he could break its shield in just 120 hits. Looking at the ice snow spirit, Lin Chen smiled. Foolish human, how dare you stop seeking death? The ice snow spirit's eyes glinted with malice, unable to hold back any longer, and with a flick of her finger, the ice soul arrow shot straight at Lin Chen. No human had dared to stop moving in front of her, let alone show a smile. Oh, you can still talk. The drop rate must be able to improve. Lin Chen ignored the arrow shot at him, feeling even more delighted. A wise monster likely meant an improved drop rate. The ice soul arrow rushed towards Lin Chen in the blink of an eye, and he smirked, easily dodging it with a flap of his blood wings. Although the snow spirit's agility had also greatly increased, it was still no match for him. Even with a 20% reduction in agility due to environmental debuffs, he still had over 50,000. Dodging a small arrow was still a piece of cake. Heh, you still have some strength. Let's see if you can dodge the next arrow. Lin Chen's effortless evasion was seen as perilous by the snow elf. Her eyes narrowed, and in an instant, a second ice arrow coalesced in her hand. The speed at which she formed her ice arrows was astonishingly quick, allowing for continuous attacks without pause. It was said that no one dared to stop in front of her. The corner of the snow elf's mouth curled up just as she was about to shoot. She suddenly realized there was no target in front of her. Where did he go? Do you really think you have a chance to shoot a second arrow? A whisper echoed in her ear, and before the snow elf could even think, she no longer needed to, because her head had already been separated from her body, thrown into the sky. I forgot to tell you, don't casually use the word seeking death. Lucky for you, you ran into me. Lin Chen shrugged, looking helpless. Kill the ice snow elf. Experience plus 99.99. Obtain pure lotus ice crystal X1. What the? It really dropped. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, spreading his blood wings and charging into the snowstorm, immediately continuing his sweep. He was the first to get a drop. What about the others? Plus, the experience gain was pretty good. It increased by about 10%. However, Lin Chen's excitement quickly settled down. He encountered a few more ice snow elves, but none dropped ice crystals. This indicated that he had just happened to stumble upon one. Moreover, the number of snow elves was very low, most were still ice primal beasts. Forget it, let's just keep killing. The entire Icefield's secret realm seemed to only have small monsters, whether it was the giant apes or elves, they couldn't withstand a single strike from Lin Chen. To be precise, the giant apes could endure one hit, but they would fall after the second. The elves would simply be taken out in one blow. The ice snow elves had significant boosts in strength and agility, which would be a major hassle for others, but none of that mattered to Lin Chen. Conversely, the slightly weakened physique was just right for Lin Chen's killing line, saving him a bit of trouble. Time passed quickly amidst the easy monster slaying. By the afternoon, Lin Chen's level had reached 38, a bit faster than he had anticipated, mainly due to the contributions from the snow elves. At the same time, he had collected 16 pure lotus ice crystals. That equated to 16,000 points. Plus, he had also obtained a piece of top-tier equipment. Lin Chen was in high spirits. This was what progress felt like. What kind of hard days had he endured in his freshman year? He was really starting to enjoy his sophomore year more and more. There's still time, let's aim for a couple more ice crystals. Seeing that the sky was still not too dark, Lin Chen was determined not to waste time. Just then, a giant ice ape appeared ahead, pounding its chest and roaring angrily. You little brat, I just leveled up and you show up. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped forward and struck down heavily with his sword. The immense force exploded, sending the giant ape flying several dozen meters, leaving a deep scratch in the snow. However, it still didn't die. The giant ape had over 70,000 health, and Lin Chen's single level up couldn't bridge that gap. Lin Chen chased after it and struck again, fully understanding the giant ape. Kill the ice ape beast, experience plus 8888 due to your killing of numerous ice field creatures. You have provoked the wrath of the Ice Snow Queen, who has decided to personally come and slay you. The audacious fool, what the heck? Ice Snow Queen? Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, the ground suddenly began to shake violently and the snowstorm intensified, completely obscuring all vision. The snowstorm lasted nearly a minute, and when he could see his surroundings again, Lin Chen found that the world had changed. Before him appeared a wide plaza, where 3 ice crystal statues stood, arranged in a defensive formation. On either side, there were figures resembling the previous ice apes and elves, but their bodies had grown several times larger, towering at about 5 to 6 meters. In the center stood a beautiful ice crystal woman, wearing a crown and holding a sword pointed at the sky with one hand, radiating an aura of purity. She was also exceptionally tall, towering over the giant apes, standing at least 7 to 8 meters high. Is this the boss area? Has no one noticed that the monsters killed were too few until now? Lin Chen quickly made a guess. At this moment, apart from the square, a dense flurry of snow surrounded them like a barrier, blocking all exits. It seemed that he had to compete with this queen to get out. Lin Chen was not flustered. He was a high-level player and figured that a level 40 dungeon wouldn't be able to handle him. Grade 8, take down this ignorant human. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth, coming from an unknown source, ethereal yet solemn. Immediately, the ice sculpture of the giant ape on the left began to crack inch by inch, and a massive armored ice ape emerged from the sculpture. As soon as it appeared, a wild sense of oppression swept over the area. At your command. The giant ape clasped its fists towards the central ice sculpture, then turned around, its eyes fixed directly on Lin Chen. Is this the beginning? Just right. He also wanted to see how strong a level 40 boss really was. After a long time without an opponent, he wanted to stretch his muscles. Of course, the main thing he wanted to know was what good loot the 3 bosses could drop for him. What could help him level up? Lin Chen licked his lips. King of Ice Apes, LV 45, Bronze Boss, Health 306,000, Strength 18,000 plus 15,000, Agility 16,800 plus 14,000, Constitution 30,600 plus 27,200, Mentality 1,800, Ice Attribute Enhancement 200, Perfect Ice Battle Armor increases the King of Ice Apes' Constitution by 800%, reduces physical damage taken by 20%. Extreme Ice Power increases strength by 500%, increases agility by 500%, Ice Storm Strike. The King of Ice Apes' next 3 attacks deal 300% strength damage. and stun the target. Stun duration depends on level, 300,000 health, TSK.
That's enough for me to hit 6 times. Wait, there's also a 20% damage reduction. I might need 8 or 9 hits.
Lin Chen grinned, but it still seemed a bit insufficient to fight.
However, it must be said that after leveling up,
the combat power of monsters began to leap qualitatively.
Considering various skills, their attributes were already very powerful. With 18,000 strength and ice
Storm Strike, it could unleash over 50,000 damage, but fortunately, he didn't need to worry. His shield still had 1,000,000.
Roar! The king of ice apes let
out a roar and charged towards Lin Chen with large strides, its massive size causing the ground to tremble with each step, its bulging muscles showcasing its
ferocious power.
In comparison, Lin Chen looked like a small, scruffy bird. Lin Chen did not retreat but advanced, his blood wings flapping as he charged straight
at the king of ice apes.
Size alone could not determine everything. True power was what mattered. The man and beast charged towards each other and collided in an
instant.
Boom, the result was unsurprising. The giant ape was directly knocked back, stumbling several steps before nearly crashing into the queen's ice sculpture
at the back.
In contrast, Lin Chen stood firm in the air, his expression unchanged. The king of ice apes, with its bell-sized eyes, flashed with confusion. At this level, it had already possessed considerable intelligence.
What kind of power is this? Is this still a human?
It had been stationed in the dungeon for many years and had never encountered a human who could push it back head-on.
Some skill, let the elf saintess join in as well. Just then, that ethereal voice
suddenly appeared again, accompanied by the ice sculpture of the elf on the right beginning to shatter.
1 is fine, but 2 is the same.
Lin Chen chuckled lightly,
and in the next moment, he charged towards the king of ice apes. Well, although he wasn't afraid of 2,
he wouldn't be foolish enough to let them attack him
together.
Taking the opportunity to quickly slay the king of ice apes was the right path, as it would reduce some trouble.
In just a few meters, he closed the distance in an instant.
The king of ice apes realized that Lin Chen was treating it like a soft persimmon and immediately became furious.
Roar! A thunderous roar echoed as the ice blue blow enveloped the giant ape king's arms.
It activated its skill, Ice Storm Smash, which would deal 300% damage on the next 3 attacks. The massive arms, wreathed in icy flames, swung down fiercely towards Lin Chen. The giant ape king's face twisted in rage, as if to say it hadn't even used its
skills yet. This time, it couldn't believe this human could withstand it.
However, the punch missed entirely. Lin Chen had already darted into the inner circle,
striking fiercely at the giant ape king's heart.
The giant ape king could certainly endure Lin Chen's attack, even counterattack, but that would be foolish, especially when it had such high agility to avoid a direct confrontation.
In a flash, Lin Chen unleashed a flurry of afterimages: 52,013, 48,888, 47,620, blood splattered continuously on the giant ape king, who couldn't even begin to defend itself, or rather, even if it tried, it couldn't catch Lin Chen. Within a few
breaths, the giant ape king fell heavily to the ground, filled with reluctance and confusion, completely devoid of life.
Kill the Ice Ape King, experience plus 314159.
Congratulations, you have obtained Ice War Armor X1. Lin Chen had no time to check his loot, as a sound of slicing air came from behind, clearly indicating that the
elf saintess had launched an attack on him. With his keen senses, Lin Chen easily dodged by leaping aside, turning back to see the tall elf saintess aiming her bow at him, though a hint of bewilderment was visible on her face. The elf saintess was indeed stunned. She had just arrived, and the giant ape king was already
gone.
This directly led to her hesitating to shoot a second arrow after firing the first.
It was known that the giant ape king was on par with her in strength.
This human was somewhat terrifying, wasn't he? You still have time to be dazed. Lin Chen smirked, seizing the opportunity to rush towards the elf saintess.
They were several dozen meters apart, but with Lin Chen's speed, a moment of distraction was enough. The elf saintess's figure quickly appeared before him, and
Lin Chen raised his weapon.
Just then, a sudden wave of frost swept in, freezing Lin Chen midair, turning him into an ice statue.
Let's end it here. With a
crash, the central ice statue shattered, and the Ice Queen emerged, her expression calm, her ice-blue pupils showing no sign of fluctuation.
She exuded an air
of pride and indifference, as if nothing before her mattered, as if nothing could affect her.
As she descended from the high platform, the snowfall in the square
suddenly intensified, accompanied by elemental fluctuations, and the ground rapidly froze and spread out. Ice Queen, LV48, Silver Boss, Health 495000, Strength 54,000, plus 48,000, Agility 54,000, plus 48,000, Constitution 49,500, plus 44,000, Spirit 45,000, plus 40,000, Ice Attribute Enhancement 500, Source of Ice Soul, Ice Queen's attributes increase by 800%. Sword of Victory, Ice Queen's attacks deal an additional 100% damage. Ice Attribute Enhancement increases by 200. Frozen Domain, all enemies within a 50-meter radius of the Ice Queen have their agility reduced by 30%, and the Queen can directly freeze selected enemies. Freezing effect depends on the Queen's spirit. Queen's Crown, the Ice Queen casts a frost curse on the target, dealing 300% spirit damage and applying a slow and stiffening
curse directly affecting the spirit until the target's death.
With a thud, the ice statue of Lin Chen fell from the sky, shattering into countless fragments. He had clearly been hit by the queen's freezing skill, leaving Lin Chen somewhat dazed, astonished by the queen's attributes. With stats in the 40s and 50s, although bosses were typically meant for multiple players to tackle, this was just absurd. It was as if he was facing a monster. Plus, there was a whole slew of skills, domains and curses galore. Isn't this just a pure stat monster? Is this the true value of a silver boss? Good thing I have a million shields. The queen had 50,000 strength, and with the enhancement from the Sword of Victory, it amounted to a total of 100,000 damage. His stats were equivalent, yet he had an additional shield. There was no reason for him to lose. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. Such a powerful boss, he couldn't wait to see how much he could gain from this. Let's go! The ice sculpture enveloping Lin Chen also had strength, likely dependent on the queen's spirit. With Lin Chen's immense power, it was impossible for him to be completely trapped. Lin Chen erupted, and the ice sculpture was instantly shattered. The queen's expression shifted unpredictably as she swung her sword, a massive crescent blade of light charging straight at Lin Chen. The speed was astonishing, something Lin Chen had never witnessed since his debut. Blood wings. Lin Chen flapped his blood wings, narrowly dodging the strike, the blade barely grazing past him. At the same time, the elven saintess behind Lin Chen's eyes lit up. With the queen present, capturing this human was a certainty. Little human, take this arrow. The icy light converged into an arrow and shot towards Lin Chen in an instant. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Then I'll deal with you first. Lin Chen easily dodged the attack, rising into the air as his blood wings quickly retracted and gathered. Blood feathers, a skill brought by Lin Chen's second class change, had the effect of randomly scattering blood feather arrows within a radius of 1,000 meters, dealing 10% strength damage every 0.1 seconds for a total of 3 seconds, with a maximum damage of 300% strength, consuming all charges. For every 10,000 damage dealt by the extreme blood wings, 1% charge was accumulated. And now it was already full. Lin Chen needed to deal with the elven saintess, and he certainly couldn't do it alone. The queen was still behind, and dealing area damage while taking out the queen was just right. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the mountain shatter strike, which would have dealt 3,000% damage and made things even easier. This was Lin Chen's first time using this skill. As his gathered blood wings spread open, countless blood-colored feathers poured out. The queen's skill was a blizzard, while his was a rain of blood, even more violent and surging, instantly filling the entire sky. 6260 to 6199, 5,800 damage surged. At an ultra-high frequency of 10 hits per second. The elven saintess's health was no better than that of the giant ape king, and with nowhere to hide, after 3 seconds, she was riddled with wounds pierced by countless arrows. In no time, she fell to the ground with a thud, her life completely extinguished. What are you, a child, doing in a fight between adults? Lin Chen scoffed. Kill the elven saintess, experience plus 334420, obtain extreme blue ice soul bow x1 Lin Chen ignored the rewards. Now, it's a 1v1 man-to-man battle. The Ice Snow Queen appeared somewhat disheveled, holding her sword to shield her face, her health having dropped a little. She hadn't expected this human to have some skills, but such a powerful move must be his ultimate technique. The Ice Snow Queen flicked the blood off her long sword, her expression haughty. Human, I did not wish to lay a hand on you, but you have repeatedly killed my kin, thus, you shall die. As she spoke, 3 azure sword lights shot out, carrying a terrifying energy straight towards Lin Chen, shattering the ice crystals of the plaza with every inch they passed. Under the queen's domain, Lin Chen's agility was impaired. He barely dodged 2 sword waves but was struck by one, the immense force propelling him high into the air, nearly making him disappear from sight. There was no choice. Lin Chen's physical constitution was not particularly high despite his dual mastery of speed and strength. If he couldn't defend in time, he would turn into an inflatable ball. 153,214. The shield absorbed the damage, and Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The queen should have a maximum output of 100,000. How could she deal 150,000 damage? Could it be because of that ice attribute enhancement? No. I need to end this quickly. Lin Chen steadied himself and immediately surged downwards at full speed. With a damage of 150,000, his shield could only withstand a few hits. He still underestimated the Ice Queen a bit. The queen had other skills, and if not handled properly, he could even be in danger. The 100-meter distance closed in an instant, and the queen continued to unleash waves of sword energy. Her long sword seemed to have a long-range effect, each swing producing a distant sword light. With the added speed from falling from a height, Lin Chen managed to dodge this time, and, in the blink of an eye, the two collided. Lin Chen was above her, and under the towering figure of the queen, he seemed insignificant, but the power he unleashed was immeasurable. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded, and a circle of ice crystals exploded beneath the queen's feet, causing her to sink slightly. The power has actually reached my level. No, it seems to be even stronger than mine. The queen's expression grew serious, but the next moment, with a whoosh, Lin Chen's crimson shield suddenly shattered, bursting into a flurry of red fragments. The corner of the queen's mouth curled up. Your weapon is broken, how can you fight?
Me now?
Take another sword from this king. Seizing the moment, the queen swung her sword again. The shattering of the shield caught Lin Chen off guard, and
he was struck full force, sent flying away.
This time, he crashed into the ground, shattering dozens of meters of ice crystals before finally coming to a stop. At the same time, his shield dropped another 150,000, leaving him with 700,000. Although Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart, he quickly got back on his feet. He looked battered, but thanks to the shield he had taken no damage, and his bodily functions were completely normal. However, Lin Chen became serious. He now understood that to win, he had to engage in close combat. The queen had long-range capabilities and freezing skills, otherwise, she
could really wear him down.
His earlier moment of distraction had cost him a good opportunity. With his blood wings flapping, Lin Chen swiftly darted towards
the queen.
The queen noticed his intent, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she immediately cast a targeted freeze.
Now she had to admit that humans were indeed
extraordinary. After 2 clashes, she had already lost a small portion of her health and could not afford to be careless. Just as Lin Chen charged forward, he
was suddenly encased in ice.
Break! With experience, Lin Chen immediately unleashed his power to shatter the ice, the process taking less than a second. But as soon as he emerged, he was met with a series of massive crescent sword lights, which he narrowly dodged. In fact, he had already prepared for evasion while encased
in ice.
Facing an evenly matched battle for the first time, Lin Chen was now highly focused. Boom boom boom, a series of sword lights erupted behind him, but Lin Chen paid no mind and continued to charge forward. However, he had not gone far when another strong wave of ice elements enveloped him, instantly locking
him into an ice sculpture.
This time, he was not so lucky. After shattering the ice, he was directly hit by the sword light and sent flying.
The distance he had just closed was instantly lost.
Upon landing, Lin Chen dared not pause for a moment and quickly dodged to the side.
Following this sword light, several more sword
lights followed. If he didn't evade, his shield would surely be shattered. Boom boom boom, 3 consecutive explosions erupted beside Lin Chen, ringing in his
ears, demonstrating just how close they were.
Looking at the large pit blasted into the ground, Lin Chen's expression turned irritable.
How much mana does this damn queen have?
Even demon beasts consume mana when using skills, let alone releasing them so frequently.
Since the beginning, the queen had frozen him
several times and showed no signs of stopping.
Was this just a bug?
In the current situation, as long as the queen could still freeze him, Lin Chen had no chance
of charging in.
The queen's average attribute was 50,000, while Lin Chen's agility was over 60,000, but under the freezing field, it was reduced by 30%, making it actually lower than the queen's. Moreover, after several hits, Lin Chen's shield was left with just over 500,000. If he wanted to strategically retreat, the snowstorm barrier outside would block his way, making escape impossible.
It seemed he had entered a deadlock. But Lin Chen was not panicking at all.
He still had some tricks up his sleeve. As long as he comes into contact with the blood god, the queen will no longer be able to control him, and the slowdown buff will disappear. Coupled with the blood god's combat awareness, dealing with the queen will be a piece of cake.
Finally, I
encounter an opponent of equal strength. I was hoping to sharpen my combat awareness, but now I have to rely on a substitute. Lin Chen cursed under his breath. Feeling quite displeased, this was undoubtedly a blow to him.
It was like telling a man, you can't do it, better let someone else take over. But unfortunately, there was no other way.
Lin Chen stood up and looked at the Ice and Snow Queen.
Ice and Snow Queen, let me make it clear. You were the one who exploited the bug. First, don't be upset just because I'm using cheats. With that, Lin Chen placed his hand over the spring-flowing equipment. The spring-flowing equipment blocked the blood god's will, but using it again was simple, just take it off. Cheats?
The queen was slightly puzzled.
It's just a desperate struggle. Human, I admit.
Your strength is quite good. In close combat, you might indeed pose a threat to me, but you will never break through my frozen domain.
Freeze.
Ice curse.
As
the Ice and Snow Queen raised her hand, Lin Chen instantly turned into an ice sculpture.
Immediately, the queen's eyes gathered a blue icy energy, transforming into 2 beams of light that shot straight into Lin Chen's eyes.
This was her extreme ice curse. Anyone struck by the curse would gradually have their brain
frozen and stiffen until death, with no chance of survival.
Seeing the curse had entered Lin Chen's mind, the queen smiled lightly.
It's over. On the opposite
side, Lin Chen hadn't even had time to take off the spring-flowing equipment before he was inexplicably hit by such an attack. Suddenly, a prompt came from his
panel.
Curse contamination detected invading the mental domain. To avoid unexpected events, blood gods will take over the body. Heh.
A curse, huh? Interesting.
Inside the ice sculpture, Lin Chen's eyes gradually turned red until they were completely crimson. All human emotions vanished.
The blood demon had once again taken control of the body. As soon as he appeared, the frost curse in the mental domain immediately dissipated.
At the same time, the ice sculpture on his body melted, and the falling snow in the sky did not touch him, all because he was now enveloped in a rolling crimson energy, distorting the surrounding
Space like flames.
The blood demon stepped out, a smirk on his lips.
Dare to cast a curse on me, seeking death?
A pair of crimson eyes shot straight at the
Ice and Snow Queen, causing her to tremble inexplicably. What was happening? Why did she feel fear?
Human, you have already fallen under my extreme ice curse.
Your defeat is certain, yet you still dare to speak so boldly. Look at my sword.
The Ice and Snow Queen quickly shook off her chaotic thoughts. This human's speed was already inferior to hers, and now that he was cursed, he would only be frozen to death bit by bit. Her curse was unbreakable, and the outcome would not
change.
A series of massive crescent sword lights were flung from the queen's hand, forming a dense web of energy.
The blood demon scoffed lightly, making minimal
movements, as if taking a leisurely stroll, and the sword lights brushed past him without causing any harm.
Avoiding attacks, the greater the movement, the more
foolish. Predicting in advance and dodging with minimal cost was the way to go. Of course, everyone understood this principle, but very few could actually do it. After all, a slight miscalculation could cost one their life.
The blood demon clearly took this to the extreme and was extremely confident, not even
looking at the incoming sword lights, his gaze fixed on the queen with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown.
Is that all you've got? You're a bit disappointing. The Ice and Snow Queen's pupils constricted. What kind of perverse consciousness was this?
Why had he suddenly become so much stronger?
What happened? To the effect of her curse? Of course not. Freeze.
If he could dodge her attacks, he definitely couldn't escape the freeze. Even if his consciousness had strengthened, his power hadn't. At a distance, she could still wear him down to death. The queen raised her hand and immediately unleashed the freezing skill.
The frost elements once again gathered around Lin Chen, attempting to ensnare him like a net.
But this time, as soon as these elements drew near, they were dissolved by the scarlet energy surrounding Lin Chen, leaving not a trace behind.
It's useless.
The blood demon did not pause in his steps.
The Ice Queen, after another kneel. How could this be? Why had her freezing failed as well? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Freeze. Freeze. The queen, refusing to believe
her misfortune, flung her skills as if they were free, completely forgetting that her freezing also had a cost. Aside from freezing, she unleashed a flurry of sword lights, throwing them all together. Yet, it was still of no use. Neither the freezing nor the sword lights could hinder the blood demon in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon was already close, effortlessly crossing the line that Lin Chen had previously been unable to breach. Moreover, the blood demon hadn't even flown, he simply strolled over, step by step. It's rare to encounter a worthy opponent. I want to play with you.
Feel free to bring out any tricks you have. The blood demon spread his wings, rising to the height level with the queen's gaze. The Ice Queen was now completely enraged. Not only were her skills ineffective, but she felt insulted. Most importantly, she truly had no other means left. But the Ice Queen could never be underestimated by anyone. Human, you will pay for your actions.
With a clear cry, the queen swung her long sword fiercely at the blood demon, the massive sword dancing wildly, creating arcs of ice in the air, while the freezing spell and ice curse were continuously activated, even if it burdened her mind.
Freeze. Curse. The furious queen's offensive was even more formidable, her speed so fast that any profession below level 40 would be instantly obliterated. Unfortunately, she was facing the blood demon. Thus, her restricted skills were useless, and all her attacks fell short. The blood demon, even when outmatched, was unafraid, let alone when their attributes were equal. It was all just a game. After a while, the proud queen completely lost her sanity, turning into a madwoman. There was no way around it. Anyone facing an opponent like the blood demon would likely break down. I'll fight you to the end. Damn human, die. You will pay the price. The blood demon shook his head. Since you have no means left, then it's my turn now. The blood demon suddenly transformed, all playful demeanor vanished, replaced by excitement, desire, and madness, as if a long-suppressed eruption had finally burst forth. In fact, it's been hard for me to hold back, do you know? Whoosh, the blood shadow suddenly accelerated, and no defense could stop him in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, a blood arrow shot out from the queen's neck, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. The blood demon closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A wonderful scent, a long-lost flavor. More. I need more. Blood arrows erupted wildly, and the queen felt the pain intensifying, but her rational state could not stop the blood demon, let alone her current chaotic state. No matter how she tried to tear the blood demon down, it was impossible. In no time, her life was completely extinguished, and the queen's azure eyes returned to calm, falling straight to the ground. In her final moments, she suddenly gained some clarity. Could it be the legendary blood? Boom, the queen's massive body shattered. The ice crystals below, her life force completely severed. Yet the blood demon seemed oblivious, still diligently at work. Crackle, crackle, blood, wonderful. Blood. My body is trembling. Why didn't I meet you sooner? Why? I really love this feeling. In the icy realm, the ice crystal plaza lay scattered with remnants of limbs, the ground riddled with pits, blood flowing among them, a scene of utter devastation. This should be. It's over again, right? Just by looking at it, Lin Chen already had an answer in his heart. He sighed and stood up. At first, Lin Chen didn't check his loot or worry about his experience points. Instead, he began to search the square. His knife was broken. He had insisted that he wouldn't let it break and that he would take good care of it in the future. Clearing away the shattered crystals and moving aside the corpses, broken fragments appeared in Lin Chen's hands. They no longer had their former luster, appearing dull and lifeless, like discarded scraps of iron. Blacksmiths can repair weapons. Don't worry, I definitely won't abandon you. Although this knife had no consciousness and was just an ordinary weapon, Lin Chen was quite traditional, especially about things he used every day. It was truly distressing when they broke. Fortunately, there were still blacksmiths in this world, so there was a chance to mend it. The blacksmiths here could forge equipment, and naturally, they could also repair it. Moreover, by adding other materials, they could even upgrade it further. Lin Chen planned that no matter how much it cost, he would definitely find a blacksmith to fix it, and afterward, he wouldn't use it again, leaving it in storage. He didn't want to upgrade it either. Upgrading required additional materials, and then it wouldn't be the original anymore. It's somewhat amusing that Lin Chen always treated something soulless as if it were human. But that's just the kind of person he was. He even felt a bit guilty about the knife's breakage. If he had stopped earlier, it wouldn't have broken. After collecting all the fragments of the knife and placing them in his space, Lin Chen finally began to check the loot from this secret realm. He had killed 3 bosses in total, each dropping equipment. Lin Chen first approached the corpse of the Ice Ape Giant, where a piece of armor gleamed with a cold light floating in the air. Jinbing Battle Armor, grade, legendary, lower grade, level, LV40 wearing Constitution plus 400, Ice Attribute Enhancement plus 50, damage reduction 10%, fire damage reduction 20%, reduction effect varies with the opponent's level. Jinbing Defense, damage reduction increased to 50%, fire damage reduction increased to 80%, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. It's actually legendary equipment. Lin Chen muttered to himself. The highest he had encountered so far was purple top tier, and the value of legendary items was self-evident. Moreover, the attributes were incredibly powerful, directly adding 400 to his stats, while an average purple top tier item at level 40 only reached around 200, effectively doubling the benefit. There was also a damage reduction effect, making it very suitable for a blood tank warrior like him, equivalent to increasing his shield by 10%. Unfortunately, he wasn't feeling very enthusiastic at the moment. This one is good, I'll keep it for myself. Lin Chen stored the equipment and then moved to the side of the Elf Saintess. Jianlan Icebow, weapon, grade, legendary. Lower grade, level, LV40 wearing strength plus 300, agility plus 200, ice attribute enhancement plus 50. Hitting the target causes a 10% slow effect, increased to 20% against fire-type creatures. Jinbing Arrow, fires a Jinbing Arrow. Hitting the target causes a 5-second freeze effect, increased to 10 seconds against fire-type creatures, cooldown 24 hours. Freeze and slow effects vary with the opponent's level, another legendary item, and it has a freeze effect. Having suffered from the Queen's freezing, Lin Chen naturally understood the value of this equipment. As for it being a bow, he didn't mind. He could sell it for something of equal value, provided there was a platform for it. He still didn't know if the academy allowed selling equipment for points. He would have to check when he got back. Lin Chen stored the ice bow and finally approached the Queen's position. The Queen was the most tragic. At this point, her form was completely unrecognizable. A deep blue crown floated above. Upon seeing this crown, Lin Chen immediately furrowed his brows. There's no other reason. This crown is simply too beautiful, crystal clear, and with its deep blue color, it looks like something a girl would wear, resembling a princess's tiara. Lin Chen had been looking forward to this the most. Anything that belonged to a queen with such power must be good, and accessories are not limited by profession. If the effects are good, he would wear it in the future. Lin Chen glanced at the crown's information. Crown of the Ice Snow Queen, accessory, grade, legendary, medium, level, LV45. Wearing spirit plus 700, ice attribute enhancement plus 100, ice damage reduction 20%, extra 20% damage to fire creatures. Ice Snow Domain unleashes an ice snow domain, causing a 10% slow effect on all enemies within a 50-meter radius for the next 10 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Freezing and slowing effects will fluctuate based on the opponent's level. Queen's Curse fires a frost curse at the target, forcing the target's agility to decrease by 1% per second and health by 1%, up to a maximum of 99%. Irreversible. Cooldown, 24 hours. Curse effects will fluctuate based on the opponent's level. Note, this skill can curse up to 3 targets. And if a target dies, the curse count will return. Current 0/3 gulp. Lin Chen silently swallowed. This crown is somewhat overpowered. It has attributes, defense, damage, and even a range slow effect. Most importantly, it even comes with the Ice Snow Queen's Curse, which forces the target's health and agility to decline, and it's irreversible. It's equivalent to saying that once cursed, even if they don't die, they can never recover for the rest of their lives, only dragging their weakened bodies to survive. One could refer to Granny Wang's granddaughter. Moreover, although the effects fluctuate based on level, curse effects have
always been quite troublesome. Without special means, even high levels will be affected. The implication is that with this crown, at the very least, he could
deal with 3 much higher level individuals. Its value is immeasurable. So, back to the earlier question, should he wear it or not?
Lin Chen struggled for a while
before making a decision.
I'll wear it when no one is around. If there are people and I really can't handle it, I'll wear it.
There's no helping it.
Effects are indeed too tempting. Balancing face and practicality, Lin Chen made a slight compromise. After putting away the crown, Lin Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't seen the Holy Lotus Ice Crystal. According to Li Yuexin, there's a Holy Lotus Ice Crystal in this secret realm that can directly heal Granny Wang's granddaughter, allowing him to negotiate any terms with Granny Wang. Logically, if this item exists, it must have been dropped by a boss he had already disturbed.
The boss's lair. How come he still hadn't seen it?
Just then, Lin Chen noticed a glimmer of light ahead. Running over to take a look, it was a small magic array, with a large ice crystal in the center and many grooves around it, identical in shape to ordinary ice crystals. Clearly, it was a fusion magic array, and
it looked like inserting ordinary ice crystals would allow them to merge into a Holy Lotus Ice Crystal.
Lin Chen furrowed his brow. If he fused this ice crystal,
wouldn't he lose over 10,000 points? How frustrating.
Wait, if Granny Wang has the Holy Lotus Ice Crystal, then ordinary ice crystals are useless. Slap. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, realizing the key point. He hurriedly filled in all the ordinary crystals. A flash of light passed and a larger, transparent crystal appeared. Obtained Holy Lotus Ice Crystal X1. I can negotiate any terms with Granny Wang now. Lin Chen smiled, first putting away the Holy Lotus Crystal. There was another significant gain from this secret realm trip that he hadn't checked.
Experience. Just entering and spending 2 days on the outskirts had
allowed him to successfully level up from 37 to 38. Later, when he arrived at the boss area, Lin Chen had also been paying attention during the fights. The two small bosses had brought him up to 38 level 70%.
He hadn't seen the final Ice Snow Queen enter her ultimate Berserk state yet.
The Ice Snow Queen, being the strongest and highest level, likely had a wealth of experience, but he hadn't received a system prompt indicating he hadn't reached level 40, which was somewhat regrettable.
Lin Chen looked at the panel.
Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Blood Demon Warrior. Hidden, level, LV 39, 99.9% health, 7000 shield, 1000000 strength, 660 agility, 780 constitution, 730 spirit, 330 free attributes, 99.9%? Lin Chen was filled with black lines on his forehead.
After a moment
of contemplation, Lin Chen began to allocate points. Regardless, this improvement was quite good. 99% might be a bit frustrating, but it was still a solid level up. Considering he was previously at level 38 with 70%, that's a total of 129% experience. The experience he needed to level up now was massive. For an
average person, it would be hard to level up even once in a month.
This was evident from the fact that a freshman was already nearing level 30 while a sophomore
was only in the 40s.
This meant that just from this one queen, he had already surpassed others' hard work over a month.
Moreover, he had gained nearly 3 levels
from the previous secret realm, equivalent to 3 months of effort for others, while he had only spent 2 days.
So overall, Lin Chen was very satisfied.
Constitution, 730760 health, 70007600. A warm current flowed through him, and Lin Chen's constitution increased again.
It's time to go out.
This trip to the secret realm had been a great harvest for Lin Chen. He had equipment, experience, and most importantly, the Holy Lotus Crystal.
As a senior from the Great Xia Kingdom, the conditions that Granny Wang could offer were undoubtedly of immense value.
However, Lin Chen's weapon had broken, and he felt a bit disheartened. At this moment, a light circle rose in the center of the square, clearly a teleportation portal to exit the boss area. Just before leaving, Lin Chen took a deep look at this ice sculpture square. Aside from various gains, the secret realm had also brought him something else, a lesson in humility. In fact, Lin Chen had been too smooth sailing along the way. He had become somewhat complacent, thinking he was invincible at his level, and that even those several levels
higher might not be able to defeat him.
But this ice field secret realm had opened his eyes, whether it was the small monsters outside that had begun to amplify, or the various skills of the bosses inside. They had refreshed his understanding, especially the Ice Snow Queen, whose powerful attributes combined with various
skills had once pushed him into a corner.
If it weren't for the Blood God, he would have been done for. Although the Ice Snow Queen was already a formidable 48 level
silver boss, if he wanted to make it to the end, there would undoubtedly be many more challenges like this in the future.
Above silver, there was gold. Above level 48, there was level 50, and then there were third-tier challenges. He couldn't afford to relax. Moreover, looking through a tube to see a leopard, monsters had various skills, and humans would have even more. Among humans, there were also powerful legendary and hidden professions, along with various equipment, enhancements and higher intelligence in combat strategies, which could also be just as formidable, if not more troublesome. One could only say that after reaching
The second transfer, everything had changed drastically.
It was no longer a phase where he could rely solely on his basic stats to bulldoze through everything. In fact, upon reflection, he had not encountered any high-level monsters along his journey. From the initial school dungeon to the Goblin Forest and the Flower Fairy Secret Realm, he had actually relied on the Blood Demon to clear them, and the Flower Fairy primarily focused on illusions, so his personal strength was just average. Moving on to the Abyss, he had only killed the skeletal hounds that served as nourishment. He hadn't fought any real monsters in the Abyss. Now, looking back, aside from the thousands of winged demons, there were also 50-level gold bosses and several 45-level silver bosses, and he hadn't even undergone the second transfer at that time. If he had truly engaged them, the Blood Demon might not have been able to withstand it. Equipment, skills, auxiliary items, potions. Fully enhance myself. Lin Chen felt a renewed and strong motivation to move forward. Even if he said that he just needed to gain a little more experience to reach level 40, the shield would be 10 million. Ha! Why can't I enter the secret realm? Lin Chen stepped through the portal and directly arrived in the outside world. As he walked out of the Icefield Secret Realms portal, it dimmed immediately and he couldn't pass through again. He had originally thought about going to the outskirts to kill a couple of monsters to level up to 40, which wouldn't take much time. What's going on? The boss of the Icefield Secret Realm has died and needs to be recultivated, temporarily closed. Lin Chen cast an identification spell, and this was the feedback he received. Damn it! The Academy won't make me pay for this, will they? Lin Chen was startled. Every secret realm was an important strategic resource for the Academy, and it seemed that the Icefield was closed because of him. No way, I need to get out of here. I'll go back and hand the key to Granny Wang as if nothing happened. Lin Chen immediately made a decision and turned to dive into the teleportation array back to the Academy. Zhongzhou Academy, dormitory area. In a small bedroom, a girl lay quietly on the bed, her skin covered in twisted runes, all glowing a deep red, pulsating as if they were about to burst out. Above the girl, a crystal floated, translucent and shimmering, casting an icy blue light that flowed into the girl's body. After a while, the floating ice crystal was completely consumed, losing its brilliance, and the runes on the girl's body ceased to pulse, retreating beneath her skin. However, the girl was now completely drenched in sweat, as if she had just been pulled out of water. Xiaoxue, you've suffered. It's Grandma's fault. I couldn't save you. Granny Wang gently wiped her granddaughter's body with a towel. The pure lotus ice crystals were dwindling, and her granddaughter's condition was becoming increasingly severe. She truly didn't know how much longer she could hold on. And the holy lotus ice crystals, is there really a chance to obtain them? A hint of confusion flashed in Granny Wang's eyes. When she first arrived in Zhongzhou, she was full of confidence. How hard could a level 40 secret realm be? The solution was simply to throw money at it. Her granddaughter's curse was just a matter of time. But over the years, she had come to realize the intensity of the Icefield Secret Realm, the harsh environment, and the high-level monsters. Even the students from the first academy of Zhongzhou mostly returned empty-handed, and even now, no one had figured out how to obtain the holy lotus crystals. If they couldn't even explore it, how difficult would it be to actually obtain them? Are there really geniuses like that? Will I really encounter one? Granny Wang, I'm Lin Chen, I'm back. Just then, there was a knock at the door. As soon as Lin Chen returned to Zhongzhou, he came straight to Granny Wang's place, and exchanging for rewards was definitely not a problem. Granny Wang looked at Lin Chen with a serious face. You're back? Are you hurt? Thank you for your concern, Granny Wang. I'm not hurt. Granny Wang raised her head slightly and scanned Lin Chen, and seeing that he was indeed fine, she nodded. With Lin Chen's level, she didn't expect much from the ice crystals. As long as he wasn't hurt, that was good enough. She didn't want anything to happen to a young child because of her. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. He really was a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Granny Wang continued, alright, take out the ice crystals you've collected. The rules are still the same here. One crystal is worth 1,000 points, and I'll directly transfer it to your medal. Lin Chen replied, Granny Wang, I don't have any pure lotus ice crystals. Something happened. I originally collected over a dozen ice crystals, but then a fusion array appeared, so I fused all the ice crystals into a holy lotus ice crystal. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly placed the holy lotus ice crystal on the table. Here, this is it. Granny Wang was stunned. The ice crystal made a crisp sound as it landed on the table, and with that sound, Granny Wang trembled. Holy lotus ice crystal? After a moment, Granny Wang swiftly grabbed the ice crystal. That's right. It's the holy lotus ice crystal. She can sense the pure aura within it. It's several times more powerful than ordinary ice crystals. The holy lotus ice crystal that she has been longing for has appeared right before her eyes? Wait. This was brought by a level 37 kid who hasn't even cleared the attribute tower. Lin Chen, did you get this yourself? Granny Wang raised her head suspiciously. Lin Chen shrugged. Yeah. How did you manage that? I just defeated an ordinary crystal and fused it. Didn't I just tell you that, Granny? Hiss, how are you level 39 already? Oh, I leveled up by grinding monsters in the secret realm for the past 2 days. Granny Wang was dizzy.
she suddenly felt a bit lost. What is happening in this world? Is she falling behind the times?
Lin Chen pouted and quickly stated his purpose.
Granny Wang, I heard that as long as you can get the Holy Lotus Ice Crystal, you can make any request here. This is exactly what he had been working for these past 2 days. And now the Ice Crystal has even upgraded to the Holy Lotus. Although he lost some points, he gained a request. An arbitrary request from a national elder. The value of that goes without saying. Plus, Lin Chen already had something in mind that he wanted. Granny Wang's eyes flickered and she slightly regained her composure. That's right. As long as I can do it, you wait, just come in and say it. Granny Wang immediately got up, opened the door beside her, and brought Lin Chen into the room. The Holy Lotus Ice Crystal. Her granddaughter is saved. Not to mention one request, she could accept 10 or 100 requests. She felt like she was dreaming. This is too unbelievable. Lin Chen, please have a seat.
Granny Wang pulled out a chair and directly pushed Lin Chen into it, then continued.
Lin Chen, do you want some water? Let me pour you a cup. Don't be polite here.
You bringing back the Holy Lotus Ice Crystal is like saving my life.
Saying this, Granny Wang picked up the kettle to pour water. Lin Chen
hurriedly stopped her. No need, it's too much trouble, Granny Wang.
I'm doing
this for myself, and besides, I need to get back to rest.
Granny Wang paused. Oh right, that's true. You just finished the secret realm and really need to rest. I got so excited I forgot. So, Lin Chen, is there anything you want?
Don't worry, as long as Granny Wang suddenly stopped mid-sentence and scanned Lin Chen from top to bottom.
Wait a minute, I have something that's perfect for you. No, it's extremely important for you.
After saying that, she turned and
hurried into the inner room. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Extremely important for him? What could that be? Besides, Granny Wang doesn't even know him well. Lin Chen
actually wanted a legendary weapon. He had just lost his, and even if it hadn't been destroyed, he couldn't keep up with the levels.
Moreover, he still didn't have any honors from the academy, so he couldn't access the second floor.
Therefore, a legendary weapon would provide the greatest boost.
Filled with curiosity,
it wasn't long before Granny Wang returned. Lin Chen, take a look at the attributes of this equipment. She held a star-shaped item that looked like an accessory, but her expression was very serious.
Lin Chen opened the identification technique and took a glance. Qiheng Star Shining Star, Accessory, Grade, Legendary.
Superior, Level, LV50 Spirit plus 1200 Shining Star, reduces all mental domain damage and negative effects by 33% upon seeing the attributes. Lin Chen
immediately understood.
It was clearly a version of the Clear Spring, but to be fair, Granny Wang understood it quite well. The function of the Clear Spring is to isolate the blood god's will, which is useless against the ordinary frenzy of a berserker. That is a professional characteristic that can only be avoided through self-will, and no external object can reverse it.
The fact that Granny Wang could produce this equipment shows she has a certain understanding of berserkers.
If he didn't have the spring of clear water, it would indeed be very important. But since he does have it, isolating the blood god's will can now be achieved. With the spring of clear water, if he falls into anger or other negative emotions, even the highest level equipment won't stop him, so the rank doesn't matter.
Aunt Wang, thank you for your kindness, but I already have the spring of clear water, see?
Lin Chen took out the pendant from his collar to show her. Aunt Wang probably didn't know he had the spring of clear water when she brought it up.
However, Aunt Wang showed no surprise.
I know, in fact, I thought of this equipment because I saw the spring of clear water on you before. If you can wear the spring of clear water, it means you have the ability to enter the ultimate berserk state with 1% health in battle, but you need to isolate the blood god's will. I won't pry too much into your abilities, but if you want to maintain your
self-awareness, this equipment will definitely be useful to you. It's quite crucial, Aunt Wang said with certainty.
At this point, Lin Chen felt a bit unsettled.
Aunt Wang knew he had the spring of clear water, but she still deliberately brought it up. Please enlighten me, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang smiled. Enlightenment is too
much to say, it's just that your level is low now, and there are many things you haven't encountered.
It's true that the spring of clear water can isolate the
blood god's will. In fact, if there are no special circumstances, it can isolate it for a lifetime.
The stability of one's mental domain is unrelated to level.
But as you reach higher levels, you'll encounter more and more beings or monsters with special abilities. They have means to directly affect the mental domain, and the blood god's will has an automatic protective effect. What I mean is, if someone uses a mental domain attack against you, the blood god's will be triggered, and at that time, you will still lose control. Once the blood god's will is triggered, no equipment can block it. You should be clear on that.
And
this equipment, while it can't block the blood god, can block external mental domain attacks.
Lin Chen roughly understood. Aunt Wan's explanation was quite convoluted.
He indeed didn't understand what a mental domain attack was, but he seemed to have experienced it firsthand today.
The curse of the Ice Queen. He
hadn't taken off the spring of clear water at that time but had directly fused with the blood god. So, it means that some high-level beings have means to invade the mental domain, causing the blood god to be stimulated and fuse with him, while the spring of clear water lacks the ability to block such means, only the Chi Hong Star can block it. I understand now. Thank you for your teachings, Aunt Wang. Lin Chen immediately expressed his gratitude, bowing sincerely. Though the teachings were brief, if he had remained unaware, it could lead to significant problems in the future. After all, fusing with the blood god is no trivial matter. If it happened in a dangerous wilderness or a crowded human area, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wasn't at the level of being invincible yet. One could say that these two pieces of advice were more important to him than a legendary piece of equipment. Aunt Wang smiled. It's nothing, as you level up slowly in the future, you'll come to know it all. It's not a big deal. Here, take this equipment. Lin Chen didn't refuse and directly accepted it. After understanding the situation, he found this equipment increasingly pleasing to the eye. It was essentially an upgraded version of the spring of clear water, no less than his life shield. However, Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled about how Aunt Wang knew so much about Berserker equipment, even to the point of being meticulous, while he himself hadn't figured it out yet. Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's confusion, Aunt Wang chuckled and said, Lin Chen, do you know where this equipment came from? Lin Chen took the opportunity to respond, I don't know. Is there a story behind it? Aunt Wang half tilted her head as if lost in reminiscence. About 30 years ago, I was still in the Special Operations Group of the Ministry of National Defense. Our Special Operations Group was tasked with handling some dangerous missions. When we were in the group, there was a berserker just like you, a hidden berserker, and he was in the same team as me. It was a long story, and Lin Chen felt that Granny Wang wanted to take the opportunity to reminisce about the past. However, it also made Lin Chen understand why Granny Wang was so familiar with berserkers. They almost became a couple. How could they not be familiar? Unfortunately, in the end, that berserker still couldn't escape the law of Berserk transformation, and this piece of equipment ended up in Granny Wang's hands. As Granny Wang spoke of the past, she also felt nostalgic, smiled, and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, don't worry, your willpower is better than his. Granny believes you can go further. After saying that, she changed the subject. Alright, now, you can tell me what you want. I have everything to satisfy you. Lin Chen was taken aback. What was going on? Didn't she already give him the Qihang Star? This equipment, not to mention how important it was to him, was worth far more than the Holy Lotus Ice Crystal. Top grade legend. The single attribute it added was more than his total spirit. Granny Wang smiled gently. This piece of equipment is a gift from me, and it is just a single item. To completely block the effects of the spiritual domain, you need a full set. Right now, it doesn't have much use for you, so it can't be considered a reward. You brought back the Holy Lotus Crystal and saved my granddaughter's life. It definitely can't just end like this. What do you want? Weapons? Equipment? I have accessories too. Lin Chen felt a bit tempted, but he thought this one piece was clearly important enough, and she had already informed him of the hidden dangers of the berserker, so he felt a bit embarrassed to ask for more. Thus, he refused. No need, Granny Wang, having this one piece is enough. Granny Wang's brows furrowed. How can that be? I said I would give it, so I will give it. Are you disregarding my integrity? After a round of argument, no matter how much Lin Chen insisted he didn't want it, Granny Wang simply transferred 30,000 points directly to Lin Chen's account and informed him that he wouldn't have to pay for accommodation anymore. The dormitory area was under her management. Moreover, if anyone bullied him in the future, he could just tell Granny Wang, and she would handle it. This matter was finally settled. Lin Chen felt that bringing back the ice crystal was one aspect, but on another level, it might be that Granny Wang was reminded of someone. After all, he was a berserker too. After Lin Chen left, Granny Wang immediately treated her granddaughter. The Holy Lotus ice crystal floated in mid-air, showering down pure light. The runes on the girl below no longer faded but completely dissipated, and her complexion became increasingly rosy. After everything was over, Granny Wang quickly used her probing technique to check her granddaughter's body, and when she saw everything was finally normal, tears streamed down her face. Alright, Xiaoxue, you're finally better. Xiaoxue, you've suffered. Grandma is sorry for you. Lin Chen returned to the dormitory alone. 30,000 points was undoubtedly a windfall, plus the Qihang Star, and now all future accommodation fees were waived. This time, the Holy Lotus Ice Crystal had brought him quite a generous reward. However, his Zhizhang had not yet been repaired, and this matter weighed on his emotions, making it hard for him to feel uplifted. After a hurried wash, Lin Chen went straight to bed. A night without a word. The next morning, it was time for formal enrollment. Lin Chen had just finished washing up when there was a knock at the door. Knock knock knock. Lin Chen, today is enrollment day. I'll take you to meet the instructor. The voice belonged to Secretary Lu. Lin Chen stepped forward and opened the door. Good morning, Secretary. Secretary Lu was still dressed in her standard black today. She stood at the door, looking Lin Chen up and down. Lin Chen felt a bit strange. Secretary, you are. Secretary Lu said to herself, it's nothing, I just wanted to see if you were injured. I was worried you went to take Granny Wang's task. Lin Chen
After a few glances, Secretary Lu seemed to have found her answer and smiled slightly. I tell you, that task from Granny Wang is not something just anyone can take on. I've heard of quite a few classmates getting hurt before. You're still in Director Pei's assessment period, so you definitely can't afford any mistakes. Alright, it's good that you didn't go. Let's go meet the instructor, they're already waiting for you over there. Lin Chen stopped saying more and followed Secretary Lu. His medal information had already changed. Yesterday, he had been assigned to class 34 of the second year, which he saw in the morning. Finally successfully enrolled, Lin Chen was looking forward to his second-year life. It's just a pity that the repair to Zhang would have to be postponed again. The two walked downstairs, and just as they reached the first floor lobby, Granny Wang suddenly opened the window. Lin Chen, good morning. You're going to report, right? Make sure to study hard and put in the effort. Granny Wang greeted them warmly, and Lin Chen hurriedly replied, Thank you, Granny Wang. Secretary Lu, however, was left stunned on the side. What was going on? How had Granny Wang, such a proud person, become so familiar with Lin Chen in just 2 days? After thinking for a moment, Secretary Lu looked at Lin Chen with confusion. Are you sure you didn't go do Granny Wang's task? Walking through the campus, Secretary Lu talked to Lin Chen about the enrollment process for today. According to Secretary Lu, today was a unified internal assessment for the second-year classes. The instructor would evaluate the students based on their strength, defense, and speed, and then rank them. The rankings would directly affect everyone's baseline points. Additionally, there would be many such assessments, and competition would begin in the second year. Internal assessments within classes, assessments between classes, departmental assessments, and school-wide exams would all occur regularly, directly impacting students' points, rewards, and so on. Even among classes, there were rankings, the resources allocated to each class by the school each month varied, completely depending on their performance rankings. The overall framework resembled a large funnel, with resources distributed tiered from the department to each class and then from each class to every student. Hearing this, Lin Chen became curious. Secretary, what position is my class 34 ranked? The class ranking affected how many points he could earn, and he certainly hoped to be in a better class. Secretary Lu naturally replied. Class 34 is ranked 34th, of course. The second-year classes are ranked by their numbers. Lin Chen's expression darkened. There were only 36 classes in total for the second year, so wasn't he at the bottom? Secretary Lu noticed Lin Chen's change in expression and chuckled. What's wrong? Aren't you satisfied? You, a student who skipped a grade, shouldn't be thinking too far ahead. You wouldn't be able to keep up with the higher-ranked teams anyway. Don't forget, you're still in Director Pei's testing period. Director Pei also said that you need to catch up to the last place in the class assessment next month, or you'll have to obediently return to the first year. Lin Chen. No, I'm quite satisfied, Secretary. Secretary Lu showed a helpless expression and added, Alright, don't be too disappointed. Class rankings are temporary. It's not like good students can just be moved to the front classes. The academy aims for fair competition, and every class has a chance to turn things around. You might be in class 34 this month, but next month you could be in the top 5. Lin Chen, oh? So what's the best score in our class? Secretary Lu, class 34. Last month it was actually still class 35, it just got upgraded to 34. Director Pei specifically arranged this class for you, worried you wouldn't keep up. At that moment, they happened to pass by the task hall, and Secretary Lu couldn't help but remind him, don't forget, you need to complete at least 3 tasks each month. This is also part of your assessment. If you can't keep up with your classmates, you'll have to go back to the first year. Lin Chen nodded. I know, Secretary. The two headed straight towards the teaching building. Lin Chen had completely accepted the results of the old class. He wasn't too disappointed. According to normal logic, a student who had skipped a grade should indeed be placed in a regular class. Moreover, he was quite looking forward to the upcoming class assessment, where the overall strength of his classmates would be evaluated and scored. He had been eager to see the skill levels of the other second-year students. After yesterday's expedition into the secret realm, he no longer underestimated anyone, and now there was a perfect opportunity. Another point was that the rankings would also affect the baseline points share, which implied a way to earn points indirectly. Let's aim for first place in class 34 today. Lin Chen set a small goal for himself. Soon, the two arrived at a large sports venue. As soon as they entered, they heard the sound of thunderous strikes. Inside the venue, several tall machines were set up, and one of them was operating at high speed, with mechanical arms shooting out, wearing boxing gloves the size of watermelons. Standing in front of the gloves was a boy with a buzz cut, holding a fluorescent shield, enduring the strikes from the mechanical arms. After a flurry of rapid attacks, the results appeared. Guadalong, 10 seconds of damage taken, 167238. Defense rating B. Behind the boy stood a group of students who immediately began to whisper as a mechanical voice announced the results. Wow, 160,000. Guadalong's defense is really strong. It feels like he's already in the top 3 of our class.
EBI rating, this will definitely boost the scores.
Next to Gua.
Dalong stood a middle-aged woman, who nodded. Dalong, your defense is impressive. Keep it up. Just in time, a classmate has finished testing. Lin Chen, let's
go over.
Secretary Lu pulled Lin Chen toward the venue. 160,000, that should be able to withstand 3 of my strikes, Lin Chen pondered.
Instructor Zhou, is the evaluator here?
Secretary Lu brought Lin Chen to the middle-aged woman, greeting her with a friendly smile.
The woman, slightly plump, wore a white
tank top and long pants, her hair messy and looking somewhat unkempt. She was Zhou Chunfang, the instructor of Class 34.
Zhou Chunfang had seemed normal during the
assessment, but upon seeing Secretary Lu, her expression instantly soured, and she said flatly, Secretary Lu, long time no see. Secretary Lu was unfazed, still smiling as he introduced Lin Chen. Instructor Zhou, this is our new student Lin Chen, who has just skipped a grade.
You received the news earlier, right?
I hope you can take good care of him in the future.
He then turned to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen, this is Instructor Zhou, who will be your advisor from now on.
Having seen the instructor's information on the badge, Lin Chen quickly greeted her. Nice to meet you, Instructor Zhou.
By the time they reached the second year, instructors were no longer just instructors, they had become mentors, and respect was essential. The news of Lin Chen skipping a grade had already spread in
Class 34. Is this the little genius who skipped a grade?
Wow, skipping a grade and being a top-tier student, that's impressive.
What good is that? With a low
level and 1 less year of attributes, he's just a burden to our class.
Indeed, I heard he's a berserker.
That's even worse.
I don't know what the higher-ups were thinking. Sai, who told us we didn't perform well in the last assessment? We just have to accept it. Seeing Lin Chen, some classmates were curious, but
most felt resigned.
To be fair, a top-tier student who could skip a grade was indeed more talented than most.
But the 1-year gap was significant.
Each person's
performance would affect the class ranking and the allocation of collective resources. Their class already had too few resources, and adding another burden made
it even harder.
Moreover, it was uncertain if they would have to take him along on future missions, which was even more daunting.
Zhou Chunfang also wore a
grim expression. Her displeasure stemmed from this as well. The class ranking directly affected her resource allocation. Of course, she could accept a little more
or less, but she didn't want to lose the class's honor. She decided to fight for it a bit more. Secretary Lu, does Lin Chen really have to be placed in our class? You see, there are still classes 35 and 36. Extreme transfer is good, but level 37 is really, huh? How come you're level 39? Halfway through her sentence, Zhou Chunfang suddenly froze. She realized Lin Chen was level 39, but the information she had received earlier clearly stated he was only level 37.
Zhou
Xuanfang's words immediately caught the attention of her classmates. Level 39? That's impressive. Wow, I was probably only at 29 around this time last year. How did he level up so fast? He really is a genius.
Too bad being a genius doesn't help much. Our lowest level is over 40, so 39 is still lacking.
Well, there are some things, but not many. Zhou Chunfang also regained her composure. Although the level difference wasn't too significant, the attributes accumulated over a year couldn't be made up for.
Even the worst students had at least added 300 attributes in a year, so how could he catch up with half of that total strength? Therefore, whether it was 39 or 37, the actual impact wasn't that great.
Secretary Lu raised an eyebrow. She couldn't see Lin Chen's level since she wasn't in a combat profession.
Initially, the information stated he was level 36, and when she met Granny Wang a couple of days ago, she said he was 37.
Now he's at 39? Lin Chen was becoming more and more mysterious.
Shaking off her chaotic thoughts, Secretary Lu replied to Zhou Chunfang, Instructor Zhou, this was specially arranged by Director Pei. You know that classes 35 and 36 are just waste classes, which isn't good for the students, so they can only be placed here with you. Alright, Instructor Zhou, you can continue the assessment. I won't waste your time. Zhou Chunfang sighed, having to accept this reality.
Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Lu. Please take care. Secretary Lu nodded and patted Lin Yu's shoulder as she left. Good luck, Lin Chen. I'll come to see you next month. Sis believes you can pass the test.
She had a good impression of this little genius, mainly because he was so peculiar, always piquing her curiosity.
After Secretary Lu left, the assessment continued immediately. Zhou Chunfang was clearly dissatisfied with the academy's arrangements and was sulking. She didn't even
take a moment to introduce the rules to Lin Chen before starting. The other students, already a bit disdainful, were also unfamiliar with the new arrival, so no one was willing to greet him. Lin Chen was essentially left to the side. In such situations, many young people would feel awkward. After all, they were part of a large group, and you were new in an environment where you had no idea what to do. However, Lin Chen didn't mind at all. His strength lay in his inner resilience. Not knowing what to do was fine. When it was his turn for the assessment, they would definitely call him up, and the academy's rules wouldn't be chaotic. So, Lin Chen confidently walked to the back of the line, unashamedly joining the queue. Well, he was part of class 34 now, so he had the right to line up. Many Classmates cast curious and surprised glances at him, but Lin Chen remained unfazed. Students, the speed and defense assessment has been completed. Next is the strength assessment. It's still limited to 10 seconds. Unleash your maximum strength to attack the dummy, and your score will be judged based on the total damage caused. Zhou Chunfan clapped her hands and announced loudly as a massive machine about 2 or 3 meters tall rolled in on wheels. It had a large circular hole in its chest, and as it approached, it shot out a beam of light, illuminating the floor where a huge, shield-bearing monster appeared. Immediately, a sound of air pressure was heard, and a square barrier formed around the shield monster, creating a confined space. Yang Wei, you go first. Zhou Chunfan's voice fell, and a boy in battle armor holding a wolf-toothed club stepped into the barrier. Are we just going to unleash our strength for 10 seconds? I wonder how much damage these people can inflict. Lin Chen's interest was piqued as he learned more about the evaluation that focused on total burst damage. It felt quite comprehensive, and it seemed to allow for the use of equipment in the arena. That Yang Wei, clad in armor, clearly had gear on. Pa! Yang Wei spat twice into his hands. Come on! Wild Wolf Assault! Mighty Strike! Heavenly Wolf Break! Bang! 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 Yang Wei swung his Wolf Fawn Club, smashing it against the massive shield, his basic attacks interspersed with skills, sometimes swirling with black wind, sometimes muscles bulging, and finally, a black wolf head crashed down hard against the shield to finish. Roar! The wolf howl echoed as the 10-second countdown ended. The large machine behind had a screen where damage was displayed. Yang Wei, total damage in 10 seconds, 442760 attack power rating. See what the hell, over 400,000? That's insane. Lin Chen's eyes widened. His own power in the ultimate was only around 60 to 70,000, and this over 400,000 was enough for him to land several hits. Lin Chen wasn't showing off, he was genuinely surprised. The monsters he had encountered before generally had attributes in the hundreds, and with skills, he could deal at most tens of thousands of damage in 10 seconds. This was a tenfold increase. Calculating further, it meant that 2 guys like this could blow up his shield in just 10 seconds. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen suddenly lost focus. Of course, this was Zhengzhou, where his classmates were at least rare professions, all equipped and with various enhancement skills. He had been stuck in a mindset from grinding low-level monsters for too long. Didn't the attributes of the monsters in the Icefield secret realm just get a boost yesterday? Inside the barrier, Yang Wei was panting heavily, but his eyes were bright. 443,000, not bad, there's been an improvement. As Yang Wei stepped out of the barrier, some classmates gathered around. Not bad, Wei good, you really went all out. Over 400,000, you're on par with me now. Not bad, strength matches the name. Yang Wei, get lost. The classmates had already lined up, and as Yang Wei stepped down, another classmate entered the barrier without needing Zhou Chunfan to say anything. The second classmate was a girl, wielding a long knife taller than herself, her style quite abstract, with long bangs covering half her face, and the knife was even taller than her. But her movements were sharp, and her skills were well coordinated with the long knife, hitting with much more finesse than Yang Wei, leaving neat marks on the shield. Her final score was also slightly higher than Yang Wei's. Zhuge Lanhua, total damage in 10 seconds, 487364 attack power rating. See, Zhuge Lanhua stepped out of the barrier, and no classmates approached her. She maintained a stern expression. Next, one by one, classmates entered the barrier to showcase their output, and in the end, the damage was mostly split in half. Half could reach over 400,000 with a C rating, while the other half was in the 20 to 30,000 range with a D rating. The large screen above the venue displayed the previous assessment information of the classmates, and from Lin Chen's observation, those who received D ratings mostly had C ratings in the other 2 categories, indicating that their professions likely didn't focus on offense. But overall, everyone was still quite similar. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. This overall strength was already very impressive, and the stronger his classmates were, the higher the platform for his own progress. No wonder they're all in their second year. Each classmate's exam momentarily made everyone forget about Lin Chen, focusing instead on discussing the strength assessment. Next, Li Su. When this name was called out, the classmates instantly fell silent, all eyes turning to the boy who had just stepped out. It's Li Su, it's his turn. I wonder how much damage he can deal. At least 500,000. I even think he can hit 550,000. 550,000? His speed and defense are both at B. If his attack also gets a B, that would be something. Well, you know, our class's only legend is just messing around with you. A wave of discussions erupted among the crowd, and Lin Chen paused. Legendary profession? I have to see this. Lin Chen straightened his back and looked ahead. He was tall, and even from the back he could see everything clearly. He saw a solemn-faced boy step into the barrier, his body as straight as a gun barrel, his gaze calm and unwavering, exuding an extraordinary aura. Damn, how can he be so handsome? Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He felt this person had a kind of cold, solitary hero vibe, like a wandering swordsman from the rivers and lakes, but he suspected it was all an act. How could a
student of this age have such profound experiences? It was probably just to attract younger girls. Sure enough, the girls in the group were the most excited. Lee Su is so handsome. I will always support you. Is Lee Su not planning to wear equipment this time? Why not wear it? I really want to see him unleash his full power. What do you know? He's honing himself. How can he wear equipment during a task if he doesn't wear it during assessments? Lin Chen received new information. Upon closer inspection, Lee Su indeed had no equipment on him, not even a weapon. Lin Chen was speechless. He was pretty sure this guy was just a show-off. What could he hone without equipment? Did he think this was a world of cultivation where leveling up required enlightenment? Do well, Lee Su. Zhou Chunfeng, who had been sulking, rarely spoke up. Lee Su nodded, and just then, a glimmer of light appeared in his hand. The glowing orbs multiplied and became more solid, eventually coalescing into an ice-blue spear that appeared in his hand. Lee Su didn't glance at it. The moment the spear solidified, he lunged forward with a sudden thrust. His moves were as swift as the spear, yet carried a calm precision akin to a swordsman, the two combined creating a terrifying effect. Bang! 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 Spear lights left ice-blue marks on the shield, accompanied by various icy flame skills colliding, the damage numbers continuously fluctuating. The marks left on the shield were deeper than those of other students, even causing the rough monsters to take half a step back. Zhou Chunfeng nodded beside him. Lee Su was not only powerful in his profession but also had an exceptional character, consistently displaying top-notch combat awareness, ranking among the best in the entire grade. Sometimes she regretted that such a talent ended up in their class. Their class's overall level was indeed lacking, and having Lee Su there was basically a hindrance, especially now that another burden had arrived. Thinking of this, Zhou Chunfeng turned to look at the crowd, only to see Lin Chen standing alone at the back. Oh dear, what am I doing? At this age, still sulking over such trivial matters. Since I'm here, I might as well nurture him well. Zhou Chunfeng secretly slapped her forehead. She planned to find a classmate to help Lin Chen after this was over. Just now, she had also hit a dead end, and her mind couldn't turn around for a moment. Leaving the kid standing there was not right. But this kid isn't shy at all. His character isn't bad. Zhou Chunfeng smiled as she looked at Lin Chen. Bang! A spear light, sharp as an icicle, slammed into the shield, causing the shield giant to take a step back. Lee Su completed the final strike. Lee Su, total damage in 10 seconds, 637,456 attack power rating. In an instant, all the students in the room were astonished. Holy crap! 637,000. I thought 50,000 was the limit. He hasn't even worn equipment. How can he be this fierce? I remember last time he was just over 500,000. Has he improved this fast? Or did he hide his strength last time? Incredible. I'm impressed. Legendary professions are beyond us mere mortals. Lin Chen also nodded in agreement. This kid is indeed putting on a show. His combat power is quite impressive. After watching him for half a day, he's also simulating himself. He feels that even if he reaches the 3rd tier of Berserk, the damage won't exceed this level. Right now, his strength at the 3rd tier is over 10,000, and in 10 seconds, he can deal around 400 to 500,000 damage. Calculating it out, he might not even reach this person, and this person isn't even wearing equipment. Truly worthy of a legendary class, he really has something. So, considering this, my 3rd tier might be slightly inferior to the legendary. No, I haven't counted skills yet. If I include skills, it's hard to say. Still not right. Equipment generally boosts me, but for others, it's a solid enhancement. My 3rd tier might just not be as good as the legendary. While affirming this, Lin Chen hurriedly enriched his little knowledge base. Legendary classes are rare, and he must seize the opportunity. As for the rare ones, he no longer regarded them with any importance. The classmates' astonishment did not sway Lee Su. He remained cold-faced. Thank you for your hard work, Mentor Zhou. Nodding to Zhou Chunfeng, he walked back to the team. The classmates in the team were all envious, but no one approached to chat. Everyone in class 34 knew that Lee Su was an ice block. Only one girl stepped forward. She was in the same demon hunting team as Lee Su, and they were somewhat familiar from doing tasks together. Good job, congratulations, Lee Su. Lee Su remained taciturn. Thank you, you too. The assessment continued, and after Lee Su, there were no more standout candidates. Everyone else scored around 100 to 200,000, alternating between 40 and so on. Soon, all the classmates had completed their assessments. At this point, Lin Chen naturally stepped forward. Since everyone had finished, it was his turn. This assessment would affect the class ranking, which in turn would directly impact the baseline points, so he wouldn't skip it. As he walked, Lin Chen activated Bloodthirst and entered Ultimate Berserk. He was quite skilled at Bloodthirst now and could activate it anytime, anywhere. Lin Chen's actions naturally caught the attention of his classmates. The new guy is going to be assessed too. How much do you think he can score? I think he can reach 30. What? 30 would put him above me. How do you think that? You silly fool wouldn't understand. Although the new guy is at a lower level and has fewer attributes, he's a pure transformation.
Plus, Berserk is a pure damage-dealing class. You really think he's weak just because he says a few words? I think so too. He should be able to match a defensive class, but it seems he doesn't have much equipment. I wonder if he doesn't have any or just didn't bring it out. If he doesn't have any, he should be rated even lower. We all have equipment with attribute boosts. The attack gap isn't small. I remember we couldn't get that in our first year. You have a point, let's lower it again to 25,000. Zhou Chunfang was now completely awake. Seeing that the classmates had finished their assessments and were about to call Lin Chen, she noticed Lin Chen walking up on his own. This kid really isn't shy at all. Zhou Chunfang smiled and approached him. Lin Chen, since you've been assigned to our class, I won't say much more. From now on, you're part of class 34. Now, let me explain the assessment rules to you. Our class assessment is divided into 3 categories: attack, defense, and speed. Each category will be rated from D2. Be based on your performance, and the average will be your overall score, which will affect your future treatment. I won't elaborate on the treatment issues. Here, you can learn about them later. Everyone has already completed the defense and speed assessments, so you can take them together. How does that sound? With this conversation, Zhou Chunfang fully accepted Lin Chen. However, she still maintained a serious expression. Acceptance aside, Lin Chen's low strength was an undeniable fact. His overall score would likely be a D, possibly even a D-, dragging down the class. Lin Chen didn't care about any of this. Strength 67,146, plus 1,506, plus 64,980, agility 70,866, plus 1,506, plus 68,580. His fiery power surged throughout his body, and all he wanted was to fight. I'm fine, Mentor Zhou. Good. Then start with the attack. When the countdown begins, give it your all against the assessment machine. It will score you based on the damage you inflict. Lin Chen stepped into the barrier, and a massive 2-meter-high shield appeared before him, its surface as solid as a boulder. How much damage can I unleash in 10 seconds? Lin Chen licked his lips just as the timer started. Lin Chen charged forward in an instant. He was currently unarmed, having just broken off from a fight. But the combat style left behind by the blood demon had somewhat transformed into his body's instinct. The frenzied power propelled Lin Chen's fists to smash against the shield, moving so fast that they left after images resembling a wild beast. Bang! 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 67,146, 201,438, 335,730. As soon as he made contact, the damage recorded on the machine skyrocketed, as if triggering a critical hit, soaring rapidly to over 300,000 in just 1 second. At the same time, the shield echoed with a storm of pounding sounds, the noise exploding like a symphony of thunder. The anti-shield giant seemed stunned, not retreating at all. Lin Chen was completely oblivious, lost in his world of violent output. Forget the results, having a punching bag to unleash his full power was quite exhilarating. He wanted to hit it until it was transparent. The exaggerated damage kept rising. First second, 335,730. Second, 672,038. Third second, 100,8268. Fourth second, bang! A violent explosion echoed through the venue. Lin Chen was still enjoying his output when the anti-shield giant suddenly burst apart, transforming into a sky full of glowing particles. Did it explode? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He was really having a blast. The main question was, how should this score be calculated? The assessment didn't even mention using something durable. The academy was really stingy. Truly. Mentor Zhou, how should I calculate my score in this situation? With a sense of helplessness, Lin Chen turned back, intending to ask Zhou Chunfang what to do. However, upon turning, he saw the entire venue frozen, everyone staring wide-eyed and mouth agape, as if they were under a spell. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow again. Was it really that exaggerated? Had they never seen the world? If his classmates could hear Lin Chen's thoughts, they would definitely be speechless at this moment. Dude, do you want to see what you just did? 300,000 damage in 1 second, over 1 million in 3 seconds. You blew up the machine. Is this something a newcomer can do? Didn't the legendary profession Li Su only deal 600,000 in 10 seconds? One by one, his classmates looked at Lin Chen, unable to find their words, feeling parched and their heads a bit muddled. Had the hidden berserker become this powerful? Up front, Zhou Chunfang was equally bewildered. In fact, the machine could withstand more than 1 million damage, at least up to 2 million. But if the impact frequency was too fast, it wouldn't have time to repair before exploding. In other words, Lin Chen had blown up a 2 million machine while he was just past the halfway mark of his life. He had literally blown it up. Is this something a student can do? However, Zhou Chunfang quickly regained her composure, her eyes widening. Lin Chen, who told you to activate Ultimate Frenzy? In this situation, Lin Chen had undoubtedly activated Ultimate Frenzy. Only the Ultimate Enhancement could achieve such a feat. Zhou Chunfang immediately used a scanning technique on Lin Chen, and upon seeing his life reduced to 1%, she became even angrier.
Who activates ultimate frenzy during an assessment? Lin Chen was taken aback. Ha, didn't you say to give it my all, teacher? Is there a problem? Zhou Chunfang rolled her eyes. Of course there's a problem. Can you even fight with 1% health? Is this your true strength? Is the assessment meant for you to show off your skills? Zhou Chunfang was at a loss for words. She said to give it their all but never mentioned going into the ultimate state. That 1% health is practically useless in normal combat, and the assessment is meant to evaluate real combat ability, which affects the difficulty of future tasks. If everyone keeps doing this, it will all be a mess.
Mainly, she hadn't noticed that Lin Chen was equipped with a full set of clear spring. Usually, berserkers can't even enter the ultimate state, and she had forgotten about that.
Lin Chen understood that the ultimate health was too low for normal combat, so it couldn't be considered true combat power. He really wanted to express that he could do it. This was his true strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't say that. Alright then, how should I be assessed, Mentor Zhou? Zhou Chunfang collected her thoughts. It's simple, the
rules are the same, just raise your health and continue. As soon as she finished speaking, another machine with a large hole in its chest rolled over, its chest
glowing as it began to condense a new anti-shield giant.
Looking at the new machine, Zhou Chunfang couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. A testing machine is quite expensive, from materials to crafting, and it even involves a sympathetic array.
Any damage would need to be compensated.
But this time, it was also her fault for not explaining clearly, so she would just bear the cost herself. However, it must be said that the ultimate berserker is indeed fierce. This was her first time seeing it, and the stakes were blown apart.
Zhou Chunfang silently swallowed. At this moment, the group of classmates behind also understood and came back to their senses. So it turns out he entered the ultimate state. I thought so. Speaking of which, isn't the newcomer a bit too concerned about face? He should know about this kind of thing without being told. Entering the ultimate assessment, that's something else.
But to be fair, the ultimate berserker is really
something. I felt like I was witnessing a mythical profession.
Indeed, indeed. If I had to face it, I'd honestly tremble.
Oh right, have you seen a mythical profession?
No, I was just guessing. Anyway, I feel like mythical professions aren't that impressive. Look at Li Su, he's a legend, and he does 600,000 in 10 seconds, while the newcomer broke 1,000,000 in 3 seconds, and he vanished without a trace. Li Su stood among the crowd, gazing ahead, his eyes flickering.
It really is impressive. As the anti-shield giant appeared, the students' interest was reignited. How much damage do you think the newcomer can deal this time? Well, if he raises it, then of course, I was thinking 250,000, but let's say 300,000 this time. I was guessing 300,000 too. I'll add a bit, 320,000. What's wrong with you all? The ultimate berserk raise is definitely useless. I'm guessing 350,000.
The earlier scene left a deep impression on everyone, and they
all silently added a bit to Lin Chen's estimate.
At this moment, Lin Chen also pulled his health back to the 3rd tier.
Not being allowed to use the ultimate
was a bit frustrating, but it was still acceptable. Strength, 18,252, plus 1,368, plus 16,224, Agility, 19,332, plus 1,368, plus 17,181. He still had a significant amount of power and speed, so he could still achieve a good result. Moreover, there was good news. With his health raised, he could use Mountain Break. His Mountain Break
had an 800% bonus. Are you ready? To avoid any accidents, Zhou Chunfang specifically asked this time. No problem, mentor. Zhou Chunfang nodded. Alright, then. Let's begin.
As soon as she finished speaking, the countdown immediately started. Lin Chen shot forward like an arrow. He didn't choose to unleash his ultimate right away, as Mountain Break had a casting time, so he decided to weave it in comfortably. Although the 3rd tier power and speed were significantly reduced, he was still filled with heat as he fiercely attacked the shield. Exaggerated damage numbers jumped up again.
18,251, 18,268, 18,311. But after just a couple
of jumps, Lin Chen suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from behind him, and he was pulled away.
Zhou Chunfang yanked at his collar, her eyes wide with anger. Is this what you call being ready? Lin Chen was bewildered. Huh? Is there a problem? He hadn't done anything. Didn't he mention the 3rd tier? Zhou Chunfang took a deep breath. What problem? You want me to open the 3rd tier without considering the ultimate? Are you sure you're not just playing dumb? Zhou Chunfang
was speechless. She was starting to doubt whether this kid really didn't understand or just wanted to show off.
1% health isn't considered real combat power, but 10% is, right? Go out and try fighting someone with 10%.
Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then he understood, and now he was speechless too.
Wait, the 3rd tier isn't enough? He rarely even opened the 3rd tier anymore.
But unfortunately, he still couldn't explain.
Zhou mentor, you tell me, how many tiers should I open this time, and I'll open that many.
Zhou Chunfang calmed her breath. Keep raising it, get it to over 30% for the second tier. The Academy's previous requirement for berserkers was over 30%, and in fact, this was still considering the profession's uniqueness. Normally, very few berserkers would dare to push it to 30%. Lin Chen raised his health to 30%, and this was the first time he had entered the second tier since he started. He had never suffered such humiliation. Health 2280, strength 4310, plus 1064, plus 1724, agility 4610, plus 1064, plus 2766. The second tier only had a 150% bonus, and looking at his pitiful stats, Lin Chen felt uncomfortable all over. With just over 4,000 attributes, he couldn't deal much damage, and this attack assessment was a waste. The testing machine started the timer, and this time Lin Chen had completely lost his drive. He rushed in and hit a few times, mainly because he really didn't have much strength. Having gotten used to high attribute bonuses, he now felt like he was wrapped in withering vines. He didn't rush to use the Mountain Breaker either. The bonus for Mountain Breaker in the second tier was low, and considering the casting time, it wasn't worth it. He dealt a few normal hits, and in the last bit of time, he used Mountain Breaker to finish. With only a 3-meter blood column gushing out, his final score was revealed. Lin Chen, total damage in 10 seconds, 183762. Attack power rating, D. His only 180,000? Wow, that's too low. What can you do with 180,000? Seriously, it's a hidden profession, and this is worse than a meat shield. The classmates who had been watching from the back immediately exclaimed in surprise. They had originally thought it would at least reach over 200,000. A pure output from an extreme transformation only got this? Lin Chen wasn't surprised. He wasn't much stronger than an ordinary profession in the second tier, plus he was all bare stats with pitiful skills. Hitting 180,000 was already the result of him not slacking off. Ignoring the discussions around him, Lin Chen looked at Zhou Chunfang. Zhou mentor, shall we start the defense test next? The attack score was what it was. After all, it was just a score, and his real strength hadn't changed. What mattered now was to score well in defense. A 1 million shield. No matter how you looked at it, he could get a good score. Zhou Chunfang's gaze was still on the score numbers. She understood berserkers, but a pure transformation only hitting 180,000 was somewhat disappointing. She would have to pull the whole class up again. Hearing the voice, Zhou Chunfang came back to her senses and said, "Oh, Lin Chen, you don't need to test defense. Berserkers default to the lowest score for defense, so we can directly start testing speed. Everyone knows about berserkers' defense. Testing with machines is likely to get them killed, and mainly, the berserker's mental state should avoid getting hit as much as possible. It wouldn't be worth it to test just to increase the frenzy progress." Of course, whether they tested or not didn't make much difference. It was all the lowest score anyway. This rule applies in any school. Lin Chen? No defense test either? It seemed that Zhou Chunfang noticed Lin Chen's defiance and pointed to the distance. That over there is the defense testing machine. You'll know once you go take a look. Lin Chen followed the direction and walked to the other side of the venue, where he saw a machine standing 2 meters tall, equipped with several large mechanical arms arranged neatly, each ending in a fist. As Lin Chen approached, the screen on the machine's head lit up. Detected profession, Hellblood Demon Warrior. Compliant with Berserker series, cannot attack as per program settings. Lin Chen, defense evaluation, D. Lin Chen, why does it feel like this assessment is targeting me? Are you sure this isn't just to make me a dumpling with vinegar? See, hurry back. We're testing speed now. During the subsequent speed test, Lin Chen had completely lost his motivation. Out of 3 subjects, he had received 2 D grades, and he couldn't use any of his skills. It was a miracle he wasn't questioning his life. But when the speed measuring device appeared, Lin Chen's hope reignited. The speed measuring device consisted of 2 small cars side by side. It drew a long path several kilometers long in the middle of the venue, clearly utilizing spatial laws. Along this long path stood many mechanical figures resembling wooden stakes, their arms equipped with smaller fist-like appendages, wandering back and forth on the path. It was obvious at a glance that this was a dodging speed test, but all the little figures were on the ground. He had wings. Lin Chen's gloomy mood finally improved, and he felt that his luck was turning. However, having learned from multiple lessons, he didn't let his guard down. He still needed to listen to the rules first, lest they suddenly decided not to allow flying. After the speed area appeared, Zhou Chunfang began explaining the rules. The rules for the speed assessment are quite simple. No matter what method you use, you must reach the finish line as quickly as possible. The mechanical obstacles along the path won't cause you actual damage, but the number of hits will affect your score. Final scores will be evaluated based on the time taken to cross the finish line and the number of hits received. Lin Chen quickly grasped the key point. Any method was allowed. Instructor Zhou, can I really use any method? Lin Chen asked cautiously. Zhou Chunfang smiled. She could see exactly what Lin Chen was thinking. Some students with decent jumping skills thought they could exploit loopholes in the assessment, but in reality, the entire assessment path stretched for several kilometers.
How far could you jump? At most, a few dozen
meters, and you might even receive more hits due to landing stiffly, making it not worth attempting.
Unless, of course, you could fly. But who in the warrior class could fly?
That was completely impossible. Any method is allowed, just focus on crossing the finish line, Zhou Chunfang said confidently.
Lin Chen's face lit up with joy.
This time, you said any method was fine, so you can't blame me. At this moment, most of the other students were still watching Lin Chen. Although he had already received 2D grades, proving he wasn't particularly noteworthy, he was the only one testing at the moment, so they had no choice but to watch him. Lin Chen arrived at the starting position. Swish, with a flap of his blood wings, he soared into the air, floating mid-air.
This move left his classmates dumbfounded. What the hell? Wings? The new guy has wings. What's going on? How can a berserker grow wings? A flying warrior? Is this even scientific?
The students were in shock. After all, life forms were the least likely to change. It was harder than gaining a new talent.
A warrior who couldn't fly would never fly in their lifetime, not even at level 100. And now, right before their eyes, Lin Chen had sprouted a pair of wings? Zhou Chunfang looked up at the sky, completely dumbfounded.
Lin Chen smirked and, taking advantage of Zhou Chunfang's daze, flew directly into the testing area to begin the assessment. He was afraid that Zhou Chunfang would come to her senses and create some trouble for him. Right now, the speed test was his only hope for scoring.
With his blood wings flapping,
Lin Chen soared above the examination hall, charging straight towards the finish line. The mechanical obstacles on the ground detected the human intrusion
and immediately sprang into action, each extending its mechanical arms upwards.
Their arms were clearly not long enough, only reaching a few meters high, and, seeing that they couldn't hit their target, the machines jumped up in frustration. Well, Lin Chen was at least 20 meters in the air, gliding smoothly.
Flying
was simply exhilarating. The few kilometers of the course were neither too long nor too short. Lin Chen effortlessly bypassed the panicking robots and soon crossed
the finish line. The key point was the main instrument for the speed test, and as soon as Lin Chen dashed past it, his results appeared on the display. Lin Chen, total time for sprint 32 seconds. Number of hits 0, overall speed score C+, not bad. Finally managed to get a C+. From Lin Chen's observation, the speed scores of other students ranged from D to C, so his C+ was quite impressive. It should be noted that this was achieved while dragging his second-tier Berserk. Speed 0 hits undoubtedly boosted his score. At the same time, the spatial rules dissipated and Lin Chen returned to the venue. Turning his head, he saw everyone staring at him, especially Zhou Chunfang, who was glaring with her hands on her hips, looking like a fierce tigress. Lin Chen couldn't help but shrink
his neck. Although he had received Zhou Chunfang's assurance in advance, he felt that his method was somewhat underhanded, not much different from cheating.
Lin Chen retracted his blood wings and slowly landed in front of Zhou Chunfang. Teacher Zhou, I finished my test. Can we determine my overall score now?
Well, Lin Chen directly adopted the strategy of cooking the rice before it was raw. Even if it was cheating, he didn't care. It was Zhou Chunfang who said any method was acceptable. Besides, if he revealed his ultimate Berserk score, it would be even higher.
Zhou Chunfang looked at the shameless Lin Chen, feeling even more frustrated. She truly hadn't expected that Lin Chen could actually fly. The speed assessment was a comprehensive test of everyone's real speed and reaction ability. Flying straight through was outright cheating. It was unfair to the other students. Her frustration stemmed from this, while others had to dodge attacks. And hurry, he had it easy, flying through with delight. Your score counts as passed, but we'll discuss that later. I want to ask you where you got those wings?
Zhou Chunfang decisively confirmed Lin Chen's score and pushed it aside. Well, the assessment hadn't explicitly stated that flying was prohibited. Moreover, strictly speaking, being able to fly was also a reflection of one's own strength. So she really had no way to contest the score, she could only accept it. However, compared to the score, she was now more curious about where those wings came from. Changing one's life form was no less than reaching the heavens. Even she couldn't fly. At most, she could jump, and Lin Chen's wings looked like the real deal. How did a young man who had just reached the second tier manage to get them? As soon as Zhou Chunfang said this, the students behind her perked up their ears. No warrior didn't want to fly.
The most troublesome issue for warriors who could fight and withstand was the aerial domain.
They often had to be walked like dogs by flying monsters. If they could grow a pair of wings, they could hardly
even imagine it.
Seeing the eager gazes of everyone, Lin Chen realized he had underestimated the allure of wings for warriors.
Lin Chen didn't hide it,
and directly said, "These are evolved from my extreme transformation. I got them automatically as soon as I reached the second tier."
As soon as he said this, the attentive students below immediately slumped. Extreme transformation? Then it's no big deal. Damn, why don't I have extreme transformation? It's so cool, I really want it. Ugh, why is it only from extreme transformation?
If it were any other method, I'd go through fire and water to get it.
Well, everyone was clear.
That extreme transformation and changing one's life form were essentially the same level of difficulty, both were like reaching the heavens. The classmates immediately got busy with other things. The assessment was completely over, and Lin Chen was confirmed to be an absolute novice. With just the ability to fly, he couldn't reach them at all, so there was no need to pay further attention. However, some classmates couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen. After all, his wings were too cool. Zhou Chunfang couldn't help but sigh. She even said that if there was a way, she would try it too. At her age, it was the perfect time to venture out. Lin Chen, our assessment results are automatically calculated. Once the 3 subjects are finished, your medal will process itself. The results should be out now. You can see them by opening your medal. Your class ranking and department ranking should also be available now. Ha, is it that convenient? Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he hurriedly looked at the medal. Name, Lin Chen. Grade, Class of 2027, in Assessment, Class, Warrior. Class 34. Comprehensive Score, D, Minor. Exam, Class Ranking, 3737. Department Ranking, 1499/1499. College Honors, none. Points, 34400. Clearly, whether in class or department, he had come in last. He didn't know how much this ranking would affect resource allocation. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless, but fortunately his points were still sufficient. Zhou Chunfang sighed. Even their Class 34 students were at least above C, and a D grade shouldn't appear in the second year. She clapped her hands. Classmates, the assessment is now over. The teacher hopes that in the coming month, everyone will work hard to level up, complete more tasks, and strive to achieve good results in next month's major exam. Contribute a bit of strength for yourselves and for the progress of our Class 34. Class rankings change once a month based on the comprehensive scores of each student in the class and the total number of tasks completed. The higher the ranking, the better the shared resources and privileges. Even the same task would yield different points for students from different ranked classes. Everyone knew this. Their Class 34 was already at the bottom, and now with an added burden, they had to work even harder. Understood, Mentor Zhou. With the class minor exam completely over, Zhou Chunfang had to consider Lin Chen's placement. By the second year, students usually operated in teams first because the monster difficulty increased, making it hard for individuals to handle alone, and second, to hone their teamwork skills. With Lin Chen's current level, he couldn't complete any tasks without a team, and other classmates certainly wouldn't volunteer. This matter had to be arranged by her. Zhou Chunfang's gaze swept over the classmates. They immediately guessed what Zhou Chunfang was about to do, and everyone trembled. A D-level rookie, no one could take that on. Everyone's family wasn't wealthy. Zhou Chunfang sighed. The overall level of their class was actually average, and hastily assigning Lin Chen to any team would be a significant burden for them. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Classmates, the teacher is here to announce something. From now on, everyone will take turns each week to lead Lin Chen. You need to take him through at least one task. The teacher knows this might be a bit difficult for everyone, but what I want to say is, since Lin Chen is here, he is part of our Class 34. He is a classmate we will fight alongside in the future, and we should help him. Also, don't forget, Lin Chen is a student who skipped a grade. To put it bluntly, his talent is stronger than most of you here, and by a lot. Making friends with him will not bring you any harm. Is that clear to everyone?" After this speech, it confirmed the classmates' suspicions. Although they felt a bit uncomfortable, the matter had been put on the table, and since the class was indeed a whole, they might complain about Lin Chen but didn't genuinely refuse to accept him. After hesitating for a moment, the classmates all responded. "Understood. Don't worry, Mentor Zhou. Leave it to me. Our team configuration is decent, having 2 tanks is safe. Director Zhou, how about we go first? What good is a tank? Lin Chen just got here. Filling in knowledge is the most important thing. Our 2 girls in the team are attentive. Let's go first." Zhou Chunfang nodded in appreciation. She had been watching these kids. Class 34's strength wasn't great, but their unity and character was undeniable. Immediately, Zhou Chunfang said generously, "Students, don't worry, the teacher won't let you go empty-handed. Each team that brings Lin Chen will receive a reward of 100 points. At this, the students' enthusiasm waned. 100 points was fine in the first year, but by the second year, it was hardly enough for anything. They earned thousands for a single mission. Zhou Chunfang was a bit stingy. Not only was she stingy, but she also felt that 100 or 200 points were a lot. Seeing Zhou Chunfang's grand demeanor, the students hurriedly put on a show. "Wow, 100 points, thank you, Director Zhou. With that said, I feel like I've made a profit. I could lead for a whole month. Dream on. You think you can take all the benefits? I'm leading, no one fight me for it." Zhou Chunfang beamed with joy. Indeed, one had to show real strength. Money can make the world go round. In the midst of this cheerful atmosphere, Lin Chen suddenly looked up. He had been lost in his own world, and now that the assessment was over, he was thinking of quickly repairing his weapons and spending the 30,000 points he had earned. It was only then that he realized they were trying to form a team for him. He wouldn't nitpick about the various restrictions of the assessment. That was the academy's rule. after all, given his profession. But forming a team was still acceptable? His grades might not be good, but that didn't mean he lacked strength. Lin Chen immediately stepped out of the group and approached Zhou Chunfang. Thank you for your kindness, Director Zhou, but I don't need to form a team. I won't trouble everyone. Zhou Chunfang was momentarily taken aback, then she smiled in realization. Lin Chen, are you worried about bothering everyone? Don't worry about that, our class 34, if nothing else, has students with great personalities. You'll know after spending some time with them. They're all willing to help you, just take a look for yourself. Lin Chen turned his head and indeed saw a group of classmates with friendly expressions, some even waving at him. To be fair, these students were indeed beyond his expectations, a bit strange. Lin Chen added, no, teacher, I have my own reasons. I really don't need to form a team. Zhou Chunfang was stunned again, then she realized something. Lin Chen, is it because you were upset that the teacher didn't greet you when you first arrived? I admit it was a bit awkward back then, but it wasn't aimed at you, it was about the school's arrangements. After all, with so many classes, you were assigned to me, and we are still a lower tier class. I hope you can understand. If you're upset about this, I can apologize to you. But now, forming a team is serious business. Without someone to guide you, you won't be able to complete the tasks. You're still in Director Pei's assessment period, so you can't be careless. Listen, let the teacher arrange this for you. Since you're here, you should stay and not get sent back to the first year. Lin Chen, how could this still not be clear? Just then, Li Su's eyes flashed in the crowd. He immediately stepped out. A girl from a nearby team thought of something and pulled him back. Li Su, don't get involved in this, just listen to the teacher's arrangements. Li Su frowned slightly. Don't worry, it won't affect your progress. He pushed away the girl's hand resting on his shoulder and walked forward. Director Zhou, I'll take Lin Chen the whole way. This way, it won't affect the other students, and Lin Chen won't be put in a difficult position. Lin Chen looked at Li Su, who was determined and felt like he was about to break down. No way, man, are you serious? Li Su, the strongest in class 34, was far ahead of his classmates. He had a strong sense of responsibility and was not arrogant due to his strength. He often took the initiative to solve some difficulties in the class. If Li Su were to take Lin Chen under his wing, it would indeed be a good solution, alleviating the burden on other classmates, and Li Su's personal strength wouldn't affect much when mentoring someone. However, Li Su was already mentoring the weakest student in the class, and adding another one made Zhou Chunfang feel a bit embarrassed. Li Su, let's stick to what the teacher arranged, Zhou Chunfang said. With a frown, Li Su replied directly, it's fine, Director Zhou. The overall ranking of the class also affects my resources, and I'm doing this for myself. If it really doesn't work, I can wear some equipment as needed. Lin Chen still didn't want to team up. Thank you for your kindness, Li, but I really have no desire to form a team. Li Su turned directly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, my rating is B, which means I can take on all tasks below B level. Your rating is D, D level. Tasks, regardless of how many points they offer, are quite rare in terms of difficulty. Teaming up with me can elevate your permissions, regardless of strength. Lin Chen was taken aback. Was there such a thing? Li Su, looking forward to a pleasant cooperation. Lin Chen immediately extended his hand. He still needed to open up his permissions, and besides, having a legendary profession wouldn't hold him back too much. Pleasant cooperation. Li Su had no intention of rejecting, and shook Lin Chen's hand. Zhou Chunfang was stunned. She felt she had misunderstood earlier. So this kid had been refusing because he thought his classmates were weak? But with Li Su, he immediately agreed? Whatever, as long as it was resolved. Alright, then it will be hard work for you, Li Su. Lin Chen, you too. Work hard and at least pass Director Pei's assessment. Don't fall back to your freshman year. Lin Chen replied, I understand, Director Zhou. Li Su added, it's not hard. Lin Chen's talent is also very outstanding. I just have a year more of growth than him. Perhaps I still have things to learn from him. Lin Chen, dude, are you this good with words? It makes me look a bit dull, doesn't it? Director Zhou, I have also recognized my shortcomings. I believe that with the guidance of Li Su and Director Zhou, as well as the support of all the excellent classmates, I will definitely reach a new height. I will contribute my part to our class 34. Li Su? Zhou Chunfang, she was sure of it now. This kid had no shame at all and seemed to be a difficult player to deal with. Alright kid, you have a good heart. Keep it up. Clearing her throat, Zhou Chunfang turned to the other students. Classmates, that will be all for today, you can disperse. The students were happy to see Lin Chen settled. Upon hearing the dismissal, they were even more excited. At this time every month they had basically just returned from completing tasks, pockets full of points, waiting to spend them at the Attribute Tower, high experience dungeons, and equipment skill pavilions. Let's go to the Attribute Tower. Is anyone going to the lava cave? I took down that boss in 2 hits this time. Lin Chen actually joined Li Su's team, so envious. What's there to be envious about? Why don't you just cripple your own skills? Li Su is kind-hearted and will definitely take you too. I'm just saying, of course, I still have to rely on my own abilities. But this way, Lin Chen has a good opportunity. If he were to take me, I might not even pass the task and would have to lower the difficulty, wasting his talent. The Burning Silence Battle Blade has been tempting me for a month. I finally gathered enough points today. You better wait for me. What? You've saved up enough for the Burning Silence? Treat us tonight. The students were lively, but among the crowd, there was one girl with an unfriendly expression. Her name was Wang Jingwen, and she was in the same team as Li Su. Teacher clearly arranged everything, yet still not satisfied, insisting on joining our team. Don't you know your own worth? Not a shred of self-awareness. What bad luck. Wang Jingwen pouted. Lin Chen followed the crowd out of the venue. As soon as he stepped outside, the glaring sunlight hit his face and he suddenly realized it was already afternoon. At this moment, he was accompanied by Li Su and a girl who looked quiet and gentle. According to Li Su's introduction, Lin Chen learned that this was a member of their team, Wang Jingwen, level 41, a rare profession, Nature Guardian, considered a control-type magic warrior, assigned to the warrior class. Her assessment score was D+. Yes, she was one of only 2 D-level scores in the class. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed in this girl. He had various limitations to score a D, and she was clearly just a novice. But since she was Li Su's teammate, he couldn't say much. Li Su then spoke up. Lin, let me pull you into our team first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's academy badge began to glow. Li Su invites you to join the Azure Flower Language team. Do you accept? Yes/no. Azure Flower Language? That name seemed a bit too artistic, didn't it? Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at Li Su, who looked like a weathered swordsman. Lin, I came up with this name. Li Su represents the ice element, Azure, and I represent the nature element, so I used flower language. But now that you're here, should we change it? Wang Jingwen said with a hint of pride, not believing that Lin Chen, the newcomer, would dare to suggest a change. She had thought long and hard about this name, and it was obvious she and Li Su were on the same team. Plus, Li Su was willing to add her name. Change it, I don't really like it. You come up with another one. Lin Chen said directly he could let other things slide, but this idea would embarrass him in front of his blood god. After saying that, Lin Chen clicked to accept and began to review the team information. Wang Jingwen was momentarily stunned. He really had the nerve to change it. She looked up at Li Su, only to see him with no expression, instantly feeling a surge of grievance. Accepting the invitation allowed them to see the basic information of the team. Azure Flower Language Team Task Completion this month. 0. Captain, Li Su. B. Level 48. Shattering Ice Spear. Legendary. Member, Lin Chen. D. Level 39. Blood Demon Warrior. Hidden. Member, Wang Jingwen. D+. Level 41. Nature Guardian. Rare. Already level 48? He really has some skills. The higher the level, the harder it got. Lin Chen had just seen that most of his classmates were around level 43 or 44, and Li Su had pulled ahead significantly. This guy didn't even wear equipment. At this moment, Li Su spoke again. Lin, what are your plans next? We usually just rotate between doing tasks, the Attribute Tower, and Academy Dungeons. The Academy's big exam is still a month away. Now that we've just returned, we plan to grind some dungeons and the Attribute Tower to spend some points and level up, and then go out on tasks in a couple of days. How does that sound for you? Of course, if you're in a hurry and don't have points, we can do tasks first. Everyone in the team can discuss it. Lin Chen felt that Li Su was indeed quite approachable. At least he was sincerely asking for his opinion. If it were someone else, they wouldn't care about the thoughts of a burden in the team. As for whether to go on tasks or stay at school for a couple of days, he certainly didn't need to choose. He had 30,000 points unspent. Most importantly, he hadn't repaired his Zhejiang yet. How could he possibly abandon Zhejiang? I'm not in a hurry. I also have some points left unspent, and I was planning to stay at the academy for a couple of days. By the way, Li Su, do you know where I can repair weapons? Li Su frowned slightly. Repair weapons? Lin Chen, do you have any damaged weapons? Normally, if the weapon isn't too precious, there's no need for repairs. It's just as good to buy another one at a similar price. Repairing weapons sounds cheap, but after all, you have to hire a blacksmith, so those with lower levels usually just switch out their gear. No need to repair. Li Su thought Lin Chen didn't know this, so he reminded him. This person is indeed quite responsible. Lin Chen smiled and said, Oh, Li classmate, this weapon of mine isn't very precious. It's just a level 20 purple, but it holds a bit of special significance for me. Li Su was taken aback. In that case, it really needs to be repaired. Normally, any blacksmith shop can handle equipment repairs, and there are some off-campus too. You can pay for your level 20 purple, but the quality can't be guaranteed. Our academy has one run by a mentor, which guarantees quality, but it costs points. Lin classmate, what do you think? I'll repair it at the academy. Lin Chen added without hesitation. Li Su nodded. The academy's blacksmith shop is over at the equipment pavilion. I'm actually going there tomorrow as well. If you're not in a hurry, we can go together. Just right. I can also explain the ranking points impact to you today. Lin Chen was indeed a bit anxious, but he also needed to hear about the points issue. One day wouldn't make much difference. He agreed directly. Okay, then I'll go with Li classmate tomorrow. Li Su nodded. Lin classmate, Wang Jingwen and I plan to visit the Attribute Tower. You haven't brushed today, right? We can talk on the way. Sure, Li classmate, no need to be so formal, just call me Lin. Chun. Alright, then Lin classmate can just call me by my name too. The three of them set off towards the Attribute Tower with Wang Jingwen maintaining a stern expression. It's ridiculous to repair a broken level 20 weapon. If you don't have money, just say you don't have money. What special significance could there be? Most likely, they don't even know how expensive blacksmiths are and will find another excuse tomorrow to say they won't repair it. On the way, Li Su earnestly explained the ranking and treatment issues for second-year students to Lin Chen. Lin Chen got a rough idea. First and foremost, the most important thing is grades. Just like the D he just received, which is linked to everything. The minimum guaranteed points for second-year students each month is 500 points. A D grade will reduce that D100, D300, and only a D plus can reach the full 500. Moving up to C minus gets you 800, C grade 1000, and so on. The higher you go, the more points you get. For example, Li Su's B grade currently guarantees him 3,000 points a month without doing anything. Additionally, it will affect your ranking. In the academy, a higher ranking means extra rewards. There are 1,500 students in the second year, and those in the top 1,000 get an extra 500 points a month. The top 500 get 1,000 points. Li Su is currently in the top 50, receiving an extra 5,000 points a month. Furthermore, it also impacts your classes' overall score. Class evaluations are calculated based on the average scores of students plus some task completion rates. Their class 34 is currently ranked 34th. With no extra subsidies, while higher-ranked classes can earn additional points rewards each month, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Along with equipment, potions, skill books, and so on. Li Su is also in class 34, so he doesn't have any. Lastly, it affects task assignments. The most direct consequence is that lower-level students can't take on higher-level tasks. Moreover, different levels receive different points for the same task. However, this is a reverse optimization. For instance, if a B-level student takes a C-level task, the points will be reduced to prevent students from slacking off. But overall, performance evaluation is quite important, closely tied to points. Lin Chen's D grade means he lost several thousand points for doing nothing in a month. This directly led to Lin Chen feeling defeated. Isn't this just draining his blood? He worked his ass off to defeat a silver boss and only got 30,000 points. It was only because Granny Wang happened to save him that she generously handed it over, and its actual value is far beyond that. Li Su, is there any way to increase my score? Lin Chen immediately asked Li Su. Now that he understood the situation, he couldn't hold back any longer. Since there was a score, there must be a way to increase it, otherwise they could just use a numerical score. Li Su frowned slightly. To increase your score, basically, it's the monthly class assessment. If your strength improves, your score will naturally go up. Or there's the college's major exam every 2 months, which is real combat. In the end, your score is calculated based on your performance. Speaking of which, the major exam score is actually more authoritative since it's real combat, but that will have to wait for a month. We just had an exam at the beginning of the semester. You were still a freshman then. Lin Chen. Bad news, he had to wait a month. Good news, at least it was real combat and there were no restrictions. Damn it, I'm going to aim for first place in the entire department next month. I'll crush everyone. Lin Chen set his goal right away. Li Su noticed Lin Chen's excitement and shook his head. The major exam would only be harder than the assessment. If he couldn't pass the assessment, he definitely wouldn't pass the major exam. He only got a B in the last major exam. During their conversation, they arrived at the base of the attribute tower. It was still the body tower, which was the most useful attribute for warriors. However, he heard that by the second year, everyone was grinding more than one tower. Basically, they needed to improve both strength and speed since they could earn more points that way. The fourth level of the attribute tower contained monsters above level 40, including bosses, significantly increasing the difficulty. Li Su thought for a moment. Lin Chen, I have some equipment to lend you for now. Our warrior armor is basically interchangeable, and since the attribute tower doesn't allow people in, I can't take you inside. During the previous test, he noticed that Lin Chen wasn't wearing any equipment. As a freshman, he probably really didn't have any, unlike him. Saying this, Li Su took out a pile of equipment, including armor, leg guards, and weapons, while muttering, "My profession is gunner, so all my weapons are guns. I don't know if you'll be able to use them." Lin Chen chuckled lightly. This guy was quite sincere. Meanwhile, Wang Jingwen was already glowing all over, decked out in top-notch purple gear, which Li Su had lent her earlier without mentioning it needed to be returned. She glanced at Lin Chen and scoffed inwardly, then quickly put on a concerned expression. "Yeah, Lin Chen, hurry up and put it on. Don't be polite, otherwise, with just a D, you really won't make it past the fourth level." Lin Chen didn't even look at her and said to Li Su, "No need, I'm confident in handling one attribute tower by myself. You can keep it, Li Su."
With that, Lin Chen walked straight into the body tower. Just trying to remind you out of kindness, what are you acting all high and mighty for? Watching Lin Chen's disappearing figure, Wang Jingwen secretly grumbled, then turned to Li Su, switching to a weak expression. Li Su, don't you think Lin Chen seems a bit arrogant? You're just looking out for him. With a D, he shouldn't even be able to pass the attribute tower. If he can't, it'll waste an opportunity. Just now, as soon as he joined our team, he wanted to change the team name. Li Su replied, don't think so negatively of others. Lin Chen is also a genius, he has his own confidence. Honestly, if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't feel comfortable borrowing someone else's equipment either. But, the attribute tower is indeed a bit difficult for him right now. I wonder if there will be any surprises. Saying this, Li Su slightly furrowed his brows, showing some concern. Wang Jingwen immediately felt a wave of frustration. Wasn't that just saying she wasn't a genius? Did she have no shame in borrowing equipment? Of course, she knew Li Su didn't mean it that way, so she had to blame Lin Chen. A mere D, and he was acting all high and mighty. Couldn't he just be more modest? Her feelings towards Lin Chen were growing increasingly negative. Li Su's eyes flickered as he came to his senses. Alright, let's go in too. Are you okay with your equipment? Do you need to supplement anything? Wang Jingwen quickly smiled. No need to trouble yourself, brother Li Su. Although I'm not a damage dealing class, I'll do my best. I can handle it. Li Su nodded and stepped into the tower. Entering the body tower, first time this month, points -200 remaining, 34200, still a lot left. Not bad. The sophomore attribute tower no longer offers free entries, each entry costs 200, increasing progressively, which is quite expensive. Fortunately, Lin Chen's family is well off, so it's just a small dent in his finances. Let's get started. Get the attributes. The fourth floor of the attribute tower was still a dimly lit grand hall, and it still had 3 waves of monsters. A flash of light appeared in the center, and the first wave of monsters emerged once again. Previously, the monsters on the first floor were skeleton soldiers, but this time it was a squad of armored soldiers holding broad swords in perfect formation, looking much more solemn from the outside. It was like a guerrilla force versus a regular army. Royal Guard, LV40, second tier, health 48,000 strength, 4,400 agility, 2,200 constitution, 4,800 spirit, 800 dark attribute enhancement, 50 royal energy, the power of the royal shadows infused into the guard. Strength plus 3,300, agility plus 1,200, constitution plus 3,600, dark attribute enhancement plus 50. The attributes are indeed quite good. No wonder they need to bring equipment to fight. The attributes of the sophomore students are just over 1,000, while these have 4,000, and that's still a lot. Of course, the students also have equipment skills, which are the real deal, otherwise they wouldn't be able to unleash 400 to 500,000 damage in 10 seconds. But it can still cause some trouble. Without equipment, it would be quite precarious. However, compared to Lin Chen, they still fall short by a lot. He currently has no restrictions, with strength and speed both at 60 to 70,000. The monsters in the Icefield secret realm can't even hold him back, let alone this. These are far weaker than the Icefield monsters, which can reach 80 to 90,000 health. However, this attribute enhancement caught Lin Chen's attention a bit. He has now noticed that after the second transfer, both monsters and equipment basically carry this attribute enhancement. When he fought the Ice Queen before, he also deduced that this could likely amplify damage. How is that calculated? Forget it, I'll go out and ask Li Su. Boom, boom, boom. While Lin Chen was pondering, the royal guards noticed the enemy approaching in an orderly manner. Lin Chen instinctively tried to draw his weapon but found nothing. Sigh. Shaking his head, Lin Chen had no choice but to meet them barehanded. However, even without a weapon, his handling speed was not slow at all. These guards, who could cause trouble for his classmates, were taken down by Lin Chen with a punch each, and a single elbow strike sent one flying, crashing into a group of other guards. Lin Chen dealt with them as if he were taking a stroll, resolving the situation in just over 10 seconds. This was still him not rushing. If he were to unleash his full speed, he could probably finish them off in a second or two with a charge, and anyway, he had a shield, so he wasn't afraid of getting hurt. But that would be too ungraceful. The second wave of guards had slightly increased in number, but the result was the same. They were knocked down in a few moves. One of them Lin Chen hit so hard that he went straight through, hanging on his arm. To deal with this hanging guard, Lin Chen took 2 slashes from behind, and it was because of this that he suddenly realized he could just go into the third tier in charge. In the third tier, he still had over 10,000 strength, and the Mountain Smash had an 800% bonus, with a 10-meter range, which was definitely enough to one-shot them. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, feeling frustrated from today's assessment had left him a bit muddled, and he just thought about going all out. The third wave of monsters appeared, with over 10 guards surrounding an even taller armored soldier in the middle. Wang Ting Army Commander, LV40, Bronze Boss, Health 188800 Strength, 12,000 Agility, 4,500 Constitution, 18880 Spirit, 4,600 Dark Attribute Enhancement, 100 Lin Chen, who had just mentioned the third tier, with 180,000 health. He couldn't take it down. in one hit, forgetting there was still a boss. Forget it, let's just go with this. Mountain smash.
Lin Chen jumped in and smashed into the group of guards. The blood column erupted, instantly clearing all the small monsters, leaving the boss with just a sliver of health.
Lin Chen followed up with a punch and an elbow to finish it off, and it didn't take much effort.
All the monsters turned into shimmering light and dissipated, while at the same time, the crystal pillar in the center of the hall spat out a green light ball that merged into Lin Chen's body. Constitution, 760780. Lin Chen smiled. He still needed to improve, as
improvement always brought joy.
Gaining 20 points at a time, little by little, would eventually add up to a terrifying number.
Not going to college didn't come with such benefits, and many universities didn't offer this either.
Permanent attributes were only available at first-tier universities and had limits. Only the
5 super first-class institutions had no limits on the number of times.
Among them, Zhengzhou had the most added.
As for below first tier, there were only some experienced dungeons and a little control over ordinary secret realms. The attribute tower could be accessed once a day, and Lin Chen left the hall. Outside in the plaza, many second-year students were coming and going, but he didn't see Li Su and Wang Jingwen. They probably hadn't come out yet.
Lin Chen's speed wasn't something Li Su could compare to, and as for Wang Jingwen, she was a complete novice. After waiting a little while, Li Su walked out of the attribute tower.
Upon seeing Lin Chen, he was slightly taken aback. Why is Lin Chen outside? Didn't he finish before me? Li Su had this thought, and it wasn't surprising he thought so.
Although he wasn't particularly fast in the attribute tower, he usually focused on honing his skills during battles and wouldn't just burst out and
kill monsters instantly.
But still, with his foundational strength, Lin Chen, who currently only had a D rank, shouldn't be faster than him.
Li Su didn't approach
Lin Chen directly to confirm. If he failed, it would be impolite to ask later, so he sought answers in the attribute tower instead. If he truly failed, the
equipment he obtained from future missions would have to lean more towards Lin Chen, as the attribute tower was crucial.
Since he had taken Lin Chen along, he had
to take responsibility.
At the entrance of the attribute tower, there was a real-time information panel, and as long as the completion time wasn't too long,
it wouldn't be wiped away. Li Su, Layer 4 completion count 12. Wang Wenji, Layer 4 completion count 7. Lin Chen, Layer 4 completion count 1. Lin Chen, it's not as simple as it seems on the surface.
Li Su looked at the light screen, his brow slightly furrowed. Congratulations, Lin Chen, for passing the attribute tower. You were even faster than me.
I have more than enough equipment now. Li Su walked over to Lin Chen. Not at all, I was just messing around. You didn't put in your full effort, did you?
Lin Chen replied politely.
From Li Su's performance during the assessment, he could easily take this down, and taking so long to come out definitely meant he hadn't tried his best.
Lin Chen guessed that with Li Su's personality, he had probably been honing his skills again.
Li Su smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Lin Chen asked about his earlier confusion. Li Su, do you know what attribute enhancement means? Attribute enhancement?
Li Su raised an eyebrow and then suddenly realized, oh right, Lin Chen, you just came up from your first year and haven't encountered it yet.
You
can understand attribute enhancement is giving you a kind of attribute empowerment. It can bring you additional damage and attribute defense.
For example, I'm an ice-type profession.
Suppose I have 500 points of ice attribute enhancement, then when I hit a monster, I would deal an extra 50% damage, and the extra comes
from the attribute enhancement.
Similarly, if that monster also has 500 points of ice attribute strength, then my extra damage would be offset, which means
the attribute strength provides him with attribute defense.
Lin Chen nodded, thinking it was pretty much the same as he had imagined, just increasing damage, but
the defense aspect was a bit unexpected. So how many types of attribute enhancements are there? If I have ice attribute enhancement, can it block attacks from other attributes?
Lin Chen asked again, knowing that there must be more than one type of attribute.
Li Su didn't seem annoyed. Currently, attribute strengths are
roughly divided into 4 types: ice, light, fire, and dark.
They don't have a hierarchy but belong to completely different empowerments. If you only possess one type of attribute strength, then you can only resist the corresponding attribute's extra damage.
The same goes for attacks. For example, if you have 500 fire attribute strength, even if the monster you encounter has 10,000 ice attribute strength, as long as it doesn't have fire, you can still deal extra damage
to it.
Of course, the reality won't be that extreme. If the attribute strength is high enough, it can still affect other attributes, but it can generally be
ignored. So if you want to deal with various monsters, you need to grasp all attributes. Just like I am a pure ice-type profession, but to handle more situations, I also need to improve in other attributes. After this explanation, Lin Chen understood roughly. It's a big project. Being able to directly increase damage and defense, the benefits for combat go without saying, but you have to enhance all 4. Otherwise, you become someone who specializes in one area, only able to target corresponding monsters, which is very inconvenient.
One can only say that every step for a professional costs money. Without a solid foundation, you'll
eventually be left behind.
Li Su seemed to notice Lin Chen's surprise and added, but you don't need to be too anxious, normal people usually specialize in one attribute. Multiple attributes won't stack damage, only the highest value is taken, and most of the monsters we encounter at this stage are also single attribute. So you can choose how to respond and gradually improve later.
Moreover, the resources required for attribute enhancement are also enormous, most people can't manage it. Just like me, even though I'm preparing, in reality, it's just talk. Actually, I still focus on ice, and the other attributes are quite lacking. Lin Chen nodded, he wasn't anxious at all. No matter how difficult it was, he had confidence in his strength. In fact, he was quite excited. The more areas he could enhance, the more he could pull away from others. Isn't that how the path of a prodigy is forged? If everyone reaches max level without further enhancement, what advantage would he have? Permanent attributes, attribute strength, talents, these are what Lin Chen is pursuing. He had long realized that with his strength, reaching max level was just a matter of time. Lin Chen held back his urge to ask how to obtain attribute strength. He only knew that equipment could enhance it, but he was unaware of anything else. However, asking too much would be impolite. He could look up those things later. Instead, he asked the last question. So, what is the conversion rate for attribute strength? How much extra damage can 100 attribute strength add? Li Su replied, that's actually very simple. Every 10 points of attribute strength increases the corresponding extra damage by 1%, and the same goes for defense. 10 points for 1% is indeed very straightforward. Lin Chen thought about the Queen's Crown he obtained in the Icefield Secret Realm, which adds 100 points of ice attribute strength. Calculating that, it directly increases damage by 10%. An equipment piece that boosts his total damage by 10%. Not to mention other attributes. In an instant, Lin Chen regarded the crown with even higher esteem. Truly a mid-grade legend. He remembered that the top-grade purple items in the equipment pavilion only added 20 or 30, one piece is worth 5. Thank you, Li classmate, for clarifying this. Lin Chen quickly expressed his gratitude to Li Su. This person's character is truly commendable. After talking for so long, he showed no impatience and provided various examples to aid understanding. He retracted his earlier comment about Li Su being pretentious. Li Su smiled, it's fine, this is all basic knowledge. Even if I don't say it, you'll know it in class later. Ha, I'm exhausted, but thankfully, I cleared the level. I'm doing quite well for a control class. Wang Jingwen walked out of the attribute tower, looking a bit worn out. Well, she finally made it out, and she was quite satisfied. She glanced around and saw Li Su's eyes light up, but then she noticed Lin Chen frowning beside him. Can he be faster than me? Oh right. He must have been knocked out before clearing. Wang Jingwen quickly approached the two. Captain, I successfully cleared the level. Lin Chen, I'm not saying you, but when Li Su gave you the equipment, you should have just worn it. Now you've wasted an opportunity. Don't try to show off tomorrow, okay? We're teammates, we should help each other. Don't treat me and Li Su as outsiders. Lin Chen, this girl is a bit too much. Li Su, Lin Chen has already cleared the level. He came out even earlier than I did. He really doesn't need the equipment. We misunderstood before. Wang Jingwen was taken aback. Lin Chen, we still need to go to the Tower of Strength and the Tower of Speed. Are you coming along? By the second year, everyone was no longer limited to improving a single attribute. They would go to grind together whenever possible. Li Su was currently working on strength, speed, and physique together, but mainly focusing on physique. He couldn't just grind points freely. He still had to prepare skills, equipment, and dungeons, and the progressive rules were also quite taxing. But it was still the beginning of the month. No, I plan to go to the dungeon to level up. Lin Yu declined. He needed to stabilize his points, change weapons, and keep some insurance. Anyway, with the progressive rules, he couldn't possibly grind for a whole month. He could earn points later. What was more important now was to level up. He was currently at level 39 with 99.9% experience. Once he hit level 40, his shield would upgrade again, and he would gain a new skill. God knows how frustrating this day had been for him. Are you worried about not having enough points? If that's the case, I can lend you some. Just pay me back after you complete some tasks. The attribute tower is definitely still important and it won't take much time, Li Su said, misunderstanding Lin Chen's refusal. Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This guy was surprisingly sincere, completely contrary to his appearance, almost like a mother hen. No need, I actually have some other things to do. It's not that I'm treating you as an outsider, you guys go ahead. Li Su frowned slightly. Alright then, let's meet at the dormitory building at 8 tomorrow morning. I'll take you to the forging mentor. Wang Jingwen was already eager. Lin Chen, it's good for you to level up too. We'll head out first, see you tomorrow. With that, she pulled Li Su away. Clearing the attribute tower quickly didn't prove anything. If she were a pure damage class, she could do it too. Li Su was just unwilling to rush through for the sake of honing his skills. At most, he was just slightly stronger. A burden was still a burden. Who knows, he might have been trying hard just to save face. Li Su GE, can you accompany me to the spirit tower later? You usually don't grind
Strength. You can just go to the spirit tower while I grind the strength tower. But the spirit tower is full of mage types. I'm a bit scared to go alone.
Alright then, after I finish grinding, I'll take you over. Yes, Captain Lee is the best. This T-girl, I hope she doesn't provoke me. Lin Chen cursed inwardly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he was stunned. What was wrong with him? He had never let others affect his mood before. This girl was a bit too much, but she hadn't really provoked him. Why was he suddenly feeling this way? Could it be that I've been influenced too much by the blood god? Lin Chen ultimately attributed his frustration to the unsatisfactory assessment today, a momentary emotional imbalance that he didn't think too much about. He arrived at the Instance Management Hall. The hall was bustling with people, with classmates coming in and out from time to time. The upgrade instances for the second year were much more advanced, ranging from level 40 to 50, but unfortunately, they were still divided by difficulty and his D rank could only enter the simplest level. 40 instance. Damn assessment rules. Lin Chen felt annoyed again, and at this moment he confirmed that the earlier imbalance was indeed due to the assessment. It was truly frustrating. Lin Chen finally randomly selected a level 40 single-player arena instance, entering the monster arena instance first hour of the month, points-50 remaining points, 34150 D rank upgrade instances earned 50 points per hour, increasing by 10 points every 10 hours. A level 40 Minotaur appeared in the arena, and Lin Chen, feeling out of sorts, didn't even give it a moment to open its eyes to the world before he took it down in an instant. Kill. LV40 Minotaur, experience plus 6666 as the leveling sound rang out. Lin Chen finally reached level 40. The system notification followed. Ding. Detected that host level has reached 40, shield value begins to upgrade. Ding. Shield upgrade complete, current remaining, 100000000 ding. Congratulations, host has obtained a lottery chance. Lin Chen felt a rush of excitement. 10 million shields, plus a lottery. In the shabby lottery interface, an excited Lin Chen immediately started the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained skill, poison immunity. While the shield exists, the host is immune to all poison type attacks. Note, no poison can harm the host, including divine level. All damage from classified poison type attacks is 0. Lin Chen was stunned. His head buzzed. Immune to all poison type attacks. Even divine level damage is 0. Does this mean that if a divine level boss only has poison type attacks, he could take it down now? Lin Chen gasped. Amazing, the system really never lets people worry in this regard. He thought it would be an active skill like last time, but this was a conceptual level skill. If he could get a few more ice, fire, and curse type skills, wouldn't he be invulnerable? Having obtained an amazing skill and with his shield skyrocketing to 10 million, Lin Chen was clearly exceptionally excited, directly wreaking havoc on the monsters in the arena. He fought for several hours before leaving the instance. Unfortunately, there were no poison-type monsters to test his new skill, but his experience did increase quite well. In just a few hours after reaching level 40, he had already gained 10%. Once he reached level 40, experience was compressed again, truly becoming massive. Without the high experience instances of Zhengzhou, he wouldn't be able to level up this fast. As for places like the Icefield Secret Realm, they were indeed rare. Of course, it could be even faster. With his current strength, he could easily kill 50-level bosses, but unfortunately, his score wasn't enough, so he couldn't enter. When Lin Chen came out of the instance, it was already completely dark, and it seemed a bit late. There were hardly any people left in the hall. Oh no, I haven't eaten yet. Lin Chen suddenly froze, quickly heading towards the cafeteria, which would close soon. As Lin Chen rushed towards the cafeteria, on the other side, in the Warrior Department office building. How did Lin Chen do on today's assessment? Department head Pei Zhongshan asked his secretary Lu, as he needed to pay attention to the person he had just mentioned. Secretary Lu, dressed in black, respectfully replied, Director, Lin Chen's assessment score today is D, last in class 34, and last in the entire department. Pei Zhongshan paused for a moment. D, that's normal. Set an assessment target if Lin Chen doesn't reach C next month. D plus perhaps. If he doesn't reach D plus, he'll be dismissed and sent back to the first year. Understood. Secretary Lu turned and exited the hall. Oh, right. Pei Zhongshan spoke up again, and Secretary Lu stopped. The Icefield Secret Realm has inexplicably closed. Go call the monitoring department to investigate what's going on. It shouldn't suddenly close like that. There's a level 48 silver boss inside. Old Wang is counting on this for her life. It won't be good if she goes crazy. Icefield Secret Realm? Secretary Lu frowned slightly. Understood. After finishing dinner, Lin Chen went straight back to the dormitory. However, as soon as he entered the dormitory hall, he saw Old Wang peering out the window, and upon spotting him, her eyes lit up as she waved him over. Xiaolin, come in for a moment. Ha! Lin Chen walked into the dormitory office and saw that besides Old Wang, there was a young girl with bright eyebrows and clear eyes, her large, round eyes sparkling and looking very lively. The girl was leaning on the bed playing with her phone, and Old Wang glared at her, directly stepping forward to grab her shoulder and pull her over.
You child, no manners when someone comes.
Come here, this is Lin Chen, Lin classmate.
He's the one who brought you the Holy Lotus ice crystal. The girl scanned Lin Chen up and down with her big eyes, her face drooping as she said in a lackluster tone, yes, Lin Chen classmate, thank you.
Oh right, my name is Han Shuiying. What kind of attitude is that? Old Wang frowned again, giving the girl a fierce
glare before looking apologetically at Lin Chen. Xiaolin, I'm sorry, this child is my granddaughter. She had a bit of a conflict with me today. It's not
directed at you.
Our little Shui hasn't properly thanked you since she woke up, so I called you over. Lin Chen thought there was something important, but it turned out it was just to express gratitude. He felt it was unnecessary. He had brought back the Holy Lotus ice crystal and had also received quite a few benefits
from Old Wang, a fair trade.
Lin Chen said, it's nothing, Old Wang is too polite. I was just trying to earn some points, and the things you gave me are actually worth more than the Holy Lotus ice crystal. Old Wang replied, that's different, no matter how you say it, you saved little Shui's life, it can't be calculated.
Like that.
After saying this, Old Wang looked at Han Shuiying, you better show some respect.
Aren't you still lying in bed?
Han Shuiying bowed to Lin Chen this time, thank you for the Holy Lotus ice crystal, Lin classmate. However, she still seemed lazy, and after saying that, she turned her head back to lie on the
bed and continued playing with her phone.
Lin Chen didn't mind, since there was nothing else, he didn't want to stay longer, but since Old Wang had come specifically to thank him, it wouldn't be polite to just leave without acknowledging it. Under Old Wang's arrangement, Lin Chen sat down, and Old Wang poured water and asked about his well-being, while Lin Chen exchanged a few simple pleasantries. Han Shuiying remained leaning on the bed, oblivious to those around her.
After
sitting for a while, Lin Chen felt it was about time, so he stood up to express his intention to leave.
Old Wang, I still have some skills to study, I can't stay long. Thank you for your hospitality today. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, Old Wang pulled him back again. Wait a moment, Xiaolin.
Old Wang's face showed
a hint of unease. Lin Chen frowned, is there something else, Old Wang?
Old Wang smiled slightly, well, actually, I didn't just come to thank you, I do have
something I want to trouble you with.
Upon hearing this, Han Shuiying, who had been playing with her phone on the bed, paused slightly. Lin Chen was even more puzzled. What could a big shot like Old Wang want to trouble him with?
Old Wang, please go ahead.
Old Wang hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking, Xiao Lin, I actually want you to take little Shui through a secret realm. The difficulty of that secret realm is quite high, it's at the hard level, and it restricts
entry to those below level 50.
Little Shui insists on going, and after thinking it over, I realized that only you can safely take her through.
Grandma Wan let out a deep sigh.
The secret realm she spoke of was the same one where Han Shuiying had been cursed. Originally, after her granddaughter had just recovered from a serious illness, she should have resolutely prevented her from taking any more risks. But her granddaughter's personality was fearless, she loved adventure and
could not be restrained.
This time, after waking up from years of lying down, she still hadn't learned her lesson and insisted on returning to that secret realm
for revenge.
For this reason, she scolded Han Shuiying harshly, but she also knew that even if she managed to control her this time, she would still make the
same mistake next time. It was impossible to keep her from going out for a lifetime. After thinking it over, she thought of Lin Chen.
As long as Lin Chen took her granddaughter along, it would be a way to avoid this danger. After all, there weren't many secret realms of difficulty level, and normally, with the various
equipment she provided, her granddaughter would be fine in other places.
Xiaolin, don't worry, I won't let you run for nothing.
That secret realm is indeed difficult, but the resources are abundant.
You can even obtain a permanent fire attribute enhancement inside, which is a rare opportunity for you.
Additionally, if you agree, Grandma can give you some Academy honor points as well. What do you think? Grandma Wang continued. The permanent attribute enhancement was indeed
very rare, and that secret realm was discovered by her granddaughter during an adventure, something others didn't know about, making it extremely valuable. In fact, she had another layer of thought. If she took her granddaughter along, she could also receive rewards, somewhat compensating for the gaps of these years.
At
that moment, Han Shuiying, who had been stunned on the bed, reacted and dropped her phone, rushing over.
Grandma, do you agree to let me go? You really agreed? Grandma Wang helplessly rolled her eyes. What else can I do if I don't agree? Can I really control you? But you can only go with Lin Chen, don't even think about going alone.
Han Shuiying was just about to jump up in excitement, but upon hearing this, she immediately reacted and unabashedly grabbed Lin Chen's
arm. Classmate, you have to agree. You are Lin Chen, right? Brother Lin Chen, just agree.
I'm begging you, I was wrong just now.
Brother, you are a good person, please agree, okay? Lin Chen, let go of me first.
Although this girl was quite charming, Lin Chen didn't like physical contact with others.
Han Shuiying
frowned slightly, reluctantly letting go of her hands. Lin Chen returned to the previous question. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already overjoyed. What he lacked now was a high-level secret realm. The Academy's rating was too low, and there were no high-level dungeons for him to grind.
Completing tasks with Li Su and the others would probably yield similar results. Wasn't this 50-level difficult secret realm a timely reign? And there was also the permanent attribute enhancement. Plus, he could earn Academy honor points. Wasn't this just a pure windfall for him? I have to say, Grandma Wang really was his NPC. She sent him benefits whenever she had a headache. Grandma Wang, can I ask how long it will take to go to that secret realm? You know I have to complete 3 Academy tasks every month. Lin Shen asked, trying to rein in his excitement. He was still in the assessment period, and if he couldn't complete the tasks,